Oh my god, where have I ended up? I just remember spending a few hundred yuan at a street stall on a battered old jade pendant, and I felt pretty bad about splurging like that for a while. But just as I stepped away from the antique stand, I was hit by a car. The next time I opened my eyes, I found myself in this strange, unfamiliar place. Right now, I'm inside a grand mansion belonging to an influential family, and my arrival happened to coincide with my mother, Uchiha Minghui, giving birth to me. My first infant cry pierced the quiet of the night. The midwife, brimming with excitement, called out, "Congratulations, madam, it's a boy." My mother, her voice weak and faltering, pleaded, Let me see him." Her face was deathly pale, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks, yet her eyes still carried a shadow of worry. My mother is a member of the Uchiha clan's branch family. Her name is Uchiha Minghui. Though she's from a branch, her position isn't low, all thanks to my father, Uchiha Nobuhiro, a renowned elite jonin in the village, a ninja of formidable strength. But now, the Second Great Ninja War is raging, and my father is away on the front lines. War is merciless, and children born during such times often face difficult fates, sometimes losing their loved ones before they even get to know them. My mother's concerns for my father's safety weigh heavily on her. No matter how strong he may be, she can never rest easy. A maid, noticing the worry written all over my mother's face, rushed to comfort her. "Please don't worry, madam. Lord Nobuhiro is one of the clan's top warriors. He's already awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan." Mother could only nod, but the worry never left her expression. After crying for just 2 minutes, I suddenly quieted down, which startled everyone in the room. They checked me over and found nothing wrong, just speculated that I must be frail, and had tired myself out crying. My mother gently stroked my face, sometimes saying I looked like my father, sometimes insisting I grow up to resemble her. She even praised me for being considerate, saying I didn't want my parents to worry. The midwife asked what the child should be named. My mother replied, "Let's call him Uraha." I couldn't help but wonder to myself, who am I, really? Why can't I move my body? Uraha, is that my name now? My head throbbed, my consciousness grew dim, and soon I drifted back to sleep. For the days that followed, I remained in a daze, unable to remember anything, relying only on my instincts to get by. My mother would feed me and softly soothe me, whispering, "Don't worry, Uraha. Grow up strong and healthy." Yet the worry on her face only deepened, as my constitution seemed even weaker than she'd feared. Even my cries were but a whisper. She called in many doctors to look at me. They all said there was nothing wrong, but she still couldn't eat or sleep properly out of anxiety. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. As the child of a ninja, my body grew quickly, and I was much stronger than ordinary children. The frail body I once had could now, at the age of 3, walk steadily and confidently. My mother was overjoyed and often strolled through the streets with me in her arms. Most of the people on the street were women and children, and I would gaze around with curious eyes, taking in everything around me. Although I could now speak fluently, something still felt off, as if I had forgotten many things. Whenever I saw something novel, there was always a sense of foreignness, as though I were a stranger in a distant land, and I often felt overwhelmingly sleepy. My mother would always sigh, "This child falls asleep again after playing for just a little while." Her worries had not lessened. Even though the war was coming to an end, there was still no news of my father. Even several of the village's Kaga-level elites had already fallen, let alone my father, who was merely a jonin. My mother would often stroke my face and pray, "Shinhong, you must come back safely. You look so much like you." When night fell and I awoke, I suddenly realized I had actually crossed into another world, and my consciousness had slumbered for 3 whole years. In my previous life, I was also named Yiyu, a 20-something shut-in with no girlfriend, whose only companions were virtual characters. I never expected to truly arrive in a 2-dimensional world, and my emotions were impossible to calm. I guess it was that jade pendant that had brought me here, but I hadn't seen it at all since I was born. Could it be hidden within my spiritual space? I spent half an hour trying to communicate with it, but there was no response. I tried to reassure myself. Maybe I just don't meet the conditions to unlock it yet. Yes, that must be it. I couldn't lose heart. After all, in 8 years, another great war would come, and I had to train hard. Whether my father would come back alive was still unknown, and if anything happened to him, my mother would never be able to bear it. "Yiyu, are you awake?" "Mom." My mother noticed that I seemed a little different, but out of habit, she picked me up anyway. I felt a bit embarrassed. After all, I was already 23 years old in my previous life. I hurriedly struggled to get down, but my mother, thinking I was unwell, only hugged me tighter. I quickly explained, "Mother, I'm all right. I've grown up now. You don't need to worry about me anymore." A trace of sadness flashed across my mother's eyes. Afraid I'd let something slip, I quickly corrected myself. Mom, I just feel that I've already grown up, and I should act more like an adult. My words made her laugh. You little thing, you still don't dare to sleep alone, and yet you call yourself an adult. I grew a little anxious. I can sleep alone now, and tomorrow, I'm starting my training. My mother smiled and asked, Oh, is that so? Then tell me, why do you want to train? I replied, I see the other children in the clan are all training, and I want to join them. Mother said, Is that so? But you have to be able to sleep on your own first before you can join the training. Don't worry, Mom. Well, then I'm leaving now, really leaving. Seeing my determination, my mother smiled and left the room. She came back to check on me several times, only leaving for good once she was sure I was asleep. At that moment, she stood in the courtyard, the moonlight illuminating her activated Sharingan, which shimmered like two blood-red moons. In her heart, she prayed silently. Nobuhiro, our son is truly grown up and become so sensible. When will you be able to come home? And now I have awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan myself. Next time, I'll surely be able to fight alongside you. Clang, clang. This really isn't as easy as it looks, I muttered, gazing at the shurikens scattered in the distance, none of which hit the mark. My hand trembled slightly. After all, landing the 7th ring was already not bad. Mastering shuriken throwing was a required skill for the Uchiha clan. Only our family could wield it with such flair. I sighed. When will I ever get the hang of this? Humming an unrecognizable tune, I felt a bit discouraged. After a full week of practice, I still struggled to hit a target even 7 meters away. Although I knew this skill wouldn't matter much in the future, it was a family tradition I couldn't let go. At this point in time, there weren't any major figures making an appearance in the village. Well, not exactly. There was Nagaida and her younger sister. If my guess was right, they'd probably just advanced to Chunin by now. After all, Minato was extraordinarily gifted, and their genes were strong. With that in mind, I decided to stroll through the village to see if I might run into Minato. Truth be told, Konoha was vast, nothing like the small village depicted in the anime. Bored, I bought a few skewers of dango, but they did little to lift my spirits. I had to admit, the village wasn't exactly known for its cuisine. Children played and chased each other in the village square. Even when someone invited me to join, I would politely refuse. Playing in the mud with a bunch of little kids was just too dull for me. Who's that? So full of himself. Look at his clan crest. He's from the Uchiha, right? Still, he's pretty arrogant. Let's teach him a lesson. I heard every word. Shaking my head, I thought to myself, they're just 4 or 5-year-old civilian kids. Not everyone is born with the talent of Minato or Might Guy. Hey kid, stop right there. I ignored them and kept walking, while the kids behind me grew more and more indignant. Hey, Uchiha brat, didn't you hear me tell you to stop? The leader rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and lunged at the back of my head. I sidestepped easily and in one smooth motion drove my elbow into his stomach, knocking him to the ground. Are you alright, Ichinen? Damn it. Let's teach him a lesson together. The other 2 kids also rushed at me, only to be easily knocked down just like before. Ichinen, you're not even worth remembering. Next time, you won't be so lucky. I said coldly, then continued on my way. I hadn't walked more than 5 meters before I couldn't help but burst into laughter. As expected, acting tough really is exhilarating. Now I can understand why some people love to show off like this. I kept walking forward and soon ran into quite a few ninja, but almost none of them were smiling. The whole village felt shrouded in a heavy, suffocating atmosphere. Even if you win a war, there's no real joy. Or perhaps, when it comes to war, true victory simply doesn't exist. Hiroshi, this is our final mission. Once it's done, we can go home. Hang in there, Heihachi. Once we take down Iwagakure, there'll only be the land of rain left. That'll be our last battlefield. His scarlet Sharingan eyes fixed ahead, Nobuhiro panted heavily. In his heart, he thought silently, it's almost over, may we just wait for me. As long as I finish this mission, we can see each other again. I wonder if our child is growing up healthy? Kaido Demoto gave a wry smile. This mission wasn't going to be easy. Even if they managed to destroy Iwagakure supply lines, whether they could escape unscathed was still uncertain. There were only 3 of them, while the enemy had at least 30 ninja standing guard. Even so, if they could destroy the supplies, Iwagakure would be forced to retreat, and perhaps the war would end that much sooner. The 3 of them moved through the forest with silent understanding, swiftly arriving at their target. They stopped, deciding that regaining their strength was the most important thing for now. They retreated to a safe spot 1,000 meters away and waited for night to fall. After all, the darkness was the best cover for their attack. Once they had recovered their energy, night crept in without a sound. The 3 of them stared at their target with unreadable expressions, the Sharingan gleaming like a phantom in the darkness. They made no noise as they moved. With a subtle gesture from Nobuhiro, the other two halted. Proceeding alone, Nobuhiro dismantled all the traps and alarms in just 2 minutes. As expected of the Sharingan, its perception was truly extraordinary. If it had been just Kaido and me, we'd have been blown to pieces long ago. Nobuhiro beckoned again, and the three continued forward. Along the way, he disarmed more than 20 traps. To think that so many traps were laid out in just a kilometer, it spoke volumes about how important this place was. The other two couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Sharingan. Without dojutsu like the Byakugan or Sharingan, breaking through here would have been nearly impossible. 1, 2, 3, a total of 50 ninja? Among them, 9 were Jonin, the rest all Chunin. With just 1 elite Jonin and 2 regular Jonin on their side, this was undoubtedly a near-suicidal S-rank mission. They crouched in a shadowy corner, not daring to make a single sound. Beneath their masks, Heihachi and Kaido wore grim, determined expressions. They were nearly prepared to lay down their lives. For Konoha's victory, no matter what, the mission had to be completed. You three, go patrol over there. A Jonin gave an order to 3 Chunin, though unease gnawed at his heart. Even if a Wagakure was likely to fail, war was full of uncertainties. No one could predict what might happen in the next moment. The 3 Chunin headed straight toward Nobuhiro and his companion's hiding place. Tension crackled in the air as all 3 gripped their kunai tightly. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Now, in the blink of an eye, the 3 unleashed all their strength. 2 of the Chunin barely had time to react before they were struck down. Nobuhiro stared in disbelief at the 3 before him. They were Konoha's A and BU. He tried to speak, but found his voice failed him. He gently accepted the head of one fallen opponent, laying it quietly on the ground. Meanwhile, the 3rd enemy was instantly caught in the hypnotic grip of Nobuhiro's Sharingan. Reporting in, nothing unusual to the south. All clear in the north, sir. Soon, all 8 squads reported their status. The Jonin leader nodded. Remain on alert. The Chunin quickly dispersed, resuming their patrols. Every 3 Jonin guarded a supply room, where the sealed scrolls were likely kept. Their mission, destroy these supplies. Calm and focused, Nobuhiro and his companions inched closer to their target. The guarding Jonin's eyes narrowed as he spotted blood on Heihachi's collar. Instantly on guard, he barked, "You!" Their cover was blown. Nobuhiro's hands flashed through seals. Fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. What? Earth style, damn it. The enemy's shock and fury were clear, but Nobuhiro's hands moved too fast, and the distance was too short. A fireball, from meters across, roared straight at the supply room. There were still 2 more supply rooms that had to be stopped from being destroyed. Fire style, Flame Bullet. Wind style, Great Vacuum Sphere. Heihachi and Kaido attacked at once, but this gave the Iwagakure ninja time to react. Earth style, Earth Wall. Earth style, Landslide. Earth style, Stone Pillar Prison. The surrounding Iwagakure ninja unleashed a barrage of Earth-style techniques, working to intercept and trap Heihachi and Kaido. For now, only Nobuhiro had succeeded. Regret flickered in Heihachi's eyes. In a flash, Nobuhiro appeared atop another supply room. Fire style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. He drew a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of fire that swept across a 15-meter stretch. How can anyone use fire style on such a massive scale? And that body flicker, how is he so fast? This guy is from the Uchiha clan. The Iwagakure ninja knew well that the Uchiha excelled at fire style, but the sheer scale of this attack caught them completely off guard. Worse still, there wasn't a single water style user present to counter it. 3 Jonin, Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. The trio joined forces to block the oncoming fire. Shinhiro, as if he had foreseen this outcome, drew his blade and crashed through the rooftop into the building. Damn it, stop him now. After fending off the Chunin, Heihachi and Kaido rushed to the supply house, ready to intercept. Thank you, both of you. Shinhiro smiled, unleashing the fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. There was only 1 supply house left. He had already exceeded his mission's objective. At that moment, both Heihachi and Kaido, exhausted and injured, collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from their lips. Retreat. Shinhiro hurled a smoke bomb, grabbing his 2 comrades and making a swift escape. Iwagakure left a small group to guard the last supply house while the rest gave chase. It wasn't long before their pursuers were hot on their heels. Captain, you have to go on without us. We're both badly wounded. We'll only slow you down. Heihachi's right. There's no way we can escape at this point. Captain, you've already completed the mission. Go. We can still buy you some time. You my comrades. Are you really going to defy my orders? Heihachi, I'll carry you. The 2 men stopped in silence, turning their backs to Shinhiro, a clear sign they'd given up on running. Blood streamed from one of Heihachi's legs. A wound from explosive tag, no doubt. Damn it. You too. Captain Go. Or do you want a child to grow up without a father? Tears of sorrow slipped from Shinhiro's Sharingan eyes. How could he bear to leave? Ever since the Second Great War, they'd never been apart. Now it was all coming to an end. Go. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Who'd have thought a comrade would cry, too? So sentimental, Kaido sneered. Shinhiro understood their intent. Gritting his teeth, he turned away, taking one last, lingering look at the two before fleeing, tears streaming down his face. He hadn't run far when a violent explosion echoed behind him. Kaido, Heihachi, damn it. Choking back a sob, Shinhiro pressed on, the Tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly, not yet joined as one, but his ocular power surged as though some inner limit had been shattered. Elsewhere, Yuru wiped the sweat from his brow, maintaining a steady practice distance of 7 meters. Today's results were quite good. He could consistently hit the ninth ring. This was the fruit of a month and a half of hard work. Still, a child's arm strength had its limits. It was clear that training his body was just as important. One more week of hard work. I'm sure I'll hit the bullseye. Then I'll be ready for the next stage of chakra training. As night fell, Yuru set off for home. I'm back. Huh? Who is that man? Yiyu stared blankly at the man sitting in the room, a ridiculous thought suddenly popping into his head. Did my dad get cheated on? Who are you? Trespassing in someone's home? I'm calling the police. The man paid Yiyu no mind, simply sitting with his back turned. Call the police? The police squad? I'm a squad on duty. Hey jerk, just wait. When my mom gets back, she'll deal with you. Recently, Yiyu had made some progress in his training, and his temper had grown as well. He'd never seen someone so brazen before, and today he was determined to teach this guy a lesson. He quickly pulled out 2 shuriken and flung them across the room, but they had no effect whatsoever. Mister, you've got some skills. What exactly do you want in my house? Xian Hong could finally hold back no longer. This kid was a real little rascal. Minghui had always said the boy was sensible and well-behaved, so he'd come today especially to see Yiyu's reaction. He hadn't expected this. What do you think you're doing? Seeing the man in front of him about to make a move, Yiyu suddenly panicked. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have acted out just now. Call the police? I am a security squad, and you call me mister? Asking what I want. With every sentence, the man gave Yiyu a slap. After more than a dozen smacks, Yiyu's backside was burning, and he fought back tears, not daring to make another sound. Just you wait. Once I master the secret leaf taijutsu move, the 1,000 years of pain, I'll make you feel what it's like. I'll remember this grudge. Yiyu suddenly fell quiet and stopped crying out. He was determined to endure, and in that moment, he actually seemed rather tough, almost as if he really were my son, full of spirit. Xian Hong, what are you doing? Why are you hitting the child? Minghui rushed in, demanding an answer. What? This brat is my son. Xian Hong's face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he might explode. He landed a few more heavy smacks. Yiyu gave a bitter smile, thinking his own mouth was always getting him into trouble. Now it looked like he wouldn't even get his revenge. He couldn't help but blame his mother, thinking, why didn't Dad give any warning before coming home? Minghui hurriedly pulled Yiyu to her side, glaring angrily at Xian Hong. She herself couldn't bear to lay a hand on the boy. How could he hit so hard? What if you got hurt? Are you all right? Minghui asked, gently rubbing Yiyu's sore backside. Ow! Yiyu sucked in a sharp breath through his teeth. Just look at what you've done. If anything happens to you, don't even think about touching me again. Minghui shouted furiously, like a lioness defending her cub. But he started it. Did you hear? He even called me Mr. Sinhong, go with that. Well, you didn't tell me who you were. You just sat there in my house without saying a word. Yiyu argued, trying his best to defend himself. That's right. Tonight, you can sleep in the woodshed, Minghui declared firmly. Yiyu's heart was filled with gratitude. Truly, there's no one in the world better than one's mother. In that moment, he suddenly understood why Black Zetsu was so determined to save his own mother. Yiyu made a silent promise to himself. If he ever had the chance, he would help Black Zetsu rescue her. Meanwhile, Shinhong couldn't help but wonder if Minghui had forgotten all about him now that she had a son. If only he'd been honest from the start. Now he had no one but himself to blame for this mess. The night passed in silence. Shinhong continued to sleep in the woodshed for half a month, trying every possible way to please Yiyu, until Minghui finally forgave him. He sighed, thinking, this isn't raising a son. It's like worshipping an ancestor. With a self-deprecating smile, Shinhong felt a deep sense of guilt. He hadn't been by Minghui's side when she gave birth, and he knew she must have suffered greatly. The thought pained him, and he found himself growing increasingly weary of war. My son, what would you like to eat? I'll buy you anything you want. Recently, Shinhong seemed to have lost all the dignity of a father. Yu basked in satisfaction, thinking, "You want to compete with me? You're not even close." "Father, I heard that everyone in our Uchiha clan has the Sharingan. Could you show me yours?" Yu asked, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "All right." Shinhong closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, the three-tomo Sharingan appeared, his pupils glowing a subtle red, a sight both beautiful and mysterious, leaving Yu awestruck. It was the first time Yu had ever seen a Sharingan. The three tomo spun in perfect intervals, each separated by 120 degrees, casting a gentle light. Yu didn't know whether his mother possessed the Sharingan, but in his father's eyes, he saw a profound sorrow and pain. Yu's eyes grew moist. He thought, his father must have endured countless hardships on the battlefield and lost things that were precious to him. "Father, your Sharingan is beautiful. Will I have one too someday?" Yu asked in a soft voice. "Not everyone can awaken the Sharingan. In fact, it's quite rare. But I know my son will definitely succeed." Shinhong answered with conviction. "Okay, father, let me show you the results of my recent training." Eager to make his father proud, Yu led him to his practice field. He began throwing shuriken, each one hitting the bullseye with pinpoint accuracy. Shinhong felt a surge of pride. Yu was barely over 3 years old, yet his skill with shuriken was already remarkable. When he saw Yu throw 3 shuriken at once, all hitting their marks simultaneously, even Shinhong was taken aback. Such techniques surpassed even many experienced chunin. "Truly worthy of being my son," Shinhong exclaimed in admiration. Hearing his father's praise, Yu was overjoyed, feeling for a moment as if he really were just a carefree child. In truth, at this moment, that's exactly what he was. "Father, could you teach me how to train chakra?" Yu asked, his eyes bright with anticipation. "All right, now we can begin your training," Nobuhiro said with a nod. Yohei's shuriken skills were already up to standard. He was ready for the next step. In the Hidden Leaf Village, ordinary civilians would usually only begin chakra training at the age of 5 or 6, once they started school. Yohei's rapid progress was nothing short of astonishing. Once they returned home, Nobuhiro patiently explained the method of chakra cultivation to Yohei. He had originally planned for Yohei to read from a scroll, but soon realized the boy hadn't yet learned to read, so he had to teach him personally. Chakra is a combination of spiritual and physical energy, formed by drawing power from the body's cells. Nobuhiro explained. Maharu watched father and son's earnest expressions, her heart filled with warmth. She thought to herself that she must visit the shrine tomorrow to offer prayers. A safe return for Nobuhiro could only be the blessing of the gods. And that's the gist of it. The rest is something you'll have to discover on your own, Nobuhiro concluded. "All right," Yohei replied, settling down and focusing his mind. He spent over an hour in deep meditation before he finally sensed that mysterious inner force. Yohei was overjoyed. He remembered that some people needed as long as half a month to perceive chakra for the first time. Clearing his mind of distractions, Yohei fully immersed himself in his training. The entire night passed without him moving a muscle, and by morning, his legs had grown numb and he could no longer stand. Miharu and Nobuhiro entered the room, smiling with pride. Today was indeed a special day. The war had truly come to an end, and the names of the 3 legendary ninjas echoed throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. "Mom, I managed to extract chakra. Teach me ninjutsu next," Yohei exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Maharu and Nobuhiro were both stunned by what they heard. That Yohei had extracted chakra in just one night was remarkable. If they knew he had sensed it within only an hour, they would have been even more astonished. "Ahem, Yohei, let's take a break from training for now. You've already worked so hard. Today is the day the war is truly over," Nobuhiro reminded him. "Huh? The war's really over?" Yohei asked in surprise. Supported by Miharu, Yohei stepped outside. The streets were alive with joy. Lanterns and banners brightened every corner. There was no doubt. The Hidden Leaf Village had claimed victory once again and remained the most powerful among the 5 great nations. Yet, just a few days later, the village was shrouded in sorrow once more. Gentle rain fell as everyone gathered at the cemetery to honor the ninjas who had fallen. The 3rd Hokage stood before the crowd and delivered another speech. Yohei gazed up at the Hokage on the high platform, thinking to himself that the man was in his prime. Wherever the leaves dance, fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will protect the village and nurture new leaves. The 3rd Hokage's words carried on the will of fire, drawing a wave of heartfelt applause from the crowd. Next, Yura noticed several elders of the Hidden Leaf Village, Hamura Mitokado, Koharu Udatain, and Danzo Shimura. He hadn't expected Koharu, now in her middle age, to still possess such elegance. It was clear she had always taken great care of herself. Yet Yuru couldn't help but think that when she became an old lady, she might not be quite as pleasing to the eye as she was now. After attending the speech, Yuru returned to his own home. He knew that history was on the verge of a new turning point, and during this time, he had to seize every moment to push himself. He continued his training, striving to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan as soon as possible. Only with that kind of power could he protect himself and his family. Why is it that no matter how long I train, I never feel my chakra is full? This question had lingered in Yuru's mind for some time. Ever since he first began refining chakra, he had never once felt that his reserves had reached their limit. Even though he used up some chakra every day, when he woke up the next morning, almost all his chakra had vanished. As a result, Yuru had grown much thinner. Judging by the past few days, his total chakra was already at the level of a chunin. That doesn't make sense. Every time I finish refining, I go to sleep, and by the time I wake up, the chakra is gone. Is someone sneaking in at night and stealing my chakra? A chill ran down Yuru's spine. If someone drained too much chakra, it could even threaten his life. He considered all sorts of possibilities, but in the end, only one theory remained. Perhaps the jade pendant that had brought him to this world was absorbing his chakra. Unfortunately, he still hadn't been able to find that pendant. Yuru felt a little more at ease, thinking that maybe his chakra simply wasn't enough yet, which was why the pendant hadn't been activated. Still, he found his own training pace far too slow. If only he had a huge supply of chakra. Wait a minute, doesn't the Leaf Village have a power bank lying around? No, it's more like a nuclear reactor. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Yuru quickly gathered his things and got ready to head out. Yuru, where are you going? His mother asked. I'm just going out to play. I'll be back soon, Yuru replied as he dashed out the door. Minghui watched Yuru's back as he sprinted away, shaking her head with a helpless smile. Although Yuru sometimes acted quite mature, he was still a child at heart. Kushina, where are you? My power bank, where did you go? Yuru sang and hopped from rooftop to rooftop, searching for Kushina. Wow, look at that red-haired girl. She's so strange. Is she a witch? Do you think she eats people? A group of children's noisy chatter drew Yuru's attention. Sure enough, there was a red-haired girl of about 13, her fists clenched in anger. She was clearly struggling to keep her emotions in check, unwilling to stoop to the level of the teasing children. Get away from her, all of you. You felt these kids didn't understand a thing. To call such a beautiful girl a witch, it was truly a shame. What gives you the right to interfere? The leader of the children gathered the others and surrounded Yu. Kids are so childish, Yu scoffed with disdain. In no time, he dealt with the group easily. How boring. Yu brushed off his hands and finally turned his attention to Kushina standing before him. Her vivid red hair was striking, her skin pale and fair. He could tell her bloodline was extraordinarily pure. What are you staring at, kid? Kushina eyed Yu with curiosity. She hadn't expected a child to come to her rescue today. Is he from a clan? To be this skilled at such a young age, and to already have chakra flowing within him. I'm looking at a beautiful girl. Is that a problem? Beautiful girl? Kushina glanced around, saw no one else nearby, and pointed at herself in surprise. You mean me? That's right. I've never seen such beautiful red hair before. It's really stunning. Yu said it with such sincerity that Kushina, meeting his gaze, could tell he wasn't lying. A smile broke across Kushina's face. You're the second person to say that to me, you know. And who was the first? Yu already had a guess, but he feigned curiosity. Minato Namikaze, that guy who's always trying to act cool. At this, Kushina's cheeks flushed with a soft blush. What? Someone beat me to it? That's not fair. I challenge him to a duel. Don't you dare try to stop me. Kushina burst out laughing. You're a funny kid. He's already a chunin, though. You wouldn't stand a chance. And you're already thinking about this stuff at your age? Just don't grow up to be like that pervy old man. Jiraiya, has he already returned to the village? By this time, he should still be looking after Nagato. Or maybe he's met Kushina before. But knowing his habits, he's probably sneaked off to the women's bathhouse. How could I? I just honestly like what I see, that's all. Really? Then, would you like to be my little brother? Kushina asked hopefully, testing the waters. Besides Mito and Minato, everyone else kept their distance. She longed to have another friend. Of course I would. Yu agreed at once, and Kushina's eyes widened with hope. Really? At that moment, Kushina's eyes glistened with moisture. Apart from Grandma Mito and Minato, everyone else looked at her strangely, or bullied her. It had been so long since she'd felt the warmth of family. She yearned for it with all her heart. Sis, can I touch your hair? Sure. Kushina picked up Uraha in her arms. He couldn't help but think to himself, the feel of her hair is amazing. As expected from the Uzumaki clan, soft, springy, full of life. No wonder they're so resilient. Honestly, I could keep touching it forever. Looks like this kid really likes my hair, Kushin amused, though it almost feels like he's petting a small animal. By the way, what's your name? Oh, Sis, Imutia Iurua. And you? Achihaha. I am Kushina Uzumaki. Kushin sis. Have you become a chunin too? I'm still a genin. Kushin sounded a bit down. Minato would probably make jonin by next year. Sis, you seem a little upset. Did something happen? Yeah, Grandma Mito doesn't have much time left. Kushina's voice dropped to a whisper. Uraha's heart skipped a beat. So Kushina would soon become a Jinchuriki. Looks like I'll miss my chance to share the stage with a living nuclear reactor. What a pity. My condolences. Kushina. A gentle voice caught Uraha's attention. Oh, is this the legendary, eternally supportive girl? Uraha studied her carefully. In terms of looks, Uraha, will admit you're second only to me. Of course, I'm number one. Minato quickly noticed the child in Kushina's arms. Who's this little one? Hee, this is my new little brother, Uchiha Uraha. Isn't he adorable? I didn't realize he was from the Uchiha clan. That's understandable. Most Uchihas are pretty flamboyant, and hardly any of them have such soft, tidy hair. Eternally supportive girl. Oh, wait, you Minato Namikaze? That's right. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to know, do you like Kushina sis? Well, Igis Ido. Minato's eyes flickered, sneaking glances at Kushina for her reaction. Kushina's face turned bright red, and suddenly she punched Minato, sending him flying. He really soared all the way up. For a second, Uraha thought he saw Tsunade's shadow. Behind her, no one in Naruto can take a beating. His parents are both so strong. No surprise, then, that the Uzumaki's red hair gene got covered up. There's a reason for everything. Sis, is Minato brother going to be okay? He's fine. He's been sent flying plenty of times. Sis, I think you could totally become Lady Tsunade's apprentice. Lady Tsunade? She said I don't need to learn from her. Ahem. Sis, you're amazing. Minato, your wife is incredible. I think so too. Yoru couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and quickly asked Kushina to put him down. He realized he'd better not push his luck. Her fiery temper was nothing an ordinary person could handle, and unlike Minato, he wasn't exactly built for taking punches. Just one blow from her would probably leave an average chunin seriously injured. This alone showed how exceptional Minato's taijutsu truly was. Yoru made up an excuse to leave Kushina and hurried home, mostly out of fear of getting beaten up by her. Alas, aside from knowing that tailed beasts could transfer chakra to others, all he could do now was work hard to absorb more chakra himself. But he had neither the Rinnegan nor any ninja tools capable of absorbing chakra. Looks like I'll just have to train on my own. Maybe I'm being too impatient. Even if Kushina has become a Jinchuriki now, there's no way she could master the Nine Tails power overnight. It would probably take years, and by then, it might already be too late. As evening fell, Yoru suddenly felt all of his chakra surge toward his brain. What's going on? Isn't this only supposed to happen when I'm asleep? In his mind, the image of that jade pendant surfaced. The external gift had arrived. Suddenly, an old man's voice echoed in his mind. My heir, I was once a sage. This is the most precious legacy I've left behind. It will help you complete all of your spiritual roots. With each awakening, the power required will multiply. This is the work I am most proud of. Once you awaken more than 5 spiritual roots, the methods for cultivating and storing natural energy will reveal themselves. By absorbing the essence of nature, you can temper your body and nurture your life force, even extending your lifespan. The third part contains some basic Taoist spells and swordsmanship techniques. Although swordsmanship was never my strongest suit, I couldn't bear to let it go to waste. Now, it's time for me to take my leave. The jade pendant shimmered with a dazzling light. At that very moment, Yoru felt his affinity with the fire element grow even stronger, and his body suddenly felt much heavier. Moments later, the pendant dulled, its light fading away. Spiritual roots? Isn't that just chakra nature? Yoru murmured in confusion. He pulled out a piece of chakra paper and infused it with chakra. 2/3 of the paper burned away, while the rest crumbled into fragments. He realized he'd gained an earth attribute, technically an earth spiritual root. The name was different, but in practice, there didn't seem to be much of a difference. Yoru immediately retrieved an earth-style scroll and began to study. Earth-style, earth flow wall. With a thunderous rumble, a 2-meter-tall stone wall shot up in front of him. It proved that as long as he had enough chakra, the power of the jade pendant could be awakened, and once his chakra reserves reached a certain threshold, he'd receive corresponding rewards. Uraha didn't know exactly how much chakra was needed for the first awakening, but it was clear that as the number of awakenings increased, the road ahead would only grow more difficult. Perhaps the reason he was able to attain the fire spiritual root so easily was because he already possessed an affinity for fire, so the chakra required wasn't much. A fortunate advantage. How interesting. In this generation, probably only Kakashi is worthy to be my rival. The only drawback now is that no matter how much chakra I accumulate, it resets to 0 at midnight every night, forcing me to refine it all over again. Even so, to gain a new elemental affinity is well worth it. Uraha, what are you talking about? Come eat, came his father's call from inside the house. Yes, father, I'm coming right away. Father, can you teach me a new jutsu? I want to learn something different. Ahem, Uraha, have you already mastered the Grand Fireball Jutsu? Of course. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. As soon as Uraha spoke, a massive fireball over 2 meters in diameter burst forth in the clearing. Nobuhiro was genuinely astonished. He knew very well that this child was not yet 4 years old, and by the beginning of next year, he could be sent to the Ninja Academy. Impressive. Then let me teach you the Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Uraha watched his father form the hand signs, noticing that only a few simple gestures were needed. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. In an instant, countless sparks shot out, setting distant trees ablaze. Uraha found this technique wasn't difficult at all. He carefully sensed the flow of chakra, quickly formed the seals, and with a forceful exhale, released a barrage of sparks that matched his father's display perfectly. A genius. Nobuhiro marveled inwardly. Uraha was undoubtedly the most gifted child among the Uchiha of his generation, with talent far surpassing his own. It was a shame that the village currently harbored prejudice against the Uchiha, with tensions only deepening. Next, I'll teach you the Dragon Fire Jutsu, but you'll need to use shuriken with this one. All right. After a long afternoon of training, Uraha returned home and collapsed onto the table, exhausted. Minghui gently tended to him. Uru, there's no need to work so hard. Spend more time playing with the other children. Don't bury yourself in training all the time. Yeah, I guess I've been overdoing it lately. Nobuhiro agreed. Talent is a good thing, but too much training can harm your body. Let's have him take it easy for a few days. Uraha couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do they really think I'm training so hard for no reason? In 8 years, there'll be another war, and not long after that, the whole clan will be wiped out. How can I not be anxious? Now, Uraha had learned to control the flow of chakra with ease. He would usually reserve half of his chakra because the feeling of complete exhaustion after draining it all was truly unbearable. These days, using just 2 or 3 ninjutsu techniques would leave him completely depleted. This period had been rather overwhelming, and he barely managed to hang on until the new year. The hidden leaf village was blanketed in snow, turning the scenery breathtakingly beautiful. The pure white village seemed to calm everyone's spirits. Uraha was dining at a hot pot restaurant with Minato and Kushina. As expected, the spicy hot pot was the most flavorful, and both Uraha and Kushina were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Minato, on the other hand, kept making trips to the restroom and drank water constantly. There was a reason these two could be like siblings. Being able to eat such spicy food was certainly one of them. Brother Minato, you're so skilled at taijutsu. Can you teach me some? Uraha asked. How do you know I'm good at taijutsu? Minato replied with a hint of surprise. Every time I see you get sent flying by Sister Kushina, you always come back without a scratch. You must have a really strong body. Uraha said earnestly. Minato gave an awkward yet polite smile. All of that was forced out of necessity. He still remembered the first time Kushina sent him flying. He thought he was a goner, and ended up lying in the hospital for a whole month. Kushina couldn't help but blush. She knew she bore much of the responsibility for how Minato had turned out. Taijutsu might be a bit too early for you. After all, you're only 4, Minato said gently. It's all right, I just want to train my body, Uraha insisted. Minato, just teach Uraha a little, Kushina encouraged. All right, I promise to teach whenever I have time, but I do have missions often, Minato replied. Kushina's face turned even redder, feeling a bit disgruntled that Minato seemed to prioritize missions over her. Understand, my parents also go on missions all the time. Uraha, however, only grew more dismissive of Minato in his heart. He wished he could enroll in school soon, meet some new friends, and see how he measured up against them academically. So, Uraha, what are you thinking about? Kushina asked. I want to go to school and have a few matches with my classmates, Uraha replied. Matches? Uraha, that's not acceptable. The Ninja Academy is a place to learn ninjutsu, not a place for you to bully your classmates. Kushina lectured him seriously, though she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Kids these days were so competitive. Minato didn't even start school until he was 6. All right, I understand. Here, sis, have some more. You can eat as much as you want a day, since Brother Minato is treating us, Uraha said cheerfully. Children these days were truly remarkable, and even Minato felt a bit helpless. After the meal, Uraha and Minato practiced taijutsu together. Uraha's punches and kicks were coming along nicely, and Minato patiently guided him through each move. On the way home, I saw my father standing beside the cemetery. Is he mourning those fallen comrades? Is his sorrow for them as well? It looked as if he was murmuring softly to himself. Hey ba, the Kaido War has finally ended. Konoha has secured victory once again. Yayu is growing up healthy. He's a rare talent. Father. HM? Yayu, is that you? What brings you here? I just finished training with Brother Minato. Who are they? Yayu asked curiously. This is Kaido, and this is your Uncle Ba. They were both exceptional ninja. If it weren't for them, I might have been laid to rest here as well. Yayu said nothing more, only bowed respectfully before the two gravestones. Xi and Hong felt gratified by Yayu's thoughtfulness and took him home. Beneath each gravestone, a hero of Konoha rests in peace. That night, Yayu tried once again to channel chakra into the jade pendant. Every hope was met with disappointment. What sage? This is absurd. The chakra I've poured in lately is nearly 3 times what I used to, but still nothing happens. Are they trying to force me to become a Jinchuriki? Yayu grumbled, exiting the chat room. I can't just keep refining chakra nonstop. This is exhausting. Frustrated, Yayu climbed up to the rooftop and gazed at the moon. He realized the amount of chakra the pendant required was far beyond anything he'd imagined. After so many months, injecting so much chakra every day, just how much was enough? By any calculation, it should have reached at least 1 card's worth by now. Mom, take a look. How much chakra do I have now? Let me see. Minghui activated her Sharingan and sensed the chakra. About as much as an ordinary genin. Then, Mom, how much chakra does a jonin have? At least 40 times more than you have now. And the quality is much higher, too. So it's about quality as well. Yayu's eyes lit up in understanding. No wonder he hadn't awakened anything after absorbing so much chakra. Just like Samahata could distinguish chakra types. 2 more months passed, and finally, the day to enter school arrived. Yayu was overjoyed. At last, he could show his true abilities at the academy. Minghui took Yayu by the hand and walked toward the school. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Yayu looked up and saw a man with salt and pepper hair styled much like Kakashi's. This was the famed white fang of the leaf. Only then did Yayu notice that Kakashi, who was standing next to him at the same height, had the very same hairstyle. They truly were father and son. But why did Kakashi wear a mask? Lord Tsukumo, hello. Minghui greeted him warmly. Oh, Minghui, it's been a while. How is Sheen home? Tsukumo replied with a gentle smile. He's well, and has returned home safely. And this is Kakashi, my son. Kakashi, this is Aunt Minghui. Tsukumo then turned to Yiyu. Yiyu quickly introduced himself. Lord Tsukumo, my name is Yiyu. That's a very pleasant name. Who knows? Maybe you and Kakashi will end up in the same class. Kakashi gave a cold snort, silently cursing. How can I put up with this? So full of yourself? If I don't make you eat your words, I'm no Hataki. Tsukumo could only give a helpless smile. He knew this child was incredibly gifted, perhaps even more talented than he had been in his youth, but Kakashi's personality was a bit aloof. Still, Tsukumo was certain that Kakashi would one day become a great ninja. After a few brief exchanges, Tsukumo sent Kakashi into the school. Kakashi, which class are you in? Class A. Oh, I'm in class A too. Looks like we're classmates. Yiyu smiled. Kakashi suddenly felt a strange sense of unease. He turned and saw that peculiar smile spreading across Yiyu's face, which sent a chill down his spine. He hurried into the classroom, as if trying to escape from Yiyu. Yiyu swore to himself. Kakashi, I'll make sure I become your most troublesome rival. Everyone quiet down. The teacher's voice rang out from the podium. My name is Ikumi Hisamatsu, and I'll be your substitute teacher. Please introduce yourselves one by one. Yiyu, bored, slouched over his desk, his thoughts drifting. Kakashi will graduate next year. What would happen if I made things difficult for him, so he couldn't graduate smoothly? My name is Rin Noera, and my dream is to help as many people as I can. A girl with 2 painted marks on her cheeks stood up and spoke. So this is Rin Noera? She seems like a kind girl, but unfortunately, she's not really my type. My name is Obito Uchiha, and my dream is to become Hokage. Obito introduced himself with confidence. So the designated tool has appeared? If I were to deal with Obito now, what would happen? Probably nothing much. There'd just be a second or third Obito. Soon, it was Yiyu's turn. My name is Yiyu Uchiha, and my dream is to become the king of pirates. I want to leave my own legend behind. Yiyu, that's quite a unique dream. Next, Ikumi Hisamatsu called the next student, with a touch of resignation in his voice. He thought to himself, this year's kids are really a handful. King of pirates? Who in the world of ninja wants to be a pirate? Yu sprawled on his desk, his eyes drifting lazily over his classmates. To him, they all seemed like little kids, with nothing to do but play every day. Sigh, so boring. I wish there was something interesting to do. Yu suddenly realized that school was utterly dull. He already had all the theory down, so like Obito, he just napped at his desk. He was calculating in his mind that after school today, he would go practice the shadow clone jutsu, hoping to improve himself just like Itachi. Obito kept sneaking glances at Rin Noera, while Rin herself was quietly grumbling, wondering why this person kept staring at her. It was rather odd. Children in this world sure mature early. Obito was only 5 and already had a crush on someone. As for me, I'm still single. Amusingly, Rin would sometimes cast her gaze toward Kakashi as well. In truth, her behavior wasn't much different from Obito's, though she didn't realize it at all. Oh, Obito, I really do feel helpless for you. At this stage, Kakashi's personality was somewhat similar to Sasuke's when he was a child. No wonder the teacher showed favoritism, pouring most of his attention into Sasuke. Meanwhile, the son of the teacher himself was left neglected. What an irony. Kakashi shivered again, glancing up only to meet Uraha's disdainful look, as if he had just committed some unforgivable sin. Uraha, bored out of his mind, simply leapt out of the window, unwilling to play along with this group of children any longer. His action immediately triggered a chorus of shocked cries in the classroom. Everyone rushed to the windowsill. After all, this was the 3rd floor. Yet what they saw was Uraha walking away completely unscathed. Even Ikumi Hisamatsu was startled and hadn't managed to stop him in time, feeling her headache worsen. Troublemaker students were always a source of pain. Wow, Uraha is amazing. He jumped from so high and didn't get hurt at all. He's from the Uchiha clan. Of course he's different. The girls chattered excitedly, much to the boys' annoyance. TCH, show off. Dad, I want to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Class is just too boring. Shadow Clone isn't something you can master so easily. Then I'll go ask Mom to teach me, Uraha declared, already turning to leave. I never said I wouldn't teach you. Nobuhiro sighed in resignation, feeling his authority slip further away. He couldn't bring himself to scold Uraha, let alone discipline him physically. If he was even a little strict, Uraha would run off to complain. Fortunately, the child was quite diligent otherwise, so he simply let him be. After happily receiving the hand seals for the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Uraha began to practice. For the next few months, he attended classes using only his shadow clones. Today's assessment will be on Transformation Jutsu. Ikumi Hisamatsu announced loudly. Oh no, I haven't learned this yet. Good luck, Obito. I believe you can do it. Rin encouraged him. Thank you, Rin. Obito was truly touched. After 2 months of effort, he'd finally grown close to Rin, which was a huge step forward for him. Next up, Uchiha Obito. It's my turn. Before stepping onto the stage, Obito offered a silent prayer. Transformation Jutsu. With a muffled bang and a puff of smoke, nothing changed at all. Fail. Next, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi shot Obito a cold glance, as if to say, useless. Obito felt a surge of defiance in his chest, clenching his fists, itching to charge forward. Kakashi quickly formed a series of hand seals, and, as the smoke cleared, he had transformed to look exactly like Ikumi Hisamatsu. Perfect score. Next up, Uchiha Uraha. When Ikumi announced the score, all the girls in Class 1 looked over with anticipation. Huh, what's going on? Uraha lifted his head, bleary-eyed and half awake. Haha, this guy is hilarious. Uraha can't be better than me. He sleeps all day. Honestly, I should thank you. Obito was in high spirits. Though they were both Uchihas and would sometimes exchange a few words, Uraha spent most of his time snoozing. Kakashi, however, didn't underestimate this perpetually drowsy classmate. Uraha, it's your turn. Today's exam is the Transformation Jutsu. Ikumi reminded him through clenched teeth, barely hiding her frustration. Oh, transformation, right? Uraha yawned and strolled up to the platform at a leisurely pace. Transform. With a soft puff, the smoke dispersed, and Tsukumo's figure appeared before everyone. Yet the lifeless, droopy-eyed expression was impossible to ignore. Kakashi slammed the desk in outrage and shot to his feet. This guy had actually transformed into his father, and even managed to look listless and on the verge of collapsing. Hey, Kakashi, I made your favorite braised pork for dinner tonight. The room erupted with laughter. Uraha, you're amazing. Obito was laughing so hard he was nearly in tears, overjoyed to see Kakashi put in his place. Rin burst out laughing too, but when she noticed Kakashi's furious expression, she struggled to stifle her laughter, her face turning bright red. Damn it, Uchiha Uraha. Kakashi's face twisted beneath his mask. Uraha quickly released the transformation and yawned again. Was that good enough? Ahem. Uraha, I think you misunderstood. The exam is to transform into the teacher. Oh, Uraha began forming seals again, but his drowsy, half-asleep manner was unmistakable. Perfect score. What? Obito froze, overcome with defeat. Had he really lost to someone who was practically asleep? Crestfallen, he slumped over his desk, mired in disappointment. After class, Kakashi approached Uraha on his own initiative. Uchiha Uraha, I challenge you. Oh, Uraha agreed in his usual lazy drawl, instantly setting off a wave of chatter among their classmates. The girls were especially excited, since both Kakashi and Uraha had their own appeal. Even with his mask on, Kakashi's cool, aloof aura was hard to resist. Led by Hisamatsu Ikumi, everyone gathered at the open field outside the school. At the Ninja Academy, when students had conflicts, as long as both parties agreed, they could resolve their differences through a duel. I declare the match begins. After forming the hand seals for confrontation, Uraha finally braced himself, fully alert. The two of them locked eyes, neither willing to look away. 10 seconds passed before Kakashi made the first move, whipping out a kunai and charging straight at Uraha. Uraha flicked 3 shuriken with a practiced hand, aiming at Kakashi's head, chest, and abdomen. Hisamatsu Ikumi was so shocked he nearly intervened. This was a feat even senior students would struggle to pull off. Kakashi's pupils shrank as he twisted his body in a way that seemed almost impossible, dodging all 3 shuriken and closing in on Uraha with even greater speed. Not bad, Kakashi, Uraha thought to himself, quickly drawing his own kunai to meet Kakashi head-on. For a moment, the clash of metal filled the air, sparks dancing. Between them, the upperclassmen watching from the sidelines were utterly stunned. Were these really just first-year students? They could hardly believe their eyes. Kakashi's attacks were fierce, his style more like that of a swordsman wielding a short blade. These were techniques passed down from Konoha's White Fang, and Uraha found himself struggling to keep up. He had no choice but to leap back and widen the distance between them. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball, 3 meters in diameter, roared toward Kakashi. Uraha looked on with a hint of disdain, eager to see how Kakashi would respond. The audience was already numb with disbelief. Was this truly a fight between first years? Some even began to wonder if they themselves belonged in the first grade. Damn it, Hisamatsu Ikumi couldn't help wanting to rush forward again, certain that Kakashi wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. Yet, Kakashi remained composed, not the slightest sign of panic on his face. Earth style, Earth wall. Instantly, a solid wall of earth, 3 meters tall, rose in front of Kakashi. Internally, the teacher's side, these two troublemakers really knew how to keep people on edge. Huh, he actually blocked it? Then, fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Uraha, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed another barrage, sending fireballs hurtling in from every direction. What? With the fireballs closing in, Kakashi formed another set of hand signs. Earth style, multiple earth walls. As expected from Konoha's legendary equalizer, no matter the opponent, Kakashi always had a way to adapt. Uraha couldn't help but grumble inwardly. He remembered that Kakashi could use all 5 elemental jutsu. Combined with the Sharingan and In release, he was practically the most versatile ninja in the entire village. Kakashi broke through the defenses once more, prompting Uraha to hurl his last 3 shuriken, 2 to cut off Kakashi's escape routes, and the final one aimed straight for a vital point. This time, the shuriken seemed to hit its mark. A chorus of gasps erupted from the female students in the crowd, only for Kakashi's form to suddenly crumble into a pile of earth. Earth clone, this kid is truly not to be underestimated, Hisamatsu Ikumi exclaimed with admiration. He had already assumed that Uraha's defeat was inevitable, having long noticed that Uraha was no match for Kakashi in close combat, and that Kakashi had already pressed him to the edge of the arena. Uraha could no longer form hand seals, with Kakashi giving him no room to catch his breath. He could do nothing but defend passively. Down below, the girls in the audience watched with bated breath, anxious for Uraha. Who would have thought a showdown between 2 handsome boys could be so intense? It seems I've underestimated you, Uraha admitted, tossing aside his only kunai. Kakashi deflected it with ease, but Uraha quickly retreated, widening the gap between them. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Uraha drew in a deep breath, unleashing a fireball barely 1.5 meters in diameter. Inwardly, he thought, let's see how long you can keep up your chakra reserves. But in truth, Uraha's own chakra was running dangerously low, while Kakashi's earth-style wall barely consumed any chakra at all. Faced with such a modest fireball, Kakashi brushed it aside effortlessly. What's this? Uraha suddenly noticed faint arcs of electricity flickering around Kakashi's calf. the lightning-style stimulation technique. Though still rough, Kakashi had clearly mastered the basics of this skill. In a flash, Kakashi appeared right in front of Uraha. Before Uraha could even react, Kakashi landed a punch straight to his abdomen. Ugh, Kakashi, looks like I've won, Kakashi said with quiet confidence, gazing at Uraha. For him, this was the first time he'd faced an opponent of equal strength among his peers. The victor, Kakashi, Hisamatsu Ikomi proclaimed loudly, and the students erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Now, let's finish with the seal of reconciliation, Kakashi said, extending his hand. Uraha offered a helpless smile. He had just started to raise his arm, but before he could complete the gesture, his body vanished with a soft pop, leaving behind only a fading wisp of white smoke. It was a shadow clone all along, Hisamatsu Ikomi murmured under his breath. The cheers from the audience abruptly died away, leaving the arena in awkward silence. So the one I defeated was just a clone? How strong is this guy, really? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Kakashi said nothing more and quietly left the school grounds. So I lost after all. Fighting shadow clones really is tricky. Uraha let out a quiet chuckle. Now that he had a good grasp of Kakashi's strength, he conceded that Kakashi was indeed worthy of graduation. After channeling half his remaining chakra into his jade pendant, Uraha resumed his training. Both his parents were away on missions that day, leaving the house unusually quiet. It was only later that Uraha would learn that Jiraiya had taken Minato as his disciple very early on, perhaps because Gamamaru had informed him about the child of prophecy. Meanwhile, at the Hitaki household, Kakashi was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. White Fang watched in surprise. He hadn't expected a child this talented. With just a single shadow clone, Kakashi had managed to fight his opponent to a standstill. That guy is really strong, Kakashi recalled the previous battle. Uraha was indeed a bit stronger than he was at the moment, though the gap wasn't insurmountable. The next day at school, Kakashi gazed at Uraha, who was napping by the window, and wondered, is it another shadow clone this time? Obito, on the other hand, was feeling utterly dejected. Only yesterday had he realized just how far behind Kakashi he was. What hit him even harder was discovering that Uraha was even stronger than Kakashi. Seeing Obito's crestfallen look, Rin quietly offered words of comfort and encouragement. Obito, moved by her kindness, found himself liking her even more. In his heart, he made a silent vow. So what if they're geniuses? One day I'll surpass you all. From then on, he challenged Kakashi again and again, whether during regular practice or in combat assessments, but every time, he ended up defeated. These children had a fierce competitive spirit. In truth, Obito's taijutsu wasn't bad at all, and he was decent at ninjutsu too. It was just that Kakashi's performance often overshadowed him. Whenever Uraha entered the arena, he was met with cheers from the upper-class girls. The boys who faced him in battle knew they couldn't win, but most challenged him in the spirit of learning, which made Uraha feel a warm sense of camaraderie. Brother Minato, is something troubling you? Uraha, Minato's been trying to invent a new jutsu, but he hasn't had a breakthrough yet, someone explained. Could be the Rasengan? Uraha wondered to himself. Kushina had already told him that Minato had become a Jonin, and under his guidance, she had advanced to Chunin as well. I see. So, Brother Minato, what kind of technique are you researching? Well, actually, I got the idea after seeing a tailed beast ball, but I just can't get it to work, Minato admitted quietly. Kushina's face suddenly grew tense, and almost unconsciously, she placed a hand over her stomach. Has Kushina become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Uraha was startled by the thought, then looked at Minato, so he really was working on a Rasengan. A tailed beast ball, huh? I've never actually seen one myself. It's this black sphere you can condense, and its destructive power is immense. Minato's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. Brother Minato, could you give us a demonstration? Oh, sure. Minato extended his hand, and a swirling vortex of chakra formed in his palm, only to sputter out after less than 3 seconds. Brother, Uraha suggested, I think it's hard to focus when you're working alone. Maybe try using a shadow clone. 2 people working together might help. You control it better. Also, since the final form is supposed to be a sphere, try practicing with something round, like a balloon or something similar. Minato's eyes lit up as he realized Uraha's words made perfect sense. Uraha, thank you so much. You're as clever as always. I really think I'll master this technique in no time. Then let me congratulate you in advance, big brother Minato. Uraha replied with a smile, then noticed Kushina looking a little off to the side. Sis, are you feeling all right? I'm fine, Uraha, Kushina answered softly. It's just, after Grandma Mito passed away, I've been feeling a bit down. Kushina lowered her head, and seeing this, Minato reached out and gently rested his hand on her shoulder with a look of concern. Uraha's eyes went wide in surprise, thinking to himself, who said the fourth Hokage was shy? He's clearly not afraid to take the initiative. This definitely isn't the first time. Kushina, too, nestled comfortably into Minato's arms. What on earth have they been through these past months? Do they think I'm invisible? Flaunting their affection right in front of me. Ahem, sis, what you two up to? Uraha interrupted, feigning nonchalance. Kushina's face flushed red, and she hastily pushed Minato away. Minato, for his part, could only offer an awkward smile. Hith. My foot. If I hadn't interrupted, you two would have started kissing. First the shoulder, now his arms nearly around her waist. Uraha couldn't help but complain inwardly. It's nothing, Minato was just trying to comfort me, Kushina explained quickly. Sis, are you sure Minato isn't just taking advantage of you? Uraha teased. Trying to outdo me? Let's see how you keep showing off. Minato's face darkened instantly, the sunshine fading from his features as he quietly took a step back. Kushina was mortified, realizing she just let her guard down in front of her little brother. Embarrassment welled up inside her, and she needed some kind of outlet. Suddenly, she turned and, sure enough, swung a fist, sending Minato flying. Sis, Minato's gone airborne again. Looks like he went even higher than last time, Uraha said, watching Minato soar and bursting into laughter. Don't worry about him. Let's go, Kushina said, grabbing Uraha's hand and pulling him along. Hey. Uraha happily held his sister's hand as they walked, humming a cheerful tune. Kushina couldn't help but smile. Her little brother was already starting to get jealous at such a young age. Ow, Kushina really doesn't hold back. Next time, I'd better wait until Uraha's not around, Minato muttered as he slowly picked himself up off the ground, feeling an ache in his chest. Maybe I should go see Lady Tsunade, just in case there's any lasting injury. Uraha and Kushina paid Minato no mind, strolling along snacking on skewers, though Uraha's eyes kept flitting between Kushina's belly and waist. Kushina sighed inwardly, thinking, is my little brother going to grow up to be as much of a flirt as Jiraiya? Uraha, it's not very polite to stare at girls like that. Kushina reminded him gently. Sis, I didn't mean anything by it. It just seemed like you might have something in your belly. Don't tell me it's big brother Minato's child. Kushina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly denied it, flicking Uraha on the forehead in passing. Truth be told, marrying Minato wouldn't be such a bad thing. It was just that his gentle nature sometimes made her feel a little uneasy. Still, she couldn't deny there was something unusual stirring inside her. That disaster known as the Nine Tails. But how could Uraha have sensed it? Was it just a child's intuition? There's no way your sister could be having a baby, but I do feel something odd inside me, Kushina muttered, a bit annoyed, and took a sip of sake. That doesn't sound very good. Don't worry about me, Uraha. Your sister's just fine. Oh. The two fell into a comfortable silence, quietly eating their skewers. Kushina had already accepted her fate as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, though for now, she didn't dare draw on its power. Sis, do you like big brother Minato? Well, I guess I do like him just a little bit. Uraha smiled faintly, thinking to himself, she really is my sister. Kushina's personality isn't easy for just anyone to handle. Uraha, is there a girl you like? Uraha's expression grew slightly awkward, and he grumbled inwardly. Give me a break. I'm only 4 years old. I'm just a kid. No, all the girls around me are just little kids. Yeah, and aren't you a little kid yourself? I'm not like them. I plan to apply for early graduation next year. Then I'll be a genin. Uraha calmly sipped his tea. Kushina was taken aback. So young, and already dreaming of becoming a ninja? Uraha, a happy childhood is important, you know. But isn't this just the way of the ninja world? Kushina noticed the sudden depth in Uraha's eyes, making her wonder, was this really just a 4-year-old child before her? Most children his age were still lost in carefree games, not even understanding how to train with chakra. Their conversation ended, and Uraha made his way toward the Uchiha district, while Kushina went off to find Minato to discuss Uraha's situation. Right now, the Uchiha clan was flourishing, men, women, and children living in relative peace. But Kushina knew that, in a few years, under Danzo's suppression, the clan would gradually be pushed out of the village's core. For now, there was nothing Uraha could do to change that. After all, the Uchiha's proud nature only complicated things further. But then again, does any of that really have to do with me? As long as I can keep my parents safe, that's all that matters. Everything else is none of my concern. Returning home, Uraha took out his scrolls and continued studying fire release and earth release. He touched his eyes, hoping that someday he'd awaken the Sharingan. The Sharingan is an E-natured ability. If I can awaken it, maybe that means I'll gain an E spiritual root too. Orochimaru is probably already carrying out human experiments by now, isn't he? It's a pity I don't have the ability yet to get the first Hokage cells from him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Today, the weather is unusually clear, and Yayu, chewing on a toothpick, feels a rare sense of ease. Suddenly, he wonders if he's been too impatient. After all, he's only 4.5 years old. As he turns the corner of the street, Yayu suddenly spots a girl ahead who seems somewhat familiar. She notices Yayu looking at her, and, curious, glances back. With those large red eyes, could she be Kurenai Yuhi? She does look quite adorable. Hello, I'm Yayu Uchiha. And you are? Oh, sorry, I'm Kurenai Yuhi. You're the Uchiha prodigy who's as famous as Kakashi. Her red eyes shimmer with excitement as she gazes at Yayu. Ahem, I'd rather keep a low profile, Yayu says, looking up at the sky with a hint of resignation. So, this is the price of being a genius? If possible, let me bear it alone. Yayu, what are you doing here? Nothing special. There's really nothing left at the Ninja Academy worth learning for me. Wow, Yayu, you really are a genius. Of course. Yayu grins, then casually invites Kurenai to have some dango with him. Wait a minute. Am I about to steal Asuma's future wife? Sure enough, after only a few skewers, he senses a wave of killing intent. Asuma appears out of nowhere, glaring coldly at Yayu. Asuma, do you want some too? Yeah, of course, Kurenai. Asuma bites fiercely into a dango. Good grief, why are kids these days so mature, so early? And you are? I'm Asuma Sarutoubi. The third Hokage is my father. I'm Yayu Uchiha. So this is the legendary, my dad is Lee Gang move? No wonder Konohamaru always brags about being the third Hokage's grandson. Looking at Asuma's attitude, it's no surprise he met an early end. He lacks some real-world experience. No, I have to apply for graduation as soon as possible. I really can't stay here any longer. I need to meet more mature people. There's just nothing in common to talk about with these kids. So, I bid farewell to Asuma and Kurenai and walked home alone. At that moment, I spotted 3 figures approaching, chatting and laughing, one round and chubby, one with 3 tufts of hair and one blonde. Inoshikacho, Yayu asked in surprise. Except for Yamanaka Haichi, the other 2 looked exactly like Choji and Shikamaru. Huh, kid, how do you know our names? I am Igarakai Igaraku Uchiha. Knowing these things is perfectly normal for me. Oh, so you're Yiyu. I've heard about you from Minato. Just by using Shadow Clone, you were already on par with White Fang's son. You're truly an incredible prodigy, Nara Shikaka teased with a smile. It was really just Kakashi going easy on me. Have you 3 already become Jonin? Jonin? Not yet. We're still only Chunin, Dingza replied. How about we have a match? I hope you 3 senpai will accept my challenge. Yiyu came right out with his challenge. This was a rare opportunity, and facing Chunin would be the perfect way to test his own strength. The 3 exchanged glances, a bit surprised, but their curiosity was piqued. They wanted to see just how strong this prodigy of the new generation really was. You want to take all 3 of us on at once? No, there's no way I could beat all 3 of you at once. Let's do it one at a time. Haha, this is getting interesting. Then I'll go first. Dingza laughed heartily as he accepted. They moved to the training ground, and as the countdown finished, Yiyu took the initiative. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Oh, not bad. Dingza easily avoided the attack with a substitution jutsu. Human boulder, already quite large. Dingza's body swelled even more until he was nearly a massive ball, barreling straight toward Yiyu. Yiyu hesitated for a moment. After all, for a young kid like him, seeing a 2-meter-tall ball of flesh charging his way was quite the sight. He couldn't help but wonder, what is that outfit made of? I need to ask him later and get one for myself. Hey kid, don't just stand there. He couldn't help but call out. Oh, multiple earth style, earth wall. Yiyu instantly summoned 3 stone walls in front of him, blocking Dingza's charge and kicking up a cloud of dust. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Yiyu followed up with 7 or 8 fireballs in quick succession. Normally, these would be easy for a ninja to dodge, but for Dingza with his massive frame, evading proved awkward and difficult. Dingza rolled off to the side, finally taking Yiyu seriously. Ninja art. Expansion Jutsu. Oh no, there's no way I can dodge this. Dingza's arm grew to gigantic proportions, swinging down fast. With a single blow, Yiyu was sent flying, only to dissolve into a puff of smoke midair. A shadow clone? Where did you pull that off? Earth style, Headhunter Jutsu. Suddenly, Dingza felt his body sink. Only his head remained above ground. That Dingza-senpai looks like I win this time. Yiyu crouched down, smiling as he pressed the kunai to Dingza's neck. Sigh, to think I'd lose to a kid. I give up. What did you use the shadow clone? Well, you're kicking up all that dust. So that's how it was. Then you followed up with Earth style? That's right. Haichi and Shikaku exchanged glances, both thinking that if they really lost to a junior in such an unexpected way, it would be far too embarrassing. It's my turn now. Shikaku stepped forward, and immediately, Uraha's expression grew more serious. Nara Shikaku was renowned for his intelligence, and his shadow techniques were notoriously tricky. With so many trees around, this was the perfect battlefield for Shikaku. Once ready, Uraha launched another great fireball jutsu, hoping to obscure Shikaku's vision, while simultaneously forming hand signs for Shadow Clone Jutsu. But his chakra was already running low. Shikaku dodged the fireball with ease. Predictably, it was hard to land that attack. Shadow Imitation Technique. Both of them moved swiftly, dodging as they went. One of Uraha's shadow clones, caught off guard, was seized by Shikaku's control. Shikaku had already predicted Uraha's escape route. His speed was impressive. The shadow clone immediately hurled a shuriken, but Shikaku rolled and dodged it. The clone tried to throw again, but this time was completely restrained, sending the shuriken flying high into the air. Shikaku's shadow continued to pursue Uraha. Damn, there are too many shadows on the ground, Uraha thought as the shadow darted after him like a bolt of lightning. In just 3 seconds, it had him pinned. He didn't even have time to throw his shuriken into the air. Shadow Neck Binding Technique. The black shadow snaked up around Uraha's neck. Got you. Just then, there was a sharp clang. A shuriken landed precisely above where Shikaku had just been standing. Instantly, the shadow let go, and Shikaku leapt back in alarm, cold sweat beading on his forehead. So that was Uraha's plan. The shuriken had struck directly above his head. That was close. No wonder the Uchiha clan had such a reputation. As the jutsu faded, Uraha let out a long breath. The feeling of being restrained was deeply unpleasant. He drew a kunai and rushed Shikaku in close combat, preventing him from forming hand signs, but in the end, he still lost to Shikaku's superior technique. I lost, Uraha admitted with a sigh. Shikaku looked at him, a little helpless. This kid was only 4.5 years old. What kind of genius was he? Shikaku himself was already 13, a full 9 years older, and he'd nearly lost. Is it my turn now? Haichi asked with a hint of innocence in his voice. No need, my chakra is all used up, Haichi-senpai. Well, all right then. But you're really impressive, Uraha. If your taijutsu were a bit stronger, Shikaku wouldn't have won just now, Haichi commented. Hey, whose side are you on? Haha, what's it to be embarrassed about? I lost just as quickly, Choza said carelessly, munching on his chips without a care in the world. After a bout of playful teasing, their training session came to an end. Back home, Uraha continued to practice his chakra control. This battle had made him realize just how much he still had to improve. His victory over Choza was largely thanks to his advantage in information, and the same with Shikaku. If he hadn't worked so hard on his shuriken skills, the fight might have ended in under a minute. Jade pendant. Yi returned to his mental space and gazed at the jade pendant. Even though he had infused it with 5 times more chakra than before, there was still no obvious change. At this point, Yi didn't dare refine chakra as recklessly as he used to. The constant extraction not only pushed his body to its limits, but also left his mind deeply exhausted. Just a few days ago, he had fallen seriously ill because of this. The root cause was the depletion from over-refining chakra, forcing him to slow down his replenishment. This sensation reminded him somewhat of the Inseal's effects. If only I had the blood of the Uzumaki clan, Yu sighed. People from the Uzumaki family never have to worry about running out of chakra. A sense of frustration washed over him. His body was still small, and overexertion would only bring negative consequences. He had no choice but to pause for a while. After all, a child's body is simply too fragile. He found himself growing more and more envious of Naruto and the first Hokage. Not only did they possess enormous chakra reserves, but their ability to recover was astonishing. By the age of 12, Naruto's chakra level was already 100 times that of Kakashi. The disparity was almost unimaginable. Without enough chakra, even the strongest jutsu would be useless. At his current peak, Yiyu's chakra was only comparable to that of an average chunin. Months passed, and Yiyu finally completed his second awakening. This time, it was the water spiritual root. He hadn't expected the second awakening to take so long. To put it in perspective, after his first awakening, his chakra capacity was on par with a typical jonin. Now it had increased tenfold. It had taken him 7 whole months to achieve this, and he had no idea how long the next stage would require. What's more, he was now forced to slow down his training, and his body couldn't refine chakra as quickly as before. Judging by current trends, if this improvement was 10 times the previous one, the next could be 10 times greater still. At this rate, he had no way of knowing how long it would take for all 7 attributes to fully awaken. Father, I think I'm ready to graduate. I'm already 5 years old, Yu said. You've definitely reached the standard of a genin now. I'll discuss this with Lord Hokage. Shinhong nodded approvingly. In truth, Yu's strength was already close to that of a chunin, and there was little point in keeping him at the academy any longer. Yuer, isn't it too soon? He's only 5, and Yuer is so gifted. I'm worried. Minghui's face was etched with concern. She feared that Yu's exceptional talent would make him target. The war had just ended, and the village was still unsettled. Minghui is right, but this place really isn't suitable for Yuer anymore. Overprotecting him will only rob him of the chance to grow, Shinhong replied calmly. Thank you, father, Yu said with a slight bow and quietly left the room. Do you really think there's nothing wrong? You know that in a year, we'll be choosing the next clan leader, Minghui asked again in a hushed voice. That has nothing to do with me. I have no interest in the position of clan leader. Besides, Xianhong paused for a moment. Fugaku isn't that simple. There's a coldness in his eyes that even makes me feel a hint of fear. He's already at least at quasi-Kage level. Minghui was shocked to hear that Xianhong could actually feel fear. Fugaku has become that powerful. They say Fugaku has been pursuing Mikoto. She's 6 years younger than him. I didn't expect him to have that kind of interest, Xianhong chuckled. Mikoto's young and beautiful, just 17, an age everyone envies. Every time she calls him big brother, I imagine it melts his heart a little more. Suddenly, Xianhong pulled Minghui into his arms and said with a smile, Minghui, you could call me big brother too. Wouldn't it be wonderful to give Yayu a younger sibling? Oh, stop it. Don't move. Close the door, or Yayu might hear us. A shy blush crept over Minghui's face as a warm, gentle atmosphere quietly filled the room. Lord Hokage, I'd like to. Oh, White Fang, you're here too. Xianhong stepped into the office. Xianhong, are you here to handle your child's graduation as well? Tsukumo asked with a friendly smile. He was genuinely interested in Yayu. After all, the child had nearly defeated Kakashi using just his shadow clone technique. That's right. I hope Lord Hokage will approve, Xianhong said earnestly. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples and let out a weary sigh. These two kids are really giving me a headache. They've only been in school for a year, and now they want to graduate already. Kakashi and Yayu are both truly exceptional, but right now, there aren't any suitable instructors for them. As you know, all graduates need a team leader. No need to worry, Lord Hokage. I'll personally train Kakashi. Tsukumo volunteered immediately. I'll also make sure to guide Yayu well, help him become a great ninja one day, Xianhong declared with conviction. Indeed, with a Kage-level powerhouse and an elite jonin as mentors, there could hardly be better choices. After careful consideration, the third Hokage granted their request. Very well, but you must both win when facing 2 genin at the same time. Understand, Lord Hokage. Thank you, Lord Hokage. White Fang and Xianhong stepped out of the room, completely unconcerned that their 2 children might lose to the chunin. As soon as the 2 left, a figure emerged from the shadows. Danzo, is it really so hard for you to use the front door? Sarutobi, don't you understand what this means? Kakashi is one thing. He's merely the White Fang's son. But Uraha is an Uchiha. They're both children of the village, destined to inherit the will of fire. The third Hokage exhaled a ring of smoke. But what if he becomes another Madara Uchiha? You should know the Uchiha clan is already harboring resentment toward the village. Danzo, broad-shouldered and imposing even in middle age, had evidently inherited the second Hokage's wariness and suppression of the Uchiha. The clan was gradually being pushed out of the village's inner circle. Wasn't that bound to breed bitterness? The third's lips twitched slightly, his mind keenly aware of Danzo's intentions. He didn't agree with the second Hokage's policies. Was it really right to ostracize the Uchiha merely out of fear that their power might spiral out of control? At times like these, tolerance was the wiser path. If there's ever any trouble, I'll handle it personally. The third's presence surged, radiating such intensity that Danzo instinctively took a step back. Inwardly, Danzo seethed. Sarutobi was proving even stronger than he'd imagined. Let's hope you really can keep them in check. That clan is dangerous by nature. With those cold words, Danzo turned and strode away. In his mind, he grumbled that Orochimaru's experiments and cell research were progressing too slowly. The pace needed to quicken. The third Hokage paid him no mind, simply reflecting that Danzo's years spent lurking in Konoha's shadows had made his thinking increasingly extreme. His prejudice against the Uchiha had only grown more severe. Yet the Uchiha were comrades too. Wasn't Kagami Uchiha once their teacher's own disciple? For now, though the Uchiha boasted many skilled ninja, none had reached the level of Kage. Those fabled eyes, Only a rare few could awaken them. Since Konoha's founding, only Madara Uchiha had ever ascended to such heights. The next day, Kakashi and Uraha's graduation sent shockwaves through the academy. Before the eyes of all students and teachers, each faced two opponents and emerged victorious, earning a chorus of cheers. "This boy is even stronger than Kakashi," Danzo muttered darkly as he watched Uraha Uchiha. But Uraha remained unfazed. He knew that as long as he stayed within the village, no one would dare make a move against him. Kakashi, as calm as ever, never took his eyes off Uraha. "Kakashi, why do you keep staring at me? I'm not interested. Let's have another match. This time, I want to make sure you're the real one." "That's right. It's really me. But you're no match for me now," Uraha thought to himself. Even with only half his chakra, he still had at least twice as much as Kakashi. The Uchiha were born with an abundance of chakra, maybe not as overwhelming as the Uzumaki, but still far beyond the norm. "This time, I'll use only taijutsu. Then let's compete in taijutsu." Hisamatsu Ikumi once again took up the role of referee. The two clashed with fists and feet, each strike heavy with force. Kakashi's taijutsu seemed to channel the power of wind, and at last, Uraha felt the true thrill of this challenge. Is this the influence of the White Fang? I need to be even faster. Watching the fierce battle on stage, Obito's heart was burning with frustration. He made a silent vow to double, no, triple, his training tonight. Every time he challenged Kakashi, it always ended in defeat. "But I carry the honor of the Uchiha clan. I can't let myself be looked down on any longer." Without a word, Obito slipped away from the crowd, while Rin continued to watch the two on stage, marveling at their strength. "Leaf Whirlwind. Huh, Kakashi, when did you learn that move?" "I picked it up from Guy." An image of a green-haired figure flashed through Uraha's mind. If it weren't for that Sharingan, Kakashi might already be the next White Fang. "But you're still a little short." "Wait, where'd you go?" A searing pain shot through Uraha's leg. He didn't even have to look to know his chakra pathways had taken damage. Still, it felt worth it, and he grit his teeth to endure. Secret Leaf Taijutsu, 1,000 Years of Death. Uraha brought his hands together, fingers tight, and struck upward with force. A sudden wave of dread swept over Kakashi, who instinctively glanced back at Uraha. "What? Are you alright?" Uraha froze. For a moment, silence fell over the arena. Everyone held their breath, waiting. Rin covered her mouth in disbelief, staring wide-eyed at what Uraha had just done. A few seconds later, Kakashi let out a pained scream and was sent flying. Cough, cough. Ahem. The winner is Uchiha Uraha. After a split second of surprise, Hisamatsu Ikumi announced the result, and the crowd erupted in laughter. No one had expected Uraha to win in such a way. Maybe try not to use that move again next time," Hisamatsu muttered awkwardly. "Really? I thought it was pretty effective." Uraha nodded toward Kakashi, who was still kneeling on the ground, clutching his backside. Cold sweat broke out on Hisamatsu's forehead. He decided this technique needed to be banned along with other dangerous moves. "Damn it, Uraha, I'll get you for this. I've got things to do. Gotta run." Uraha swiftly left the arena, grabbing his Genin forehead protector on the way out. "Big brother Minato, I just avenged your son for you. So you'd better teach me the Flying Thunder God technique like you promised." Kakashi glanced around, relieved that Obito was nowhere to be seen. Otherwise, he'd be spreading the word everywhere. Kakashi got beaten by Uchiha. Damn it. I won't forget this humiliation, Kakashi swore to himself, stumbling out of the arena. Another day of chasing cats and finding lost dogs. Can't we get a proper mission for once? Yoru shook his hand angrily. He felt utterly frustrated that the third Hokage hadn't even assigned him a proper mentor, and all the missions given to him were these tedious chores. It was becoming unbearable. After handing over the completed task, Yoru made his way to the Hokage's office. The first thing he saw was a mountain of paperwork, with the third Hokage poring over the documents, exhaustion written all over his face. Ahem, Lord Hokage, could you please give me some real missions? I really don't want to pull weeds anymore. If I keep at it, I might just master wood release by accident. The third Hokage chuckled as he took a puff from his pipe, looking into Yoru's clear eyes. In his heart, he thought, this Uchiha child is no different from the others. Danzo's worries are truly overblown. Lord Hokage, please, let me take on missions outside the village. Yoru, it's not that I won't let you go. According to the rules, a Genin must form a 3-person squad for their first mission outside the village, and you'll also need a Jonin to lead as your instructor. Instantly, Yoru's spirits sank. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since Kekkei Genkai are formed by the combination of 2 chakra natures, could he perhaps try to do this himself? Maybe the third Hokage was the best person to consult. Lord Hokage, I remember that a Kekii Jinkai is created by fusing two chakra natures. Can you teach me how to do that? The corners of the third Hokage's mouth twitched slightly. If I could master a Kekii Jinkai, I'd be invincible by now. Except for Yin and Yang releases, he already possessed all 5 chakra natures. Yuru, developing a Kekii Jinkai isn't that simple. Besides having 2 chakra natures, you also need to control their fusion with absolute precision. Sometimes, you even have to pay attention to the frequency at which they combine. Kekii Jinkai are actually just like your clan's Sharingan. In most cases, they're inherited through bloodline. You might want to ask your father about it. The third Hokage said gently. Fusion ratios? But I have no idea what the exact numbers are. These are usually family secrets, so I'm not sure either. And since most Kekii Jinkai are inherited, that's why they're called bloodline limits in the first place. Oh, I see. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Yuru felt a bit troubled, unsure whether his spiritual roots could make it possible. He extended both hands, carefully sensing the flow of chakra, letting earth and fire natures intermingle within him. After a while, he raised his eyebrows, quickly stopped, and shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Sorry to have disturbed you, Lord Hokage. It's all right. I'll find you a good instructor. The third Hokage replied offhandedly. He thought of how Kakashi had his father, the White Fang, personally guiding him on missions, ensuring his safety. Unfortunately, Yura didn't have the same opportunity. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Leaving the Hokage's office, Uraha finally let out a sigh of relief as he walked all the way back to the Uchiha compound. What he had sensed just now was indeed a transformation in his chakra's nature. Is this the true advantage of a spiritual root? He could control chakra of a specific nature with remarkable precision, and it seemed this ability went far beyond that, holding great potential yet to be explored. After sharing dinner with his parents, Uraha waited until they were sound asleep before sneaking off the train. Pressing both hands against the ground, he tried to sense the fusion of fire and earth chakra, but nothing happened. Feeling puzzled, he reconsidered his approach and reorganized his thoughts. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Begin. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Soon, the ground beneath his hands grew scorching hot, gradually transforming into molten lava. He quickly committed the sensation of this transformation to memory. So, this is lava release? I used to think it was dissolution release. In essence, both are born from the combination of fire and earth, but with different ratios, they give rise to different jutsu. After a whole night of experimentation, Uraha realized that the appearance of lava release was merely a stroke of luck. As for boil release and wood release, he had yet to develop any sign of them. The next day, Uraha slept all the way until the afternoon. He strolled out of his house, still yawning. What he needed most now was the hand seal sequence for lava release. He pondered his options. He could try to obtain it from a Wagakure, or perhaps request it from the third Hokage. But if he asked, Danzo would certainly grow suspicious, too risky. That day, Uraha made a point to seek out Minato. With his guidance, Minato's Rasengan training should have made significant progress by now. As for Uraha himself, like Naruto, he still needed the help of shadow clones to perform Rasengan. Uraha, is there something you needed? Minato asked. Big brother Minato, how's your practice with that new technique you mentioned last time? I've nearly mastered it. Get ready to be amazed. Minato replied, his face glowing with excitement. In fact, when Kushina first saw it, she was just as shocked. After all, this was an original, seal-less jutsu of his own creation, and it was already classified as A rank. Amazed? I've seen things far more astonishing than this, Uraha thought with a quiet chuckle. Watch closely. Minato extended his hand, and chakra spun rapidly in his palm, gradually shaping into a blue sphere. He looked confidently at Uraha, only to find that his expression remained as composed as ever. Minato wondered if Uraha had yet to grasp the true power of this technique. It's incredibly powerful, Minato declared, thrusting the Rasengan at a tree. Instantly, a large, circular hole was bored straight through the trunk. I've decided to name this jutsu, Minato began, glancing at Uraha to gauge his reaction, only to see him just as calm as before. Minato felt a bit awkward, unsure of what to do next. He couldn't help but shoot Uraha a sideways glance, grumbling inwardly. Can't you show a little more reaction? This is really killing my sense of accomplishment. It was only then that Uraha snapped out of it, and quickly started clapping. Big brother Minato, you're incredible. That technique is seriously powerful. Stop teasing me. There's still a lot I need to improve with this jutsu, Minato sighed. I'm not joking, really. You're amazing, big brother. I still have to use a shadow clone just to pull it off, but you can do it single-handedly. That's truly impressive. What? Uraha, are you saying you've already mastered a variant of the Rasengan? The super spiraling blue flash sphere? What did you just call it? Uraha's face turned beet red, and even his voice trembled. He stared at Minato, while Minato looked immensely pleased with himself, clearly satisfied with the name he'd come up with, certain it would leave Uraha in awe. Admittedly, the name was unique. Pseudo-Jade Super Spiraling Blue Flash Sphere. Minato repeated the name with a straight face. Uraha couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Ha ha! Sorry, I didn't expect you to actually say it again. Ha ha! Big brother, I swear I'm not doing this on purpose. Ha ha! He laughed so hard he could barely catch his breath. Minato's expression froze. He squatted down in defeat, absent-mindedly drawing circles on the ground. He recalled how Kushina had fought to hold back her laughter at the time. He thought she was stunned by his creativity, but in truth, she'd just been struggling not to laugh. Big brother, ahem, I really think calling it Rasengan is better. It's simpler, Uraha managed to suggest, stifling his giggles. But I still think Pseudo-Jade's super spiraling blue flash sphere sounds more impressive. Minato persisted, a little stubbornly. Come on, let's just go with Rasengan. Uraha pleaded, unable to imagine Minato shouting that ridiculously long name in battle. He figured the enemy would probably burst out laughing. All right, Rasengan it is. Minato finally relented. I didn't expect you'd already mastered it too. Yep. Uraha quickly formed hand signs, created a shadow clone, and began practicing the Rasengan, perfectly mirroring Minato's movements. It's a shame I can only use it once for now, Uraha remarked with a sigh. He hadn't realized how much chakra the Rasengan consumed, and he wondered how much the Chidori would take. If he didn't recharge the jade pendant, he could maybe manage it twice at most. His body was simply too weak to store much chakra. That's amazing. Uraha, I'm sure you'll become a great ninja, Minato said with heartfelt admiration. You're already a jonin, aren't you, big brother? Uraha asked. Yes, Minato nodded. That's great. So, would you be interested in training with me? No, I mean being my squad leader. You don't have a teacher yet, Uraha. Minato was a bit surprised. That's right. Lord Third Hokage still hasn't made any arrangements for me, Yoru said, looking up at him with an exaggeratedly pitiful expression. At 15, Minato was already remarkably strong, almost at the level of an elite jonin, so it was certainly safest to stay by his side. I just became a jonin myself. I'm afraid I'm not quite ready to take on the responsibilities of a teacher, Minato replied, a bit embarrassed. I suppose I'll just continue training with Sister Kushina, Yoru sighed, letting out a long breath. Hey, you little rascal. You want to follow her? Then what am I supposed to do? Minato blurted out, a note of panic in his voice as he realized he might lose the chance to train with Kushina as well. Don't worry, Yoru. I'll go to the Hokage right now and help you find the most suitable teacher, Minato promised earnestly. Is that so? In that case, I won't bother you any longer, big brother. Yoru called out cheerfully, striding away with his head held high and a proud grin on his face. Kids these days, they really know how to get what they want. Minato muttered with a rueful shake of his head, then turned and made his way toward the Hokage's office. Uraha, today we're heading out on a mission. Huh? Father, why so suddenly? Shinhiro didn't answer Uraha. He simply started walking toward the Hokage's office. Uraha, still puzzled, followed after him. He hadn't expected the third Hokage would actually let him leave the village. Excitement bubbled up inside him. It had been half a month since he'd last seen the third. Was this just some excuse to brush off my teacher's matter? Is this the client, Lord Hokage? Shinhiro asked. That's right. Their village has been taken over by a band of thieves, and I hope you can drive them out. Uraha sized up the old man and the young girl. Their tattered clothes made it hard to believe they could afford the mission fee. Sensing Uraha's doubt, the third Hokage continued. They've already paid a deposit. As for your teacher, I've arranged everything. Once you finish this mission, you'll get to meet him. I promise you won't be disappointed. Thank you, Lord Hokage. That's wonderful. Hearing that the third had found a teacher, Shinhiro frowned. Was there anyone more suitable to guide Uraha than someone from the Uchiha clan? Thank you, Lord Hokage. You should set out now. Watching the group depart, the third Hokage let out a sigh. Ever since his own teacher had taken Uchiha Kagami as a disciple, no one else had ever mentored an Uchiha. The clan had been completely isolated from the village. He could only hope that you, bearing the title of the clan's greatest prodigy, might bring about a change. Elder, how long have these bandits occupied your village? Uraha asked. Alas, it's been a whole month. The village has no more money or goods to satisfy them. Hearing this, the young girl's eyes filled with sorrow. Uraha noticed dozens of scars on her. She must have endured terrible abuse. Her name was Suzuka, daughter of the village chief. If this was how even the chief's daughter was treated, the plight of the other villagers was all too easy to imagine. They walked until dusk before finally nearing the village. The area was eerily silent. Uraha glanced back at Shinhiro, then formed a shadow clone and slipped in to investigate. How strange. There's not a soul in sight. There were no signs of fighting, no bloodstains. His first thought was that the villagers had been kidnapped. Perhaps these bandits weren't just common thieves, but rogue shinobi. But what would they want with ordinary people? Suddenly, swish. Uraha dodged a kunai that came flying at him. Sure enough, there were rogue ninja here. His eyes narrowed as 3 shuriken flashed into his hands. He dodged. Well, didn't expect a brat to show up. Konoha must be strong indeed if they send out a kid of 5 or 6. Uraha kept his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man, then noticed the pendant hanging around his neck. Wasn't that the same kind of talisman Haiden used? A ring with an inverted triangle inside. Who are you? Where have you taken the villagers? Beat me, and I'll tell you. Huh. Uraha's eyes flickered as he quickly formulated a plan, feigning surprise as he spoke. Wait a second, that thing around your neck. Are you with the cult of the evil god? The man froze mid-action, his eyes wide with surprise as he stared at Yu. The cult of the evil god had always operated from the shadows. How could someone possibly recognize it now, when the cult wasn't even that powerful yet? How do you know about that, kid? Who exactly are you? I'm with the cult of the evil god, too. Yi responded slowly, exhaling a calm breath as he traced a circle and an inverted triangle with his foot on the ground. You actually succeeded? Impossible. How could a kid like you manage that? The middle-aged man stared at Yu in disbelief, his breath quickening. You mean the blood rite of death? I'm still not very skilled at it, but I figure I'll have it down in a few years. By now, the man was almost entirely convinced that Yu was really a member of the cult, and given how rare it was for anyone to actually master the immortality rite, it made sense. Usually, no one succeeded. Most only managed a half measure at best. This kid was probably a recruit from another region, and it seemed he might really be close to success. Still, to be sure, the man pressed further. Then, do you know the doctrine of the cult? To kill everyone around you. To offer everything to Lord Evil God. Painful deaths bring Lord Evil God the greatest joy. So it's true. I just never imagined you'd be from Konoha. I didn't expect to run into one of our own on this mission either, Yi replied. And so, everything fell into place. Yi followed the middle-aged man without resistance, and together they descended into the base through a dark, twisting underground passageway. This crowd, Yi swallowed his anger, keeping his face completely expressionless as he watched the scene before him. On a raised platform, all manner of human experiments were underway. Men, women, children, and the elderly, all of them had become numb, the sound of screams no longer able to stir any reaction. How's the progress? Any successes? No luck with this batch. They all failed, couldn't even make it to the 3rd stage before collapsing. Should we move on to the next village? We can't stay in a land of fire anymore. Now that Konoha has sent you to investigate, it's just a matter of time before they find us. We have to leave. I'll be heading back in 3 days. That should give you enough time to get out of the land of fire. Of course. No wonder you've received the most blessings from Lord Evil God. That's good. I need to report the situation to the other 2 kids. I'll take them somewhere else. We really can't thank you enough. Yu simply shook his head, signaling it was nothing. Once he left, he dispelled his shadow clone. Damn it. What's wrong, Yu? Tell me. Have the villagers been disappearing day by day? That's right, Sir Ninja. They must have all been killed by those people. The old village chief answered, his voice heavy with grief. No, they weren't just killed. What they're enduring is even more painful than death. Father, I've already found out who's behind this. It's a mysterious cult. They call themselves the cult of the evil god. Evil god cult? Wasn't it wiped out? Nobuhiro frowned, surprised that this sinister organization had risen from the ashes once more. If he hadn't stumbled upon them by chance in the past, he might never have known about their existence. They were truly formidable. These cultists were notoriously hard to kill, almost immortal unless struck in a vital spot. Father, you needn't worry. There are only 3 ninjas among them. The rest are just bandits and researchers. Then it should be manageable. You 2 stay here. We will rescue them. Thank you, noble ninja. The 2 bowed deeply. Before long, Uraha led Nobuhiro to the village. Nobuhiro, I'll leave the 3 ninjas to you. I'll handle the rest. Yes, father. Good. With a swift, fluid movement, Nobuhiro slipped inside. The sight that greeted him explained Uraha's anger. Corpses lay everywhere, and those still alive were writhing experimental subjects. Uraha worked quickly, casting multiple Earth-style walls to separate the villagers. Only then did Nobuhiro begin the hunt. The cultists, after all, were not so different from other ninjas. They were just harder to kill and recovered quickly. In some ways, they were even slightly inferior. Fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. A blazing fireball from meters across roared forth, incinerating countless instruments on its path. Chaos erupted in the underground base as everyone scattered, fleeing for the surface. Damn it, didn't that brat say he'd already lure them away? As expected, jonin are hard to trick. At this point, the middle-aged man still believed Uraha was one of their own. He thought the chunin had been lured away, but the jonin had doubled back to check. All at once, the three cultists attacked in a frenzy. As long as their vital points weren't hit, they didn't bother to dodge or defend, fighting with a reckless disregard for their own lives, exchanging wound for wound. Ugh, this is such a headache. This was exactly why Nobuhiro disliked fighting the evil god cult. They were all suicidal maniacs. Even if they weren't that strong, they'd try to wear you down by sheer persistence. Huff, boss, let's run. These people are absolute lunatics, a thief suggested. Yeah, let's get out of here. We can't handle ninjas. If you dare abandon us and run, Lord Evil God will never forgive you. A researcher shouted sternly. The bandits froze, but then realized that if the three cultists died, they'd still be doomed when the Leaf Ninjas came out. Ignoring everything else, they tried to escape, only to run headlong into Uraha and halted again. The researcher's face lit up with joy as he hurried over. Sir, you're back. Did you come rescue us? These scoundrels were trying to run. No one escapes, Uraha replied, his voice cold as ice. You heard him. No one escapes. Sit down and be quiet, the man declared, full of bluster. I said, no one escapes. A flash of steel, and the man's head fell to the ground, his eyes wide in death, never understanding what had happened. He's insane. Quick, kill him. At that moment, both the researchers and the bandits surged forward together, but Uraha formed a shadow clone in an instant. Great spiraling sphere, he shouted. The surge of powerful energy blasted through the crowd, scattering dozens of pursuers in utter chaos. Fireball Jutsu. Phoenix Flame Jutsu. Help. Somebody help me. Water, water. Save me. By the time Uraha's blade swept across the last bandit's throat, flames had engulfed the village, smoke and the stench of death thick in the air. Let's go, Uraha. At some point, Nobuhiro had appeared by his side. With just 3 chunin left, even if they were tough, they no longer posed much of a threat. Uraha replied. The rescued villagers wore blank, numb expressions. The women's faces were ashen. Some had already lost their sanity. After days of such torment and humiliation, it was as though all reason to live and hope had been torn away. Is this truly the world of the ninja? Here, weakness was not just a flaw. It was an unforgivable sin, exposed in all its cruelty. Under the silver glow of the moon, Uraha stood atop the Hokage rock, staring lifelessly at the burning village below. Just yesterday, he had killed 4. The first time, in that moment, aside from anger, he had felt nothing, not even sorrow or regret. He'd changed so much, he barely recognized himself. All these years, Uraha had treated this world as nothing more than a game. The people in it were like half-real characters, until the moment he severed his first head and watched the blood spatter. This world was real, painfully real. People could die here. When they did, they screamed, their bodies grew cold, their eyes filled with regret and longing. This was a world of flesh and blood, not the simple universe he'd once imagined. Even though Uraha knew nearly every twist of the story, he realized now that he could never know every detail. One careless misstep, and he too could die. His eyes had already reached their breaking point. I can't stand out too much right now, or I'll draw unwanted attention. Even if Danzo noticed him, it wouldn't be fatal. Not yet. The real threat was Black Zetsu, a shadow moving through the shinobi world for 1,000 years, knowing almost everything there was to know. To truly survive here, he needed the power of a Kage. The Rinnegan was already in Nagato's possession. If he killed Nagato now and destroyed the Rinnegan, that would be safest of all. But how could I possibly defeat Nagato as he is now? Even if the eyes were destroyed, Black Zetsu would surely seek out Sasuke in the future. He can recognize Indra's reincarnation. Damn it! Uraha pounded the earth in frustration. He had no idea how to kill Black Zetsu, that ancient being who had survived for 1,000 years, perhaps even more difficult to kill than Orochimaru. Who could believe he hadn't prepared countless backup plans? If that's the way it is, then let me become someone who surpasses Kaguya herself. I have my own trump cards, I won't lose to them. After a busy day, both Meihui and Nobuhiro hadn't been assigned a mission for half a month. The reason was simple. Uraha hadn't left home in all that time. Honey, do you think anything's happened to Uraha? No, he's just not used to killing yet. This was his first time, and he took so many lives at once. Uera is only 5 years old, and it's already been half a month. He still hasn't met the teacher the Hokage arranged for him. He's my son, after all. There's no way he'd back down just because of something like this. As soon as he finished speaking, the door creaked open. Father, Mother, you're both here. Sorry to have worried you. I was just practicing a new technique. I'm relieved to see you're all right. Where? Minghui called softly and immediately pulled Yuruya into her arms. Mom, there's no need to worry. I think I might have awakened a Kekii Jinkai. What? Where? Did you awaken the Sharingan? Zenhiro's face was filled with disbelief. If Yuruya had truly awakened it, his talent would be terrifying. He might even be chosen as the next clan head. Even among the Uchiha branch families, only the strong are recognized. Oh no, it's something else. It's lava release. As he spoke, Yuruya began to demonstrate. Lava release. Magma burst. This was a ninjutsu Yuruya had created himself. He shaped balls of molten rock that shot up from the ground to strike enemies. Though small in size and few in number, they were astonishingly quick and agile, and the intense heat could inflict tremendous damage. His parents fell silent. They had never heard of anyone from Konoha awakening the Kekii Jinkai of a Wagakure, especially not someone from the Uchiha clan. With Yuruya's talent, awakening the Sharingan was only a matter of time. Now, their child would possess 2 Kekii Jinkai. I'm proud of you. Truly worthy of being my son, Zenhiro said, gratified. I think so too. From now on, we won't even need to gather stones and sticks for grilling fish by the river. I could just use lava release. It's hotter and cooks faster. Yuruya looked exceedingly pleased with himself, as if begging for praise. What's that supposed to mean? Wait, you awaken lava release to grill fish. Well, why not? Zenhiro raised his hand, wanting to give him a smack, but stopped cold when he saw Minghui's murderous glare. What would the third Tsuchikage think if he knew? How could he face the Four Tails Jinchuriki? Yueru's idea is wonderful. Grilled fish sounds delicious. Make one for me next time, will you? Don't worry, Mom. I promise I'll grill the tastiest fish ever. All right. The Hokage said that once you're out, you should go see him. He's already found a teacher for you. Okay, Mom, I'll go right away. Wait, don't tell the Hokage about the lava release yet. And don't mention it to anyone else, Minghui warned. I understand. Watching Yuya bounce out of the house, they finally felt reassured. It seemed he truly was fine. Still, they hoped to keep his awakening of lava release secret for a while. After all, many people couldn't stand the sight of a genius Uchiha, especially one more gifted than any in history. Passing through the bustling streets and buying a few sticks of dango, Yuruya soon arrived at the Hokage's office. He pushed open the door. Lord Hokage, who's my teacher? If it's not an elite jonin, I'm not interested. The moment he walked in, he shouted with such arrogance that the third Hokage felt another headache coming on, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Ha, you noisy little rascal. As it happens, your future teacher is right over there watching. Uraha turned his head, and what the hell? It was Orochimaru. He shivered instinctively. That ghastly pale skin, that delicate face, those snake-like pupils. Who else could it be but Orochimaru? If you want to kill me, just say so, third. Uraha shot the third Hokage a look of utter despair, as if mourning his own fate. You brat, do you have any idea who he is? He's my most accomplished student, Orochimaru, already at the level of a prospective Kage. I know him. He's the Icy Lord. Prospective Kage? He's probably at full Kage level by now. It's been years since his fight with Hanzo. He's long surpassed his former self. Judging by the timeline, Orochimaru must have already started those human experiments with Danzo. Following Orochimaru is just asking to be a lab rat, with no idea how you might die. Uraha, you don't seem to like me very much. Not at all, Lord Orochimaru. It's just not quite what I was expecting. Oh, so Uraha already has someone better in mind. Orochimaru's voice was gentle, not yet tainted by darkness, but still carrying an unsettling chill. Too soft, too sinister, and that shadowy smile didn't help either. Not really. I just thought it would be Lady Tsunade. And why would you want Tsunade to teach you? The third asked, curious. Although Tsunade is certainly strong, her main skills are monster strength and medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu requires a yang attribute, and monster strength calls for precise chakra control, which is also needed for medical ninjutsu. Why haven't you shown any interest in learning that? I know Lady Tsunade wouldn't be able to teach me much. Oh, and why is that? Orochimaru, too, was intrigued. Uraha stared at Orochimaru's chest for a long moment, then finally spoke in a lazy tone. Because Lady Tsunade has large breasts. The third nearly spat out 3 liters of blood. This brat is definitely better suited to be taught by Jiraiya, if only Jiraiya didn't already have Minato. Interesting. I wonder, what would I be like if I became a woman? What would it feel like to have a woman's body? The thought suddenly popped into Orochimaru's mind, and he quickly forced it away. I'm afraid Tsunade can't teach you anymore. She's already left the village. What, she's gone? Already? Uraha clamped his mouth shut, realizing too late he'd said too much, immediately drawing Orochimaru's attention. Oh, it seems Uraha knows something? Orochimaru's snake-like eyes locked onto him intently. Well, it's just, I saw Lady Tsunade drinking alone a few times, looking troubled, mumbling about wanting to leave this place of sorrow. Uraha stammered. I see. Since Tsunade's gone, and Jiraiya is often wandering outside, I suppose I'll be the one to teach you. Damn it, why couldn't I just keep my mouth shut? My big mouth is going to get me in trouble. Night Feather really wanted to slap himself. Disaster springs from careless words, and now Orochimaru's attention was definitely drawn. When exactly did Tsunade leave? That's a huge loophole. What if the Second Great Ninja War had just ended, or only a couple of years had passed? Back then, he didn't know anything. All right then, Orochimaru, you'll be responsible for teaching Night Feather. Yes, I'll make sure to teach Night Feather well. In fact, there are some jutsu that suit him perfectly. Come on, Night Feather. Orochimaru-sama, can I refuse? Night Feather put on a pitiful act. No, you can't. I understand. Let's go then. Oh no, I'm doomed. Feeling utterly hopeless, Night Feather followed Orochimaru out, casting a fierce glare back at the third Hokage. Orochimaru led Night Feather to his home. Night Feather looked around with curiosity. It didn't seem any different from an ordinary house. The simple lines outlined a plain room. Other than the essential furniture, there was nothing extra. The place was spotless, with gentle sunlight streaming through the windows. On the windowsill sat a pot of white flowers whose name he didn't know. You seem a bit surprised, Night Feather. Yeah, because Sensei, you always give off such a cold impression. But this place actually feels warm. I'm glad you think so, Night Feather. Back at home, Orochimaru seemed like a completely different person, gentle even. He really did love the village. Night Feather remembered that it was the death of Nawaki that had made Orochimaru's desire for immortality swell so greatly. Ah, what a pity his methods are so hard to accept. So, Orochimaru-sensei, what are you planning to teach me? Well, first let's see what chakra nature you have. Orochimaru pulled out a chakra paper. Other than yin and yang, the paper will show you the rest. If it wrinkles, it's lightning. If it burns, fire. If it gets wet, water. If it crumbles, earth. If it splits, wind. Oh, Night Feather took the paper and channeled his chakra into it. Part of the paper got wet, part crumbled, and part burned. The burning section was the largest. Water, earth, and fire, plus your Sharingan's innate nature. You're not much worse than your teacher. The Hokage can flexibly use all 5 natures. I'm nowhere near that level, Night Feather replied humbly, earning Orochimaru's satisfaction. Yeah, here you go. These are jutsu I once stole from a Wagakure and Kirigakure. They should help you a lot. Thank you, Sensei. Orochimaru might have his faults, but when it came to his students, he was truly dedicated. He really put his heart into teaching. Hey, good luck. The future will belong to you young ones. Sensei, are you serious? You're not even 30 yet, are you? Night Feather grumbled inwardly. Judging by his world-weary look, Orochimaru must be carrying some emotional scars. It must be that, when he was younger, Orochimaru fell in love with some girl. Either the girl died, or she rejected him. That's why, in the end, he became so fixated on transforming into a woman. That has to be it. Wait a minute. This kid is looking at me with a gaze full of pity. Does he know something? What a remarkable child. Danzo's group shouldn't have let anything slip, right? Orochimaru found himself growing more and more interested in Uraha. Sensei, I'll go train my ninjutsu now. Very well. There are plenty of A-rank techniques in there, you know. They're extremely difficult to master, but since it's you, perhaps you'll pull it off. I'll give my best. Oh, and I hope, when the time comes, you'll lend me a little hand, Uraha. Orochimaru licked his lips with a sly, seductive smile. Uraha paused, then glanced back at Orochimaru. If it's within my ability, I'll help. What intriguing child. This level of composure truly befits a genius. Uraha had already figured out that following Orochimaru wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Right now, all his focus was on Hashirama's cells, and he had no time to concern himself with me. What's more, staying close to Orochimaru meant he could get access to Hashirama's cells sooner, and complete would release earlier. The problem was Uraha couldn't accept his body turning that pale, almost chalk-white color like white zetsus, even if most ninja didn't care much about appearances. As he walked, he suddenly came across 2 figures, one large, one small, both dressed head to toe in green bodysuits. Wait a second, isn't that Might Guy and his father? Looks like they've just finished training. If you asked Uraha who he admired most in the world of Naruto, it would have to be Guy and Madara, true embodiments of determination and strength. Guy, a mere mortal, stood shoulder to shoulder with the powers of legend. Guy had noticed Uraha as well. He He remembered Kakashi once mentioning that there was someone he also wanted to surpass, the Uchiha clan prodigy, Uchiha Uraha. He'd seen him from a distance a few times before. Uraha, I challenge you. Huh, that's just like Guy. There aren't many people who can leave such an impression on him. Sure, let's meet in the grove. Uraha, yeah, you agreed? Just like that. Guy hadn't expected Uraha to accept so straightforwardly. Kakashi always turned him down with that annoying smugness. Uraha was much better. Go on, Guy. This is the spirit of youth. I know, father. And just like that, the two of them began tearing up. Truly, there's not a single normal person in Konoha. Uraha, I'm coming. Bring it on. Leaf Whirlwind. Guy clenched his fist and rushed forward with no unnecessary moves. Just pure, unadulterated taijutsu. They sparred for 10 minutes, and though Uraha's arms were aching, Guy's energy never seemed to waver, each strike fiercer than the last. If this kept up, his arms would be out of commission for the rest of the day. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Whoa, caught off guard for a moment, but thankfully, Uraha hadn't intended to actually attack Guy. Did I lose again? Uraha, next time I'll work even harder to surpass you. I'll be waiting, Guy. Your reactions still aren't quite fast enough. Remember, there's more to fighting than charging straight ahead. Observing your opponent is even more important. I'll train with you from now on. Is that so? That's wonderful. This is what youth is all about. Ha ha. Judging by his reaction, it was clear that Guy had only paid attention to the second half of the sentence. Once Guy had walked away, Uraha finally shook out his numb arm. Usually, Uraha trained hard in taijutsu, and thanks to his spiritual roots, he picked up ninjutsu quickly, so most of his time was spent refining his physical skills. Yet, even with all that effort, he still couldn't withstand Guy's blows. He chuckled to himself, thinking, now that I've gotten on Guy's good side, won't the 8 gates technique be within my grasp? Feeling pleased, he decided to have a bowl of ramen today. He hadn't expected the young Ichiraku to already be such a talented cook. The ramen was delicious. When he arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, the shop was already bustling with customers. Young Iam was helping out, clearing away the bowls and chopsticks. Hey, old man, I am so little, and you make her do all this work. You know that's child labor, right? Huh? Does Konoha have such a rule? Ichiraku looked completely baffled, lost in thought. Of course not, but there will be someday. Ha ha ha. You rascal. The usual order today? That's right. Iam was quite adorable, he thought. What a pity she wasn't a ninja. Otherwise, she'd surely be captivating. After finishing his ramen, he returned home, content. He unrolled the scroll Orochimaru had given him. There was a Wayado crash. Earth. Prison Hall, Earth Return, Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Splitting Palm, and for Water Style Water Dragon Bullet Hidden Mist Jutsu, Great Waterfall Technique, Rain Cutting, and Water Formation Wall, among others. He was surprised at Orochimaru's generosity. But to bite off more than he could chew would be unwise. This collection was more than enough, and many wouldn't even be of use later on. Crafting things in daily life became much more convenient with these jutsu. Indeed, in Uraha's mind, the true value of ninjutsu lay in improving his living conditions, effortless and efficient. Meanwhile, in Konoha's root division, Orochimaru was conversing with Danzo. Another 5 of the 100 test subjects have perished? That's right. The first Hokage cells are truly terrifying. Their devouring power is overwhelming. Orochimaru felt uneasy. They had begun nurturing the subjects from infancy, but deaths occurred at regular intervals. Orochimaru, all of this is for the sake of the village. If Konoha regains would release, the other ninja villages will pose no threat. Danzo once again tried to justify everything with lofty ideals. I understand. I'll speed up the process. Good. I believe the first Hokages would release will soon return to this world. Orochimaru left the root headquarters. Without Danzo's backing, his immortality research would be impossible to pursue. For the sake of Konoha? No, it was probably for himself. In Danzo's eyes, Orochimaru had seen only ambition. Nowadays, Konoha was hardly weaker than it had been in the first Hokage's time. There were several Kage-level powerhouses, especially White Fang of Konoha. Even Orochimaru himself couldn't handle him. White Fang was so strong that not even the Hokage could be sure of victory. Sigh. I just hope Uraha doesn't end up like Nawaki. Orochimaru once again recalled the heartbroken expression on Tsunade's face, feeling deeply guilty. He was Shizun's teacher, yet he hadn't been able to protect his own student. For someone like Tsunade, a renowned medical ninja, to develop hemophobia was an almost absurd joke. One of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf Village, afraid of blood. Even someone as powerful as the first Hokage could not escape death. A few short years after returning from his epic battle with Madara, he too passed away. His regenerative abilities were second to none, making him seem almost immortal, and yet he still died. Humans are truly fragile. My chosen path is not wrong. With that thought, a solitary figure drifted away. Elsewhere, Uraha was training his ninjutsu in the open field. After a month, he had nearly mastered all the chakra-based techniques he'd been practicing. Uraha noticed that the more proficient he became with the jutsu, the less time he needed to form the hand seals. Sometimes he could even skip a few. When Kakashi fought Zabuza, he needed 42 hand seals just to unleash the water dragon bullet. How many did the Mizukage or the second Hokage need? The second Hokage practically finished with just a shout. Turns out, real ninja barely bother with hand seals at all. I'm still far from that level. Uraha, are you back? Did Dad go out on another mission? He only called Nobuhiro Dad in front of Akemi. Usually, Nobuhiro's stern demeanor made that impossible. Yes, the neighboring small countries have been causing trouble again lately, Akemi replied nonchalantly. In the end, small nations are still small, barely any decent ninja among them. I should take a vacation to the land of hot water one of these days. Going with Dad, just the two of you? And you too, Uraha. I'll pass. I want to keep training with Master Orochimaru, Uraha replied with a shake of his head. See how considerate I am? I won't even interrupt your honeymoon. Sigh, what a pity. Mother, I don't see a trace of regret in your eyes. Oh, hush and eat. Kids are such a handful, Akemi said, waving him off. Ah, women, they're all fickle. Come to think of it, Akemi was only 24, still quite young. Uraha ate in silence, and as soon as he finished, he went off to find Uncle Snake. Sensei, let's take on a mission, he said. Oh, no problem. Now, that's the spirit. Uraha really is an interesting kid, Orochimaru thought. He liked Uraha's forthright nature. It reminded him of Shizen. Sometimes Uraha would even call him Uncle Snake, which made him feel inexplicably close. When they arrived at the Hokage's office, Orochimaru requested a B-rank mission, intending to let Uraha get some real experience. Hokage-sama, what's this crystal ball for? He asked. Heh, this is my proudest invention this year, the third Hokage replied, beaming. It's called a telescope jutsu. As long as I've come into contact with someone's chakra, I can see them anywhere within my sensory range. Hokage-sama, are you sure you didn't invent this just to spy on the women's bathhouse or something? Shut up. How could I possibly use it for something like that? It's entirely for the safety of the Leaf Village. The third Hokage roared, his face flushed with anger. Tsh, you old pervert. What did you just mutter? Really now? Orochimaru, you must guide Uraha onto the right path. I'll do my best, sensei. Here, take it. Remove the spies planted by the Awadikure from the south? Understood. After leaving the village with Uraha, he took a deep breath of fresh air. Staying cooped up in the village was really getting to him. Running errands, chasing after cats, and searching for things day in and day out had finally worn him thin. Can anyone properly raise a cat? Every couple of days one goes missing, and the poor soul scooping the litter must be an abuser. No wonder the cats keep running away. More than half a year passed quickly. His chakra reserves continue to grow day by day. At this rate, it would take at least another 2 years before he reached the chakra level of 100 elite jonin, and not just the low standard like Kakashi's, but with an actual increase in quality as well. Improving chakra quality was no easy feat. Having enough wasn't enough. Without the right quality, awakening new powers was nearly impossible. Sometimes, only a massive increase in quantity could trigger a qualitative change. Uncle Snake, don't you have any thoughts about the Hokage's telescope jutsu? It's an excellent technique. It could greatly benefit the village's security. Don't you think the Hokage might use it to spy on the bathhouse? Uraha asked, full of curiosity. I'm sure he does, Orochimaru replied, matter-of-factly. Uncle Snake, don't you want to take a peek yourself? I have no interest in such things. Orochimaru's expression remained as calm and unreadable as ever. Uncle Snake, are you really not tempted by women's bodies? A twitch appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's cold, handsome face. Not tempted. If you're not tempted by women, you must be a eunuch. Uraha blurted out, immediately regretting it. Damn, he'd gone too far. Uraha, since you're so interested in women's bodies, why don't I help you experience what it's like to be a woman? Orochimaru stopped in his tracks, fixing Uraha with a sinister glare, his eyes glinting green. Uraha shivered, laughing nervously. Ha, Uncle Snake, that's not at all. I'm not interested in women either. I'm a eunuch too. No, I think you're dying to try it, Orochimaru said. Gulping, Uraha edged backward, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. If he really turned into a woman, he might as well be dead. Actually, Uncle Snake, I really enjoy research too, developing new jutsu, exploring the mysteries of the human body. I'm especially curious about chakra and the very nature of the soul. Orochimaru's green-eyed gaze intensified. So, you're interested in souls as well, Uraha? Uraha smiled, realizing that the secret of the soul was what Orochimaru desired most, but he didn't have any leads yet. Of course, they say that after death, one soul travels to the Pure Land. But what kind of place is the Pure Land, really? What's it like inside, and how do souls exist there? Go on. I heard that the second Hokage once developed a jutsu related to souls, but it was classified as forbidden, so it must be extremely dangerous. That's right, the second Hokage truly did develop jutsu involving the soul. The most remarkable of these is the spirit transformation technique. It allows the soul to leave the body, travel for miles to kill without a trace, and can even be used for reconnaissance, making the user immune to both ninjutsu and taijutsu attacks. The drawback is that the physical body becomes extremely fragile. If it's destroyed, the user dies. A trace of sadness flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. His old friend Dan Kato had died precisely because his body failed him. There's also the impure world reincarnation, but that technique wasn't perfected. It's a shame it requires so many experiments to verify. The second Hokage was truly a genius. That's true. I think we'll have much more to discuss together in the future. Excitement glinted in Orochimaru's eyes as he licked his lips, convinced that he and Yi Yu shared something in common. The study of the soul, after all, could hold the key to immortality. Madmen, the lot of them, scientists really are all crazy. All I want is some of Hashirama's cells. Why does everything have to be so complicated? Orochimaru led Yi Yu to their destination, motioning for silence. Yi Yu's eyes lit up in surprise as he spotted 4 ninjas in the distance, just finishing their patrol. From the look of them, they were from the Umbu. That would be tough. Umbu typically meant at least Chunin or even Jonin rank. Yi Yu, any problems? No problem. Shadow, clone jutsu. What a pointless question, whether there's a problem or not. It's not like I have a choice. He split into 3 clones, used the rock concealment technique, and crept forward in secret. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. All 4 unleashed their fire techniques at once, but 4 stone walls rose up to block the flames. A sensory ninja. Of course, it was a reconnaissance mission. How could there not be a sensory type? That was a bit of an oversight. Come on out. The moment you 4 stepped within 50 meters, Masao already sensed you. TCH. You stepped into the open. There was no way around it. He didn't know any jutsu to block sensory detection. A kid? Is that Shadow clone? Or maybe an Uchiha brat? The 4 didn't underestimate Yu. It was no small thing to be sent out to face them. It's an honor to meet you all. May I ask what you're doing on the border of the Land of Fire? What we're doing is none of a brat's business. Kids should run home while they can. Yi Yu's expression remained calm, betraying no emotion. The 4 grew even more alert, scanning the surroundings for any sign of backup. There's no way the Uchiha would send a prodigy like this alone to die. Stop looking around. There's no one else, just me. All of you will die by my hand. The 4 said nothing more, only tightened their grip on their kunai and swords. Silence fell over the 5 of them, the air turning still and tense. Show off. Just keep showing off. My poor heart can't take this. Why do I keep getting myself into these deadly situations? They could probably outlast me on chakra alone. Yi Yu cursed himself over and over. Help me, Orochimaru. Hidden in the shadows, Orochimaru watched with keen interest, intent on seeing exactly how Yi Yu would dispatch 4 Chunin, 2 of whom were elite Chunin. A moment ago, even Orochimaru thought Yi Yu was about to call for help, but that didn't happen. Instead, Yi Yu faced the confrontation with remarkable composure, showing not the slightest hint of panic. Was it possible he truly had a way to deal with the enemy? Orochimaru couldn't help but see Yi Yu in a new light. But after several minutes passed without Uncle Snake coming to his rescue, Yi Yu's hope began to fade, leaving a chill in his heart. My name is Uchiha Yi Yu, and right now, I am absolutely terrified inside. I've gone too far with my bravado, and this time, I'm afraid. The consequences are going to hit me hard. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Don't show off too much, or fate will strike you down. In an instant, the Iwagakure Umbu sprang into action, worried that Yi Yu was stalling for time, and fearing that any delay might bring reinforcements from Konoha. They attacked even though Yi Yu hadn't shown any openings. Despair washed over Yi Yu. Damn it, there's no turning back now. 4 figures drew their kunai, staring at the Iwagakure Umbu with icy indifference. There, taijutsu might be enough to take on ordinary Chunin, but against Umbu, it was sorely lacking. They'd have to rely on surprise tactics. Without warning, the Iwagakure Umbu charged, sparks flying as their weapons clashed. Yi Yu fought while retreating, moving steadily toward the riverbank. Earth-style, earth-rising spears. Dozens of earthen spikes shot up from the ground, aimed straight at Yi Yu. In an instant, 2 shadow clones were destroyed. But Yi Yu made it to the water's surface. Hidden Mist Jutsu. Working in unison with his original body, thick mist quickly rose around the water, shrouding everything in fog. The four Umbu halted, standing back to back, scanning their surroundings. Did he come here to conserve chakra? For the Iwagakure shinobi, the mist brought real disadvantages. They'd have to rely on their sensory teammate now. They're coming. 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock. Tense and alert, weapons clutched tight, they waited until Yu appeared within their line of sight, already weaving hand signs. Water style, water dragon bullet. A massive water dragon surged forward, forcing the four to leap aside and scattering their formation. Outside the mist, Orochimaru summoned several small snakes to slither through the fog, serving as his eyes. The next wave of attacks is coming, the sensory ninja shouted. The other three were also on guard, noticing another figure approaching and forming hand seals. They just couldn't tell what technique it would be. Hey, I'm already here. Suddenly, Yu burst out from the water, his blade flashing across the ninja's throat. Huh, how was this possible? How could it be? That kid was 5 meters away just a moment ago. How did he close the distance in an instant? In his final moments, the ninja sensed 3 distinct signatures of Yu on the field, but this one felt a little different, a water clone. Why hadn't he sensed it before? Orochimaru was thoroughly impressed. Yu was truly clever. During the attack, he'd formed a water clone, just 1 seal away from completion. If it hadn't been on the water, he couldn't have summoned a clone at such a distance. Taking out the sensory ninja first was the smartest move. Orochimaru licked his lips, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Yu, just how many more surprises do you have in store for me? Yu himself was amazed. Only now did he realize that by using fire, water, and earth-style techniques on the right terrain, he could save a huge amount of chakra, even unleash powerful water dragon bullets. For example, if an Iwagakure ninja can save 1/3 of his chakra when using earth release techniques on solid ground, Night Feather can save 4/5. Not only are his techniques more powerful, but their cost is lower as well. In the past, using them on land didn't feel much different, but now, on the water surface, the advantage becomes strikingly clear. The first one, Night Feather said coldly, brimming with confidence. Damn it, Masao got taken out? This brat has both fire and water affinities. His water release is incredibly strong. The remaining 3 quickly regrouped. Fighting on water was far too disadvantageous. They had to get back on land. Sensing the general direction, they rushed ahead, eager to escape. But getting away? It wouldn't be that easy. Water release. Water formation wall. 4 towering walls of water shot up, blocking their path. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Earth release. Hardening technique. All 3 hardened their bodies until they were tough as steel, but the crashing torrent still sent them reeling, blood spraying from their mouths. Water may seem gentle and powerless, but when it surges, it becomes an unstoppable force. Yet, that very surge swept all 3 onto land, though they still found themselves shrouded in mist. Huff, huff. Night Feather gasped for breath. Even with his water affinity, this kind of consumption was pushing his limits. Any ordinary Chunin's chakra would have been completely spent by now. The dense mist was starting to thin. They had to finish this quickly. The 3 AMBU members were scattered once again. Taking on the full force of the great waterfall was perilous. Even Zabuza himself had been knocked senseless by it in the past. Now, the 3 were left with only heavy injuries. Do you really think you're safe just because you made it to solid ground? Night Feather's voice echoed. The 3 could only fight separately, panting and tense as they kept a wary eye on their surroundings. Never did they expect that the mist silent killing technique would end up in the hands of a Leaf Village kid. For a moment, they even suspected he'd been kidnapped from Kirigakure as a child. The AMBU captain held his breath, gripping his blade tightly, every sense focused on the sound of approaching footsteps, soft, unsteady, echoing in the silence. He finally saw a teammate walking toward him, back-turned. Relieved, thinking the injuries weren't too severe, he was just about to call out when his body suddenly felt heavy and he sank into the earth. In the next instant, a flash of silver streaked before his eyes, and in that moment, nothing existed but that cold gleam. In the blink of an eye, terror swept through every fiber of his being. Death. The word filled his mind. Was he really going to be killed by a kid, and one who also mastered Earth Release? His life flashed before his eyes, memories and dreams flickering by like lanterns in the night. So it's true, at the brink of death, time really does slow down. Cough, cough. The Earth clone dissipated, unable to hold its form any longer. Night Feather gulped down air, chakra nearly depleted, his body drained of strength. The hidden mist technique could no longer be maintained. The battle's outcome was clear. 2 Iwagakure AMBU dead, 1 gravely injured. One clinging to life, but unconscious from blood loss, no longer a threat. Night Feather sat on the ground, resting, his chakras spent. What's your name? One remaining member of the ANBU questioned him. He knew that for a ninja in Night Feather's condition, having no chakra was already a death sentence. Though he himself was badly injured, his chakra reserves were still full. One jutsu would be enough to take Night Feather's life. But yeah, Night Feather, now you're the only one left. Your only comrade is beyond saving. Yeah, so I'll finish you off myself. Oh please. Your thigh and arm are both broken, aren't they? You can't even form hand seals anymore. Night Feather sneered. So what if? You got plenty of chakra? That waterfall jutsu, just now, nearly drained every last bit of mine. It makes sense it had that much power. The Iwagakure Yinbiyu gritted his teeth against the pain, set his broken bones, and forced himself to begin a jutsu. Are all ninjas this unreasonable? Now both of them were slumped on the ground, unable to stand. Where on earth is Orochimaru? Isn't he coming to rescue me? He wouldn't really just leave me here, would he? Damn it. With all his remaining strength, Night Feather hurled a kunai, eyes locked on the IWNBU. The ANBU had no choice but to abandon his hand seals and raise his arm to block the kunai. I'm just saying, isn't it crazy how much blood you've lost? A normal person would have passed out after losing 1/10 of their blood. Seeing the ANBU try to form seals again, Night Feather couldn't help but complain. Ninja or not, with how long this has gone on, he's got to have lost more than 1/10 by now, right? At the very least, I have to kill you. If I let you live in return. Blood gushed from the ANBU's mouth. Night Feather drew a sharp breath. Had he really bitten through his own tongue to stay conscious through sheer pain? Admirable, perhaps, but honestly, hurry up and die already. Earth style. Come on, man. Don't waste your strength yelling. Earth. A dull thud followed as the ANBU finally lost consciousness and collapsed. Ahem. I told you not to shout. Just say it in your head. Why do you have to call it out loud? Night Feather was at a loss. Are all ninjas this stubborn? Just to be safe, Night Feather waited until he caught his breath, then hurled a shuriken to finish off the two ANBU for good. A round of applause echoed. Orochimaru finally emerged, clapping for Night Feather. Night Feather, you really are the most outstanding genius of your generation. Your tactics were impeccable. I owe it all to your excellent teaching, Orochimaru-sensei. Kakashi is no match for you at all. Orochimaru's praise was sincere. He was so impressed with Night Feather that he'd almost intervened twice. Kakashi's got talent too. In fact, he's one of the only two peers I truly recognize as rivals. Oh, there's someone else. Yes, his name's Guy. His perseverance really earns my respect. Guy? Orochimaru couldn't recall anyone by that name, but if Night Feather spoke so highly of him, there must be something special about him. Night Feather, as your teacher, seeing you complete your mission so brilliantly for the first time, is there anything you wish for? Yura was so excited that he almost blurted out that he wanted Hashirama cells, but he managed to stop himself just in time. If he actually said it, he might really end up being taken away for research. Orochimaru-sensei, I'd like to learn a forbidden jutsu. No problem. I'll put in an application to the Hokage. You'll get a chance to look at the scroll of seals and choose one forbidden technique. Thank you, sensei. Even though Yura knew Orochimaru probably meant nothing more by it, paired with that eerie aura and expression, it still gave him the chills. What should I learn? Yura was already daydreaming about how invincible he'd be once he mastered some forbidden jutsu. Reanimation, Flying Thunder God, 8 trigram sealing, Gate of the Great God, and so on. You mean to say, Yura took on 4 Idainin by himself, and killed them all? The third Hokage's face was full of shock. For a 5-year-old child to already defeat elite Chunin, even if he made use of the terrain, was astonishing. It's true, sensei. Yura really is the strongest genius of his generation. Orochimaru gave a cold, sly smile. But Yura wants to learn a forbidden technique, so I hope you'll allow him to look at the scroll of seals. If it's you asking, I don't see why not. Jiraiya made a similar request for his own student not long ago, also for a sealing technique. The third Hokage's face softened into a smile. Minato was currently his most promising pupil. Sunny, exceptionally talented, and already at elite Jonin level at such a young age. In fact, at this moment, the third had already decided that once Orochimaru became the 4th Hokage, Minato would be the 5th. Minato, huh? He really is an impressive young man. Honestly, even I might have a hard time stopping him now. With a long exhale, the third let out a puff of smoke, thoroughly satisfied. No other force dared challenge the leaf these days, only the cloud. Village was still causing trouble, even trying to kidnap the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki recently, though Minato intercepted them just in time. After a brief moment of contemplation, the third said, Very well, let Minato choose first. Orochimaru, bring Yura here. Yes. Orochimaru nodded slightly. and soon returned with Yoru. The third gave Orochimaru a meaningful look. Orochimaru simply smiled faintly, then withdrew. There was no need to guess. The third was probably about to preach the will of fire again, or perhaps try to win Uchiha Yoru over as a future spy within the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru shook his head. The teacher's thinking was too naive. Yoru and I share the same ambition, the pursuit of the soul, and even immortality. Yoru, I hear you took down 4 Idavinin Umbu all on your own. Impressive. As for the forbidden jutsu, you have my approval. The third Hokage's tone was both warm and full of praise, his manner perfection itself. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Was that all you wanted to tell me? Yoru responded with perfect composure. Your mind is sharp. Tell me, Yoru, what do you think of the village? Oh, so this is what he's really after. The village, of course, is the foundation of our lives, the place we call home and must protect as shinobi. Hearing Uraha's words, the third Hokage was quite pleased. Uraha's parents were known to be pacifists, so it seemed they hadn't filled Uraha's mind with any Uchiha resentment toward the village. That's right. The village must never fall into turmoil. Once there's chaos, it opens us up to attacks from powerful enemies, and then everyone here would be in danger. Uraha couldn't help but roll his eyes. And yet later on, Itachi Uchiha wiped out his entire clan. So what good was the village after all? If I were in Itachi's shoes, I'd have joined forces with his father and Shursui, taking as many as possible and fighting our way out. Better than being left alone in the end. If only Shursui hadn't been so naive and careless with his Konoha Mitsukami, he might not have died. He was just too young and idealistic. With such a terrifying eye technique, which of the village leaders wouldn't be afraid? They'd probably rather see him dead. Lord Hokage, I'm not sure I understand, Uraha said, feigning innocence. With the 3 Sannin and the legendary White Fang still in Konoha, is there any other village that can compare? Certainly, Konoha is still the foremost among the 5 great nations. In time, you'll see for yourself. Uraha, would you like to join the ENBU? What? Lord Hokage, isn't that far too soon for me? I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. Uraha put on a look of anxious surprise. He truly hadn't expected the third Hokage to invite him to join the ANBU so early. Wasn't Shursui supposed to be the first Uchiha recruited? Even Itachi was 11 when he joined ANBU, and just imagining himself, so small, among their ranks was laughable. He'd probably be the youngest in Konoha's history. The third Hokage also realized it was a bit abrupt. The Uchiha clan might not approve of sending someone so young, and it would look like a blatant attempt at indoctrination. Besides, the uniforms didn't even come in such a small size. How about when you turn 10? So the third Hokage wasn't giving up. Should I agree or not? Lord Hokage, may I discuss it with my teacher and parents first? Very well, go on then. When Uraha stepped outside, he saw Orochimaru waiting for him. And soon after, Danzo appeared as well. Can you not use the door like a normal person? The third Hokage's irritation was growing. Maybe letting Danzo establish the foundation had been a mistake. He was becoming more and more like a poisonous snake lurking in the shadows. You shouldn't have asked Uraha to join the ENBU. There's never been a case like this before. I know what I'm doing, the third Hokage replied curtly. Since the second Hokage appointed me as your advisor, it's my duty to speak up. Even when Lord Second Hokage took in Kagami Uchiha as his disciple, he never let him join the ANBU. This is a mistake. Danzo, using the second Hokage's name to pressure him. How ridiculous. The third Hokage was in his prime now, determined to make his mark, and had no intention of relinquishing his authority. I'm the Hokage now, and I've heard rumors that you've been dabbling in some questionable experiments. I won't pry, but you'd better not do anything that would betray the village. The third Hokage radiated an overwhelming aura of authority. Danzo's face alternated between pale and flushed. He gritted his teeth and withdrew, his desire for the first Hokage's power burning even stronger. Hiruzen had left him far behind. Danzo was only just qualified as a candidate for Hokage, while Hiruzen had already reached the very pinnacle of power, a true hero among the Hidden Leaf. That boy, Uraha, is no simple child, Danzo thought. He's not so easily manipulated. That display of fear just now was all an act. Sannin, what do you think about the Hokage letting me join the Umbu? Our teacher is actually letting you join the Umbu? Even Orochimaru was taken aback by the third's boldness. It was clear how much thought the Hokage had put into easing the Uchiha clan's sense of alienation from the village. Ever since the decline of the Senju clan, the Uchiha's pride had become notorious. They always looked down on others, and those with genuinely good character were very few. That's why I'm not sure whether I should accept. Uraha, do you truly not know what you want? Or is it that you already have the answer in your heart? Orochimaru countered, for Uraha's intelligence obviously surpassed others his age. Still, I think I should discuss it with my father and mother first. That's fine. Sometimes, I like to talk with you about matters of the soul as well. Yes. When Uraha got home, he immediately sought his parents' counsel. Nobuhiro, I don't think Uraha should join the Umbu. It's just too dangerous, even if he waits until he's 10, his mother said. But if Uraha joins the Umbu, it might actually be a good thing. He could become the bridge between the village and the Uchiha, a breakthrough point, Nobuhiro replied, clearly seeing the bigger picture. Ever since the first Hokage died, the Uchiha had been marginalized, gradually drifting away from the village's core. After that, the Senju clan inexplicably declined further. Now, only Tsunade remains as a true successor of the Senju, almost as if fate itself favored the Uchiha. With the Uchiha now the largest clan in the Leaf, their arrogance only grew, stirring widespread resentment among both villagers and commoners. This had been a headache for every clan leader, with tensions growing worse each year. But if Uraha joined the Umbu, it would mean the Uchiha could access the village's inner circle, a clear sign of hope for the clan. But wouldn't this make the other clan members suspicious of Uraha, or even resent him? His mother worried. Yes, that's true, Nobuhiro admitted. This is all happening so fast, and as branch family members, we don't have much influence in the Uchiha clan. If only they were descendants of one of the elders, it would be a different story entirely. What do you think, Uraha? Father, I think it's worth a try. If I join, it could open the door for others, and maybe the clan will start seeing the village in a more positive light. Anyway, since Shursui and Itachi will be joining later, maybe if I go in first, I can even prevent the Uchiha massacre. Well, since Uraha thinks so too, let's give it a try. Minghui, don't worry too much. This kid already took down 4 ENBU all by himself. Zenhiro couldn't help but marvel at Uraha's talent. Barring any surprises, he was almost certainly going to be the next clan leader. On that day, Uraha and Minato were both at the Hokage's office. The third Hokage had only agreed to let Uraha choose a forbidden jutsu after hearing he'd joined the ANBU at age 10. Uraha suspected that if he hadn't agreed, this sly old man would definitely have made things difficult for him, either by refusing outright or by constantly delaying it. It wasn't a matter of maybe, it was a certainty. Since you're both here today, go ahead and make your choices. Kushina, you pick some too. The more you learn, the better. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Kushina showed no sign of holding back, true to her fiery nature, which everyone was used to by now. Uraha's eyelid twitched when he heard this. What did he mean by pick some? The more you learn, the better? Did that mean Kushina could just choose as many as she wanted with no limits? He was so frustrated he nearly stomped his feet. This was blatant favoritism. Sure, Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so it made sense, but weren't forbidden jutsu supposed to be valuable? The three of them began picking through the list. Uraha watched as Kushina copied down one name after another. Multiple shadow clone jutsu, dead demon. Consuming seal, dark sealing method, earth release. Sealing jutsu, fire release. Sealing method, for crimson ray formation, dragon elephant strike. She wrote down 10 in a row, some of which he'd never even heard of. At least Kushina had the decency not to ask for more, which somehow made Uraha look down on her even more. The Uzumaki clan was naturally skilled in sealing jutsu. Even Minato's sealing techniques had all been taught by Kushina. Things like the 8-trigram seal, she had probably mastered those ages ago. Of all the jutsu she picked, 4 acquired an enormous amount of chakra, something only Kushina could handle. After all, she didn't just have her own chakra. She had an entire Nine-Tails worth sealed inside her. In the end, Minato chose the Flying Thunder God technique, while Uraha picked the first Hokage's True Thousand Hands, Top Transformed Buddha. While making his selection, Minato naturally noticed the forbidden techniques Kushina had chosen, and a small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, just enough for Uraha to catch it and feel all the malice the world could offer. Oh, come on. This was outrageous. Kushina was clearly picking jutsu for her own man. Third Hokage, I want to file a complaint. He shot Minato a venomous glare, and Minato immediately put on an innocent face. That guy was as slippery as they came. If anyone dared say Minato was honest, Uraha would beat them senseless. Minato, the Flying Thunder God, isn't easy to learn. Lord Hokage, I'd like to give it a try. The third Hokage nodded. Space-time techniques like Flying Thunder God were among the hardest to master. It took a natural gift for space manipulation, not just hard work. But when he saw what Uraha had chosen, the third Hokage's face fell. He looked as dark as the bottom of a burnt pot. Forget about the Watergate technique. What on earth is this? You're picking the first Hokage's ultimate move, the true several thousand hands. Top Transform Buddha. Not only does it require wood release, but more importantly, you have to be able to enter Sage mode as well. At the moment, in the entire village, only Jiraiya can use Sage mode. Not even Orochimaru can. Uraha, this really isn't a wise choice. Why don't you pick something else? This one needs wood release. I know, Uraha replied with innocent sincerity. But you don't have wood release. How about choosing another? Here's a forbidden fire release technique. That would be more suitable. As if I'd just let this chance slip away. This is the most powerful jutsu under the six-path sage. Just because I don't have wood release now doesn't mean I can't get it in the future. Besides, I'm already working on lava release. Uraha shook his head. I think I could develop new jutsu from this technique. Maybe I'll even create a fire release version of 1,000 Hands. Well, if you insist, then so be it. The third Hokage took it as a joke. After all, wood release was unique to the first Hokage, a symbol of Konoha's absolute power in days past. Even achieving 1/10 of that jutsu would be a miracle. Once they'd made their choices, the three of them left the Hokage's office in high spirits. Kushina, aren't you playing favorites just a little too much? What do you mean? Just look how many forbidden jutsu you picked. Minato's face practically lit up like a blooming chrysanthemum. Uraha teased, clearly dissatisfied. Kushina blushed furiously. It was all Minato's fault. She felt so embarrassed by Uraha's words that she could barely look up. Kushina, come on, be honest. How many jutsu have you taught Minato already? I want to learn them too. Oh well. Kushina hesitated, a little flustered. If Uraha weren't from the Uchiha clan, there would be no problem, but still, Uraha wasn't that kind of person. Yes, that's right. Kushina decided to trust him. I'll teach you, but you have to promise me one thing. You can't teach these jutsu to anyone else, especially anyone from your clan. Kushina's expression turned deadly serious. She taught Minato because he loved her, and Uraha was her only little brother. Uraha was stunned by her response. More than anything, he was deeply moved. He'd only complained out of jealousy, never expecting Kushina to actually agree. So besides his parents, he had a sister who cared for him this much. I promise, I won't tell anyone, and when I grow up, I'll protect you, Kushina. Uraha, you can do it. Minato's smile was so warm and infectious. He really was born to be Hokage. Don't worry, Minato. In fact, I'll share a secret with you guys. Not just one, but two. Minato and Kushina's curiosity was piqued. They were well aware of Uraha's talent, easily on par with Minato's, and with his bloodline limit, his future potential was beyond imagining. They walked all the way out to a secluded spot beyond the village. Once Kushina confirmed with her sensory abilities that no one was watching, Uraha finally revealed his secrets. My secret is that I've already awakened my Sharingan. Yoru stated calmly, his eyes gleaming with the light of a single Tomo Sharingan in each. Kushina and Minato were utterly shocked. They never imagined Yoru would awaken the Sharingan at such a young age. My father, my mother, and even Lord Orochimaru have no idea that I've awakened it. Both Minato and Kushina felt deeply moved. Trust, after all, goes both ways. Why didn't you tell them? I wanted to surprise my parents. And as for my teacher, his aura is just too cold for my liking, so I figured I'd wait a while. Now, let me share my second secret. I possess another Kekkai Genkai. Yoru then demonstrated his mastery of lava release. How in the world did you learn lava release? Minato asked in disbelief. It's just a matter of combining two chakra natures and causing a change in their properties. That's all it takes. The two shot Yoru a look of exasperation. As if it were really that easy, everyone would have a Kekkai Genkai by now. Come on, you have to believe me. I'm telling the truth. I just fiddled around for half an hour and it happened. Minato nearly coughed up blood in disbelief. Yoru, you're going to give Minato a heart attack at this rate, Kushina said with a wry smile. Kids these days are something else. Just messing around for half an hour, they unlock a Kekkai Genkai. How is anyone supposed to keep up? No wonder Yoru chose wood release. He already had water, fire, and earth chakra natures. If he combined water and earth, he really might pull off wood release one day. Just the thought sent chills down their spines. A single person mastering 3 Kekkai Genkai, and 2 of them being among the strongest. Big brother Minato isn't that fragile. I believe you'll master Flying Thunder God someday, Minato. And when you do, you have to teach me, okay? Of course. From today on, let's train together, Minato replied, his usual sunny demeanor restored. Yes, I want to go on missions with you, and Kushina says too. Then you'll have to grow up quickly, Kushina said gently. A side of her she showed only to Minato and Yoru. I can already defeat a Chunin. That's true. Yoru, you should take the Chunin exams next year, Minato suggested. No problem at all. Suddenly, Yuru remembered that Kakashi became a Chunin at age 6. If he runs into Kakashi then, maybe he should stir up some trouble. He hadn't seen Kakashi for a while, and found himself missing Kakashi's backside. No, what he really missed was giving Kakashi 1,000 years of death. Yuru, what are you thinking about, grinning like that? Kushina asked, instantly suspicious. She knew this little rascal was definitely up to no good. Oh, nothing, it's all for your own good. For our good. The two exchanged glances, even more confused by Yuru's words. There's really no helping it. Apart from Kakashi, none of the children of this generation can offer any amusement to Uraha. The rest are still attending the Ninja Academy. In comparison, he genuinely feels sorry for Kakashi's future, having his immense talent dragged down by the burden of the Sharingan. Orochimaru led Uraha to a small grove of trees. Uraha, today I'll teach you the summoning jutsu. All right, Uncle Snake. But whatever you do, don't summon that guy. Seeing Orochimaru's troubled expression, Uraha knew exactly who he meant. Manda. Despite that snake's considerable strength, his arrogance was simply infuriating. This is the contract scroll. Just press your handprint here. Okay. But just as Uraha was about to sign the contract, he suddenly felt the jade pendant in his mind tremble, which made him hesitate. In that instant, a golden light flared from his palm, and his hand pressed down on the scroll uncontrollably. Far away in the Ryuchi cave, the white snake sage, now transformed into an old woman, suddenly stumbled, nearly toppling over. How odd, what was that? I felt as if some immortal being was seeking me out. Don't tell me it's that old toad again. Sunitsuheim, go have a look. Yes, sage. A young woman with chestnut brown hair, crowned with gold, stepped forward. She wore pink eyeshadow that extended to the wings of her nose. Her skin as pale as Orochimaru's. She was dressed in a flowing white robe, and 3 Magatama ornaments hung at her chest. Uncle Snake, is this really all right? Uraha asked nervously. It should be fine, probably. What happened just now? Orochimaru had also noticed the golden light from Uraha's hand. I have no idea. Never mind. Give the summoning jutsu a try first. Orochimaru spat out a brush and a piece of paper, which made Uraha shudder with disgust. Orochimaru rarely spat things out in front of him, maybe because Uraha was too young to handle it. But this time, recording everything was necessary. Here I go. Summoning jutsu. A cloud of smoke billowed on the ground. Judging by the lack of any tremor in the earth, it seemed he'd summoned a small snake. Not at all like the legendary Sannin summons, which towered dozens of meters high and blotted out the sun. As the smoke cleared, Uraha finally saw what he'd summoned. A snake? No, a person? Uncle Snake, what is this? How'd I summon a person? Hello, beautiful lady. Orochimaru looked shocked at first, but then composed himself. Sunitsuheim, why are you here? Orochimaru-sama, did you summon me? No, it was my apprentice, he's right there. Only then did Sunitsuheim notice the tiny Uraha. This little brat? Does he really have that much chakra? Hey, ignoring me is just rude, you know? It seemed this beautiful woman was acquainted with Orochimaru, and judging by her complexion and features, she was clearly a relative of Uncle Snake. Uraha, let me introduce you. This is Sunitsuheim, attendant to the White Snake Sage. Her true form is also a snake. Uncle Snake, be honest with me. Weren't you never really human to begin with? You're actually a snake from Ryuchi Cave who turned into a person, right? Orochimaru couldn't help but give Uraha a firm flick on the forehead. Of course I'm human. Lord Orochimaru, is definitely human. He just happens to have a special connection with us from Ryuchi Cave, Sunitsuheim added with a smile. Uraha wore a look that said, Don't try to fool me. I haven't read enough books for that. Did he think I was stupid? Who is born with eyeliner and snake pupils? And you still claim you're not some supernatural creature? All that talk about flexible transformation jutsu and white-scaled serpent was just a cover. He must have been a white-scaled snake from the start. Uncle Snake, if you're really human, wipe off your eye makeup and I'll believe you. And you too, big sister. This is natural, Sunitsuheim replied. I can't wipe mine off either, Orochimaru said helplessly. I knew it. You're not human at all. I want to go home. There are monsters here. Uncle Snake grabbed Uraha and gave him a thorough beating. Ouch. Uncle Snake, I was wrong. You're human, not a monster. After the storm of punches and a face full of bruises, Uraha finally quieted down. If this brat weren't my prized pupil, I'd have finished him off long ago. Sunitsuheim could easily see that Orochimaru and this child had a close relationship. Otherwise, he would never have let him form a contract with Ryuchi Cave. Lord Orochimaru is what you might call the fated one for Ryuchi Cave. That's why he's different from ordinary people, and why he can sense the cave so easily. All right, I believe you, Uraha said with a muffled voice, clearly resigned. He was only joking, but Uncle Snake obviously just wanted an excuse to rough him up. Suddenly, Tsunetsuheim seemed to realize something. Lord Orochimaru, was he the only one who signed the contract just now? That's right. Tsunetsuheim circled Uraha a few times, but couldn't sense any flow of sage chakra. Uraha just felt that this beautiful woman was looking at him with an odd expression. Lord Orochimaru, is he really a sage's disciple? I can't sense any sage chakra in him. Sage's disciple? Where are you hiding from me, boy? Orochimaru fixed Uraha with a chilling stare, his long tongue flicking out, as if he'd eat him if he didn't come clean. He even cast the Naruto vision. Uraha felt as if he'd glimpsed his own death. Finally breaking free from the Jinjutsu, Uraha gasped for breath. I have no idea about this sage's disciple business. What even is that? Uraha replied, exasperated. Tsunetsuheim then explained in detail about the 3 great sacred lands and how only sages of equal or higher rank, or their disciples bearing a token, could form contracts, and that the contract scroll would react differently in such cases. Moreover, the red handprint on the scroll was surrounded by a ring of purple gold, proof that the sage behind Uraha was even more powerful than Ryuichi Cave's own. Even Lady Suijin was a little incredulous. In the early days, the 3 great sacred lands used to visit each other and those special contracts all had gilded edges, proving that the 3 were equally matched. But now, an immortal has appeared who surpasses the 3 great sages. Uraha forced a bitter smile in his heart. Was the jade pendant trying to show off? Was it really that sentient? In his mind, Uraha cursed the immortal mother who had crafted the jade pendant 100 times over. Uraha, which immortal have you taken as your master? Uncle Snake, I really don't know. I haven't had any contact with the other sacred lands at all. Uraha replied, his face full of helplessness. Orochimaru and Suijinheim clearly didn't believe him. They were certain that Uraha was carrying some kind of immortal's token. Wait, what are you 2 doing? Uncle Snake, calm down. Lady Suijinheim, men and women shouldn't touch each other so casually. It's fine, little one. I'm a snake, not a human. What the? Oh no. No, stop. Uraha let out a scream so pitiful it could curdle blood, and in less than a minute, he'd been stripped bare. Lying naked on the ground, Uraha's tears of heartbreak flowed freely as his empty eyes stared up at the sky. The sky was truly blue today. That's odd. Why don't you have anything, Lord Orochimaru? Suijinheim searched through all his clothes, but found nothing. Orochimaru said nothing, his eyes now glued to Uraha's body. Suijinheim's attention followed suit. Uraha snapped out of his act, realizing there was no point pretending to be unconscious. After all, he was just a little kid. If they looked, they looked. But these 2 monsters were perverts. He hugged his arms tightly to his chest, shrinking back with a look of pure terror. Come now, be good. Let Big Sis check your body for you. Big Sis, I'm really fine. Can we just let this go? Let this go? How could they? This was about an immortal who could threaten Ryuichi Cave itself. Come on now. After I've checked you over, how about I let you share my bed for warmth? A honey trap, huh? Humph. You think I'd fall for something like that? And besides, snakes are cold-blooded. Don't think I'm so ignorant just because I don't study much. Warm the bed, honestly. Orochimaru nearly burst out laughing. This disciple was just too amusing. I can use senjutsu too, you know. I can adjust my body temperature however I want. Suijinheim continued her teasing, her gaze both seductive and dangerous. Uraha's mouth went dry. In his mind, 2 little versions of himself were arguing. The one with angel wings kept insisting, she's a snake, not a human. Who knows what's under that mask? It could be a monster. But the one with devil horns retorted, think about Xiaotir. If you could accept Xiaotir's transformations, what's so scary about this? After all, she'll still be yours in the end. That's right. If he could accept Xiaotir, and people had even been with snakes before, it's not unheard of. He coughed. Forget it. You can give up now. Do you really think I'd fall for such tricks? Don't underestimate the Uchiha clan. So, where are we spending the night? Suijinheim couldn't help herself and covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. How'd I end up with such a ridiculous disciple? He completely lacks the cold and proud demeanor that a proper Uchiha should have. Covering his face with his hand, Orochimaru turned away, unwilling to watch any longer. Tsunetsuheim's cool, delicate hands wandered here and there, making Uraha so comfortable that he couldn't help but let out little moans of pleasure. If Jiraiya were to witness this, he'd probably die of envy and jealousy on the spot. Uraha had already come to terms with the fact that Uncle Snake was a man, and besides, the person in front of him wasn't really human. At best, she could be called a snake sage. So what if she saw something? It didn't matter anymore. Strange, there's no foreign object in your body, nor any sign of a jutsu. Yeah, like you'd be able to find what I have. That jade pendant is hidden deep within my soul, and even I can't make heads or tails of what it actually is. Finding it? What a joke. She summoned an exceptionally tiny little snake and had Uraha swallow it. Without hesitation, Uraha searched inside himself again, but still found nothing. This can't be right. Big sis, did you find anything? When are you going to come warm my bed? How about spending the night at Uncle Snake's place today? Uraha's face was brimming with excitement, but since Tsunetsuheim couldn't figure out what the problem was, she decided to head back to Ryukido and consult the White Snake Sage. Time's up. We'll talk next time. With that, Tsunetsuheim dissolved into a puff of smoke, leaving Uraha standing there dumbfounded. Did I just get used and tossed aside for nothing? I did. Uraha felt like he'd just taken a 10,000-point hit to his pride. I actually got played by a snake. Fury surged through his chest, threatening to burst out. Sensei, I want to go to Ryukido, Uraha said, his tone icy and menacing. Orochimaru, sensing the cold, murderous intent in Uraha's eyes, was more than a little taken aback. Uraha had grown even stronger. That was Orochimaru's first impression. The boy was advancing at a frightening speed. Ryukido isn't so easy to enter. Wait a while. I'm going today, no matter what. Hey, Uraha, calm down. Once you get stronger, you can do whatever you want. But Uraha, already blinded by frustration, couldn't accept that his one shot at a romantic encounter had just slipped away. What a damn scam. She calls herself a sage, but where's the integrity? He sprinted toward the village, not even bothering to greet the guards. The scarlet, double Tomo, Sharingan spun furiously in his eyes. If the other Uchiha found out he awakened his Sharingan because of something like this, they'd probably die from rage. Worried about Uraha, Orochimaru followed, curious to see what the boy would do. Surely, he wasn't going to burst into tears over this, was he? Uraha bit his finger, wincing at the sting and sucking at the blood for a moment. Summoning Jutsu. When Uraha summoned a giant snake over 30 meters long, Orochimaru knew things had just gotten very serious. He drew a sharp breath and hurried to catch up. This rascal was really up to something big today. The giant snake glanced up in confusion. Why wasn't it Orochimaru on its head? I'm Orochimaru's disciple. Orochimaru-sensei is in danger and needs your help. Head in that direction. The giant serpent immediately slithered toward Orochimaru's house, just as Uraha pointed out, terrifying countless villagers along the way. It crushed many street stalls and damaged buildings, forcing people to scatter in panic. Fortunately, the serpent stuck mostly to the main road, so there was no major catastrophe. The village's ANBU quickly responded and rushed to the scene. Isn't that Lord Orochimaru's summoning beast? Don't tell me the village is in danger. Hurry, notify the Hokage. One EMBU agent sent the message while two others approached to question them. Uraha glanced at them and, without hesitation, performed the summoning jutsu again. Summoning technique. In a swirl of chakra, an even larger, three-headed serpent appeared, dwarfing the one beneath his feet. Even from a distance, its overwhelming presence could be felt, bearing down on everyone who saw it. Isn't this the same beast Orochimaru summoned during the Konoha crush plan? No wonder it drained so much of my chakra. Stop them. After a brief exchange between the two serpents, the three-headed serpent lunged forward, blocking the ANBU's advance. Why are Lord Orochimaru's summoning beasts attacking us? Has Lord Orochimaru betrayed the village? Or is there something else going on? From the Hokage's office, the third Hokage had already noticed Uraha standing atop the giant serpent's head. What is that brat up to, summoning such enormous creatures right inside the village? Bring Orochimaru to me, the third commanded, his voice steady and grave. ANBU immediately set out to find Orochimaru. The three-headed serpent was so powerful that the ANBU, despite surrounding it, could do little. Until things were clear, they couldn't risk lethal force. If this goes on, the village will suffer serious damage, one ANBU muttered, preparing for action. But just then, Orochimaru arrived. He was about to intervene when he was practically dragged away by the ANBU to face the third Hokage's stern reproach, leaving him frustrated and annoyed. My lord Orochimaru, why are you here? I'll handle this myself. Orochimaru seethed through gritted teeth. Before the ANBU could react, Orochimaru leapt atop the three-headed serpent, dispelling the summon with a swift gesture. Using the body flicker technique, he hurried back and found Uraha standing smugly on the roof of his own home. One wrong move from the serpent, and Orochimaru's house would have been rubble. Sensei, if you don't take me to Ryuchi Cave today, your house is finished. Uraha declared, his Sharingan now deactivated, his face full of cheeky triumph, truly infuriating. Orochimaru's face darkened, as black as the bottom of a cauldron. Go home, he snapped. The giant serpent looked at the two of them, nodded in confusion, and dismissed itself, leaving Uraha to land lightly on the rooftop. It seems I've been too lenient with you, Uraha. I haven't beaten you enough, Orochimaru said, his anger barely contained. Uraha swallowed nervously and took a cautious step back. He muttered quietly, even if you beat me today, once I've recovered, I'll be back on your roof, summoning giant beasts again. His timid defiance was the last vestige of his stubbornness. Orochimaru was so furious, he actually laughed. This little troublemaker. He truly knew how to get under one's skin, even daring to threaten a Kaga-level ninja. If ever there was a saying, talk the meekest game, pick the fiercest fight, Uraha embodied it perfectly. Not even when he'd faced a man once hailed as a demigod had Orochimaru felt so helpless. If you choose your own disciple, you have to take responsibility for them no matter what, even if it means doing so on your knees. Looking back, I really must have been blind to bring this trouble upon myself. Just today, I taught him the summoning technique, and already he can call forth such a powerful creature. What will he be capable of in the future? Get down here. Okay. Uraha obediently jumped down. Orochimaru couldn't even remember the last time he'd gotten this angry. Ever since he'd reached near Kage's strength, nothing had managed to upset him. Orochimaru-sama, Hokage-sama requests that you bring Uchiha Uraha to the Hokage Tower, said the ANBU in a steady voice, though a slight tremor betrayed his nerves. Understood. Orochimaru grabbed Uraha by the neck, as if he were a chick, and headed for the Hokage Tower. Orochimaru was forced to re-evaluate Uraha's precocious passion for women. At only 5 years old, he was already so obsessed. Compared to Uraha, even Jiraiya seemed tame. To create such chaos over a single Kushinadaheim, who knows what kind of disasters he might cause in the future. Inside the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage calmly took a sip of tea. Explain. What happened? Sensei. This was a momentary lapse on my part. It took a full 20 minutes to explain everything clearly. By the time Uraha finished arguing his case, the third's face was so dark it looked like ink might start dripping from it. Misfortune has befallen our clan. What a calamity. Clearly, they have to be extra cautious about letting Uraha into the ANBU in the future. Although Uraha was still very young, his lecherous tendencies were already extreme, and it was clear he was the type who never let himself be taken advantage of. Orochimaru, about the damages to the village. I'll pay. Orochimaru's mouth twitched yet again. This was going to cost a fortune, but at least there had been no casualties. Uraha had deliberately avoided that. If things had gone otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I hope you'll take care to guide Uraha properly. Don't let anything like this happen again. I will. It won't happen again. Uraha, your punishment this time is a month of confinement. Do you have any objections? No, I accept my punishment. When I get out, I still have to visit Ryuchi Cave. Uraha muttered under his breath. What was that? Nothing. I'll reflect carefully on my actions. The third and Orochimaru both rubbed their temples at the same time. Who would have thought that the esteemed sage of Ryuchi Cave would end up being targeted by a little brat? Kushinadaheim's prestige was comparable to that of Fukusaku, the venerable toad under the great toad sage. I never should have taught Uraha the summoning technique in the first place. Orochimaru deeply regretted having brought all this trouble upon himself. The mysteries surrounding the sage would have to wait for another time. Uraha straightforwardly followed the ANBU out, heading for the detention center. Have you finished tallying the damages? Hokage-sama, the total comes to 3,800,000 ryo. Oh, Orochimaru about that. No problem. Orochimaru let out a sigh as he walked away. No one understood the destructive power of these giant summoned beasts better than he did. Fortunately, they'd stopped things before the entire village was wiped out. Back at home, Orochimaru took out his notebook, a companion that had been with him for many years. He recorded moments of both happiness and sorrow within its pages. July 25th, year 39 of the Hidden Leaf. Today I discovered that my student, Uraha, is incredibly precocious, far more lecherous than even Jiraiya. For the sake of beautiful women, he's thrown himself into all sorts of trouble for me, yet he remains my favorite disciple. Gradually, I'm soothing the wound left by Nawaki's loss. Uraha has extraordinary talent. He will no doubt surpass me one day and become a formidable ninja in his own right. Though mischievous, he's like a ray of sunlight that brightens the darkness in my heart, giving me hope even in the shadows. Stepping into the dim prison, voices clamored all around. Hey, there's a new one coming in. Huh, it's just a kid. Shut up, barked an ANBU guard sharply. Everyone here was either a war criminal or a rogue ninja. Each one's chakra had been sealed. TCH, what can you do to me? A prisoner sneered, banging his cell door with his chains. If you got guts, let's out for a one-on-one. I'll knock your teeth out, just wait and see. Umbu. Huh, Ignoring the commotion, the ANBU escorted Uraha to a specific cell, unshackled him, and left without another word. Uraha simply covered his ears and went to sleep, unfazed by the shouts of the other inmates. He thought to himself, I'm not like you lot. I'll be out of here in a month. Might as well treat it like listening to dogs barking. Did you hear? The Uchiha clan's prodigy just got locked up. Really? What happened? I heard it was because he summoned a giant summoning beast in the village. Caused a ton of destruction. If he weren't so young and naive, he'd be treated as a traitor by now. Eavesdropping on the gossip, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin grew curious. After asking around, they finally learned what Uraha had done. It truly was a spectacular incident. This guy's amazing, Obito exclaimed in awe, while Kakashi secretly fumed. According to the villagers, Uraha's abilities at least matched those of an elite chunin. Damn it, he's ahead of me again. Oh, look at that, Kakashi. You don't seem too happy about falling behind Uraha again. Obito teased, never missing a chance to poke fun. TCH, still better than you. At least I'm not stuck in school. Kakashi shot back, rolling his eyes. Both were from branches of the Uchiha clan. How could the difference between them be so great? Why don't we go visit Uraha? He must be feeling lonely, Rin suggested gently. For once, both Obito and Kakashi had no objections. Such was Rin's charm, kind, gentle, and beautiful. Obito was completely smitten. The three of them made their way to the Hidden Leaf's prison. After explaining their intentions, the guards allowed them entry. As they gazed down the gloomy corridor ahead, Obito and Rin swallowed nervously, while Kakashi remained as calm as ever. Lin hid behind Kakashi, which immediately irritated Obito. Do I really look that unreliable? Trying to prove his own bravery, Obito mustered up his courage and marched to the front. Hey, you must be scared too, right? He's been locked up here alone for 3 or 4 days. Probably. Kakashi, still just a kid, felt very uneasy, especially knowing the place was full of criminals. Suddenly, they heard Yayu calling out. The three of them assumed he was being bullied and hurried toward the sound. What they saw next left them utterly stunned. Yayu wasn't locked in a cell at all. He was sitting right in front of the cell door, cracking sunflower seeds and playing drinking games with the inmates. Brother, I'm not bragging, but the first time I killed, I offed 30 or 40 people. That lot had absolutely no bottom line. I mean, you could do anything you wanted, but you crossed the line when you went after villagers. Even a rogue ninja shouldn't harm ordinary people. Heck, chopping down your own Kage would be better than bullying civilians. Ah, brother, I was just confused at the time. Lost my temper and made a huge mistake, but that village girl was really something. If I ever get out, I'm definitely marrying her. No regrets at all. Ha ha, you're a true character, brother. Come on, have a drink. Honestly, women are part of why I landed in here too. Guess we're kindred spirits. The pair, one big and one small, clinked their cups through the bars, with a few cold dishes laid out between them. Hey, little bro, I haven't had a drink in ages. Pour me some too. The inmate next door watched them drinking, smacking his lips in envy. As soon as he spoke up, the other inmates started clamoring as well. All right, come on, let's all have a drink. Don't forget about us when you get out. If we ever get out, we'll definitely take you with us. Honestly, just hearing you talk is better than reading. What's that phrase again? Better than 10 years of study. Yeah, that's the one. Suddenly, the prison was alive with noise and laughter. Clinking cups, chicken legs gnawed, wine flowing. Everyone was having a grand old time. I don't think we should be here. Yeah, I agree. Is this really a prison? It feels more like a tavern. They even have dice games. Hey, you lot are too loud. Yayu, time for you to head back. It's noon, and it's cleaning time. The warden started shouting. Got it. Guys, I'm heading back. Catch up with you later. Sure, we're all in this together, after all. Yayu used a shadow clone to quickly clean up, symbolically locked the cell, and started chatting with the inmates nearest to him. Should we go over and take a look? Yeah. Along the way, they were asked how they knew Yayu, with the inmates praising him as a great guy and a true friend. But hearing that kind of talk from criminals always felt a bit off. Yayu. Huh? Obito, Kakashi, Rin, what brings you here? Yura wondered to himself. Apart from some small talk and giving Kakashi a hard time twice, they really didn't have much to do with each other. We're classmates, aren't we? So we thought we'd come by and check on you. Obito picked up the conversation again. But it looks like you're doing just fine here. Why are you allowed to walk around so freely? Kakashi asked. My teacher is Orochimaru, after all. Besides, these guys are pretty decent, and the warden is a good person, very easy to talk to. The three fell silent for a moment. Yura seemed to treat this place more like a vacation than anything else. Oh, by the way, I'll be released in a month. When I'm out, I'll treat you all to some ramen. I think it'd be better if you stayed in here. Otherwise, the Leaf Village is in for more trouble. Nonsense. Orochimaru still owes me something. I'm not leaving until I collect. The three couldn't help but admire Yoru. In a way, he really was impressive. That cold-faced warden, almost everyone was afraid of him, except for a chosen few. By the way, Kakashi, you'll be taking the Chunin exams next year, right? Don't run into me, or I'll definitely snatch your prize. Yoru toyed with the key in his hand. If you think you can, come and get it. Kakashi locked eyes with Yoru, refusing to back down. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't lose his nerve. If you can't take down 4 Chunin level A and BU at once, you don't stand a chance against me. What? Yoru's incredible. That was Obito and Rin's reaction, amazed that someone their age, no, younger than Obito, could already be so strong. How strong are you now, really? Kakashi asked directly. My foolish little brother, come to hate me. When you have eyes like mine, then come and find me. You've awakened a Sharingan? Kakashi pressed, eager for an answer. Of course not. If opening it were that easy, I wouldn't have struggled so much back then. Yoru shot Kakashi an annoyed look. Just last month, I had to take on 4 Iwabikure A and BU by myself. 2 of them were at the peak of Chunin level. I barely managed to win in the end. So if you can't defeat 4 Chunin at once, you'd better hope we don't face each other. Yoru spoke calmly, but the mood grew heavy. Obito and Rin felt as if a mountain pressed down on their chests, making it hard to breathe. Kakashi and Yoru locked eyes. Kakashi knew all too well that, at best, he was merely a decent Chunin right now. But Yoru, his greatest rival, had already reached the level of special Jonin, maybe even a full Jonin. He was, without a doubt, a monster among monsters. I'll catch up to you, and when I do, I'll beat you with my own hands. All right, though the chances are probably slim. Only now did Uraha crack a smile. After all, he was destined to be the 4th student, and Uraha, who kept a close eye on Kakashi, didn't want Rin to die in the future either. Obito looked a bit downcast. Tonight he was determined to train twice as hard when he got home. Let's head out. Yeah, goodbye, Uraha. When you get out, take me flying, Uraha. That was Obito speaking. Goodbye, Rin. Obito, I'll help you out. In the days that followed, people came to visit one after another. His parents had come, Orochimaru had been by, and even Minato and Kushina had dropped in. Once they saw that Uraha was doing just fine, they all went back, though none of them expected that Uraha would get along so well with the prison inmates, even inviting them over to hang out. The 3rd Hokage had completely run out of ways to handle Uraha. He stood by the window, silently smoking again. If only Uraha had the same temperament as Kakashi. At least someone aloof wouldn't stir up trouble. But now, every time the Umbu reported in, he'd hear that the once silent and awe-inspiring prison had turned into something like a rowdy tavern. Never a peaceful day. This kid was so young, yet already so good at gathering people around him, calling them brother and buddy. If one day these guys were released, there was a real chance they'd all follow Uraha. Sai, call Orochimaru here. Yes, Lord Hokage. Meanwhile, Uraha continued to quietly build up his chakra each day in the prison, gently nurturing the jade pendant. His chakra quality was steadily improving. What do you all think about Uchiha Uraha being imprisoned? Asked the Uchiha clan head from his high seat, his gaze settling on Fugaku. Fugaku, not only a member of the main family, but also a powerful shinobi known as Fugaku the Fierce-Eyed, was unmatched in Jinjutsu. By strength and by judgment, he was considered the best and was the top candidate for the next clan leader. Even the current head was deeply satisfied with him. Fugaku's icy gaze swept over the gathered clan members before he spoke. Using Uraha's incident for political maneuvering would be foolish. According to the latest reports, the Hokage is simply putting on a show, trying to get Uraha to be more restrained, nothing more. Since Uraha has become Orochimaru's student, he can be considered half a member of the Hokage's faction, so we have no reason to exploit this situation. Best to wait and observe quietly. The old clan head nodded. Although Uraha's talent was extraordinary, perhaps the greatest genius in clan history, if he had no ties to the Hokage, the clan would surely cultivate him without holding back. Shinhiro, may we? Do either of you have anything to add? Shinhiro's calm face betrayed no emotion. Clan head Fugaku is right. However, I believe this could be a gesture of goodwill from the village, or perhaps the Hokage's attempt to mediate between the village and our Uchiha clan. My reasoning is this. The Hokage himself expressed hope that Uraha could join the Umbu at age 10. That means Uraha is being given access to the very core of Konoha. As long as we have the first successful example, more and more Uchiha will be able to access the core and become part of the leadership in the future. This is an excellent beginning. Perhaps it truly can help ease the tensions. The trusted confidants below began discussing Shinhiro's proposal, seeming to find some truth in his words. Indeed, it was a kind of experiment. If it succeeded, the Uchiha clan might genuinely integrate into the village. Besides, Orochimaru himself was the third Hokage's direct disciple, wielding considerable influence. Does anyone else have any thoughts? Clan leader, I think Shinhiro makes a good point. There's no harm in simply watching how things turn out. Whatever the outcome, we won't lose anything. The elder is right. It's worth a try. Others agreed one after another. In that case, let's conclude the council for today. Next year, I will step down. I hope the next clan leader can guide the Uchiha clan even better. With that, the old clan leader glanced, half intentionally, at Fugaku, who nodded slightly in return. Fugaku, you were really intimidating just now. Mikoto, 17, said with a playful smile. Even Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but let a rare smile slip onto his face. Mikoto, when I'm elected clan leader next year, let's get married. Huh, marry? Mikoto's cheeks flushed bright red, like a ripened apple. Fugaku was 6 years older than Mikoto. He'd set his heart on her at first sight when she was just 14, gently pursuing her until, at last, his wish came true. Mikoto still felt it was a bit too soon, though many families had their children married and raising kids by 16. But seeing the earnest longing in Fugaku's eyes, she nodded all the same. I'm so grateful. You're the greatest gift this world has given me. I promise to cherish you for the rest of my life. Fugaku was overjoyed, though somehow the smile still felt a bit awkward. Perhaps he simply wasn't made for smiling. By his count, in just a few days Uraha would be released. Meanwhile, the partnership between Orochimaru and Danzo was growing ever closer. Rumors of missing children kept coming in from the surrounding villages, keeping the third Hokage so busy he could barely catch his breath. It never crossed his mind that his own student and Danzo were behind it all. A few more days passed, and finally, it was time for Uraha to be freed. To his surprise, the person who visited him most often was Guy, truly a dependable companion. Uraha, have you spent your time reflecting? Lord Hokage, I've been reflecting every day in prison, and I've also made many new friends. I promise I'll never do anything like that in the village again. If I do, it'll only be at my teacher's house. The third's old face twitched at the mention of making friends. Clearly, this confinement had achieved nothing at all. He might as well have let it slide. Enough. I have a task for you now. What task? At the mention of a mission, Uraha's interest was instantly piqued. Because you and Kakashi graduated early, now many students want to skip a grade. So I'm putting you in charge of handling this situation. Huh, that's it. Is there a problem with that? Of course I can. I'll make sure they understand that skipping grades isn't as easy as they think. The third Hokage sensed the arrogance in Uraha and began pondering how best to correct this flaw. By the way, you're not allowed to use Shadow Clone Jutsu. Understood. With that, Uraha left the Hokage's office and hurried to his training ground to practice the multiple Shadow Clone technique Kushina had taught him. With the standard Shadow Clone Jutsu, Uraha could only manage to create 3 clones. As for the multiple version, he'd just have to experiment and see. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. A thick cloud of smoke billowed across the field. Uraha quickly counted. Only 20 clones appeared. Seriously? That's way too few. Even Kakashi, when he was out of chakra, could still manage to create a dozen or so, even if they weren't much use in battle. With 20 clones, Uraha's chakra was split into 20 portions, and he immediately felt completely drained, as if his body had been hollowed out. All right, everyone, let's train hard today. Groups of 5 will focus on honing each elemental root. The last 4 will work on developing lava release. Roger that. Yes, sir. Yes, my brother. As you command, my lord. The shadow clones, each with their own quirks and eccentricities, made Uraha's head spin. There were even some with disturbingly passionate enthusiasm, which honestly made him a little uneasy. Are all these really manifestations of my subconscious? Well, at least there were no feminine personalities, though the oddities were endless. He couldn't help but think of Naruto and his outrageous shadow clone jutsu, casually summoning hundreds or even thousands at once without losing his mind. That kind of mental fortitude was truly something else. Originally, Uraha had wanted Tsunade to teach him how to control his chakra, but now he could only fumble his way through on his own. After all, medical ninjas had incredibly refined chakra control, wasting not a single drop. 5 clones worked together, striving to enhance the quality of their fire elemental roots. The more adept they became, the stronger their affinity for fire would grow, until eventually, they'd be able to perform ninjutsu without even making hand signs. A ball of flame danced atop his palm as he activated his Sharingan, carefully observing the flow of chakra within the clones. He constantly made adjustments, with one clone casting a fire release while the others analyzed its execution. The same went for the water and earth elemental groups, Though the output of their jutsu was weak, there simply wasn't enough chakra to go around. For the first time, Uraha was able to observe from a first-person perspective how chakra moved inside someone performing lava release. Rock bomb. So that's how it's done. Watching as his clone performed the rock bomb, he finally saw the formation process clearly. Then, the clones started experimenting with different hand signs. Suddenly, the ground transformed. Just like the Monkey King's Mount Huagua in legend, the earth turned into bubbling magma. Uraha leapt back in alarm, but the other clones weren't quick enough. They burst into clouds of smoke, as did the one who had cast the jutsu. Speechless, Uraha realized he could turn the ground to lava, but had no resistance to the technique himself. Clearly, this jutsu needed some improvements. For now, he decided to name it Miniature Mount Huagua. After all, its range was only 5 meters. Lava release, 1,000 stone spears. With these words, Night Feather spat out several small fire rockets from his mouth. They elongated into sharp projectiles, each possessing tremendous, piercing power, embedding themselves deep into the trees. 5 seconds later, they would explode, causing severe injuries to anyone caught in the blast. The 1,000 stone spears technique was currently Night Feather's most powerful lava release attack. Its sheer quantity made it hard to dodge, and it not only burned but also exploded after piercing into flesh. Once lodged in a body, it was only a matter of moments before, boom, what a deadly move. In less than an hour, the clone technique automatically wore off. In the end, there simply wasn't enough chakra. Yet the exhaustion that followed felt as if he had worked for 20 hours straight. Night Feather nearly fainted from fatigue. A barrage of memories and sensations rushed into his mind all at once, almost overwhelming him. No wonder only Naruto could pull off this technique. This method really is a killer. I feel like I could just collapse for a whole day. My stamina is still way too lacking. I need to train more with Guy. Dragging his utterly exhausted body home, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep immediately, replaying the fruits of today's training in his mind. Konoha Ninja Academy, training grounds. Teacher, why hasn't the ninja who's supposed to test us today shown up yet? Oomph. I bet he chickened out. It's already afternoon. Yeah, he probably didn't want to embarrass himself by losing to us, so he just didn't show. The students hoping to skip a grade whispered among themselves, dismissing the mysterious ninja set to test them. Eventually, as the afternoon wore on, the substitute teacher had no choice but to postpone the assessment, promising to try again tomorrow and quickly reporting the situation to the Hokage. Night Feather didn't show up. That's right, Lord Hokage. No one's seen him since noon. That little rascal. How dare he ignore an assignment from the Hokage? The Hokage picked up the crystal ball, only to find Night Feather sound asleep at home. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Go. Find out what's going on with Night Feather. A member of the Umbu swiftly arrived at Night Feather's home and woke him up. Lord Hokage wants to know why you didn't go to the academy today. Night Feather jolted awake. How could he have forgotten something so important? Sorry, I was so exhausted from training that it slipped my mind. Please tell Lord Hokage I'll definitely be there tomorrow. The Umbu nodded and vanished into the night. Returning to the Ninja Academy again, Night Feather looked at this group of elementary students with a surge of emotion. He had only been here for a year, but it felt like he'd flashed across the sky, a shooting star, gone in an instant. They were still enjoying the innocence of childhood, while he had already become a ninja, already stepped onto a path of bloodshed. The assessment was scheduled for noon, and since it was still morning, he had plenty of time. Maybe he'd go visit Obito and the others. Oh, right, they should be in 2nd grade now, shouldn't they? Yukimi Hisamatsu was probably still teaching them. Knock, knock, knock. Come in and get back to your seat, said Yukimi Hisamatsu, still engrossed in the lesson. But all the students turned with looks of shock. Even Obito and Rin were stunned. Yukimi Hisamatsu sensed something was off, and only then turned around to see Night Feather standing there with a cheerful grin. Night Feather, what brings you here? There's still plenty of time before the assessment, so I thought I'd come see how you're all doing. In an instant, the classroom erupted into a frenzy, like a pot coming to a rolling boil. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's been half a year. How has everyone been? Wow, Uraha, I'm doing great. Thank you for remembering me. No way. You remembered me instead. The girls broke into a noisy argument, and Ikumi Hisamatsu felt like her head might explode. Quiet. Save it for after class if you have something to say. At the teacher's stern call, everyone settled down. The teacher really did command respect. Tisich, Obito looked disgruntled but could do nothing about it. Only Rin managed to keep her composure. Even the boys watched with admiration, since rumors were going around that Uraha could already defeat a Chunin and will be taking the Chunin exam next year. This time, Uraha didn't doze off in class, but instead had a long conversation with Obito about chakra refinement and fire-style techniques. Before long, it was lunchtime, and the group of students hoping to skip grades grew restless once more. Uraha stood quietly on the rooftop, watching the children below. There were 14 students hoping to skip ahead this time, most of them 3rd or 4th years. None were 6th years, as they were about to graduate anyway. If that guy dares to show up today, I'll make sure he gets a taste of my skills. If anyone's going up first, it's me. How dare he stand us up last time? Uraha shook his head. These students still had a long way to go before becoming true shinobi. Teacher, where's that arrogant genin? Don't tell me he's too scared to come again. Ahem, he's already here. Only then did the boy turn to see Uraha standing behind him. So it's you? Come on, you're just a kid too. Don't get in my way. The boy pointed at Uraha with swagger. Uraha simply glanced at him, and the boy was instantly seized by a chill, trembling from head to toe. The Naruto illusion technique, combined with a touch of killing intent, was extraordinarily effective. Even though Uraha only had a faint trace of bloodlust, it was more than enough for them. Without another word, he stepped onto the platform, not bothering to look back. The teacher hurried to break the illusion. Let's get started. I don't have time to waste. Come at me all at once. Uraha's cold voice rang out, and with a single step, he shattered the tiles beneath his feet. He stood there like a king, while the teachers could only offer helpless, wry smiles. Just from his aura, it was clear Uraha was already far beyond the level of a chunin. He really was being a bit over the top, but perhaps this would encourage the kids to focus on their studies. After some discussion, it was decided to let all the children challenge him together. Letting them realize their limits would be a good lesson. Isn't that Uraha, who just graduated this year? The Uchiha's greatest prodigy? A few students shrank back in fear. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're scared already? Aren't you all eager to graduate? Relax. I'll only use genin-level skills. There was a certain resemblance to Madara in Uraha's demeanor. Though, unlike Madara, he used Pantene. None of you have even stepped up yet. Get back to class, all of you. Damn it. Let's go together. He's just one guy. That's right. All at once. From the crowd, the younger and older girls watched with wide, admiring eyes. Uraha is so cool. He's overflowing with confidence and strength. A rabble with no discipline. Facing 14 kids, all a head taller than he was, Uraha's calm words only served to provoke them further, each one itching to rush him, as if they could tear him apart with their bare hands. Come on, give me your best shot. Uraha crossed his arms, utterly unfazed. The students charged in, a chaotic mob with no plan or coordination. Uraha didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He moved through the crowd like a specter, slipping effortlessly from one opponent to the next. Every punch sent someone crashing to the ground. For a chunin, this was nothing more than a warm-up. For a jonin, it would be child's play. To the students, though, it was as if he was vanishing and reappearing at will. In less than a minute, every last one of them was sprawled on the ground, unable to even attempt a single jutsu. How dull. Didn't even need to use ninjutsu. Bored, Uraha leapt down from the stage, setting off another wave of cheers. The deafening applause made Uraha feel a bit lightheaded. Strutting around really was great fun. What could be better than showing off your skills in the rookie village? But when he saw the wave of girls rushing toward him, especially the burly upper-class woman in the lead, his courage evaporated in an instant. Terrified, he quickly used the body flicker technique to escape. Ahem. The winner is Uchiha Uraha. Everyone else, return to class. With the spectacle over, the 14 would-be challengers slunk back to their classrooms. Uraha had only used genin-level taijutsu, and they couldn't even handle that. Best to focus on their studies. The third Hokage observed it all, his brow furrowing even deeper. Uraha was usually a cheerful clown, bright as the sun, often reminding him of Jiraiya. But today, the third saw something in Uraha that sent a chill through him, a shadow of Uchiha Madara. The legendary ninja, known as the god of shinobi, who could only be matched by his own teacher, Hashirama Senju. Uraha's performance on stage, his wild arrogance and commanding presence, echoed Madara's in every way. Coupled with Uraha's prodigious talent, it was entirely possible he could become another Madara. Sarutobi, you saw it too, didn't you? Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu approached, all wearing equally grave expressions. Yes. This time, the third could not ignore Danzo. This Uchiha boy is far too great a threat to the village, said Hamura. I agree. Perhaps we should. Leave him to me. Let him join Root, and I'll mold him into the perfect Konoha weapon, Danzo said slyly. That's out of the question. The Uchiha clan would never agree. And as Orochimaru's student, Orochimaru himself would be furious, the third said, tapping ash from his pipe. Uraha is still young. With the right guidance, he'll become Konoha's strongest protector. Sarutobi, don't be stubborn. For the sake of the village's stability, you can't simply turn a blind eye. Little Haru from the sleeping quarters furrowed her brow, wearing a look of reproach. Even Mito Minin felt the same way. Madara was simply too terrifying, and Hashirama was already dead. They could not allow a second Madara to appear, no matter how slim the chance. Let's not go any further. We can't just condemn him based on this alone. After all, he's only a child. It's normal for a genius to be proud and ambitious. Let Orochimaru handle it. From this, it was clear just how much fear Madara instilled in these people. Realizing their discussion was going nowhere, the three of them had no choice but to leave. Currently, Sarutobi's strength was overwhelming. The Book of Seals could only be freely accessed by the Hokage, and Sarutobi's newfound power was surely connected to it. Danzo couldn't help but start scheming about the sealing techniques again. Yet the consequences of being discovered were more than he could bear. If Uraha knew that simply imitating Lord Madara had brought such intense scrutiny from Konoha's upper echelons, he probably wouldn't have put on the act. Indeed, pretending to be impressive does come with its risks. Sigh, Uraha, I truly hope you don't end up like Madara. Later, the Hokage summoned Orochimaru. Orochimaru was speechless. Could it be that Uraha had caused trouble again? He'd just been released, and at this rate, the research funds would never be enough to cover the damages. Sensei, what did Uraha do this time? The Hokage let out a long sigh. This time, it's nothing major. But today in Uraha, I saw the shadow of someone else. Oh, who? Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru could no longer maintain his usual stoic facade. How could that be possible? It's the truth. I hope you'll guide Uraha well. Otherwise, you know what that could mean. Orochimaru took a deep breath. I won't let him become like that. I'll assign the ANBU to keep a covert watch. And Danzo? Danzo wouldn't dare. Meanwhile, Uraha was training in the forest again, pushing himself to 20 times his usual efficiency. This time, though he wasn't going to overdo it, he paused every so often to lift a restriction, gather information, and then return to training. HM? Who's there? Uncle Snake, what brings you here? Seeing who emerged from the shadows, Uraha was genuinely delighted. Uraha, your senses have grown sharper. Uncle Snake, are you taking me to Ryuchi Cave? Uraha gave Orochimaru a sly look. Even if he'd signed a contract without learning the reverse summoning technique, he still had no idea how to get there. Right now, only Orochimaru could go there at will. No, Uraha, I came to see you today for something else. A rare seriousness settled on Orochimaru's face, making Uraha sense a hint of unease. Please, Sensei, go ahead. Uraha straightened up, matching Orochimaru's serious tone. It's about your actions today. You've caught the attention of the elders and other high-ranking figures in Konoha. They see you as a potential threat. Orochimaru spoke slowly, and Uraha's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Konoha to be so sensitive. It was a sobering warning. He realized he'd been too conspicuous lately, so much for keeping a low profile. He'd forgotten all about it. At night, a waning moon slowly rose, and Uraha sat on the rooftop, lost in thought. Orochimaru had no intention of frightening him, but he was still quite annoyed that the ANBU surveillance had reached all the way into his own home. He could understand it, but it didn't make it any less irritating. How many months had it been already? Was it really just because he'd imitated Lord Madara once? Did things have to go this far? They were practically watching him even when he went to the bathroom. Wasn't that just insane? He couldn't let this continue. He had to talk to the third Hokage about it. If things got truly unbearable, maybe he'd have to beg Orochimaru to let him hide out in Ryuchi Cave for a while. He really couldn't figure out what the third Hokage was thinking. If you're going to monitor someone, at least don't let them notice. Isn't it humiliating to get caught? Frustrated, Uraha marched to the Hokage's office the next day. In the past few months, he'd only been assigned 3 or 4 missions, all of which he'd completed at Orochimaru's side. Lord Hokage, could you please stop having people watch me? It's really annoying. I'm only 5 years old, well, almost 6. Honestly, I'm starting to suspect you have some serious issues. The third Hokage was already seething inside, cursing the ANBU for their incompetence. They weren't fit for this job, if even a kid could spot them. Ahem, Uraha, I'm doing this for your own protection. I wouldn't ever harm you, but others might not be so trustworthy, you understand? The third tried to reason with Uraha, hoping to appeal to his emotions. If he hadn't known better, he might have been fooled by the third's kindly face. That was part of the reason, sure, but honestly, who would dare attempt an assassination in the Uchiha compound these days? I need my freedom. If you insist on watching me, at least don't let me catch you. It's embarrassing, even for the ANBU. If this is the quality of their work, I honestly see no reason to join them. Uraha replied firmly. At this point, the village didn't dare move against the Uchiha. things hadn't reached that stage. The third Hokage felt uneasy hearing this. Uraha had indeed been keeping a low profile lately, making efforts to fade out of public attention, but there was no denying how flamboyant he'd been in the past. You may go. I won't send anyone to monitor you anymore. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I know you mean well, but I don't want to live in a cage. With that, a sense of relief washed over Uraha. Pretending to be meek just wasn't who he was. In worst case, he could always run off with Orochimaru and become a rogue ninja. No. Wait, Minato would become the fourth Hokage soon. Once Minato took over, Danzo would be finished. Even though he was a member of the Uchiha clan, apart from his parents and Obito, he had little to do with the others. At most, he'd been dragged along to meet the old clan leader once. Still, he didn't want the Uchiha to be wiped out. The Uchihas were so unbearably arrogant. Sometimes, he found them downright off-putting. What was there to be so proud of, anyway? Most of them hadn't even awakened their Sharingan. Maybe when the clan is destroyed, a small group should be left alive. As for those I can't stand, let them be. It wasn't just the village that needed reform, the Uchiha clan did too. Since Orochimaru could come up with a plan like Konoha Crush, then wouldn't it be easy for me, Obito, and Itachi to devise an Uchiha collapse plan? That's certainly better than leaving just one last Uchiha alive in the end. Uncle Snake, where are we going today? We're going to gather intel on the Hidden Cloud Village. What? The Hidden Cloud Village? That's right. Orochimaru's expression turned greedy, his tongue practically curling out in anticipation. Uriah already understood what Orochimaru was up to. Judging by the timeline, it was about time for this generation's Eight-Tails Jinchuriki to meet their end. Uncle Snake, are you planning to pick up something else on the side? Haha, you're right, but I can't tell you the details. Looks like Uncle Snake is after some big news. Just for a piece of the Eight-Tails cells? What's there to be so excited about? If you ever got your hands on something from Kagaya Otsutsuki herself, you'd probably die from excitement. Uriah, being too clever isn't always a good thing. Orochimaru warned. Uncle Snake, I'm not interested in all that. When are you going to take me to Ryuchi Cave? I really miss Lady Tajitsuheim. Orochimaru rolled his eyes. Uriah's attachment to Tajitsuheim was truly persistent. It had been almost half a year. If Uriah ever met the other two snake sages, he'd probably never return to Konoha. Uriah, although they're called sages, you need to understand, they're still snakes, fundamentally different from us. No, not us, different from me. Uncle Snake, can you really still call yourself human at this point? Orochimaru froze, staring at Uriah in silence for a long moment, startling him. Uncle Snake, I didn't mean it that way. I just feel that your habits and behavior are becoming more and more snake-like. Just like your name suggests. It's all right. That's not something that bothers me. But you, don't be fooled by their appearance. They've eaten plenty of humans. Eaten humans? Uriah immediately reacted. What if one day, while getting cozy, he ended up as a snack? Orochimaru found Uriah's frightened look amusing. Don't worry. Lots of monsters eat humans. My goal is to change their mindset. It's just not right. As the saying goes, if I don't descend into hell, who will? Uncle Snake, after this mission, you have to take me to Ryuchi Cave. I've decided. I'm going to enlighten them. Uriah's compassionate, almost saintly expression was hard not to laugh at. This little lecher just couldn't give up. Well, maybe taking him to Ryuchi Cave to scare him a bit wouldn't be so bad. Let's see if he can handle it. Come on, let's talk on the move. I still want to discuss some things about the soul with you. Leaping through the forest, they gradually left the village behind. Uriah felt carefree, light as a bird set free, his steps growing ever swifter. They had a long journey ahead, ninja speed and stamina aside. It would still take several days to reach their destination. Along the way, they feasted on wild fruits and roasted chicken, living so freely that it was easy to forget they were even on a mission. Uriah, what do you think a soul truly is? I think the soul is simply a cluster of energy. The body is just a vessel for the soul. As long as the soul endures, a person cannot truly die. But Dan still died, didn't he? That's because when he returned to his body, the vessel was already beyond saving. If they could move the soul into an identical body, then he wouldn't die. Oh, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. So as long as the body doesn't perish, one could cheat death? But the body still grows old, doesn't it? Orochimaru pressed further. Then just switch to a new one. Crunch. Still biting into his grilled meat, Uraha suddenly realized he'd said something wrong. Hadn't he just encouraged Orochimaru to research cursed seals and living corpse reincarnation? What a disaster. No. Orochimaru. Uncle, the soul is probably the greatest mystery of the human body. It's better not to tamper with it. If the soul is damaged, it can cause all sorts of problems, maybe even irreversible harm. Uraha hurried to dissuade him. Orochimaru had always treated him well, no less than Kushina had. Anything Uraha wanted to learn, Orochimaru had taught him without reservation, except for what Uraha himself refused to study. What kind of harm do you think it could cause? The soul is closely tied to the mind. If it's damaged, you might not be able to resist mental techniques, like Jinjutsu, for example. That makes sense. Any other issues? Orochimaru took out his notebook and began to jot things down, clearly feeling that Uraha's insights into souls were substantial and well-founded. A soul that's incomplete might be unable to reach the Pure Land after death. Even if it's reincarnated, it could be born with defects, for example, congenital illnesses or disabilities. Reincarnation. Orochimaru drew a circle around the word. The impure world reincarnation technique, developed by the second Hokage, could summon the dead back from the Pure Land, regardless of era, though it had many flaws. How could that be explained? His brow furrowed. He'd heard the term reincarnation more than once, but he'd never encountered a real example. No one could prove it actually existed. Uraha, what do you think reincarnation is? And how could anyone prove that people are truly reborn after death? Uraha thought Hashirama, Madara, Naruto, and Sasuke are all perfect examples, but he couldn't say that aloud. Orochimaru-sensei, how could I possibly know? I'm only 6. Everything I've said so far was just idle talk. No, Uraha, you're very bright. Your ideas always have a solid foundation, so I want to hear what you think. But I really don't know. Uraha gave a helpless, wry smile. He never expected that Orochimaru's future research into curse seals and living corpse reincarnation would all start with him. If you'll just tell me your thoughts, I'll take you to Ryuchi Cave for 2 months. And there's not just Lady Katsu. There are 2 other beauties there. Really? Really? Uraha's eyes sparkled green for a moment, but the light quickly faded. After all, he couldn't explain it, no matter how much he wanted to. It's a shame. I really have no idea. I don't have the slightest clue, but there's a place that might offer some insight. Oh, where? The Fire Temple in the Land of Fire. The scriptures there are a true treasure trove of knowledge. Most of my theories come from reading their books. Uraha wasted no time shifting the responsibility to the Fire Temple. After all, whether Orochimaru could understand those scriptures was another matter. By the time he finished his research, the 2 months at Ryuchi Cave would have long passed. I see. Orochimaru, will you check out Ryuchi Cave? Uraha rubbed his hands together, looking hopefully at Orochimaru. No problem. Still 2 months. Hooray for Orochimaru. Now let's see where you'll run this time, to Kitsuheim. So this is the Hidden Cloud Village? The people here have noticeably darker skin, and even the ordinary folks look impressively strong. Disguised as tourists, Uraha and Orochimaru strolled leisurely through the village, all thanks to Orochimaru's transformation jutsu. After dispatching 2 villagers living near the outskirts, they'd literally worn the villagers' faces as masks. Human skin masks in the truest sense. Uraha, feeling a deep sense of discomfort, wore the face of a child about his own age. But for the sake of the mission, he hardened his resolve, said a quick prayer, and set off. Orochimaru, everyone here seems so warm and exuberant. That's right. Here, they revere taijutsu and swordsmanship. There are several tournaments every month. Oh, swordsmanship. Uraha recalled what the sage had told him. Open 5 more spiritual routes to inherit the training methods of the sage arts and sword techniques, along with a few other little tricks. Want to give it a try? As long as you don't use Konoha's taijutsu or sword techniques, you should be fine. Orochimaru pointed to the arena ahead, a sly grin playing on his lips. All right, I'll give it a shot, but I don't have a sword. Seeing as you're one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, you must have some good stuff, right? You little rascal. The Kusanagi sword would draw too much attention. Use this instead. Orochimaru handed Uraha a long sword. It looked sharp. Not the Kusanagi, but still standard issue for the Umbu. TCH, stingy. Sword in hand, Uraha headed for the arena. On stage, 2 young men were locked in a fierce contest, though both wielded wooden swords. Mister, who are those 2 up there? They look pretty skilled. Hey kid, are you into swordsmanship too? Looks like this is your first time in the city. The middle-aged man's eyes were immediately drawn to the fine sword on Uraha's back. That's right. I heard there are often matches here, so I came to take a look. The boy on the left is the young head of the Zhangyi clan. His swordsmanship is truly masterful. The one on the right is the second son of the Ito family, and among his peers, few can match his skills. Both clans are renowned for their single blade style. Uraha's interest was piqued at once. By the sound of it, these families were quite famous. Could pure swordsmanship clans really stand up to ninja? The Hitaki clan of Konoha are also masters of the blade. Konoha's White Fang rose to the Kage level relying on his swordsmanship and ninjutsu, which on the other hand, shows just how important sword skills are. But how is it that they remain unshaken, even without chakra? It seems you've made great progress, Nakawakawa, Ito Hideki said, breathing heavily after 5 minutes of fierce sparring, finally forced to admit defeat. You're not bad yourself. I wonder how your elder brother is doing these days, Nakawakawa replied. Hideki let out a breathless chuckle. My brother? He's several times stronger than me. I'll challenge him next time, Nakawakawa said lightly, then leapt down from the stage. The crowd below parted to make way for him. Wait, kid, are you trying to get yourself killed? The middle-aged uncle hurriedly grabbed Uraha, scolding him anxiously. Thank you, uncle. I've heard you're quite skilled, so I'd like to have a match with you, Uraha replied earnestly. Nakawakawa only gave a cold, dismissive snort, not bothering to respond. Was it possible that even a child dared challenge him now? Uraha's face darkened in displeasure. What's this Nakawa clan worth if you don't even have the courage to accept a challenge? Sounds like an empty reputation to me. You brat, are you looking for trouble? Nakawakawa's eyes grew cold with a hint of anger. At 16, he felt it beneath him to argue with a child of 5 or 6, but this kid just wouldn't quit, even pushing further. Uraha finally smiled. My name is Miyamoto Uraha. If you defeat me, the sword on my back is yours. Orochimaru's face instantly darkened. Why should you wager my sword if you lose? He thought with a frown. But Uraha was thinking, Orochimaru has so many Kusanagi swords. There's practically one in every snake's belly, so it doesn't really matter. Miyamoto clan, is it? You're asking for this, so don't blame me if you lose. The crowd erupted in a flurry of whispers. A member of the Miyamoto clan had shown up. Their two-sword style was legendary. Just a century ago, they were a super clan in their own right. But with the rise of the ninja era, they had faded into obscurity. Looks like the Miyamoto clan is famous too. I hope I'm not about to provoke another powerful family. But there's no turning back now. As soon as Uraha jumped onto the stage, he switched to a wooden sword. Aren't you going to use 2 blades? No need. Nakawakawa let out a harsh laugh, now truly furious. If he'd only been mildly annoyed before, now he was outright insulted. The renowned two-sword style family wasn't even using their signature technique. Was there a greater show of disrespect? Uraha could only force a bitter smile. He simply didn't know how to use it. At the signal, Nakawakawa sprang into action, moving with a speed that rivaled any ninja. Uraha barely had time to raise his sword before their blades collided. His face tensed. The force traveling through the blade was formidable and so swift that, without chakra, he barely managed to react in time. With a sweeping parry, Uraha felt his palms go numb from shock. Remarkable. This was pure physical technique, not something enhanced with lightning stimulation, the 8 gates, or any other ninja body arts. Zhong Hechuan closed in again, using his height to unleash a wild flurry of attacks. Night Feather could only grip his sword tightly, retreating step by step. By now, he could tell that Zhong Hechuan was deliberately targeting only his wooden sword. A surge of irritation rose in his heart. It was truly vexing not being able to use the Konoha sword style. Kid, your physical endurance isn't bad. Most people would have lost their grip by now, Zhong Hechuan said with a sneer. TCH, this is nothing yet. Night Feather flicked his sword upward and shifted to a thrust, which made Zhong Hechuan feel a strange sense of awkwardness. Kid, don't you know a single sword technique? Mind your own business. To Zhong Hechuan, Night Feather's swordsmanship was abysmal. He relied solely on brute force and speed. Still, his control over his power was impressive. This farce has gone on long enough. Zhong Hechuan suddenly accelerated, striking the back of Night Feather's hand with his sword. The pain forced Night Feather to drop his blade. Now let me show you what real sword technique looks like. Koihai slash. Danger. Night Feather barely dodged the attack by channeling chakra, and a deep gouge scarred the ground, cutting halfway across the dueling platform. So this is sword technique. Was that sword energy just now? And he did it with a wooden sword. Night Feather cast a long, searching look at Zhong Hechuan before tossing his own sword over. I concede. That's a fine sword, kid. Take it back. I'd rather not embarrass myself. With one careful look at the sword, Zhong Hechuan could tell it was worth a fortune, at least several 100,000 taels. If Night Feather lost it, Miyamoto was sure to get an earful when he got home. Night Feather smiled. He actually found Zhong Hechuan to be a decent guy, someone with true moral character and the spirit of a samurai. And no need. I've got hundreds more where that came from. It was good to meet a friend like you. Zhong Hechuan and the onlookers stared in disbelief. Hundreds of swords this fine? Who says the Miyamoto clan has fallen? Come forward and say that again. Plenty of people around knew the value of such a blade. At the very least, it was worth several 100,000 taels. Zhong Hechuan's face twitched uncontrollably. He'd been thoroughly bested by Night Feather's generosity. All right, consider us friends, he said. After all, who wouldn't want to be friends with someone so wealthy? Until we meet again. With that, Nightfeather vanished into the crowd. Today's experience had been a great gain. He'd witnessed the true power of swordsmanship, and now he looked forward even more to the sword techniques left behind by the sages. Surely he could train up to Kaga level with them, right? He'd learned so much. Nightfeather, you really are generous. That's right. A real man should be bold and open-handed. Just remember to pay me back the 300,000 taels. No problem. Wait, how much? 300,000 taels? You mean that sword was worth 300,000 taels? Nightfeather's jaw dropped in shock. Had he just given away 300,000 taels? I hope I can see that money soon. Gulp. Orochimaru, surely you're not in need of such a small sum, are you? This time, just treat it as a gift for me, okay? Nightfeather pleaded, massaging Orochimaru's shoulders and legs. Orochimaru shuddered, feeling goosebumps all over. No, you must pay me back. My research has been burning through money lately. Uncle Snake, even if you sold me, I wouldn't be worth that much, Yu said, his head hanging in defeat. I think your esteemed father can afford it. After all, your family is the wealthiest in Konoha. Seeing that Orochimaru was unmoved, Yu could only accept his fate. Who could he blame? He lost the bet fair and square. If only he could use ninjutsu, he'd have trounced Nakagawa without breaking a sweat. How was he going to ask his parents for money when he got home? He'd just lost 300,000 Ryo in one go. Wait, this intelligence mission was ranked A level, wasn't it? In other words, Orochimaru had gilded the job on purpose, so the official reward should be at least 50,000 Ryo. But there was still a shortfall of 250,000 Ryo. He could already picture his father's furious face. After 3 days of investigation, they had finally gathered the last piece of intel on the Eight Tails. They also learned that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki could only sleep soundly with the help of medication. The Jinchuriki lived every day in terror, constantly afraid that the Eight Tails would break free. Tonight, let me put him out of his misery. That way, he'll never have to live in fear again, Orochimaru said in his hoarse voice. Uncle Snake, don't tell me the Hokage asked you to do this? If I'm not mistaken, you've been itching to get your hands on a tailed beast for a while now. Looks like this mission just happened to line up with your interests. Yu, I really didn't choose you as my favorite disciple for nothing. You're absolutely right. Even if the Cloud Village loses the war, they're still the second strongest. If the Eight Tails runs amok, their strength will be seriously weakened. And finding a new suitable Jinchuriki is no easy task. Orochimaru looked at Yu with growing approval. If, by any chance, something happened to him in the future, he hoped you could inherit everything he had. Besides, the benefit I'm getting is just a tiny part of it. In reality, this mission is a top-secret S-rank task personally assigned by Sensei. Uncle Snake, about that sword. Can we just let it go? Yu's eyes lit up. S-rank mission reward started at 1,000,000 Ryo, and this time they were dealing with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Weakening Cloud Village like this, it had to be worth at least 50 million. Even Asuma, the son of the third Hokage and a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, was only worth 35 million. This job had to be worth 50 million, no question. Just thinking about it, Yu's mouth started to water. Ahem. Oh, Yu snapped out of his daydream at Orochimaru's cough. Uncle Snake, I get a decent cut this time too, right? That's right, 50,000 Ryo. What? Only 50,000? Not even 500,000? Yu protested immediately. A job worth 50 million, and he was only getting 50,000? If you want more, then you can go and take down the Eight Tails Jinchuriki yourself. Uncle Snake, I think you'd better handle it. 50,000 it is. But about that sword, can we just call it even? Absolutely not. This is for your own good. Ugh, stingy. How'd he never notice how tight-fisted Orochimaru was before? He used to give him anything he wanted. Did he run out of research funding or something? Fine, Uncle Snake, I have another question. Go ahead, what is it? Why are you so obsessed with dressing up as a woman? You picked a woman to kill among the villagers. I'll let that slide. But when you infiltrated the hidden cloud as a ninja, you chose to disguise yourself as a woman again. Isn't that going a bit too far? Could it be that Orochimaru has a penchant for cross-dressing, and that's why he doesn't have a girlfriend? Looks like I'll have to pay him a visit next time. Who knows what surprises I might find. Orochimaru paused at my question, clearly taken aback. He'd never considered it before. Now, as he actually started pondering it, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. Why do I always choose a woman's face? Maybe it's because they're attractive. And what does it feel like to be in a woman's body? How different are our bodies, really? If I could become a woman, perhaps I'd finally know. I suppose I'll have to study jutsu in that direction someday. For science, Uraha. This is all for science. Orochimaru placed a solemn hand on my shoulder, his expression deadly serious. Chills ran down my spine. Scientists really are madmen. No wonder Orochimaru dares to do anything. Terrifying. Ahem. Let's focus on finishing the mission for today, Uncle Snake. Very well. Tonight, all you need to do is wait for me outside the hidden cloud village. Be careful, Uncle Snake. Night soon fell. Orochimaru checked the time, then slipped silently toward the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails residence. First, he had to deal with Killer Bee's attending doctor, the one who supplied his medicine. Transforming into a small, white snake, he slithered unnoticed into the doctor's quarters. With barely a sound, he dispelled his transformation and killed the doctor in the blink of an eye. Rest easy. You can sleep now. He dragged the doctor's body behind a wall, then assumed his appearance and waited for the Eight Tails Jinchuriki to arrive. He didn't have to wait long. Within the hour, Killer Bee, his signature half-blue, half-white hair unmistakable, hurried in. Here's your medicine. This isn't the usual stuff. It's a new formula. It should help you sleep better. All right, thanks. He didn't suspect a thing. He took the medicine and returned to his room. Orochimaru watched him go, a wicked smile curling on his lips. He carefully calculated the drug's effects, and when the time was right, he slipped into Killer Bee's room. Let me fill the emptiness inside you. Sensing something was wrong, Bee's eyes flew open. He stared in confusion at the woman from the hidden cloud who was now looming over him. Before he could utter a word, Orochimaru tore off the mask, revealing his true face. He recoiled in shock. A grown man disguised as a woman, trying to scare me to death. Recognizing Orochimaru, Bee struggled with all his might, trying to call for help, but Orochimaru clamped a hand over his mouth. It's useless. You've taken my special Jinjutsu drug. Orochimaru rasped, pride flickering in his eyes. Even a tailed beast can't resist it. Your secret's safe with me. Living is agony, isn't it? Let me release you from the pain and anxiety of being a Jinchuriki. For a moment, Bee stopped resisting. Maybe this was for the best. The emptiness inside him was something even his partner, it couldn't fill or understand. As Orochimaru watched Bee give up the fight, he sensed Bee's consciousness slipping away, hanging by its last fragile thread. This is a summons from death itself. In a haze, he thought of Uraha. Perhaps Uraha had managed to fill that empty space in his heart. A 5-element seal appeared on his hand, and an iron armor seal manifested on Bee's chest. He pressed it down with force. At once, a torrent of wild, overwhelming chakra erupted from Bee's body. Orochimaru quickly slipped away, hiding in the shadows. Uraha, who had yet to leave the village, stopped in his tracks, gazing up at the pillar of chakra shooting into the sky. Even from such a distance, he could feel the tremors in the air. The massive Eight Tails rampaged through the village, its destruction visible even from afar. Incredible. No wonder they say it's as powerful as a nuclear weapon. The elite ninja of the ANBU swarmed forward, using iron chains and lightning-style techniques to restrain the Eight Tails. Damn it, mere humans. The beast, feeling its body go numb, only grew more frenzied and violent. Isn't this just reciprocity? If you dare to steal Konoha's Jinchuriki, then I'll make a move on your Eight Tails Jinchuriki. The difference was Kimogikure didn't succeed in kidnapping Kushina, but Konoha had managed to unleash the Eight Tails, perhaps finally giving Kushina some measure of justice. The third Raikage is truly shrewd. Uraha silently gave his approval to both the third Raikage and Orochimaru. Why did the Eight Tails suddenly go berserk? In the end, Bee failed. This isn't the time to talk about that. Stop him. Someone's been hurt. We have to hold out until Lord Raikage arrives. The shinobi of Kimogakure unleashed every technique they had, but nothing could pierce the Eight Tails' thick hide. If anything, their attacks only provoked the beast further. One ninja leapt forward, only to be swatted flat with a single blow. Orochimaru, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but marvel. There truly was nothing he could do against this creature. All he could do was wait for Kimogakure's reinforcements. At last, the third Raikage's son, arrived. Seeing his comrades impaled on the beast's horns, and, enraged by his partner's death, he activated his lightning release armor. With a single, furious strike, the hell stab, he severed one of the beast's horns. The massive horn crashed to the ground, sending water splashing in all directions. This was a chance. Without hesitation, Orochimaru leapt forward, drew a small blade, scraped off a sliver of the Eight Tails' flesh, and retreated. After unleashing that attack, it was visibly drained. At just 25, he couldn't maintain lightning release chakra mode for long, so he joined the other elite shinobi to assist as best he could. Orochimaru watched from above, keenly interested in what Kimogakure would do next. Against a monster of this scale, surely many would perish. It's Lord Raikage. Thank goodness. The shinobi of Kimogakure erupted in relief and excitement. Now that I'm here, you can rest. Watching the exhausted shinobi withdraw, Orochimaru stared in disbelief at the Raikage. Was he really going to take on a tailed beast alone? Hell, stab one. The Raikage raised a single finger and dashed toward the eight tails with blinding speed. So fast, even Orochimaru couldn't follow his movements. With a single strike, he chopped off one of the eight tails and engaged the beast in close combat. Is this guy really human? Worried about being discovered, Orochimaru slipped away. The Raikage's strength was far beyond what he had imagined. He must have already reached the very peak of Kage level. It was quite a while before Orochimaru finally met up with Uraha. Uncle Snake, you really pulled it off. Looks like Kumogakure is in for a huge loss this time. I doubt they'll get away with losing less than 100 million. Let them fight it out as much as they want. It's time for us to leave anyway. Orochimaru noticed Uraha glancing back every now and then, as if searching for something. What are you looking for? Oh, nothing. Just seeing if there are any beauties around, so I'll know to come back next time. He really was just like Jiraiya. Of course, Uraha wasn't actually searching for pretty girls. He was looking for Yujito Ni. She would grow up to be a stunning beauty, but she'd already become the two-tails Jinchuriki at such a young age. Unfortunately, there just wasn't enough time to find her now. What? You little rascal, you actually racked up a debt of 250,000 ryo? From a house within the Uchiha compound came a thunderous roar. Uraha sat in a corner, looking sheepish, while Minghui wore an expression of helplessness. She hadn't expected her 5-year-old son to rack up so much debt. Father, it was all just an accident. Orochimaru-sensei is so stingy. He sold me a single kunai for such a ridiculous price. I suspect he was extorting me. Uraha spoke with the utmost sincerity, as if it were the truth. Shinhiro was so angry he could hardly contain himself. One of the legendary Sannin extorting a little kid? Absurd. Seeing his father still fuming, Uraha's eyes darted mischievously as he came up with a plan. Father, if you pay off my debt, I'll tell you a secret. Oh, what secret? Could this little scoundrel have awakened some new bloodline limit? But that should be impossible. You have to promise me first. Just say it. I'll pay for you. Your mother will handle it. So go ahead. Minghui stroked Uraha's hair lovingly. 250,000 ryo was nothing. A couple of A-rank missions would cover it. All right, Mom. Here's the secret. Uraha opened his eyes, revealing two tomo and his Sharingan, perfectly aligned at 180 degrees. Even Shinhiro had assumed Uraha would need a couple more years to reach two tomo. Many people never even awaken one in their entire lives. And yet Uraha had only awakened his Sharingan a few months ago. The two of them were increasingly awed and a little frightened by Uraha's prodigious talent. To awaken two tomo at age 5 in just a few months? They even suspected that by next year, he might reach the highest form, 3 tomo. I wonder if this secret is worth 250,000 ryo. It's worth it, but you must never let this news get out. It could bring deadly danger. Shinhiro had no doubt. If word got out, not only would other villages want to kill Uraha, but even their own village or the Uchiha clan itself might make a move against him. Minghui, too, had never looked so grave. The couple felt a mix of joy and anxiety. They rejoiced at Uraha's extraordinary talent. Even Madara Uchiha hadn't awakened his Sharingan this early. Perhaps Uraha could one day reach Madara's level. But they also feared that if this information ever leaked, they wouldn't have the power to protect Uraha. If only they were part of the main branch of the clan, things might be different. Uraha, remember, unless it's absolutely necessary, never, ever use the Sharingan. From now on, during training within the clan grounds, Nobuhiro reminded him repeatedly. Yes, father, I understand, Uraha replied earnestly. Seeing the worry etched on his parents' faces, Uraha tried once more to reassure them. Mother, father, I've never used a Sharingan in any of my fights so far. Even without it, I'm still really strong. That's good to hear, his mother said, visibly relieved. Uraha hadn't expected that revealing the existence of a Sharingan would trouble his parents so much, making them restless and anxious. Clearly, the waters in Konoha ran deeper than he had imagined. After bidding his parents farewell, he took the 250,000 ryo and set off to find Orochimaru. When he arrived at Orochimaru's house and saw no one there, he climbed in through the window to wait. All right, I almost forgot the main thing. Haha, he chuckled to himself. He tossed the bag of money onto the table and began to poke around Orochimaru's lair, or rather, his mansion. Uraha's excitement bubbled over as he rummaged through cabinets and drawers, pulling out a mountain of books and tossing them aside without even a glance. He even unearthed a few scrolls, but didn't bother to look at those either, too engrossed in his search. He went through all of Orochimaru's clothes, not even sparing the underwear. He couldn't help but grumble. Just how much does Orochimaru love that outfit? There must be at least 20 identical sets. It didn't take long before the once tidy house was in complete disarray. Wiping sweat from his brow, Uraha muttered, "This doesn't make sense. Uncle Snake is so fond of dressing up as a woman. There's no way he doesn't have any women's clothing. Could I have missed a spot? Maybe there's a basement?" Just then, a small snake perched on a beam dissolved into a wisp of smoke, while Uraha made his way to the first floor. Meanwhile, in the root headquarters, Orochimaru's expression changed abruptly. "Orochimaru, what's wrong?" someone asked. "Danzo, let's leave it here for today. I have something urgent to deal with," Orochimaru replied. Danzo, with his single eye, looked a bit puzzled. Was it possible that one of Orochimaru's secret bases had been discovered? Is that why he seemed so flustered? "Go ahead," Danzo said, waving him off. After Orochimaru left, Danzo summoned a few root members to trail him. Orochimaru was clearly annoyed. The message from his snake was clear. Someone had broken into his house. Who would dare to rob the home of one of the legendary Sannin? When he arrived, his face darkened immediately at the sight of the chaos. Down in the basement lab, Uraha shivered at the sound of footsteps above. Uncle Snake was back. Back at Root, when they realized it was Orochimaru's house that had been burglarized, even the stern faces there couldn't help but twitch. The idea that one of the Sannin's homes had been robbed was almost too much. Trying to suppress their laughter, the Root members quickly returned to headquarters. Orochimaru's expression grew grave as he noticed that many hidden compartments in his home had been ransacked. Clearly, the intruder wasn't just anybody. They had come with a purpose. By now, the person might have already reached the basement lab. Orochimaru rushed there. After all, there were plenty of research materials inside, even if most were incomplete. Hearing hurried footsteps, Uraha realized that this time, things might really get out of hand. He shrank into a corner, holding his breath, and stayed absolutely still. Orochimaru walked in and saw that the lab equipment hadn't been tampered with much. Although the drawers had been rummaged through, nothing seemed to be missing. With a slight flicker of his senses, he quickly noticed Yiyu hiding in the corner. He hurled a kunai straight at him, and the blade pierced through the metal cabinet, scaring Yiyu into jumping out from his hiding spot. "Hey, Uncle Snake, hello there." Yiyu greeted him, but his smile looked more like he was about to cry. "You ungrateful brat." Orochimaru was furious once again. It was always this troublesome disciple. "Uncle Snake, spare my face." An hour later, Yiyu lay sprawled motionless on a chair, barely clinging to life. "Uncle Snake, you're really trying to kill me here? Ouch." Yiyu groaned weakly. "You little traitor, what are you doing in my house?" Orochimaru gritted his teeth, using a shadow clone to clean up the mess. "Well, I came to pay you back, but if you don't cover my medical expenses today, I'm going to report you." "Is this what paying back looks like? This is outright robbery, worse than a bandit. Look at me, my arms and legs are all broken. Are you really my master? Maybe I should have asked Lady Tsunade to take me in instead." "Don't worry, I've already called the best medical ninja in the village." "What exactly were you searching for?" "I was looking for, women's clothes, Uncle Snake." This kid turned the whole house upside down just for that. Before long, 3 female medical ninja rushed in. Seeing Yiyu lying motionless on the sofa, they hurried to check his injuries. As they treated him, the 3 of them muttered under their breath, "Who could be so cruel? To beat up a child like this, absolutely heartless." "Exactly. Who could lay a hand on such a cute kid? No decent person, that's for sure. We have to report this to Lord Hokage." Yiyu was so touched, he nearly burst into tears. He truly admired these young ladies for their courage, daring to criticize Orochimaru to his face. "Please, sisters, make sure to tell Lord Hokage. People like that must be punished. No mercy." "All right, little brother. Who did this to you? Luckily it's just superficial wounds, or things would be much worse." One of the medical ninja asked gently as she worked. "Thank you, big sis. The one who did this has absolutely no sympathy, completely ruthless. And he's a man who likes to dress up as a woman too." Yiyu's pitiful look made the 3 girls' hearts ache even more. "Oh my, isn't that just a pervert? I'll definitely tell Lord Hokage and have this creep dragged out." Xiao Mei's right. People like that are just too scary. "Don't worry, little brother. We'll take care of everything." "I salute you, ladies. You're true warriors. Angels." The 3 girls continued their banter while treating him, never suspecting that the real culprit was sitting right across from them, calmly sipping tea. A cold, venomous glare swept over Yiyu, making him shudder from head to toe. "Now, tell your sisters, who is he? We'll stand up for you." Come on, just say it. We'll help you." Yiyu lifted his hand and pointed to Orochimaru behind him. The 3 women turned around in unison and, upon seeing Orochimaru's sinister grin, nearly fainted from fright. Lord Orochimaru, I have something urgent to take care of. I'll take my leave now. He's almost recovered anyway." Yes, yes, Lord Orochimaru. Sometimes kids just need a little discipline. My own brother was the same way. Lord Orochimaru, there's still patients waiting for us at the hospital. We'd better hurry back. Orochimaru simply sipped his tea in silence. The three gave a quick, shallow bow and hurried off, not forgetting to shoot a glare at Yu on their way out. They ran out of Orochimaru's house so fast they didn't even ask for their payment, rushing back to the hospital as if they'd just escaped the jaws of death. Honestly, doctors these days have no sense of ethics. My hand isn't even properly healed yet. Well, time for lunch. Uncle Snake, I'll head home and eat now. Shaking his head, Yu strolled leisurely toward the door. Come back. Uncle Snake, is there something else? Huh. Orochimaru let out a sigh. The third Hokage had left Yu in his care, but if he raised Yu to be cold and heartless, wouldn't he be snuffing out the last bit of light in the boy's heart? Forget it. Go on, you can leave. Really? Nothing else? I'm really going then. Alrighty. Yu dashed away at full speed, reminding himself again and again never to court disaster like this again. That was already his third beating. Today was the day Yu and Orochimaru had agreed to go to Ryukido. He left a shadow clone behind, while his real self followed Orochimaru to the Dragon Cave. With a single reverse summoning jutsu, Yu arrived at Ryukido. The sunshine here was far from warm. The sky seemed dull and lifeless, casting a gray pall over everything. No wonder they call it a snake's den. How many snakes are there, anyway? Yu marveled. Big snakes, small snakes. Everywhere he looked, they were coiled on tree branches, in the water, or lounging on rocks. I thought you'd be scared. Uncle Snake, how could these little snakes scare me? What do they even eat? Yu's curiosity was piqued. Aside from snakes, he hadn't seen anything else living here. They eat anything. There are usually some frogs and things like that around. Oh, Yu clapped his hands. If Mount Myaboku has snakes, it makes sense this place would have frogs and such. How should I find the White Snake Sage and Lady Taijima? Sincerity is the key. I get it. I'm sincere, alright. Lady Taijima's still waiting for me. Orochimaru snorted, clearly not buying it, and said no more. Yu, meanwhile, was already plotting. The natural chakra here was, just like at Mount Myaboku, several times denser than in the outside world. If he could master Sage Mode here, that wouldn't be a bad thing at all. However, no one knows what will happen if you fail to master the Sage Arts here. In Mount Myaboku, you'd turn into a stone toad. Would you turn into a stone snake here, perhaps? Uncle Snake, since this is a land of sages, you must know some Sage Arts yourself, right? Well, I actually don't. My body can't handle that kind of training. That's really a shame. I wonder how I do. As Uraha recalled the way Kabuto entered Sage Mode, a chill ran down his spine. After all, the Toad's place was still better. Once you gained complete control, aside from your eyes turning into toad eyes and a bit of eyeshadow, you'd look just as cool and powerful as usual. But to train here, you need to be bitten personally by the White Snake Sage. Orochimaru's raspy voice made Uraha want to hand him a glass of water to soothe his throat. But Uraha, you're already a sage's disciple. You probably don't need to learn the Sage Arts here. Uncle Snake, that's the problem. I'm really not. If I were a sage's disciple, I'd have mastered Sage Arts by now. Sorry, Uncle Snake, I can't tell you the truth yet, Uraha thought to himself, apologizing quietly in his heart. This was his trump card for dealing with Kagaya in the future. It's true you carry quite a few secrets. I suppose only the White Snake Sage herself could unravel them. Just then, the scene before their eyes shimmered and transformed, revealing a doorway. Above the entrance, a dragon's head gripped a scroll in its jaws, with the words Ryuchi Cave written upon it. It seemed the White Snake Sage had already taken notice of Uraha. The White Snake Sage was always unpredictable. There was no guarantee she wouldn't make a move against him. Let's go. The White Snake Sage is already aware of you. Uraha and Orochimaru entered Ryuchi Cave together. Inside the dimly lit grand hall, a colossal white snake lay coiled above them. Upon her head rested a huge red night pearl. Her hair was orange, her tail adorned with golden rings, and a cat's-eye gem hung from her neck. Between her fangs, she held a long smoking pipe. There was no doubt this was the White Snake Sage. The three snake princesses stood below her, and for once, Orochimaru wore a look of genuine respect. Orochimaru, if your disciple is already a sage's apprentice, why bring him to Ryuchi Cave? The White Snake Sage asked lazily, though her eyes never left Uraha. This old serpent is definitely up to something, Uraha thought, quietly on guard. Orochimaru smiled and replied, Honored White Snake Sage, while Uraha is indeed a sage's disciple, he is also my apprentice. It's only right I bring him here. Besides, there's another reason, your disciple, Tadjit Saheim. With that, Orochimaru deftly handed the matter over to Tadjit Saheim. There were indeed several reasons for Uraha's visit, but Tajitsuheim was certainly one of them. "Oh, Tajitsuheim, what's this about?" the White Snake Sage asked. Tajitsuheim's expression shifted. She hadn't expected Orochimaru to do this, not after all that respectful master talk. Tamaheim and Ichikishimaheim exchanged knowing, amused glances, clearly anticipating some interesting revelation. When Tanjinheim returned, she reported that her search had yielded nothing, and there was no further incident. Never did she expect to be confronted about it today. Immortal? Well. Seeing Tanjinheim stammer over her words, the two other Heims' curiosity flared up like wildfire. "All right, let me explain instead." It took a little while to sort the whole story out, and the White Snake Immortal shot Tanjinheim an exasperated glare. Had this child really been bottling things up for so long? It was true that Ryukido had not seen visitors in ages. Without anyone coming to train in the immortal arts, the three Heim had no chance to improve their meals. "Ha, sister. I never thought you'd be so desperate as to even go after children." Younger Ichikishimaheim laughed without the slightest restraint. Even Tunno Kamiheim, who usually worked hard to maintain her dignified, fairy-like appearance, couldn't help but smile. She hadn't expected Tanjinheim to turn out like this after one trip outside. Tanjinheim's face burned with shame. She'd never been so embarrassed. If word of this spread, how would the snakes of Ryukido look at her ever again? "So, esteemed White Snake Immortal, what do you think we should do about this?" asked Tanjinheim. "It's her private matter." "Tanjinheim, surely you have plenty of time now? I've already decided to stay here for 2 months. A stifled laugh escaped. A hiccup, followed by a cough. "Oh my, that little beauty doesn't seem half bad either." Uraha eyed Ichikishimaheim with a mischievous glint. She looked no older than 12 or 13. "We'll talk about this outside," Tanjinheim said calmly, though her heart raced with anxiety. "Very well," came the reply. From the moment Uraha arrived at Ryukido, she'd felt that none of these so-called Heim or the White Snake Immortal could truly be called immortals. They belonged more to the realm of Yukai, if anything. After all, no true immortal's dwelling would look like this, too sinister, too cold. Uraha had already abandoned the thought of letting Tanjinheim warm her bed. The idea was just too uncomfortable, but teasing her now, that was still fair game. The White Snake Immortal gazed after Uraha's departing figure, her eyes briefly flashing gold before dimming once more. "Lord Orochimaru, do you think there are really dragons in Ryukido?" "I'm not sure myself. They say that when one fully masters the Sage Mode, dragon horns appear." "Dragon horns?" Uraha scoffed inwardly. What a joke. That was hardly impressive. Seeing Uraha's look of utter disdain, Orochimaru and Tanjinheim narrowed their eyes. This child clearly knew something more. As for whether there were dragons in Ryukido, Tanjinheim certainly knew more than she let on. But Uraha had already drawn her own conclusion. The White Snake Immortal was the most powerful being here, and she wasn't a dragon. So how could any real dragon exist in this place? At best, perhaps something left behind by a dragon. "Uraha, have you ever seen a dragon?" "Of course, never. This kid is definitely hiding a lot from me," thought the White Snake Immortal. The Book of Contract had already revealed that the immortal heritage behind Uraha was far greater than anything Ryukido had to offer. "Uraha, if you just honestly tell your big sister about the immortal behind you, how about I warm your bed tonight?" "Oh, let's talk about it after you're done warming it." "Hey, trying to fool me? Does he really think I'm a kid?" Even Princess Taijima couldn't help but sigh. Kids these days are as sly as monkeys. Orochimaru had already decided to use a Jinjutsu on Uraha to extract some information. Without a sound, the Jinjutsu was cast. Taijima gave Orochimaru a discreet thumbs up, and sure enough, Uraha began to look drowsy. But inside his mind, Uraha suddenly snapped to alertness. He realized immediately that he'd fallen into a Jinjutsu. If he used a Sharingan, it would be easy to break free, but he couldn't reveal that ability. Who would have thought Orochimaru could be so shameless, even to his own apprentice? What should he do now? Anxiety crept into his heart. Suddenly, the jade pendant at his chest gave a gentle tremor and glowed softly, and Uraha's mind instantly cleared. "Uraha, can you hear me?" "I can hear you, Orochimaru-sensei." "Damn it, you old witch, rotten snake Orochimaru. What the heck are you yammering about? Using illusions on me like that?" No one could quite understand Uraha's outburst, but it was clear he had broken free from the Jinjutsu. Orochimaru was left at a loss, forcing a sheepish smile. "I didn't expect Uraha to improve so quickly. He broke my technique in no time." Uraha shot Orochimaru an exasperated glare and flipped him off with a single finger. "Sage, about this child?" Tanjinheim inquired. "There's a shroud of mystery over this boy. Even I can't see through him." The immortal behind him is likely far stronger than I am. The pair stared at White Snake's sage in disbelief, but they never doubted her words. Apart from the other two great sacred grounds, only the Sage of Six Paths remained. Could this boy be connected to the Sage of Six Paths? If that were the case, it would make sense, for he was stronger than anyone. Hokage-sama. Orochimaru-sama has already taken Uraha to Ryukido. Was Orochimaru planning to have Uraha learn Sage Mode? How could a child so young possibly succeed? I see. What about Danzo? Hokage-sama. Here's the intelligence we've gathered. The third Hokage took the report and skimmed through it. Danzo was indeed conducting some experiments, but nothing particularly outstanding. He was using a lot of monkeys, sheep, horses, and the like. It looked more or less straightforward. The third Hokage found his childhood friend more and more unfathomable. Danzo grew darker with each passing day, though, at his core, he still seemed to be acting for the sake of Konoha. Right now, the biggest headache was still the Uchiha clan. Danzo's increasing marginalization of the Uchiha, with the support of two other elders, had made the third's plans nearly impossible to carry out. If the first Hokage were still alive, none of this would be happening. To punish an entire clan because of one person, Sensei, what were you really thinking? Danzo rarely left the foundation. Many experiments required his personal supervision, and they had already made significant progress. Whether he could return to his former glory now depended on the cells of the first Hokage. If the experiment succeeded, even his severed arm could be regenerated, giving him the qualifications to compete with Sarutobi once more for the title of Hokage. Meanwhile, at Ryuchi Cave, Uraha was still training at 20 times the normal speed. Even Orochimaru was impressed by Uraha's ingenuity. Using shadow clones for training was indeed a clever method. At the same time, Taijutsuheim had received an order from the White Snake Sage. Investigate the identity of the sage behind Uraha. If Uraha knew about this, he would probably die laughing, because even he didn't know the name of the sage who left the jade pendant. That sage was truly a free spirit, leaving behind a legacy and then vanishing without a trace. Although he had only ever heard the sage's voice, he could still guess at the sage's personality and general appearance. The old man's voice was ethereal and distant, exuding a calmness that seemed untouched by the world, a true sage in every sense. Orochimaru-sama, isn't there any way to make your disciple confess? Taijutsuheim asked, unwilling to give up. He, aside from being a pervert, my disciple doesn't seem to have any other interests. You saw it yourself. Even my illusions don't work on him. Clearly, this is a technique left by the sage. Sigh, am I really going to have to warm that little brat's bed? She muttered to herself. Even if he's still just a kid. Hee, Sister Taijutsuheim, do you happen to have anything here that lets people sense natural chakra? Uraha interjected. Huh, if you want to train, you need to let the White Snake Sage bite you first. Seriously, among the three great sanctuaries, Mount Myaboku is still the best. After all, the Great Toad and the Sage of Six Paths go way back. Then forget it. I'm afraid of pain. Sister, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Seeing Uraha's mischievous grin and roguish eyes, Taijutsuheim felt a sudden pang of annoyance. Well, maybe it's not entirely impossible, she said, her eyes lighting up as inspiration struck. She agreed without hesitation. Oh, you agree? Uraha was caught off guard. Why did she say yes so easily? There had to be a catch. Are you trying to dodge out on me again? Taijutsuheim shook her head. No, tonight you'll sleep at my place. Uraha studied her expression. Was this snake woman really serious? All right, after tonight, I'll tell you what I know. But honestly, it isn't much. That night, Uraha followed Taijutsuheim to her quarters. The room was spacious, and the bed was enormous. Big enough to sleep a giant serpent, Uraha thought. Wait a minute, a giant serpent? Uraha, hurry up, Taijutsuheim called, her voice sweet and alluring. Coming, whatever happens, let's see what this woman is up to. As soon as he crawled under the covers, Taijutsuheim pulled Uraha tightly into her embrace. He could feel the chill of her body warming up against him. Clearly, Taijutsuheim really could control her body temperature. Looking up, he was nearly scared out of his wits. That gaping mouth and the serpent tongue flicking out of it seemed like it could swallow him whole. There was not a trace of goddess-like grace to be found. Holy crap! Help! Uncle Snake, save me! Night Feather's shrill screams echoed through the snake den, sounding as if a pig were being slaughtered. Orochimaru, unfazed, just picked at his ear and went off to train, paying no heed. Tsunetsuheim's arms turned as supple as ropes, boneless and flexible, binding Night Feather tightly. He thrashed about, unable to form hand seals, and his Sharingan almost activated itself out of sheer desperation. By the next morning, when Night Feather finally saw Orochimaru again, His whole body was trembling. Night Feather, are you alright? I'm fine. Today, I'm breaking the contract. Ahem. Night Feather, you can't just do that. Didn't Sunitsuheim already keep her word? Night Feather could hardly believe it himself. How had his terror turned into a bizarre sort of enjoyment? He was becoming more and more of a weirdo. Was he losing his mind? Thank you so much, Uncle. Sunitsuheim was quite pleased with herself. Serves you right for trying to take advantage and getting scared out of your wits. Recalling how he'd been wrapped up by that giant snake the night before, Night Feather almost wet himself. That serpent tongue had licked all over his face, giving him goosebumps from head to toe. Even knowing it wouldn't hurt him, he simply couldn't take it. No wonder Su Xian ran away from Baisujin. It made perfect sense. To truly accept being with a snake, let alone kissing one, was not something just anyone could do. Alas, I admit defeat. Compared to you, I'm clearly no match. Night Feather, who are you talking about? Were they really that impressive? Oh, extremely impressive. He actually married a snake, and even had a child with her. Orochimaru's snake-like pupils flashed with excitement. So bright Night Feather couldn't even keep his eyes open. Humans and snakes can have children? That's transcending species. Orochimaru gazed at Sunitsuheim with wild enthusiasm, causing her to shrink back in alarm. Night Feather, tell me, who is he? How'd he do it? Even his raspy voice turned sharp with excitement. Sunitsuheim was just as shocked. How could a human and a snake possibly have a child? She'd never heard of such a thing. This story goes back 1,000 years. There were once two giant serpents, one white, one green. The white snake, the elder sister, had cultivated for 1,000 years and gained the ability to take human form. The green snake, her younger sister, had 500 years of cultivation but could also transform into a human. The white snake, named Lady Bai, together with her sister Xiaoqing, met her future husband Su Xian by West Lake, giving him an umbrella as a token. After countless trials, they married and even had a child. But happiness was short-lived. A powerful monk eventually imprisoned her beneath Leifeng Pagoda. Wait a minute, Night Feather. This West Lake and Leifeng Pagoda you speak of, I've never heard of them. Orochimaru interrupted. Of course you haven't. If you had, that would be a real miracle. That's a legend from the world of my immortal master. It doesn't exist here. I see. But if it's possible in that world, perhaps it could be possible in this one, too. It seems one must train for many years, and transforming into human form is the key. Hee. Orochimaru and Uraha stared at Takitsuheim with a sly glint in their eyes. If you asked who here best fit the tale, aside from the three goddesses and the white snake sage, who else could it be? Uraha secretly delighted in the turn of events. After all, she had frightened him earlier, and he refused to believe Uncle Orochi wouldn't be interested in this topic. Orochimaru-sama, please control yourself. This is nothing more than a legend. That's true. Uraha, is there more? Yeah. In the end, Baisujin and Su Xian's true love moved heaven and earth, and a more powerful immortal rescued them, reuniting the lovers. What about the child they had? Takitsuheim perked up at Orochimaru's question. The child was human. That doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be that way. Orochimaru frowned, lost in thought. He always believed a half-snake, half-human child would be more logical. Mythology and science. If you keep talking science and myths, I'll smack you. Uraha, has that immortal ever seen a dragon? I don't know if my master ever saw one, but there must be. Uraha launched into another grand fabrication. In that world, immortals abound. Wouldn't it be odd if there weren't any magical beasts? In Master's world, there are countless immortals, demons, and monsters. Dragons are just one kind. According to the records there, some snakes can indeed become dragons, though it's extremely difficult. Uraha sat upright, adopting a serious tone as he spun his mythic tale. After all, no one could possibly expose his stories here. Legend has it that a snake becomes a jiao after 500 years, and a dragon after 1,000. Both transformations require surviving a trial by lightning. Takitsuheim recalled that the white snake sage had lived for over 1,000 years, yet she'd never heard of any lightning tribulation. A jiao is a type of dragon, but not a true one. Its head is hornless or has only a single horn. It still bears a snake's tail, and a pair of claws grows from its underside. They rule the rivers and streams. A true dragon has twin, branching antlers like those of a stag, 2 pairs of claws, and its back and tail are covered with flame-like fur. It also grows long whiskers and soars through the clouds. So you all still have a long way to go. Of course, if a snake is strong enough, it's not necessarily weaker than a dragon. Takitsuheim clearly wanted Uraha to continue, and Orochimaru felt the same. He was convinced that the world of immortals must be far more powerful than this one. And? What else? There's more, but I won't tell you. You'd better focus on your training. Transforming into a dragon is a long way off. And above dragons, there are even more powerful dragon types. Not bad, not bad at all. Another day, another grand performance. It feels great. Seeing that Uraha was unwilling to say more, Takitsuhime went off to tell the White Snake Sage about all she had heard. Uraha, is all of that really true? Uncle Orochi, I honestly don't know. Most of what my master left behind is just legend. How could there really be a creature 1,000 miles long? Orochimaru thought about it and had to agree. A creature that size, if it so much as shifted, the whole world might not be enough to contain its rampage. In the depths of Konoha's root division, Danzo was lying on the operating table. Today, 2 medical nin from the Umbu were to perform the Sharingan transplant, with Orochimaru assisting. Orochimaru meticulously recorded every detail and reaction of the transplant. He took a fully evolved 3-tomo Sharingan from a saline solution, cleaned out the eye socket, and connected the optic nerve. Danzo had always spoken out against the Uchiha clan, yet now he shamelessly desired the power of the Sharingan for himself. Truly a man without scruples, Orochimaru cursed inwardly. Still, they were partners for now, and cooperation was necessary. This particular Sharingan was an exceptionally rare find, hard-won after much effort. Once an Uchiha awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, it was nearly impossible for them to die unless overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The Uchiha would also do everything possible to reclaim their dead. If word got out that someone had seized a Sharingan, they would face endless pursuit by the Uchiha clan. Danzo's face was stiff on the table, clearly numbed by anesthesia. The medical nin worked with utmost care, and only after 3 hours did they finally wipe the blood from his new eye. By then, the anesthesia was wearing off. Lord Danzo, please wait half an hour before opening your eyes. Understood. Danzo sat up, unfazed by the surge of chakra pouring into his right eye. Congratulations on obtaining the power of the Uchiha, Orochimaru said, with a hint of mockery in his voice. Orochimaru, you know what must be done, Danzo replied coldly, fixing Orochimaru with a piercing stare. Root operatives surrounded them in layers, tense and watchful. Of course. As for you, if the Hokage or the Uchiha find out, you'll be in more danger than I ever could be. Orochimaru's smile was chilling. Oomph. I do this for the sake of Konoha. Sarutobi will understand. We'll see. With that, Orochimaru left Root to resume his own research. After all, cell technology was a monumental project. Meanwhile, in Ryuchi Cave, the White Snake Sage pondered Uraha's words. According to him, his master, like Kagaya of old, came from another world. And perhaps, in that world, there was knowledge on how to evolve into a true dragon. Unfortunately, they lacked the power to travel there. Tajikihime, do you believe everything that little one said? I can't be sure, Tajikihime replied, but I think at least some of it is true. No child could make up something so complex and flawless. Tajikihime was inclined to believe Uraha, though the idea of romance between human and snake seemed far too outlandish to accept. So, in his master's world, there truly are countless powerful beings. Even the Sage of Six Paths would face danger there. I must ask him myself. Having decided, the White Snake Sage transformed into an elderly woman, attempting a kindly expression, though it only made her seem all the more eerie. Uraha had been training for days, yet he still couldn't sense any natural energy. Did he really have to let that old snake bite him first? If it really comes to that, it would be more straightforward to ask Minato to make a trip to Mount Myaboku. The toads there are decent enough. Using just a little oil shouldn't make them refuse. The clones were now performing ninjutsu much faster, even skipping some of the hand seals. Their sensitivity to the elements of water, fire, and earth had become noticeably sharper. Since that day, the White Snake Sage had never been seen again, nor had any of her envoys appeared. Yet Uraha was not the slightest bit worried. After all, becoming a dragon was every snake's dream. Otherwise, the White Snake Sage wouldn't have named this place Ryakudo, the Dragon Cave. The longing in that name was unmistakable. If she ever sought him out, that would be the perfect moment to negotiate. Surely, Ryakudo was hiding plenty of treasures. Suddenly, a figure materialized out of thin air right in front of Uraha. What the? Uraha and his clones jumped in shock. Where did this old witch come from? We meet again, little one. The deep, sharp voice was every bit as witch-like as her appearance. Why, you're the White Snake Sage? That's right. Smart kid. Are you getting used to living here? Though the White Snake Sage's figure was small, her presence pressed down on Uraha like a towering mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. Is this old crone trying to intimidate me? I'm managing, thank you. May I ask what brings you here, White Snake Sage? Why are all the snakes here so eccentric? Can't any of them be a little more cheerful? That smile of yours is straight out of a villain's playbook. I was wondering if you might know a way to become a dragon. So, she finally came for this? Humph. You flatter me, Sage. How could I possibly know? My master only shared some cultivation methods with me, and just mentioned a few things in passing. Then, do you know where your master is now? My master isn't in this world. Back then, he just happened to pass by and offer me some guidance. The White Snake Sage sneered inwardly. If it was just a passing encounter, why would he have left a sage's relic in your body? Are you sure you really don't know? If you do, I'd appreciate it if you could share it with me. But what would I gain by telling you? Just name your price. Whatever you want. There it was, the White Snake Sage's bold response. She was sure he knew something. I wouldn't dare ask for too much, Uraha replied with a sly smile. But I wonder, do you have anything truly valuable here, Sage? Uraha grinned like a fox who'd just stolen a hen, and the White Snake Sage looked just as sly. After all, compared to becoming a dragon, anything else was trivial. Ryukido might be small, but holds a fair share of gold, silver, and jewels. Those could serve as your reward. 2 pairs of fox-like eyes, one big, one small, darted back and forth, each calculating how to maximize their gains. Hearing mention of treasure, Uraha couldn't help but think of the enormous ruby that adorned the White Snake Sage's head. A thought flickered through his mind. For cultivators, such mundane things shouldn't matter. But the truth was having no money was truly agonizing. He wasn't just poor, he was destitute beyond measure. White Snake Sage, besides being bitten by you to sense natural energy, is there any other way to enter Sage mode? You have a Sage's legacy, so why ask me? Ahem, my level isn't high enough. This was the honest truth. He needed to awaken 5 elemental spirit roots to unlock it, and who knew how many years that would take. He had only come here to sense natural energy. He didn't dare truly practice the Ryuchi Cave Sage mode. Its form left much to be desired. The White Snake Sage chuckled inwardly. It seemed this young one wasn't particularly valued by that sage. Otherwise, how could even the basics of absorbing natural energy be kept from him? If that was the case, then would he even be qualified to know about transforming into a dragon? Seeing the White Snake Sage fall silent and her expression shift, Yi began to worry he'd given too much away. He hurriedly said, "If you don't have a way, it's fine. Besides, I don't know that much myself." His vague words only made it harder for the White Snake Sage to see through him. "Not at all. Of course there's a way, but I'll need to weigh the value of the information you provide." "That won't do." Yi shook his head, dreaming of getting something for nothing. "Impossible." He raised a finger and said, "No matter how useful or useless my information is, at the very least, I'll need a chest. No, 2 chests of jewels." The White Snake Sage considered in silence. 2 chests of jewels were nothing to her, less valuable than what she wore. Her only concern was whether he'd make other demands. "Very well. If your information proves truly valuable, I'll give you this." As she spoke, the White Snake Sage took out a small jade vial from her robes. "This is a spiritual elixir I've nurtured for many years. The sage chakra within is gentle, and after absorbing it, you'll be able to sense natural energy once. Your body won't change, but you won't be able to practice sage mode." Yi was overjoyed. That was exactly what he wanted. He had no intention of turning into a sage with toad or serpent traits. "Just once? That's fine." Yi restrained his excitement and replied calmly. "My master once said, for a serpent to become a dragon, it must first become a jiao. This process requires absorbing the essence of sun and moon. The Ryuchi Cave may be rich in energy, but it lacks the sun's essence. Too much yin, too little yang, which is why it feels so cold and eerie. Only when yin and yang are balanced can a serpent transform into a jiao and then a dragon. With only yin, the result is nothing more than a malignant jiao. The Ryuchi Cave is not truly a place suited for dragon transformation." The White Snake Sage listened, half convinced. There was some truth in it. The natural energy here was indeed wild and chilling. The Forest of Bones was hardly any better than the Ryuchi Cave. That left only Mount Mayaboku as the most suitable place, and those toads would never give up their home. After listening for quite some time, the White Snake Sage finally decided to give Uraha 2 chests of jewels and a small vial of spiritual liquid. "Thank you, White Snake Sage. This is what you deserve." With those words, the sage vanished from sight. Having tricked the White Snake Sage, Uraha knew it was best to get away from here as soon as possible. At least for now, the deception wouldn't be discovered. Orochimaru could never have imagined that Uraha would dare to deceive even the White Snake Sage. And the sage actually believed him. Worried that the White Snake Sage might have tricked him, Uraha carefully took out a small amount of the spiritual liquid and had a clone drink it. "Boss, why did you choose me?" "Because you have the thickest nerves." "Understood. If boss commands me to die, then die I must." Number 9 Uraha put on a look of noble sacrifice, nearly earning himself a slap. After taking the spiritual liquid, a wave of indescribable comfort washed over him. Boss, this stuff tastes a bit like apple juice. Pretty good, actually. But aside from feeling nice, I don't sense anything unusual. Was the dose too small? After waiting 10 minutes and confirming there were no effects, he finally felt reassured. Drinking down the rest of the spiritual liquid in one gulp, he felt his pores open up, his whole body relaxing and growing soft. Now's not the time to enjoy this. He sat cross-legged, imitating Naruto's meditation posture, and began to feel out the flow of natural energy. The natural energy around him surged in rapidly. Activating his Sharingan, Uraha carefully observed the flow of natural energy entering his body. The natural energy swiftly began to blend with his chakra. So this is what they call Senjutsu chakra? Gradually, Uraha's body grew hot, a blaze igniting deep within. Patches of his skin turned grayish-black, and his teeth became sharp. Suddenly, his body shot up in height. What's happening? He felt an overwhelming urge to tear everything before him to shreds. Wait, he suddenly remembered. He didn't know the proper way to control natural energy. Wasn't this just like what happened to Yugo? Damn it. Uraha leaped up in panic. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Earth style, multiple Earth style walls. Rasengan. He unleashed a torrent of ninjutsu, draining all the chakra from his body. The training ground was now a muddy, chaotic mess, not fit for any more practice. Phew, good thing I caught it in time. Otherwise, I'd have been done for, Uraha thought, finally calming down. What a pity. Right now, Senjutsu chakra is still beyond my control. Regretfully, he took his leave of the White Snake Sage, using reverse summoning to return to Konoha. He brought back the sealing scroll Orochimaru had given him and returned home. Release, he commanded, and 2 treasure chests appeared out of thin air in the room, each half a meter tall. I've struck it rich. How much is all this worth? Why bother doing missions anymore? Opening the chests, he saw them overflowing with gold and jewels, grinning from ear to ear. Just how much could he exchange this for? Surely at least $1 billion or so, right? What's all this? Huh, I was so overjoyed, I didn't even notice Mom come in. Looks like there's no way I'll be able to keep these jewels now. Just look at her eyes, sparkling like gold. She looks ready to pounce. Night Feather secretly groaned. I haven't even had time to warm these up. Mom, these were gifts from the Dragon Cave Immortals. If you fancy anything, just take it, he said with forced bravado, though it pained him deeply. Really? Well, it's only right for a son to honor his parents, she replied. Her beautiful face betrayed not the slightest emotion as she strolled over and began selecting. Night Feather breathed a sigh of relief. Surely Mom couldn't take that much. This one's quite pretty, and this matches well. If I wear this, Shinhong will definitely love it. Night Feather stared at Minghui in disbelief. She'd already put a ring on every finger and was still stacking more. Her arms and neck were draped with who knows how many. Was she planning to cover every possible inch? Dearest mother, maybe you could... Oh, it's so hard to choose. Mom? Mother? Wow, I've never seen such a big diamond before. This is getting a little tricky. Minghui paid not the slightest attention to Night Feather's protests, her hands still busily gathering up jewels. Half of the big chest was already gone, and Night Feather felt as if his heart was bleeding. I refuse to believe you can take it all. Unable to bear watching any longer, he turned away. Only after quite some time did Minghui finally stop. So heavy. Thank you, my precious son. Mommy loves you. Huh, she's finally done? Night Feather guessed the chest must be nearly empty. He turned around, immediately blinded by Minghui's dazzling brilliance. He had to shield his eyes just to see. Was she radiating a golden aura, or had a living bodhisattva descended before him? Atop her head perched a crown of gold ornaments rising dozens of centimeters high. How was her neck not breaking? She was covered in jewels from head to toe, like she was wearing a thick coat made of gold, both arms cradling a massive heap of treasure. Son, I'll just go put these away first, then I'll be off. Minghui shuffled unsteadily to the door, yet not a single jewel dropped. Night Feather glanced down at the chest and nearly fainted. The 2 big boxes were now left with only a thin layer at the bottom. That night, in the Uchiha compound, a mysterious gold-glowing creature was seen moving slowly through the darkness. The next morning, Night Feather gradually woke to find himself lying in bed. Why were you sleeping on the floor? What if you'd caught a cold and I hadn't come back in time? Don't you know perfectly well why I was on the floor? Night Feather gazed hopelessly at the ceiling, regretting ever bringing out the treasure. What was left in the chest was still fortune, but once there had been such a huge pile. The size of my grief matches the size of that loss. Ah, world, Let me sleep forever. Don't ever let me wake again. Night Feather closed his eyes once more. I couldn't fit it all at my place. I saw your 2 boxes were nice, so I borrowed them for a bit. Autumn, wait a sec. Let me take out what's inside. Night Feather stammered, his voice trembling. Just rest up. It's not safe for a child to carry so much money. What if you lose it or get robbed? Let Mom hold on to it for you, Minghui said, her face full of warmth and kindness, speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. As she spoke, she hoisted the box onto her shoulder and dashed off in a flash. Night Feather half sat up, feeling as if time around him had frozen. He reached forward, hand outstretched, but could only stay motionless. Night Feather spat up blood. Never in his life had he encountered such shamelessness. And his own mother, no less. She didn't leave a single thing behind. How could he ever trust her again? Women truly are all the same. Utter heartbreakers. I hate this. This world is hell. Tears streamed down Night Feather's face. The intense shock triggered his Sharingan to awaken on its own, spinning as it transformed into the 3-tomo form. His chakra also underwent a dramatic transformation, reaching an entirely new level. It was true. Hurt from those closest to you could open your eyes faster than anything else. But I'd rather not have this 3-tomo Sharingan, if this is what it takes. At the same time, the fire element within him surged, bringing Night Feather a new clarity. His fire affinity had finally awakened to the 2nd stage. But in this moment, he couldn't care less. No one could understand what it felt like to go from being a billionaire overnight to losing everything in the blink of an eye. Life's ups and downs were as dizzying as a roller coaster. Minghui, Night Feather's going to be all right, isn't he? Don't worry, will be just fine. Look, doesn't this look nice? It does. Xinhong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, nerves on edge for his son. He hadn't expected Minghui to be so ruthless. She didn't even leave the box behind. He dabbed at his forehead, already resolved to avoid seeing Night Feather for a while. Better wait until things calm down and let everything go Night Feather's way. Otherwise, he just had a feeling something terrible would happen. Something really bad. Ever since they got married, Xinhong hadn't seen any money. Minghui managed all of it. Night Feather had underestimated a woman's weakness for jewelry, utterly defenseless before it. This mission was really dangerous. If it weren't for Minato, Choza Akimichi said, still shaken as he recalled the terrifying Kagaya clan in the village hidden in the mist with their bone-chilling Kekkei Genkai. We really owe you for this one, Minato, Shibi Aburame added. If Minato hadn't swooped in at the critical moment and whisked them away at lightning speed, they'd have been skewered by bones for sure. We're teammates, aren't we? Minato replied, his smile warm and bright as the sun, putting everyone at ease. The two who had been as good as dead owed their lives to his Flying Thunder God technique. Minato felt more confident than ever that choosing the Flying Thunder God had been the right call. The speed was like a bolt of lightning. He just wasn't quite skilled enough yet. There was still plenty of room for improvement. That's right, we are teammates. But isn't a bit much? Just how many Kekkei Genkai does the Mist Village have? Ding Zhuo complained that on this mission, the trio they encountered from the opposing side all possessed Kekkei Genkai. The captain was a Kagaya clan member who could manipulate bones, followed by an ice-release ninja from the Hozuki clan, and finally, someone from the Yuki clan whose abilities were downright terrifying. Who could possibly stand up to a team made up of 1 elite Jonin and 2 Jonin-level opponents? If it weren't for Minato's teleportation jutsu, they wouldn't have even managed to escape. I don't think Lord Hokage will blame us for not completing this mission, right? Aburame sure said a little awkwardly. After all, they were only 15 or 16 years old. Being able to escape from seasoned Jonin was already an achievement. I don't think so, because I got this. As he spoke, Minato finally revealed a scroll, the very target of their mission. Wow, Minato, how did you get it? Dingzhu exclaimed in surprise. It's all thanks to the second Hokage's technique, Minato said with deep admiration. It was so silent and seamless that, if used well, such a jutsu could render its user invincible. You disappeared for just a few seconds and already switched out the scroll? That's an incredible speed. Sure analyzed calmly. Minato had only been out of sight for those brief seconds. Minato just smiled without saying more. This was true space-time teleportation, utterly silent and without a trace. At the same time, Uraha was experimenting with the second stage of his Fire Affinity Awakening. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. His clone attacked him, but miraculously, when Uraha was engulfed by the fireball, he emerged completely unharmed. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Claw Scarlet. This time, shuriken wreathed in flames shot toward Uraha, but each one narrowly missed him, flying close without leaving a mark. Even more incredibly, some of the energy from the flames was drawn into Uraha's body and converted into chakra. So, it works like this. Does this mean I'm immune to fire damage? Whenever he was attacked by fire, a thin protective membrane seemed to deflect the flames. He unleashed several more fire-style jutsu, all with the same result, and he could absorb the fire to replenish his chakra. If my earth and water affinities awaken to the second stage too, will I be invincible? Uraha grew excited, not even caring about the jewelry his mother had confiscated. This meant that almost anywhere he could endlessly draw in energy and convert it to chakra. He could recharge anywhere. Hee. Ha 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 ha. Uraha threw his head back and laughed. This awakening was truly extraordinary, almost like gaining a new Kekkai Genkai. I wonder if my clones have the same effect. Number 7. Come here for a moment. Uraha called over the clone that had just used the fire-style jutsu. I'm going to use fire-style on you now. Let's see if you're like me. If that is your will, my lord, then I am ready. Sigh, not one of these clones acts normal. Fire-style, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball rushed toward him, and his clone instantly dissolved into smoke. How strange. Don't clones usually have this trait? Using fire-style now feels even more effective than before. After trying out several clones in a row, he finally confirmed that only his true body possessed this ability. It seems this is my only option. He carefully analyzed his body. At present, he had awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, lava release, and the second stage of the fire element root, 3 different Kekkai Genkai. However, the first 2 were currently unusable, leaving him only with the last one. He had already fed the jade pendant double the amount he had last time. By the age of 7, he should be able to awaken a 4th ability. After all, the new year was fast approaching. This time, it wouldn't just be the 3 of them. This little guy seems promising. Did he just invent a secret technique? Came a lazy, mischievous voice. Then a deeper, more serious tone followed. He matches Lord Madara's standards. His heart is full of love, and his talent is exceptional. Well, maybe in a year or 2 he'll awaken his eyes. Are you certain you can keep him under control? Of course I can. Half of a head, one side black, one side white, peeked out from a tall tree, watching as Uraha walked away. If Uraha had seen this, he would have cried out in shock. It was black Zetsu and white Zetsu. No one expected they would have noticed him so soon. Uraha was on his way to Kushina's place when he happened to run into Minato. Big brother Minato. Oh, Uraha, it's you. Hee, are you going to visit Sister Kushina too, big brother Minato? No one gives gifts for no reason. Seeing the gift box in Minato's hands, Uraha instantly deduced that he was off to charm Kushina again. And more than that, he probably wanted to invite her to celebrate New Year's together. And then, yes. Minato subconsciously tried to hide the gift box, but it was far too conspicuous, making things even more awkward. Perfect timing. I'm going to visit Sister Kushina too. Let's go together. All right, today's plan was probably ruined. Minato's face was full of frustration. He had finally finished his mission and returned home, only to bump into Uraha. Whenever this kid was around, no plan ever worked out. Minato knew all too well how much chaos Uraha could cause. The two arrived at Kushina's house together, and Uraha discovered a new side to her. Her house was a complete mess. There were countless empty instant noodle cups, and her clothes were scattered everywhere. Minato, you're finally here. Help me tidy up, will you? It's only been 2 weeks, and the place looks like this. Yes, I'll get on it right away. As soon as he put down the gift box, Minato began cleaning at lightning speed. Suddenly, Uraha understood why Minato's body flicker technique was so fast. No wonder he even mastered the Flying Thunder God so easily. You couldn't see Minato's movements at all unless you activated the Sharingan. It was clear that every ninja who achieves greatness has their reasons, just as Uraha had developed lava release simply to make grilling fish easier. He nodded to himself in silent approval. Kushina had already started unwrapping her gift box and revealed a beautiful red camellia kimono. Wow, it's gorgeous. Only then did Minato finally stop, panting for breath. Kushina, do you like it? Thank you, Minato. With that, she gave Minato a big, heartfelt hug. Oh dear, Uraha was now certain. Minato definitely wanted to spend New Year's together this time. Oh my, big brother Minato, moving too fast isn't always a good thing for a man. Endurance matters, you know. Minato, what's endurance? Kushina asked innocently, eyes wide with curiosity. Minato looked a bit puzzled too. Did he mean stamina? He felt his stamina was pretty good, actually. Maybe it means physical fitness? As the two of them caught sight of Uraha's mischievous grin, they immediately knew he was up to no good and rewarded him each with a sharp flick to the forehead. Uraha, Why didn't you bring anything nice for your sister when you came to visit? Kushina scolded, pinching Uraha's cheeks. Hearing this, Uraha felt a pang in his heart. If it weren't for his mother's insatiable appetite for all things precious, of course he would have brought gifts. Truly, a tragic tale. Sigh. In the adult world, there are never any easy choices. Big sis, I actually came today to invite you to celebrate New Year's at my place. At those words, Minato felt a twinge of anxiety. Sure enough, his plan was falling apart. Of course, Minato, you're coming too. Don't worry, there's plenty of space at my place. Well, all right then. It's been ages since I've celebrated New Year's with anyone. Thank you, little rich boy. Phew. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. At least this kid had some conscience. Once it's over, he'd teach him the four-symbol seal. Hearing Kushina's words, both Uraha and Minato felt a little ache in their hearts. It was war that had led to all of this. So it's settled. We'll celebrate New Year's together at my house. Yes, I'll definitely be there. Thank you, Uraha. Hee Minato, just teach me a new jutsu next time, and we'll call it even. This kid, his mind's even quicker than mine, Minato thought. On a winter night, Minghui and Nobuhiro were busy decorating their home. Every time Minghui appeared with the serene grace of a bodhisattva, it made his heart ache. Ever since she'd acquired all of Uraha's gold and jewels, every time she came home, she loved to dress up extravagantly, covered in jewels. To top it off, she even had a special outfit and crown made from some of the treasure. The clothes were woven with gold thread and adorned with gems of every color, their value beyond measure. She would always parade in front of Uraha, and he felt that the gentle mother he once knew was gone for good. She now commanded Nobuhiro with the air of a queen. So it's true, when women come into money, they all change. That night's dinner was a lavish feast, with rare delicacies specially bought from the royal capital. You eat up. All this was made just for you. Children need to grow strong. Uraha twitched at the corner of his mouth, biting resentfully into a piece of braised meat. It was all paid for with his own money. Ahem, just eat. You'll never run out of ways to make money. Think of this as another kind of trial. Father, could you please stop rubbing salt in my wounds? If you really have what it takes, how about making Mom pay me back the money she owes me? Or better yet, hand over all your own savings. I don't believe for a second you don't have a secret stash somewhere. Uraha chose to ignore him completely, focusing on his meal instead. There would be bread in the future, and milk too. Things would work out eventually. Father, for the new year, I'd like to invite Brother Minato and Sister Kushina to celebrate with us. Oh, the rising stars of Konoha? That sounds good. Thank you, Father. It's nothing, just a small favor. After all, they're your friends, Uraha. Perhaps this would make things a little easier for Uraha. After a warm meal, he stretched out comfortably on his bed. The strongest, he reached out to the light above him, marveling at how, as if in a dream, he had become the strongest of his generation. A week later, Uraha began visiting friends and family for the new year. Hey Obito Rin, Happy New Year. TCH, Uraha, you always like to pop up out of nowhere. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Uraha. Huh, where's Kakashi? Or are you two on a date? Rin's cheeks turned a delicate shade of pink, while Obito overreacted dramatically. There's nothing going on. Obito just happened to drop by, that's all. Oh really? Uraha looked at Obito with a meaningful glance. So young and already trying to steal Kakashi's thunder. Did Kakashi know about this? Obito, caught by Uraha's gaze, grew flustered and quickly pulled Rin away. Incredible, this guy. Not much else going for him, but he sure knows how to swing a shovel, Uraha joked. Next, he headed to Guy's house, but as expected, found no one home. No doubt his father had dragged him off for more taijutsu training. Seriously, training even during the new year? Guy, you really are a hard luck kid. Next stop, Uncle Orochimaru's place. With a bag of fruit in hand, he made his way to Orochimaru's house, nimbly climbing in through the window, as usual. Hey, Uncle Orochimaru. Happy New Year, huh? Uraha, could you use the front door next time? Sorry, it's just a habit. Orochimaru could only sigh. This kid always came in through the window and liked to poke around the house. Well, never mind. Let me introduce you. This is Jiraiya, my reliable comrade. Well, Orochimaru, you've taken on quite the remarkable apprentice. I've heard from Minato that this little brother of his is frighteningly talented. Jiraiya said this carelessly, lounging about. The legendary mad ghost, Jiraiya, with a shock of spiky white hair, was certainly an imposing presence. He truly looked dependable. Mad ghost Jiraiya, sir, you really do look strong. Ha ha. Care for a drink? Oh right, kids aren't allowed to drink. What a shame. Jiraiya's sage arts must have already reached a certain level by now, Uraha thought. It's an honor to meet you today, Master Jiraiya, Uraha said respectfully. He truly admired Jiraiya, a hero of his era. Though, if only he weren't such a notorious flirt. Orochimaru was a bit surprised. Rarely did Yu show such a solemn expression. From Yu's eyes, he could see genuine admiration. Yu, it seems you're no stranger to Jiraiya, are you? Of course, Uncle Snake. Lord Jiraiya is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. And, plus, the books he writes are really good. Huh, is this little brat actually my fan? Jiraiya perked up at once, excitement bubbling up. Kid, which one of my books do you think is the best? The Tale of the Resolute Ninja, of course. To be honest, the beginning was a bit rough, but it turned out amazing in the later chapters. Yu tossed out an answer casually. Even though he hadn't actually read it, he just knew. See that, Orochimaru? Even your disciple says my writing isn't bad, and you always call it boring. Orochimaru just shook his head and sipped his tea. He never understood Jiraiya's books. Their philosophies were worlds apart. Yu wanted to ask Jiraiya to take him to Mount Myaboku, but bringing it up so suddenly would be suspicious. Jiraiya, meanwhile, kept drinking, his cheeks flushed, boisterously calling out, though there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Is he still hung up on Tsunade? Well, that's none of my business. Uncle Snake, I'll be going now. After the new year, you can teach me new jutsu and sword techniques. What a pitiful guy, Yu thought, as he headed to his next stop, Kakashi's house. Hello, is Kakashi home? Oh, young master, he's training right now. The servant naturally recognized Yu and, knowing he was on good terms with Kakashi, promptly let him in. The Hitaki family really does live comfortably. No wonder, his father is Kaga level after all. Yu quickly found Kakashi and, without so much as a greeting, launched a great fireball jutsu at him. Kakashi dodged nimbly. That was their way of saying hello. What are you here for? It's New Year's, so I thought I'd check in on you. You know, just training like this isn't very effective. Fighting is the fastest way to get stronger. Don't you agree, Lord White Fang? This little guy can already sense me? Remarkable. Father, why didn't I sense his arrival at all? Is the gap between us really that large now? Minghui has truly given birth to a fine son, Sakumo said with a smile. After a brief assessment, he was certain Yu had fully stepped into the ranks of a Chunin, in every aspect. Kakashi, this is your second real challenger after Guy. Kakashi still couldn't understand why his father held that kid, who only knew taijutsu, in such high regard. Sure, his hand-to-hand skills were impressive, but ninja are supposed to rely on ninjutsu. Thank you, Lord White Fang. I've always wanted to see your swordsmanship. Please honor my unreasonable request. Very well, but I'll only demonstrate once. Thank you so much. With that, White Fang led Kakashi and Yu to the training grounds. He drew his short blade, aiming it at Yu. Yu's eyes widened, waiting intently for White Fang's next move. Kakashi, too, focused all his attention, not daring to look away from his father's sword. Shumao made a sweeping motion, and Uraha seemed to see a ripple spreading through the air. The blade was clearly moving slowly, yet Uraha knew there was no way for him to dodge. The space around him was already filled with shimmering ripples. This was a strike meant to kill without fail. A sense of familiarity washed over Uraha. Reminiscent of the time, Nakagawa unleashed his sword energy. But how did Byakuya manage to make the blade's aura linger in the air like this? Uraha understood that if he made even the slightest wrong move now, he would be caught in the blade's deadly aura. Phew, Lord Byakuya, your swordsmanship is truly unparalleled. Thank you, sir. Only then did Byakuya sheathe his dagger, while Kakashi looked on, his face full of admiration. After their farewells, it was time to invite Minato and Kushina to spend the new year together at home. Oh wow, sis, Minato's here too. That saves me the trouble of looking everywhere for you both. I figured you'd come to Kushina's house first. Yeah, Minato, you didn't arrive here yesterday, did you? Of course not. I only got here this morning. Minato's shifty eyes betrayed him completely. He was a terrible liar. Come on, Uraha, let's get moving. The sun's almost down. All right. On New Year's Eve, Uraha's home was filled with joy and laughter. Minghui generously gifted Kushina a pair of jade bracelets and a ruby necklace. Uraha, I hope you'll all take care of each other from now on. Minghui said warmly. Minato's sunny nature was truly infectious, and with Kushina's straightforward charm, it didn't take long for Minghui to take a liking to them both. Thank you, Auntie, but your gift is far too precious. Not at all, not at all. We have plenty at home. Ouch, my heart aches, and my liver too. Zenhiro was also pleased. He felt Uraha was truly lucky to have such a wonderful sister and big brother. The lavish dinner made Kushina wish she could stay forever. How can food be this delicious? It's enough to make anyone jealous. Not a single scrap of meat was left on the table. They ate until they were too full to move, finally settling down for a cheerful chat. Since coming to Konoha, This had been the happiest celebration yet. The once spacious house now brimmed with laughter and warmth. After just a week of New Year festivities, the ninjas returned to their usual routine, always on standby for missions. Only civilians could enjoy a longer holiday. Minato, do you have another mission today? Kushina sounded a little down. Ever since she became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the village rarely sent her out on missions. Even when she did go, they were never higher than B rank, and Minato always accompanied her. Yeah, sorry Kushina. This time, Uraha will be coming with me too. What kind of mission is it? Well, Minato hesitated. Ninja missions were confidential and could not be shared. If you don't tell me, we're through. Kushina's face was clouded with anger. If Minato were going out alone, she wouldn't interfere. She trusted his abilities completely. But taking a 6-year-old child with him was simply too much. Minato panicked at Kushina's words, offering a wry smile as he explained. In his heart, Kushina meant far more to him than any mission ever could. The truth is, this mission is to gather intelligence in a Wagakure. As for Uraha, he insisted on coming along, and Lord Hokage gave his approval. Really, it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Uraha yourself. I'll trust you this once, but if anything happens to Uraha, don't worry. I promise, nothing will happen to Uraha. I stake my life on it. Minato's words were solemn and sincere. Uraha was Kushina's little brother, and to him, a brother as well. He would never let harm come to Uraha, even if it meant he had to take the blow himself. Who's asking for your life anyway? Kushina's cheeks flushed pink. Minato's reliability warmed her heart, just as it always had. As for why Uraha insisted on going to a Wagakure, perhaps only he knew the answer. This time, Uraha's goal was crystal clear. He was going for Rashi, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Their lava release abilities were exactly the same. If he could master the lava release chakra mode, he'd become another version of Rashi. Uraha coveted this technique immensely. Other than powerful water release users like Kisame, who were nearly unbeatable, a body covered in magma meant high offense and high defense. If his water element awakened to the second stage, there would be even fewer who could counter him. His defense was so strong that even the Rasengan couldn't break through. It was leagues above sand. Soon, Minato set out with Uraha and Shibi Aburame. Uraha took the place of Dingza, whose reconnaissance skills were rather lacking compared to Uraha's. Uraha, once we reach a Wagakure, you must be extremely careful. Don't worry, I won't draw any attention. He's only within the land of Earth's borders, after all. Uraha's heart brimmed with excitement. The mission's objectives and his personal goals aligned perfectly. The third Hokage's orders were to investigate the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. It was an open secret that there was tension between Rashi and the Tsuchikage. The third saw this as a chance to stir up trouble in a Wagakure. Even if they couldn't win them over, at least they could sow more discord. Shibi Aburame studied Uraha with curiosity. This was Minato's younger brother, and the insects had told him Uraha was dangerous. Perhaps the Aburame clan's closeness with insects made him as inconspicuous as the bugs themselves. So much so, he barely registered in anyone's presence. Uraha wanted to pay more attention to Shibi, but somehow he always slipped his mind. What an impressive skill to have. Brother Shibi? Oh, are you talking to me? If I'm not talking to you, then who else would I be calling? Brother Shibi, why are you always so quiet? The insects say they prefer peace and quiet. So then, how many bugs do you actually have in your body? 132,459. You drew in a sharp breath. That many bugs crawling inside you. Aren't you afraid they'll eat you up from the inside out? Relax. They only feed on chakra. Sensing Yeiyu's unease, Jiwei added calmly. Next question, Jiwei, is your body covered in holes? Ahem. Yeiyu. I get it, Minato. This will be my last question. Jiwei, are there bugs down there too? Minato nearly choked on his own blood, almost tumbling right off the tree. Jiwei was one of his most trusted companions. Yeiyu was always a little offbeat, but this was way out of line. For the first time in ages, a vein pulsed on Jiwei's eternally calm face. Who asked questions like this? Sorry, just curious, that's all. Yeiyu chuckled awkwardly and shut his mouth. Why did he even ask? It all started with that story about Naruto, Shino, and Kiba at the hot springs. What a scene that was. TSK. Jiwei didn't answer, but Yeiyu already had his answer in mind. Poor guy. Of all things to raise, why bugs? Why turn your own body into a nest for them? Just imagining tens of thousands of bugs crawling out from your body, with holes everywhere. Doesn't it hurt? Doesn't it itch? At last, they reached the border of the land of Earth. The three of them changed into civilian clothes. The scenery of the Gobi Desert, while it really lived up to its harsh reputation, the wind and sand stung their faces. All the travelers had scarves wrapped around their heads, leaving only their eyes exposed to the elements. Where are you from? We're travelers, just passing through from the land of hot water. I see. Please show me your belongings. The three handed over their packs, which contained nothing but some clothes and a bit of money. Satisfied, the guard waved them through. After all, who would bring a child along for a mission? Brother, can we finally start tracking down the Four Tails Jinchuriki? The Four Tails host wanders the land of Earth like a wandering ascetic. Such a pity he's a Jinchuriki. Yes, it is. Minato sighed as he thought of Kushina's sympathy for Rashi's fate. If only he weren't a Jinchuriki, how much better life would be. Thanks to the 8 trigram seal and the Uzumaki clan's natural sealing abilities, Kushina was spared the daily terror of being devoured by the Nine Tails. Born as natural vessels for tailed beasts, hunted by all the great nations, the Uzumaki clan had been wiped out. Even the powerful Konoha couldn't protect them. One day, I'll become strong enough to protect you. Wait for me, Kushina. Brother, what's wrong? Don't tell me you're feeling sorry for the Four Tails Jinchuriki. We're supposed to be his enemies. Sigh. Don't worry, it won't affect the mission. I do feel for him, but the village comes first. Uraha looked at Minato with a strange expression. Are you sure you can take on the Four Tails Jinchuriki? He's already at Kage level. Maybe in another 4 years, you'd have a shot. Our mission this time isn't about fighting Uraha. It's about sowing discord. Shirwei finally spoke up, making Uraha almost think he was hearing things. Brother Shirwei, that's not quite right. We're not here to stir up trouble. We're here to persuade. Please be careful with your words. Shirwei was at a loss for words. This idiot. No matter how much the Four Tails hates the Tsuchikage, he still loves his village. Are you kidding me? Deciding it was pointless, Shirwei pretended to be mute again. Minato had no idea how to deal with these two. If Uraha could actually talk the Four Tails Jinchuriki into defecting to Konoha, he'd become the youngest person ever to accomplish an S-rank mission. But Uraha had already made up his mind. He knew each tailed beast's weakness all too well. For others, befriending a tailed beast was nearly impossible, but for him, it was easy. Take the One Tail and Nine Tails, for example. They're just stubborn and prideful. As long as you stroke their fur the right way, they'll let you do whatever you want. The Four Tails just needs a bit of flattery, and he'll come around. As for the Two Tails, at the end of the day, she's just a big cat. As for the rest, well, he hadn't had a chance to meet them yet. Minato, I think I finally understand why Konoha doesn't start wars anymore. Oh, and why is that? Just look around. The land of Earth is already poor enough, not to mention the land of wind. The lands of lightning and water are only slightly better. There's really no point in conquering them. That's right. That's why everyone always ends up declaring war on Konoha instead. In the end, it's all about survival. These are the 5 most powerful nations in the world, yet life is still hard for them. The first Hokage was so strong, he could create a forest from barren land with his own hands. That's how Konoha's prosperity began. That's enough for today. The village where the Four Tails Jinchuriki lives isn't far now. Yeah, we should get a good rest. My skin is so dry. With that, they found an inn. Boss, we need 3 rooms for 1 night. Oh, and we'll need baths too. Of course, that will be 900 Ryo. All right, here's 1,000. Make sure to bring us your best dishes as well. Yes. Right away, honored guests. I'll get everything ready for you. The middle-aged innkeeper grinned from ear to ear. It had been ages since he'd seen such big spending customers. Water was a precious commodity here, after all. Opening a hot spring in this place would probably make a fortune, Uraha thought as he relaxed in a wooden tub. Once his chakra grew powerful enough, he'd open hot springs in the sand and stone villages. There was no way that could go wrong. He was a genius. Those idiots in the Mist Village were just wasting such a good business opportunity. When dawn broke, the 3 set off early, continuing toward the village where Rashi lived. Along the way, any bandits they encountered were swiftly dealt with by Minato. Matters that had nothing to do with him, Minato would always find a way to get involved, and so Uraha had no choice but to follow along. He was as warm as winter sunlight, already showing the qualities of a future Hokage. At last, they arrived at the village where Rashi lived. Rashi, from time to time, would help those in need, truly living like a monk. Rashi's appearance was simply too distinctive, dressed in purple clothes and a vest, with his flaming red beard and hair standing out glaringly in any crowd. Sensing the approach of the 3, Rashi paused his work, bid farewell to the elders, and slowly made his way toward the outskirts of the village. Why are the 3 of you following me? Rashi, in the prime of his life, stared coldly in their direction. Had he felt any murderous intent from them, he would have struck long ago. No, Mr. Rashi, we don't mean you any harm. We only wish to talk, came the reply. And who exactly are you? 3 snot-nosed brats. What makes you think you're qualified to negotiate with me? We're ninja from Konoha, but we're not here as your enemies. As for negotiating, I believe we're qualified enough, Minato responded, meeting Rashi's gaze calmly, without a trace of pressure. Shirwei, however, tensed his body, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Uraha was pondering how to keep Shirwei out of the fight. Otherwise, some secret techniques would be hard to use. With the Sharingan, contacting Four-Tail Son Goku would be no problem. Although he bought some black contact lenses for disguise, if Rashi figured it out, there'd be no way around it. Would he have to sell out Shirwei on purpose in the fight? Minato probably wouldn't approve. Haha, how utterly ridiculous. I don't know where you found the nerve, but if you don't want to die, get lost before I change my mind. Lord Rashi, we only wish to speak with you. Enough. Out. Rashi's roar thundered out, his aura as a mighty shinobi radiating forth. The ground beneath their feet instantly turned to molten lava, forcing the three to leap away. He really was stubborn to the core, refusing even to let them finish a sentence. Rashi felt his dignity was being challenged. If they'd sent adults, or at least strong ones, maybe he'd have talked. But sending two teenagers and a kid who'd barely started ninja school, the difference in status was just too great. Uraha's Sharingan flashed open, excitement gleaming in his eyes. If Rashi used his Kekkei Genkai, Uraha could copy it. Uncle Rashi, fighting little kids, have you no shame? Uraha taunted, his words sharp as ever. Brat, shut your mouth. If you value your life, leave now. Old man, you're so stubborn. No wonder that such a kid doesn't like you. Two old mules like you together. Nothing good could ever come of it. Silence. Stung by the barb, Rashi's anger flared, and he entered his lava-release chakra mode. Uraha's eyes glinted, the three tomo of his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he observed the flow of Rashi's chakra, finally discerning the secret behind Rashi's chakra transformation. Even Minato hadn't expected Rashi to be so easily provoked, just like the third Tsuchikage, stubborn and tough as a rock, with a temper that flared up at the slightest spark. Seeing how intently Uraha was watching, Minato guessed he must already be copying the lava-release chakra mode. But how did Uraha know about it? And that pool of magma beneath Rashi's feet looked almost identical to the one Uraha had conjured before. Shibi was bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be here to persuade and recruit him? How did things end up with Minato provoking the other side first? Shibi, help me hold off Rashi. I got it. Looking back, Minato saw Uraha standing stock still. He must have been frightened by Rashi, still just a kid after all. They needed to find a way to escape. Rasengan. With a swift movement, Minato charged at Rashi. But Rashi didn't dodge. He stood his ground and took the Rasengan head-on. As Minato drew near, he could feel the searing heat radiating from Rashi's body. With a thunderous detonation, Minato leapt back to assess the result. Nice attack, kid, but you're still a long way off, Rashi taunted. The Rasengan was powerful, but not enough to pierce his defenses. For the first time, Minato showed surprise. His Rasengan had never failed before, and there was no way to mark Rashi with the Flying Thunder God seal. Touching him directly would likely mean instant melting. Insect Sphere. Shibi sent a small swarm of insects towards Rashi, but they were incinerated to ashes before even getting close. Minato, I'm afraid I'm useless here, Shibi admitted in shame. There was nothing he could do. Rashi's abilities were a perfect counter to his. His defense was formidable, tougher than any turtle shell, and no matter how many insects he sent, they all perished. It's all right. Rashi is Kaga level after all. You're just at a disadvantage against his particular skills. The best way to deal with Rashi would be with water release, and, among the three of them, only Uraha could use it. But first, they needed Rashi to reveal more of his jutsu, so Uraha could copy them. That way, their losses wouldn't be too great. Shibi, protect Uraha. I'll go in. Go ahead and show me everything you've got. Minato drew a kunai, infused it with wind chakra, then used lightning chakra to stimulate his body, and, in a blink, appeared before Rashi. Rashi was just about to unleash a jutsu when Minato vanished and reappeared behind him. Rashi quickly ducked, trying to counter with his own high-speed technique, but no matter what he did, he couldn't touch Minato. Lava release, scorching river of flowing rock. Rashi spewed a torrent of magma from his mouth, reminding Minato of Uraha's explosive rock bullets, though on a smaller scale. Relying on his sheer speed, Minato dodged the attack with ease. Rashi was growing frustrated. He had never encountered such swift movement before, and that chakra-infused kunai was dangerously sharp. If he hadn't used granite technique, it might have actually broken through. Damn it, how could someone so weak be this troublesome? Minato's calm expression didn't betray a hint of panic. Rashi couldn't risk large-scale jutsu. After all, the village wasn't too far from here. Even speed was useless against him, though his ninjutsu didn't work on Rashi either. Naturally, Yuru was the happiest of all. He had already obtained the Lava Release, Chakra Mode, and Lava Release, Granite Fist, which were the techniques he valued most. Nothing else mattered anymore. The rest of Rashi's jutsu required cooperation with his tailed beast to perform. Having memorized the chakra flow and hand signs, it was time to step into the fray. Minato, I'm ready. Let me give you a hand. You finished already? Yes, I've mastered everything I can, though I can't actually use them just yet. Be careful. His body temperature is extremely high. Don't worry. As long as it's fire-based, it won't do much damage to me. Oh, Minato was startled. Did Yuru awaken another new power, or perhaps invent some extraordinary technique? You'll see soon enough, Minato. Yuru hadn't tested whether his fire spiritual root could make him immune to lava release, but in theory, it should work. The magma armor covering Rashi's body still counted as fire to Yuru. It was just a layer of stone. Now was the moment to put his theory to the test. Yuru's attack was simple and straightforward, a punch. Rashi was stunned. Was this kid out of his mind? Couldn't he see the magma armor? Was he really so reckless? Still, if the boy was determined to get himself killed, Rashi wouldn't stop him. Shirwei panicked and tried to intervene, but Minato held him back. There's no need to worry. Yuru is just testing out a new technique. Yuru's small fist landed squarely on Rashi's stomach. After a full 10 seconds, Yuru finally withdrew his hand and shook it out. Damn, that was tough. No wonder even the Rasengan couldn't break through. Maybe Chidori could have pierced it. Rashi stared at Yuru in utter disbelief. What kind of sorcery was that? Sorcery? Old man, are you still half asleep? Rasengan. With a swift Rasengan, Yuru sent Rashi flying, then quickly returned to Minato's side. Having proven his theory, there was no need to take further risks. Just as he guessed, he was immune to any fire-based attack. Whether that included Amaterasu, he'd have to confirm with Itachi in the future. Rashi, however, was unfazed and now looked at Yuru with genuine interest. He'd clearly felt that Yuru's punch was just an ordinary blow, yet the magma and flames coating his body had instinctively recoiled, as if they'd met their natural enemy. How did you do that? Why don't you guess? Baka. So you think that means I can't do anything to you? Suddenly, a tail appeared behind Rashi, tailed beast, first form. Borrowing the power of the beast, both his speed and strength surged, and even his movements became agile. Seriousness finally appeared on Minato's face. He moved closer to Yuru, ready to whisk him out of danger at a moment's notice. Minato, take Shirwei and get her out of here first. If Minato hadn't mentioned Shirwei, he would have been almost completely forgotten. Shirwei's presence was so faint that there was nothing he could do about it. Shirwei, you head back first. Night Feather and I are enough to handle this. Night Feather knows how to deal with him. All right. Shirwei thought it over for a moment and agreed with Minato. Staying here would be of no use. He might even just hold them back. He had just seen for himself that Old Purple's lava release seemed to have no effect on Night Feather. As Shirwei disappeared into the distance, Night Feather finally relaxed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared at Old Purple's midsection. Activating his Sharingan, he caught sight of the four tails sealed within Old Purple. Passing through the shimmering stone steps, he entered Old Purple's inner world, a place that reflected the heart of each Jinchuriki through the space that housed their tailed beast. In this deep blue world, atop a massive stone platform, sat a huge red-furred monkey, the Four Tails. Surveying the surroundings, Night Feather found the jagged but orderly stone landscape surprisingly tranquil. It seemed Old Purple's relationship with the Four Tails wasn't too bad. He might not be a perfect Jinchuriki, but he had already learned to wield most of the Four Tails' power. The fact that he could partially transform without losing his mind was proof enough. You brat, you actually made it in here. Old Purple exclaimed in shock. How had he entered this place? Only then did he notice Night Feather's Sharingan. It could be hidden from the outside, but not here. Uncle Old Purple, was it that hard? I just walked right in. Ha! Don't underestimate this kid, Old Purple. He's got some serious eyes for someone so young. The Four Tails, Son Goku, shifted its massive body, eyeing Night Feather warily. The dark power in those Sharingan eyes made even him uneasy. So this is the Four Tails? That golden crown on your head is awesome. Kid, you not afraid of me? I could toss you out of here in a heartbeat. Don't do that. I haven't finished admiring your magnificent looks. Look at that red fur, burning like fire, absolutely stunning. Night Feather gave a big thumbs up. Old Purple was left speechless. This was a tailed beast, a symbol of destruction for any small nation. The Four Tails paused. This was the first time a human had ever complimented him. Just look at those solid muscles, pure strength unrivaled. I bet you could lift a mountain without breaking a sweat. Oomph. Kid, let me tell you, a mountain is nothing to me. If I wanted, lifting 10 of them would be no problem at all. The Four Tails stood up proudly, flexing and showing off his muscles like a bodybuilder. His powerful arms were even thicker than the 8 Tails. Son Goku was starting to really like Night Feather. The boy clearly had an eye for strength. After all, among all the tailed beasts, he was the mightiest. Amazing. Night Feather clapped so hard his palms nearly stung. Old Purple was utterly lost for words. This tailed beast, feared by everyone, was acting like a total clown. This Uchiha kid really knew how to flatter, or maybe in this case, monkey around. What exactly do you want, kid? Old man, I just want you to come to Konoha. The Wagakure isn't the right place for you. No matter how well you do, they'll always see you as a monster. Even if I go to Konoha, I'll still be treated as a monster. Rashi let out a cold laugh. As a Jinchuriki, his fate was already sealed. But it'll be different if you come to Konoha. I think the Four Tails has a pretty decent personality. It's just mischievous at most. After all, tailed beasts have feelings too. Anyone would be unhappy being sealed away for so long. That's right, the kid's at a point. We were living just fine until you humans disturbed our peace, the Four Tails roared. Look at this kid. He understands us better than all those adults who only care about using our power. Why are you speaking up for the tailed beast? I just think it's unfair. Everyone should have the right to choose. But they don't get to choose. Even if you release it, the Wagakure would just hunt it down again. If you leave a Wagakure, at least you could live freely. That's better than being watched all the time. You could travel the world with the Four Tails, couldn't you? The Four Tails perked up at this. It was tired of staying in this desolate place all the time. Rashi, if you're willing to leave this godforsaken place, I promise you, I'll lend you as much of my power as you need, whenever you need it. You can even go half-tailed beast mode, and I won't try to take over your mind at all. Rashi was tempted, but it wasn't enough. He'd experienced half-tailed beast transformation before, his whole body covered with a cloak of red chakra, thin but containing unimaginable power. He wouldn't completely lose his senses, but he would become wild and uncontrollable. Even if they hate me, this is still my home. The villagers need me. The Four Tails grew anxious. It knew Rashi's kindness well. He wasn't a monk, but his heart was even purer. Stubborn as he was a good man. Ever since the Four Tails had been sealed inside him, it had hardly caused any trouble, but honestly, he was sick of looking at rocks all day. Rashi, if you're really willing to leave, I could even let you go fully tailed beast mode, but not for too long. Rashi smiled. Deal. You're not tricking me, are you? I'm nothing like you cunning humans. And this kid's not bad either. If you die, I'll just go find him next. Wait, what? Uraha hadn't expected to win the tailed beast's favor so easily. He prepared a whole bag of compliments for this. Kid, give me your fist. Oh, okay. Uraha was a little excited. He knew exactly what this meant. The small and large fists bumped together, beginning a wondrous exchange of spirits. Upon understanding the message Night Feather conveyed, the Four Tails was overjoyed. This little brat could actually use lava release, just like Rashi. Grandson, can I call you that from now on? Whatever you like. What did you two do to be in such high spirits? Uncle Rashi, you'll understand in time. I'm starting to feel a bit worn out. Kid, I hope we meet again. For the first time, the Four Tails truly smiled. Whatever had transpired between them, this was no ordinary child. The Four Tails was genuinely pleased. With a rush of dizziness, Night Feather nearly collapsed. Since awakening his eyes, he had never used up so much chakra at once. The mental strain was immense. Night Feather, are you all right? Minato quickly caught him, wondering what exactly had happened in that brief moment. I'm fine, big brother. Really? He closed his Sharingan and rubbed his aching eyes. Uncle, are you really not planning to come to the Land of Fire? The scenery there is truly beautiful. Hey, Iplanto Trevalabit. There are plenty of other countries outside the Land of Earth worth seeing. Rashi's expression remained stern, but decades of confinement had clearly stifled the Four Tails. Aside from leaving the village for war, he'd never gone anywhere. Freedom. Even a tailed beast longs for freedom. I should pursue my own as well. Rashi resolved to leave a Wagakure's control for good. That stubborn old Inoki had made life difficult for him for years. So petty and underhanded. Even after all this, he still refused to let Rashi go. If that's your decision, uncle, then this is where we part ways. Minato, let's go. Their A and B will be waking up soon. All right, take care. Before long, the two found a way and began heading toward the border of the Land of Earth, while Rashi set out in the opposite direction. Minato, I can't believe you actually pulled it off. It's all thanks to Night Feather. Oh, please, it was all you, big brother. Seeing Night Feather wink repeatedly, Minato finally caught on and nodded. Staying low-key was the wisest choice. Now was not the time to attract attention. Looks like Rashi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, is really going to defect this time. We should celebrate when we get back. I think Lord Hokage will be very pleased. Jiwei didn't give Nightfeather much credit. In his eyes, only Minato was capable of such a feat. This guy had been attracting trouble from the very start. Luckily Minato was here, or they would have been wiped out. Sure enough, just a week after Nightfeather's group returned to the village, word spread that Rashi had defected from a Wagakure. They even issued an S-rank bounty for his capture. The other 4 great nations were delighted. This was a significant blow to a Wagakure's strength. The happiest of all was Kumogakure. After all, they just suffered a rampage from the Eight Tails, losing several elite jonin. But at least their tailed beast was still with them. The Hidden Stone village had it worse. Their tailed beast host actually defected. That loss was far more severe than what happened to the Hidden Cloud, by an immeasurable margin. Inside the Tsuchikige's office in a Wagakure, the village hidden in the stones, a short man was in a towering rage. Despite his small stature, he radiated an undeniable authority. This was none other than Inoki of both scales, the Tsuchikige. "Have you found Rashi yet?" he demanded. "Please punish us, Lord Tsuchikige. It was our incompetence. Rashi's strength has grown even greater. All 9 of us failed to stop him." One elite ninja replied in shame. Even without the tailed beast, Rashi was at least at a quasi-Kage level. With the beast, he was definitely Kage class. And now he was even stronger, more in sync with his tailed beast than ever. Thankfully, he hadn't gone all out. Otherwise, none of them would have made it back alive. "Damn it," Inoki snarled. With a resounding crash, he slammed his hand on the desk, reducing it instantly to a pile of dust. 9 jonin, 4 of them elite, and not one could stop him? That bastard actually dared to defect. And he'd grown so strong that even Inoki himself couldn't restrain him. If he sent Han after Rashi, he feared Rashi might lure Han away as well. "Get out," he barked. "Yes, sir." The jonin limped out, thoroughly humiliated. Ever since mastering particle style, Inoki had never felt so helpless. A tailed beast host defecting. Unheard of, unthinkable. Other ninja villages were surely tightening their grip on their own Jinchuriki now. With the first one breaking free, who could say if there wouldn't be a second? Inoki felt a fire burning in his chest. Even though he and Rashi had their differences, at least the man had always been loyal to the village. Living as a hermit monk, Inoki had even respected him for that. What on earth had those foreign ninja told Rashi to make him turn traitor now? Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage was lavishing praise on Minato and his team, awarding Minato an S-rank commendation, while Shirwei and Yayu received ranks. "This time, it's all thanks to you 3. With the Wagakure's strength diminished so heavily, their ambitions should be held in check for quite a while," the Hokage said. "Yes, Lord Hokage," they replied. At this point, aside from their ally, the Hidden Sand Village, if they could also chip away at the strength of the Hidden Mist, Konoha would finally enjoy a long stretch of peace. The 3rd Hokage was already pondering how he might weaken the Hidden Mist next. Orochimaru and Minato had done excellent work so far, but the mist seemed airtight. He couldn't find an opening. The moment the 3rd stroked his chin, Yayu knew the old man was scheming something again. That mind was always brewing trouble. Yayu himself hadn't expected that Rashi would become a rogue ninja because of his actions. It had been a tremendous windfall. He'd gained the chakra of the 4 tails, and the quality of his own chakra had improved significantly, though he was still getting used to wielding it. Once tailed beast chakra was spent, it was gone for good, but in a critical moment, it could be a lifesaver. "Minato, do you need anything else?" the Hokage asked. "That won't be necessary, Lord Hokage. The mission reward is more than enough," Minato replied. The 3rd Hokage nodded. Minato had always been this way. If he wasn't given something, he'd never ask for more. "What about you, Shirwei?" "I'm the same as Captain Minato." "And you, Uraha?" "I'd like to take a look at some other wood-style jutsu." "All right, then." The 3rd Hokage thought for a moment. Since the true several thousand hands technique had already been handed over, there was no harm in sharing other wood-style techniques as well. Danzo's side had backups anyway. Of course, you'd still need to have wood-style itself. And not to mention, the sheer amount of chakra required was a challenge in itself. Uraha was quite pleased. This meant he wouldn't have to figure out wood-style all by himself anymore. It would save him a lot of time. But you can only choose 3 to look at. "Understood. Thank you, Lord Hokage." After bidding farewell, Minato and Uraha set off together to pick out a gift for Kushina. This time, Minato had earned 5 million Ryo. He'd practically become rich overnight. Uraha and Shirwei, on the other hand, only got 300,000 Ryo each. "Uraha, I think you should keep this money. It's better in your hands." Minato looked a little embarrassed. The one who had really earned it wasn't him. "It's fine, big brother. My family isn't short on money. Let's use it to buy a gift for Sister Kushina instead. It wouldn't hurt to make her life a little better." Minato was deeply moved. With this much money, Kushina should be able to live quite comfortably. But what kind of gift should we get? Jewelry feels too superficial. Then let's buy a mansion. Wouldn't it be wonderful to live together with Sister Kushina in the future? That's a bit too much. Minato voiced his hesitance, but inside he was thrilled. Could this be what people call living together? Amazing. Buying a mansion wouldn't just mean comfort. It would mean being with Kushina every single day. After all, they both lived alone. Just imagining those warm, everyday moments, waking up, eating together, heading out side by side. It felt just like being married. Heh, if you're so shy, why are you rubbing your hands together? Your blue eyes are sparkling with green light, like a hungry wolf eyeing a feast. If it weren't broad daylight, would you be howling for joy right now? But wait, would this mean little Naruto might arrive ahead of schedule? There's no way Minato could resist temptation, and even if he could, Kushina might not. Uraha couldn't help but worry. Minato's charm was overwhelming. It was no exaggeration to call him the most handsome man in the Land of Fire. Who knows how many people in the village were hoping to catch his eye? If you're embarrassed, maybe we should forget it. It might not be the best for Sister Kushina's reputation either. Right, let's pick something else. Wait, what do you mean forget it? Minato was stunned for a moment. Uraha, I actually think it's a great idea. The place Kushina lives in right now is really terrible. She must feel so lonely by herself. Yeah, keep pretending, Uraha thought, shooting Minato a look of disapproval. Not an ounce of honesty in him. Unfazed, Minato eagerly pulled Uraha along to look at mansions. With his previous savings, they could probably afford a pretty decent place. Uraha, what do you think of this one? Watergate pointed toward the luxurious villa, but Uraha found it thoroughly unappealing. The place reeked with a nouveau riche atmosphere, and he felt that staying too long in such an environment might corrupt a ninja's temperament. Something simpler would be much better. I think the courtyard-style houses are preferable. This kind of lavish decoration just doesn't feel right, Uraha remarked. Why is that? Watergate asked. The courtyard design feels peaceful. I think even someone like Sister Kushina might find her personality changed by living in such tranquility. In that case, let's go with the courtyard style. After paying the bill with cheerful decisiveness, Watergate happily went off to find Kushina, while Uraha shook his head and made his way back to the clan grounds. The air was thick with the scent of romance, almost suffocating. Uraha couldn't help but reminisce. Once upon a time, he'd had a girlfriend too. Unfortunately, his reclusive habits back then had ruined it all. For the week following the completion of his mission, Uraha threw himself into training, honing his lava release. With Sun's chakra, his control became ever more adept and instinctive. The jade pendant had been quiet for a long time now. Based on his own hunches, with the recent improvements in his chakra quality, he guessed that by next year he might awaken a fourth spiritual root. He could already use Sun's flower fruit mountain technique. If he wished, he could instantly transform everything within 100 meters into scalding magma, hot enough to injure even a tailed beast. For now, this was the strongest move Uraha had at his disposal, though it would drain every last drop of his chakra each time he used it. In the 40th year of the Leaf, the Uchiha clan began the election for their next clan leader. Men, women, and children of the Uchiha, rarely all seen together, gathered in the clan grounds. Uraha arrived with his parents and spotted Obito crouched in a corner, his goggles in place. What a pitiful kid, Uraha thought. Orphaned, and then, to make it worse, losing Rin, the one person who truly mattered. To love and never be able to confess, only to lose her forever. No wonder he turned to darkness. Hey, Obito. Uraha, you're here too. Obito brightened immediately. For as long as he could remember, aside from Rin, no one in class bothered with him, and in the whole Uchiha clan, only Uraha treated him without disdain. Many people, himself included, couldn't quite understand why a genius like Uraha would befriend someone like him, the perpetual underachiever. Of course I'm here. This is the clan leader election, after all. I hope the next leader can truly guide us forward. If he's leading the Uchiha, then I'm going to become Hokage and lead the entire Leaf. Ha ha ha, Obito declared. Go for it. I believe you'll succeed one day. Uraha encouraged him. Huh? Oh, I was just talking big, Obito stammered, rubbing the back of his head, his cheeks flushed. Becoming Hokage. That was the dream of nearly every Leaf ninja. I really believe you'll make it someday, Uraha replied earnestly. He wasn't joking. A man who could one day manipulate the entire ninja world was more than qualified to be Hokage. Really? You think so too, Uraha? That's great. So what about you, Uraha? What's your dream? Don't tell me you still want to be a pirate. You remember. That's right. I want to be the pirate king, leave my treasure behind, and let them all hunt for it. I wish you luck. When I become Hokage, I promise I won't come after you. Ha ha ha. What a bright and promising young man. What a pity. If I ever have the means, I'll help you save Rin. The election began soon after. All Uchiha members over the age of 16 were eligible to participate, but when Fugaku stepped onto the stage, a hush fell over the crowd. Is there no one who wishes to challenge Fugaku? The old clan head spoke, his words hanging in the silent air. Everyone knew well that Fugaku was, without question, the strongest among the Uchiha at present. Mikoto's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was the man she loved, powerful, commanding, and dignified. As he stood on the stage, not a soul dared to face him. They exchanged glances, but no one had the courage to step up to Fugaku. His record was simply too terrifying. Many had already tried and failed in private, and none wished to embarrass themselves in public. In that case, the next clan head will be Uchiha Fugaku, the old man declared in a calm tone, as if announcing something trivial. I hope you'll lead the Uchiha to even greater glory. Yes, clan head. I promise to make the Uchiha thrive. Fugaku knelt on one knee to accept the clan symbol. Thank goodness for this generation's Fugaku. The old man, leaning on his cane, left the clan head's seat behind. Everyone stood in solemn respect, watching the elderly leader depart. After a deep bow, Uchiha Fugaku took his place as the new clan head. So that's Uchiha Mikoto? Kushina mentioned her before. They're supposed to be close friends. Fugaku really does have an eye for people. I believe the Uchiha will flourish under Fugaku's leadership. Indeed, Fugaku is wholeheartedly devoted to mending the rift with the village. Akemi and Nobuhiro discussed quietly. Naturally, Uraha overheard and couldn't help but smile wryly. Under Fugaku, the Uchiha were wiped out completely. To be precise, the fuse for it all was lit by Obito, but that was only a matter of time. How's your training going, Obito? Uraha. I can already unleash the great fireball. I'm not the last one in the class anymore. Oh, not bad. Keep working hard. I'll be waiting for the day you surpass me. Could it be that my presence has driven Obito to work so hard? Maybe, in another 2 years, he'll be ready to graduate. Rin will probably graduate too by then. Of course, one day, I'll surpass you and become Hokage. Uraha nodded, though he knew it was impossible. Just how strong was he now? Even he didn't know the limits of his own power. He was certain that in a real fight, he'd easily reach the level of a jonin. But he couldn't reveal his true strength, forced to hide in the shadows. It was frustrating and stifling. Uraha was troubled and felt trapped. If the higher-ups in Konoha ever discovered his real abilities, not even Orochimaru could guarantee his safety. Danzo, that old schemer, would surely find a way to get rid of him. The third Hokage might not act himself, but he'd never stand in the way. A 6-year-old jonin would terrify anyone. The election ended early, and Uraha bid farewell to Obito and his parents before returning home. Uraha, what's wrong? Your mood has been so low lately. Did something happen? Nobuhiro had also noticed Uraha's state. Ever since completing the last mission, he would often just stare off into space, quietly waiting for Uraha's answer. Mother, father, I really have run into a problem lately. Sigh. Hearing Uraha's sigh, both parents immediately tensed, trying hard to recall if anything had happened to him recently. Apart from missions, nothing else seemed amiss. My problem is that I'm just too much of a genius. My progress is so fast, it's actually troubling me. Nobuhiro nearly choked on his own breath. The way you say that, it's almost begging for a beating. It's like some tycoon sighing, oh dear, I have too much money and simply can't spend it all. Nobuhiro raised his fist, struggling to keep himself in check before finally dropping it. Maharu was speechless too. Was her son just showing off? Father, I've already reached Jonin level now, and my Sharingan has long awakened all 3 Tomo. But when I practice lava release and other jutsu, the commotion is just too big. Uraha was genuinely troubled. It had become nearly impossible to find a suitable place to train. If his power was exposed, he'd have to stick to Orochimaru's side just to survive. Or he could flee to Ryukido, but if the White Snake Sage caught wind of it, he'd be in real trouble. What? You've already awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan and reached Jonin strength. Nobuhiro stared at Uraha in shock. He thought it was possible for Uraha to reach Jonin level by age 8, but so soon? He looked at Uraha as if he were some kind of monster. Is he really my child? This is freakish. For a moment, Nobuhiro even began to doubt Uraha's origins, but quickly stamped out the thought, saying such a thing would be the death of him. Maharu opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. No wonder Uraha was worried. If word got out, who knows what consequences might follow. For a moment, both parents found themselves as anxious as Uraha. Should they tell him to do nothing at all? Suppress his own talents? A true genius only shines when allowed to grow, and although Uraha's wings had grown strong, they were still far from fully spread. Yet being too gifted would inevitably draw envy, and the fact was, they didn't have the power to protect him. Nobuhiro, should we tell Fugaku about this? Maybe the clan can protect Uraha. Nobuhiro's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't be sure if Fugaku could be trusted. At Uraha's current rate of advancement, it might only be a few years before he threatened Fugaku's position as clan head. Would Fugaku really tolerate Uraha's continued growth? Let's talk about this later. For now, Uraha, you need to keep a low profile and just take on simple C-rank missions. Understood, father. What about my training? As long as you don't reveal your Sharingan or lava release, it should be fine. Got it. Isn't it just about playing the fool? Fine, I'll do it. Even Fugaku hides his Mangekyo and doesn't dare show it. Better to keep my color contacts on. These days, instead of focusing on ninjutsu training, Uraha kept searching for ways to awaken other spiritual roots. If he could get the earth root, he'd be able to refine chakra even faster, using up less mental energy. As long as he stood on the ground, he could continuously absorb the earth's power. Not fast, but completely effortless, absorbing it automatically. That would mean he'd be cultivating even in his sleep. If only I could get a bit of Sun's chakra, that would be perfect. The quality of Sun's chakra is incredible. Not surprising for a tailed beast. After receiving the chakra Sun had given him, his earth root had improved by leaps and bounds, while his fire root got a minor boost. Uraha felt like he was starting to figure things out. If he could get Three Tails chakra, he could probably enhance his water root. The One Tail should correspond to the wind root. As for the yin-yang roots, those must tie to the Nine Tails. But what about the lightning root? Would he actually have to get struck by lightning? No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with any particularly powerful source of lightning chakra. Nothing except natural lightning itself. Maybe I'll have to develop Kirin and zap myself every day. Wait, that's right. The Hidden Cloud Village. Don't they have the Valley of Lightning, where thunder rumbles day in and day out? Feeling upbeat about his future plans, Uraha had just stepped onto the street when he bumped into Orochimaru. Uraha, you've come at just the right time, Orochimaru said, his voice cold and slithery. Uncle Snake, good to see you, what's up? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Uraha kept his face neutral as he looked at Orochimaru. It's nothing really. The White Snake Sage would like to see you. Gulp. He swallowed hard. Did something get found out? I actually have something urgent to deal with. Maybe another time? By the way, Uncle Snake, haven't seen you in ages. Were you out on a mission? Quickly steering the conversation away from the White Snake Sage, Uraha knew that if the sage realized he'd been tricked, he'd be lucky to get out of Ryuchi Cave with his skin intact. No, I've just been busy with some research, Orochimaru rasped, his voice making Uraha's skin crawl. Any progress? Yes, I made some breakthroughs. Uncle Snake, you really need to take care of yourself. Listen to your voice. It's gotten so hoarse. Next time, I'll buy you some lozenges, medicine for your throat. That's thoughtful of you, but I don't really need it. When you have time, you should visit Ryuchi Cave. I think the White Snake Sage will be very grateful to you. You're sure it's gratitude? Of course. Unless you didn't just make something up to fool the White Snake Sage, did you? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed to reptilian slits as he suddenly realized something was off. Could this rebellious brat have actually lied to the White Snake Sage? Huh, how could that possibly be, Uncle Snake? I just didn't expect it would actually be useful to the White Snake Sage. That's all. Yoru's expression was awkward, his gaze darting away, completely unable to meet Orochimaru's eyes. The look of someone caught in a lie was written all over his face. Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. This rebellious disciple actually dared to go this far. Phew, Yoru, you'd better come clean and tell me exactly what happened. Orochimaru couldn't even begin to imagine the consequences of angering the White Snake Sage. If things went wrong, every snake might swarm into Konoha, turning it into a true disaster of rampaging serpents. Worse yet, they could all sever their contracts with him. It's honestly nothing much. I just shared with the sage the training methods used by spirit beasts in the other world. I've never actually been to Master's World myself, so I didn't know how spirit beasts there differ from the White Snake Sage. I figured I'd just give it a shot. But so far, it seems there isn't much difference. I see. Well, that's a relief. Wait a minute. If that's all there is, why do you look so nervous? Orochimaru's instincts kicked in, and he fixed a sharp stare on Yoru once again. Damn, this old snake is way too shrewd. Looks like I've got no choice but to come clean. To be honest, part of the training method was just my own speculation with no real basis. But thank goodness the White Snake Sage didn't lose control during the process. Good, very good. Orochimaru gritted out the word good 3 times, sounding as if he was going to shatter his teeth. With a dull thud, Yoru's vision went black and he lost consciousness. Only then did Orochimaru slowly lower his smoking fist. This was something the White Snake Sage could never find out. These two really were a pair, one bold enough to say anything, and the other reckless enough to believe it. Even Orochimaru had to admit this world was insane. The crazy thing was that the training actually worked and brought unexpected rewards. Unbelievable. Yoru's ability to stir up trouble was beyond imagination. From now on, Orochimaru would have to find a way to keep a close eye on him. Some serious ideological training was definitely in order. Huh? Where am I? Ouch, that hurts. It wasn't until evening that Yoru finally drifted awake. He reached to rub the back of his head. What's with all this bandaging? Glancing up at the white light overhead, he took a look around. Am I in a hospital? How did I end up here? Yoru struggled to remember, but his mind was blank. Just then a nurse walked in. You're awake? Please try not to move around. You suffered a mild concussion. A concussion? Nurse, who brought me here? Oh, Lord Orochimaru. He's such a wonderful person, the nurse said, her face filled with admiration as she pictured Orochimaru in her mind. The old snake? Oh, right. After I saw him, I can't remember a thing. Damn it, it must have been that old snake's doing. After some treatment by the medical ninja, Yoru finally felt much better. It wasn't until he left the hospital that he realized night had already fallen. Damn it, he really didn't hold back. My head is killing me. He cursed Orochimaru 100 times in his heart. Just you wait. When you finally develop that living corpse reincarnation, I'll show you true cruelty. None of your jutsu will ever work on these eyes of mine. Returning home, Uraha decided to enter seclusion and focus on his training. Unless it was for the Chunin exams, he wouldn't leave the clan grounds again. The S-rank mission he completed with Minato last time was enough to earn him a long rest. Meanwhile, Minato was busy setting up their new home. From now on, he would be living here with Kushina. In this moment, he felt like the happiest man in the world. His hidden penchant for masochism was slowly awakening. Just as he finished arranging the house, he was summoned by the Hokage. The third was fully aware of Minato and Kushina's relationship and had no intention of interfering. Still, he hoped the two would exercise some restraint. Kushina had only just become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and her control over the beast was far from perfect. A pregnancy too soon would be extremely dangerous. Don't worry, Lord Hokage. I'll be careful, Minato replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. I promise I won't let anything happen to Kushina. Matters like this were best left until after marriage, after all. The third nodded, tapping the ash from his pipe before finally allowing a smile. Minato, I've heard you've mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? Yes, I have. It was thanks to Uraha's suggestion that I managed to learn it so quickly. The Flying Thunder God truly is incredible. That's wonderful news. At last, my teacher's jutsu hasn't been lost. With this technique, he survived countless crises and always managed to turn the tide. The third's thoughts drifted to the second Hokage, Tobirama. If not for sacrificing himself to protect them, no one could have held back Master Tobirama. Those half-beast forms of the Gold and Silver brothers were just too powerful. Sensing the sorrow in the Hokage's eyes, Minato hastened to reassure him. Please don't worry, Lord Hokage. I will make sure the second's jutsu lives on and thrives. The third nodded in satisfaction. In terms of background, strength, and character, Minato had everything it took to one day compete for the title of Hokage. Konoha remained strong, and these younger generations would be the guarantee of the village's continued prosperity. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Uraha finally moved to a new place and had greatly improved his mastery of the Sharingan, gaining much finer control over his chakra. He didn't disappoint. Over the past 6 months, he'd awakened his earth nature chakra a second time. It seemed like he was training even in his sleep. Now, if he ever ran out of chakra, a nap would set him right. He also mastered partial lava release, chakra mode, and partial hardening. Although his chakra reserves still weren't vast, the techniques consumed very little. And as long as he was on solid ground, he could recharge anytime. Training really makes you lose track of time. I wonder how Minato and Kushina are doing now. He grinned mischievously. Maybe I'll go mess with Kakashi for a bit too. Shinhiro saw his son walk out of the house beaming and knew immediately that his training must have gone well. Uraha, are you heading out? Yes, father. I'm planning to go see Kakashi now. Shinhiro paused, a complicated look crossing his face as he gazed at Uraha. Sensing something was amiss, Uraha immediately turned serious. Father. Shinhiro let out a heavy sigh. Uraha, what I'm about to tell you next, please don't be upset. Nightfeather's heart clenched. Could it be that something had happened to Kakashi's father? White Fang took his own life. That's impossible. Though he had anticipated this, he never expected it to happen so soon. He only knew that White Fang would die during Kakashi's childhood, and this trip out had been to try and give White Fang a warning. It was because he chose his comrades over the mission. But he was a Kaga-level powerhouse. The weight of people's words can be crushing. Seeing Nobuhiro like this, Nightfeather couldn't believe that mere rumors could drive a Kaga-level ninja to suicide. How could the third Hokage allow Konoha to lose someone capable of turning the tide of war. Unless the third Hokage wanted White Fang dead, or perhaps Danzo had acted in secret to weaken the Hokage's faction, which truly had too many strong shinobi. Was the third worried that White Fang might compete for the title of Hokage one day? Just like how the fourth Kazekage schemed against Yetsong, fearing for his own position. In a rush of anger, Night Feather ran out. Only Orochimaru could tell him the truth. Nobuhiro could only shake his head helplessly, knowing how close Kakashi and Night Feather were. And now, something like this had happened. Orochimaru-sensei, can you tell me why White Fang really took his own life? Why did he do it? Perhaps he simply couldn't bear the scorn of his comrades. Orochimaru's face was calm, betraying no emotion. Even he had deeply respected White Fang. How tragic that such a man should die at the hands of his own people. Are missions truly more important than your comrades? Of course. Night Feather, which do you think is better, losing 2 people or losing a whole group? Night Feather had no answer. Orochimaru's piercing question struck home, leaving him speechless. After a long silence, Night Feather finally spoke, his voice low and steady. I believe people become strong because there are those they hold dear in their hearts. For their sake, I would defy fate itself, stand against the world if I must. Their existence is what gives me the will to grow stronger, to never stop striving. Those we hold dear in our hearts. The Uchiha truly are a clan of great love. Night Feather, White Fang chose to end his life because he loved this village. Such problems are inevitable. There are those who wanted him dead. Is that all White Fang was worth? Power can make a person lose themselves. People yearn for it, become obsessed, and in the process, they forget why they started down this path. Orochimaru spoke with utmost seriousness, hoping Night Feather would never go astray. So, Uncle Snake means the third Hokage has already changed, that he's no longer the man he once was? Danzo has always coveted the Hokage's seat, so for him, it's not a change. Uncle Snake's words are clearly meant for the third. I remember that Orochimaru once said people always change over time, and if he himself didn't change, then it would be Jiraiya who did. I understand, Uncle Snake. I'll do what I believe is right. And if the day ever comes when you change, I hope you'll tell me. Yoru took a deep breath, gazing earnestly into Orochimaru's eyes. Only after Orochimaru gave a small nod did a smile finally appear on his face. By the way, the Chunin exams are about to begin. You're eligible to participate. Would you like me to help you find a few teammates? No need. I'm more than enough on my own. Yoru shook his head. In his mind, the others would only hold him back. With his 3 Tomo, Sharingan and mastery of lava release, he doubted even most Jonin could stand against him. All he lacked now was chakra reserves. Still, Yoru decided he should pay Kakashi a visit. Familiar with the way, he made his way to Kakashi's home, where he found Kakashi practicing, swinging his blade over and over, his father's White Fang short sword. Kakashi's eyes were empty, devoid of any spark, his spirit crushed. It was understandable. Yoru couldn't say whether he would fare any better in the face of such a blow. The White Fang had truly been an irresponsible father. Kakashi. Yoru, what are you doing here? About your father, Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. Clearly, Kakashi wasn't open to anyone's words. His father had saved them, yet instead of gratitude, people hurled insults, calling his father a failure. Why? Why did it have to be this way? Was a ninja who abandoned a mission really just trash? But he saved them. Kakashi's resentment began to simmer, directed at both his father's comrades and at White Fang himself for leaving him behind. Kakashi, remember this. A ninja who abandons the mission is trash. Did Yoru really believe that too? How laughable. But someone who abandons their comrades is worse than trash. To me, White Fang was a true hero. But why? Why do they do this? Tell me why. Kakashi clutched at Yoru's collar, crying out, his grief boiling over into frenzy. Yoru let Kakashi grab him, his tone cold and steady, because White Fang treated them as comrades, but they never saw him the same way. That's the real tragedy. This time, White Fang truly misjudged them. Unconsciously, Kakashi let go, collapsing weakly to the floor, silent tears streaming down his face. Even so, he couldn't accept it. He'd had enough. Every time he set foot outside, people would point and whisper, "Look, it's the son of that failure, Sakumo." He'd seen nothing but ugliness. Not even the Hokage had come to see him, and even the funeral had been a rushed affair. Yoru shook his head, knowing it would not be easy for Kakashi to walk out from under the shadow. Not yet. Kakashi, I hope to see you at the Chunin exams. Don't let Rin, Obito, or Guy down. Kakashi didn't answer. He only stared blankly up at the sky. With a restless mind, Uraha stepped out from the Hitaki residence. He knew full well that, in the future, Obito and Orochimaru might become his enemies. Normally, he hadn't cared much about Kakashi, seeing him only as a source of amusement. Yet he hadn't realized just how much these people had come to mean to him. How vexing. Is this what people call bonds? His conversation with Orochimaru earlier had already hinted at looming danger. He feared his situation was becoming increasingly perilous. The third Hokage was in his prime, a period ripe for ambition and grand undertakings. From the way he orchestrated the Eight Tails rampage and the Four Tails defection, it was clear he was nothing like the older version who constantly compromised. They were almost two different people. In this era, the third Hokage was unquestionably a hero among shinobi. At last, the Chunin exams drew near. After a series of jonin recommended their students, all eyes turned to Uraha, for he was Orochimaru's sole disciple. What's more, he would be taking the exam alone this time. It was rare. Uraha didn't see Kakashi anywhere. According to Orochimaru, the third Hokage had already made arrangements for Kakashi to proceed directly to the second round. Was this the third's way of making it up to Kakashi? How utterly laughable. That's Uraha, isn't it? Incredible. He's so young, yet he's taking the exam with us. I heard that after Uraha graduated last year, he would have joined the Chunin exams, then if not for some circumstances. No way, he's that scary? Ha, the other village's genin are in trouble if they run into a monster like that. For a moment, the room buzzed with genin whispering among themselves. When genin from other villages asked about Uraha, the Konoha genin clammed up. It was already decided that if anyone ended up facing Uraha, they'd just hand over their scroll and try to avoid a fight. After all, only one set of heaven and earth scrolls was needed. Surely luck wouldn't be so bad that all their teams would run into him, right? Konoha was packed with ninja at this time, and yet not a single familiar face could be seen. What a shame. This would take away much of the fun. After all, for Konoha's strongest to come here and earn the title of Chunin was an honor in itself. Obito and Rin gazed enviously at the genin taking the exam at the Ninja Academy. When would it be their turn to become ninja? Although they'd improved a bit, they were still firmly at the bottom of the class. Kakashi and Uraha were only 6 years old and already taking the Chunin exams. Barring any surprises, they were bound to become Chunin this time. 3 days later, the exams began. For the first written test, Uraha dared not imitate Naruto's blank paper trick. These weren't the same circumstances at all. He had no intention of revealing his Sharingan, so he answered the questions honestly without cheating. There really was no need. These were no harder than elementary school problems. After all, what caught his attention instead was a boy with a Byakugan in the same exam room. With his Byakugan activated, the boy had a 360-degree view and could see all the test papers around him, even the ones from the next row over. Judging by the way his forehead protector covered his brow, he must have been from the Branch family. There was also a member of the Aburame clan, using his insects to cheat. He tore off a little piece of paper, rolled it up, and flicked an insect away. This immediately drew the proctor's attention. A stern face fixed its gaze on the little member of the Aburame clan, lifting a crumpled piece of paper and immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding candidates. Who on earth is trying to set me up? Cold sweat beaded on Aburame Takahara's usually calm face, his eyes wide behind his sunglasses as he stared at the note, barely daring to breathe. The examiner slowly unfolded the paper, only to find it blank. You? Takahara began to tremble violently. Don't pull such childish pranks. With that, the examiner turned and walked away. Takahara finally let out a shaky breath, feeling as if he had just escaped death itself. Losing his qualification wasn't what terrified him most. It was the thought of dragging his two teammates down with him. All he had to do was make it through to the second round. His teammates, too, breathed sighs of relief. Meanwhile, Uraha couldn't help but smirk in secret. Exciting, isn't it? Consider it a small token of gratitude for Brother Jiwei's help in the past. Soon, the first round was over, and a fifth of the candidates had been eliminated. Arriving at the Forest of Death, a jonin greeted them with a wicked grin. Welcome to Purgatory. My name is Ryosuke Yamamoto, and I'm the chief examiner for this test. The rules are simple. See this? If you want to pass, your team will need to collect both types of scrolls and make it to the tower. Each team starts with only one scroll, so if you want the other, you'll have to take it from someone else. And yes, you're allowed to kill. What? Kill. If you want the other scroll, you'll have to fight for it, and killing is permitted. Is this really just an exam? Some among the crowd began to waver, fear flickering in their eyes, while others grew excited, gripping their kunai tightly, eager to dive in. There'll be poisonous insects and ferocious beasts inside too. If you value your life, you'd better quit now. No need to risk dying here. A number of participants withdrew on the spot, but those who remained looked all the more determined. Ryosuke Yamamoto nodded approvingly. One more thing. Remember, You have only 4 days to reach the tower. Anyone who fails to arrive in time will be considered a failure. All right, let's begin. Uraha received the Earth Scroll, sealed it securely, and immediately began searching for Kakashi. Kakashi had already entered the Forest of Death, so Baiyu waited a moment before following him in. He had barely set foot inside when the air was split by a piercing scream. Uraha didn't pause for a second, heading straight for the tower. His plan was simple: get there first, then ambush whoever showed up later. If he happened to run into anyone along the way, well, that would simply be their bad luck. Excuse me, has the Chunin exam already started? Oh, Jonah Minato? Yes, it's already begun. Ryosuke Yamamoto regarded Minato with a touch of respect. Though they were both Jonin, Minato had earned the rank at just 15 and was recognized as a rising star in Konoha. Minato, it's all your fault. We didn't even get a chance to see Uraha before it started. Thanks, and sorry, Kushina. I didn't expect we'd get held up. Minato and Kushina had rushed back immediately after finishing their mission, but it seemed they were still a step too late. Was there something you needed? Ryosuke Yamamoto inquired. It's nothing, really. I just feel like a failure for not making it in time as the eldest brother. Kushina turned her head away in a huff, and Minato had no choice but to comfort her. Otherwise, what if she refused to move in? Ever since the mansion was finished, Minato had been hoping Kushina would move in, but she kept putting it off. Now that she'd finally agreed, he couldn't let something like this ruin it. With Uraha's skills, there's no way he'll be in any danger. He's as strong as a special Jonin, maybe even a full Jonin by now. But he's still just a child. What if someone tricks him? Minato was at a loss. That kid was sharp. Who could possibly fool him? He honestly felt sorry for the Genin in this round of exams, having to face such an oddball. Minato thought, if Uraha doesn't stir up some kind of trouble, he wouldn't be Uraha. Don't worry, Uraha will be just fine. He's probably the strongest among all the Genin this time. Let's go grab something to eat. In a few days, we'll get to see him again. Minato's sunny smile finally put Kushina at ease, and she happily dashed off to enjoy some grilled skewers. Achoo! Am I catching a cold? No, this must be someone bad-mouthing me. But it's that guy Kakashi. Leaping through the trees, Uraha nearly lost his footing, but quickly spotted a small squad ahead, busy setting up a trap. Hey, the way you're laying that out, anyone could see right through it. Huh, who's there? The three of them looked up in alarm to see a small figure perched on a branch. A child, bearing the Uchiha crest. It was Uraha. Their leader let out a sigh of relief. At least he was a comrade from the village, so their lives weren't in danger. Seeing that, Uraha jumped right down. Your setup is way too sloppy. Let me handle it. Kenji, are you sure about this? The girl beside him was still in a daze. Wasn't this guy supposed to be snatching scrolls? Not helping? It should be fine. He's Uchiha Uraha, the genin prodigy they talk about. Looks like he's not hostile. Before long, Uraha had finished arranging the trap. Since they were from the same village, he figured he might as well give them a hand. This exam, for him, was just a bit of fun. There, that should do the trick. Amazing. If I hadn't been watching the whole time, I never would have noticed. Thanks a lot, Uraha. You know who I am? Of course, the legendary strongest genin. The three of them gazed at Uraha in awe. He really was a gentle guy. Maybe not so hard to get along with after all. Oh, do you know anything about the others? Yeah, I heard the Hyuga clan's genius, Hyuga Shuku, is really strong. Might even be a match for you, Kenji whispered, worried he might offend Uraha. Oh, a Hyuga, huh? That should make things interesting. See you around. This is section 91 out of 398. Here is the English translation, preserving paragraph structure, literary flavor, and with audiobook-friendly adaptations. Uraha had no intention of targeting the three-man team scroll. From the start, he could tell they had the same scroll as his. Frankly, it was a wonder that fools who couldn't even hide properly had survived in the exam this long. He pressed on ahead and soon bumped into another group. This time, it seemed to be ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. Uraha came to a stop. The three of them formed a vigilant triangular formation, showing not even the slightest relaxation just because Uraha looked like a child. How could there be a kid in here? Does he have teammates nearby? Could this be a transformation jutsu? Check with your sensory skills. There are no other enemies. Uraha watched them with interest. These three did appear to have some real ninja skills. Their dark skin made them look sturdier than children from other villages, and especially the girl. She seemed to be a sensory ninja. What scroll do you have? He asked. As if we'd tell you. Idiot, one of the boys snapped. Yeah, I'm not about to tell you we have the Heaven Scroll, the other boy blurted out. The first two boys stared at the girl in shock. The girl blinked at them, then suddenly realized what she'd just said. Are you an idiot? Damn it. Are you a spy or something? I'm sorry. That was stupid of me. Uraha couldn't help but let out a laugh. Ha! You're killing me here. I get it. Your plan is to make me laugh so hard I drop my scroll. Without warning, 3 shuriken whistled through the air, aimed straight at Uraha's vital points, but he casually knocked them aside with his kunai. Trying to show off with shuriken in front of Uchiha? That's like showing off your sword skills in front of a legendary swordsman, you know? Who's that? One of them asked, confused. Doesn't matter who he is. But now that the fight had started, there was nothing left to talk about. Uraha launched himself forward, a fierce wind whipping up behind him. He's so fast. All 3 aimed their swords at his neck, waist, and knees, but Uraha just smirked and slipped between their blades at a seemingly impossible angle. No way. With a swift motion, his kunai plunged toward a boy's chest. The boy barely managed to dodge a fatal hit, but his shoulder was wounded. The 3 quickly leapt back, putting distance between themselves and Uraha. Lon, are you alright? I'm okay. It missed anything vital, but I think the muscle in my calf is torn. The 2 teammates stood protectively in front of Lon. Her face was pale. If not for her lightning release stimulation technique, she might not have escaped in time. The Hidden Cloud were supposed to be known for their speed and taijutsu, but this guy was even faster. Uraha flicked the blood from his kunai. What a shame, he said lightly. But I bet that injury's going to slow you down a lot. Looks like your muscle's torn. Who are you? The other boy demanded. Me? I'm Uchiha Uraha. He pointed to himself with a wide, innocent grin, a smile that sent chills down the 3's spines, as if there was a demon lurking behind that boyish face. Sorry, but it just so happens you have the scroll I need. So, would you mind handing it over? The 3 of them felt a jolt of tension in their hearts. With a quick exchange of glances, they made their decision in an instant. Although they outnumbered him 3-1, it was clear from the previous encounter that they didn't stand a chance against Yi Yu's terrifying power. All right, we'll hand over the scroll, one of them said, exhaling heavily. I must say, you've made the wisest choice. At least this way, you don't have to face death, Yi Yu replied with a leisurely air. Yi Yu strolled over and took the scroll while the trio stood frozen in place, petrified and unmoving. Is this kind of overwhelming pressure really something a genin could possess? Monster. That word echoed in all 3 of their minds. It wasn't until Yi Yu disappeared into the distance that they finally gasped for breath, as if breaking free from a suffocating grip. That monster is finally gone. He was terrifying. Is it even possible for a genin to be that strong? Yeah, he made me feel like I was facing our teacher. Let's get out of here. With the heaven scroll in hand, Yi Yu hummed a tune as he wandered through the forest. It had been far too easy. As expected, ordinary genin were powerless before his overwhelming presence. Elsewhere, Kakashi was facing off against another squad, ninjas from the Hidden Stone Village. Hand over your scroll, one of them demanded. The enemy laughed boisterously. Did I hear that right? Kid, you'd better run home to your mommy and nurse. This isn't a place for little brats like you. Leave the scroll and get lost. Is anyone allowed to be a genin these days? Has the Leaf Village run out of people? Kakashi looked at the 3 of them with icy detachment, as if he were staring at corpses. Mommy? What a distant word that was. He gave a cold, sinister chuckle. I've changed my mind. None of you are leaving here alive. What did you say? In a flash, Kakashi drew his short blade and lunged at them like a bolt of lightning. Earth style? Earth. Too slow. A white gleam cut through the air. The chubby stone ninja's hand fell to the ground before the others could even react. What was it you were saying? Kakashi lifted his head, his voice chilling and close to their ears. My hand. My hand. It hurts. It hurts. The chubby ninja finally felt the pain, clutching his neck, unable to utter another word. Damn you. You killed him. You actually killed him. Don't worry, you're next. His childish voice carried no warmth, only an endless, icy coldness. Monster, you're cold-blooded. Stay away from me. Run. But it was over in moments. The remaining 2 quickly met their end as well. Kakashi carefully wiped his blade, the only memento left to him by his father. TCH, this one's a heaven scroll too. He slung the scroll over his back and continued on his way. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage watched Kakashi from the Hokage's office, deep in thought. It seems White Fang's death has struck Kakashi harder than I imagined. This child is taking step after step into darkness. White Fang, will you forgive me? Thinking of White Fang, the 3rd Hokage seemed to age several years in an instant. White Fang had been his most loyal ANBU commander, his most trusted subordinate. Perhaps this really was my mistake. Along the way, Yi Yu encountered many people. Those from his own village sometimes even gave him the scrolls he lacked, and even shinobi from other villages rarely took lives. He soon arrived at the tall tower, but instead of heading in to hand over the scrolls right away, he waited outside for someone. Since he'd said he was going to take Kakashi's scroll, he would absolutely do it. He was certain Kakashi would show up here soon. A day passed, and finally, 2 squads appeared. In front, The Konoha team was fleeing, with Mist Village shinobi in hot pursuit. When the Konoha kids spotted Yu up ahead, their faces lit up with hope. They dashed toward him, intending to draw trouble his way and distract their pursuers. "Oh, how interesting," Yu murmured. The three Konoha shinobi charged past Yu, but in the next moment, Yu blocked their path again, standing before them with a cold, impassive gaze. "Aren't you going to say something?" he asked. The three stopped short, shouting angrily, "Get out of the way." Yu just smiled. Fascinating. With three swift kicks, thud, 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 Yu sent the trio flying straight toward the Mist Shinobi. The three Mist Ninja stared in bewilderment. What on earth was going on? Weren't they supposed to team up against a common enemy? "Ugh, you!" One of the Konoha shinobi coughed. With no other choice, the three Konoha ninja squared off against the mist, while Yu simply folded his arms and watched, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Only now did all six notice the impressive pile of scrolls, 14 in total, at Yu's feet. The sight sent a chill through them. They knew exactly what those scrolls meant, though they couldn't understand why Yu hadn't left yet. The three from Konoha felt instant regret. If they'd known Yu was this strong, they would have begged for help instead of trying to sell him out. "Mizuna, what do you think?" one Mist Ninja whispered. "Don't provoke him. Just deal with those three," Mizuna replied. "Damn it," the Konoha shinobi cursed. Seeing the Mist team moving in, the Konoha ninja shot Yu a venomous glare, but dared not utter a word. "Water style. Great water arm technique," Mizuna shouted. His arm suddenly bulged, swelling several times its size, and with a single punch, he sent two of the Konoha ninja flying. Wait, was this the Hozuki clan? As expected, Mizuna's body suddenly liquefied, transforming into a mass of water that wrapped around the third Konoha shinobi, instantly immobilizing him. The other two Mist Ninja quickly seized their scrolls. Still, they didn't go so far as to kill. After all, with Konoha's higher-ups watching, it was wise not to take things too far. They offered Yu a respectful bow, and, as he tilted his head in acknowledgement, the three Mist Ninja headed into the tower to hand over the scrolls. The three Konoha genin, bitter and unwilling, picked up what scrolls remained and slunk back into the forest. They'd almost had the full set, only for things to go so wrong at the last moment. The jonin stationed at the tower could only shake their heads in resignation. The three had no one to blame but themselves for their misfortune. If they just made a beeline for the tower, they might have succeeded, but instead, they chose the worst possible path. As for Yu's behavior, it remained a mystery. He seemed to be waiting for someone. Another day passed before Kakashi finally arrived. Only then did Yu rise to his feet, noticing from Kakashi's ragged appearance that he'd been through several tough battles. "Finally, you're here. You sure took your time, Kakashi," Yu greeted him. Kakashi's gaze flicked to the pile of scrolls at Yu's feet. This guy had gotten even stronger. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi drew a short blade. "Aren't you worried about breaking White Fang's white blade, Kakashi?" Yu asked with a sly smile. "It won't break. Let's just wait and see." Uraha raised his arm, and Kakashi charged straight at him, locking eyes. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Uraha was knocked down at once, panting for breath, then pointed off to the side. Another Uraha stepped out from the shadows, while the Uraha on the ground dissolved into a flurry of crows that scattered through the air. "Genjutsu. When did that happen? Why didn't I see any hand signs?" Kakashi quickly regained his composure. Now was the time to disrupt the chakra within his body. He performed the release technique several times in quick succession, but the Uraha before him remained, unfazed. "It's useless, Kakashi. You can't break my technique." Uraha was secretly delighted. Itachi's Crow Genjutsu was truly remarkable. With Kakashi's current abilities, there was no way he could unravel a three-tomo Sharingan illusion. Of course, Uraha didn't dare overuse this ocular power. It wasn't foolproof. Damn it! As he struck down the Uraha before him, yet another one emerged from the direction he pointed. An endless cycle. "Kakashi, you're still a long way off. Leave the scroll. With your skills, you'll have time to catch up." Reluctantly, Kakashi tossed the scroll aside. Only when Uraha released the illusion did Kakashi realize he'd been fighting nothing but thin air. Uraha hadn't moved from his original spot at all. He'd grown even stronger. "Can you tell me, when did I fall under your Genjutsu?" "The moment you saw me raise my finger, the first suggestion was already in place." "I understand. One day, I'll surpass you," Kakashi said, his face expressionless. Uraha said nothing. It seemed that their last meeting hadn't changed Kakashi after all, probably because he was still too young. "What a pity. Kakashi, I know a way to get stronger very quickly." "Oh, what way?" A sly smile played at Uraha's lips. "Just go bald, and you'll become invincible. I'm sure you'll be unmatched." Kakashi was dumbfounded. Go bald to get stronger? Does he really expect me to shave my head and go bald? He shook his head at once, unable to imagine how terrifying he'd look without hair. Leaving the scroll behind, Kakashi headed back into the forest. Only then did Uraha take the scroll and walk toward the tall tower to hand it in. The Jonin finally realized what was happening. They'd been waiting for Kakashi. But it seemed the two shared a good relationship. Both were hailed as the twin stars of Konoha, each with extraordinary talent. Yet now, it was clear Uraha had pulled ahead in strength. With the handover complete, Uraha didn't linger but strode out of the forest of death. No sooner had he exited than he spotted two familiar faces, and a smile broke across his lips. Big brother Minato, sister Kushina, were you waiting here especially for me? Of course. Kushina, didn't I tell you? Uraha would be out soon enough. Minato grinned, eager for praise. I'll let you off this time, but I saw several teams finish before Uraha. Uraha, have you been slacking off in your training? Is that why you're only coming out now? How could that be, sister Kushina? It's entirely because I let them pass that they made it out. It's all Kakashi's fault for being so slow. Uraha explained Kakashi's situation to the two of them, and they bowed their heads in silent condolence for Kakashi. They hadn't expected Uraha would be stationed at the gate, deliberately making things difficult for others. How many teams did you stop? About 40 teams, I think. Uraha considered the later groups and gave a rough estimate. Well, that's actually quite impressive. Minato wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The participants from other villages were probably fuming, but anyone who managed to get through was undoubtedly strong. Besides Uraha and Kakashi, there were just over 100 teams in this exam, and Uraha alone had blocked a third of them. One could imagine how low the passing rate would be this time. What's the point of talking about all this? Uraha, let's go eat ramen. Kushina declared cheerfully, completely unconcerned. As long as her little brother was safe, nothing else mattered. If the others wanted someone to blame, they should blame themselves for not being strong enough. Today, I'm going to eat to my heart's content. I'll make sure to eat big brother out of house and home. Then you'd better give it your all. With laughter and lively chatter, the three of them headed toward Ichiraka Ramen. 3 days later, the exam was nearly over. According to the genin, someone from Konoha had deliberately guarded the tower, forcing many teams to return to the forest to fight for another chance. For a time, Uraha found himself the target of widespread resentment, but those who had benefited from his help stood up to defend him. Quite a few jonin from other villages even went to the third Hokage to demand an explanation. The third answered with authority, Uraha is only 6 years old. If you can't beat a 6-year-old 3 against 1, perhaps you shouldn't be aiming for Chunin. The ninjas from other villages felt both humiliated and helpless at this response. It was embarrassing not to be able to defeat a child, but this kid was just unreasonably strong. As a result, Uraha quickly found himself added to the assassination lists of several countries. At last, after a week, the final round of matches arrived. This would further narrow the field, making this one of the Chunin exams with the lowest number of qualifiers in history. Excluding those who had been seriously injured, there were only about 100 candidates left, and in the end, only 50 would be promoted to Chunin. Thanks to Uraha, a preliminary elimination round had to be canceled. Had they cut any more, there wouldn't be enough participants left, and most of those remaining were Konoha ninjas. From his seat on the high platform, the third watched the matches. While the Konoha crowd was cheerful, the other villages' people fell silent, each with their own thoughts. Nobuhiro and Meihui had also come to watch Uraha's final test. Even Fugako had taken a seat in the stands. Obito and Rin were there mainly to cheer for Kakashi. Next match, Uchiha Uraha versus Hozuki Suemu from Kirigakure. Oh, what a coincidence. Father, mother, it's my turn now. Do your best, but don't go overboard. Understood. Yoru swiftly made his way onto the field. The jonin from the other villages could barely contain their anger at the sight of him. They knew for certain that their village leaders would scold them mercilessly when they returned. Mizunashi, on the other hand, was secretly lamenting his misfortune. Was this fate playing a joke on him? He had already let Yoru slip away in the forest of death, and to think he'd run into him again here. Had the heavens turned a deaf ear to his prayers? As the two contenders stepped onto the stage, the proctor nodded. I hereby announce the start of the exam. Cheers erupted from the stands. At last, it was time for Konoha's strongest prodigy to shine. I didn't expect to face you this time, Mizunashi said, a hint of regret in his voice. I always thought you were pretty good, but it looks like there's no way around this. Go easy on me, big brother. Yoru quipped. Don't worry. Just blink and the day will be over before you know it, came the teasing reply. Mizunashi could only manage a wry smile. Although lightning release was known to counter the hydrification of the Hozuki clan, fire release could do the same. If it didn't, it simply meant your fire wasn't strong enough. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. With a hiss of dispersing smoke, 20 Yoris appeared, surrounding Mizunashi on all sides. I know you're good with water style, but let's see if you can handle my fire style. Mizunashi's face tensed. If 20 fire attacks came at him at once, he might well be evaporated on the spot. He swallowed hard, hoping the Jonin Proctor would be able to save him if things got out of hand. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Claw. Fire style, Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. As enormous fireballs, spinning shuriken of flame, and a massive dragon's head swept in from all directions, Mizunashi felt a chill run down his spine. Even the Jonin found it terrifying. Would they be able to escape if they were in the middle of that barrage? Without hesitation, Mizunashi unleashed all his chakra, creating a vast lake and merging himself into the water. But within moments, he felt an intense heat, as if every drop of water was starting to boil. Yoru, that's enough. The Jonin quickly intervened, astonished at Yoru's overwhelming strength and impressed by his massive chakra reserves. The air in the arena was stiflingly hot, almost unbearable. Yoru finally stopped. Mizunashi emerged from the water, his skin bright red. He had genuinely feared he was about to be cooked alive. Cough, cough. I concede. Enjoyed the hot spring? Yoru joked. I declare the winner. Uchiha Yoru, the Jonin announced, fanning himself desperately against the heat. Even the audience could feel the wave of heat crashing over them. Never mind those in the arena. It was met with a roar of applause and cheers. Yoru is really strong. Even the Jonin couldn't stop him. Ah, if only my fire style was as powerful as his, someone sighed. Obito looked a little downcast, feeling the gap between himself and Yoru widening. But Rin was right beside him, encouraging him, rekindling his fighting spirit. Well done, my son. His fire style has already reached the Jonin level. Minato and Kushina also came to offer their congratulations. At last, Yoru had become a Chunin. The Chunin exams had ended. As ninjas from various villages gradually departed, Uraha and Kakashi made their way to the ninja department to report in. Their arrival left the Chunin in charge feeling rather awkward. There simply weren't any vests made for such young Chunin. How long will it take to make one for me, sir? Don't worry, just give me a day. Kids these days really are something else. The Chunin sighed, thinking back to his own childhood. At their age, he had probably just started school. After measuring their height and weight, the process was finally over. I'll come by to pick it up tomorrow then. Let's go, Kakashi. Kakashi followed behind Uraha in silence, looking as lifeless as a fish that had lost its dream. Poor kid, Uraha thought. Looks like he's truly broken. Maybe it's better to just let him be and see what he turns into. At worst, he'll end up with that dead fish look in his eyes. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Ow, damn it, who ran into me? Uraha rubbed his forehead, looked up, and glared fiercely, ready to teach whoever it was a lesson. This person was strong. Even without knowing him, Kakashi could sense the terrifying aura radiating from the man. His very presence commanded respect, making Kakashi shiver uncontrollably. Unable to help himself, he tugged at Uraha's sleeve, eyes fixed on the man before them. Kakashi, stop pulling on me. Watch me teach him a lesson. Wait, Fugaku. Clan leader, what are you doing here? How could they have run into Fugaku here? Uraha's expression slowly cooled. Clan leader? So he's the head of the Uchiha clan. That explained the overwhelming presence. From Uraha's attitude, it was clear their relationship wasn't particularly close. Uchiha Uraha, Shinhiro really raised a fine son. Are you wearing those contact lenses to hide the Sharingan? Uraha arched an eyebrow and replied calmly, of course not. I just like these pure black eyes. So you've awakened the Sharingan then? The words exploded in Kakashi's mind like a thunderclap. He stared at Uraha in shock. Uraha had awakened the Sharingan, and at only 6 years old. Kakashi had heard a bit about the Uchiha Sai awakening, but it was supposed to be extremely difficult. What terrifying talent. No wonder Uraha could cast Jinjutsu without making hand signs. The Sharingan-sai techniques were truly fearsome. How dull. Clan leader, did you come here for something? Uraha knew there was no point trying to hide it from Fugaku. The contact lenses were thin enough that most people wouldn't notice, but not him. No particular reason. I just wanted to see you for myself. You certainly live up to your reputation as the Uchiha's greatest prodigy. It's just an empty title, clan leader. You flatter me. Even just for his composure, Uraha was worth recruiting. Fugaku smiled. I hope you both will contribute more to the Uchiha clan. I won't reveal your secret, but you should be aware you're now on the assassination lists of the 4 great ninja villages. Thank you for the warning, clan leader. I'll be careful. Uraha gave a slight bow. Since Fugaku showed no hostility, there didn't seem to be any danger. Good. Fugaku turned and left, and Kakashi immediately asked, when did you awaken your eye? Uraha grinned broadly. I awakened it last year. Kakashi, you're not going to tell anyone, are you? Otherwise, I'd have to silence you for good. Oomph. What a pointless trick. Of course I won't say anything. But even if you have the Sharingan, I'll surpass you one day. Though clearly shocked, he didn't despair. So what if someone awakened their eye? Even among the Uchiha, there were plenty who reached the 3-tomo stage, but only a few ever became Kage level. Looks like Kakashi really doesn't think much of the Sharingan's power. Still, I'll be waiting for the day he finally admits its value. After bidding Kakashi farewell, the smile vanished from my face. I hadn't expected the matter of the Sharingan to be exposed in front of Fugaku, but for now, it seemed safe enough. I wouldn't be able to use the colored contacts anymore. Any skilled ninja would spot them at a glance, and it would only make things look more suspicious. Without hesitation, I pulled out the lenses and tossed them into the trash bin. This is bad. If Fugaku could see through me so easily, doesn't that mean Orochimaru probably found out a long time ago? Maybe he just couldn't be sure. Of the 3 spiritual roots, 2 have already awakened a second time. I need to awaken the next one as quickly as possible. As for being added to an assassination list, I'm not all that worried. After all, there are plenty of people on Konoha's blacklist. My chakra reserves are still way too small. Seriously, why couldn't they just give me more at once? That's stingy Sage. Sage, because that's how the author wrote it. If you've got a problem, go fight the author. Uraha. Please no, spare me. Guess I'd better just buckle down and train for real. I also need to develop more Kekkei Genkai. Having only 2 is just not enough. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Asuma was pestering the 3rd Hokage to teach him ninjutsu. In the audience seats, everyone was still reeling from the shock of Uraha's fire-style jutsu. Fire release not only packed a punch, it was dazzling to behold. Most importantly, Kurenai was now looking at Uraha with completely different eyes. Even a fool could see her admiration for him, like a child whose favorite toy had just been snatched away. Your chakra is still too low. Learning won't do you much good right now, the 3rd Hokage advised. That can't be true. You just don't want to teach me. If Uraha can learn so much, why can't I? Asuma retorted angrily. The 3rd Hokage massaged his temples in frustration. Asuma, his own son, certainly had talent, but he was so unruly that he barely paid attention in class. Well, maybe a bit of failure would actually be good for him. All right then, here's the training method for the fireball jutsu. Give it a try. Asuma, thrilled, took the scroll and began to study it intently. After memorizing the hand signs, he decided to give it a go. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. He took a deep breath, puffed out his cheeks, and exhaled, but only a tiny puff of black smoke came out. How could this be? Maybe I just wasn't standing right. Let's try again. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A faint sputter. Damn it. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. After several attempts, each one ended in a cloud of black smoke, and all the chakra in his body was completely depleted. Dad, the thing you gave me must be fake. The 3rd Hokage's already sooty face looked even darker at that accusation. This isn't something you can master overnight. If you hadn't spent so much time goofing off, how could you still not have learned even a C-rank jutsu? Yeyu works dozens of times harder than you do. The 3rd continued to prod Asuma, and sure enough, Asuma's eyes grew more determined. He now set Yeyu as his goal to surpass. For the day when Kurenai would admire him too, he had to give it his all. After sending Asuma off, the 3rd returned to his endless pile of paperwork. Yeyu was growing far too quickly. It was hard to feel at ease, even with Orochimaru keeping an eye on things. If Yeyu kept advancing at this pace, he would definitely reach Kage-level strength, maybe even awaken that fearsome power. Though the 3rd had never seen it with his own eyes, from Lord Tobarama's descriptions, it was a force that could overturn the whole world. Back then, only Madara had achieved it. But who's to say another Uchiha like that wouldn't appear again? And this time, there wouldn't be a second Hashirama to stop him. Send for Orochimaru. Yes, sir. A shadow flickered, vanishing out the window. Back home. You ate his dinner in silence. Yuera, what's wrong? Did something upset you today? Mom, it's nothing serious. Fugaku found out about my Sharingan. Both parents' hands trembled, their chopsticks clattering to the floor. Did Fugaku say anything? Not really. He didn't seem hostile. If anything, it felt like he was extending an olive branch. Only then did his parents breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed Fugaku had no intention of suppressing them. Looks like Fugaku has his own plans. We should keep a close eye on him from now on. I understand, father. The 3 of them ate in silence. The food tasted more bland than usual tonight. Over the next few months, Yeyu kept up his training as always. Apart from talking to his old friends, everything else felt dull and monotonous. One day, in the forest, Yeyu was experimenting with adding elemental nature to the Rasengan. If he infused wind chakra, it would become the Rasen Shuriken. But what if he tried fire instead? He formed a shadow clone, then summoned 8 more clones to train different chakra natures. They split into groups of 3, carefully observing the changes in chakra flow with their awakened Sharingan. One clone acted as the stabilizer, while the other 2 focused on channeling fire chakra into the Rasengan. After just 5 seconds, Yeyu felt a tremendous force pressing on his hand, making it impossible to maintain control. Whoa, I can't hold it much longer. The Rasengan in his hand grew wild and volatile, and with a sudden burst, the explosion's shockwave obliterated the clones and sent the real Yeyu flying. Ouch, that really hurt. Wait, what's that smell? It's weirdly appetizing. He licked his lips, smacking his mouth thoughtfully. Oh wait, no. My hand. He rushed to the riverbank and plunged his hand into the water in an instant, feeling an exhilarating coolness wash over him. Oh, that's refreshing. Wait a minute. Aren't I supposed to be immune to fire damage? How can I end up getting roasted? I suppose your body just couldn't react in time. Is that so? Let me try again. Uraha formed another shadow clone, only then realizing something was off. HM? Who's there? A shuriken shot straight out. Relax, kid, it's just me. Oh, Lord Jiraiya. You gave me a fright. What brings you here, Lord Jiraiya? Just passing by. I'm also training in the area. It seems you've gotten a good handle on a Rasengan. Yeah, I guess I'm doing okay. This kid's talent is truly impressive. He's already dabbling in chakra nature transformation. Still, it's far from easy. The Rasengan is already close to perfect. Kid, adding elemental chakra to the Rasengan can boost its power several times over. But if you mess it up, it can be dangerous. That explosion just now was proof of that. Jiraiya cautioned him, not wanting Uraha to risk his life while developing new techniques. He'd only added a hint of elemental chakra, and the explosion was already this intense. Any more, and it could have ended badly. I understand, Lord Jiraiya, but I really think this could work. Jiraiya, however, shook his head. Your body isn't ready to handle the effects of a new technique yet, and your control over fire nature chakra still needs work. Uraha couldn't help but grumble internally. Are you kidding me? I've advanced my fire spiritual route to the 2nd stage, and you're saying my control isn't good enough? Then, Lord Jiraiya, how exactly does one determine if their control over fire nature chakra is sufficient? Jiraiya smiled, producing a slip of paper that began to burn on its own. If you can do this, then you can keep training. Isn't this basically the same as when Naruto had to split the leaf? I could do this without even cheating. Taking Jiraiya's paper, Uraha slowly channeled his fire-natured chakra into his palm. Thanks to the effect of his fire spiritual root, the paper ignited from the center. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Uraha. Someone so young, already capable of this? What terrifying talent. See, Lord Jiraiya, it doesn't seem that difficult. Uraha's mischievous smile made Jiraiya flush with embarrassment. He tried to show off, and it backfired. Ahem, even so, it'll take thousands of repetitions before you can truly succeed. Not to mention, your hands, maybe even your body, might not withstand the strain. Jiraiya's tone grew serious again, leaving no room for jokes. Uraha frowned deeply. Even with a shortcut like shadow clones, he couldn't keep up with such intense training. The Rasengan consumed far more chakra than any other ninjutsu he'd ever learned. If he could use the 3-shot Rasengan 4 times at full power, he would be completely exhausted. Even though recovering near the water sped things up, it was still just a drop in the bucket. Should he awaken his spiritual root first, or focus on developing the Rasengan? Nightfeather found himself caught in a difficult dilemma. He let out a breath. I understand now, Lord Jiraiya. I shouldn't rush to create new techniques. My impatience got the better of me. In the end, he chose to awaken the Jade Pendant. There was still plenty of time, after all. Everything came down to the fact that he simply didn't have enough chakra. Only then did Jiraiya nod in satisfaction. If he continued training the way he had, he might have burned himself out before long. Oh, and Nightfeather, I didn't expect you'd already unlocked your Sharingan, and it's the 3-Tomo stage. That's truly impressive. I imagine your progress with new techniques will speed up a lot from now on. Nightfeather's heart skipped a beat. Was Jiraiya here to keep an eye on him, acting on the 3rd Hokage's orders? He instantly became alert. He'd almost forgotten he was in the Uchiha clan's forest. Normally, outsiders weren't even allowed here. How did Jiraiya manage to get in? Lord Jiraiya, this is Uchiha territory. How did you get in? Huh? This is Uchiha land? I had no idea. Give me a break. He's definitely faking it. I've been training here for over a year, but I've never seen you around, Lord Jiraiya. Oh, well, I'm usually out gathering material for my research. I don't come here often. Lord Jiraiya, are you insulting my intelligence? Did the Hokage send you to monitor me? Not exactly. I was just curious, that's all. I spoke with Orochimaru yesterday, and heard they want me to help teach you, so I thought I'd come take a look. So, it couldn't be hidden after all. If Jiraiya really wanted to keep surveillance, there was no way Nightfeather would ever notice. It was said that barely anyone in the entire shinobi world could detect Jiraiya when he concealed himself. Will you report to the Hokage, Lord Jiraiya? Well, Jiraiya hesitated. On one hand, Nightfeather was his student's younger brother. On the other, Hiruzen was his own teacher and the current Hokage. Orochimaru must have realized what was happening a long time ago. The village's tension with the Uchiha was no secret. If the higher-ups found out, they might even arrange for Nightfeather to be assassinated in secret. After all, who could tolerate a 6-year-old already possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan? I'll have to discuss it with Orochimaru first, since he's your teacher. But don't worry, even if the higher-ups do find out, both Orochimaru and I will do everything we can to keep you safe. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. After saying farewell to Jiraiya, Nightfeather continued refining his chakra. In the end, the truth couldn't be hidden forever, but as long as he was safe, nothing else mattered. If 2 Kage-level shinobi couldn't protect him, then there probably wasn't a safe place in the world. Jiraiya, don't let me down. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to go and train at the Ryuchi Cave. Although he really didn't want to see the White Snake Sage right now, at the very least, that place was truly safe. Aside from Orochimaru, no one else would be able to find him. Jiraiya hurriedly sought out Orochimaru, who looked quite surprised. Did something happen? He asked. Orochimaru, how much do you know about Uraha's Sharingan? Jiraiya inquired. I suspect he's already awakened it. But it seems the Uchiha clan has intentionally kept it under wraps. Orochimaru replied. Orochimaru had noticed long ago that Uraha wore colored contact lenses. Given how often Uraha changed his appearance, it was impossible not to notice. I see. But what I wanted to tell you is that Uraha's Sharingan has already evolved to its highest form. The 3-tomo, Jiraiya said gravely. Is that so? Truly worthy of being my disciple. Orochimaru responded, showing not a hint of surprise. What do you intend to do? Are you going to tell the master? Jiraiya asked. A fledgling must learn to fly sooner or later. Besides, his talent is already showing. I'll protect him until his wings are strong enough. Orochimaru replied. I see. Then I'll do what little I can to help, Jiraiya offered. Do you have anything more important than your research? Orochimaru teased. Jiraiya burst out laughing. Not at all. It won't get in the way. With Jiraiya's hearty laughter filling the air, Orochimaru finally felt at ease. The greatest source of uncertainty was Danzo. Ever since he'd transplanted Sharingan, Danzo had become increasingly obsessed with its power. So this is the land of claws? It's really tiny, Uraha remarked. Yes, this is where our mission will take place, someone replied. After following the 2 jonin and their client to a local inn, they settled in for the night. As part of their duties, ninjas were required to accept missions at regular intervals, and this particular mission was one Uraha had chosen for himself. To show how much he valued Uraha, the 3rd Hokage had even assigned 2 jonin to accompany him. Experiencing the sights and flavors of foreign land, Uraha discovered that although this country was small and weak, its street food was surprisingly good. Kawa, Captain, you've got to try this. The sushi here is fantastic. Uraha exclaimed. Kawa was the name of the middle-aged jonin. No, thank you, Kawa replied, his face expressionless as he sat to the side, drinking only tea and entirely ignoring the food. What a strange guy. Seriously, what a weirdo. After 3 days together, Uraha hadn't seen Kawa eat a single bite. Was he sneaking out at night to eat in secret? The other jonin, a young man named Otada, always wore a fixed, waxy smile and looked rather sickly. It was obvious to Uraha that the smile was fake, his facial muscles seemingly frozen in place. Why were they all so odd? Hey, old man, don't you have any normal people in your ranks? Why does everyone seem to have some weird quirk? Uraha asked. Really? I don't think so, Otada replied, his smile never wavering. The sight of it made Uraha feel queasy. It was just like Sai's smile. Wait, Sai, could this guy have been in Root or the Yanbu before? They were just too similar. It would be wise to keep an eye on this one. This guy was definitely someone to be cautious around. In the stillness of the deep night, as everyone else slept soundly, a shadowy figure slipped out of the inn, moving silently under the pale moonlight. The next morning, Nightfeather rose early and, under the guidance of their client, quickly arrived at the base of the rogue ninja group. Sirs, just ahead is the hideout of those rogue ninja. I'll take my leave now. Jaha nodded, and Nightfeather said nothing. After all, it would only complicate things to keep the old man around. They stepped cautiously into the courtyard. Strangely, there weren't any traps. Not even the most careless ninja would leave their base unguarded. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they could hear boisterous shouts, women's playful laughter, and the singing of entertainers coming from inside. It was clear the revelry was in full swing. The three crept in quietly. These 5 bastards really knew how to indulge themselves. Each was flanked by 2 beautiful, scantily clad attendants, pouring drinks and feeding them delicacies while their bodies were toyed. With that will, 5 songstresses performed before them, their slender forms barely veiled. Night Feather muttered inwardly, only half joking, that all that was missing was the Sharingan to truly appreciate the scene. "Well, since you're here, why not join the fun?" came a voice. Had they been discovered? Based on his observations, Night Feather guessed the thin man among them was a jonin and the leader, while the other 4 middle-aged men were elite chunin. No wonder they could throw their weight around here, unchecked. The 3 stepped forward. Neither the attendants nor the songstresses showed any embarrassment at being seen in such a state. They simply continued serving the 5 men. Night Feather, though, found his mouth dry and his eyes nearly bulging. Should he activate the Sharingan to burn the scene into memory, then use a seduction jutsu to convince Jiraiya to take him to Mount Myaboku? Jia and Otada kept their eyes fixed on the thin man, not the least bit distracted by the women. Now that was what it meant to be a real ninja. Clearly, Night Feather still had much to learn about self-control. But then again, what kind of man isn't tempted by women's charms? Unless he's a eunuch, that is. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts raced through Night Feather's mind. The leader's sinister smile made his ill intentions plain. "Hey, are you the rogue ninja disturbing the peace here? Shame on you, bullying civilians like this. Look, there are 2 jonins standing right here. If you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender while you still can. What a sharp-tongued brat. Aren't you afraid of dying? Afraid? Bring it on. Face me if you dare. I don't care if it's a one-on-one or all 5 of you at once. 3 against 5 doesn't scare me, and neither does going solo." With a crash, one of the burly men kicked over a table, startling the attendants, who gasped in fright. "Boss, let me teach this brat a lesson," the big man growled between clenched teeth. "No need. If this kid dared to show up today, he's already prepared to die." "Oh, if you've got the guts, come over here," Night Feather taunted, seizing the initiative. Provoking them was his way of creating an opening. The man said nothing, his eyes never leaving Otada, who stood behind Night Feather. "Are you looking down on me?" Yi did his best to show a flare of anger, as if wounded by their contempt. Just a child after all, the gaunt man thought, unable to fathom why they were going to such lengths. Ichien kept up his gentle smile, drawing his long sword and taking up a battle-ready stance. The 4 chunin with him also unsheathed their weapons, strange-looking hammers and axes that gleamed with a chilling light. The maids, realizing something was wrong, didn't even have time to straighten their clothes before they hurriedly fled, though none dared to run far. Yu, too, braced himself for combat, pulling out the short blade Orochimaru had given him, a weapon better matched to his size. He heard the air split behind him, and in a flash, every hair on his body stood on end. Instinctively, he dodged, but not without cost. A few strands of hair were sliced clean off, and the top of his head felt icy cold, the hair there shorn away. There was no time to curse. Another blade swept in from the left, pinning down his escape route. Earth-style, earth prison pillars. In an instant, Yi Yu's movements were locked down. Several earthen spears crisscrossed around him, trapping his body and making even a hand sign impossible. "Ichien, you're hopeless. You still couldn't take his head off," the leader sneered. "Don't blame me. It's my first time trying to kill such a small target. Much harder than it looks. Besides, I like to cut horizontally. That way, you get to see the beautiful fountain that follows," Ichien replied, spreading his hands in mock helplessness. Yi was so short, after all, and dodging that killing blow was no small feat. Well, brat, didn't I tell you you'd die here today? Looks like I was right, wasn't I?" the leader said, full of smug satisfaction. "Why, aren't you afraid the Hokage will punish you?" Yi pressed. "Punish us? Huh. Yi, you're still so naive. The report will say, Yi died tragically in battle, and the Jonin returned gravely injured, unable to save him. How does that sound to you? Despicable." Yi cursed, furious to find himself stabbed in the back by his own people. "Who sent you to kill me? Was it the Hokage?" The 2 men remained silent. Could it really be the 3rd Hokage? Or was it Danzo? Yi Sunidit. In Konoha, only 2 people would want him dead, but the 3rd wouldn't act without cause, so the only real suspect was Danzo. As soon as Yi spoke Danzo's name, both men were visibly shaken. This little brat actually knew about Lord Danzo? Could it be because of Orochimaru? Though startled, they managed to keep their faces blank. "Why won't you answer?" "I know, it must be because of the curse mark of tongue eradication," Yi said coldly. At his words, the 2 men's bodies twitched, ever so slightly, but it was enough. Yi now knew for certain who wanted him dead. Danzo, Damn, that Orochimaru. Just how much had he told Yu? The two men were sure that everything Yu knew must have come from Orochimaru. Ichian, enough wasting time. Finish him off, the leader urged. Don't worry. This time I won't miss, Ichian replied, grinning wickedly. Yu's face was calm, betraying not the slightest trace of fear. I'll remember this debt. Kid, get ready to meet the king of hell. Ha 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 ha. What a naive little brat. Ha ha ha. The five men burst into laughter, and the maids outside the door let out a sigh of relief, thinking the ordeal was finally over. But in a flash of silver light, Yu's head and body suddenly separated. With a loud bang, the corpse dissolved into smoke. The 7 people in the room froze in shock, taking 5 whole seconds to realize they'd been utterly fooled by a shadow clone. Furious, they began smashing everything in sight. One of the maids, just stepping inside, tried to turn and flee, but was grabbed. Her arm twisted and snapped, and a knife plunged into her back. She was dead before she could even scream. The others were paralyzed with fear, not daring to move. They all knew how unpredictable their leader's temper could be. One of the more timid maids trembled so violently that a faint yellow stain appeared beneath her skirt. A foul odor filled the air. With a sickening crack, the leader snapped the neck of a singer in disgust. The entire scene unfolded in utter silence. Even the henchmen stood as still as statues, terrified to draw attention. Go after him. He can't have gone far. Please, sirs, help me catch him, and I'll double your reward. Ocean spoke with a smile. Well, that's even better for us. Heh, that brat won't get away this time. The promise of more money instantly lifted everyone's spirits. As long as there was payment, there were no objections. It wasn't their fault. No one had expected a mere kid to be so cautious. With the shadow clone gone, Yu understood what had happened. Thankfully, as a precaution, he always sent a clone ahead to scout. Ever since he'd landed on the assassination lists of various nations, Yu had become extremely careful, cautious to the point of paranoia, almost like Kakashi himself. Good thing I'm so clever. He congratulated himself, wasting no time in retreating. He quickly created 5 more shadow clones, each fleeing in a different direction. Shadow clone jutsu really was a lifesaver. In truth, Yu hadn't gone far. He was perched in a tree just outside the house. But by this point, he was already sprinting away at full speed. Back in the house, the 7 pursuers heard the commotion outside and rushed out quickly. Third, use your senses. The shortest man closed his eyes, and his face instantly went blank with shock. Boss, the target's fleeing in 6 different directions. Damn it, another shadow clone. No matter. Split up and chase him. He doesn't have much chakra left. Ocean spoke confidently. The others agreed. A kid like that couldn't possibly have much chakra. At best, he'd have enough for a chunin. Split 6 ways, there'd be barely any left. Just to be safe, the leader chased alongside Jia. The others each picked a direction, certain they'd catch him soon. Scatter. They split into 6 groups, beginning their hunt. Meanwhile, Yu fled at top speed, laying traps as he went. The youngest, Lao Wu, was surprised to catch up to Yu so quickly. No words were wasted. The fight began on the spot. Kid, are you the real one? Uncle, are you stupid? Why don't you try and find out? Yu was speechless. Was this guy really that dense? Lao Wu, embarrassed and angry, lunged forward. Lightning style. Thunder Fong. A bolt of lightning shot straight down, and Yu leaped up with a fierce shout. Explode. Boom. The explosive tags all around detonated at once. The force of 50 explosions blasted Fifth Brother into critical condition. Even the whole tree was charred, black smoke rising as it slowly caught fire. Had Fifth Brother not been so resilient, he would have been gone already. Now he was barely clinging to life. Cough, cough. Why are there so many explosive tags? Simple, I bought them. Too bad for you. I've got money to burn. Remember this well. This is the power of pay to win. Yu roared in anger. Even though his mom had taken most of his money, he still had plenty left. Fifth Brother was utterly frustrated. For most ninja, having a few tags was already a luxury, and here this brat used 50 just to blow him up. He couldn't accept this. To avoid detection, Yu had even dyed the tags green so they would blend in with the environment. The moment his foot touched the tree trunk, it all went up in flames. Yu strode over and finished Fifth Brother off with a single slash. Mission accomplished, but he needed to stall a bit longer. Honestly, it was only this easy because the guy was a fool. The deafening explosion was heard by the others, of course. Seems like Fifth Brother had run into trouble. The rest picked up their pace. Not half an hour later, Second Brother spotted Yu as he was about to set another trap. After all, an adult stride is longer and faster. So you've been found. Looks like this little game of cat and mouse is over, kid. TC, you got here quick, didn't you? I never expected a kid like you to be so good at hiding your tracks. Oomph. Yu steadied his breathing, preparing for combat. He'd have to reveal some of his abilities now. Only by focusing his mind and attacking up close could he maximize the use of his skills. Come on, let me see how strong a Chunin really is. Damn it, I'm an elite Chunin, you know. Which just means you're barely better than a Genin. Still just trash. Yu sneered with disdain. Why was the Sharingan considered one of the 3 great dojutsu? Not only could it see through Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu, but more importantly, its illusions were extremely powerful. Even elite Jonin could fall prey to them. Ha, kid, it seems being an Uchiha has made you arrogant. A brat not even 7 years old, whose Sharingan hasn't even awakened, dares to be this cocky. Second brother used the body flicker technique, appearing before Yu in the blink of an eye, a cruel smile on his lips, his blade already at Yu's throat. So, you're so scared you shut your eyes and are just waiting to die? Ignorant little brat. Huh, why is he smiling? Second brother hesitated, but his blade didn't stop. Suddenly, he saw a pair of scarlet eyes. 3 tomo spinning in the pupils. Impossible. GG ga. So naive. Who told you my eyes hadn't awakened? You're the first one foolish enough to get this close to a Sharingan. Where did you get that kind of confidence? Did Liang Jingru give it to you? Staring at the second brother, whose eyes were wide open and body frozen in place, Uraha's kunai slid gently across his neck, followed by another burst of the Grand Fireball Jutsu. I didn't expect it to use up so much chakra. Looks like I can only keep this up for a short while. Admiring his handiwork, Uraha felt quite pleased. Who says the Grand Fireball Jutsu can't hit anyone? Even if it's a corpse, it still counts as a person, doesn't it? Clearly, Uraha had overestimated the second brother's resistance to Jinjutsu, ending up using more chakra than necessary. Who would have thought this guy's resistance was so weak? The clone automatically dispelled itself, and the chakra from the shadow clone returned to Uraha's main body. One down already? He hadn't expected to need the Sharingan. At last, Uraha's clone encountered the third brother. Oomph, I've already spotted you. Come out, kid. So, you're a sensory-type ninja? Looks like you're the one who told them where I was headed. That's right. Well, that's just perfect. If I take you out, my troubles will be a lot fewer. Bold words, but it seems you really are just a clone. Still, as a clone, how many jutsu can you manage? 1, maybe 2? Ha ha ha. Though the third brother laughed, his eyes remained wary. After all, someone who needed 3 Jonin to hunt down couldn't possibly be an ordinary target. Yeah, I don't have much chakra left, but right now I'm standing on solid ground, with a river right behind me. Trying to say you have both earth and water chakra natures. No, I just mean that my ninjutsu doesn't use up much chakra. Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Oomph. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. As the Water Dragon Bullet smashed through the Earth Flow Wall, the third brother had already leapt aside. Come on, uncle, for the sake of my dashing good looks, can't you just die obediently? Earth Style, Earth Spear. Petty tricks. The third brother easily dodged the attack. Aside from being startled by the initial Water Dragon Bullet, he wasn't concerned about Earth-style jutsu. He was an Earth-style user himself, after all. What a nuisance. Uraha simply stopped attacking and leaned against a tree to rest. This third brother, though a bit chubby, was surprisingly agile. Uraha thought, if you come any closer, I'll let you taste the power of the Sharingan. With no one else around, killing him wouldn't risk exposure. Worst case, Uraha would use a fire-style jutsu to destroy the evidence. This brat wants to stall for time? The third brother pondered, carefully scanning the area. No traps. Seems like he really is just trying to delay me. His chakra must be running even lower. The kid knows Earth Style too. Earth Style won't do much. Close combat is the best bet. How strong could a child's body possibly be? The third brother analyzed the situation. Nothing seemed amiss. Time to make a move. Huh. Finally lost your patience? Uraha was already prepared, ready to unleash the Sharingan at any moment. As the third brother charged up to Uraha suddenly opened his eyes wide. The third brother, startled, instinctively shut his own eyes tight. A wet splatter. Uraha flicked the blood off his blade. Hardened, huh? What luck? The third brother clutched his wound and staggered backward. If it weren't for the hardening technique, he would have been run through the chest just now. I never expected you to awaken the Sharingan, and it's already evolved to 3 tomo. So it's time for you to die. With another swift strike, the blade found its mark, piercing straight through the heart. Why? Did you really think you'd escape the illusion of a Sharingan? How naive. Uraha sneered, pressing a hand to his throbbing eye. Then, without hesitation, he unleashed a great fireball jutsu, turning the body to ash and destroying all evidence. As blood trickled from his eye, the clone technique dissolved on its own. The real Uraha staggered and nearly collapsed. It hurts like hell, but playing the fool to lure the enemy in, nothing beats it. That's my style. Relief finally washed over Uraha. With this sensory ninja dead, his chances of escape had risen dramatically. For now, this was the best news he could hope for. After a night of desperate flight, Uraha had at last shaken off his pursuers. All 4 Chunin had been slain, and their clones had returned, bringing back crucial intel to process. The leader of the rogue ninjas was beside himself with rage. All his men were dead. No corpses left. Only scorch marks where the flames had passed. You're going to answer for this. Every one of my men is gone. Okawa's eyes bulged with fury as he snarled through clenched teeth. Oomph. Kaga let out a cold snort. How dare this wandering jonin speak to him that way? Kaga was on the verge of becoming an elite jonin, one of the Hidden Leaf's top fighters. The killing intent radiating from him was enough to chill the blood. Kaga wouldn't hesitate to take Okawa out before catching Uraha. The sheer menace made Okawa feel as if he'd fallen into an icy pit. He swallowed hard, only now realizing his place and preparing to bolt at any moment. Sensing this, Otada quickly tried to smooth things over. Mr. Okawa, we truly regret the loss of your men. We do bear some responsibility, and I assure you, you'll be fairly compensated. Uraha really is formidable, but you have my word, your reward won't be shortchanged. Otada kept his smile, forced though it was, and it soothed Okawa's urge to flee. But if we catch that brat, I want to be the one to take his head. But of course, Otada replied with a chuckle. Naturally, they couldn't kill Uraha themselves. Bringing the body back to the village would be a nightmare, and the truth could come to light. It would be best to let Okawa do the dirty work. Kaga had reached the same conclusion and nodded slightly in agreement. With that, the 3 men reaffirmed their uneasy alliance. And so the relentless pursuit continued for half a month. These guys just won't give up. If it weren't for the multi-shadow clone jutsu, Uraha would have been caught long ago. Even so, every escape left him battered and grimy. Fleeing for his life, Uraha doubled back toward a village he'd passed through before. They'd never expect him to go against the grain and return to a place he'd already visited. Smirking to himself at this reversal, Uraha settled into the inn, enjoyed a long, relaxing bath, and soaked his weary feet. It hurt so much. A child's body really is too fragile. My feet are covered in blisters, and running away like this just isn't possible anymore. I sucked in a breath, cursing under my breath as I popped another blister. After all this time, Uncle Snake still hadn't shown up to save me, not even a hint of serpent. Jiraiya was the same, not a single toad in sight. So much for their promises of protection. Completely exhausted, Yiyu fell onto the bed and drifted into a deep sleep. Night fell. When Yiyu woke up, he planned to make a quick escape, but just as he got out of bed, the sound of shattering glass reached his ears. Damn it, how did they find me so fast? Yiyu cursed inwardly. He thought he could at least buy himself another day, but they'd already tracked him down in half that time. So Otada's guess really was spot on. The brat did come back here. Huff, huff. Yiyu, you sure can run. Even Otada, who still wore that nauseating fake smile, had veins bulging on his forehead. He was clearly on the edge of fury. Hypocrites like this really are the hardest to deal with. The 3 of them were panting heavily, but at least they'd caught up this time. Otherwise, Yiyu might have slipped away again. Look, gentlemen, you've chased me long enough. Why don't we just sit down and talk this out? The 3 exchanged glances. It was true, they'd been running all over all day, and their bodies were worn out. They each took a seat to catch their breath, steeling themselves. This time, they couldn't let Yiyu get away. They had to face him at their best. Jia looked around warily, on guard against another trick with shadow clones. No need to check. I'm the real deal. Can't you just give up? I swear I won't tell anyone. I promise. Yiyu said helplessly. I'm just a kid. Are you even human, treating me like this? At this point, all he could do was rest his injured feet and hope for a bit of recovery. He really didn't want to run anymore. Don't even dream about it, brat. I'm going to twist your head off myself. That's right, Yiyu. Just stop struggling. Don't worry. It'll be over so quickly you won't feel a thing. So really can't talk this out, huh? Why? Isn't being alive a good thing? I really don't want to kill any of you. Yiyu understood now. Someone had to die here tonight, but it definitely wouldn't be him. At worst, he could reverse summon himself to Ryuichi Cave. He really didn't want to meet the White Snake Sage at a time like this, but at least he wouldn't die. Right now, his chakra was brimming. Hearing Yiyu's arrogant tone, Okawa's anger boiled over, and he let out a mocking laugh. Who was the one running for his life in such a sorry state? Now talking big here. Otada and Jiaha, on the other hand, felt a chill in their hearts. They narrowed their eyes, watching Yiyu carefully. Did this kid still have something up his sleeve? Let's go. Yiyu strode out of the room, his expression cold, though his gait was awkward. Was his foot injured? The 3 were overjoyed at the sight and hastily followed, hoping to avoid any unnecessary complications. They entered the forest. The air grew thick and tense, and the wind whispered with a deadly chill. Originally, I had planned to handle this matter myself, but it seems there's really no need. Better to leave it to Orochimaru after all. When Yu began forming hand seals, Oda instantly realized what was happening. Isn't this the summoning jutsu? Ka, hurry and block him. It's too late. There was no way for Ka to stop it now. With a thunderous bang, a thick cloud of smoke billowed, and 3 gigantic snakes appeared. In an instant, half of Yu's chakra was drained. The 3-headed serpent glared menacingly at the trio, its 6 pairs of eyes filled with ferocity. Yu looked down at the 3 below as if they were mere ants. Later, make sure to tell Lord Orochimaru that it was Ka and Oda who tried to kill me. As expected, Ka and Oda's faces turned grim. No matter what happened today, they couldn't let this snake get away. The enormous tail swept toward them, but all 3 dodged with agile movements. The corners of Yu's mouth twitched, no matter how fiercely. The 3-headed snake attacked. Its targets slipped away each time. What a waste. It would have been much better to summon something smaller. Water style. Water, severing wave. With a tremendous blast of water pressure, a single line of water sliced through the air like a laser, severing all 3 massive heads in. An instant, the sky was painted with a spray of vivid blood. Wasn't this the second Hokage's technique? How could this guy know it too? Ka, I never expected you to have mastered this. The water-severing wave is ruthless. It can even cut through steel. Ka couldn't help but feel proud. Among water-style users, he alone had learned the second Hokage's powerful technique. If you'd canceled your summoning earlier, maybe you could have escaped with a message. Too bad. You've lost your chance. Oda was elated, amazed at Ka's strength. No wonder he had once been a member of the elite. A true veteran jonin, coming up with a counter so quickly. Kid, if you've got any tricks left, now's the time. Ha ha ha. Okawa licked his lips. This time, it seemed there was no way out, certain death. Oh really? Yu immediately created another shadow clone. Oda quickly set up a barrier to prevent Yu from escaping. A blue, square-shaped barrier sprang up, covering a 20-meter radius. Yu was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected this move. Should I call you fools, or just fools? You're tying yourselves up in your own trap. Yu grinned. He'd been worried the 3 might flee. But this barrier was a blessing in disguise. I don't think so. This barrier will only dissipate if I release it myself, or if I die. There's no escape for you today. Oda was confident. This blue flame formation was a barrier technique he'd learned from the Uzumaki clan. Maybe not as powerful as the 4 violet flames formation, but still incredibly formidable. Yu gathered chakra into a Rasengan and struck the barrier, sending tremors through it. Yet not even a crack appeared. As expected, it was sturdy. Now, there was nothing to worry about. The game ends here. First, I'll cripple your hands so you can never form seals again. A strange, unsettling smile curled across Uraha's lips. Oda, feeling Uraha's gaze fixed upon him, was seized by a vague sense of foreboding. A twinge of panic flickered through his heart, but he quickly forced himself to regain composure. Gradually, red bubbles began to form on the surface of Uraha's body. Okawa could sense the chakra radiating from him. It was overwhelmingly sinister. Oda and Ko, both dumbstruck, gaped in silent shock, unable to utter a word. What on earth? Is this kid actually a Jinchuriki? But the 9 tails is supposed to be sealed within Kushina, isn't it? How could he manifest this tailed beast cloak? Well then, let's start the game. Uraha grinned with chilling cruelty. Enveloped in that bubbling cloak, he felt a surge of power coursing through him. At least 5 times what it had been before. He could distinctly sense the 4 tails extending behind him, as if they had always been a part of his body, moving at his will, able to lengthen, shorten, or twist into any form he desired. In the blink of an eye, a flash of red lightning, Uraha darted right up to Oda. So fast. The 3 of them were astounded, not only by the dramatic power-up, but also by the sudden sight of Uraha's Sharingan. For a fleeting moment, their minds blanked. That instant of distraction was all it took. For them to be caught in his Genjutsu. He seized Oda's massive arms with monstrous claws and wrenched them apart, slamming both limbs against the barrier, filling the air with the stench of burning flesh. It all happened in a single heartbeat. Only then did Ko snap back to his senses, hastily drawing his blade to force Uraha back. Okawa swallowed hard. Monster. This brat is an absolute monster. Now at last he realized this was the power of a tailed beast. Ayakak, my hands. Oda's scream rang out, but a deranged smile still twisted his face, contorted into something grotesque and hideous. Even Uraha felt a chill. These rude operatives were far from normal. After stemming the bleeding, Oda managed to calm himself, biting his lip and glaring at Uraha with venomous hatred. I didn't expect you to have awakened to Sharingan as well. But what's with your tail beast chakra? Have you become a Jinchuriki? Old man, maybe you should be worrying about yourself instead. Don't die too quickly. Uraha launched himself at them again, every blow terrifyingly destructive, each strike carving another crater into the ground. Inside the barrier, not a single spot remained untouched. No wonder they're Jonin. Their speed wasn't much slower than his own. The only reason he'd managed to take Oda's arms was sheer luck. Hey, are you guys really going to keep running? If you're men, stand and fight me. I promise, I'll just give you a little tap. Okawa's mouth twitched as he stared at the gaping holes in the ground. One hit from that would be more than enough to cause serious injury. Once again, Uraha gathered chakra in his palm, forming a Rasengan. The blue sphere quickly turned black under the influence of the tailed beast's power. The explosive force within it could easily shatter the thin barrier. Hiv, incredibile. This power is amazing. Uraha roared with exhilaration, on the verge of losing himself in the rush. Jiaha could sense with absolute clarity that being struck by that thing would mean certain death. He took a deep breath, bracing himself for the strongest defense he could muster. Yeah, you stop. I don't know how many tails are sealed inside you, but if this continues, you'll die. The tailed beast will completely take over your consciousness. Huh? Are you an idiot, Captain Jiaha? Yu looked at Jiaha with a scornful gaze. Though he was looking up at Jiaha, it somehow felt as if he were gazing down on everyone from above. Who do you think I am? I'm Uchiha Ieyu, the most gifted genius. How could a mere tailed beast ever seize control of my mind? That's when Jiaha remembered. Yu had already awakened his Sharingan, and not just any, but the 3 Tomo stage. Rumor had it the Sharingan could control tailed beasts. Things had gotten tricky. No matter what tactic they used, the Sharingan would see right through it. Damn it, how did it come to this? A Jinchuriki with the Sharingan. How terrifying would these combined abilities become? If Yu had been any older, the 3 of them would probably already be dead. Jiaha-san, what are our chances of winning? To be honest, we don't stand a chance, and our odds of escaping are slim to none. Jiaha replied in a low voice, glancing over at Etienne. If Etienne died, there might be a slim chance for them to get away, though it was still unlikely. It was no longer about how to kill Yu, but about how to survive and bring this information back. Etienne felt a jolt of nervousness. He understood Jia's plan. Right now, getting a message back was all that mattered. Gritting his teeth, he bit into the poison sac hidden behind his molars and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Not good. Damn it, I should have knocked out all your teeth. Yu immediately caught on to Etienne's intention. Without hesitation, the beast chakra cloak grew even denser, and he smashed a massive fist toward Jiaha. Earth-style, multiple earth walls. In an instant, a dozen earth walls rose up, only to be shattered in a heartbeat. But that brief moment was enough for Jiaha to seize the chance to flee. Daikawa wasn't stupid either. He dashed away with everything he had as soon as the barrier vanished. Trying to run? Heh. Dropping all pretense of play, Yuyu's gigantic hand shot out, stretching at an unnatural speed. What? In a flash of terror, Daikawa was snatched up and hauled before Yu in just a few seconds. I heard you want to twist my head off. No. Please, let me go. I swear I won't tell anyone about what happened today. No. I've always believed the dead are best at keeping secrets, though even then, it's not a guarantee. Yu shook his head and summoned another massive hand, which closed around Daikawa's skull. Daikawa, eyes wide with terror, felt as if he heard the sound of his skull cracking, his gaze fixed in horror on the crimson hand before him. The way you wanted to kill me, I'll kill you the same way. Isn't that fair? Help me. Somebody please, save me. As Daikawa's despair reached its peak, blood rained from the sky, and his body finally ceased its struggle. Fire style. Grand fireball technique. After the second round of destroying evidence, nothing remained of the 2 bodies. Only then did he turn and dash in the direction of Jiaha. Was that just now the power of a tailed beast? That's strange. There's no intelligence suggesting Uraha became a Jinchuriki. Yes, it is rather odd. Black Zetsu pondered the current status of the tailed beasts. The 1 tail was sealed in a monk. The 2 tails and 8 tails were in the hidden cloud village. The 3 tails and 6 tails were in the hidden mist. The 4 tails had defected. The 5 tails was still in the hidden stone, and the 9 tails was sealed inside Kushina, who was alive and well, so it couldn't possibly be the 9 tails. That left only the possibility of the 7 tails. Where is the 7 tails? Rumor has it that it's in the hidden waterfall village, but currently in a wild, unsealed state. Is that so? Could it be that Uraha made contact with a tailed beast and managed to acquire a portion of its power? Like Kinkaku and Ginkaku did. Yeah, maybe that's really the case. White Zetsu chuckled. According to the intel, aside from Kushina, the only one Uraha had ever met was Rashi, so the most likely source would be the Four Tails. There was no way the Nine Tails would allow anyone to take a chakra. The enormous flytrap retreated back into the tree trunk. It wasn't long before Uraha caught up to Jiaha. "Captain, I've caught up to you now." A massive hand snapped the tree trunk in half. Uraha couldn't help but feel irritated. How did this guy have so much stamina? Now that you know my secret, how could I possibly let you leave here alive? Tailed Beast Transformation, second stage. Uraha felt as though his chest and abdomen would explode. In midair, the fleeing Jiaha couldn't help but look back. Could it be that something was wrong with Uraha's body? Had the side effects finally shown themselves? At this point, Uraha was no longer recognizable as human. A thin layer of tailed beast cloak clung tightly to his skin, obscuring his pupils, but Uraha could clearly sense that his Sharingan was still active. As he unleashed all the chakra left behind by Sun, Uraha finally understood why people claimed tailed beast chakra was limitless. The first stage of transformation multiplied his strength by 5, but the second stage increased it 30-fold. An overwhelming, bloodthirsty urge surged through him. Rage and malice threatened to tear everything before him apart. Breathe. Regaining clarity, Uraha crouched low like a wild beast, then sprang forward and closed the distance to Jiaha in an instant. Even though Sun's filter prevented the beast's will from taking over his mind, the ferocious nature of its power still affected his spirit. "Captain, the game is over." Jiaha stared in horror at Uraha behind him, stunned that Uraha could go this far without losing consciousness. Under the influence of the Sharingan's Genjutsu, in a split second of confusion, Jiaha unwittingly offered up his own heart. It happened so fast, even the eye could barely follow. Only afterimages remained. After defeating Jiaha, Yiyu withdrew from his tailed beast transformation, slumping down and gasping for breath. Although his skin wasn't scorched like Naruto's, the strain on his body was still immense. He thought to himself that he'd need to train his taijutsu more after returning. After all, your body is the foundation of everything. No matter what you do, your body has to be able to handle it first. Once he'd carefully dealt with the aftermath of the battlefield, Yiyu finally felt at ease and set off for the village. He suspected he'd only be able to use the second form of tailed beast transformation twice at most. He hadn't expected to need it against Jiaha. This guy, it seemed, was already close to elite Jonin level. Having escaped danger, Yiyu strolled leisurely on his way back to the village, enjoying the mountains and rivers along the journey. Life was pleasant and carefree for him. But back home, his parents were worried sick. The trip that should have taken 10 days had stretched into a month, and there was still no sign of him, not even a single message. With no other choice, the couple went to visit Orochimaru and Fugaku. In fact, they'd already asked Fugaku and Orochimaru about their son's whereabouts. 20 days after Yiyu had left, both had sent people out searching, and even the third Hokage had dispatched several Umbu to look for him. Still no news at all? No, we've been searching for over 10 days now. But don't worry, Yiyu won't come to harm. Even if he can't win a fight, he'll always find a way to escape. After all, our son has a contract with Ryuchi Cave, and if he reverse summons himself to the White Snake Sage's domain, nobody can touch him. But what if our son doesn't think of that in time? What if he acts recklessly? I can't just sit here. I have to see Lord Orochimaru. Minghue's voice trembled with worry, her eyes brimming with tears. All right, I'll go ask Fugaku as well. Please, don't worry too much. Watching his haggard wife, Exine Han's heart ached. Where on earth had that rascal run off to, refusing to return even now? With a heavy sigh, he set off for Fugaku's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Orochimaru, are you there? Hearing the knock, Orochimaru put away his scroll and went to open the door. Sorry to trouble you again. Not at all. Please come in. Orochimaru's hoarse voice made Minghui uncomfortable, but she still stepped inside the snake's lair, or rather, Uncle Snake's home. Clan leader, do you think this could be the work of high-ranking officials in Konoha? Try to use this opportunity to get rid of my son? At this point, that seems like the most likely explanation. Yiyu's talent is simply too great, but I doubt the Hokage himself would want Yiyu dead. No matter how foolish, he wouldn't risk making an enemy of Orochimaru. So it must be some other members of the upper echelon. There are only 3 others it could be. So still no leads? Actually, we might have some good news. There were several battle sites found in the country of claws, but all the battles ended quickly, and the corpses have been burned, most likely by fire-release jutsu. From the number of bodies, there were 7 people. The traces suggest they were all adults. 5 were probably rogue ninja, and the other 2 might have been Konoha Jonin. In other words, Yiyu should be safe. Only then did Shinhong finally breathe a sigh of relief. So even the Jonin of Konoha wanted to kill Uraha. This was definitely the higher-ups making a move behind the scenes. At Orochimaru's house, Orochimaru had revealed the same intel. According to the reports, judging from the 3 charred corpses found at the scene, it seemed Uraha fought 3 Jonin, killed 2, and then chased down the last one. Orochimaru, is that true? That's wonderful. When that brat gets back, I'm going to give him a proper scolding. He nearly scared me to death. Boo-hoo. Minghui finally let go of her worry, unable to hold back her tears any longer. Yeah, that kid is clever as they come. Orochimaru remarked with admiration. Judging by the methods used, it was clearly the work of a single person. He hadn't expected Uraha to have grown so powerful, enough to defeat even 3 Jonin working together. His strength was at least that of an elite Jonin now. Orochimaru even suspected there might have been someone helping him in secret. To be this strong at 6 years old, the higher-ups probably couldn't sleep at night. When Uraha returned, he had to question him thoroughly. If he really did all this himself, it was truly terrifying. Achoo! Who's bad-mouthing me? It must be that damn snake, Uncle Snake. By the riverbank, Uraha sneezed so hard his grilled fish nearly tumbled in the fire. As he sprinkled cumin and pepper onto it, a delicious aroma instantly wafted for miles around. Sure enough, grilled fish without cumin just had no soul. He sat there, mouth watering, waiting eagerly. A soft rustling came from the bushes, immediately putting Uraha on alert. Suddenly, a tiger leaped out, baring its fangs and growling low at Uraha. Oh, it's just a big kitty, probably lured here by the smell. The tiger stood 1.5 meters tall and stretched nearly 5 meters from head to tail, a true giant in Uraha's eyes. He thought back to the tigers on Earth. None of them were ever this big, right? So, do you want to bite? Uraha waved his grilled fish in the air. The tiger's eyes, round as bronze bells, fixed on the fish. In an instant, it lunged to snatch it, every bit the image of a starving beast. As far as it was concerned, if it killed Uraha, all 3 fish would be its prize. A feast for today. Whoa, are you trying to squash me? With a nimble roll, Uraha dodged and leapt up into a tree, munching on his fish at his leisure. The tiger below drooled even more, scraping its claws against the trunk as it prepared to climb up. With a single bound, it managed to reach the branch where Uraha sat. Uraha simply jumped to another tree, leaving the tiger to crash back to the ground in frustration. He finished off 1 fish, then stuck the other 2 into the tree and jumped down. Mom always said if a kid is too naughty, just give them a good spanking. Minghui. Wiping the grease from his face, Uraha clenched his tiny fists and charged straight at the tiger. Was this beast an idiot? If he ate it, would he become stupid too? Seeing the small figure rushing toward it, the tiger didn't hesitate. It flung its massive jaws wide, certain it could swallow Uraha in a single bite. Body flicker technique. In the blink of an eye, Yu appeared on the tiger's back, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks in a spectacular scene of Yu taking on. The tiger, stung by pain, began to roll desperately on the ground, but each time it tried to get up, Yu would leap onto its back and resume the assault. When Yu grew tired of the game, he reached out and grabbed the loose skin at the nape of the tiger's neck. Sure enough, the tiger's body went instantly rigid, but it didn't last. Yu's hand was simply too small to have much effect on the massive beast. Don't move. If you dare move again, I'll beat the crap out of you. Grr. The tiger seemed to understand Yu's threat and lay flat on the ground, motionless. Only then did Yu release his grip, surprised to discover that this tiger was quite clever. Yu took down 2 grilled fish and handed them to the tiger. The tiger ate with a look of utter grievance, sniffling and tearing up. Cursed fate. Why did it have to taste so good? Why was it so irresistible? Is this really a human? Why is he so different from the ones I've met before? Are all humans this fierce now? Well, since you've eaten my fish, for now on, you're my tiger. If you ever step out of line while you're with me, I'll skin you and turn you into a bedsheet. Yu smiled as he spoke, but to the tiger, he looked like the devil himself. The tiger had no idea what a bedsheet was, but still, it nodded heavily in agreement. Looks like you agree. Time to give you a name. Since you're so chubby, I'll call you Fat Tiger from now on. The tiger shook its head. Chubby? This is muscle, not fat. You don't like it? Then I'll just make you into a bedsheet. Gore! The threat sent a shiver down the tiger's spine, and it rolled over, exposing its belly in a clumsy attempt to look cute. But no matter how you looked at it, it was a sight for sore eyes. All right, I get it. Get up now. From now on, you're Fat Tiger. Yu said with a note of disgust, thinking to himself, doesn't this tiger have any self-awareness? In the end, the tiger could only accept its fate with a heavy heart. Let's get moving then. Onward to the nearby village. With a low growl, Fat Tiger bounded forward, while Yu settled comfortably on its back and quickly drifted off to sleep. At last, they arrived near a village. A commotion broke out around them, with vague shouts in the distance, soon followed by a thunderous tiger's roar. Roar! The deafening sound sent flocks of birds scattering from the forest, while Fat Tiger glared fiercely at the crowd gathered ahead. The men in the crowd gripped their sickles, hoes, and farm tools, staring nervously at the tiger before them, palms slick with sweat. None of them could figure out why a child was perched on its back. Quiet. Do you want to be turned into bedsheets? Yi was woken from a pleasant nap by the noise, hitting Fat Tiger's head to the ground with a smack before stretching and looking around in confusion. Oh, so we've arrived at the village. Sorry about that. You could have just called me. No need for all that racket. Yi exclaimed, waving his hands dramatically. Grr! Fat Tiger whimpered softly. Who would have thought that he, once the king of this land, would fall so low? The mighty tiger, now at the mercy of a child, what utter humiliation. He shed silent tears in his heart. All right, I know you feel wronged. Today I'll grill 10 fish for you. Yi patted Fat Tiger's big head to comfort him. Only then did Fat Tiger cheer up, bouncing around with joy. Apparently, having grilled fish to eat made following along seem worthwhile. Clearly, this was another foodie conquered by the promise of food. Ahem, uncles and elders, please don't worry. My tiger here doesn't harm people. He's raised by us, right, Fat Tiger? Yi's deliberately exaggerated tone startled Fat Tiger, who quickly nodded his head. The people around were amazed. What a clever beast. Still, with such a fierce gaze, it hardly looked like a domesticated animal. The hunters among them could sense the wild danger lurking beneath Fat Tiger's surface. We just want to find a place to rest for one night. We'll leave in the morning, so any simple lodging will do. Finding a place for you isn't hard. A young man stepped forward. His attire and bearing marked him as someone of status, perhaps the village chief's son. But are you sure that tiger of yours won't hurt anyone? Rest assured, big brother. Without my command, he wouldn't dare do anything. Otherwise, I'll turn him into a bedspread or a rug. Yi declared loudly, patting his chest in a show of confidence. After a brief discussion, the villagers agreed. After all, how much trouble could a child cause? Yi didn't look like a bad sort. All right, but I'm afraid our village can't afford to feed a tiger like that. No worries, he'll go out and hunt for himself. And so, the little village accepted Yi, though everyone instinctively kept their distance for safety. As soon as they entered the village, women and children scattered in panic, slamming doors and fleeing indoors. Along the way, they knocked over countless things and stumbled more than once. The men quickly grabbed whatever weapons were close at hand. Witnessing this, Fat Tiger finally felt a sense of balance. This was how humans should react upon seeing him. His young master was truly an oddity. With a look of disdain, he surveyed his surroundings, lifting his head high like a king inspecting his domain. Everyone, don't be afraid. This tiger is raised by our young friend here, and he won't harm anyone. You can call him Fat Tiger. The young leader hurried to reassure everyone. Upon hearing the comical name, the men relaxed, casting curious glances at Yi, who sat atop the tiger's back. When night fell, Yi quickly blended in, sitting around the bonfire with the villagers, sharing drinks and stories of the day's events. The warmth of the moment was cherished by all. Everything felt so peaceful and perfect. The young girls gazed at Yi with starry eyes, their admiration plain for all to see. Fat Tiger found himself a corner and soon was snoring away. Some bold boys even crept up to pet him. The adults, hearts in their throats, tried to stop them but were too late. Fat Tiger was about to growl when he noticed Yi's cold stare. Instantly subdued, he stuck out his tongue and gave the child's face a friendly lick, much to everyone's relief. The group of little children swarmed over like they'd just discovered a new continent, rushing to pet the big cat. Fat Tiger could only struggle to keep up. Dealing with kids was the worst. His tiger life was truly a hard one. Where are you from, young man? The village chief, sitting nearby, asked with curiosity. I'm from Konoha. I'm a ninja. Uraha stated his identity directly, figuring the village must have heard of Konoha since it didn't look all that backward. So you're a ninja from Konoha. No wonder you're so skilled. It's a pity our village is so poor. We can't properly welcome you. The people around looked at Uraha with even more respect. They hadn't expected he was one of the legendary ninjas. Village chief, just giving me a place to stay and sharing what food you have is already a great kindness. But I've noticed getting water here doesn't seem easy. Uraha glanced around, sensing the village's struggles. You're right, it's not convenient at all. Every time, we have to go several miles outside the village to fetch water, and there's always the risk of running into wild animals. There used to be an old well here, but it dried up. The old chief shook his head helplessly. Dozens of families relied on that one well, and no matter where else they dug, they couldn't find water. I see. Maybe I can help. Uraha stood up. With his water affinity, finding water would be a breeze. He quickly sensed the presence of water about 30 meters underground. No wonder they couldn't dig deep enough. He walked about 10 meters away and announced, "Village Chief, there's definitely water down here, just a bit deep. Everyone please step back." With a swift earth-style technique, Uraha dove 30 meters underground. Using the great waterfall jutsu to tap into the subterranean river, the ground above shook violently. So, this is a ninja's power? Incredible. Almost like an earthquake. The villagers, already familiar with Uraha, didn't feel fear, but instead watched the deep pit with anticipation. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Uraha shot up alongside a massive geyser, soaring skyward before landing smoothly on the ground. Amazing! We finally have water. Uraha is our village's hero. That's incredible. Fantastic. Fat Tiger stared around in confusion. Was it raining now? Should he be looking for somewhere to hide? The old chief clapped his hands in delight. Bringing Uraha back today had certainly been the right decision. This solved a major crisis for the village. That night, the village celebrated with a feast, bringing out every treat and drink to honor Uraha. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Didn't they say they were poor and had nothing to eat? Where did all this come from? The next morning, as Uraha prepared to set off, the old chief called out to him. "Young man, could I ask you something?" "Of course, chief. Please go ahead." "Well, my son said he'd like to become a ninja as well. What do you think?" Uraha shook his head firmly and refused. "Village chief, you really shouldn't become a ninja. This place is like a hidden paradise. No war. No disputes. Once you become a ninja, you have to fear for your life at every moment. It means you can never stay out of trouble again. To tell the truth, I was on the run for more than half a month before escaping here, living in constant fear every day. If you let him become a ninja, it'll only put him in danger." "I understand." The old village chief sighed. He simply couldn't bring himself to let his own son face mortal danger at any time. Yoru was only 6, yet already had to endure the peril that lurked behind all that apparent glory. He patted Fat Tiger's back, and the big cat continued on the road. This should be the last stop. They'd had enough fun for now. It was time to head home, or else his mother might start worrying. Yoru was eager to return, traveling through the night. Fat Tiger felt like he'd lost half his weight from all the running. He could only pity himself for a few seconds. As the familiar gates came into view, Yoru felt a wave of emotion, like a villager meeting another from his hometown, eyes brimming with tears. A tiger. 2 Chunin guards leapt out, brandishing kunai, ready for a fight. "Wait, hold on. It's me. This is my pet. I named him Fat Tiger." Yoru quickly jumped down, and the 2 Chunin finally realized what was going on. "Oh, it's you, Yoru. Honestly, why did you bring back a tiger? Planning to have some tiger steak? That would be such a waste. In my opinion, wild game like this is best used for making a hearty stew, nourishing and delicious." Fat Tiger's fur stood on end. What kind of people were these? Was everyone in his master's village this fierce? He cowered behind Yoru, tail tucked firmly between his legs. "Hey, can that animal understand what we're saying? Is it a summoning beast or something?" One of the sharp-eyed Chunin noticed that Fat Tiger was larger than an ordinary tiger. "Yeah, Fat Tiger's really smart. Maybe he'll be a summoning beast one day." Yoru patted Fat Tiger's head, and the big cat immediately started acting cute, as if to say, "Master, these people are terrifying." His antics made everyone laugh, and only then did the Chunin allow Yoru inside, just in case the tiger might accidentally hurt a civilian. All along the way, people stared at Fat Tiger in curiosity, and the children looked at Yoru with envy. He looked so cool. "Mom, I want to eat tiger meat." "Eat? You want a big piece? Would 2 pieces be enough?" "That's plenty. Thank you, Mommy. You're the best." Yoru stared blankly at the woman and child. "Are you time travelers too?" Fat Tiger trembled even more. "Konoha is too dangerous. I want to go back to the forest." Finally, they arrived at his doorstep. He wondered if his mother had worried about him. He'd find out soon. The door creaked open. "Tadaima. I'm home." Ming Wei, who was in the middle of doing the dishes, dropped a plate without even noticing. She slowly turned her head and saw her beloved son, the very one who'd kept her up at night, worrying. Tears welled up uncontrollably and streamed down her face. "My son has truly come home." She rushed forward, throwing her arms around Uraha, holding him tightly as she wept uncontrollably. Uraha was caught off guard. Hadn't he just returned safe and sound? "Mom, let go of me first. I can't breathe." Oh, you little rascal. Why did you take so long to come back? Do you know how worried I was? If Lord Orochimaru hadn't assured me you'd be fine, Looking at his mother's tear-streaked face, Uraha felt a wave of warmth. Was this what home felt like? He was deeply moved. This feeling was wonderful. "Sorry, Mom. I got carried away after the mission and lost track of time. It's all right. As long as you're home, that's all that matters. Minghui started crying again, unable to control her emotions, even though she was a powerful ninja. Mom, look, I even brought a pet home. He's really smart. Fat Tiger, come here. Oh, it was only then that Minghui noticed the massive tiger at the door. Those strong muscles, it would make a fine broth, and that could help Uraha grow stronger. This tiger is really big. If we braised it, I bet it would taste delicious. And since Shinhong's been running himself ragged lately for you, it could be a nourishing meal for him, too. Minghui stroked her chin, speaking with genuine seriousness. Fat Tiger just wanted to turn and run. Why did everyone want to eat him? Who exactly was the real beast here? Mom, don't scare Fat Tiger. At the very least, we should fatten him up before we even think about eating him. Fat Tiger promptly fainted on the spot. There's always someone out to get me. Puffed. So this tiger is called Fat Tiger, huh? He's got quite the personality. Of course. Otherwise, I would have skinned him for a bedspread on the way back. It was night by the time Shinhong returned home. Seeing the mother and son sitting together, his eyes grew moist. Dinner. His commanding voice rang out, prompting Minghui to finally smile and begin eating, while Uraha slowly added dishes to his plate. When Minato heard that Uraha had returned, he hurried over to welcome him back from his long, dusty journey. This time, Uraha had been away for an entire month, and Kushina had nearly worried herself sick. Uraha, what happened during this mission? Oh, nothing special. Just ran into a few rogue ninja with some skills. That's a relief. Otherwise, Kushina would be worrying nonstop again. Haha. Thank you for your concern, big brother. By the way, has my sister moved in with you yet? Yes, that way I can take better care of her. Minato nodded with calm assurance. Their relationship was official now, and since both were orphans living together, there was nothing for others to gossip about. Are you sure you're just taking care of her? Hith hith. Seeing the sly grin on Uraha's face, it was clear no good thoughts were brewing. Uraha, you should know, I would never lay a hand on Kushina unless she said it was okay. And what if Kushina makes the first move? Well, that's another story entirely. What an air of self-righteousness. Pretending to be so proper is truly the worst. Big brother, just be honest. Did you ever sneak a peek at my sister while she was bathing? How could I possibly do something like that? I'm not that kind of person. Minato's face flushed bright red, panicking at the accusation. Truthfully, he was curious, but terrified that Kushina would despise him for it. Every time, he'd only dare the quickest glance before looking away in fear. Still, Kushina really should be more careful, leaving the door open like that. What if someone actually saw her? That'd be a mess. Changwei, you claim you don't know martial arts. No, Minato. You insist you didn't peek. I'm telling Kushina about this right now. Yeah, you just calm down. It's not what you think. I've already talked to Kushina about this so many times. Minato hurriedly grabbed Yayu's arm, desperate to prevent disaster. If Kushina found out, she'd be furious. He was at his wit's end. The house might be warm, but what if she caught a chill? And honestly, he'd only ever stolen one fleeting glance. He'd never have the nerve to linger. Looks like my sister wants to get married even more than I thought. Yayu muttered to himself. Was it his arrival and his matchmaking that had stirred this up? What did you say, Yayu? Oh, nothing. Yayu sat back down. The second was right. Too bad Minato was such an idiot, so oblivious to even the most obvious hints. If it were me, I'd have made my move long ago. Sigh, what a shame. Sometimes lack of intelligence really is a fatal flaw. Huh, why does it feel like you're talking about me? Come on, please don't look at me with those pitying eyes. Minato cradled his head in his hands. He recognized that look. Kushina often gazed at him that way, followed by a silent sigh. It hurt. Was his intelligence really that low? Minato couldn't help but doubt himself. Poor guy. Sometimes being so sunny and righteous just makes you blind to romance. Kushina really is unlucky. You know, you should probably learn a thing or two from Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei? Kushina doesn't seem too happy when I spend too much time with him. No, there are some lessons you still need. You don't understand my sister's heart nearly well enough. Kushina's heart? I get it. I'll visit Jiraiya-sensei a lot more from now on. Little Naruto isn't going to show up ahead of schedule, is he? Well, whatever. I guess it doesn't matter. As long as I'm strong enough, everything will be fine. Danzo, I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. Minato had no idea what he'd actually been through this month. Originally, he was assigned to an A-ranked mission with 2 other Jonin, tasked with eliminating some rogue ninja in the Land of Claws. There was 1 Jonin and 4 Chunin among the targets. Should have been an easy job. But his teammates not only refused to help, they even turned on him and ganged up against him. Ironic, isn't it? What's wrong, Yayu? It's nothing. Big brother, let's go get some barbecue. Let's invite Kushina, too. Of course. This time, it's my treat. We'll make sure to eat until you're broke. Haha. Then you'd better work hard. Hearing such warm words again, Minato cherished everything he had now even more. Hey, big bro, how about we just go eat at your place? I brought a helper today. We're definitely going to eat you out of house and home. Bring it on. But you're only allowed to bring one person. Minato thought Uraha was going to introduce them to a new friend, but he never expected Uraha would bring along a voracious eater, someone who could eat 10 times as much as the three of them combined. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window as Uraha opened his eyes, savoring the warmth of a home-cooked meal before launching into a new round of training. Just yesterday, after Fat Tiger learned what bedsheets and carpets were, he suddenly went on a hunger strike. For a whole week, he barely ate anything, and grew even thinner than before, worried that if he got fat again, Uraha might kill him for his meat. The whole episode left everyone in stitches. Making his way to his training forest, Uraha began experimenting with adding nature transformations into the Rasengan. During previous battles, he had noticed the Rasengan change color, which he was sure was due to the addition of tailed beast chakra, a unique kind of nature transformation in itself. So the question was, why did tailed beast chakra blend so easily with the Rasengan? Tapping into a bit of the tailed beast chakra and focusing it, Uraha was surprised to find that his chakra had already merged with the Four Tails chakra. As the amount increased, so did the intensity of the Rasengan. So that's what's going on. No wonder it exploded when I tried adding fire release. It should have fused right from the start. In that case, isn't this just like a Kekiai Jinkai, such as lava release? Uraha's heart raced with excitement. If that were true, did it mean he could potentially develop wood release or other bloodline abilities? Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. But this is just a theory, after all. Like the third Hokage said, even if you know what bloodline limits are, you can't just awaken them at will. Better take it slow. With his mind made up, Uraha began experimenting with fire nature chakra, forming a fire release Rasengan. Gradually, he felt a hint of heat, and suddenly, the smell of roasting wafted up from his hand. Looking down, he thought, my palm's practically medium rare. Meanwhile, Fat Tiger was drooling all over the ground, wondering if his master had lost his mind, roasting his own hand. But honestly, it smelled delicious. After plunging his hand into water and spending the entire day experimenting, Uraha's hand was nearly useless, but he still hadn't cracked the secret. As night fell, Uraha was left frustrated and helpless. No matter how constantly he replenished his chakra, it was never enough. The Uzumaki clan truly was enviable. The tailed beast chakra really is all-purpose and incredibly compatible. Feeling dejected, Uraha rode Fat Tiger home. Looks like you failed again, huh? Ha ha ha. An irreverent voice echoed through the woods, quickly followed by a deep, muffled one. New techniques aren't so easy to develop, even for a genius like him. Black Zetsu's half-hidden face betrayed no emotion. The more he watched Uraha in battle, the more satisfied he became. Whether in intellect or in strength, Uraha was outstanding. If Madara were to fail, Black Zetsu had already decided in his heart that Uraha would be the perfect candidate to take his place, a true successor as the next tool for his plans. As for making Uraha resent the village, that would be simple enough. Now that the Rinnegan had manifested, Black Zetsu was confident that, as a member of the Uchiha clan, Uraha could master its power. After all, they shared blood ties, and there were still plenty of cells from Azura's reincarnation left to use. Hey, what do you think would happen if the Konoha elders found out that Uraha had awakened the Sharingan and possessed tailed beast chakra? White Zetsu's voice was full of excitement. They'd definitely try to suppress him. That way, Uraha would grow to hate the village more and more, and sooner or later, if they orchestrated the death of his loved ones, he'd surely awaken his eyes. But wouldn't that make him go blind easily? We've got plenty of Hashirama cells left. It won't be a problem. Besides, the time isn't right just yet. With that, the pitcher plant disappeared once more into the great tree. Somewhere deep underground, in an unknown cavern, an old man with a head of white hair sat alone in a chair, a thick tube running from his neck to the massive, demonic statue of the outer path behind him. Honestly, cough, cough, the food White Zetsu brought back this time is truly awful. Was he playing at? His wrinkled, old face looked as if he might doze off at any moment. This was none other than Uchiha Madara himself. Yet now, all his former vigor was gone, replaced by the frailty of old age. He wondered how Nagato was progressing, whether the power of the Rinnegan had awakened in him yet. As he lay back in bed, several White Zetsus slipped in, carefully cleaning up the room. On the display case beside the stone cave, rows upon rows of Sharingan eyes were lined up. Excuse me, is Uraha home? 2 children had come to visit, one with a bowl cut and a green jumpsuit, the other sporting a wild silver hairstyle, masked like a little noble. Oh, It's Guy and little Kakashi. Kakashi, back for another round of punishment. Uraha poked his head out, teasing them. Kakashi clenched his fist. Just wait. One day I'll knock you flat. I'll plant a kick right in your face. Whoa, you're actually going for it. Uraha jerked his head back, just in time, narrowly dodging and catching a whiff of stinky foot in the air. The smell nearly made him gag. Wow, Uraha pulls his head back, even faster than a turtle. Cough, cough. That's right, he's just a turtle, always hiding in his shell, Kakashi said coolly, trying hard not to laugh. Uraha's face darkened. He opened the door and kicked Guy clear across the yard, but Guy bounced right back, shouting about the power of youth, as if nothing had happened. Kakashi, how many days has it been since you washed your feet? The smell is lethal. Uraha pinched his nose. Really? Guy crouched down and sniffed. Whoa, Kakashi, it's true. That's some serious stink. How long has it been since you washed? Get out of here. Kakashi sent Guy, flying with a kick yet again. This guy still couldn't keep his mouth shut. Whose side was he even on? So, tell me what brings you here. You're not looking for another beating, are you? No, I want to take on some high-difficulty missions outside the village, but right now, I don't have a mentor. So I was hoping to team up with you. Oh, you're aiming for B-rank missions. That's right. Can I come too? Guy cried out excitedly. Forget it. You haven't even graduated from the academy yet. If you want to go on missions, you'll have to work a lot harder first. Kakashi rejected him flatly. While Guy's taijutsu was decent, his lack of ninjutsu made him far too weak. Even if he had great potential for the future, right now, he was just a benchwarmer. Guy wilted like a withered eggplant, sulking in silence. Kakashi, I'm not looking to go on missions right now, either. You know, I just got back. Not long ago, that last one was really dangerous. If I remember right, your last mission was an A rank, wasn't it? You went with 2 other senior ninjas. Seniors? Huh. In his heart, Yuru gave a cold laugh. If it hadn't been for the chakra gifted by Sun, he might have really needed to head to Ryuichi Cave just to escape. That's right. There were Jonin on that mission. And those 2 seniors you mentioned, they both died. So now you see how dangerous it was. What? Both Jonin seniors died? Kakashi was shocked, not even noticing the disrespect Yura showed toward the 2 Jonin. Were A-rank missions really so perilous? Both Jonin had died, yet Yoru survived. What did that say about his strength? Guy was left speechless, his jaw hanging open. Yoru was truly formidable. How did you make it back? If I hadn't come across a powerful ally, I wouldn't have made it home. I see. In that case, you owe them a great thanks. Of course. I've already expressed my gratitude. Yoru had already thought of his answer. No matter who asked, this was what he'd say. Right now, he didn't have the strength to butt heads with them. Once Minato became Hokage, the first thing would be to get rid of Danzo, and then he'd become the Hokage's assistant. Wouldn't that be perfect? He chuckled to himself. Kakashi, you don't think Yoru's been hit so hard he's lost his marbles, do you? Don't worry. He's definitely thinking about something shady. Just look at that sly grin. You idiots. What do you know? Every single thing I'm planning has its own deeper meaning. TCH. I get it. You're itching for another fight, aren't you? I know the type. 10 minutes later, after a ruckus that sounded like a thunderstorm, Guy and Kakashi sat bruised and battered in front of Yuru. Kakashi was lucky. His mask at least hid some of the damage. Guy, on the other hand, looked so beat up his own father wouldn't have recognized him. Why'd you have to hit me too? Guy asked on the verge of tears. Even lying low, he'd managed to get caught in the crossfire. My hand were just itching for a fight, that's all. Anyway, Kakashi, I'm not going on missions anytime soon. But if the right one comes up, I'll invite you. That's good to hear, Al. Kakashi drew in a sharp breath. His face was so swollen that even his mask could barely cover it, and he found himself reassessing Yiyu with a new sense of wariness. That guy is unbelievably petty, and he only ever aims for the face. Inside the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage was racking his brain over the trouble with Yiyu. He hadn't expected Danzo to go this far. This comrade of his was getting more and more. Sai, how was he supposed to explain this to the Uchiha? All their previous efforts might go up in smoke. It had taken so much to ease the tension between the Uchiha and the village. If Yiyu told the Uchiha leadership what had happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even though the Uchiha had shown no reaction so far, the 3rd still had no idea how to face Yiyu. Danzo, you've really crossed the line this time. Sarutobi, you saw it yourself. Even 3 Jonin together aren't a match for Yiyu. If we don't get rid of this brat now, he'll become a grave threat to Konoha in the future. Smack! The 3rd Hokage's palm slammed onto the desk, leaving a clear handprint. He was truly disappointed in Danzo. You, are you trying to undo all my hard work? Who do you think is the Hokage here, you or me, to be tampering with missions like this? If there's a next time, there'll be no need for the root to exist at all. Sarutobi's voice was icy, stripped of all warmth. Danzo pursed his lips, not daring to retort. He realized he had been too impulsive this time, never expecting EU to have grown this much. Danzo blamed his own lack of intel for the failure. It never even crossed his mind to consider whether his actions were right or wrong. Orochimaru probably knew what had happened by now too. But how was he supposed to explain this to him? Konoha's top brass, attempting to assassinate a high-ranking disciple, trying to kill Konoha's prodigy? What utter mockery. I understand. Sarutobi realized he had been far too indulgent with Danzo, who had even started infiltrating the ANBU. And take your men out of the ANBU. From now on, the root's funding will be slashed by a quarter. Sarutobi, you can't do this. Danzo roared in protest. Cutting a quarter of his funding was like cutting off his lifeline. Many of his research projects would be forced to a halt. The annual budget was astronomical. Here, you will address me as Lord Hokage. I am the Hokage. Coincidentally, Mito has been short on funds lately. Yes, Lord Hokage. Damn it, bastard. Sarutobi, just you wait. One day, I'll prove that Uchiha Yu deserves to die. I'm more suited to be Hokage than you. Maybe this would suffice as an explanation to Orochimaru. Sigh, balancing all these interests was truly a difficult task. Not long after, Orochimaru arrived at the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, you called for me? Orochimaru, are you still angry with your teacher? I suppose you have every right to be. This was my error in judgment. But it seems you found something precious again, my student. Orochimaru's expression finally softened. Like a wily old fox, the third Hokage easily dispelled the tension, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Perhaps this matter wouldn't be so hard to resolve after all, as long as Orochimaru could be convinced. Teacher, I don't want to see this kind of situation happen again. Even if it were an enemy from a hostile nation coming to assassinate Uraha, I'd have nothing to say. But an assassination from within Konoha is something I can't accept. Orochimaru's raspy voice trembled with anger. It won't happen again. I've already given him a severe punishment. I believe he'll behave himself from now on. That's good. Orochimaru had always trusted the third Hokage's words, believing he wouldn't lie to him. At the same time, he suspected Danzo was behind it. It seemed Danzo didn't take him seriously at all. How amusing. As for Uraha, there's no issue. Uraha said he doesn't hold a grudge against the village. He understands the darkness within Konoha and isn't bothered by such things. After all, Konoha is not a monolithic whole. Orochimaru spoke of Uraha with great pride. This was a student more outstanding than anyone else. Konoha is not a monolithic whole, you say? No one would believe a 6-year-old child could possess such wisdom. Inviting him into the Umbu truly was the right choice. Orochimaru, you've really accepted an exceptional student. He might even surpass you one day. No, he definitely will surpass me. I will give him my all. Still, Uraha is progressing so quickly. You must be sure to guide him down the right path. Oh, Orochimaru felt a bit awkward. The right path? He had never had such a concept. If his teacher ever learned he was conducting human experiments, and on a pile of infants, no less, wouldn't he try to kill him? To ordinary people, this was already the realm of heresy and taboo, and yet someone expected him to guide others to the right path? The very thought made him want to laugh. Is there a problem? No problem at all. Orochimaru, returning to his usual cold and expressionless demeanor, betrayed nothing. By the way, Uraha said that the only reason he managed to escape was because someone powerful helped him, someone at least at the level of an elite jonin. I see. The third Hokage felt a wave of relief. If Uraha had already reached the level of an elite jonin, it would truly be a headache. Such talent, before it had been properly cultivated, was unsettling. After all, many powerful figures remained hidden from the world. In this world, shadow-level strength was not exclusive to the 5 great nations. Orochimaru, however, believed Uraha had handled everything on his own, perhaps using something the sages had left behind. After all, it was normal for the sages of Ryuchi Cave to leave behind a few life-saving artifacts, just like his own Jinjutsu, which had no effect on Uraha. Leaving the Hokage's office, Orochimaru headed straight for the headquarters of Root. It was time to pay Danzo a visit. In the gloom of the underground chamber, Orochimaru sat opposite Danzo. Danzo, you were behind this, weren't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. I just want to tell you, Uraha is my student. You'd better not touch him, or our collaboration ends here. Oomph. Who would have thought that even the cold-faced Danzo has a tender side? How are you getting along with the Sharingan? I have a feeling you've grown weaker, you know? The soft, androgynous voice lingered in the air, while Danzo kept a close, wary eye on Orochimaru. Could it be that Orochimaru had tampered with the eye? Don't look at me like that. I wouldn't bother with such cheap tricks. But it does seem you've really gotten weaker. Let me think. Is it due to rejection symptoms? That's absolutely not the case. Danzo tore off his bandages, revealing the Sharingan, its 3 tomo spinning within. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. He could even activate Jinjutsu with no problem. And yet, Danzo realized he could no longer close the eye. It was constantly draining his chakra every second of every day, and that was the real reason he'd grown weaker. If Uraha were here, he'd probably burst out laughing at Danzo's foolishness. Of course the Sharingan would bleed him dry. Without Uchiha blood and Hashirama cells, there was no way to shut it off. This predicament vexed Danzo to no end. If not for his unusually large chakra reserves, even an elite Jonin would collapse from exhaustion, forced to keep the Sharingan open all day and continually refine their chakra. Danzo, remember, we're allies for now. Don't worry, I won't sell you out. In that case, I'll tell you the truth. I can't close this Sharingan, so I'm thinking of removing it for now. Oh, you can't close it? Orochimaru fell silent, deep in thought. So it was true. Kekkai Jinkai weren't so easy to inherit. Without the blood of the Uchiha clan, perfect control was impossible. That was a major problem. Perhaps even those distantly related by blood would face the same issue. There simply hadn't been enough research, and with only one eye available, further experiments were out of the question. One more thing. Funding is about to become a problem. That bastard Sarutobi just slashed our research budget by a quarter. Wait, what? Orochimaru was stunned. So this was the punishment his sensei had mentioned. Truly ruthless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now, he was in real trouble, strapped for cash, and his resources were running dry. He'd have to take on S-rank missions just to scrape by. May I ask why the clan leader summoned me? It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask about your recent assassination attempt. I've already found out which higher-up was behind it. What? Lord Fugaku, you're truly remarkable. May I know who it is? Fugaku quietly sipped his tea while perusing a file. Though Uraha had known for a while, he still feigned shock, which clearly pleased Fugaku. I suppose I can tell you, but first, you must share your thoughts about the village. Nothing special. Since I'm considered a genius, I should accept the trials that come with it. I see. Very well. The one behind it all was Shimura Danzo. He's a devious man, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. You'd best be careful. Understand. So is that old fox after all. With Fugaku's confirmation, Uraha's desire to kill Danzo only grew stronger. Fugaku was quite satisfied to sense the murderous intent radiating from Uraha, because Danzo had set his sights on the Uchiha not just once or twice. He was even more outrageous than the second Hokage. The Uchiha had no choice but to swallow their anger, and the resentment within the clan members only grew deeper. Uraha, can you tell me if you really killed all 3 Jonin by yourself? Of course. Fugaku's heart tightened. No. How could I possibly take down 3 Jonin working together? I had some help. At best, my strength is only on par with a special Jonin. I see. Even so, that's quite impressive. When I was your age, I was still in school. Uraha scratched his head awkwardly, but in that instant he clearly sensed Fugaku's killing intent, fleeting, yet unmistakable. Fugaku couldn't fully trust anyone. Right now, the only people he could rely on were his parents, Orochimaru, Minato, and Kushina. Kakashi was simply too weak. Once he left Fugaku's room, Uraha's face turned cold and resolute as he headed toward Orochimaru's luxurious mansion. Assign more people to protect Uraha. I want to know his every move, but make sure he doesn't notice. Don't push too hard. Also, investigate those powerful individuals who assisted him. Fugaku immediately issued the order to protect Uraha, and a senior clan member nodded in understanding. A bunch of old foxes. None of them are easy to deal with. Someday, I'll have him kneel and sing for mercy. If this continued, there'd soon be no place left for him in the village. Who knew how many forces were watching him from the shadows? Ironically, Danzo was now the easiest to deal with. Uncle Snake, do you have any missions for me today? No, but I'd like to see what you're capable of now. Uncle Snake, your smile is still as unsettling as ever. You insolent brat. How could you talk about your teacher like that? Orochimaru felt that only when he was with Uraha could he truly relax. His heart even warmed and beat a little faster. Uncle Snake, I found something interesting in your room, you know? Oh, what did you find? When did you sneak into my house again? I didn't even notice. Uncle Snake, didn't Lord Jiraiya already tell you I've awakened my Sharingan? You? That's right. Your little snake fainted the moment it saw me. Then I started searching and eventually found it. Guarding against strangers day and night. Yet you can never guard against someone close to you. If this rebellious student finds that experimental data, it'll be a disaster. What exactly did you find? Orochimaru's expression turned icy cold, and the air in the room seemed to drop several degrees. His voice cut like a chill wind. I just found your collection of women's clothes. Uncle Snake, Do you often dress as a woman at home? I even found some makeup, too. Orochimaru finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't those data, it was fine. But his home was no longer safe. He'd have to find a new place for that stuff. If Uraha's habit of snooping wasn't curbed, something bad was bound to happen. This is nothing. A ninja must always be fully prepared for any mission. So that's why you cross-dress? Are you accepting sketchy deals now? Uraha's tone turned unserious again, making Orochimaru smile wryly. He had no idea where Uraha learned all these strange expressions. All right, let's leave that aside. As a teacher, I should truly understand my students' abilities. Are we really going to spar? Yes, absolutely. All right then. I'd like to see just how strong you are, sensei. Uraha spoke with genuine intent. He was truly curious about how powerful Orochimaru was at this point in time. The master and student faced each other on an open field outside the village, eyes locked in anticipation. Uraha didn't bother hiding his strength. He revealed his Sharingan immediately. So this is Uraha's Sharingan? It had actually evolved to 3 Tomo. Uncle Snake, I'm coming. With that, he formed 2 shadow clones and began to gather chakra for the Rasengan, keeping his eyes fixed on Orochimaru. Just as he finished forming the Rasengan, Orochimaru moved, a blur so swift, even an average Chunin wouldn't have seen a trace. Uraha's eyes could follow and saw everything clearly, but his body couldn't keep up. Rasengan! He lunged, aiming straight for Orochimaru's face, but missed and struck the ground instead. Orochimaru had already appeared behind him, the Kusanagi sword poised for Uraha's shoulder, but the Uraha in front of him burst into smoke. He actually helped the clone form a Rasengan, making me think it was the real one. Then the real body must be. Spinning around and landing, Orochimaru swung his sword toward Uraha's waist, only to be blocked barely. So fast, he could see, but his body lagged behind. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Oh, only one hand sign? No, wait, not even a hand sign. Orochimaru was genuinely surprised as he dodged the attack. Uraha was giving him one shock after another. Fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Interesting. No hand seals for this one either. Orochimaru became more and more excited. Incredible. Uraha had transformed these jutsu into seal-less techniques, just like the Rasengan. Instant cast ninjutsu. Yet even with that, Orochimaru's speed left Uraha feeling utterly hopeless. His fire style could only serve as a distraction. Earth style, Headhunter Jutsu. Orochimaru leapt high into the air and drove his sword downward. Uraha, that won't work on me. I can sense you easily. Behind Uraha, a giant Fuma shuriken appeared. He hurled it straight at Orochimaru and quickly formed a hand sign. Shadow Shuriken Clone Technique. Oh, you've learned that one too? First layer, Rashomon. A massive crimson gate rose from the ground, blocking the attack. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru's arm transformed into a massive serpent's, snapping and lunging at Uraha. Ultra Earth Spear. Dozens of thick earthen spikes shot up, piercing the giant serpents and neutralizing the threat. Another seal-less ninjutsu. Evil snake coils. A snake's head, several meters wide, burst from the ground, slamming Yeyu into the air before he could dodge. After a scream of pain, Orochimaru caught him steadily. Yeyu could feel cold sweat streaming down his face. The pain in his chest told him that he'd probably broken a couple of ribs. Yeyu, how do you manage to use jutsu without even making hand signs? Eat dirt, you. You hit way too hard. I'm done playing. Take this, demonic illusion, shackling stakes. Even as he was being constricted by the snake, Yeyu unleashed the shackling stakes illusion. Orochimaru himself had once fallen to this very move when Itachi used it, but, you actually caught me in a Jinjutsu. The Sharingan is impressive. Yeah, Uncle Snake, you're something else. Even the Sharingan's illusions don't work on you. As expected, Jinjutsu barely phased a soul as flawless as Orochimaru's. Ordinary illusions simply had no effect. Perhaps only the Mangekyo Sharingan's techniques could stand a chance. Now, will you tell me your secret? It's nothing special, really. As long as you control your chakra flow precisely, it's easy. With the Sharingan, mastering simple jutsu is a breeze. I can't believe it's that simple. Orochimaru was genuinely astonished. The Sharingan really was a handy tool. But only Yeyu knew that his ability to perform jutsu without hand signs came from the secondary awakening of his fire and earth spiritual roots, granting him unparalleled control over those chakra types. But why do the other Uchiha still need to make signs? You're not pulling my leg, are you? That's just because they're not as smart as I am. If you don't like it, bite me. Yeyu's smug grin nearly pushed Orochimaru over the edge. Still, It was clear now that Yuyu's skills were at least on par with a special Jonin, and he was not far from full Jonin level. As for Yuyu himself, he'd already figured out Orochimaru's abilities. There was a massive gap between them. Even with Lava Release, unless he tapped into the second stage of Tail Beast power, there'd be no contest. And even then, it had only tipped the odds a little. At the Ichiraka ramen shop in Konoha, 3 children sat together, Obito, Rin, and Yuyu. Obito had lost count of how many times he'd complained that Yuyu never came to teach him ninjutsu. They'd promised to train together, yet Yuyu was nowhere to be found. How infuriating. Yuyu could only shrug and say there was just no time in his schedule. How's school going, Obito? I really envy you guys. If I'd known being a ninja was this tough, I would have stayed in class a couple more years. Another bowl, please. Coming right up. Yuyu pulled out a toothpick, cleaning his teeth as he waited. Soon, cheeks flushed, brought over another steaming bowl of noodles. Yuyu took the ramen with a mischievous glint in his eye, deliberately pressing his hand against Ayam's, grinning wickedly at her. Ayam's face turned an even deeper shade of red, and under his gaze, something that had seemed trivial suddenly became mortifying. Only then did she realize she'd been taken advantage of. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent swept through the air. Following its source, Yuyu found himself staring straight into the sharp, narrow eyes of Tucci, the shop owner. His heart skipped a beat, but even as he pulled his hand away, he couldn't resist tapping Ayam's fingers one last time. Flustered and embarrassed, Ayam hurried off to hide behind the counter. There's definitely something off about that move. Such a powerful, killing intent. Could the rumors be true? Could this guy really be from the Otsutsuki clan? Is he squinting just to keep his identity hidden? Obito, watching from the side, was filled with admiration. He'd never dare even half of that in front of Rin, even if he had 10 times the courage. Uraha, I have to say, I'm honestly impressed. You've got the guts to act like that right in front of your uncle. I have no idea what you're talking about. Uraha, you're such a flirt. Rin muttered softly, her cheeks tinged with red. How bold. Maybe next time. Should I bring Kakashi a bowl of ramen too? Would he treat me the same way? What are you all talking about? I just didn't want Ayam to accidentally spill the ramen and burn herself. That's all. Uraha, your shamelessness is truly awe-inspiring. Obito couldn't help but marvel. Care to say that again? Obito, let me give you your very first lesson today. If you're too slow, you won't even get to taste the soup. What do you mean? Won't even get to taste the soup? Rin's eyes widened with curiosity. It's nothing really. Uraha just means if you don't eat your noodles quickly, the soup will get cold and it won't taste as good. Obito hurriedly tried to explain, feeling a bit awkward. Is that so? Then I'd better drink a couple sips first. With that, Rin blew on her soup and took 2 quick sips. You really pulled it off. Uraha gave Obito an approving thumbs up. Maybe Obito's not as clueless as he looks. Kids these days really catch on fast. Uncle Tucci's ramen truly is the best. Even the soup is delicious. I couldn't agree more. Obito chimed in right away, eager to please. Obito, have you ever thought about what happens if you keep trying to please someone and end up with nothing? What does that mean, end up with nothing? Curious as ever, Rin asked again. Well, you see, it's like a dog that just loves to lick things, like a puppy that can't stop licking its owner's hand. Obito wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, cursing Uraha silently 1,000 times. He shot Uraha a fierce glare. Puppies really are like that. Kakashi loves dogs too, but I guess it doesn't sound very nice, does it? Wow, you really are a genius. No wonder they call you Uchiha Run-to. Impressive. What a clever, innocent explanation. Uraha almost felt like applauding for Obito. After enjoying their ramen, Uraha blew a playful kiss to Ayam on his way out, only to be met with Uncle Tucci's warning glare and a flash of his kitchen knife. Ayam hid behind the counter, peeking out shyly. That little rascal is getting bolder by the day. Ayam, you should definitely keep your distance from Uraha from now on. Ayam. Dad, did you call me? Uncle Tucci suddenly felt uneasy. His daughter was daydreaming about Uraha. Should he consider blacklisting Uraha from now on? Outside the village, at the training ground, Uraha got ready to help the other 2 with their training. Obito, why don't you start with a fire release? Got it. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Obito spat out a fireball 0.5 meter in diameter. Rin clapped happily at his side, and Obito was visibly pleased. Obito, your fire release. How was it? Obito asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It's so weak. Incredibly weak. At this rate, how long will it take you to graduate? The Great Fireball may only be a C-rank jutsu, but that's not how you use it. Watch closely. Fire release. Great Fireball technique. This time, Uraha deliberately formed the hand seals, and a massive fireball, nearly 4 meters wide, burst forth with a force that scorched a deep pit into the ground. Obito and Rin's jaws nearly dropped. They just witnessed a real great fireball. It was enormous. Uraha, teach me. Coach, I want to learn. Coach, why do I feel like I've led this kid astray? Well, a little off track isn't so bad. Let's just go with it. First, you need to work on your lung capacity. Also, your hand seals are way too slow. You need to be able to do at least 1 seal per second. 1 per second? Isn't that too hard? Too hard? That's the bare minimum. If I hadn't demonstrated, you wouldn't even be able to see my hand seals. You gotta be kidding. Rin, do you believe that? I don't think I do, honestly. Rin answered shyly. After all, how could anyone's hand seals be so fast that you couldn't even see them? Well, since you don't believe me, watch carefully. Urahan narrowed his eyes. Fire release, great fireball technique. In an instant, another massive fireball scorched the earth. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Fire release, Dragon fire technique. 3 fire jutsu in a row. Obito and Rin were utterly stunned. They really hadn't seen any hand seals at all. Is this for real? Am I under a jinjutsu? Obito began to doubt himself. Incredible. Uraha senpai is amazing. You really can't see the hand seals at all. Rin shouted excitedly. In her eyes, Uraha had already become a true senior and role model. Trying to challenge me. Huh? Of course you can't see the hand seals, because I didn't use any. But if they want to call me senpai, that's fine by me, Uraha thought to himself with secret delight. Obito, do you still doubt what I said? No, not at all. Obito shook his head so fast he looked like a bobblehead. Big bro, no master. You have to teach me. Obito clung to him earnestly, convinced that with Uraha's guidance he'd soon catch up to Kakashi. Don't call me master. Just call me big bro. That's good enough. All right, big bro. Now, start practicing every single seal until you're proficient. Rin, you too. As ninja, ninjutsu is our main focus, so your hand seals need to be fast and sharp. Yes. The two of them threw themselves into practicing the 12 basic seals, while Uraha watched from the side. At this rate, they'll both have cramped hands soon, Uraha thought to himself, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Big bro, help me. I'm coming. Seriously, your hands cramped up after just half an hour. Lin continued to persist, sweating but undaunted, a truly determined girl. It would be a shame if she were to fall later despite her steadfast spirit. Just practice for another hour and a half, and you can finish up. From now on, set aside 2 hours every day for training, and use the basic ninjutsu you're most comfortable with. Yes, big brother. Yes, senpai. Especially you, Obito. Fire style is the Uchiha clan's specialty. Don't embarrass us. Yes, I won't bring shame to the Uchiha. Obito promised immediately. By the way, Lin, do you know your chakra nature? I actually don't know. We'll save that for next time then. Understood, senpai. Uraha sat a short distance away, continuing to refine his chakra, while Obito and Lin repeated the 12 hand seals over and over, growing more familiar with them each time. In the shadows, 3 separate factions watched Uraha, all careful not to disturb one another, each observing in silence. They shared a single question. Was Uraha really so fast with hand seals that even they couldn't see them? It was as if he cast jutsu without any seals at all. This needed to be reported. Big brother, what are you doing? Exercising, of course. After last time, I realized just how important taijutsu is. But didn't you say ninjas mainly rely on ninjutsu? Taijutsu is just as important. Never underestimate it, or you'll pay a heavy price. Uraha patiently explained. Obito, as always, took his words as gospel. Obito started doing push-ups alongside Uraha, and Lin followed suit. Soon enough, Obito found his gaze drawn to Lin again and again. To Obito, Lin was just so cute and gentle, especially now, a sheen of sweat on her brow. He could barely keep his nose from bleeding at the thought. This kid was truly hopeless. What was so appealing about a girl, even flatter than a tablet? Obito really was a bit of a pervert. Obito, eyes front. Focus. If you can't do 500 today, don't bother going home. Lin, go take a break. Yes, senpai. 500? Big brother, can't we do a little less? That's way too many. Too many? The kid next door with the bowl cut does 1,000 a day without breaking a sweat. All right. Uraha held firm, convinced that taijutsu was absolutely crucial at this stage. No matter how strong your power, if your body couldn't handle it, it was all for nothing. Just think of Guy, who could open the 6th and 7th gates without injury, only feeling pain at the 8th. His body was on a whole different level. Lee, on the other hand, struggled because he simply wasn't strong enough physically. They pushed themselves until they literally couldn't get up again. staring at Uraha with open admiration. They couldn't believe he'd really done 1,000 push-ups. That was exhausting. Oh, right, Lin, come here and take this paper. This paper can reveal your chakra nature. If it burns, it's fire. If it gets wet, it's water. If it crumbles, it's earth. If it splits down the middle, it's wind. If it wrinkles, it's lightning. Of course, it can't test yin or yang nature. Oh, okay, senpai. After she infused the paper with chakra, half of it burned while the other half became damp. A dual nature. Lin, that's amazing. Obito shouted with excitement, and Rin couldn't help feeling a bit happy too, since Uraha possessed water, earth, and fire affinities, just the right combination to teach her. Having 2 chakra natures really does give you a better starting point than most, and since Rin could use medical ninjutsu, that meant she also had the yang attribute. That made 3 in total. Big brother, can I give a try too? Go ahead. Obito eagerly grabbed the paper, and before long, it displayed 5 different chakra changes. He had them all? No wonder I had my eye on you. Rin, did you see that? I actually have 5 attributes. I'll definitely be stronger than Kakashi someday. Obito shouted and hollered as if he'd lost his mind. If he counted the Yin attribute from his Sharingan, that made 6, right? And if he got Hashirama cells, he'd gain the Yang attribute too. Obito, calm down. Kakashi has all chakra natures, including both Yin and Yang. You're still a long way off. Huh? How can that be? Disheartened, Obito squatted on the ground and drew circles in the dirt. Don't be discouraged, Obito. Right now, I only have 3 natures, but I can still thoroughly beat Kakashi, can't I? Attributes aren't everything. As long as you focus your efforts, you can still reach the very top. Uraha spoke with utmost seriousness. No matter what kind of power it is, as long as you can push past your limits, you have the right to stand on this stage. What you need to do now is master fire release first. Only then will you have time to learn the others. I understand, big brother. Obito's fighting spirit was reignited. Next, I'll teach you water release. It was evening by the time Uraha finally ended their training and returned home. He figured this would help Obito grow faster. Maybe he'd go out for ramen tomorrow. He chuckled at the thought. Clan leader, here's a report on Uraha's activities over the past month. All right, you may go. Fugaka studied the documents carefully. The same information had found its way to the 3rd Hokage and Danzo as well. Other than his extraordinary hand sign speed on the first day, there wasn't much that stood out. Uraha had spent his days simply training Obito and Rin. Meanwhile, Orochimaru continued his experiments in his laboratory, delving into the secrets of the soul. He was finally making some headway. On the table lay the corpse of a woman, her face twisted in agony. The pain she'd suffered before death was all too obvious, and deep scratch marks scarred the surface of the surgical table. Dead again? If only my consciousness could enter this body, I know exactly where the problem lies. If only I were just a little closer. He gently closed the dead woman's bloodshot eyes and left the laboratory. Ordinary bodies were simply too frail. If only he had a ninja, preferably a chunin or higher, his research would progress much faster. Orochimaru mused silently. Lord 3rd Hokage, we still haven't found the missing civilians. Some villagers disappeared again just a month ago near that area. Understand. The Umbu left, and the 3rd Hokage lit another cigarette, his face clouded with worry that refused to dissipate. Ever since the war ended, villagers in the Land of Fire have been vanishing without a trace, leaving not even the faintest clue behind. Over the past few years, perhaps as many as 50 people had disappeared. The daimyo had voiced his concerns about this matter time and again. Sigh, could it really be that cult of the evil god again? But surely they wouldn't dare act so brazenly. The 3rd Hokage recalled the cult that Uraha and Nobuhiro had wiped out. He had never suspected that someone from Konoha could be involved, let alone his own prize student and a trusted companion. How did Uraha's training go today? It was fine, I guess. Actually, I've decided not to focus on ninjutsu for a while. I'm going to train in taijutsu instead. Good idea. Taijutsu shouldn't reveal anything unusual. Just be careful not to overdo it. It could take a real toll on your body. I understand, father. Minghui had regained her hopeful spirit, coming home every day and slipping into her golden robes. Watching this, Uraha's heart ached all over again as memories of sorrow came flooding back. Could you not wear that in front of me? But if I wear it outside, people will gossip. So you do know that. Uraha pursed his lips, but said nothing more. Mom, I've decided. I want to go stay with Minato and learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Do you not like being with me anymore? Oh no, that's not it at all. I just think learning the Flying Thunder God will make things safer. Is that so? Well then, go ahead. Ha, women really do change their moods faster than the Flying Thunder God itself. Fat Tiger, you be good and guard the house. Eat plenty of meat. You've gotten so skinny lately. Fat Tiger gave a low growl, as if to say, "Eat more so you can butcher me? Do you take me for a fool?" But truth be told, he really had grown thinner lately. After dinner, Uraha took a refreshing bath and then continued to refine his chakra. The jade pendant around his neck seemed like a bottomless pit, endlessly absorbing his energy. Late at night, in the root headquarters, Orochimaru came to see Danzo once more. From the looks of it, Danzo had fully recovered. "Lord Danzo, I hope you can provide me with more experimental subjects, preferably at the Chunin level." "What? Are you insane? If Hiruzen finds out, you'd better be ready to defect." Danzo was utterly shocked. Orochimaru wasn't satisfied with using villagers and now wanted to target actual shinobi. As long as you can provide them, Lord Danzo, within 3 years the experiment with Hashirama's cells should succeed. By then, even you could wield would release. You'd better not be lying to me. Don't worry, I'll even give you a special gift. I'll see what I can do about the shinobi. In the end, Danzo couldn't resist the temptation of Hashirama's unparalleled power. His ambition only burned hotter. Not far outside the village, in a secret base, children floated in vats of culture fluid, each one fitted with a breathing tube. Soon, another child went limp and closed his eyes, life slipping away. The other children could only tap the sides of their containers, quietly mourning. Early in the morning, Uraha set out for Minato's courtyard. As for learning the Flying Thunder God technique, Uraha insisted it was nothing more than a joke. Not only did it require an innate talent for manipulating space, but the body also had to be able to withstand the strain. Knock, knock. I'm coming. Kushina wondered who could be visiting so early in the morning. "Sis, I'm down here." Only then did Kushina notice Uraha standing at her feet. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there. It's my fault, really. I'm just too short. Ha ha ha. Let's see if you've grown any taller, Uraha." With that, Kushina scooped Uraha up, and as always, Uraha instinctively tugged at Kushina's hair. Lately, he had grown especially fond of her smooth, red hair. It was as soft and satisfying as petting a cat. "Is Minato here?" "No, Minato's out on a mission. Did you need something?" "Nothing urgent, really. I just want to stay at your place for a while. I can't take it anymore." "Huh? Did something happen?" Mom pulled out her golden dress again. Uraha said, sounding frustrated. Kushina immediately recalled that long gown crafted from gold and encrusted with countless gemstones. Probably the world's most expensive piece of clothing. Rumor had it Uraha had gifted it to his mother, but now it seemed that wasn't quite the case. "Oh, I see. Well, it is a beautiful dress. If only Minato would give me something like that," Kushina thought wistfully. "By the way, sis, I like to train in taijutsu with you." "No problem. I'm pretty good at taijutsu, although lately..." Absent-mindedly, Kushina touched her belly, and only then did Uraha notice the slight swell. "Wait a minute, could it be? Is Naruto on the way?" "Don't tell me you're..." "That's right. Lately, it's not convenient for me." "I get it, but isn't it a bit too soon?" "Too soon? I think it's perfectly normal." "But sis, you're not even an adult yet." Uraha was visibly agitated. "But, well, that kind of thing started a long time ago." "Oh no, my God." Uraha covered his face with his hands, regretting ever letting Kushina and Minato move in together so soon. Now, there was a life on the way. On Earth, he'd probably be beaten up for this. "Sorry, sis, this is partly my fault." "Sigh, I should have known Minato is just a regular guy after all." "I'm sorry, sis, this is on me." Don't worry, sis. When Minato gets back, I'll give him such a beating he won't know what hit him." "Wait, Uraha, listen to me." Kushina was at a loss. She had no idea what Uraha was talking about. "You don't need to defend him. When he gets back, I'll make sure he gets a taste of my new jutsu. I really don't know what to do with you. All I wanted to say is that I can't teach you taijutsu these days because it's that time of the month for me." "Huh? But isn't your belly... Are you not pregnant after all?" "Pregnant?" Kushina's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. "No, I just overate. I needed to replenish my blood, so I..." "Oh, I see. You scared me. Ha ha ha, thank goodness. But, just in case, I think Minato should move out." Seeing how serious Uraha was, Kushina grew unhappy. After all, this was a house Minato bought for her, and both their names were on it. Making Minato move out seemed a bit much, didn't it? She immediately retorted. "No way. How could you suggest Minato move out? He's not that kind of person." "I know, I believe Minato isn't that kind of guy. But I don't trust you, sis," Uraha declared slowly. Kushina stopped in her tracks, stunned. "Me? Why not?" "Because Minato told me a few things about you. I think you're the dangerous one. Every time you shower with the door open, you're tempting fate. Get lost." Whoa! In an instant, Uraha was flung by a tremendous force, and as he soared over the high school, he caught a breathtaking view of the hidden leaf village. So high up, Kushina could feel her anger boiling over. Who would have thought Minato would tell Uraha something like that? One idiot. Her red hair flared dramatically. At this most inconvenient moment, her face turned pale, and she hurried off to the restroom. You're furious, aren't you? I can help you get rid of that man for good. Inside her, a massive fox was pinned to a flaming sphere, its eyes brimming with hatred. Shut up. Can't you keep your disgusting suggestions out of the bathroom? In her furious state, even the Ninetales didn't dare cross her. Feeling the stakes driven in tighter, it mumbled cautiously, humans are such a pain. Always eating, pooping, peeing. Beasts like us are far nobler. Ever since Kushina became a Jinchuriki, the Ninetales had never stopped sowing seeds of evil in her mind, but her fiery, explosive temper always drowned it out. She was like a walking powder keg. There was simply no way to corrupt her consciousness. Pinned down and unable to move, the Ninetales cursed the Uzumaki clan. Mito was like this, and so was Kushina, red-haired maniacs, the lot of them. After quite some time, Kushina finally emerged from the restroom. Wait, where was Uraha? Uraha was still hanging from a tree branch, having come to a realization. From now on, he'd keep his mouth shut. Whatever those two got up to was none of his business. Ugh, stupid leaves. Huh, isn't that Uraha? What are you doing up there? Oh, Choza, could you take me to the hospital? I think I broke a bone. Sure thing. Munching on a giant handful of potato chips, Choza lifted Uraha down. Maybe this was how Minato had gotten so good at taijutsu? Plump Choza slung Uraha over his shoulder, drawing a crowd of onlookers. That evening, Uraha made another trip. This time, he said not a single word, his silence almost unsettling. Uraha, are you hurt? I'm sorry, sis went too far this time. It's nothing. If you want to get good at this, you have to learn how to take a hit first. Yoru sipped his tea nonchalantly, making Kushina even more uneasy. She pulled him into her arms, heart aching for him. Are you really mad? Don't be. I even bought you candy. Yoru's mouth twitched. Did she really think he was just a kid? I'm really not mad, sis. By the way, now that you're a Jinchuriki, is the Ninetales behaving? Don't worry, I've got it completely under control. Kushina answered with pride. Controlling the Ninetales didn't seem nearly as difficult as people said. Let me take a look. Huh, how are you going to look? Yoru pointed to his eyes, and Kushina immediately understood. It seemed the rumors were true. Sharingan could really control tailed beasts. Yoru activated his Sharingan, focusing intently on the spot where the 8-trigram seal was placed. Why did the same sealing technique make the Ninetales so restless with a fireball? Unless Kushina had added another seal. So you're one of those Uchiha brats. I hate those eyes of yours. Well, hello, Ninetales. Looks like my sister's got you on quite a tight leash. Curse you. One day, I'll tear you all apart. Let's talk about that when you can actually get out. Oh, and I hope you'll behave yourself. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to use the Mangekyo to force you into submission. You know about that? The Ninetales' eyes widened in fury. This was a humiliating memory, for it had once been rendered helpless by a single glance. Those eyes aren't so easy to awaken. I've only ever seen one person with them. Don't worry, I'll definitely awaken them. So if you don't want to be treated like a tool, behave yourself. The Ninetales cursed inwardly. Couldn't he see that its whole body was nailed down, making it nearly impossible to move? All right then, goodbye. Yura deactivated his Sharingan. So, the Ninetales won't rampage, right? No, your sealing technique is incredibly strong. In its current state, it doesn't stand a chance. Huh, it's just a little fox, way too hot-tempered. Are you really one to talk about being hot-tempered? Yura shot Kushina a disdainful look. The Ninetales really was in a pitiful state. No wonder its resentment ran so deep. Nearly 10 years without moving an inch, anyone would lose their mind. At least when it was inside Naruto, it could stretch its legs, even if the space was small. Because Yura was around these days, Minato hadn't found time to flirt with Kushina, which left him feeling rather helpless. Yura thought there was a sword style that suited the two of them perfectly, lover's sword dance. Every mealtime, the way they exchanged glances was a public display of affection, enough to drive anyone crazy. If even an uncle can't stand it, how could an aunt? An idea popped into Yura's mind. Minato, where did you sneak off to this time? That's a secret. A ninja can't reveal his missions. I wasn't asking about your mission. I just wanted to know where you went for fun. Oh, this time I passed through the land of hot water. The hot springs were really nice. Yes, all the girls inside have great figures. As expected, Kushina immediately perked up her ears, trying to get me in trouble. Minato's mind raced as he tensed up inside. Really? Too bad I'm with Dingza. Well, I remember there's just a wooden wall separating the men's and women's baths, right? Minato, did you peek? How could I? With all that steam and mist, you can't see a thing. Oh, what a pity. Haha. Just as expected, Kushina exploded on the spot, going full witch mode. Couldn't see anything? Minato, you did peek, didn't you? Oh, come on. Minato couldn't help blurting out a curse. Uraha really was his nemesis. I just remembered. Dingza needs me for something, I'll be off then, ha ha ha. Naive, Uraha was lightning fast and caught Minato by the arm in a flash. Sis, I've got Minato. Come quick. All Minato could see was a fist getting closer and closer to his face. With a thunderous crash, a human-shaped hole appeared in the wall. Now, that's satisfying. If someone's being too cheeky, just give them a good beating. And if one beating isn't enough, well, just go for another. Uraha hummed a tune and ate her meal in perfect contentment, while Minato resolved to keep as much distance from Uraha as possible from now on. This kid was just too dangerous. With daily taijutsu training alongside Minato, Uraha had made great progress. Unbeknownst to her, several months had already passed, and the weather had turned chilly. Today, Orochimaru came personally to pick Uraha up. Uncle Snake, where are we going? Today we're heading to Ryuchi Cave. What? Uraha's eyes flickered with awkwardness. This was probably a mandatory summons from the White Snake Sage. There's no choice this time. The White Snake Sage is facing a serious problem. Orochimaru's voice was grave, making Uraha uneasy. Had something gone wrong in the training? Maybe a dangerous backlash? Did something bad happen? The White Snake Sage has been injured. That's impossible. Uraha was shocked. The White Snake Sage wasn't like that old toad on Mount Myaboku who never moved except to sleep. Sure, she often turned into an old lady, but she could just as easily transform into a young maiden. In any case, we need to get to Ryuchi Cave immediately. Reverse summoning technique. In a flash, Uraha and Orochimaru arrived once again at Ryuchi Cave. This time, the entrance appeared instantly before them, a clear sign that something serious had happened to the White Snake Sage. Inside, however, the White Snake Sage was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the three goddesses stood solemnly at their seats. Sister Tajitsuheim, what's wrong with the White Snake Sage? The White Snake Sage went to Mount Myaboku and came back wounded. Tajitsuheim replied slowly. Uraha was baffled. Why leave Ryuchi Cave to go mess with the toads? And to top it off, she lost the fight. Huh? Did the White Snake Sage want to eat some toads and end up losing? Do you really think the White Snake Sage is that bored? With a roll of her eyes at Uraha, Tuanjinheim finally explained the situation. It turned out that the White Snake Sage had followed Uraha's advice on cultivating and indeed made significant progress. However, the area of balanced yin and yang in Ryukido was far too small to support her training needs, so she set her sights on Mount Myaboku instead. Mount Myaboku, as one of the three great holy lands, offered the most ideal environment for cultivation. Knowing that the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku had lost much of his strength, the White Snake Sage challenged and defeated many toads, only to be overcome in the end by a mysterious artifact wielded by the Toad Sage. She returned home in a foul mood. It seems Mount Myaboku has quite a few treasures, Uraha remarked. Indeed, 1,000 years ago, Mount Myaboku even cooperated with the legendary sage of Six Paths. Its heritage might be the richest among the three holy lands, came the reply. Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued once more. So the Sage of Six Paths had truly existed. Many still doubted it, but to hear it confirmed from the mouth of a holy land carried undeniable authority. Uraha recalled how Gamamaru had produced a miraculous talisman to help the Sage of Six Paths, a treasure that could bring a person back from the dead without any cost. True, resurrection. Then there was the black rod in Fukasaku's hand, crafted from yin-yang release, and said to be a gift from the sage himself. Now yet, another artifact had appeared, one capable of wounding the White Snake Sage. No, this couldn't be ignored. They had to visit Mount Myaboku. So why did the White Snake Sage summon me here? Uraha asked. Orochimaru was puzzled as well. If she was wounded, she should just focus on recovery. Why involve Uraha at all? This injury is highly unusual, Tuanjinheim replied. The White Snake Sage has divined that only you might have a solution. Me? Yes, you. It didn't seem like she was lying. The other two divine princesses looked at Uraha with hopeful eyes. All right then, let's go see the White Snake Sage, Uraha agreed. The three divine princesses nodded and immediately set off with Uraha and Orochimaru. Orochimaru found Uraha more and more inscrutable. As if the secrets surrounding this child grew denser with every step, just when you thought you saw through the mist, it closed in again. The five of them arrived at the White Snake Sage's recovery chamber. There, the White Snake Sage lay sprawled weakly on the ground. Her snowy white body was covered with splotches of red, each blotch as big as a wash basin. No matter what method she tried, the White Snake Sage could not expel the strange energy clinging beneath her scales. It seeped out from time to time, like a parasite gnawing at her bones, causing fresh blood to ooze forth. "You've arrived," she rasped. Her body twisted stiffly, and it was clear she was enduring tremendous pain. Uraha couldn't help but comment. "Honestly, why did you have to provoke those toads? It's not like Mount Mayaboku is the only sacred place around." "Oomph. If you must know, it was your cultivation method that led me to this. By my calculations, Mount Mayaboku is the most suitable place for training," the white snake sage retorted. "Couldn't you have at least tried negotiating before it came to blows?" Uraha asked. The white snake sage glared at Uraha, refusing to answer. As the sworn enemy of the toads, how could she stoop to bargaining with them? Did he think she had no pride at all? Uraha was speechless. This sage's pride was truly something else, so desperate to save face, even if it meant suffering in silence. "If it weren't for that thing, I would have swallowed that old toad ages ago. It's infuriating." Hiss hiss. What kind of treasure could be that powerful? It's a fiery red gourd, a magical artifact. The flames it spits out are truly bizarre. They feel like they burrow straight into your nerves. Could be the red gourd? But wasn't the red gourd supposed to capture people, not spew fire? Most likely, the fire-spewing gourd is just another artifact crafted. By the Six Paths, Nightfeather was itching to complain that this thing was basically the Celestial Lord Lousie's belonging, not even bothering to change the name. "May I take a look, Celestial One?" "Oh, Orochimaru? Of course you may." Orochimaru stepped closer, his gaze keen as he examined the red blotches. He dumped out all kinds of equipment at once, and various instruments were pressed against the white snake sage's body. With every touch, the sage's body would give a little shudder. "Does it hurt, Celestial One?" "Are you kidding me?" "No, it doesn't." The words were squeezed out through the white snake sage's clenched teeth. Nightfeather and the three goddesses almost burst out laughing. Their pallor was suddenly flushed with red, struggling mightily to hold back their laughter. The heavy mood in the room lightened considerably. Orochimaru, meanwhile, was wholly absorbed in his research. This thing was truly peculiar. It seemed like a form of energy, but he couldn't extract it. It clung tightly to the flesh, and even if the flesh was cut away, it would just regenerate, red and infected as before. It was almost like a poisoning. Wait, a poisoning? "Celestial One, I think I know what's happening. But to confirm my theory, I might need to cut something away." "Oh, that's fine. Such a minor injury won't affect me." With the white snake sage's permission, Orochimaru deftly sliced off a patch of red scales. Blood welled up, but almost instantly, new scales grew in their place. The white scales rapidly turned red, identical to before. Such astonishing regenerative power. Nightfeather marveled. Orochimaru then scraped off a healthy patch of white scales, placed a fragment of the red scale on it, and, sure enough, it was quickly infected and turned red. Just as I suspected, Orochimaru was now certain of the white snake sage's condition. "It's exactly as I thought. Celestial One, you've been poisoned. And this poison is terrifyingly contagious. It's gone deep into your very bones." The white snake sage, poisoned? What kind of poison could infect you? Ichikishimaheim cried out in disbelief. The three goddesses stared at Orochimaru, incredulous. They themselves were naturally venomous. How could they be poisoned? And the white snake sage, no less. It was as improbable as getting a toothpick stuck between your teeth when drinking water. As unbelievable as it sounds, it's true. If it weren't for the white snake sage's formidable constitution, even I would have been dead by now. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. What a vicious poison. While everyone was still reeling, they all turned their gaze in unison toward Nightfeather. Nightfeather felt a bit guilty under their collective stare. "Why are you all looking at me? Since the white snake sage has foreseen that you can save her, please don't hold back your skills." As the eldest sister, Tenshin Divine Princess, spoke up. Even Orochimaru was extremely curious. He himself had no way to cure this poison. So how would Yeyu manage it? Yeyu frowned. The white snake sage was poisoned after being struck by a special kind of flame. Did that mean it was fire poison? If so, his own fire spiritual root might come in handy. A confident grin spread across Yeyu's face. He looked like someone who had the answer in his pocket. Orochimaru could tell right away this kid was up to something. He feared the white snake sage was about to pay a steep price. "White snake sage, if I'm not mistaken, you're most likely suffering from fire poison. Legend has it this kind of toxin seeps deep into the bones and is almost impossible to cure. When it flares up, the pain is simply unbearable." "That's exactly right. I'm using all my strength to keep it from spreading. The pain feels as if my whole body is being scorched by fire. It seems you really do have a solution." "More or less. My master once mentioned a method for this sort of detoxification. Then I must ask for your help as soon as possible." Relief washed over the white snake sage as she heard Yeyu had a way out. She relaxed and closed her eyes, adopting a dignified posture. "Only someone who has truly suffered from this poison could understand this agony. The white snake sage had already resolved never to set foot in Mount Mayaboku again. But the treatment will put quite a strain on me, you see. Rest assured, you won't go unrewarded for your trouble. 5 chests of jewels. The white snake sage opened her eyes again, cursing him inwardly for making the most of her misfortune. 5 chests is too little. I might have to risk my life here, and if something happens to me, there'll be no one left to cure you. Yiyu, is there any way you can tell me how it's done? Sorry, Uncle Snake, for now it seems I'm the only one who can do it. Your bodies can't withstand the fire poison. My method is simple. I'll transfer the poison into myself. Yiyu, think carefully. If there's any other way, just say it. I'll find whatever rare ingredients are needed. Orochimaru frowned, unwilling to let Yiyu take such a risk. The poison was so fierce that even the white snake sage could hardly endure it. How could Yiyu possibly survive? Don't worry, I'd say there's at least a 50% chance of success. As Orochimaru was about to protest, Takitsuhime quickly interjected. Lord Orochimaru, please rest assured. Since the sage has foreseen Yiyu can save her, nothing will go wrong. But if the sage is cured and something happens to Yiyu, what then? He's my only apprentice. 10 chests. The white snake sage replied firmly. Compared to a life, 10 chests of treasure meant nothing. It was a mere trifle to her, nothing more than pretty stones. 20 chests. Deal. The white snake sage quickly spoke up, while Yiyu stood there in disbelief at how generous she was being. Last time, she had been so reluctant to part. With even 2 boxes, damn, I really got the short end of the stick. No wonder she's a 1,000-year-old fox. Wait, no, a 1,000-year-old snakeskin. Yiyu glared at the white snake sage, full of resentment. Although her face betrayed nothing, her serpentine eyes gleamed with a mocking amusement. What a cunning snake. Yiyu suddenly pressed his hand on the red patch, startling everyone around him. Yiyu, you mustn't. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Just as I expected, fire poison can't harm him. He can either draw the fire poison closer, or push it away at will. The power of the second stage fire spirit fruit truly was astonishing. Before long, the large red patch vanished completely and didn't reappear. It's actually cured. Unbelievable. The white snake sage let out a long, grateful sigh, feeling a weight lifted from that spot. The fire poison settled down, quietly resting in a remote corner of her body. Yiyu tried to summon the fire poison to the back of his hand, which instantly turned red, giving everyone another fright. Yiyu, are you all right? Uncle Snake, don't worry, I'm fine. I was just curious. Yiyu hid the fire poison back inside his body, making it appear and disappear at will, thoroughly enjoying himself. And there was no pain at all. The onlookers were left speechless. Yiyu truly was remarkable. You brat, stop fooling around. Come finish treating me. I got carried away. Yiyu resumed the treatment. The white snake sage's red patches faded considerably, but Yiyu started to feel a bit full. Why did you stop? My body's at its limit. I need to release some of it. Lord Orochimaru, be careful. Sensing the heat behind him, Orochimaru quickly dodged out of the way, only to see that the fire poison scrape from the white snake sage had ignited on its own. What a tyrannical poison. No wonder the white snake sage said it felt like being roasted alive. This was no exaggeration. They hurried to extinguish the flames, but some equipment was destroyed in the process. The rest was swiftly packed away. Every instrument was precious. Yiyu realized his body was saturated. Any more poison, and even he might start to suffer. He pressed his hand to a large tree. The lush green leaves withered in an instant, turning to ash, while the trunk reddened and soon caught fire as well. All right, let's continue. It took several more hours for Yiyu to fully draw out the fire poison from the white snake sage. She let out a hearty laugh, feeling completely rejuvenated. Such terrifying fire poison, and it was dispelled by a child. This immortal's power is truly frightening. White snake sage, your poison is gone. That's right. From now on, you'll be Ryuichi Cave's best friend. That's wonderful. If you ever miss that sensation, I'd be happy to help you relive it. I'd rather not suffer through that again. The white snake sage was as happy as a 200-ton child. When the smoke cleared, the sage had switched back to human form, but this time she appeared as a little girl, skipping cheerfully off to the pool for a bath. Is that really a thing? It's true. When the white snake sage changes her appearance, it's often a reflection of her mood. That's absolutely amazing. Uraha marveled at her, thinking how incredible it was that a true shapeshifter could become anything she wanted. The possibilities for experiencing different forms seemed endless. Uraha, could you share some of your fire poison with me? Of course, Uncle Snake, but be careful not to keep it on you. If it breaks and I'm not around, you'll be in serious trouble. Uraha drew some of his blood, letting a few drops fall into a vial. Orochimaru carefully stored and sealed it inside a space scroll with the utmost caution. Secretly, Uraha was delighted. Not only had he profited handsomely, but he'd also gained another powerful force. This trip had definitely been worth it. I'll call this move fire style, instant death by touch. It reminded him, wasn't Shino's father, Shibi Aburame, the one who bred those special poisonous insects? That venom was famously dangerous, and it had taken Shino considerable effort to nurture just a dozen or so of them. But Uraha was convinced that none of those poisons could rival his fire poison. After all, it was crafted by the Sage of Six Paths himself. A legendary relic was guaranteed to be first-rate. Luxuriating in Princess Tsutsu's lap pillow, savoring bites from Princess Ichikishima, and receiving massages from Princess Tagiraheim, Uraha was nearly bursting with smug laughter. Who else, apart from the White Snake Sage, could enjoy such privilege? Tsutsu, are my 20 crates ready? Yes, they're all prepared. But Lord Orochimaru said he's a bit strapped lately, so he took 4 crates with him. What? Uraha leapt 3 feet in the air, fuming as he cursed. That shameless snake. Even his apprentice's money isn't safe from him. You and Lord Orochimaru really do have a close relationship, don't you? Next time I catch him, I'll make sure he gets a taste of my fire poison. No wonder Orochimaru had left in such a hurry. He'd made his getaway with those 4 crates. That was probably 3 billion gone, worse than his own mother. Oh well, it wasn't the first time someone had run off with his money. But if Orochimaru didn't pay him back in Hashirama cells, he'd make him cough up every last penny. This time, though, he absolutely couldn't let his mother find out. Sigh, Orochimaru, you've gone downhill, stooping to steal from your apprentice. Then again, who told the apprentice to be richer than the master? At least this means I can save on a few S-rank missions. Just think of it as a little tribute from Uraha. Orochimaru muttered to himself, feeling no shame whatsoever, only pure satisfaction. His only regret was not taking more. Truly, it was his apprentice who had led him astray. After spending several days in Ryuchi Cave, Uraha was finally summoned once again by the White Snake Sage. This time, she appeared as an adorable little girl, making Uraha want to ruffle her hair, even if he didn't quite dare. Xiaoyu, the method you gave me to absorb the essence of the sun and moon truly works, but apart from Mount Myaboku, there's really no other place in this world as suitable for it. So, Sage, how do you feel after absorbing it? My mind feels much more at ease, and my strength has increased, if only the tiniest bit. At this rate, I'm afraid it'll take 100 years before I see any substantial improvement. Well, we are cultivators, after all, and in cultivation, time slips by unnoticed. As long as we keep our minds calm and focused, 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye. My master once said that for some people, a single blink can carry them through decades or even centuries. The White Snake Sage marveled inwardly. What kind of world was this? Were sages really as common as pigs and dogs here? Nightfeather chuckled to himself. That's how it's written in novels and old legends. And perhaps it's true. After all, the ancients didn't usually speak nonsense. Nightfeather couldn't help but yearn for it too. If one day he completed his cultivation, could he journey to the immortal realm where his master resided? Could he then shatter the void and ascend beyond? It seems I still have a long way to go in my cultivation. White Snake Sage, why don't you consult with the Toad Sage about this? What's there to discuss with that senile old toad? When I want to see him, that fool actually asked me, "Who are you?" I nearly died of rage. The White Snake Sage, now in the form of a little girl, flailed her arms in indignation. It seemed that this transformation had affected her very temperament. How truly peculiar she was. The slug was gentle by nature. The Toad Sage had lost himself to senility, and the White Snake Sage was as eccentric and capricious as ever. In the end, the slug seemed like the only normal one. Now, don't be angry. Sage, you should just focus on your cultivation. There's plenty of time. That's right. Frankly, I think that old Toad's days are numbered. He's already running on fumes. I doubt he'll live much longer. A trace of melancholy flickered in the White Snake Sage's eyes. Clearly, their relationship was not as simple as it seemed. Nightfeather recalled how the Toad Sage looked, frail and ancient, likely with only a few years left. After all, the old sage was already over 1,000 years old. Sage, don't be too saddened. No living being can attain true immortality, and living too long can become its own kind of suffering. Sometimes I really can't believe you're just a child. You're like a sly old fox, not a kid at all. Well, Nightfeather laughed awkwardly. I am Nightfeather, a college student and homebody who was reincarnated as a grade schooler after an accident. Now I'm living with my parents, but I've already uncovered the mastermind behind my reincarnation. Sigh, the old toad probably only has a few centuries left. Night Feather's eyelid twitched. A few centuries? That really does mean he's near the end. Sage, I think I've stayed long enough. I should be heading back. You're leaving already, Oni-chan. The white snake's sweet, crisp voice was enough to melt Night Feather's heart. He almost coughed up blood on the spot. Night Feather stared at the white snake sage in shock, reminding himself to stay calm. After all, this creature was a 1,000-year-old monster, though she looked adorable. Now, just thinking about her true form made him realize she was simply using a beauty filter turned up 10 times. There was no way he should trust her as some kind of beauty influencer. No, she was a beauty sage. Sage, please have some self-respect. I'll be taking my leave now. Reverse summoning jutsu. In a hurry, Night Feather formed the hand signs and vanished in a puff of white smoke. Ha! What an amusing little brat. The white snake sage chuckled, her figure shifting once more into the form of a mature, alluring woman, her voice dripping with temptation. Whoosh! Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, Night Feather took along while to finally calm his racing heart. That white snake was truly terrifying. Sneaking back to his room, Night Feather pondered how to handle those 16 chests. The Earth Core. He'd hidden them 100 meters underground all along, and only now did he feel at ease. Surely, there was no way his mother would ever discover them. Earth-style Earth Wall. A 10-meter thick wall of earth sealed everything away, restoring the ground to its original state. Feeling in high spirits, Night Feather slipped out of his house and made his way toward Minato's courtyard, leaving without alerting a single soul. Orochimaru, where did you get so much money? Danzo was genuinely curious about Orochimaru suddenly producing such a vast fortune. 3.3 billion Ryo? That was enough to fund several years' worth of operations. You don't need to worry about that. Let's just say I paid a heavy price for it this time. Orochimaru rasped. Since things had gone so smoothly, he didn't mind. Getting Night Feather his own set of enhancements. Knowing Night Feather would likely refuse any bodily modifications, he decided high-tech gifts would be better. Night Feather was truly wealthy now, barely 6 years old, and already worth about 13 billion. Danzo was overjoyed. With this funding, the research on Hashirama cells could continue, and some of Orochimaru's high-tech projects could also move forward. Danzo, about those shinobi I requested? No problem. I'll have them delivered in a couple of days. They're all from other villages. Excellent. Because of Night Feather's influence, Orochimaru couldn't bring himself to be so ruthless as to use Leaf Village shinobi for his experiments. He even insisted none of the test subjects be from Konoha. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps, the devil's rhythm. Sliding, sliding, sliding across the shiny floor. In Minato's courtyard, Night Feather was humming to himself, walking with a swagger that showed he didn't care what anyone thought. Night Feather, did something good happen to you? Yep, I'm in a really great mood today. Oh, come on, tell your big sister what happened. It's a secret. Hee, but sis, maybe I'll let you in on just a little bit. Kushina was bursting with curiosity, eager to know what had Night Feather so elated. Even Minato wandered over to join in. There were only 2 things that ever put Night Feather in such a good mood: discovering a new jutsu or striking it rich. Judging by his swagger, this was clearly a case of newfound wealth. He looked absolutely triumphant. This time at Ryuchi Cave, I learned a brand new jutsu. I've named it Fire Style 1 Touch Death. What kind of name is that? It's even dumber than Minato. Kushina burst out laughing, while Minato scratched his nose in embarrassment. Sis, my move isn't just called that for nothing. Minato, come help me out. I'll prove it to you. Uraha's mischievous grin made Minato's hair stand on end. His gut told him this was a trap. Seeing Minato hesitate, Kushina hurried him along. Minato, go over there. I want to see it too. Minato could only grit his teeth and step forward. After all, it wasn't going to kill him. Watch closely, sis. Fire release, death by a touch. Uraha's pale little hand turned red as he tapped Minato on the hand. Instantly, Minato's hand flushed crimson. That hurts. Minato couldn't help but cry out, cold sweat pouring down his face as the red blotches spread quickly, soon merging into one large patch. Uraha hurriedly grabbed the poisoned spot, drawing the fire toxin back into himself. Minato felt like he'd just taken a shower. His clothes were soaked with sweat. Terror lingered in his eyes. That burning pain was truly dreadful. Minato, are you okay? Kushina helped steady Minato with concern, clearly seeing how weak he'd become. Only feeling Kushina's warmth did he finally calm down. She smells so nice. And so soft. Minato's expression quickly shifted to one of blissful enjoyment. Uraha couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy. Seriously? Uraha, will Minato be alright? He looks so weak right now. Kushina had already forgotten Minato's earlier comment. Honestly, it was enough to make anyone jealous. Don't worry, sis, Minato's fine now. And if he ever misbehaves, just call me. I promise I'll make him wish he'd never been born. Hey, what does this have to do with me? But, wow, Kushina's embrace really is comfortable. Instinctively, Minato snuggled even closer. What the? You little bastard. Completely oblivious, Kushina gently stroked Minato's face in comfort, blaming herself. Her stubbornness had gotten Minato hurt. What a terrible girlfriend she was. Fed up with their public display of affection, Uraha stormed out of the courtyard in a huff. Next time, he'd make sure they tasted the wrath of the perpetually single. Where did Uraha go? He probably had something to do. But honestly, that move of his is terrifying. I really thought I was going to die. I'm so sorry, Minato. It's all my fault. How could I ever blame you, silly? Taking the chance, Minato gave her a passionate kiss. From a distance, Uraha could practically smell the thick stench of romance in the air. Come on. A few months later, winter finally returned to Konoha. Time flew by so quickly. Uraha sighed. Lately, there hadn't been any more incidents of betrayal during his missions. Although he still faced the occasional assassination attempt, he barely gave them a second thought. With the fire toxin in his arsenal, Uraha's safety was much more assured. Anyone careless enough to touch him was as good as dead, unless they didn't mind losing a body part. Minghui felt something was very odd. Normally, every time Yu put on those golden robes, he would strongly resist. But now, he was acting as if nothing had happened. There was definitely something suspicious about this. Son, does Mom look pretty today? Mom, you've always been beautiful. Yu responded with a calm and laid-back demeanor, as if nothing in the world could trouble him. Did you and Lord Orochimaru go to the Ryuchi cave today? Did you bring anything back? No, absolutely nothing. But I did come up with a new jutsu. Oh, what kind of jutsu is that? The one-touch death. Yu narrowed his eyes and smiled cruelly. His voice, cold and demonic, made Minghui uneasy. Just from a name, it was clear this jutsu was extremely vicious. Yu, you must use that jutsu as little as possible. How did you learn it? Minghui asked sternly. It's nothing, really. I was treating the White Snake Sage, and by chance I figured it out. Don't worry, it doesn't put any strain on my body at all. But for others, well, it's a different story. Yu straightforwardly revealed the truth about the fire poison. Other than that gourd, only he could wield it, and only he could cure it. Only then did Minghui feel at ease, and she returned to her playful mood. Yu decided to seclude himself once again, tirelessly refining his chakra, determined to use quantity to bring about a qualitative change. Auntie, is Yu at home? Oh, Obito. Yu is home, but he's training right now and isn't seeing anyone. What a shame. I wanted to show him my new moves. Obito, since Yu is training, let's not disturb him. Goodbye, Auntie. Rin, eager to show off in front of Yu, was left disappointed by his dedication to training. At the Hitaki household, Kakashi sat alone in his room, repeatedly polishing his short blade. Father, I ate well today, but I still can't forgive this village, or these shinobi. Kakashi's heart was growing colder and colder. All he could do now was train hard. One day, he vowed, the village would pay for its deeds. He felt as if he had finally seen the village's ugliest face. For small figures flashed through his mind, his only source of care and attachment. Uchiha Yu, just wait. One day I'll surpass you. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage's furrowed brow finally relaxed. For a long while now, there had been no reports of villagers disappearing, and that made him quite pleased. As for the culprit, there was still not the slightest clue. Send for Jiraiya. There's a mission I need him to handle. Yes, sir. The AMBU operative withdrew to find Jiraiya. No need to ask. Heading straight to the bathhouse was a sure bet. Damn Jiraiya. He never misses a chance. Not even in winter. Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage is looking for you. I know. Just let me finish watching. The ANBU, exasperated, picked up a stone and tossed it into the bathhouse, sparking a chorus of shrieks. Spotting Jiraiya sprawled on the roof, someone shouted, "Peeping Tom! You rascal! Oh no, time to run!" Among the three Sannin, Orochimaru is still the most serious and reliable. Is there a dangerous mission? Yes. According to information from the land of Earth, it seems that a Wagakure is expanding its military forces on a large scale. I need you to investigate. No problem. The moment official business was mentioned, Jiraiya dropped all his playful attitude. A large-scale military buildup could only mean preparations for war. Had a Wagakure recovered so quickly? What the third Hokage didn't realize was that this urgent training of new ninja was actually because of Rashi's defection. Losing such a powerful fighter was unsettling. Without him, aside from the five tails, Iwagakure was now barely able to hold its own, making it the weakest among the 5 great nations after Sunagakure. Minato, let's go. We have a mission now. Really, sensei? Give me a moment to get ready. I want to go too. Kushina protested, unwilling to be left behind. She was tired of being stuck indoors every time. Kushina, you can't come. This mission is too dangerous. Kushina, wait for me to come back. Minato handed Kushina a special kunai with 3 sharp prongs. Wow, Minato, is this one your custom-made kunai? Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. It's inscribed with my flying thunder god seal. If there's any danger, I can come back right away. All right. Kushina gripped the kunai tightly, still looking worried. Minato knew very well that the farther the distance, the more chakra flying thunder god consumed, and it was impossible to travel back from such a distance. Still, he said it to comfort her. Minato and Jiraiya soon set out, while Kushina kept watching the direction they disappeared, just like a wife waiting for her husband to return. Has Minato ever done anything with Kushina? Jiraiya asked, a mischievous grin on his face. No, nothing like that, Jiraiya-sama. Besides, it's been a long time since I've gone on a mission with you, sensei. Well, there are always other assignments, you know. Minato's bright, sunny smile made it hard for Jiraiya to keep teasing. All right, how's your flying thunder god training coming along? I can only use it as a surprise move for now. It's not stable yet, so there's still a long way to go. It's not easy to master. I see. Flying thunder god was even harder to control than Minato had imagined. Whenever he tried to teleport, he often collided with objects at his destination. Sometimes, it was so bad he'd end up battered and bruised. But Minato, after this mission, come with me to Mount Myaboku. Really? You mean to learn Sage Jutsu like you, Jiraiya-sensei? That's right. Sage Jutsu is incredibly powerful, but it's also really difficult and hard to master. Plus, there's a drawback. You need time to prepare, and you can't move during that. Huh, isn't that dangerous? Exactly. That's why, during battle, you have to find a safe spot and have someone cover you. Understood. Jiraiya truly believed Minato could master it. After all, Jiraiya's most powerful techniques all came from Sage Jutsu. Upon arriving in the land of Earth, they slipped in with ease by using the transformation jutsu. Their next destination was Iwagakure. For Minato, this was his second visit, and the familiar sight of the stony desert stretched out before him. Back here again, he murmured. Minato, have you been here before? Someone asked. Yes, Minato replied. Last time, something rather interesting happened to Jiraiya-sensei here. Jiraiya was the one questioning Minato, but Minato fell silent. No one except the Hokage knew the true nature of their mission. It was here, after all, that Rashi had defected. How's the ninja expansion coming along? Someone inquired. Well, Lord Suchikage has indeed selected many from among the commoners, but the quality isn't quite what we'd hoped for, came the hesitant reply. The diminutive Inoki, however, seemed unfazed. With enough training, they'll be just fine. It's not as if we're sending them out on missions right away. Give it a few years, and they'll become excellent shinobi. Yes, Lord Suchikage. Cursed Rashi. If you hadn't defected, I wouldn't have to go to such lengths. This is all on that old fool. And as for the Three Tails Jinchuriki of Kirigakure, they're probably at their limit too. Inoki was already considering whether to stir up trouble for Kirigakure. Although Kirigakure's territory was smaller, their environment was far more favorable than Iwagakure's. Besides, they were the village with the most Kekii Genkai in the world of shinobi. Hokage-sama, Uraha has gone into seclusion again. Is that so? That child is probably refining himself once more. Every time he emerges, he manages to surprise us all. The third Hokage took a long drag from his pipe and exhaled slowly. Lately, Sunagakure seemed to be up to something again. The young third Kazekage appeared restless and dissatisfied. Despite being an allied nation, they weren't exactly playing by the rules. Hokage-sama, there's another matter. Danzo has increased his pressure on the Uchiha clan. Haven't I already said it? Leave the Uchiha alone. The Umbu agent fell silent. It was best not to get involved in the affairs of the upper echelons. Both sides were too dangerous to cross. This time, Danzo had the backing of the other 2 elders, making him a true voice for the council. Relay my order. Restore all of the Uchiha's previous rights. I just disciplined them, and now they're acting up again. Was my punishment too soft last time? Yes, sir. Yet, in their heart, the Umbu thought that perhaps keeping the Uchiha at arm's length wasn't such a bad idea. The Uchiha were far too proud and difficult, always carrying themselves with an air of superiority that was hard to stomach. Uraha, I hope you can bring change to both the village and the Uchiha. The third Hokage placed all his hopes on Uraha's shoulders. Kakashi wait. In a flash of white light, Kakashi had already sliced through the enemy's throat. His cold, emotionless gaze betrayed nothing. The Jonin squad leader frowned. Every mission, Kakashi killed without hesitation. Even if the enemy surrendered, it made no difference. He never listened to orders, and, bound by the Hokage's command, the squad leader was left helpless and deeply frustrated. No more of this, Kakashi. A ninja must obey orders. That's right, I'm on a mission to kill every enemy. They all deserve to die. Such murderous intent from a child. They may deserve death, but interrogation is still necessary. Interrogation? Kakashi pried open the dead man's mouth, revealing a poison capsule hidden in the back molar. One bite and death would be instantaneous. There would be no chance for questioning unless you managed to knock out every tooth in his mouth in a split second. The Jonin was left speechless. Kakashi sheathed his chillingly cold short blade, a weapon stained by the blood of countless foes. So this is the son of Konoha's White Fang? The Jonin cast a scornful glance at the blade and sneered inwardly. No wonder the father died young, with a son this disobedient. Take that look off your face, or I'll kill you. Though he hadn't even looked up, Kakashi sensed the Jonin's every move. His cold voice sent a chill down the Jonin's spine. The killing intent was palpable, and he wasn't joking. Damn brat. The Jonin quickly averted his eyes, then hurried back to the village to report, doing his best to keep his distance from this little harbinger of disaster. Back at the Uchiha compound, Yoru continued his training. Now that he possessed a portion of the tailed beast chakra, he could channel his entire reserve into the jade pendant without worry. The tailed beast's powerful chakra would always rush in to restore his fatigued body. He opened his eyes slightly and stretched his stiff neck, recalling that the first requirement of the local sage arts was to clear one's mind and become one with nature. Had he already met the standard? Soon, he would gain a fourth elemental affinity. Yoru couldn't help but feel excited. If it turned out to be lightning, he could try developing the Chidori. He closed his eyes again to continue his refinement. Meanwhile, Fat Tiger stood guard at the door, loyal and unmoving. The cat was noticeably larger now, basking in the sun by day and singing softly under the moonlight by night. If someone used the Sharingan at this moment, they would see that Fat Tiger now harbored a unique and rare chakra within his body, albeit in minuscule amounts. As for Obito, his mood had been excellent ever since Kakashi was out of the picture. Now, he could pair up with Rin every day, well, not quite pair up, but walk together, and he was secretly delighted. Yet, Rin always seemed to visit Kakashi, and that irked Obito to no end. Obito, come on, hurry up. TCH. Obito dragged his feet, clearly reluctant to join Rin in delivering lunch to Kakashi. How many times had this happened? He lost count. Every time, Kakashi accepted the lunch, but Obito never once received any. Not even a backup, yet he tolerated Kakashi's behavior. Did he quietly cry here, thinking of her? The song Yoru often sang echoed in his ears, making him curse under his breath. Why did it hurt so much? It felt as if even the sky was weeping, drenching Obito's clothes while his melancholic gaze lingered on the sky, his back pressed against the wall. Obito, what are you doing leaning against the wall? I'm not even a backup, yet I put up with your wild ways. What are you singing? That's terrible. And what's a backup anyway? Obito emerged from his daze and managed to smile. Big Brother always saw things so clearly. It's nothing, I just think you're absolutely right. Of course, Sensei is always right. But Big Brother, you also used to say, even if the flower is taken, the hoe is heartless. If you wield it well, there's no wall you can't dig under. I believe Rin will be moved by me one day. Achoo, who's bad-mouthing me right now? Uraha immediately thought Minato must be cursing him because of what happened earlier. Meanwhile, far away in Iwagakure, Minato sneezed at the exact same moment. Must be Kushina talking about him again. He smiled, eyes full of happiness. Is Kakashi home? The door creaked open. What brings you guys here? Kakashi asked. Well, I made you a bento. Please, you have to accept it. Rin looked at Kakashi hopefully. Not this time, but thank you. Kakashi refused flatly. The way those guys looked at him today, he'd lost his appetite entirely. Rin's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, and Obito exploded with anger. You idiot. Do you even know Rin cut her fingers making that bento for you? I'm really sorry, but I don't need it this time. Thank you. Rin ran out with the bento, and Obito landed a solid punch on Kakashi, even though he didn't know why Kakashi had refused this time, then hurried after her. Kakashi slowly stood up and returned to his room as if nothing had happened. For my sake? Thank you, Rin. Obito was at a loss for what to do and felt anxious, not knowing how to comfort her. Calm down, think. What would Big Brother do? He gently patted Rin on the shoulder. She only cried harder, and the words of comfort he'd prepared stuck in his throat. Forget it, do or die. He readied himself for a hug, but just then, Rin suddenly lifted her head, her big teary eyes staring up at Obito. Obito panicked, racked his brain, and suddenly flapped his arms, pretending to be a giant bird. "Pfft, you look ridiculous." Rin burst out laughing through her tears, and Obito could only give a sheepish chuckle in response. "Thank you, Obito. You're my best friend." Obito was instantly over the moon. "Of course, I'm nothing like that jerk." Rin's eyes dimmed again. Realizing he'd said the wrong thing, Obito quickly tried to comfort her. Meanwhile, Minato and Jiraiya continued their investigation. So far, they discovered that a Wagakure had suddenly gained 200 more Genin, 50 Chunin, and quite a few reserve shinobi. The numbers were still growing. What is a Wagakure planning? Sensei's not thinking of starting a war, is he? They're just a bunch of kids. What good will that do? Besides, the last were already drained their strength. Jiraiya could easily see that the ninja they'd gathered were all over the place. Only a handful were outstanding. Most weren't even qualified to be Genin. Even among the Chunin, only a few were truly up to standard. But what if it's a few years down the line? A few years later? That might actually come in handy. Is the brief peace about to be shattered again? What if Tsunade can't make it back in time? Continue observing for another month, then return. Yes, Sensei. Is it finally about to awaken? A wave of invigorating energy surged through him, and his chakra had doubled. By now, spring had already arrived in Konoha. Unable to contain his excitement, Uraha burst out the door. This time, he had gained the lightning elemental root he had long hoped for. Now, he only needed to unlock one more to obtain the great treasure left behind by the sage. The lightning root granted unparalleled affinity with lightning, making the training of lightning release ninjutsu far faster than anyone else. The strongest lightning release techniques were in the hidden cloud village. He needed to find another chance to go there. If he could get his hands on those techniques, like the lightning armor and the hell stab, it would be perfect. But there was a prerequisite. His body had to be strong enough. The third Raikage lightning armor was a jutsu, so powerful it could go toe-to-toe with a tailed beast, even withstand a tailed beast bomb unscathed. It truly deserved to be called the ultimate shield. If only he also had his own ultimate spear. No sooner had he stepped outside than he collided with something massive. When did my family build a wall at the door? Uraha looked up in confusion and nearly jumped out of his skin. It wasn't a wall at all, but Fat Tiger. Only his head. Good grief, he must be 4 meters tall. Looking down at Uraha with a disdainful air, Fat Tiger's drool splattered onto Uraha's head. The foul, fishy stench, as he wiped his hair, utterly infuriated him. He had no idea what kind of hormones Fat Tiger had eaten to grow so huge all of a sudden, but Uraha was truly angry. "You're getting pretty full of yourself, aren't you, Fat Tiger? My mother always said, if a child doesn't behave, a good spanking will set things right." Minghui declared, "I didn't say that. I absolutely didn't." Fat Tiger quickly hopped aside, provocatively stretching out his claws. He was no longer that little kitten. Seeing Uraha still so small filled him with boundless confidence. Summoning Jutsu. A large, dark green snake appeared at Uraha's feet. "Lord Uraha, Xiao Imo, do you see that cat? Give him a good lesson for me." Xiao Imo, whose full name was Ink Snake, had a gentle temperament much like Sasuke's future companion Aoda, and was remarkably powerful. The contract had been arranged through the White Snake Sage. Fat Tiger's eyes were filled with terror. Such a huge snake. With a low growl, he turned and bolted. This snake was thicker than his entire body. The Ink Snake sprang into action. In a flash, accompanied by a whirlwind, it coiled tightly around Fat Tiger without hesitation. Fat Tiger whimpered helplessly. "It's useless now. Begging for mercy is too late." Fire release. Great fire annihilation. As the flames roared, Fat Tiger realized too late. His fur gave off a stench like singed hair. All his fur was gone. Not a single hair remained. Fat Tiger shed tears of regret for his once glorious, beautiful coat. "There, much better. Xiao Imo, go ahead and eat him." Fat Tiger struggled violently, looking at Uraha with pleading eyes, but the black serpent swallowed him in one gulp. After about 2 minutes, the serpent seemed satisfied and spat him out again. Regaining the light, Fat Tiger lay trembling on the ground, too terrified to move even though he was covered in disgusting, sticky slime. "If you disobey again, I'll have Little Imo eat you. Do you understand?" "Ow." Fat Tiger nodded frantically. Only then was Uraha satisfied, though still feeling annoyed. Now he'd have to wash his hair again. "Little Imo, you can go back." "Yes, Lord Uraha." With a deep rumble, the black serpent retreated into the dragon's den. Uraha noticed Fat Tiger had grown so large that he probably couldn't stay at home anymore. For now, he'd put him in the forest under Uchiha's watch. If Fat Tiger kept growing, there might be no choice but to leave him in the dragon's den. Eagerly, Uraha hurried toward the forest. Thankfully, in his previous life, he'd indulged his childish side, learning the Chidori hand signs from anime and shouting, Chidori, for fun. He never imagined he'd actually use this ninjutsu in this life. If you remember correctly, the sequence was rat, horse, monkey, horse, rabbit, right? He flexed his fingers and began making the hand signs, imitating Kakashi's stance by gripping his own wrist. Blue lightning crackled in his palm, filling the air with the sharp, electric cries of birds. Just as I thought, as expected of the lightning's spiritual root, I succeeded in one go. With a sweep of his right hand, a thick tree was sliced clean. In two, the power was no less than a Rasengan, but more importantly, it looked far cooler. Rasengan could never match the style of lightning release. However, he'd have to figure out the advanced forms of Chidori on his own, or maybe let Kakashi experiment in the future and just copy him directly. I can't believe spring has come so soon. Have I really lived here for 7 years? It's time to check on everyone. Uraha's first stop was Minato's house, but unfortunately, both Minato and Kushina were out, an empty visit. Next, he went to Orochimaru's place, but by coincidence, Orochimaru wasn't home either. What was going on? Was everyone out today, or had Orochimaru gone to see Danzo again? He tried Kakashi's house, but found it empty as well. That left Obito and Rin. If his calculations were right, it should still be the school term, and Obito should be in 4th grade now. He went straight to the classroom, and, sure enough, found Obito there. Teacher, long time no see. Today I'd like to borrow 2 of your students. Uraha, you're back again? I'm still in the middle of class, you know. Oh, come on, sensei. Just let Obito and Rin have the day off. You're impossible. Obito, Rin, what are you waiting for? Go on. Thank you, teacher. Obito dashed over to Uraha, his face alight with excitement. Yashimatsu Ikumi smiled to himself. Uraha had surely surpassed him by now, and having taught 2 prodigies was truly something to brag about. Big brother, let's go. Rin, hurry up. I'm coming, I know. Wow, Obito wasn't making it up after all. He really is Uraha's little brother now. And even Rin is with him too. For a moment, the elementary students watched Obito and Rin leave with envy in their eyes. Obito felt a secret thrill. What a sense of pride. Who would dare disrespect the big brother's reputation? Big brother, where are we going today? We'll stop by Uncle Tucci's place first. Yeah, are we going to see I am? No way. I just want some ramen. It's been ages since I ate out. I really like how you can sound so serious while talking complete nonsense. By the way, where's Kakashi? I went looking for him today, but he wasn't around. Where did everyone disappear to? That guy's always either training or out on a mission. He's no fun at all. Obito grumbled in frustration. Though I still can't beat him. Don't be like that, Obito. I'm sure you'll be amazing one day. Yeah, of course. I'm going to be the Hokage someday. The Hokage's man. Can't argue with that. I won't let you have it so easily. I want to be the woman who becomes Hokage. The Hokage's woman? That works too. No conflict there. Rin, when did you get interested in being Hokage? Yoru was puzzled. He remembered Rin never cared much for the position before. Because you gave me courage, senpai. I've always been timid. Me? Yes, because you're so strong. And lately, I've gotten so much stronger too. Oh, then you'd better keep it up, Rin. Yes, senpai. Rin beamed with happiness at Yoru's encouragement. Obito, on the other hand, sulked. If Rin really wanted to compete with him for Hokage, should he let her win, or not? Obito, wouldn't it be just fine to become the man behind the Hokage? After a few seconds' thought, Obito's eyes lit up. So that's what you meant. As expected of Big Brother. I get it now. If it can't be helped, I'll be the man behind the Hokage. Yoru gave him a look that said, you're an apt pupil indeed. Rin, however, seemed confused by their conversation. Maybe they always talked about things she couldn't quite understand. Was she just not smart enough? Her dream of becoming Hokage began to waver. Uncle, 3 bowls of ramen, please. Oh no, that brat's back again. Tucci frowned. Just when he thought he was off the radar, here he was again. Come here for a second. What's up, Dad? Wiped the sweat from her brow. Give that rascal the spiciest bowl you can make. Huh? But Yoru always orders mild. Trust me, just do as I say. Before long, Iam's cheerful voice rang out. Noodles are ready. This one's for you. Thank you. This one's for you. Today's is just as delicious as ever. Thank you. And Yoru, here's yours. Unable to resist, Uraha repeated his old trick, and Obito gazed at him with admiration. Big Brother really never changes his ways. Fuming, Handmaid could only grit his teeth in frustration. This scoundrel. Iam hurriedly escaped from his clutches and hid beneath the counter once more. My, what a bashful little girl, Uraha chuckled. Looking down, he nearly swore. There must be a full 10 centimeters of chili oil on the surface. Are we supposed to eat this? The old man must be out to get me. Let's dig in. Abito exclaimed happily, snapping his chopsticks apart, eager to dive in. Wait a second, Abito. Huh? What is it, big brother? Well, today I'd like to try the 3-flavor ramen instead. I think your meatballs taste better. Oh, is that a problem? Seeing Uraha's expression grow dark and brooding, Abito flinched and handed over the super spicy ramen to him. Staring at the thick layer of chili oil, he thought, I might have to be carried home after this. Don't worry, Abito. The spicier the food, the more it will stimulate your fire release development. It's really good for you. Yeah, right? Who believe you, you crafty old fox? Really? Senpai. Then I'll eat this bowl, Rin said, just as Abito hurriedly began to eat. He was not about to let Rin get knocked out by the spice. Lucky you this time. Handmaid snorted, giving up on his failed scheme. But after just 2 bites, Abito's face turned beet red, and he practically breathed fire from his mouth. Pa, so spicy, he coughed. Wow, Senpai was right. This really does help with fire release training. Man, this kid is tough. Uraha's heart skipped a beat. If you didn't know better, you'd think Abito just unlocked the 8 gates. Then, Abito keeled over and fainted on the spot. Abito, are you alright? Wake up, Abito! Rin cried, frantically shaking him. Don't worry, he'll be fine. This is all part of the training. Let's just send him to the hospital for now, Uraha said calmly. Oh, okay, Senpai. Seeing Uraha so composed, Rin relaxed as well. By evening, Abito woke up in the hospital, feeling as if he'd just returned from the brink of death, having spoken with his departed parents in a fever dream. Abito, you're finally awake. Rin, Abito exclaimed, sitting up with excitement. It was wonderful to see her again. Abito, get some rest. Once you're better, you can go back to school. I think you're ready to graduate now. That's right, big brother. Rin and I plan to graduate next year. Good to hear. With that, Uraha took his leave, confident that everyone's hard work would help them grow into fine shinobi. Huh, isn't that Kushina? Uraha spotted Kushina, but she was being escorted by 2 jonin, looking as if she'd just been brought back from somewhere. In a flash, Uraha appeared in front of the 2 jonin. Sis, what happened? Wow, little brother, you're finally out. Kushina exclaimed, nearly tripping in her excitement. She wanted to hug Uraha, but with her hands bound, she couldn't free herself. As Uraha steadied her, his joyful mood instantly turned somber. What's going on here? Yiyu demanded, his voice sharp and commanding, sending a chill through the 2 jonin standing before him. The intensity of his presence was overwhelming. Kushina has left the village without permission, violating Konoha's laws. Chunin Yiyu, please do not interfere, one jonin replied. And where exactly are you taking her? Yiyu pidesit. Naturally, she will be handed over to Lord Hokage for judgment. The jonin's tone was icy, betraying no emotion at all. No need to trouble the Hokage with this. Let her go. If Lord Hokage has any complaints, tell him to take it up with Orochimaru or Jiraiya. That doesn't seem proper, the jonin hesitated. Proper? Don't make me repeat myself. Yiyu shot back, every muscle tensed and ready for a fight. He looked every bit prepared to settle things by force if necessary. Now, the jonin looked at Yiyu with new respect. Offending not 1, but 2 of the legendary Sannin was beyond his pay grade, especially since they were both the Hokage's prized disciples. Can you speak on behalf of those 2? The jonin asked, somewhat uncertain. I can't speak for Jiraiya, but I can speak for Orochimaru. Well, Dizong, what do you think? He turned to his companion. Whatever you say goes. Why are you looking at me? Dizong replied, clearly wanting nothing to do with this mess. The jonin cursed inwardly. This bastard was obviously trying to stay out of trouble and avoid taking sides. Offending the cold-blooded Orochimaru was far more terrifying than crossing the Hokage. Sigh fine. Dizong, let Kushina go. If you want her released, you do it. I didn't see anything, Dizong said, washing his hands of the matter. What a character, Yiyu thought to himself, quietly impressed. The jonin was so frustrated he almost coughed up blood and regretted ever opening his mouth. Damn it, whoever ends up teamed with this guy in the future is a real idiot. You're clever, very clever. That's probably why you'll outlive the rest of us, Yiyu remarked. Huh, maybe so, Dizong answered with a shrug. Kushina, overjoyed, threw her arms around Yiyu. She was glad to have such a reliable little brother. Hey, aren't you going to report back to Lord Hokage? Yiyu teased. Report back my foot. Get lost, both of you. The farther, the better. Oh well, then maybe I should go report to the Hokage after all. Yiyu joked. Big sis, what happened? Why did they try to arrest you? Yiyu asked with concern. It's really nothing, Kushina replied with a helpless smile. Minato and Jiraiya went off to Mount Myaboku, so I was bored all alone. I decided to wander in the woods a bit, and look what happened. She spread her hands in exasperation. This village really has too many rules. She hadn't even left Konoha's boundaries. So, Minato went to Mount Myabokoa? I bet he'll come back a lot stronger after this training, Yu mused. Don't worry, I won't let him outdo me. I've mastered sealing techniques, and I was just thinking of doing a little experiment with the Ninetales, Kushina declared confidently. No wonder the Ninetales hate you both so much, Yu thought. It all made sense now. Sis, take my advice, be kind. Maybe don't go through with that. Don't you think the Ninetales is pitiful enough? It can't even move, Yu said gently. Kushina paused, considering his words. It was true. Putting herself in the beast position, she realized that while her own freedom was limited, at least her cage was spacious, and she could fly outside from time to time. The Ninetales wasn't so lucky. You're right, Yu. The Ninetales really is a little pitiful, she admitted softly. Within Kushina, the Ninetales twitched its ears ever so slightly. Was I just pitted? How amusing. What is this little brat up to? I'll release a few of the seals, as long as it doesn't cause any trouble. How many seals do you have, Ansis? Not too many, maybe a dozen or so. A chill ran down Yayu's spine. Naruto already had just a single 8-trigram seal, and was that strong, but Kushina had more than 10 piled on. No wonder the Ninetales couldn't leak out a sliver of power. It was locked up too tightly. The pure-blooded Uzumaki clan truly was impressive. That's the situation, Lord Hokage. The Jonin restraining Kushina explained everything rather directly. After some thought, the third Hokage decided to grant Kushina a bit more freedom. From now on, as long as Kushina stays within the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village, she can go anywhere she wishes. Yes, sir. Though surprised by the third's decision, Yayu was even more astonished by the weight his own words seemed to carry. The third Hokage, on his part, believed that with Jiraiya and Orochimaru around, Kushina would be safe within the village, and her own strength was more than enough for self-defense. As long as Minato didn't betray the village, Kushina wouldn't be a concern. Besides, the third was very curious to see what Minato would be like after returning from Mount Myaboku. Minato was, after all, his favored candidate for 5th Hokage. As for the intelligence on Iwagakure, the third was well aware of Inoki's intentions. This rush to expand the army was nothing more than a response to Rashi's defection and the need to prepare for war. With Minato away at Mount Myaboku for the time being, and neither of his parents skilled in lightning release, just who should he go to for training? Yayu recalled that the Hokage's office should have plenty of lightning release techniques, or perhaps Orochimaru had a stash of them as well. If the Hokage's stash was off-limits, Orochimaru was the better bet. With that, Yayu got up and headed once again for Orochimaru's residence. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Root organization, Danzo was enduring intense pain. His entire arm had gone numb. The initial transplant of Hashirama's cells was causing a severe rejection. The patch of skin grafted onto his arm had already started to sprout tiny branches and tender leaves. The medical nin, terrified, hurriedly sliced away the new growth before it could spread any further. Orochimaru, what's happening to me? It seems your strength is too weak to suppress the power of Hashirama's cells, and you're being assimilated. Orochimaru's brow was furrowed in deep concern. But you said it would be fine. Danzo, cold sweat beading on his forehead, demanded angrily. It appears the research data was off. We'll have to start the experiments over. Orochimaru replied with a serious tone. Everything had seemed perfect in the calculations, and that child had survived the procedure flawlessly. Where could the problem be? There shouldn't be a direct connection, or maybe the difference between juvenile and adult physiology was too great. Danzo let out a helpless sigh, having no choice but to accept the failure. Right now, only Orochimaru had a chance of granting him Hashirama's power. All that suffering, it seemed, had been for nothing. Hurry up, then. We were almost discovered during the ninja capture operation this time. Try to pick those with weaker abilities. I'm facing significant difficulties here myself. Right, otherwise being found out would be a real hassle. By the way, what about your laboratory number 4? It's been completely scrapped. I'll deal with it in a while. A look of disappointment flashed across Orochimaru's gloomy face, and even Danzo felt a pang of regret. After all, that was a lot of money. He had invested quite a sum, at least more than half of it went into funding that lab. To just abandon it like this. How tragic. I'll send people to salvage it and see if there's anything of value left. That's fine. Orochimaru nodded, a cold smile flickering in his heart. The most valuable things were already in his possession. He couldn't help but reflect. If it hadn't been for Uraha, he might have discarded that child long ago. At first, the child was like all the others, heartbeat slowing, organs failing, on the verge of death, with no chance of surviving the night. Just as he had decided to give up on that lab, a fleeting sense of pity made him look at the child one more time. It was precisely that sliver of compassion that prevented him from missing this child. Unexpectedly, the child miraculously survived, and Orochimaru claimed him as his own. Now, according to the tests, the child was perfectly healthy by normal human standards. What he needed now was proper cultivation. But, for the time being, he couldn't let anyone else know. Otherwise, it would spell big trouble. The child had to be moved elsewhere. The conversation over, Orochimaru returned home. Although there were issues with his cell transplant, with his child as a reference, he should be able to resolve them quickly. Stepping through the door, he saw Uraha already waiting for him, seated in a chair. "Uncle Snake, welcome home. Can't you just use the front door?" "That's impossible. It's already become a habit." "All right, what is it this time?" With a student like him, Orochimaru felt helpless. No matter what he tried, nothing could keep Uraha out. Just looking at his mischievous grin, he knew nothing good was coming. "Uncle Snake, you're so straightforward. I need lightning release jutsu. The more, the better." "Lightning release? Don't tell me you've developed lightning nature chakra?" "That's right. Uraha, you'd be better off focusing on your foundation and not squandering your talent. If I remember correctly, you originally had only water, fire, and earth natures, right? You should perfect what you already have before seeking new ones." Orochimaru tried to reason with him, but Uraha wouldn't listen at all. "Are you kidding? If I don't develop new chakra natures, how will I obtain the sage's legacy?" "Uncle Snake, today I'll be honest with you, straight from the heart." "Oh." Uraha stood up and began forming hand seals at lightning speed. Orochimaru watched with keen interest, intrigued by Uraha's technique. "Shiryu, this is the lightning release ninjutsu, actually gathering chakra in the palm." Orochimaru was astonished. He might have to take back what he just said about Uraha's talent. "Chidori? It really does sound like 1,000 birds chirping. The power behind this technique is clear for all to see." Suddenly, Uraha charged forward, aiming straight at Orochimaru, who sat calmly in his chair. With astonishing speed and precision, Uraha's hand plunged directly into Orochimaru's heart. Orochimaru felt waves of numbness coursing through him. This brat, was this his idea of speaking from the heart? Uraha pulled his arm back, grinning at Orochimaru. "Impressive." Just then, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, stretching it with both hands, and from within emerged a completely new Orochimaru. The Orochimaru-style body replacement technique, remarkable as always, though it was admittedly a bit grotesque. "How's that, Uncle Snake? You ungrateful apprentice. Are you trying to kill your own teacher?" "Where would I ever? If you hadn't wanted to take the hit, how could I have possibly landed that attack?" Your speed truly startled me. Enhancing your muscles with lightning chakra, combined with that incredible piercing power, and then executing it perfectly with the Sharingan. Without the Sharingan, this would have a serious weakness. Orochimaru spoke with genuine admiration, seeing through the secret of the technique at a glance. Uraha blushed a little. In truth, he just copied it for free. "Uncle Snake, when are you going to teach me that body replacement technique? It's practically immortal." "Immortal? You still have a long way to go. Each use consumes a considerable amount of chakra, but for Orochimaru, that's hardly an issue. He can use it repeatedly. That's exactly why he's so hard to kill, unless he faces a truly overwhelming jutsu. I think it's the most perfect body replacement technique out there." "Is that so? I'm flattered." Afterward, Orochimaru led Uraha underground and handed him a few scrolls. "These are all lightning release techniques, but none of them measure up to yours. That Chidori of yours definitely reached a rank. The more, the better. Even if I can't use them, they'll make great references. Let me see, what do we have here? Thunderclap, ground walk, rending serpent for pillar binding technique." "Thank you, Uncle Snake. It's nothing. They're just gathering dust here." Then Orochimaru asked, "Uraha, do you have any ideas on how I might invade someone else's consciousness? Or perhaps transfer my soul into another's body? Living corpse reincarnation?" So Orochimaru had already started researching it, but it didn't look like he'd made much progress yet. "You might want to look into the spirit transformation technique, Uncle Snake. I've read about it, but I can't master it. If you want my honest opinion, Jinjutsu is another option, just like how the Sharingan controls someone's mind. Of course, once the illusion is broken, the person returns to normal. But in a sense, it's still a form of mental invasion." "Jinjutsu. I see. You've given me quite the inspiration. As long as someone is trapped in a Jinjutsu, their resistance won't be nearly as fierce." It seems I might have done something rather bad, but since it was just a small reminder, it probably doesn't matter, right? Anyway, it would have happened sooner or later. With this thought, Uraha felt his guilt lighten considerably. "Uncle Snake, I have something else to do, so I'll be heading off now." Taking advantage of Orochimaru's moment of contemplation, he made a quick escape, afraid that if he lingered, he might get asked something troublesome. The 41st year in Konoha passed with remarkable tranquility. The 5 great nations, as if by unspoken agreement, refrained from stirring up any major conflicts. Everything was so harmonious that the common people finally wore smiles they hadn't shown in ages. Beneath the surface, however, the 5 great ninja villages were still rife with undercurrents. During missions, they went out of their way to avoid clashing with each other, maintaining a delicate balance. Trade flowed smoothly as well. Every nation was striving to train the next generation of shinobi, and Uraha too continued his daily efforts to strengthen his body, growing more powerful with each passing day. In this way, another peaceful year slipped by. Summer arrived, bringing with it another graduation season. This time, Obito and Rin applied for early graduation, skipping grades, which stirred up quite a bit of discontent. Ever since Uraha and Kakashi had set the precedent, students leaping ahead had become an annual occurrence. Soon after, Obito found himself facing an ordinary genin. Honestly, it's just too much. Every year they make me do these assessments. Kid, just get off the stage and stop wasting my time. Yumi grumbled in irritation. The candidates here were always the lowest-ranked genin, and despite being 15, this one was still stuck at genin level. TCH, as my big brother says, you're just a nobody. You brat. Are you looking for trouble? Yumi was furious, just waiting for the examiner to give the signal so he could break this kid's limbs. Begin. The Chunin examiner spoke with a flat tone. Obito spit out his lollipop. Uraha had once told him that you must focus completely in battle. Never let anything distract you. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Yumi was still forming hand signs, not expecting his opponent to have finished already. What incredible speed. The Chunin examiner was quietly impressed at Obito's skilled hand signs. Go Obito! Rin cheered loudly from below. Obito, as if inspired, charged toward the startled genin who was scrambling to dodge. Close combat. Does this kid have any brains at all? The 2 fists collided, and there was a sharp crack. Yumi let out an agonized cry, the unmistakable sound of bone breaking. Fire style. Phoenix Fire Claw. Earth style wall. A wall of earth sprang up in front of Yumi, blocking the flaming shuriken. The winner, Uchiha Obito. Again, the examiner's voice was so bland that even the spectators found it dull. That was it. He lost so quickly. Wasn't Obito supposed to be the underdog? Hey, underdog. Obito is Uraha's right-hand man now. His skills have skyrocketed. Is that so? A crowd of classmates looked at Obito with envy and admiration. In their eyes, Uraha was the brightest genius in Konoha. Finally, it was Rin's turn to take the stage. Do your best, Rin. I won't let you down, senpai. Don't worry. The people up there are really weak. Just as Obito had said, the battle ended in less than a minute. The defeated young Kunoichi was left utterly disheartened. She couldn't even win against a girl 5 years younger than herself. Hey, what's going on here? How is this girl so strong too? Man, are you really clueless or just pretending? That's no era Rin. She's one of Uraha's little followers. Well, actually, little sister might be more accurate. Wow, if only I could be one of Uraha's followers too. Keep dreaming. With their new forehead protectors in hand, Obito and Rin beamed with joy as they fastened them to their heads. Congratulations to both of you. A calm, gentle voice drifted over. The two instantly turned back at the familiar sound. It was Big Brother Uraha. Big Brother, what are you doing here? Senpai, have you been here the whole time? Yes, I've been watching you all along. You both did really well. I've been training super hard, you know. Obito said excitedly. It had been a long time since he'd seen Uraha. Every visit always seemed too short. Senpai, I worked hard too. Haha. Rin has definitely been working hard. Unlike Obito, who's always goofing off. Big brother, I've really changed my ways. Yes, I know. Uraha gave an impatient wave, which made Obito a little sad, but just having him show up for their exam today was already touching enough. By the way, since you two are officially genin now, you'll probably be assigned to teams in a few days, teams of 3. The two were both surprised. Did this mean they'd be separated? Obito immediately panicked. He absolutely didn't want to be on a different team from Rin. Rin herself wasn't keen on teaming up with anyone else either. Uraha smiled to himself. According to the story, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin would be placed on the same team, but since these two had graduated early, who knew if things would play out the same way? Big brother, you don't have a team, right? Nope, I'm a special case. I know what you're going to say, but forget it. There's no way I can team up with you. I don't have time to mess around with you guys. With that, Uraha flicked his hair, shoved his hands into his pockets, and struck a cool pose. Rin, who'd been thinking the same thing, had to give up. Compared to Uraha, they really were still far too weak. They'd have to work twice as hard. Well, since I've seen your show, I should get going. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a rush today. With a puff, Uraha vanished in a swirl of smoke. Big brother is so unfair. He just sent a shadow clone to brush us off. Obito muttered gloomily. Don't say that. Senpai might really be short on time, Rin replied, as gentle as ever. 3 days later, the announcement of team assignments finally began. Obito and Rin watched as the other new genin were picked up one by their jonin leaders, their hearts pounding with a mix of excitement and nerves as they waited for their own names to be called. 7 Squad, Uchiha Obito, Noera Rin. Yes, Rin, that's wonderful. MHM, I'm so relieved. Obito leapt up in excitement. Thank goodness, he and Rin wouldn't be separated after all. Rin, too, was overjoyed that they could stay together. Quiet. Next, Hatake Kakashi. What the? Kakashi. Obito was dumbfounded. His jaw practically hit the floor. Rin wondered if she'd misheard. It sounded like Kakashi's name had just been called. Your squad leader will be Jonin Minato Namikaze. Just then, the door swung open. Minato walked in with Kakashi at his side. Obito and Rin were both stirred. Obito was fuming, while Rin's heart brimmed with happiness. I am sorry, Rin. I was wrong last time. Kakashi actually apologized to me? Never mind, I forgive you. It's all right, really. I've long forgotten about it, Rin replied, blushing shyly. Oh no. Obito felt as if he'd just been struck by lightning on a clear day. Inside and out, he was left smoldering, clutching his head in despair. All his efforts wasted. Wait, wasn't this jerk already a Chunin? Wasn't he supposed to have his own team, just like Big Brother? Why is he here? His mind swirled with questions, but nobody offered any answers. Heh, I'm Minato Namikaze. From now on, I'll be your teacher. I look forward to working with you all. Such a warm feeling. Obito and Rin felt as if a gentle spring breeze had embraced them. It was clear their teacher was a true ray of sunshine. Sensei, I had a question. Why is this guy on our team? Obito jabbed his finger at Kakashi and demanded loudly. TCH. Kakashi turned away, his face cold. Because that's the Hokage's decision. Any more questions? No, that's all. Obito drooped his head like a rooster defeated in battle. Well then, come with me. Oh, and tomorrow there's another round of tests. You'll need to snatch the bells from my hand. There are only 2 bells. Whoever doesn't get one will have to return to the academy. The 3 stopped in their tracks, each reacting differently. Kakashi, in particular, wondered, do I, a Chunin, really have to go back to being a student? The next day, just as promised, they arrived at the training field to compete for the bells. Sharp-eyed Kakashi quickly picked up on Minato's intentions. He was going easy on Rin and Obito, but far less so on him. Even with twice as many people, the 3 of them would never manage to take the bells on their own. So Kakashi called the other 2 over to strategize. With a bit of teamwork, they finally managed to snag the bells. Understanding their intent, Minato at last accepted all 3 as his students. And so, from today, the 7th Squad is officially formed. Minato placed his large hands atop Kakashi and Obito's heads. The 2 glared at each other, unable to hide their mutual irritation. Especially after learning that Rin and Obito had become Uraha's underlings, Kakashi felt even more stung, as if he'd been told he was only on par with the sidekicks. It was more than 2 months later when Uraha finally came to offer congratulations. Congrats, Minato. You've finally become a squad leader. Spare me, please. Suddenly becoming a teacher and all that. I feel like I'm nowhere near ready. Minato let out a sigh. It was truly too much for the 3rd Hokage to suddenly assign him to teach. After all, Minato had just turned 18. Well, there's really no way around it. But I think you're perfect for the job, Minato. Really? Thanks. By the way, Kakashi's been looking to challenge you, along with those 2 little followers you picked up. I don't have time to mess around with a bunch of kids. I've got more important things to do. Aren't you a kid yourself? What important business do you have? Minato was at a loss for words. Yuria always seemed so mature, so much so that Minato never saw him as a child, but as an equal. TC, fine, I'll tell you. I'm working on developing a new Kekkai Genkai. What? Minato immediately lost his composure. Yuria looked rather pleased. Opportunities to show off and genuinely surprise the future Hokage didn't come often. Soon enough, Minato would reach Kage-level strength. This little brother's talent is truly terrifying. Just imagine how formidable he'll be wielding 3 kinds of Kekkai Genkai. It's almost against the laws of nature. Perhaps, one day, he really could create what release. Yuria, which kind are you working on? Well, I'm combining lightning and water. There's been some progress. I see. That must be storm release. That's a really powerful Kekkai Genkai. Yeah, it really is strong, but I always feel like something's missing. Yuria was rather frustrated. Ever since awakening his lightning affinity, he'd been trying to develop storm release. He'd spent more than half a year and countless attempts, but still hadn't succeeded. Could it be that the two affinities are of different qualities? Yuruya thought about when he developed lava release. Back then, after just getting both fire and earth affinities, their development was about the same. Now, though, his water affinity was clearly much further along than lightning. He was just one step away from second awakening. Sorry, Yuruya, I can't help you with this. But you always working alone isn't good. I hope you'll consider having your own team. Oh, come on, Minato. You know my strength. Most jonin wouldn't stand a chance against me. Yuruya put on a playfully frightened expression, but Minato only frowned deeper. Every time Yuruya was assigned a mission, he'd just carpool with others for the team. If this went on too long, it could leave a bad impression. I know how strong you are. Even I can't say for sure I'd win against you. But working alone isn't the best way. True companions really matter. How about this? Why not join Team 7 as an advisor? Oh, come on, Minato. Are you out of your mind? I'm only 8, just 8 years old. Do you think the Hokage would even approve? Huh, you're right, probably not. Minato thought about it and realized it really wouldn't be approved. Honestly, Minato really is an airhead. No wonder Naruto turned out so dense. He must have inherited it from Minato. He really is hopeless. But Minato still wouldn't give up. After bidding farewell to Uraha, he went to seek out the third Hokage. Even more unbelievably, the third actually agreed. And so, Uraha became the youngest teacher ever, and promptly stirred up quite a commotion. Minato lay on the hospital bed, as if completely wrung out. Kushina tended to him with deep concern. After all, one was her beloved, the other her little brother. It was hard to take sides. It's all right, Kushina. I understand how Uraha feels. Don't worry, I'll be out of here soon. You're just looking for trouble, aren't you? Otherwise, why would you end up stuck in here like this? Kushina shot Minato a glare. Uraha had been perfectly fine on his own, but Minato just had to go and complicate things for him. It was almost like he had a knack for stirring up chaos. If she were in Uraha's place, she'd be angry too. Sure, it was all for Uraha's sake, but he was only 8 years old. And so, Minato was roasted by Uraha's fiery poison for 2 whole days, suffering severe dehydration. He'd visibly lost weight. Ahem, but don't worry. This is actually good for Uraha's growth. Besides, I'm just an advisor. It's hardly exhausting. Minato mumbled, making Kushina both laugh and sigh. Originally, the third had thought Uraha was ready to join the Umbu, but Minato had managed to persuade him to let Uraha be Team 7's advisor instead. Can't believe you become our teacher too, senpai. That's awesome. Big bro, you're really amazing. And Minato-sensei is your big bro, so that makes you my big bro boss. Absolutely not. You have to call Minato-sensei by his proper title. Huh? Kakashi stayed silent. Uraha was going to be his teacher? Was this a joke? Having a child teach children? Kakashi, you don't seem convinced. Kakashi, you should know, whoever masters the way first becomes the teacher. I reached this level before you, so naturally, I'm your instructor. Unless you'd like to test it out? Uraha flashed a mischievous grin. Even though he knew he couldn't win, he was still curious to see the gap between them. Why should Uraha be his teacher, anyway? Big bro, where's Minato-sensei? Oh, he's in a hospital, injured. I'm the one who put him there. A hush fell over the group. After a long pause, Obito finally gave a thumbs up. You really are the big bro. Senpai, you're as formidable as ever, Rin exclaimed in admiration. Kakashi, you're not scared to fight, are you? Don't worry, I still can't beat Minato bro. He let me win on purpose. Still, I'm definitely stronger than you guys. Only then did Kakashi breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't know exactly how strong Minato was, but he was the most powerful Jonin Kakashi had ever seen. Minato's body flicker technique was so fast that even if Kakashi gave his all, he couldn't so much as touch the hem of his cloak. If Uraha was even stronger than Minato, Kakashi might as well go home and give up. Come on then, all 3 of you at once, if you like. Obito's excitement surged, but Kakashi stopped him. What are you doing, Kakashi? I want to take this guy on myself. Kakashi took a deep breath and drew his short blade. A contest of taijutsu? Sorry, but I'm no slouch at that either. He turned his head just in time to dodge Kakashi's lightning-fast slash, then swung his chakra-infused hand like a blade toward his opponent's neck. Kakashi hastily leapt back, but arcs of electricity crackled along Yoru's leg as he darted forward, deftly seizing Kakashi's throat in one hand and slamming him to the ground with ease. Looks like I've won. Ha ha ha, how about that, Kakashi? Is Kakashi all right? Rin rushed over to help Kakashi up, while Obito's delight instantly faded. He was hoping Big Brother would teach him a lesson. Kakashi twisted his neck before getting to his feet. I'm Fine, Rin. Yoru's lightning stimulation technique is way stronger than mine. Convinced now? And one more thing, you'll call me sensei from now on. That goes for all of you. Well, being a teacher doesn't sound so bad. It feels pretty great, especially when I get to humble my students. The gloomy cloud over Yoru's heart lifted considerably. TC, Sensei, Kakashi lost fair and square. He hadn't expected to be defeated in a single move. More and more, he felt outclassed. Yoru seemed superior to him in every way. Big brother, does that apply me too? That's right. During training, you have to call me Sensei. Understood, Big Brother. Obito figured that listening to Big Brother was the fastest way to improve, and honestly, nothing felt better than watching Kakashi get knocked around. He made no effort to hide his gloating grin. Today, we'll keep working on taijutsu. 1,000 push-ups. Sensei, aren't you worried that putting Yoru in this spot will upset a lot of people? This child has always been alone for too long. He deserves to feel more of Konoha's warmth. It seems the teacher still worries that Yoru, if left unchecked, might grow up to resent the village. This must be his way of preventing that. Still, it's probably for the best. Being around Minato more often is certainly better than sticking close to me. Understand, but Yoru would never become that sort of person. Orochimaru's raspy voice carried a hint of sorrow, though his face betrayed no emotion at all. Sai, are you still blaming yourself for not being able to protect Nawaki? The third Hokage tapped the ash from his pipe and continued reviewing his paperwork. Yudo, let me see your mastery of wood release. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Forming the seals with some difficulty, Yudo attempted the wood release technique, and a few crooked wooden spikes emerged from the ground. Orochimaru nodded. It was indeed wood release. The name Yudo was given because of this child's talent, and the fact that he was the sole survivor out of dozens. If Yoru were here, he would have cried out, Yamato! That's right. This child was the only survivor of Orochimaru's experiments. Still, staying in the lab forever was not an option. He needed a proper place. What they lacked now was time to help Yudo grow quickly. Go over there. Yushiro obediently laid down on the operating table, his eyes dull as he stared blankly at the harsh white light above. Orochimaru was busy with all sorts of data, while various specimens floated in jars. Among them, the horn of the eight-tails ox demon stood out, now grown to the size of an arm. Son, I never imagined you'd already become a teacher. No wonder you're my son. Today, Shinhong was in high spirits. At only 8 years old, his son had become a consultant instructor and reached the level of a jonin in terms of strength. Pouring himself another drink, Minghui, who rarely drank, also made an exception to celebrate Uraha's promotion to special jonin. With a few more achievements, he could become a full-fledged jonin. TCH, they just want to give me extra work. I can't even train properly anymore. Though Uraha complained, his body told a different story. Being a teacher felt strangely wonderful. In his previous life, he'd always been a nobody, never good at studying. Who would have thought he'd ever become a teacher? Haha. By the way, son, are you still planning to join the ANBU in the future? A bit tipsy now, Shinhong had lost any trace of his usual authority. I think joining the ANBU wouldn't be a bad thing. It's a good way to temper one's mind. Well, if that's your decision, then go for it. No problem. As he spoke, Shinhong opened his Sharingan. Feeling the moment, Uraha did the same, their eyes locking as they sparred in an illusory world for a long while before finally deactivating their Sharingan. Honey, how was he? Very good, really very good. Already on par with ordinary jonin. It's just his taijutsu that's still a weak point. After all, as a child, no matter how hard he tries, it's hard to catch up physically. Shinhong commented, and Minghui understood well. After all, he was still just a kid. It was only natural that his physical abilities couldn't compare to an adult's. Shinhong was secretly amazed by the diversity of Uraha's techniques. He didn't need hand seals for fire style or earth style, could use Rasengan and Chidori, and even employed lava release, chakra mode, and poison. He was confident Uraha had more than enough strength to protect himself. Even now, Shinhong couldn't find a way to counter Uraha's techniques. Whether in offense or defense, everything seemed flawless. I never expected my son to reach this level already. Before long, he might even surpass me. It'll be a while before I can beat you, Dad. You little rascal. Come, have a drink. Cheers. Though still a child, it didn't stop him one bit. He'd snuck sips of liquor plenty of times before. Son, the fat tiger you brought home seems to be getting bigger and bigger. The animals in the forest don't seem to satisfy it anymore. No way. How big is it now? It's 10 meters tall. What? It's gotten that huge. Hearing his mother's words, Uraha was taken aback. It had grown so much in just a year. Would it end up as big as Chief Toad? There was definitely something strange about this creature. It's fine. Just find some time to have him checked. If it doesn't work out, we can just drop him in Ryukido. As it happens, the White Snake Sage needs a cat. Yu grinned mischievously, already picturing how hilarious it would be to see Fat Tiger surrounded by a dozen snakes. I guess it's the only way. Otherwise, I really can't afford to keep him anymore. By the way, today's food tasted exceptionally good. The next day, Yu headed into the forest to visit Fat Tiger. Even from a distance, that vivid orange stood out unmistakably. As he drew closer, he found Fat Tiger sound asleep, and, sure enough, with the power of the Sharingan, Yu could perceive a dormant force coiled within the beast. Yet, it didn't seem to be ordinary chakra. Better let the White Snake Sage take a look. Reverse summoning technique. In an instant, both man and cat were whisked away to Ryukido. Only then did Fat Tiger lazily awaken, disoriented. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Wake up, you lazy cat. Hearing that familiar voice, Fat Tiger jolted upright, fur bristling, glancing around for the source of his nightmare. You could hardly keep from laughing. This guy's body may have grown, but his wits hadn't kept up. Down here, Fat Tiger. Finally, Fat Tiger looked down and spotted the tiny Yu. This time, though, he didn't act out. Instead, he lowered his huge head and nuzzled Yu in a rare show of affection. This is Ryukido. Let me give you a tour. Yu smiled, eyes narrowing in delight, as the giant sound of scales scraping filled the air. Emo Snake was the first to appear before Yu. Lord Yu, it's been ages. You haven't visited Ryukido in so long. Yes, it has been a while. How's the White Snake Sage these days? The sage is well. But, my lord, what brings you here with this tiger? I'm afraid it won't last 2 days before the others eat it. At the sight of Emo Snake, Fat Tiger flattened himself to the ground like a mouse before a cat. There's nothing else for it. This fellow has just grown far too big. After weighing all the options, only Ryukido seems fitting for him now. Emo Snake nodded in agreement. Before long, the White Snake Sage, looking like a little girl, appeared in front of Yu, her gaze lingering on Fat Tiger. That familiar aura, it was indeed emanating from him. Oni-chan, this tiger is no ordinary beast. White Snake Sage, why do you still look like that? Yu deliberately avoided looking at her. This little girl was actually a millennia-old monster, world apart from his own age. Oni-chan doesn't like it? How about this, then, little brother? Before Yu could react, the White Snake Sage transformed into a mature beauty, her sultry voice ringing in his ears. As he gazed up at her stunning figure, a flush of heat swept over him, and blood spurted from his nose. Holy, what a stunner! Ever since the White Snake Sage started cultivating the way he'd suggested, her personality had grown a lot more playful. Now, in human form, even her complexion was becoming more and more like a regular person's. But just as Yu was about to take into view, she suddenly transformed again, this time into a hunched old crone. Hey, why'd you turn off the beauty filter? That's just cruel. Night Feather was on the verge of bursting. This old witch really hadn't changed a bit. Night Feather, what is a beauty filter? It's nothing. Why have you suddenly come here, Immortal? Night Feather calmed her anger and asked in a neutral tone. It's because of this tiger. The White Snake Immortal narrowed her eyes at Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger felt a chill deep in his soul, trembling so hard he wished he could bury his head in the ground. What kind of terrifying place was this? Could it be that the Immortal has discovered something? This was, in fact, one of the main reasons for Night Feather's visit. Of course, I'm surprised to find that this tiger's internal energy is somewhat similar to the kind that I cultivate. What? Night Feather stared at Fat Tiger in shock. Could this ordinary tiger have learned to cultivate on its own? I was just as surprised. Without your speculation, I would never have guessed it. The energy in this tiger is minimal, but seems to have used it all to grow its body. Night Feather could only sigh. It was true. Beasts could become spirits quite easily, but breaking through their limits was still incredibly hard. In the end, it all came down to a lack of intelligence. This tiger is called Fat Tiger, right? I'd like you to leave him with me for a while so I can study him properly. Sure, but there's got to be rent. 2 crates. All right then. Fat Tiger, you'd better train hard under the Immortal. She's very powerful, you know. I'll be going now. Immortal, let me know if you make any progress. Night Feather agreed readily. With a caretaker and some money on the side, why not? Don't worry, I will. Did my master just sell me? Fat Tiger hurried after Night Feather, terrified of the Immortal, and pleaded with her not to leave him behind. Night Feather gently stroked Fat Tiger's head and said, Don't worry, Fat Tiger. The Immortal will help you become even stronger, and when the time comes, I'll take you back. Immortal, please don't let Fat Tiger lose any weight. Only after confirming several times did Fat Tiger finally believe that the White Snake Immortal wouldn't harm him, and that his master truly hadn't abandoned him. At last, he settled down. Night Feather returned to Konoha with 2 crates, while the White Snake Immortal left with Fat Tiger. The Immortal's eerie, chilling smile made Fat Tiger's fur stand on end. Abito, hurry! Over there! The little black one ran that way. I got it! Kakashi, over there. I'll catch it. Watching the three of them scrambling to catch a cat, Night Feather and Minato sat on the rooftop, sipping tea and chatting. Minato, let's be clear. I'll only join for major missions. The rest of the time, don't expect me to babysit those kids. Understand. Have you succeeded with your Kekkei Genkai? It's not that easy, but I have developed a few new techniques. Night Feather smiled. She had already unlocked new ways to use her spiritual roots, making it incredibly easy to learn and create lightning. Release techniques. She could already use Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Current, and as for Chakra Infusion, that was even simpler. Really? Unfortunately, my Rasengan hasn't progressed at all except for getting bigger. Is Sage Mode not useful? Sage Mode is incredibly powerful, of course. My body's gotten several times stronger, and my senses are heightened in every way. But for me, it just takes too much time. Minato felt it would be better to simply use the Flying Thunder God technique. He had already mastered it, and after some improvements, as long as he placed a mark, he could instantly travel anywhere, though not over excessively long distances. As expected, Sage Mode was a bit redundant for Minato. His preferred style had always been swift, decisive battles. The longer the fight dragged on, the more openings there would be. Damn it, this cat is way too slippery. I can't even catch it. Obito started to complain, frustrated that he couldn't even catch a single cat. If I'm not mistaken, this is a ninja cat, right, Teacher Uraha? Aha, you saw through it. That's right, this is a ninja cat from the Uchiha clan. I borrowed it from Granny Cat. With a beckoning gesture, the little black cat leapt into Uraha's arms. Uraha, these guys are really hopeless. They couldn't even touch my tail. Meow. The cat just spoke? Obito and Rin were utterly amazed. Kakashi, secretly annoyed at being mocked by a cat, resolved to bring some ninja dogs next time to teach this cat a lesson. That's perfectly normal. Summoning jutsu. Minato performed the summoning technique, and a man-sized toad appeared before everyone. Hello, little ones. My name's Gamaji. The two teammates were even more astonished. Now even toads could talk. After some explanations, Obito and Rin finally understood about summoning beasts and some of the special animals in the ninja world. Minato, this guy reeks of snake. It's really unpleasant. Gamaji didn't bother hiding his distaste as he shot a glance at Uraha. Uraha sniffed his clothes, but couldn't smell anything unusual. Aha! Uraha is Lord Orochimaru's disciple, so he's connected to Ryuichi Cave. Oh, I see. Hey kid, you're not here to avenge the White Snake Sage, are you? Does this toad have a persecution complex? All right, Gamaji, you can head back now. Minato quickly dispelled the summoning technique, while Uraha looked innocently at him. It seemed the White Snake Sage had caused quite a stir. Minato, that toad just now. Yeah, when I was training at Mount Myapu, the toads mentioned it too. The White Snake Sage injured a lot of toads. Many are still recovering. Uraha could already picture the scene. No wonder the Toad Sage had even brought out his gourd. He nearly took the White Snake Sage's life. Some trouble just brings itself. Understood. Don't worry, the White Snake Sage's business has nothing to do with me. I'm not about to get involved in the affairs of sages. That's good. Ryuichi Cave and Mount Myaboku have always been at odds. It's nothing unusual. He made his stance clear and continued to lead the three on their missions. As for Yu, he was pondering how he could get a mission in the Hidden Mist Village. He was seriously coveting the Three Tails chakra. The Three Tails wasn't all that powerful, nor was its temperament too vicious. Yu believed that, with a bit of communication, things might just work out, especially since his Four Tails chakra reserves were running low. As if his thoughts had summoned it, the Umbu soon came with orders. Yu and Minato were to report to the Hokage's office immediately for a new assignment. Does the Hokage have an important mission for us? Minato asked. Yes, it concerns the tailed beasts once again, the Hokage replied. Minato's expression shifted ever so slightly as he waited quietly for the third Hokage's directive, while Yu could barely suppress his excitement. Another chance to get close to a tailed beast was simply too good to pass up. This time, our intel suggests that the Hidden Mist Three Tails Jinchuriki is getting on in years and may soon be replaced. Your mission is to investigate the Three Tails Jinchuriki's current situation. If you can engineer a crisis, all the better. Minato drew a deep breath. A tailed beast rampage could cost countless lives, yet the third was actually issuing such an order. Minato, you're more familiar with the Hidden Mist, and both of you have prior experience dealing with tailed beasts. That makes you the ideal candidates. Don't let yourself feel burdened. Everything we do is for the sake of Konoha. Think about what happened to Kushina. This is all part of the shinobi world. I suspect the other three great nations are eyeing the Hidden Mist as well. The third Hokage's commanding tone inspired conviction, leaving little room for doubt. You're absolutely right, Lord Hokage. Even if we don't act, other villages will. Remember, Kushina was nearly kidnapped last time. Yu chimed in quickly, hoping to steal Minato's resolve. A gentle soul like him sometimes needed a little push. Lord Hokage, I understand. This is just part of our duty. Konoha will always come first in my heart. Minato's gaze turned resolute. How could a shinobi afford so much sentimentality, especially toward the enemy? I'm glad you have this resolve, Minato. I believe you'll become an extraordinary ninja. In that instant, Minato's entire aura shifted. He became the coldest, most ruthless assassin. Even the gentlest of men will transform into demons when what they love is threatened. That was Yi Yu's immediate impression. You'll set out tomorrow. Prepare yourselves. Yes, Lord Hokage. As the two left the Hokage's office, Minato's warmth returned, his usual gentle self restored. Minato, you were downright scary just now. Yi Yu teased. Don't make fun of me. I'm a ninja of Konoha. This is my home. Yeah, we can't let Kushina down. Absolutely. Yi Yu thought to himself that Minato really did seem like the perfect candidate for Hokage. Oh, and what about those three brats? When they reached the training grounds, sure enough, Obito and Kakashi were already at it again. Ever since they'd been put on the same team, not a day went by without a fight. It was as if they couldn't get through the day without one. The thrill of landing solid blows made Obito incredibly excited. He could feel the gap between himself and Kakashi steadily shrinking. After another over-the-shoulder throw sent Obito crashing to the ground, he scrambled up, shouting eagerly for another round of hand-to-hand combat. What baffled Kakashi most was that Obito seemed to be able to use all 5 elemental chakra natures, just like him. There was no clear advantage. His fire techniques were as fierce as Uraha's. Kakashi, you can't beat me anymore. I've been training day and night, and Big Brother has taught me lots of secret moves. Obito shouted excitedly, while Rin cheered enthusiastically for both of them. It's getting lively here. All right, that's enough. Break it up, Uraha said, appearing between the two to end the sparring. You've both made great progress. But Obito, didn't you notice Kakashi was holding back? He continued. Huh? No way. Obito protested. Oomph. Kakashi turned away with a haughty look, refusing to say more. Ugh, Kakashi, next time you're not allowed to go easy on me. Obito demanded. There's no need to use my full strength against you, Kakashi replied coldly. All right. With a clap of his hands, Minato clearly had something to say, and the two quieted down. Tomorrow, I'll be heading out on a mission with Uraha, so you all get the day off. That's great. Wait, actually, that's a shame, Obito exclaimed, his emotions swinging wildly. Laughter rang out. Idiot, Kakashi scoffed. Obito scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Will it be dangerous, sensei? Rin asked with concern. Don't worry, it's not a particularly difficult mission, Minato replied, gently patting Rin's head. Though if his guess was right, they'd likely run into quite a few enemy ninjas from other countries. Then please come back safely, sensei. And you too, Big Brother. Rin called out. Hey, it's nothing. With Minato and me on the job, there's nothing we can't handle, Uraha said, folding his arms and striking a proud pose. Big Brother, you're so cool. Rin cheered. Kakashi scowled, thinking this idiot is showing off again. Careful you don't get struck by lightning for it. Little did Kakashi know, his curse would soon come true. Minato, we finally get to go on a mission together again. Uraha exclaimed. It had been 2 years since their last mission together, and he felt completely at ease teaming up with Minato. Yes, but this time we'll need to watch out. The other village's ninjas should be arriving soon as well, Minato cautioned. 2 figures darted swiftly through the forest, quickly crossing the borders of the Land of Fire. Normally, this sort of mission would be handled by the Anbu, but due to its special nature, the third Hokage had given the 2 of them provisional Anbu status, one with a cat mask, the other with a dog mask. After a long journey, Uraha and Minato arrived in the Land of Water. With its countless islands and a populace that made their living from fishing, the country was a world apart. Along the way, they took down a fair number of pirates, doing their part to help the Land of Water, in a way. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. It's been a while since I used my shadow clones, but I can manage 40 now. Uraha was delighted. Does everyone understand the plan? He called out. Yes, boss, came the enthusiastic response. Sir, I won't let you down. I will be your sharpest blade. Unit 1 understands its master's wishes. How scary these youngsters nowadays. It seems something strange has slipped in among us. Disperse. The clones vanished one after another, each taking up their assigned task of gathering intelligence. Multiple shadow clone jutsu is really handy. Minato couldn't forget the scene when Kushina created hundreds of clones, each one swinging weapons at him. All of them astonishingly strong. It truly was a hassle not being able to use large-scale ninjutsu. Minato, Aren't you going to learn it? Minato shook his head. For him, having a few shadow clones was already enough. Too many just didn't suit his style of combat. Then leave the intelligence gathering to me. By the way, this really is a great spot for fishing. Yura muttered quietly. Before long, Yoru received feedback from his clones. They had encountered 2 ninja squads, one from the hidden sand village and another from the hidden waterfall village. It was normal to see sand shinobi here, but he hadn't expected waterfall ninja to show up as well. It seemed even the smaller villages had sent people this time. Within just 2 days, Yoru found himself a bit surprised. Was this all just coincidence? All the major ninja villages had actually gathered here. Many squads had run into each other, but there was a tacit understanding. No one started any fights. They all headed together toward the hidden mist village. Minato, this might not be as simple as it seems. Indeed, something is definitely going on here. It's far too abnormal, as if someone deliberately gathered us all together to wipe us out in one fell swoop. That's right, there are 3 possibilities. First, the Three Tails Jinchuriki really is at death's door, and with no suitable replacement, the village is planning a desperate last stand. Second, the Three Tails Jinchuriki has already died, and the Mist Village spread the rumor of his impending death to lure and eliminate elite shinobi from other countries, sending a warning. Third, it's all a bluff, an attempt to win without fighting. Yes, the first and third options seem most likely. Minato and Yoru instinctively slowed their pace, weighing their options. Other villages had probably reached the same conclusion. What an obvious trap. Minato, do you think we should go? For now, let's watch and wait. They found a hidden spot near the Mist Village to lie low, and Yoru once again used shadow clones to gather more intelligence. The most speechless moment came when they discovered there were over 50 ninja in the area, many well hidden, and quite a few were jonin. The hidden stone had sent 6 jonin, the hidden cloud 6, the hidden sand 6, and the rest of the villages together had sent 10 more jonin. It turned out that Konoha had sent the fewest ninja of all. Minato, I think the Hokage sent us here to die. Yoru explained the situation again, leaving Minato stunned. How were they supposed to pull this off? 2 against so many. I don't think Lord Hokage would do that. He must have his own reasons. Minato's words sounded a bit forced, as if he didn't quite believe them himself. Even with his extraordinary skills, he knew he couldn't possibly win if surrounded by jonin from another major nation. Why don't we just slip away? Yoru suggested, torn between his desire for the Three Tails chakra and the importance of staying alive. I think so too. No, let's call it a tactical retreat. A burst of laughter escaped. Yes, a tactical retreat. Who would have thought Minato had this side to him? Actually considering retreat. Kirigakure appeared calm on the surface, but who knew how many hidden traps and precautions were now in place? 3 more days of waiting passed before new rumors spread. The Three Tails Jinchuriki had been moved to a small island to complete the transfer ceremony. Ninja from every nation were growing restless and on edge. Yoru and Minato had to make their move. It looks like we have no other choice, Yoru. Let's pull back. No, I've just had an idea. All we need to do is capture a Kirigakure ninja. Then, I can use my Sharingan to control them. What are the odds of success? 60%. But I'll need your help. All right, I'm in. Placing his trust in Yoru, Minato decisively left behind a special 3-pronged kunai, then slipped into Kirigakure. Like Jiraiya, he concealed himself inside a frog and floated down the river, skillfully evading the barrier's detection. Only after confirming he was inside did he crawl out of the frog's mouth. Jiraiya's jutsu was truly handy. He marked a hidden spot for Flying Thunder God and began searching for information about the Three Tails Jinchuriki. It took quite some time before he finally spotted 2 guards of the Jinchuriki, separated from the others, his only chance. With absolute focus, he struck like lightning. The 2 Chunin, on their way to the restroom, felt a sudden gust. Before they could even turn, darkness swallowed their vision and they collapsed. Grabbing both men, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Yoru's side. Yoru was impressed by Minato's incredible efficiency. Let's get started. Yeah, got it. Minato, you're really fast. As he spoke, Yoru woke one of the captured ninja and activated his Sharingan. The ninja's gaze glazed over, consciousness slipping away once more. Tell me about the Three Tails Jinchuriki and your plans. The Jinchuriki doesn't have much time left. We intend to make one final contribution. We'll set up a barrier, then use the Three Tails to kill you both. Just as I thought. Now, show me the barrier hand signs. The Mist Ninja performed the hand seals, and Yoru mimicked each movement. Instantly, a small barrier enveloped them. It had worked. Yoru, I memorized the seals, but I still can't use the technique. Minato, look into my eyes. Relax your mind and don't resist. Minato's mind went blank, his body no longer his own. Yoru gently guided his chakra flow, teaching him how to perform the jutsu. Only when Minato successfully cast the barrier did Yoru release him. I never thought the Sharingan could be used this way. So many ingenious applications. Minato marveled at the power of the bloodline limit. Alright, let's move on to the next step. Disguise removal technique. First, Yoru used the transformation technique, then followed it up with the disguise removal, adopting the face of a mist ninja. Minato frowned but said nothing. Yoru's transformation skills were so refined that, combined with this technique, it would be nearly impossible to spot the difference. Minato, you need to do it too. Hurry up, or they'll start getting suspicious. Okay. Once again, Minato used the disguise removal technique and assumed the face of another man. Then, without hesitation, the two of them disposed of their previous identities. It was better to vanish than to risk being recognized. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Yoru and Minato instantly reached Kirigakure and hurried to rejoin their team. You two took forever just to relieve yourselves? Sorry, Captain, it's my fault. I suddenly had a stomachache. I shouldn't have eaten that fish. It had to be poisonous. Enough. Move it. We're heading to the island too. Understood. Yoru and Minato nodded. Their captain showed no sign of suspicion. After all, it's hard to mistake a comrade's face. They blended in with the group as everyone set foot on the island. On an unnamed island, the four-man squad escorted the Three-Tails Jinchuriki through a deep cavern to a hidden altar. In the center of the altar, a child was bound. The four began to weave hand signs, and an eerie red glow filled the cave. There was no time to wait. The two fastest Kumo shinobi tried to break through the defense with their body flicker technique, aiming to rush into the cave, but were blocked. No passing through here. A figure landed lightly in front of the Kumo ninja. Curiously, this person wore a white robe instead of a ninja uniform, and above their brows were two red dots. 19 more figures leapt down, forming a barrier. One ninja tried to sneak in with an earth-style technique, but was skewered by a sword. The only way forward was a frontal assault. A signal flare shot up, and hidden ninja around the island converged, swiftly surrounding the 20 defenders. Over 70 enemy shinobi appeared, more than expected. The white-robed protector frowned, but, after confirming no gaps, sent up another signal. In the shadows, 16 figures began weaving signs, and a massive barrier sealed the entire island. Panic rippled among the ordinary ninja. But those from the great nations remained calm, trusting that their comrades outside would create enough trouble for Kirigakure that no reinforcements would arrive. Don't panic. Kill them all, including the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. This is only a trap formation, and they won't get any reinforcements. That's right. No reinforcements for them. With the elite Jonin giving the order, everyone surged forward. 10-finger bullet. A rapid volley rang out. Are those bones? The Iwagakure Jonin was astonished. Using bones as weapons? Dance of the Camellia. The white-robed guardian drew a bone blade from their shoulder and swung it at the nearest enemy, felling a Chunin in an instant. Careful. This one's taijutsu is deadly. Guardian Sama is on the move. Everyone, together. As soon as he finished speaking, Shoji charged in like a tiger among sheep. Unstoppable. Two Cloud Ninja managed to block his path, the only ones capable of standing in his way. Do you really think you can stop me? Shoji's voice was cold as ice. He unleashed the dance of the willows, his bones multiplying rapidly inside his body. Sharp bones sprang from his joints, making him look like a porcupine bristling with deadly spines. Each clash of blades rang out with a metallic clang. Is this guy even human? Did you hear that? His bones are as tough as my custom-forged steel blade. I told you, he's not someone we can handle easily. The Cloud Ninja fought desperately to hold him back, but were forced to retreat step by step. Around them, the other ninja fell one after another, unable to withstand the enemy's overwhelming force, and withdrew deeper into the cave. The number of elite ninja besieging Shoji soon grew from 2 to 5. Before long, Shoji coughed up blood. His already pale face turned even whiter, almost devoid of color, and his body could no longer sustain the automatic regeneration of his bones. The ninja looked on in shock. After all, he didn't appear to be wounded. Could it be that he was gravely ill to begin with? Shoji's face betrayed no emotion. As a powerful member of the Kagaya clan, he was exceptionally gifted, but his family seemed to be under a terrible curse. The more potent their bloodline, and the more awakened their abilities, the more likely they were to suffer from a hereditary disease that had no cure, for it was rooted deep within their very bones. Looks like I won't be able to hold out much longer. Shoji muttered to himself. Dance of the Fern, Bracken dance. Suddenly, within 100-meter radius, countless bones erupted from the ground, impaling the 5 ninja who couldn't escape in time. Not a single mid-level ninja within that area survived. Only a handful of mist ninja remained, fleeing without a backward glance toward the altar, with over 40 comrades trailing behind them. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki waited quietly. His 4 attendants now lay lifeless in pools of blood. The mist ninja who arrived gave a bitter, wretched smile, quickly formed hand seals, and channeled what life force remained into the old man. The people of the land of water will never forget your names. The old man gazed hesitantly into the depths of the cave, his sighs silent and heavy. All of this, he thought, was for the sake of Kirigakure. As more ninja fell around him, he seemed to grow younger, looking as if he had returned to his middle years. I'll never understand you humans. A deep, resonant voice echoed in his mind. Within the seal, the old man turned to look at the immense form of the Three-Tails behind him. That's true. I'm on the verge of death, but there's still something I must accomplish, he replied. The Three-Tails fixed its gaze on the old man, unable to comprehend his resolve. Even if he used a forbidden technique to sacrifice his own life force, he would only gain a little more time. His body was already decaying, far too ancient. We've been companions for a long time. Please, help me one last time. It doesn't matter to me. All humans are the same in my eyes. Thank you. I hope none of them make it out of here. You certainly have a lot of requests, but you needn't say it. I'll make sure no one escapes alive. The Three-Tails was brimming with violent rage, having been suppressed for so long that now it needed a proper release. Otherwise, it felt like it would go mad, even though, truth be told, it never liked moving in the first place. With over 40 ninja squeezing into the cave, the space felt overwhelmingly cramped. The Jonin leading the group glanced at several ninja, lying unconscious on the ground, then looked at the empty altar and the middle-aged man whose appearance didn't quite match the scene. Where's the Three-Tails Jinchuriki? The ninja barked the question sharply. That would be me. Ha! Don't bother looking. Everything here is just an illusion. As if they'd guessed what was coming, the Jonin all simultaneously retreated. Sure enough, red bubbles began to form on the new Jinchuriki's body, quickly solidifying and clinging tightly to his skin. Maintaining the barrier, Uraha instantly sensed the sudden surge of chakra. So this is the Three-Tails chakra? Uraha felt a rush of excitement. A furious roar shook the cavern, nearly deafening, as a coral-encrusted palm struck the nearest ninja with blinding speed. The ninja's body became encased in coral, which gradually hardened. In this second stage of the tailed beast transformation, ordinary jutsu and weapons couldn't even put a scratch on it. In just a few minutes, more than 10 ninja were slain, sending the rest fleeing in a panic toward the cave's exit. From deep within the cavern, another beastly roar echoed out. Those who made it outside finally managed a breath of relief immediately, beginning the sealing ritual. But a beam of crimson light burst from the cave, shattering their half-finished seal to pieces. Everyone scatter! The 30 remaining ninja broke away in all directions. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki flashed a wicked grin as his consciousness faded further and further, just as the Three-Tails seized the chance to take over, gathering energy for a tailed beast ball. A sphere of purplish-black energy formed before its mouth and shot outward. The resulting explosion sent a mushroom cloud billowing up from the ground. Holy crap, that's basically a missile. It was the first time Uraha had witnessed the tailed beast ball's explosion. Its mushroom cloud soared 20 meters high, a terrifying force rivaling a nuclear weapon. Even more incredible was that despite the shockwave, some people somehow survived. Uraha couldn't help but wonder. If only his own second-stage transformation could unleash a tailed beast ball, what a sight that would be. Too bad he didn't have nearly enough chakra to try. Once most of the enemies had fallen, Uraha and Minato dropped the barrier. 14 ninja stared at them in shock and anger. Were there more hiding in the shadows, the ones who had taken out their comrades? With 2 fewer members, the barrier could no longer hold. Seeing it collapse, the remaining 9 ninja latched onto the hope of survival and scrambled to escape. With no other choice, the barrier team had to engage. Fortunately, all 9 were wounded, otherwise they would have been in real trouble since their group wasn't made up of frontline fighters. Meanwhile, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki felt his consciousness growing ever more chaotic. The distant figures became harder and harder to see as the Three-Tails will steadily eroded his own. This time, the beast's resistance was fiercer than ever, desperate to break free from its seal. The consciousness of the Three-Tails Jinchuriki was like a lone, fragile boat tossed in a raging sea, on the verge of being swallowed whole. With only a shred of awareness left, they desperately wanted to destroy the enemies before them. But the seal that once restrained the beast now might as well have not existed. The Three-Tails had kept the Jinchuriki alive for one purpose, to fulfill its promise, to slaughter everyone with the Jinchuriki as witness. Spewing red mist from its mouth, the three tails chased after the fleeing shinobi. With every life it claimed, the Jinchuriki's consciousness grew weaker. Even as they watched their own village's ninja fall, there was nothing they could do. The beast was determined to kill everyone. Why is it attacking us? This is bad. Retreat. The Lord has been completely overtaken by the three tails. The remaining ninja fled desperately toward the edge of the island. The three tails began to form a second-tailed beast ball, preparing to unleash destruction once again. With a deafening explosion, everything suddenly fell silent. The three tails surveyed the aftermath, searching for any survivors. When none remained, it fully devoured the Jinchuriki's consciousness and began to grow, its true form emerging. Minato, that's one massive turtle. It's enormous, all right, but now it'll be even harder to deal with. Minato, you just don't get it, do you? A Jinchuriki is much tougher to handle than a tailed beast. This big turtle isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Uraha, don't cause trouble. Our mission is done. Once the three tails leaves, we're out of here. Minato's tone was stern, but Uraha seemed unfazed. The chance for his water spiritual root to awaken a second time was right here. How could he let it slip away? Don't worry, Minato. I've got a plan. Unable to talk Uraha out of it, Minato reluctantly handed over his tri-pronged kunai, just in case Uraha needed to escape quickly. Uraha leapt directly in front of the three tails, immediately drawing its attention. A straggler? I'll finish you now. A tail smashed down where Uraha stood, and he dodged just in time. Wait a minute. Hold on. The three tails ignored him and kept attacking. Clearly, this beast wasn't very bright. Looks like it was time to use the Sharingan. Uraha's scarlet eyes flashed, locking onto the three tails. The beast faltered for a moment, almost breaking free. Wait, Isabu. Huh? Who are you? The three tails stared at Uraha in shock. How could this kid know its name? The beast stopped struggling, and Uraha breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, his regular Sharingan didn't have the power to control a tailed beast. Oh, that? Goku told me your name. So that monkey actually told you about me. It had been so many years, ever since it was captured by humans, no one had called it by name. If the four tails had shared its name, that meant this boy couldn't be an enemy. Seeing the three tails halt its attack, Uraha was secretly delighted. The monkey hadn't actually told him anything, but he was a transmigrator, after all. It wasn't like the three tails could check with the four tails. That's right. I deeply sympathize with the fate of the tailed beasts. If you're willing to help me, I promise you, 20 years from now, you'll be able to live freely under the open sky. And why should I believe you? Because I am the disciple of an immortal. The sage of six paths? The three tails asked in astonishment. No, another immortal. One who is no weaker than the sage of six paths. Could there really be someone stronger than the sage of six paths? Even Himura was only on par with that old sage. Please believe me. Yu spoke earnestly. As the chakra of the four tails surfaced, the three tails instantly recognized it, and all hostility melted away. After pondering for a long while, Isabu finally chose to trust Yu. If the monkey believes in you, then I'll trust you too. What you need is my chakra, right? That's right. Thank you so much, Isabu. You know what to do, don't you? Of course. It's done. Yu reached out his fist. The illusion lifted, and the three tails raised its giant claw, startling Minato, who braced himself for a fight. But seeing how the three tails lowered its claw so slowly, as if afraid to hurt Yu, he hesitated and withdrew. The moment fist met claw, Yu immediately sensed the three tails' intentions, and the three tails understood Yu's heart as well. It truly intended to help. A massive surge of chakra flooded into Yu's body. When the transfer was complete, Yu was overjoyed. The chakra he received this time far surpassed what he'd gotten from the four tails. This should be enough for his awakening. Thank you, Isabu. It's just a bit of chakra. If you want, why don't you become my Jinchuriki? Huh, well, let's talk about that later. Besides, if I became a Jinchuriki, I'd end up living for a very long time. That's true. How annoying. Are you even considered human? Aren't you just a big turtle? I have to go, Isabu. You should get moving too. Don't let them catch you. You don't have to tell me that. The three tails lumbered its massive body slowly toward the sea. Yu, how did you do it? What did you do? Well, that's a secret. Come on, Minato. Let's get out of here before the Kirigakure Yinbu show up. All right. Minato let it go. For if it was Yu's secret, he should respect it. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, they made several jumps and finally arrived at the forest outside Kirigakure. Erasing their tracks, they set off on the path back to their village. If only the Nine Tails could be persuaded not to hurt Kushina. Witnessing Yu's interaction with the three tails today made it clear that tailed beasts were not beyond communication. A few days later, Yu still hadn't left the land of water. Instead, he and Minato drifted at sea on a small boat. Minato found Yu's behavior increasingly baffling. When he asked why they hadn't returned to the village, Yi replied that he wanted to experience what it was like to be a pirate. Big bro, don't you think being a pirate sounds amazing? Not at all. Still, your ideas are always so unusual. Unusual? I don't think so. At least pirates are free. Being Hokage, facing endless paperwork every day, would drive me crazy. Is that so? Well, it is true. There's barely a moment to breathe. Minato recalled every time he visited the Hokage's office and saw the piles of paperwork that towered like mountains. Come to think of it, the Hokage's hair seemed to have thinned even more lately. Unconsciously, Minato reached up and touched his own golden hair. If he went bald in the future, would Kushina start to dislike him? Minato, are you imagining yourself bald right now? How did you know? You keep touching your hair and frowning. It's obvious you're worried about going bald. You've seen the Hokage's shiny head, right? That's the price of being Hokage. He's only in his 40s. Minato grew even more anxious. Kushina was bound to dislike him if that happened. He let out a sigh. Did he really have to give up on his dream of becoming Hokage? But he had already promised Kushina that he would achieve it. Tisuke Minato, look over there. There's a huge fish. That's a shark. A shark is still a fish, isn't it? Leave it to me. With the sound of Chidori crackling through water, the shark beneath the boat was instantly stunned and floated to the surface. With a swift motion, the 3-meter-long creature was hauled onto the deck. Release! Out came a sealing scroll, and in the blink of an eye, pots, pans, a fire rack, and a stove were all set up, with swift, practiced movements. The shark was cleaned and prepared. Minato could barely follow the flurry of expertly handled cuts, as every part was neatly arranged. Yaiba, your skills are incredible. If you weren't a ninja, you'd make an amazing chef. Minato marveled at the delicate knife work, so precise it seemed to slice without even touching bone. Minato, my technique isn't just for fish. If you don't believe me, let me give you a try. I promise you won't even feel it. I think I'll pass, thanks, Minato said, waving his hand with a nervous chuckle. Yaiba's knife skills were downright intimidating. Yaiba cast a sideways glance at the perfectly intact shark skeleton, his face twitching slightly. Only he knew how many hours he had spent practicing swordsmanship, memorizing the anatomy of living creatures. The voyage across the sea left Yaiba feeling exhilarated. Diving into the water, he wanted to see just how far he could push his limits. He took a deep breath and swam toward the depths below. With the aid of his water affinity, he plunged to a depth where even sunlight struggled to reach. His vision blurred. It seemed he had reached his limit. Suddenly, something unknown coiled around Yaiba's calf. His first instinct was sea snake. If that thing bit him, survival would be slim. Instantly, he activated lava release chakra mode. The moment the mysterious thing was burned, it let go immediately. In the faint light, he realized it was a tentacle. Gazing at the massive shadow behind, Yaiba understood he'd just happened to get entangled with the tip of a tentacle. It probably hadn't even intended to eat him. Giant squid? Flower fruit mountain. In an instant, magma surged all around him. In the silent depths, the giant squid lost all resistance, convulsed, and floated toward the surface. Minato, growing worried as Yaiba had been gone for a long time, was just about to dive in after him when a massive creature broke the water's surface. Yaiba soon followed, surfacing with a beaming smile and waving in greeting. Once they hauled it onto the boat, Uraha realized that what he had caught wasn't a giant squid, but a massive octopus. Still, an octopus stretching 20 meters was a rare sight. Why'd you bring this giant thing up here? To eat it, of course. Uraha, think about it. There's no way we could finish something this big. Even if we dragged it back, it'd probably spoil before we got there. I suppose you're right, but it's already dead. Oh well, let's just feed it to the sharks. After all, we did eat one of theirs, so that should make us even. Suemon could only chuckle awkwardly, unable to fathom what went on in Uraha's mind. With considerable effort, they tossed the octopus back into the sea. As they passed a small island, they gathered a fresh haul of pearls. In the distance, Uraha and Suemon spotted a pirate ship heading their way. Uraha raised their own pirate flag in response, but the other ship showed no signs of slowing down. It was clear they intended to rob the robbers. Uraha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even though it was just the two of them, he knew sheer numbers wouldn't matter to these pirates. Suemon, didn't I tell you? Being a pirate is fun. Look, we've got another delivery coming our way. Delivery? What's that? Courier service. Courier service? People who deliver packages. Suemon, you're hopeless. With Uraha tossing out one odd term after another, Suemon felt his mind grow weary. Was he becoming out of touch with the times? Stop your ship immediately. One of the enemy crew shouted across the water. We're being robbed. Uraha announced with mock surprise. Let's finish this quickly. Suemon sighed, tired of playing these games. Without hesitation, Uraha and Suemon leapt off their boat, dashing across the water's surface toward the enemy's ship. Retreat! Retreat! Fire the cannons! They're ninjas! Hearing the commander's cry, the pirates unleashed a barrage of cannonballs at Suemon, sending plumes of water shooting skyward. But when the barrage ended, there was not a trace of their targets. Did we get them? Probably. Ninjas are human too. The gunners muttered among themselves, but the commander remained on high alert. Hey, what are you all whispering about? Did someone die? A child's voice rang out, sending chills down the pirates' spines. As they turned, heads toppled to the deck. Suemon was furious. The ship's lower deck was filled with women, most of them barely recognizable as human. Kill them all. At Sumen's command, Uraha unleashed his fire poison on the pirates. One by one, their screams faded as they burned to ashes. Suemon resolved to bring the surviving captives back to the land of fire. Uraha, as you can see, piracy isn't just a game. Of course I know that. Why don't we form a navy? We could hunt pirates for a living. Suemon could only sigh in resignation. As soon as Minato returned to the village, he reported to the third Hokage. Of course, he kept the truth about Uraha and the three tales hidden, simply stating that apart from the two of them, all the shinobi on the island had perished. The third was both satisfied and deeply unnerved. He hadn't expected things to be so dangerous, but thankfully, Uraha and Minato were clever enough to survive. If they had lost two geniuses like that, it would have been a huge loss, and he would have had a hard time explaining it to both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. This mission will be classified as S-rank. Congratulations, Minato and Uraha. Yes, Lord Hokage. The two replied in unison. Is there any reward you'd like? Your compensation has already been distributed. Thank you, Lord Hokage, but I don't need anything else. Minato declined politely. The third nodded, thinking what a good kid Minato was, and his admiration for him grew. And you, Uraha? The third looked at Uraha with anticipation, well aware of the bond between him and Minato, and curious to hear his answer. Well, as for a reward, I haven't been short on money recently, so you can just keep the payment, Lord Hokage. What a good kid, the third thought, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Truly, being with Minato was the best choice. But then Uraha's next words left him a bit exasperated. However, I like to take a look at some other would-release jutsu. I've been modifying a lot of jutsu lately and feel pretty inspired. Alright, if you need to, go ahead and take a look. The third was at a loss for words as Uraha eagerly made his selections. This time, the Hokage didn't even bother to intervene. It's not like those would do him any good anyway. After bidding farewell to the third Hokage, Minato hurried straight home. That guy really does care about Kushina. I guess I'll have to be the one to pass on the news about training. He used shadow clones to notify the other three at their homes, while Uraha rushed back to his own house, impatient to begin absorbing the Three Tails chakra. He began stimulating his water affinity with a huge surge of Three Tails chakra. The water affinity responded instantly, ravenously devouring the chakra. What an appetite! In no time, Uraha could feel that half the Three Tails chakra was gone. In the end, only a tiny bit remained, barely enough for even a single partial transformation. Honestly, what's the point of keeping such a tiny bit? Might as well have absorbed it all, Uraha muttered, guessing that within a few days his water affinity would likely complete its second stage of awakening. He ran into the forest and unleashed a black Chidori, using up the last of the Three Tails chakra. The power had multiplied several times over. The compatibility of tailed beast. Chakra was truly remarkable. For a moment, his Chidori even took on a hint of storm release. He made a mental note of that sensation, then calmed himself for further training. The chakra required for the Jade Pendant was even greater now, but his own chakra's density and volume were expanding as well, so it shouldn't be a problem. Uraha thought, in just 2 more years, he'd be able to awaken his 5th element. While he was training in the forest, Uraha suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching. Uncle Snake, what brings you here? Oh, nothing in particular. I just wanted to see how your training's coming along. That Chidori you just unleashed was impressive. Huh? Ha, that was just an accident. An accident. Well, if I'm not mistaken, you just used some of the Three Tails chakra, didn't you? Yi was secretly alarmed. How did Orochimaru know that? Could it be that Orochimaru was also on the island? Before long, Orochimaru confirmed Yi Yu's suspicions. Hee, how interesting. I came to protect you, but ended up witnessing something extraordinary. I really have to thank you, Uncle Snake. I never expected you to care about me this much. Yi put on a look of heartfelt gratitude. This kid was still as sharp as ever. By now, everyone had gotten used to the strange things that happened to Yu, especially at Orochimaru's hands, even a little envious, perhaps, attributing everything to Yu's sage master. Just curing that fire poison was proof enough. Even Orochimaru dared not touch that stuff lightly. It seeped deep into the bones, and you'd barely have time to shed your skin before it consumed you. Yet Yu simply absorbed it. It was certain now that Yu was the one who took down those 3 Jonin, but as for how he did it, no one could say. The rascal even held back during the fight. All right, I just want to know what exactly happened between you and the 3 Tails, or what you said to each other. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes burning with curiosity. This was a major discovery. Nothing much, really. You just have to have a heart-to-heart with a tailed beast. Of course, the trick is getting close in the first place. That's simple. That's simple. I feel like you're messing with me. I wouldn't dare. Orochimaru was a little annoyed. When a student misbehaves, a good beating usually sets things right. Uncle Snake, what are you planning? I'm warning you. Stay calm. I swear I'm not lying. Yu was starting to panic. Uncle Snake, you have to believe me. It's only because the 3 Tails is so mild-tempered that I could get through to it. Try that with any other beast, and you'd get squashed flat in an instant. Believe me. In the end, Orochimaru held back and instead started asking about the details. It was common knowledge that tailed beasts hated humans, so why was Yu the exception? Orochimaru pressed further, and Yu had no choice but to make something up. All right, to be honest, I used a Sharingan first. That's how I got close. The 3 Tails had just emerged and wasn't in great shape, so it fell for a Jinjutsu. I want to know what you talked about with it. Damn, he really had to ask that. Of course, I told it how to become stronger. I passed on the White Snake Sage's cultivation method. I think that technique only worked for animals. I tried it myself, and it did nothing for me. Is that really true? It's really true. Orochimaru had no choice but to let it go. Honestly, that explanation made the most sense, but his intuition told him there was more to the story. Still, he couldn't force it out of Yu. After all, everyone has their secrets, especially his most promising student. After finally shaking off Orochimaru, Yu let out a sigh of relief. Although he was touched by Orochimaru's protection, he couldn't help but wonder, how? Was he supposed to get anything done in the future if things kept going like this? Being constantly watched wherever he went was downright suffocating. The next day, Yu and Minato took charge of the team together. Obito was still at odds with Kakashi, challenging him at every turn and losing every single time. Kakashi's natural talent was truly impressive. Despite all the extra training sessions Yu had given Obito, the gap between him and Kakashi was still painfully obvious, especially in terms of combat skills. Clearly, only real-life, life-or-death experiences could foster true growth. No matter how well flowers grew in a greenhouse, they would always be too fragile to weather a storm. It was about time to teach Kakashi the Chidori. Kakashi, come with me. Today, I'll teach you a new jutsu, Yu said. Huh, teacher, I want to learn too. Obito quickly chimed in. You should focus on honing your fire style and wind style techniques. Those are the best fit for you. This one is only suitable for Kakashi. All right, Obito replied. Rin, seeing Obito's disappointment, stepped forward to comfort him, while Yu led Kakashi away to another spot. Kakashi, today I'm going to teach you an incredibly powerful technique, Yu announced, a playful tone in his voice that made Kakashi want to blurt out, I don't need it. But in the end, he held back. A little patience now would pay off in the long run. What kind of jutsu is it, sensei? Kakashi asked, lowering his guard, a reaction that greatly pleased Yu. He grinned to himself, delighted by Kakashi's humility. Ahem, today, I'll teach you a lightning-style technique called Chidori, Yu declared. His hands moved swiftly through the seals, and in his palm, blue lightning crackled to life. The piercing sound of birds filled the air, electrifying the atmosphere. How powerful! Kakashi exclaimed. Of course it is. Yu repeated. With a dramatic sweep of his hand, he struck a nearby rock wall, blasting a huge crater into it. Arcs of lightning still danced within the pit, a force no ordinary person could withstand. So, do you want to learn it? Yu asked expectantly. Of course I do. Kakashi shot him a look. Such a powerful jutsu was exactly what he needed. He was deeply moved that Yu would teach him something so formidable. Yu merely smiled, as if to say, it was always meant for you. With another burst of that electrifying bird call, a thick tree was cleaved clean in half. Kakashi, gasping for breath, collapsed onto the ground, his chakra nearly depleted after just 2 uses of Chidori in one day. The technique was so draining that more than twice in a day would leave him utterly exhausted. The Chidori's power and destructive potential were immense. Clearly, it could only be used as a finishing move. In the future, He'd have to be careful to always reserve enough chakra for at least one use. Kakashi felt completely spent and couldn't help but wonder how Yu managed it so effortlessly, especially since every time he saw Yu use Chidori, it seemed like child's play. From his perch in the tree branches, Yu nodded in quiet approval. Kakashi had mastered Chidori in just a month. Sure, Naruto had learned the Rasengan in only 3 weeks, but wasn't he already 13 at the time? In light of that, Yu was thoroughly impressed by Kakashi's talent. If it weren't for the burden the Sharingan would eventually place on him, Kakashi's strength should have reached at least the level of the White Fang. With a swift motion, Yu sprang down from the tree and landed in front of Kakashi. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "After using it twice, you really shouldn't move anymore. In fact, even using it once a day requires a good amount of rest." Kakashi slowly stood up. "Yes, that's already quite impressive." "Well, it's nothing compared to you," Kakashi replied, a little annoyed, though deep down he held great respect for Uraha. During their match, Uraha hadn't even used the Sharingan, yet had defeated him with ease. Every movement had been effortless and fluid. "I'm not like you. Even though I taught you Chidori, I hope you don't use it too often, because it has a fatal flaw." "What flaw?" Kakashi frowned and asked. Uraha pointed to his own eyes. "The problem is the lack of a Sharingan. You must have noticed that using Chidori puts a huge strain on your muscles, and your speed increases dramatically. Without the Sharingan, you can't keep up with your own movements. Then why didn't you teach it to Obito?" "What a silly question. That technique was yours to begin with." "Because he's not suited for it." With that, Uraha vanished, leaving Kakashi standing alone. He stared at his right hand, deep in thought. He had to work on improving his dynamic vision. The power of Kekkei Genkai was undeniable, but he would never give up. With his awakening of the water affinity root, Uraha had become almost like a member of the Hozuki clan, his affinity with water now incredibly strong. Just as with his fire affinity, water seemed incapable of harming him. When he dove into water, a thin membrane would form over his skin, keeping him dry. Aside from not being able to liquefy, there wasn't much difference. He could even reflect some water-style jutsu back at his opponents. If I could awaken the second stage of all my elemental roots, would I become immune to all ninjutsu? Would that make me a pseudo-six-path sage? The thought made Uraha eager to head to the Valley of Thunderclouds in the Hidden Cloud Village. That natural field of thunderclouds seemed tailor-made for him. He wondered how Fat Tiger was doing. He must have grown a lot by now. It had been so long since they'd seen each other, and Uraha found himself missing him. Maybe he should take some time to visit Ryuchi Cave. As it turned out, Fat Tiger had indeed grown even bigger in Ryuchi Cave, but he'd never left the cave, thanks to the swarms of snakes outside. There were snakes everywhere, and he relied on the 3 goddesses to bring him food every day. "This tiger is really hopeless. Just stays in the cave all day and never goes out to exercise," complained Tajitsuheim. Lately, Fat Tiger's appetite had grown even larger, and he was clearly getting fatter as well. Uraha really did pick the right name. He's truly become Fat Tiger now. Maybe we should just split him up and eat him. Ichikishimaheim smacked her lips, wondering what such a large tiger would taste like. No way. Fat Tiger is still useful to the White Snake Sage. And besides, Uraha definitely wouldn't be happy if we did that. "Don't tell me you actually like that kid." Tajitsuheim's expression shifted, and she quickly explained herself. "Of course not. I'm just worried he'd get angry and use that fire poison of his, that's all." That really is a terrifying thing. Even an immortal couldn't withstand it." Ichikishimaheim recalled how the White Snake Sage had returned, utterly weakened, and she couldn't help but feel a bit afraid. Thankfully, she hadn't followed them to Mount Mayaboku. Tajitsuheim thought to herself that Uraha hadn't been to Ryuchi Cave in quite a while. Had he? He just left his pet here and never came back. Every day, the White Snake Sage observed Penghu's training and noticed that Penghu absorbed energy even faster than she did. Clearly, Penghu's method was more effective. She tried to learn Penghu's technique little by little, but unfortunately, this silly tiger couldn't talk. Otherwise, things would be so much easier. Uraha has grown even stronger again. "Father, you can tell." "Of course. The amount of chakra you have is much greater than before," Nobuhiro remarked. "Then, father, can you sense how much chakra I have now?" Your chakra is about half of mine, which is at the level of a jonin." "Is that so? That's wonderful." With his question answered, Uraha turned his attention back to his meal, leaving Nobuhiro, and made a shudder slightly. This child truly had no idea what that meant. To have jonin-level strength at only 8 years old, and even Nobuhiro couldn't see through his own son. He possessed the same Sharingan. And what's more, he had another Kekkei Genkai, the power of lava release. With such talent, it seemed inevitable he would become a Kage. Because of the influence of the third Hokage in Uraha, The Uchiha had become much more restrained, and relations between them and the others had eased considerably. The Uchiha had regained their former rights. Danzo, however, was extremely frustrated. After all his efforts to drive the Uchiha into a remote corner, the third Hokage had simply brought them back again. And it was all because of that boy Uraha. Though furious, Danzo was helpless against Uraha. After all, he still needed to rely on Orochimaru, whose experiments were nearing success. Once that happened, he would drive them all out. He glanced at his own arm and felt a surge of disgust. If it weren't for injuries from past missions, he wouldn't have been stuck in this rut for so long. If only he could replace it. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was busy guiding Yudo. Yudo's release was not as powerful as he'd hoped, which was disappointing. But the boy was still young, with a long future ahead of him. Perhaps he could even use this to bargain for more leverage with Danzo. Far away, Kirigakure was still mourning the loss of their three tails Jinchuriki. Now, only the six tails remained in the village. They would have to search for a new three tails host, but considering the number of elite jonin the great nations had lost, this was acceptable. Yet, when they combed the battlefield, they found no trace of Konoha shinobi. In Iwagakure, Rashi had also received the news, and he felt a certain melancholy, a sense of mourning for a fellow Jinchuriki. Four tails, the three tails Jinchuriki has died. The sooner you die, the sooner I'll be free too. Ha ha ha. Rashi could only grit his teeth in frustration. He'd spent so long stewing in his feelings, only to be mocked like this. If I die, it won't be long before you're dragged back there too. I'd never go back to that cursed place. If you die, I'll go find that kid. I think if I volunteer to become Konoha's weapon, they definitely won't turn me away. At this, Rashi was completely convinced. He had no idea what kind of spell Uraha had cast on the four tails. So utterly loyal, Konoha was already powerful enough. If they had two-tailed beasts, it would surely shatter the balance. Achoo, why does it feel like everyone's talking about me today? How annoying. Uraha closed his eyes and continued to refine his chakra. He was indeed powerful now, but he still lacked any game-changing jutsu. Against Kaga-level opponents, he was still outmatched. It was all a show of strength with not enough substance. Today, word came that they'd be heading out on a mission. Obito and Rin were excited, while Kakashi looked as if he was being dragged to his doom. Probably just more bandit suppression, something they'd already done plenty of before the holidays. Rather than hang around, it was much more satisfying to train with Uraha. Upon hearing about the mission, Uraha feigned illness and used the chance to tease Ayam. Meanwhile, Kushina was on a shopping spree. Ever since Minato's bonus came in, she'd been spending freely, and her reasoning was simple. Minato earned his money for her to enjoy. Uraha even handed over a pile of jewelry, exchanging it for cash to give to Kushina, a full 20 million ryo, which left her stunned with excitement, rushing out to splurge using multiple shadow clones. Minato could only clutch his stomach in pain. At this rate, how would they afford a wedding? When he returned with his students after completing the mission, he found the yard overflowing with all sorts of things. Did my house turn into a storage room? He searched for a long time before finally finding Kushina fast asleep on the bed. Kushina, wake up. He gently shook her until she lazily opened her eyes. Minato, stop fussing. Let me sleep a bit more. I'm exhausted. She slept all the way until evening before finally waking up. Hey, Minato, I bought so much stuff today. I won't need to shop again for 5 years. Yeah, I noticed. Minato sighed. There was so much stuff, there was barely room left in the house. Kushina glanced around and realized a lot was missing. Minato, where's the rest of it? I sealed it all into scrolls, but with so much stuff, the place still feels cramped. I guess you're right. Sorry, Minato. How about we sell some of it tomorrow? Minato could only shake his head and laugh helplessly. By the looks of it, she'd probably spent every last coin. You must be exhausted from sorting all this, right? Let me give you a massage. I really am worn out. Enjoying Kushina's massage, Minato soon drifted off to sleep, perfectly relaxed. Kushina kissed him on the cheek before quietly leaving the room. Back at Uraha's house, Minghui was surprised to find a letter Uraha had left behind, saying he'd gone out traveling and would return in at most 2 months. If anyone asked, just say he was in seclusion training. Honey, what if something happens to him while he's away? He really doesn't let anyone rest easy. Let's just do as he says. There's no way Uraha would sneak out of the village in the middle of the night just for fun. Nobody goes to such lengths just to play. He is heading toward the Hidden Cloud Village, all for the second stage awakening of his lightning spirit root. At daybreak, Minato woke up and placed a gentle kiss on Kushina's forehead before heading out to teach his class. Over here, Sensei Minato. Rin called out, and Minato approached with a warm smile, only to realize, to his surprise, that Uraha was missing. That was odd. Uraha was usually so punctual. Has anyone seen Uraha? No, we haven't. It's strange. Uraha-sensei didn't show up today. I think Big Brother must have gone off to seclude himself again, training some powerful new jutsu. Is that so? Uraha really never lets up? Not even for a moment. If only Kushina were as diligent. But lately, she'd become far too lazy. Several days later, Uraha caught sight of mist-shrouded mountains up ahead. Excitement welled within him. He could already hear the rumble of thunder from far away. This was perfect. Outside the village, there was a certain ravine where the storms were especially fierce, far more terrifying than any other lightning valley, and it was precisely where Uraha was headed. He slipped quietly beneath the mountain. The path was deserted, no ninja in sight. It struck him as odd, until he realized, though the hidden cloud village specialized in lightning techniques, not even they could withstand the raw, untamed fury of nature's thunder. For them, this place was still a death trap. The thought reassured him, and Uraha pressed boldly up the mountainside, soon reaching its summit. He exhaled, gazing up at the oppressive thunderclouds above, shot through with jagged flashes of lightning, stormlight flickering across the black sky. In the face of such power, humans felt so small, so fragile. Am I really going to let myself be struck by lightning? A shiver ran through Uraha's heart. This was no joking matter. Natural lightning bolts carried anywhere from 100 million to 1 billion volts. Compared to Chidori, this was on a whole different scale. He worried he might be killed outright. If only he could control the strength of the bolts. Suddenly, a lightning strike 20 meters wide split the sky, illuminating everything around him. He drew a sharp breath. Would a direct hit kill me? But there was no one here to answer. Another bolt thundered down onto the mountain, sending rocks tumbling down. His eyelid twitched. Maybe this wasn't the right way to awaken his power. It felt more like courting death. Uraha shook his head. What was he thinking? He should have learned the Reikage techniques first before coming here. Yes, that would have been the smart thing to do. He turned to leave, but suddenly every hair on his body stood on end. He dove to the ground as a lightning bolt struck exactly where he'd just been standing. This place is far too dangerous. Uraha sprang up, ready to flee, only to have another bolt of lightning crash down right in front of him, blocking his escape. Damn it! Panic surged through him. It was as if the lightning itself had marked him. Wherever he ran, the strikes followed. Only now did Yiyu realize that it was the lightning's spiritual root within his body causing all this trouble. He was like a walking lightning rod, wandering about the mountaintop. If the lightning wasn't going to strike him, who else would it hit? Damn it, are you trying to get me killed? In an instant, arcs of electricity crackled across Yiyu's skin. This was simply a death sentence. All right, I admit my mistake. Can't you let me off just this once? A bolt of lightning, several meters thick, crashed down from above, striking him squarely. Yiyu was engulfed in searing light, his agonized screams tearing through the air. His entire skeleton was lit up by the flash, every bone visible beneath his flesh. His body was nearly paralyzed, yet, to his utter astonishment, he found that he was still conscious. What the? Coughing out a mouthful of black smoke, Yiyu realized his hair had been completely singed into ash. Only then did he finally lose consciousness, with the lightning root quietly withdrawing. Several hours passed before Yiyu awoke again, feeling as though his mind had become sharper and clearer than ever. I'm actually still alive? Ha ha ha. But just as he burst out laughing, another sudden peal of thunder cut him short. He clamped his mouth shut, noticing that his body seemed even stronger than before. Reaching up, he felt a chill on his scalp. He was completely bald now, not even a single hair left on his body. Worse still, every piece of clothing he had was gone. How on earth am I supposed to get down the mountain like this? Sure, I'm stronger now, but I definitely don't want to get struck a second time. I really thought I was going to die back there. If it hadn't been for the lightning's spiritual root, I'd probably be nothing but dust by now. Is it safe to go now? As he stood up and brushed the dirt off himself, Yiyu's heart skipped a beat. Oh, come on. Not again. He resigned himself to fate. There was no outrunning lightning, after all. Sure enough, an even thicker bolt struck him dead on. He felt his muscles being torn apart, and the cold sweat pouring down his body evaporated instantly. In those few excruciating seconds, it felt as if a whole year had passed, and every memory of his previous life flashed before his eyes. Foam bubbled from his mouth as he slipped into unconsciousness once more. After what seemed like an eternity, he awoke again, his body racked with pain. Clearly, the lightning root was offering him less protection now, but his physique felt even tougher, and he was noticeably leaner. Sucking in a sharp breath, Yi realized he could barely move. The agony in his body made every step a struggle. Only after a long recovery did he manage to regain some mobility, but once again, sparks danced across his skin, and another bolt of lightning came crashing down. Darkness claimed him yet again. This cycle repeated itself for half a month, until finally, Yi Yu's lightning root underwent its second awakening. By then, every plant on the mountaintop had been gnawed down to nothing. Yi Yu had lost count of how many times he'd been struck, his mind feeling half-fried, his body twitching involuntarily from time to time. His skin had become crystal clear, shining with a gentle white light, so soft and radiant that even women would envy it. In this valley of thunder, Nightfeather was confident that no one could be his match. Although he didn't have much chakra of his own, he could directly draw upon the lightning here, cloaking himself in a mantle of thunder. This was far superior to the third Raikage's lightning cloak, because his was truly electrified. No matter how powerful, artificial lightning could never compare to nature's own. At this point, perhaps only the Raikage himself could withstand such force. Even more wondrous, Nightfeather discovered that he now possessed the power of flight. This ability was far beyond what any other second-stage spirit root awakening could grant. He strolled leisurely through the thunderclouds before soaring down toward the village below. Right now, what he needed most was a set of clothes. Lord Raikage, there's been another wave of thefts today. Many people have had their belongings stolen. Outrageous. What is the security squad doing? How could there be thefts in the Hidden Cloud village? The third Raikage was furious. For several days now, thefts have been occurring. At first, it was only small amounts of money, but things had escalated. Now even ninja belongings were being stolen. Please, Lord Raikage, calm yourself. We've gotten some leads. According to eyewitness accounts, the thief is short and has pale skin, so we believe he's not a ninja from our village. In addition, the victims say the thief moves extremely fast, so he may be skilled in body flicker techniques. Ninjas from other villages daring to steal in the Hidden Cloud? Unbelievable. Find the thief within 3 days. Strictly investigate all outsiders. Have a join the search as well. Yes, Lord Raikage. Still, the Raikage's brows remained tightly furrowed. What was a ninja like this doing in the Hidden Cloud? Surely, he couldn't really be short on money. As long as a ninja didn't squander their funds, they should never lack for money. It never occurred to the Raikage that Nightfeather genuinely was broke. All his possessions had been incinerated by lightning. The only reason he lingered here was to see if he might get his hands on the lightning armor of the Hidden Cloud, the very chakra mode wielded by the third Raikage. While Nightfeather's own lava-release chakra mode was powerful, it was nothing compared to the lightning armor. After all, that was a technique capable of withstanding the tailed beast ball from the Eight Tails. While Nightfeather was eating a noodle shop, he noticed a group of ninjas approaching and quickly used the transformation jutsu to disguise himself as a burly middle-aged man. Have you seen someone short with very pale skin? The young A had arrived. No, I haven't seen anyone like that, Nightfeather replied. Noticing the shuriken-shaped tattoo on A's shoulder, Nightfeather suddenly remembered. This guy would become the future fourth Raikage. He hadn't met him the last time he came with Orochimaru. You're a ninja, aren't you? Yes, Nightfeather nodded. Oh, lightning destruction level. Caught off guard by A's sudden attack, Nightfeather hurriedly dodged, barely avoiding the blow. To think you could evade me, even when I'm in lightning chakra mode. You really are the one. Hey, aren't you worried about hitting the wrong person, attacking so recklessly? How could there be anyone in Hidden Cloud Village who doesn't know me? That's right. He didn't call out to Lorda. He must be a spy from an enemy nation. The ninja beside him shouted out. Oh no, I can't believe I made such a rookie mistake. This is turning into a real headache. I wonder how fast A is these days. Weren't they all muscle and no brains, as everyone says? Uraha used body flicker technique to escape, but A immediately gave chase, blocking Uraha's path in a flash. It's useless. No one is faster than me. A was overflowing with confidence. No one, not even his father, could match his speed. Uraha could only give a dry chuckle. Just wait a few years, and you'll see that smug face get a reality check. No one's faster than you. Sooner or later, someone's going to teach you a lesson. It's better not to get too full of yourself. Uraha released the transformation technique, pulled his hat low, and activated Earth Release to sink into the ground. Using lightning stimulation technique, he vanished from sight. By the time A smashed open the earth, Uraha was already gone. Damn it, he's that good with Earth Release? Is that a jutsu without hand signs? Frustrated, he ordered the entire village to be on alert. Meanwhile, Uraha, having escaped the village, decided to leave for good. After observing the lightning armor with the Sharingan, he realized it wasn't anything too special. With enough chakra, he believed he could pull it off too. The real test was whether the body was tough enough to withstand the stimulus of lightning. On the way back to the village, Uraha tried using the lightning armor. Channeling lightning chakra, His body was instantly wreathed in a layer of blue electricity, as if he were completely wrapped in lightning. It seems I can't do it quite like it's more like an advanced version of Chidori Stream. Although the lightning crackled densely across his skin, it was still just an electrical current and lacked the stability of A's technique. When he drew out a kunai, he could still easily cut his own skin. Bright red blood dripped from his palm. His body could withstand the electricity, and his speed was nearly on par with A's now, but he had the speed without the matching durability. Time to head back to the village. Uraha soared into the sky, just as a pale head poked out of the ground below. Well, he's mastered flight. I must report this to Lord Madara right away. Incredible. Uraha drifted effortlessly among the clouds, feeling a freedom he'd never experienced before. This was the freedom he'd been searching for. Spotting a bank of cumulus clouds ahead, he dove right in. He figured this was the perfect time to recharge his chakra. This is amazing. Now I can show off all I want and never have to worry about being struck by lightning again. Ha. In just half a day, Uraha reached the border of the land of fire. Meanwhile, the Raikage of Hidden Cloud had regained his composure. Even with A himself in pursuit, they hadn't been able to catch this intruder, far more dangerous than they'd imagined. Tell me, what exactly happened? That guy's mastery of lightning release is extraordinary. I suspect he's a missing mean from Hidden Cloud. Judging by his build, he's probably a dwarf, and his skin was so pale he could have been a woman. Could it be that the person is actually a woman disguised as a man? The Raikage was deeply surprised. There weren't many female ninja capable of such feats, especially someone who could escape from A's grasp. I don't think that's the case. In truth, A's first instinct was that the intruder was a child, but how could a child possess such skill? Besides, the way the person spoke was far too mature, so he concluded it must be a dwarf. We'll just have to keep investigating. Judging from the fact that only money has been stolen, perhaps this person is seriously in debt. If it's just about money, that would be a relief. The third Raikage rested his chin on his hand. If someone wanted to steal something truly important, they wouldn't have done it in such a conspicuous way. Since it's just money, the thief is nothing more than a petty criminal, not a threat to the Hidden Cloud village. Though it's a bit of an embarrassment, it's hardly a disaster. Stay on alert for 3 more days. If nothing else happens, we'll call off the search. Yes, father. If I get another chance, I'll definitely catch you. Avowed silently to himself. Back in the land of fire, after another half-month of mischief, Uraha began to panic. Ever since being struck by lightning, he'd noticed that his hair still hadn't grown back. Uraha had no idea how he could face the village like this. He hid out in the woods outside the village, too embarrassed to return. Standing by the riverbank, he stared at his gleaming, bald head. What was he gonna do now? He couldn't face anyone like this. Now, even if he wanted to pull his hair in frustration, there was nothing left to grab. What an utterly vexing situation. Uraha transformed himself back into his old appearance with a transformation jutsu. He scrutinized himself for any flaws, and when he was satisfied, he finally returned home. The moment he stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped in the warm affection of his parents. Hey, rascal, did you have fun out there? Yeah, I had fun. But seeing Uraha's bitter smile, Shinhong felt something was off. What's wrong? Did something happen? It's nothing, really. I just lost a bit of money. Just a bit of money. Minghui also picked up on the strangeness. These days, even losing hundreds of thousands of Ryo wouldn't faze Uraha. This bitterness clearly had a deeper cause. She remembered how unusually mature Uraha's mind was for his age. Son, don't tell me you got dumped? Or did you have a fight with your girlfriend? No. Uraha rolled his eyes. Girlfriend? Please, I only like mature older women. Don't worry, son. We'd never make fun of you. Minghui covered her mouth, unable to hide her amusement. You're reading too much into it. Really, it's nothing. I'm going to bed. He barely touched his food before he lost his appetite entirely. I've gone bald, but at least I'm stronger for it. Uraha was utterly miserable, on the verge of tears. Each day he grew more listless, and he was thoroughly unmotivated in his substitute teaching, looking like a lost soul. Everyone around him grew increasingly worried. Senpai has been really down lately. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him. He doesn't even care about the new jutsu I developed. Hearing Obito and Rin's conversation, Kakashi found it strange as well. Sensei Minato had mentioned that it was even more peculiar for Yoru to use the transformation jutsu. What was the point of transforming into himself? Unless Yoru wasn't really Yoru, but how could that be? Kakashi was certain this was the Yoru he knew. Otherwise, Sensei Minato would have intervened by now. What on earth is going on? Let's just go check it out. What exactly is going on with Big Bro? Obito grinned cheerfully, leaving Kakashi speechless. This guy really could stay optimistic no matter what. Yeah, otherwise something bad might happen to Senpai like this. Alright, let's go see what's really going on with Yoru. The three of them sprang into action, heading first to the tavern Yoru had frequented lately, only to find no trace of him. Next, they went to the ramen shop to ask I am. Huh, even if you ask me, I have no idea. Yoru hasn't come by in ages. I am replied, sounding disappointed. So it's not a relationship problem. Rin jotted down notes with a serious expression. A relationship problem? I am ducked her head, cheeks turning beet red as if steam might rise off her face. The trio then decided to ask Yoru's uncle and aunt. Well, Yoru's been acting a bit strange lately, but I don't really know what's going on either. What do you think, uncle? It's just too odd for Yoru to use the transformation jutsu. Maybe he went out and got his face ruined playing around. Shinhiro spoke with grave seriousness. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Surely not. Yoru was a handsome kid, but for a ninja, scars could be a badge of honor. Just how bad could it be that Yoru wouldn't even want to show his face? Our son's been disfigured? Mei nearly burst into tears on the spot, and Shinhiro hurried to comfort her. Suddenly, the whole affair seemed much more serious. At the Minato household, Yoru was drinking away his sorrows with Minato and Kushina. It had been a month, and his head was still smooth as an egg knot. A single hair had grown back. Thinking about puberty and the future, the idea of growing up as a featherless chicken sent chills down his spine. Little brother, what's really wrong? Kushina asked. Sis, if I turn into a bald guy in the future, would you still want me around? Of course. No matter what you become, you'll always be my one and only little brother. Kushina hugged Yoru gently, managing to squeeze out 2 tears for effect, which earned her Minato's silent admiration. Still, from the way Yoru spoke, it was clear his trouble was about his hair. Well, that's a relief. I really regret going to the Land of Lightning. If I'd known, I would never have gone. Seeing Yoru tipsy and rambling, Minato signaled Kushina to probe further. When did you go to the Land of Lightning? You didn't even tell your sister. What did you go there for? Oh, just recently. I want to train in a new jutsu, and curse my hair. Ark. At these words, Uraha burst into loud, wailing sobs again. Kushina hurried to comfort him, while both Minato and Kushina found themselves at a loss for words. Running off to another country without reporting it was a crime, perhaps forgivable for an ordinary person, but unfortunately, he was a ninja. The two of them were also extremely curious about what kind of new book could make someone lose all their hair, and why it still hadn't grown back after so long. After dawdling for most of the day, Uraha finally released his transformation jutsu, revealing a shiny, polished bald head. Minato nearly burst out laughing on the spot. Kushina struggled to keep a straight face. Her cheeks flushed as tears streamed down her face. Uraha, thinking she was crying out of pity for him, soon passed out from exhaustion. A moment later, Kushina couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. Ha ha, this is killing me. No wonder he's been acting so strange lately. Ha ha ha. Minato, feeling much more relaxed, chuckled as well. Oh, he really had it coming. Serves him right, I can barely breathe. Ow, my sides hurt. Just then, knock knock knock. They heard a knock at the door. Minato sobered up instantly. If anyone saw Uraha looking like this, he'd probably wipe out everyone in sight when he woke up. He needed to hide Uraha first. Minato-sensei. Huh, that's a strong smell of alcohol. As soon as Rin knocked, she caught a whiff of the scent clinging to Minato and Kushina. Ah, about that. We were just having a drink. Sorry. It's fine. Minato-sensei, when are you and Kushina's sister getting married? Oh well, that's still a long way off. Hey Rin. Hearing Obito's quiet prompting, Rin remembered why they'd come. Minato-sensei, do you have any idea why Uraha's been so down lately? Well, I'm not really sure myself. My uncle said, maybe Uraha's upset because he was disfigured. Rin whispered, making Minato's eyes widen in surprise. They were getting dangerously close to the truth. Well, if Uraha wants to talk about it, he will. There's no need to worry. Uraha's not the type to be defeated so easily. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Rin jotted this down in her notebook and walked off. Not far behind her, Kakashi suddenly came to a halt. Kakashi, why are you stopping? Obito grumbled impatiently. Do you two really think Minato-sensei is the kind of person who drinks? Kakashi's question made the other two realize something. Minato-sensei never drank, and Kushina even less so. The only possible explanation was that Uraha was hiding out at Minato's house. Should we sneak in? Of course. Even though Minato-sensei is sharp, no one would expect trouble in their own home, especially in Konoha. After a brief discussion, the three of them came up with a plan. Minato's yard was big enough, so they could just scale the back wall and search quietly. Meanwhile, Uraha was sprawled on the bed, sleeping as soundly as a log. Minato, look. Yayu's skin is so much better than mine. It really is. Wasn't this fair before? If someone didn't know, they'd definitely think he was a girl. It's so supple. If only he were my little sister. Kushina playfully fiddled with Yayu, running her hands again and again over his skin, which felt as smooth as fine jade. She couldn't get enough of it. Minato, you should try it too. It's amazing. I think I'll pass. Minato shuddered, goosebumps prickling his arms. Kushina, brimming with mischief, suddenly produced the cosmetics she'd recently bought. Minato instantly realized what she was planning. Kushina, I'm warning you. Have some mercy. If he wakes up and finds out, someone could actually die from shock. He couldn't help but remind her. Maybe Kushina would be fine, but he was certain he wouldn't survive. What does it matter? As long as we wipe it off before he wakes up, it'll be our little secret. Hee hee. A chill ran down Minato's spine. He couldn't let this go any further. Before Kushina could react, he snatched the cosmetics away at lightning speed. Phew. What are you doing, Minato? Did you really think you could stop me that easily? Release. A mountain of cosmetics tumbled out of scroll, leaving Minato dizzy. Yayu, I've done all I can. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for giving Kushina so much money in the first place. Kushina, triumphant, pulled out eyeliner, foundation, lipstick, and even a wig. The wig had originally been intended for Minato, but on a whim, she cut her favorite dress down to Yayu's size and altered all sorts of undergarments to fit as well. Minato stared at Kushina as if she were some kind of monster, and even a nine-tail sealed inside his belly felt a chill down its spine. Sure enough, redheads are all lunatics. Best not to get on her bad side in the future. The Nine-Tails remembered something Kushina had once said. Your fur is so beautiful. QB, if only I could make a fox fur coat out of it someday. He thought she was just being nice, but now it seems she really meant it. Now, with only 3 seals left on him, an 8-trigram seal, an adamantine sealing chain, and a simple 4-symbol seal, the Nine-Tails had much more room to move around. Hey, all done. Kushina dusted off her hands, and even Minato had to admit the transformation was dazzling. Motionless, Yayu truly looked like a porcelain doll. Long lashes, skin like creamy jade, a proud nose, and lips as pink as cherry blossoms. Absolutely perfect. The only thing spoiling the picture was the outfit. Minato, the rest is up to you. Help you change clothes. We have to wipe all this off afterwards, though. Relax, Yayu won't wake up. Humming a little tune, Kushina left the room, leaving Minato to get to work changing Yayu's clothes. Kushina really was a crafty one. The second time, Yayu was stripped bare by someone else. Soon, Minato finished dressing him up. Yayu now resembled a sleeping princess. Wow, she's so adorable. Let me hold this little princess. If only she were my little sister. Kushina repeated the same words as before. So, this is what Yayu meant by a cross-dressing beauty? Not bad at all, Minato murmured, as Kushina burst into the room, snapping photos in a frenzy and posing for selfies with wild enthusiasm. Minato was thoroughly enjoying himself as well, and for a moment, both of them forgot themselves completely. But then, a sound from the ceiling beams caught their attention. Instantly, Minato and Kushina stopped their playful antics, hurriedly put away all the makeup, and listened intently for any movement above. Protect Yayu. Kushina gently laid Yayu on the bed, then used a shadow clone to go check things out, while her real self and Minato stayed behind to guard the room. That's when she saw 3 little troublemakers sneaking around, climbing the window, peeking through the door crack as if searching for something. She immediately relayed this to her real self. Minato was left speechless. Of course, it had to be Kakashi, who must have guessed Yayu might be here and was now snooping around in secret. Minato, go out and send them away. Sigh, all right. With a resigned sigh, Minato stepped out and called the 3 by name. Instantly, they lined up before him, standing sheepishly like school kids caught misbehaving, heads bowed and silent. What are you kids doing here? I certainly never taught you to sneak into someone's house to steal things. Sorry, Sensei. We weren't trying to steal anything. We just suspected that Yayu was here, and wanted to see if she was all right. Kakashi came straight out with the truth, just as Minato had suspected. I'm sorry, but Yayu isn't here. Kakashi, frowning, immediately voiced his own theory. Minato just smiled. After all, in Yayu's current state, no one would recognize him. Kakashi, you're overthinking things this time. But it's true someone came by for a drink, Kushina's younger sister, who's quite a drinker. She's still sleeping in the guest room. Seeing that the 3 didn't quite buy his story, Minato had no choice but to bring them into the room. There, Kushina was teasing Yayu by gently pinching his nose. Kushina, is Xianxia still asleep? Minato deliberately raised his voice. Minato, keep it down. If Xianxia wakes up, she'll start fussing again. Kushina instantly understood Minato's intent and played along. Sorry, is Xianxia all right? She's fine. The three of them stared curiously at Yayu lying on the bed. Wow, what a delicate, little sister. Rin thought for a long moment before blurting out the words. Obito, too, stared at Yayu and only managed to tear his gaze away after a vigorous shake of his head. Though pretty, Rin was still the most beautiful in his eyes. Kakashi, whose heart had been cold and silent, suddenly felt it come alive again, thumping wildly in his chest. Sensei Minato, is Xianxia a princess from another land? You could say that, but she'll be leaving soon. Minato eyed Kakashi with curiosity. Could it be that this boy was starting to fall for Yayu? Ahem, Kakashi, you'd better not get your hopes up. Minato cleared his throat twice, and Kakashi immediately turned his head away. Oh, even you're taken with her, Kakashi? Mama. Rin's face fell with disappointment. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Ha ha, this is killing me. Obito laughed heartily, secretly wishing Kakashi would fall for the princess. Then Rin would be his. Kakashi, have you really fallen for Xianxia? Kids these days really are something. But you know, Xianxia's got a strange personality. Fond of drinking, loves pranks, and has all the makings of a spoiled princess. Kushina giggled mischievously. I haven't. Kakashi replied coolly, though he couldn't help glancing at Uraha. How could such a delicate girl have so many flaws? To Kakashi, someone who slept so gracefully, with such noble poise and porcelain features, was clearly innocent and inexperienced. Though she smelled faintly of alcohol, surely she hadn't drunk much. All right, out you go. Don't disturb Xianxia's rest. Sorry for bothering you, Sensei. Forgive us, Sensei and Kushina. I wonder where Big Brother's gone. Once the three finally left, Minato and Kushina both breathed a sigh of relief. Minato, hurry and help Uraha change clothes. All right. After another round of fussing, Uraha was once again turned into a little bald head. What a pity. If only you were a girl. Kushina sighed again. Minato was speechless. This time their blunder had actually saved Uraha. But if word ever got out, things would be much worse in the future. That afternoon, Uraha woke up leisurely, vaguely remembering that she had undone her transformation in front of Kushina and Minato. Sure enough, when she touched her head, the disguise was gone. She took out her hat, put it on, said her goodbyes, and headed straight to the Hokage's office. Uraha had already decided to join the ANBU. This way, no one would recognize her outside. Lord Hokage, I'd like to join the ANBU. Oh, and why is that? The third was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Uraha to be so proactive. Because I feel it's the right time for me to join. I've already taught those three everything I can. I see. That's not a bad idea, even if it's 2 years earlier than we agreed. The third exhaled a cloud of smoke, still wondering why Uraha was wearing a hat today. Nonetheless, he welcomed her into the ANBU. By the way, about your Sharingan. Uraha revealed her 3-tomo Sharingan without hesitation. The third's eyes widened in shock. She'd reached the 3-tomo stage already. Come to the ANBU tomorrow. We'll test your abilities and assign you a position. Yes, Lord Hokage. Uraha returned home with her usual calm, this time foregoing the transformation jutsu, though she still wore her hat. After explaining to her parents about joining the ANBU, she left once more. Yu's skin is so soft and delicate, truly enviable. But it seems his head is missing all its hair now. I told the kid not to mess around with those new jutsus. Look at him now, lost all his hair. Xian Hong gloated as he spoke, only to be met with a crushing blow from Minghue's glare. Meanwhile, Obito and his companions were still in the midst of discussing the princess. Obito kept provoking Kakashi until he ended up getting thoroughly thrashed. Only then did he finally quiet down. The next day, Yu followed an Umbu operative to undergo a test. Not wanting to be ordered around by the incompetent in the future, Yu decided to show his overwhelming strength from the very start. He single-handedly defeated 2 elite jonin from the Umbu and emerged victorious. Though Yu was slightly out of breath, it was clear that these 2 elite jonin could no longer pose any real threat to him. Only when facing 3 would he start to feel pressure. If he went all out, he figured he could take on at least twice as many. With this show of strength, Yu earned the respect of the other Umbu. A report was sent to the 3rd Hokage, who immediately assigned him to the most powerful Umbu squad. The squad captain was a seasoned elite jonin, a true standout among the elite, someone that even Yu, with all his current prowess, could not hope to defeat. To think that Konoha still had such formidable individuals. Aside from the Hokage, perhaps only the legendary Sannin could keep this person in check. So, you Night Owl? From now on, I'll be your captain. Yes, sir. Yu lifted his gaze, and the Sharingan gleamed, casting an eerie light through the dim room. He followed another Umbu member to receive his mask and equipment. Wow, Yu, you're really something. It's hard to believe you're only 8 years old. Kiega Satoru grinned as he spoke. Now 27, he was Yiyu's new comrade, codenamed Sambambu. Is that so? But there are still plenty of people in this world far stronger than I am. Yiyu quietly packed his things. The Umbu was a cold, forbidding place, lacking in warmth or camaraderie, and Yiyu had no desire for unnecessary conversation. Even Minato sensed that Yiyu had joined the Umbu that very day, along with the other two Sannin. From now on, it seemed they would rarely meet, leaving the three of them rather disappointed. Within the Uchiha compound, there was also much discussion about Yiyu joining the Umbu. Fugaka saw it as a positive sign that the village was beginning to accept the Uchiha. But many others were angry, seeing Yiyu as nothing more than a lapdog for the Hokage. As for Yiyu himself, he was lounging comfortably at home. The Umbu's training held little meaning for him now. His strength had long since surpassed their standards. He had expected the assignments to be grueling, but to his surprise, most missions were quite relaxed. Only the most dangerous or clandestine tasks were given to them. So for the most part, there was plenty of time to train and refine his skills. As night fell, Yiyu donned his gear and prepared for his next mission. This time, his target was a rogue ninja on the run. They moved silently across the street, catching sight of two familiar figures still running laps around the Hidden Leaf village. Leading the way was Might Due, with Might Guy trailing behind. It had truly been a long time since their paths had crossed. Without disturbing the pair, they swiftly slipped past and hurried toward the rendezvous point outside the village. Sensing something, Guy glanced up in the direction where Uraha stood. What's wrong, Guy? It's nothing, father. Let's keep going. Good. We still have 10 laps left today. No one goes home until we finish. Yes, this is the spirit of youth. You're late, Night Owl. Santake spoke in his usual calm manner. Sorry, I got held up by something. Well, since everyone's here, let's get going. Here are the targets. The captain handed portraits to the two of them. The rogue ninjas were a pair, and as Uraha looked at the images, he couldn't help but be surprised. The two had hulking builds and clumsy faces. Weren't these the idiot brothers, Fujin and Raijin? Last he knew, Tsunade had thrown them in prison. How'd they manage to escape? If they were the targets, then it made sense for them to be dispatched. Even seasoned Jonin would have trouble with these brothers. Their monstrous strength and high defense made them tanks built for pure offense. We're heading to the target village to apprehend them. Captain, are we allowed to kill them? Santake asked. The mission is to bring them back to the village, dead or alive. The captain's voice was cold, utterly devoid of feeling. He, too, was a pitiful soul. As Uraha would later learn, the captain had once served under the White Fang. After the White Fang was driven to death by the village, this man had become cold and detached. Yes, sir, they answered in unison. Reaching the village without alerting anyone, they found the brothers sound asleep. Clearly, they had just eaten their fill, and the village bore the signs of their rampage. Thankfully, they had only gone after food. Santake wasted no time, casting a binding jutsu and tying them up with special ropes. Even so, the brothers didn't wake. They were like a pair of pigs. Who would have thought the mission would be this easy? The real problem was, how were they supposed to haul these two back to the Hidden Leaf? With their mountain-like frames, they were likely to crush anyone who tried. Summoning jutsu, Santake conjured two giant tigers, each one towering over the brothers. One tiger per brother would do the trick. The sight reminded Uraha of Fat Tiger. He wondered if Fat Tiger had grown up by now. Maybe he was as big as a giant snake or toad. They quickly left the village, and the bumpy ride finally shook the brothers awake. Big bro, what's going on? Raijin mumbled, still half asleep. Huh, where are we? Fujin replied with a confused, vacant stare. Big bro, I can't move. Huh, me neither. Listening to the idiot brothers back and forth made Uraha's skin crawl. It reminded him of Lee Koei's famous Big Brother from old tales. In the midst of their fierce struggle, the two brothers were thrown off the tiger. You two had better behave yourselves, or I'll kill you both. Damn it, I can't move. Should we use that, brother? Yes. A grin spread across the brothers' faces. The earth itself seemed to tremble violently as, with a roar and clenched fists, they snapped the ropes restraining them. These two brutes really did possess astonishing strength. Aside from Tsunade, perhaps no one was stronger. Maybe the Raikage could compare. Captain, what do we do now? Cripple them. If that fails, kill them. Understood. Mitsutake launched an attack, unleashing water and earth-style jutsu, but neither could injure the brothers in the slightest. Meanwhile, Yuru had already begun to form a Rasengan. With a precise strike, boosted by lightning chakra, he landed a direct hit on Raijin. With a deafening blast, Raijin was sent flying. A massive crater appeared where his fist landed. Yoru retreated as Raijin, grumbling and cursing, lumbered back toward them. He's completely fine. Yoru was astonished. Even after taking a Rasengan head-on, their bodies were unscathed. These two were true monsters. Brother, that hurt. We have to kill this brat. This little runt is like a monkey. Can't get my hands on him. The captain stepped in himself, imbuing his blade with chakra and slashing at Raijin. In response, Raijin slammed the ground, sending out a powerful shockwave that made it impossible to approach. When it came to these brothers, keeping one's distance and wearing them down was the best tactic. But with their thick skin and tough bodies, ordinary weapons were useless. Clearly, lightning release was needed to deal with them. A dangerous glint flashed in the captain's eyes, signaling he was ready to get serious. Yoru found the brothers rather intriguing. After all, they were only gluttons at heart. It would be a waste for such appetites to meet their end here. Besides, as long as their stomachs were kept full, these simple-minded brothers would be easy to manage. With Yoru's resources, feeding them wouldn't be an issue at all. Activating his Sharingan, Yoru cast a Jinjutsu that instantly knocked Raijin unconscious, while the Chidori crackled in his hand. As expected, the brothers' mental defenses were weak, hardly surprising given their reputation as fools. Fujin, you'd better stay put, or I'll kill Raijin. Please don't kill my brother. I'll go back with you if that's what you want. Fujin pleaded, anxiously eyeing the lightning in Yoru's hand. He could sense its deadly power. Simple though he was, his bond with his brother was deep. Very well, come with us. All right. Reluctantly, Fujin followed the three of them back, while Raijin lay sprawled on the tiger's back. Fujin walked quietly at the front, sighing to himself. The food in prison had gotten so much worse, and he was thoroughly sick of it. Neither the captain nor Mitsutake had expected the affair to end so easily. Both had been braced for a fierce battle. The Sharingan's illusions were truly formidable, and the fact that such power resided in an 8-year-old boy left them wondering whether it would ultimately prove a blessing or a curse for the Leaf Village. After returning to Konoha and completing the mission handover, Uraha approached the third Hokage with a request. Could he be given custody of Fujin and Raijin? The third agreed readily. Now that he knew Fujin and Raijin's weakness, he felt assured, and truth be told, these two brothers were almost comically gluttonous. One of them could eat enough for dozens of people, which actually helped Konoha cut down on food expenses. With Fujin and Raijin in tow, Uraha made his way to the Uchiha compound. From now on, I'm your boss. Got it. But you're way younger than us, Fujin muttered under his breath. What was that? Do you want to go back to prison? If it weren't for me, you two idiots would still be locked up. And besides, I can guarantee you'll always have more food than you could ever finish. At the mention of endless food, the brothers instantly perked up. They straightened their backs, then dropped to their knees. You're our big brother from now on. Big brother, you really mean there'll never be an end to the food? Of course. You could eat for a lifetime and never run out. Thank you, big brother, they chorused, voices full of excitement. Truly, these were a peculiar pair. If properly guided, they might make decent assistants, or at least as long as they didn't cause too much trouble. After spending so much time around Orochimaru, Uraha had developed a taste for experimentation himself. He was curious about the brothers. Monster strength. Unlike Tsunade, who had trained to develop her superhuman strength, the brothers were simply born with it. A gift of nature. Uraha was convinced there must be a significant secret hidden in their bodies, perhaps something akin to a Kekkai Genkai. One lavish dinner was all it took to win over the brothers completely. As the saying goes, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Or, well, at least that's true for gluttons like these two. Uraha tried using his Sharingan to observe them, but nothing unusual appeared. Their chakra flow was perfectly normal, which meant their strength was simply physical, nothing more. He wondered if the Hyuga clan's gentle fist could seal off their movements, but suspected that even that might not work. Their defenses were just too strong. It looks like I'll have to hand them over to Uncle Orochimaru. Fujin, Raijin, let's go. I'll take you someplace else. Huh, boss, we actually like it here. It's comfortable, and the food's good too, Fujin protested. Yeah, boss, echoed Raijin. Clearly, they weren't keen on leaving. Don't worry, where we're going, everything will be even better than here. Really? Thank you, boss. You've always taken such good care of us. The two brothers were overwhelmed with gratitude. No one had treated them like this in a long time. Together, they followed Uraha to Orochimaru's residence. Orochimaru, for his part, was deeply intrigued. Solving mysteries was his favorite pastime, and the brothers' innate strength was every bit as fascinating as a Kekkai Genkai. With Night Feather providing ample funding, Orochimaru gladly accepted the project. Brimming with excitement, Orochimaru led Fujin and Raijin into the laboratory. The brothers couldn't hide their fear as they took in the bizarre array of instruments and devices. Fujin, Raijin, don't worry. These things are only here to help us better understand your bodies, Night Feather reassured them gently. Are you sure, boss? These things still look awfully unsettling, Fujin mumbled under his breath. But before long, after being presented with several carts piled high with food, the brothers' anxiety melted away. Satisfied, they enthusiastically cooperated with Orochimaru's various experiments. This time, Night Feather, you've brought me some excellent test subjects, Orochimaru remarked with a glint of satisfaction. Oh, come on, Uncle Snake. Just make sure these two don't get up to any mischief. I might need their help again someday, Night Feather replied. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to them, Orochimaru rasped, his voice still unsettling no matter how reassuring his words. Uncle Snake, which lab is this? It looks much bigger than before, Night Feather observed. This is lab number 6. Of course, I have your funding to thank for that, Orochimaru replied. Is that so? Well, that's good to hear. Night Feather rolled his eyes. Lately, he'd barely seen Orochimaru. He must have been busy with some strange new research as usual. Uncle Snake, how many Kusanagi swords do you have right now? Why do you ask all of a sudden? I only have 2 at the moment. Are you interested in one? Uncle Snake, how about giving me one? I'm really curious about them. I want to see how they differ from ordinary blades. Orochimaru valued Night Feather highly. He was his most outstanding disciple. He had originally planned to gift the Heavenly Cloth Sword to Night Feather for his birthday, but it seemed Night Feather was now making the first move. The Heavenly Cloth Sword would eventually end up in Sasuke's hands, a blade of unmatched sharpness, terrifying when enhanced with lightning chakra. It was, perhaps, the most suitable weapon for Night Feather. You really don't hold back, do you? Well, it just so happens that one of them is sitting idle. I suppose you can have it, Orochimaru said with a wry smile. Night Feather had already guessed which sword it was, and joy blossomed in his heart. Uncle Snake must have wanted to give it to him for a while now. Still, the blade was rather long. He wondered if he could wield it properly at his current level. Uncle Snake, do you have any other information about the Kusanagi swords? Night Feather asked, his curiosity piqued. After all, he doubted Orochimaru only had 2 of them. Not at the moment. I don't really have the energy to search for more these days. Finding 2 already feels like an accomplishment. The Kusanagi clan was once incredibly powerful. Legend says they forged a total of 11 Kusanagi swords, but after the invasion of the Yamata no Orochi, 8 of the swords were lost. They tried to defeat the serpent, but instead, their swords became its weapons, and the clan fell into decline. Listening to Orochimaru's explanation, Yoru was even more confused. The Yamata no Orochi? It seemed that whatever Orochimaru had created was just a high-quality imitation, probably some kind of genetically engineered creature. But if there were truly so many Kusanagi swords, then what was the real story behind this Yamata no Orochi? Why did it attack the Kusanagi clan? Could it be connected to Ryuchi Cave? Yoru remembered that in the myths, after Susanoo slew the Yamata no Orochi, he obtained the sword known as Aim no Murakumo, but clearly, that wasn't the case here. Where did the Yamata no Orochi come from? Don't tell me it escaped from Ryuchi Cave. Yoru asked the question directly. No, I've already asked the White Snake Sage about this. The sage either doesn't know where the Yamata no Orochi came from, or simply doesn't want to say. Doesn't want to say? Hearing Orochimaru's answer, Yoru had a new suspicion. Could the Yamata no Orochi be related to the White Snake Sage, or perhaps even be the sage itself? There were so many mysteries in this world, yet to be unraveled. Still, getting even one of these swords was already quite a stroke of luck. He could always keep searching for more opportunities in the future. Maybe, just like the monstrous spirits, these creatures had slipped in from some other dimension. That seemed entirely possible. After all, places like Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest were all considered alternate dimensions. Even Kakashi's ninja dogs and similar creatures belonged to that category. As for those monstrous spirits, they were truly unique beings. In Yoru's eyes, they were the real yokai, since only the power of shrine maidens seemed to be effective against them. The key point was that these things had come from another world, unlike others that originated on this very planet. Yoru, hasn't your hair grown back yet? Want to try my newly developed hair tonic? Yoru's face darkened instantly, a shadow seeming to envelop him like a storm. This was his eternal sore spot. Orochimaru, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about his disciple turning bald. As long as he was alive, there was always a way. Does it really work? Even though he suspected that regrowing his hair would be difficult, he refused to give up all hope. After all, he'd already tried countless remedies during his private investigations. Yes, it's worked for others. I think it should work for you as well. That's great. If it does, Orochimaru, I'll send you a whole crate of it. Let's hope so. Yoru accepted the hair tonic from Orochimaru, and also received the Amifuru sword. At a glance, it didn't look much different from the other swords. Its design was similar to those issued to the Umbu, with a slender hilt and a blade that gleamed cold and sharp. It was said to be nearly impossible to defend against, though Yoru wasn't sure if that was true. With lightning speed, Yoru lunged forward. His target, as usual, was Orochimaru. One precise thrust pierced Orochimaru's arm, aiming straight for his heart. Orochimaru was long used to his disciples' pranks and experiments, always serving as a willing test subject for something new. But this time, Yoru's speed was truly astonishing, his body flicker technique even faster than before. Ever since he'd gone bald, his power had grown substantially. Needless to say, Orochimaru was once again forced to shed his skin. Not bad at all. Even though it just feels a bit sharper and not much else, I still appreciate it, Uncle Snake. You brat, stop using me as your test subject every single time. Still, now that you've learned lightning release, wouldn't it be great if you had the second Hokage's Thunder God Sword? Thunder God Sword? Yura scoffed at that idea. What sort of sword is that, if it could be interrupted by Chidori or the Rasengan? Besides, the Rasengan little Naruto uses is nothing compared to his own. I've noticed you seem to know quite a lot. Let's not even talk about the Kusanagi sword, but the Thunder God Sword has been missing for ages. Well, Uncle Snake, I've got something else to do. See you next time. That kid really knows how to slip away, so fast that even I can barely keep up. Speaking of mysterious, Orochimaru thought Yoru was even more of an enigma than himself. Every time his strength increased, it was dramatic, leaving one to wonder what kind of person he'd become in the future. Was joining the ANBU really a wise choice? The darkness within ANBU could easily corrode Yoru's heart. After all, he's still so young. It had been a while since he'd checked in on Obito and the others. After finishing his training, Yoru decided to go visit them. By now, Obito probably wasn't far behind Kakashi. He found the trio once again at the Ichiraka ramen shop. To his surprise, Kakashi seemed different. Yoru instantly recognized that look, so downcast and discouraged. What's up with Kakashi? Oh, him? He fell for a princess from a small country, but fate wasn't on his side. Obito replied, his excitement barely contained. At this rate, Rin would never like Kakashi. Ever the schemer, he took the chance to rub it in. Well, Kakashi not bad. Spill it. What country's princess made our little Kakashi lose his wits? Yoru's interest was piqued. He hadn't expected there was something about Kakashi he didn't know. It seemed this time, Kakashi had truly fallen for someone. Of course, if Yoru ever found out who it was, he might be in for a surprise himself. Wasn't Kakashi always tangled up with Rin? He did end up with a lovely woman when he grew up, but alas, it just wasn't meant to be. Judging by his expression, Kakashi was really head over heels. Now, this was breaking news. As soon as the topic came up, Obito grew even more animated. Painting the princess as a peerless beauty, a goddess descended to earth. Only after a while did he notice Rin's unhappy face and finally reined himself in. In any case, she was stunning, and after she left, Kakashi has been like this ever since. Is that so? But that princess was supposedly Kushina's younger sister. How come I've never heard of her? Yoru was puzzled. He remembered Kushina once said he was her only family left. When did she suddenly gain a little sister? And a princess, at that. Plus, the black hair didn't match the Uzumaki clan's traits at all. Kakashi, don't be upset. If it's meant to be, you'll meet again someday. Uraha offered some words of comfort, yet it never crossed his mind for a moment that the princess they kept mentioning was actually himself. A cold, indifferent response. Seeing Kakashi so crestfallen, Obito didn't press the matter further. Kakashi had even considered escorting this princess back to her homeland, but before he could utter a word, she had already left without a trace. Kakashi, don't worry. If this really is one of Sister Kushina's distant relatives, I promise I'll help you find out more. Thank you so much, Master Uraha. Seeing how sincerely grateful Kakashi was, Uraha realized just how much this princess weighed on his mind. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Uraha ordered a few more bowls of ramen and, seizing the moment, shamelessly teased Ayam a little, leaving Tucci so annoyed he nearly hurled a kitchen knife his way. Next time, he might as well just poison the broth. Ayam, of course, was delighted, but seeing his daughter so happy, her father could only swallow his words, though his face darkened to the color of ink. When Uraha mentioned teaching them a new jutsu, Rin brightened up. As for the tangled relationships among the three, no, 4 of them now, Uraha wasn't about to get involved. The whole situation was simply too melodramatic for his taste. It was only when he began teaching them a new 5 elements technique that the trio's spirits truly lifted. When they asked about its origins, he simply claimed he'd gotten it from the Umbu, leaving all 3 green with envy. Ordinary jutsu no longer held any interest for Uraha. Only forbidden techniques had any real value in his eyes. By the way, big brother, why do you always wear that hat? And keep your head all wrapped up? Oh, that? It's because, as a member of the Umbu, I can't let others see my face or any distinguishing features. Just imagine Kakashi joining the Umbu. With that wild hair of his, anyone could tell it's him at a glance. It'd be easy to expose his weaknesses. Uraha's explanation was so matter-of-fact, the three of them found it entirely convincing. After all, the more intelligence someone had, the more likely they were to discover your vulnerabilities. And for the Umbu, that could mean a death sentence. But you don't need to do that in the village, do you, big brother? It's just a habit of mine. Uraha shot Obito a fierce glare, and Obito immediately shrank back, wisely dropping the subject. After bidding the trio farewell, Uraha headed straight for Minato's house. He couldn't help but dwell on the princess issue. For what Kakashi had let slip, both Minato and Kushina absolutely refused to reveal anything about the princess, which only proved how extraordinary her identity must be. Knock, knock, knock. Huh? Little brother, what brings you here? Kushina poked her head out, her voice full of surprise. After all, it had been ages since Uraha last visited. Big sister, there's something I'd like to ask you. Well, come on in then. It's been so long since we last saw each other. They sat and talked for quite a while, before Uraha finally brought up the subject of the princess. Big sister, I heard from Obito that you have a distant relative who's a princess. Is that true? Well, I suppose, maybe, something like that. So the princess must be quite mysterious. No, the princess is you. Kushina grumbled inwardly. Actually she's not my sister, but I really can't say any more about it. Uraha's curiosity only grew. If not even he, the younger brother, could be told, there must be something intriguing at play. Unfortunately, no matter how he pressed for answers, Kushina stubbornly refused to reveal a single clue. Kushina clamped her jaws shut and refused to budge, leaving Uraha with no choice but to give up. Only once Uraha stopped pestering her did Kushina finally breathe a sigh of relief. Who knew what might happen if her secret were ever discovered? With nothing left to do, Uraha could only walk away, putting the matter of the princess aside for now. What left him speechless, though, was that Kakashi decided to tag along behind him. Seeing the hopeful spark in Kakashi's eyes, Uraha could only shake his head, and Kakashi could only heave a sigh. Back when Minato first realized his own student had fallen for Uraha, he laughed for days on end, nearly bursting from amusement in his own bed. Whether or not it left a psychological scar, well, that was beyond anyone's concern. Kushina, meanwhile, stealthily pulled out a photo of Uraha in women's clothes, gave it 2 big kisses, and tucked it safely away. So adorable. He must be a boy. Kakashi once again challenged Uraha, who accepted the duel with a smile. Hopefully, a good match would help Kakashi forget those other matters. With a flurry of hand signs, Uraha unleashed the multi-shadow clone jutsu. 80 clones materialized on the field, twice as many as before. Clearly, his chakra reserves had grown considerably. You've gotten even stronger, Kakashi remarked, but so have I. Drawing his short blade, Kakashi dove into the swarm. The more clones there were, the weaker each one became. True to form, they burst apart easily, filling the air with thick clouds of smoke. After dispatching the clones, Kakashi rubbed his right cheek, a clear sign he'd taken a hit from one of the doubles. He pressed the attack. Each strike met and parried with effortless ease. Even without his Sharingan, facing Uraha now gave Kakashi a sense of déjà vu, as if he were up against Minato himself. In your pouch. When Kakashi unleashed his signature Chidori, Uraha remained unfazed. Among their circle, Uraha reigned as Lord of Lightning. Kakashi, you really shouldn't use lightning style in front of me because... Before he could finish, the crackling sphere of Chidori had already jumped from Kakashi's hand to Uraha's, as if by magic. Because this is what happens. Uraha spoke softly, letting the words hang in the air. Kakashi's face twisted in disbelief. No way. How did you do that? It's really as simple as that. Here, you can have it back. The Chidori, now like a ball of living lightning, shot straight toward Kakashi. Uraha had amped it up deliberately, and sure enough, when it struck, Kakashi was left dazed and singed inside and out. Pity about the hair. It already looked like a wild mess, or the result would have been even more comical. Sigh. Clearly my electrotherapy needs some work. He lost consciousness far too easily. Must have been slacking off lately. Hoisting Kakashi onto his back, Uraha carried him to the hospital, then left without another word. He dropped by to check on Fujin and Raijin, and seeing them devouring their food with such joy they'd nearly forgotten the outside world, he finally felt at ease. After all, if Orochimaru got his hands on them, who knew what horrors might ensue? Half a month passed, and despite using Orochimaru's special hair growth tonic, Not a single hair sprouted on Uraha's head. Unable to hold back his frustration, Uraha asked Orochimaru to examine his body. Orochimaru, however, assured him that his body was in perfect health, and so were his skin and hair follicles. As for why no hair would grow, it might be due to the lack of certain conditions. Uraha, your body is truly remarkable, flawless like a piece of exquisite jade. I know just how good my body is right now. What I want to know is, what exactly am I missing? That, I can't say for sure. Perhaps, if your strength increases further, your hair might grow back. In fact, I've discovered your vitality is extraordinarily powerful, almost like, Seeing Orochimaru hesitate, Uraha's patience wore thin. Come on, Uncle Orochi, spill it. Like what? As long as you don't say a cockroach, I'm fine. Uraha, you haven't lost your sense of humor. What I meant is, your vitality is almost on par with the first Hokage. Oh, Uraha replied calmly. Like the first Hokage? The first was renowned for his sage body. Wait, sage body? Without hesitation, Uraha drew the Kusanagi sword and plunged it into his left shoulder. Blood gushed forth, but as he activated his Sharingan to observe, he noticed the wound closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 20 seconds, the bleeding had stopped. This rate of healing made Orochimaru even more excited. It was faster than most medical ninjutsu could achieve. Truly remarkable. Uraha hadn't expected such a result. What did this mean? Had he really become a sage body? Still, he was clearly a long way from the first Hokage's level. After all, Lady Tsunade's trump card was merely the passive ability of Hashirama. Uraha, could you give me a sample of your flesh? Don't worry, I'll make sure you're well compensated. Uncle Orochi, calm down. You're scaring me a bit. The way Orochimaru's eyes gleamed green was downright terrifying. Scientists truly are all madmen. Sorry, I just got a little carried away. Orochimaru couldn't resist licking his lips. It was the first time he'd ever seen someone with vitality so close to Hashirama's, and even more surprising was that this person was his own student. Perhaps, one day, he could nurture Uraha into a legendary powerhouse to rival Hashirama himself. Uraha, meanwhile, was lost in thought. If he could get Hashirama cells, the pain would be well worth it. But then he remembered how Danzo and Madara, after their transplants, ended up with Hashirama's face appearing on their bodies. That was enough to make him drop the idea. He had no desire to grow someone else's face on his body. Uncle Orochi, let's leave that for another time. Cutting off flesh hurts too much. Maybe next time. Once again, Uraha made his escape, and Orochimaru couldn't force him if he wasn't willing. Uraha fled home as if running for his life, slamming the door and catching his breath. Once he calmed down, he wondered, should I build my own lab too? I finally have some money left. All I'm missing are technical experts, and finding the right talent is another challenge entirely. Orochimaru was undoubtedly the very best, but Uraha's heart was filled with resistance. He had no desire to share his secrets with anyone. Maybe it's better to wait for another chance to talk to Uncle Snake about Hashirama cells. Having made up his I&D, Ura decided to focus on developing his Kekkei Genkai first. He trained for half a month, but something still fell off. Even though the frequencies were synchronized, the Kekkei Genkai still wouldn't manifest. Yoru frowned. By now, all 4 spiritual roots should be of equal quality, so why couldn't he form the Kekkei Genkai? He cracked his eyes open slightly. Shadow Clone Jutsu multiplied. Today we'll split into 2 groups. The left side works on boil release, the right side on storm release. Yes, 80 clones split into 2 groups, then paired up within each group. One would develop the technique, while the other observed. This time, Yura didn't hold back. He drew upon the last bit of Four Tails chakra he had left. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough chakra for the clones to use the Sharingan. Only Yuru's true body was shrouded in a crimson aura. The rest of the chakra was distributed among the clones. If only he had the Nine Tails' help, things would be so much easier. The clones carefully extracted and merged thin threads of chakra, while Yuru observed each one intently, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Before long, many of Yuru's clones couldn't hold out any longer and vanished on their own. Their consciousness and experiences returned to his true body. Yoru sat quietly, sorting through the influx of information, constantly tweaking his approach through repeated experimentation. Even after exhausting all of his tailed beast chakra, he still couldn't grasp even a hint of a Kekkei Genkai. Clearly, developing a Kekkei Genkai wasn't going to be so simple. Apart from completing his missions, Yoru devoted all his remaining time to developing his Kekkei Genkai. Fortunately, perseverance paid off. After thousands of attempts, he finally managed to create a perfectly fused boil release chakra and a perfectly fused storm release chakra. Sometimes a wisp of steam would form in his palm. Sometimes, a perfectly shaped bolt of lightning would appear. At last, he burst into laughter, delighted. This feeling was now etched firmly into his memory. He was one step closer to mastering the Xianxia Immortal. Overjoyed, Yoru's first thought was to share this happiness with his parents. "Mom, is there anything you want?" Huh? Her son was suddenly being so thoughtful. Something must have gone very well. "Mom doesn't want anything, as long as you're healthy and happy." "Huh? Really, Mom? I could get you any jewelry or anything you want." "There's really no need for that. I have plenty of jewelry already." What else does Mom like?" For a moment, Yoru couldn't think of anything. As a son, that realization stung. He was filled with guilt. He'd been so caught up in his training that he'd forgotten to spend time with his parents. "What about Dad? What is he like?" Yoru scratched his head, racking his brain, but came up empty. "Mom, I'm sorry. I can't even say what you really like. That's just disappointing of me." Minghui was moved. Yoru was growing more considerate. She gently hugged him. "Mom truly doesn't need anything. Just seeing you grow up healthy is enough for me." "Okay." A warm, gentle feeling washed over Yiyu, filling his heart with comfort. This was what truly mattered to him most. Who could remember the fear he felt deep inside when he first arrived in this world? All his relentless training had stemmed from that fear. Fear of losing his parents, his friends and family fading away, and this strange yet familiar world that always left him anxious and lost. "If you really want to give Mom a gift, how about 2 chests of jewels?" "A what?" Yiyu opened his eyes and looked at his mother, speechless. Could she stop setting him up like this? Was she eyeing his stash of jewels again? "Sorry, Mother, I don't have any left," Yiyu replied with mock annoyance. "Materialistic much? What happened to the warmth he just felt?" "Really? But I keep seeing all sorts of things going out the door." "What's with this Mom? Does she have X-ray vision? How could she possibly spot things he'd hidden so well?" "I was just kidding. Tell me, what good fortune have you run into this time?" "Oh, it's nothing much, just that I've awakened 2 more Xianxia Genkai." "Oh, you've awakened more Xianxia Genkai. Wait to..." Meihui's jaw nearly dropped. She covered her mouth in disbelief as she stared at Yiyu. Was he trying to defy the heavens? She never expected Yiyu to awaken 2 more Xianxia Genkai by year's end. Now Meihui was starting to doubt whether Yiyu was even human. One person possessing 4 Xianxia Genkai was unheard of. "What did you awaken?" Meihui asked, her voice trembling. "Boil release and storm release." Seeing the steam and water like lightning in Yiyu's hands, Meihui finally believed him. She couldn't help but wonder if he intended to awaken every Xianxia Genkai out there. "Yiyu, you must never let outsiders know about this." "Understand." Yiyu knew full well that if the Hokage found out, they'd stop at nothing to control him, or even eliminate him. Not even Orochimaru or Jiraiya could protect him, unless Kushina could completely control the 9 Tails. That night, when Shinhong heard the news, his reaction was just as stunned. He too began to question whether Yiyu was truly human. The new year had just passed, and snow was falling again outside. Yiyu lay lazily on his bed. As expected, Minato and Kushina had spent the new year with him once more. Yiyu marveled at how quickly time flew. During this period, the quality of his chakra had improved yet again. He believed it wouldn't be long before he could unlock the sage's treasure and truly embark on the path of cultivation. For Yiyu now, boil release and storm release simply added more variety to his abilities, allowing him to adapt to all kinds of battles. He'd even developed a version of boil release that could make people explode. Their blood would boil, then detonate, provided they inhaled the mist he released. The strange part was, it had no effect on those with earth nature chakra. There's another technique, rather practical for tormenting people, that fills the air with thick, suffocating mist, slowly depriving its victims of oxygen until they die. But if you run into a wind-style ninja, it's all but useless. As for the lightning storm technique, it's as fluid as water and mainly enhances the user's control over lightning. It's quite a spectacle, really, allowing one to shape lightning into all sorts of forms. Nightfeather couldn't help but feel disappointed. Aside from the lava release and the Sharingan, the other 2 were almost completely useless. Sure, they offered flexibility, but what he truly sought were jutsu capable of deciding the outcome of a battle. With his lightning spirit root at the 2nd stage of awakening, his control over lightning was already formidable. Lightning couldn't harm him, and he could manipulate it with ease. Yet, the lightning chakra armor covering A's body remained stubbornly rooted, immune to his influence. He wouldn't get shocked, but even his mighty body wouldn't be able to endure it for long. "Nightfeather, the clan head would like to see you." "Understood. Wait for me outside, will you?" "Yes, sir." How troublesome. Ever since joining the Umbu, Fugaku had summoned him every few days after each mission. It was getting rather tiresome. Even now, right after the New Year, there was no reprieve. Maybe I should start feigning illness. Still, Night Feather dressed neatly and followed the Uchiha member to Fugaku's house. To his surprise, Uchiha Fugaku seemed different than usual today. Seated formally on the tatami, his eyes closed, but the way his hands clenched tightly betrayed a rare sense of unease. "Clan head, may I ask what this is about?" Night Feather inquired, puzzled by what could make the usually composed Fugaku so anxious. Only then did Fugaku open his eyes and fix Night Feather with a steady gaze. "There's no need to be so formal, Night Feather. I presume your Sharingan has already reached the 3-tomo stage." "That's correct," Night Feather replied with a nod. Fugaku let out a long breath before speaking. "I would like to ask a favor of you. Please, clan head, tell me what you need." With utmost gravity, Fugaku revealed his request. "I'd like you to act as Mikoto's bodyguard for a while. She's pregnant, and it's no longer possible to keep it hidden." Night Feather was secretly startled. It was already the 43rd year of Konoha. Uchiha Itachi was about to be born this year. Mikoto must be 5 months along by now. The thought made him a little excited. To witness Itachi's birth firsthand would be quite something. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, surely there were plenty of people in the clan fit for bodyguard duty? After all, there were no shortage of 3-tomo Sharingan users in the clan these days. "Why choose me, clan head? Aren't there plenty of strong candidates within clan?" "Because there are many who would rather see me unhappy," Fugaku replied with a cold laugh. "In the 3 years since I became clan head, quite a few have awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, and in secret, they've made things difficult for me at every turn. The Council of Elders clings to power that should rightfully be mine, never willing to let go. So I believe you're more than capable. After all these years in the ANBU, you've become mature and composed, and now, even I can sense the danger you carry." "I see. If Lord Hokage approves, I have no objections. After all, I have missions to complete. I can't possibly guard Lady Mikoto at her side all day. As long as you agree, that's all that matters. I'll speak to the Hokage myself. But, Uraha, there's one thing I must remind you. Never forget that you bear the Uchiha name." "Of course I remember. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." "Very well." As Uraha left the room, Fugaku finally let out a sigh. Truth be told, Uraha's rapid growth had startled even him. He had advanced so quickly that he might already possess the strength of an elite jonin. The main family's people were growing more and more outrageous, their constant underhanded schemes giving him a headache. In fact, splitting off a branch family would almost be a relief. With that thought, he rose and set off toward the Hokage's office. Just as Uraha stepped out of the compound, he saw Mikoto returning, accompanied by 2 guards whose skills, to be honest, didn't seem impressive. Her pregnancy was now obvious, her belly rounded and her face clouded with worry. The guards eyed Uraha warily. With a single glance, Uraha cursed inwardly. What a shame, such a beautiful woman married off like that. Even while pregnant, Mikoto retained her innocent, lively charm. She showed no sign of a mother's gravity. Always slim, no matter how much she ate, her face still as lovely as ever. Mikoto nodded politely and entered the compound. She was somewhat familiar with Uraha, since Fugaku often called for him, but they rarely spoke. As soon as he got home, Uraha ran into Kushina and Minato. Meanwhile, Minghui was happily chatting with Kushina. "Kushina, Minato, what brings you two here? Didn't you just leave yesterday?" "Oh, well, something came up, and I was hoping to ask a favor," Kushina replied, a little embarrassed, while Minato simply shrugged. I'll go make dinner," Minghui said, slipping from the room after grasping the situation. The choice was now entirely in Uraha's hands. He could hardly help but sigh. It was obvious this must be about Mikoto's pregnancy. Knowing Uraha's background, the delicate ties between the Uchiha clan and the village, as well as the tensions between the branch and main families, Kushina had never brought up Uchiha matters in front of Uraha. But today's situation was special. "Ah, sis, this is about the clan leader's wife being pregnant, isn't it? The clan leader already talked to me. He want me to be Lady Mikoto's temporary bodyguard. You know already? And you agreed?" Kushina looked at Uraha with hopeful eyes. For a moment, Uraha felt like teasing this ever-trusting, adorable big sister. "Actually, I haven't. I'm still an ANBU member. Without an order from the Hokage, I can't just leave my post." "Oh, come on, Uraha. Please, help your big sister out. Mikoto is my dearest friend." Kushina's voice was full of pleading, and her pitiful expression made it impossible for Uraha to keep teasing her. I know. I've already promised the clan leader that as long as the Hokage agrees, so will I. By now, I bet the clan leader has already gone to the Hokage." "Really? That's wonderful. I'm sure the Hokage will say yes. If not, I'll just let the fox out and lock the door." Minato broke out in a cold sweat. Kushina was really something else. Her friendship with Mikoto must be extraordinary. She was truly fearless. "Uraha, on the other hand, was left speechless. If that thing got loose, the whole of Konoha would be in trouble. In his belly, the nine-tails bared its fangs and grumbled. Wasn't she basically calling it a dog? Kushina, please, whatever you do, don't do that. Don't worry, Minato, I won't. At most, I'll just give them a little scare. Minato, you really have it tough, Uraha commented. To Uraha, Kushina was the real, mythical beast. No one dared cross her. Even the villagers treated her with utmost respect. After all, as long as the Nine-Tails remained sealed within the Uzumaki clan, it had never rampaged, so everyone felt at ease. Kushina confided in Uraha about the assassination attempts on Mikoto, some of which had nearly succeeded. Uraha frowned. This was even more serious than he'd thought. These people were shameless. Targeting a pregnant woman was truly despicable. Don't worry, sister. I'll make sure Lady Mikoto is safe. These people are vile. No honor among them at all. What do you mean by honor? It's the basic code of conduct among those who live by the sword. They've crossed the line. If they try again, I won't go easy on them. Minato and Kushina exchanged blank looks. Honor? As in rivers and lakes? What's honorable about that? Is it about not throwing trash in the water? For now, Uraha, I'd like you to serve as Mikoto Uchiha's bodyguard, at least until the child is born. Yes, sir. Uraha removed his mask, his cold features betraying no emotion. He felt his bonds with the Uchiha clan deepening, as if fate itself was weaving them together. This wasn't necessarily a task that only he could do, but now he was clearly the best choice. The third Hokage exhaled a ring of smoke, his thoughts lingering on the clan leader's son. If anything happened to him now, the Uchiha would surely descend into even greater chaos, which, coincidentally, would work in Konoha's favor. Uraha turned and left the Hokage tower. The third watched him from the window. Uchiha Uraha was growing stronger by the day. From his squad's reports, his strength had once again surged. Within a year, he might even surpass the third himself. In their sparring sessions, Uraha had become much more formidable, his moves smoother and more refined than before. Back in his room, Uraha took off all his Ambu gear. Now he could openly fulfill his new role as bodyguard. Lady Mikoto, your guard Uraha, reporting for duty. There's no need to be so formal. Uraha, you'll make me feel embarrassed. Mikoto pouted her lips. Aren't you Kushina's little brother? Well, I'm Kushina's older sister. Why don't you call me Big Sister too? TCH, plastic sisterhood, Uraha muttered inwardly. Though to be fair, the two of them did get along really well. After all, birds of a feather flock together. Both were innocent, cheerful, and kind-hearted souls. Big sister? Sorry, but I'm not sure I want a big sister like you. Wouldn't auntie be more appropriate at your age? I don't think that's really necessary, is it? If you don't agree, I'll tell Kushina. All right, fine. Uraha was speechless. How could someone her age still act so childishly? She really was a lot like Kushina. Just as open-hearted and pure, just as good-natured. No wonder they became friends, like attracts like. Uraha felt his bonds with the Uchiha clan growing ever deeper, as if some invisible thread now connected them. Still, just picturing Kushina's pleading and angry faces was enough to make him give in. Otherwise, things would get far too complicated. Seeing Uraha agree, Mikoto's face lit up with delight. She reached out to ruffle his hair, but Uraha quickly dodged, his eyebrows shooting up in alarm. Mikoto froze, her small hand left awkwardly, suspended in the air. Realizing her gesture might have been out of line, Uraha hurried to smooth things over. Mikoto sis, if you keep patting my head, I'll never grow tall. How about a pat on the cheek instead? Mikoto's stiff expression finally softened. It would be terrible to be disliked on the very first day, but thankfully, Uraha didn't seem to mind her at all. She gently patted his cheek, surprised by how soft and pleasant it felt. She gave it a playful squeeze, becoming a little too absorbed, her hands now working together as she pinched until Uraha's face began to ache. What the heck? Does she think I'm some kind of plush toy? She's really getting into this. Mikoto sis, wait. My face is going to swell up. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Mikoto apologized sheepishly. Still, she'd really enjoyed the sensation. His skin was even softer than her own. Ah, youth. If only my son could be as adorable as you one day. How do you know it'll be a boy, Mikoto sis? Just a hunch. Caressing her rounded belly, Mikoto radiated a maternal glow. Meanwhile, Uraha found himself wondering, what if Itachi had been born a girl? Would the cool, stoic boy have turned into an elegant, mature woman? That would be a sight to see. For a moment, Uraha was so excited by the thought, he almost wanted to run off and ask Orochimaru if he had a potion to turn boys into girls. All right, time to go shopping. Come on, Uraha. All right. Uraha snapped out of his daydream and followed Mikoto through the bustling streets and alleys to the market. While Mikoto carefully picked out vegetables, Uraha wandered within a couple of meters, lazily surveying the surroundings. Just then, a frail figure edged closer to Mikoto, seemingly by accident. Uraha's eyes narrowed. The man gave a subtle flick of his sleeve, and a shuriken appeared in his hand. Pretending to shop, he drew nearer and nearer to Mikoto. Whoosh! The shuriken shot out, only to be knocked down by an even faster blue needle. The man, missing his mark, quickly darted away, and Yoru let him go without giving chase. What a boring little trick. Still, it takes some guts to make a move in broad daylight. Trying to distract me with such a childish ploy. How laughable. The others showed no reaction at all, and simply continued shopping as if nothing had happened. Seeing that Yoru wasn't pursuing him, the man had no choice but to give up. Phew, finally done shopping. Yoru, let's head back, Mikoto said. All right, Yoru replied. Mikoto really was a bit too carefree. After all, she's a ninja, yet she hadn't noticed such an obvious assassination attempt in the slightest. Mikoto, if I recall correctly, you're already a special jonin, aren't you? That's right, she answered. So just now, someone tried to assassinate me? The saying about pregnancy, making you absent-minded for 3 years, might just be true. To be this oblivious was a talent in itself. So it really was another assassination attempt. Unbelievable. Aren't you concerned, Mikoto? Of course I am, Mikoto replied. It looks like I'll need to be more careful from now on, for the sake of this child. As she spoke, her Sharingan, now bearing 3 tomo, appeared in her eyes. Her strength was still impressive. Don't worry, Mikoto. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen, Yoru said confidently, thinking that his shadow clone should have caught up by now. At that moment, Yoru's clone was following the man from afar. The man changed locations several times, making 4 loops before finally arriving at his hideout. He closed the door behind him, sat in a chair, and tried to calm himself with a cup of tea. How's the tea? Asked a voice. Who's there? The man hurled a shuriken at Yoru, who dodged it with ease. It's you. You actually left Uchiha Mikoto alone. And you think you can carry out an assassination like this? Do you really think so little of ninja? Only then did the man realize that what stood before him was a shadow clone. Suddenly, he felt emboldened. After all, he was a special jonin. Would a mere clone be enough to take him down? Hey, it's just a clone. You really don't get it. It depends whose clone it is. The man activated his Sharingan, though it was only at 2 tomo. So he was from the Uchiha clan after all, but his face was concealed. Clearly, he'd taken measures to hide his identity. As a member of the Uchiha, do you know what it means to try and assassinate the clan leader's wife and child? Don't try to scare me, Brad. You're just a kid. With only 2 tomo, you dare act so recklessly? Yoru's eyes flared with the 3 tomo Sharingan. The man was taken aback. A kid with 3 tomo? His eyes widened in anger, and the instant he saw the 3 tomo, he fell into the illusion of the Sharingan. Although the Sharingan offers some resistance to its own Jinjutsu, the gap in power here was overwhelming. Resistance was useless. By the time the man broke free from the illusion, Yoru's blade was already descending. He severed the man's arm in one swift motion. The man let out a scream, smashed through the window, and fled. Only outside did he see, looming in the sky, a blood-red eye staring down. He was still trapped in the illusion. His severed arm had even grown back. Hastily, he performed the release technique again, disrupting the chakra flow within his body. The scene shifted abruptly, and he found himself back inside the room. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he stared at Yu's eyes. Only after confirming that the illusion was finally dispelled did he breathe a sigh of relief. What exactly are you so relieved about? Yu's voice rang out, cold as ice. The man quickly forced himself to concentrate, but at that moment, a wave of searing pain surged through his body, as if all his muscles were being torn apart. I've already turned you into a pincushion with my Chidori Simban technique. Hurts all over, doesn't it? That's right. Most of your internal tissue is already dead. Terror filled the man's eyes as he watched Yu drawing closer, step by step. Suddenly, someone crashed through the window, launching a fire-style jutsu without hesitation. Yu instantly countered with a water-style technique. The room filled with dense mist, and in the haze, another man swiftly and cleanly slit the captive's throat. The 2 intruders then made a rapid escape. Jonin? So that's all the Uchiha Jonin amount to, truly ruthless. With a cold snort, Yi released his shadow clone. The current chaos within the Uchiha clan delighted Danzo, though he had no way to intervene directly. If he could, the Uchiha would be even weaker. What's more, today Orochimaru had sent him a new subject, Yudo, a wood-style user. Originally, Orochimaru hadn't intended to send Yudo to Root, but there was simply nowhere else suitable. The human experiments had now reached the mid-development stage, and the ninjutsu he was studying was nearly perfected. He had no time to spare for Yudo. Orochimaru, didn't you say that batch of test subjects had all died? Danzo's eyes narrowed with suspicion, his tone filled with displeasure. Just how many secret moves had Orochimaru made behind his back? They did all die, but this is a different group. I only selected a few from among them. I never expected this one would survive. Orochimaru replied with a genial smile, of course hiding the fact that Yudo was from that very batch. Are there any more survivors? No, he's the only one in the Leaf who can use wood style now. I hope you'll help him grow, so he can do even more for Konoha. Naturally I will. You haven't left any other tricks behind, have you? Rest assured, Yudo is perfectly clean. I just hope the third Hokage doesn't find out, that's all. You don't need to remind me. I know what I'm doing. Danzo was secretly pleased. As long as Orochimaru hadn't left any back doors, he could mold Yudo into a perfect killing machine, loyal only to him. Wood style. The very reason Konoha was able to achieve its current glory, at least half of it was thanks to wood style. Danzo also understood that Orochimaru could no longer protect Yudo, nor provide him with a safe identity. In the entire village, only the Hokage and Danzo himself had the means to do so. With that, Orochimaru led Yudo in. After witnessing Yudo's demonstration of wood style, Danzo was elated and chose to overlook Orochimaru's previous transgressions. Yudo, this is Lord Danzo. From now on, you'll serve under him. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Yuju knelt on one knee, and Danzo secretly nodded in approval. At such a young age, he already possessed the qualities of a true ninja, no less than those two. From now on, your codename will be Alpha. Yes, Lord Danzo. After securing more funding from Danzo, I returned to the laboratory to continue my research. Once I had carefully checked Yuju to confirm that Orochimaru had left no marks on him, I planted the seal of tongue eradication. Orochimaru-sama told me that I am not abandoned, merely placed here for now, and that one day my strength will be needed again. Yuju murmured to himself, his admiration for Orochimaru blind and unwavering, as he waited for the day Orochimaru would come to retrieve him. Meanwhile, Uraha still remained by Mikoto's side, never leaving her for a moment. During this period, they had encountered numerous assassins, but all had failed. Uraha's reputation and standing among the Uchiha continued to rise. His peers felt suffocated under the pressure. He was undeniably the foremost prodigy among them. Facing fellow Uchiha clansmen, he had no choice but to use his Sharingan, and it was no longer a secret that he had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. The top brass of Konoha were secretly alarmed as well. To reach the three-tomo stage at just 9 years old was simply astonishing. Didn't this mean he had activated the Sharingan long ago? So, attempts to assassinate Uraha arose once again. In an instant, both Mikoto and Uraha became targets of these covert attacks. Uraha, I'm so sorry. Because of me, you've also become a target for assassination. It's all right. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Uraha rubbed his temples. After all, there's no such thing as 1,000 days to guard against thieves. There are only 1,000 days for a thief to try his luck. These people are more trouble than I imagined. Maybe I should consider getting a bodyguard myself? Uraha was speechless. Now, as the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, Mikoto was a prime target, and the higher-ups in Konoha wanted him dead too. Finally, Uraha couldn't hold back any longer and brought up his thoughts at Fugaku's home. Clan leader, I think you're being too soft. These people are pushing us around. You should make an example out of them. Yes, I have been too lenient. Such weakness indeed undermines my authority. A menacing and brutal aura filled the room. Uraha narrowed his eyes. This man had definitely stepped into Kaga-level strength. Even the Uchiha elders would have to pay a price now. Uraha had been on guard for 2 months already, and he feared Mikoto was finding it more and more difficult to move around. She was probably due to give birth in another 3 months. What was truly intolerable, though, was that even staying at home, they could not escape assassination attempts. The authority of the clan leader was being challenged like never before. At last, a few days later, Fugaku took action himself. Working with Uraha, he captured the Uchiha conspirators. At that moment, Uraha witnessed a remarkable pair of eyes, Fugaku's. Mangekyo Sharingan. 3 black tomo and a delicate, triple-bladed windmill pattern formed outside the pupils. In an instant, the would-be assassins lost all will to resist. This shows just how terrifying illusion techniques can be. Even with the 3-tomo Sharingan, you can barely resist them. In the end, after extracting the information he wanted, he simply disposed of the Uchiha member. This is the Uchiha's greatest power, the Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku said slowly. When you awaken these eyes, you gain unique abilities. Each person's powers are different, but everyone manifests this. As he spoke, An orange skeletal figure enveloped Fugaku. It's called Susanoo. Only when both eyes evolve together can you unlock it. There must be a price for such power, right? Though Yuru's expression stayed calm, his heart was racing. He was finally seeing Fugaku's Susanoo in person. He just didn't know what abilities both eyes possessed. Of course, your eyesight will gradually deteriorate until you go blind. The price for this power is to be plunged into darkness. I see. Fugaku fell silent, fixing his gaze on Yoru. He seemed confused. Was Yoru truly not afraid he'd be silenced? Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Not at all. The Mangekyo might be powerful, but you couldn't kill me. Yoru smiled coolly. When it came to Susanoo, he probably understood it better than anyone. He might not know what Fugaku's eyes could do, but as long as he didn't get hit, he'd be fine. His visual prowess wasn't as strong as Fugaku's, but Yoru was confident he wouldn't fall to the Mangekyo's illusions. The jade pendant deep within his soul would awaken him. Seems you've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve, Fugaku remarked. If Yoru had been born a few years earlier, perhaps he himself wouldn't have become clan head. Nothing special. Besides, I know you won't kill me. I'll protect your secret, just as you've helped me. At that, Fugaku managed a rare smile. Though in Yoru's eyes, it was rather ugly, on par with Longwoo's, and honestly, he'd rather not see it at all. I believe you'll awaken these eyes one day. I just wonder what you'll have to lose. I won't lose anything. I'll find another way to break through. Yoru's voice was cold. To awaken the Mangekyo, one had to endure immense trauma. As a ninja, only deep sorrow and pain would suffice, but if the price was losing loved ones or friends, Yoru simply couldn't accept it. The Mangekyo was powerful, but not essential to him. Even without it, his strength was that of an elite jonin. Let's hope so. Fugaku sighed. The stone tablet's records were unmistakable. Only by enduring the unbearable pain of losing your closest kin could you open your eyes to this power. And only by merging your Mangekyo with a family members could you attain the eternal Mangekyo. What do you plan to do? Kill them all. I didn't expect it to be the second and third elders. Fugaku's face twisted, his eyes brimming with violence. Was this the true, fierce-eyed Fugaku? It seemed that after so many years of restraint, people had forgotten what his name once meant. That very day, the Uchiha leadership was summoned. Without a word of unnecessary discussion, the second and third elders were executed on the spot. This decisive action struck fear into everyone present, and, as expected, in the days that followed, Mikoto was no longer targeted for assassination, though Uraha himself found attempts on his life occurring one after another. Fortunately, he was soon recalled by the third Hokage to serve as a member of the Umbu, which finally put an end to the harassment. After visiting Fujin and Raijin and seeing that they were unharmed, Uraha felt relieved. Orochimaru informed him that he was currently conducting experiments to integrate Fujin and Raijin's cells into the bodies of others. There was nothing Uraha could say about this. He understood well that Orochimaru wasn't simply talking about cellular fusion. He meant the implantation of those cells into living humans. Should these experiments succeed, the recipients would likely gain some of Fujin and Raijin's powers as well. If he were to stop Orochimaru now, it would alter the course of history. There would no longer be the same Orochimaru in the future. Even Orochimaru's forbidden technique, Edo Tensei, would play a vital role in the final battles. While out for a stroll, Uraha ran into Kurenai and Asuma. Asuma was still as attached to Kurenai as ever, while Kurenai had the air of a big sister. No, wait, she actually was a big sister. Uraha was taken aback. How had Kurenai grown so quickly? She now stood a whole head taller than him. That couldn't be right. The first time they'd met, they'd been about the same height. What had Kurenai been eating to grow so fast? Are you Kurenai Yuhi? Uchiha Uraha. I can't believe you still remember me. That's wonderful. Kurenai exclaimed in delight. Asuma, on the other hand, was far less pleased. After several years apart, the gap between them had only widened. It's been a while, Asuma. Huh, you become a genin too? Uraha finally noticed that Asuma was now wearing a forehead protector. That's right, I'm a genin now, just like Kurenai sis. Asuma started off sounding proud, but as soon as he remembered who Uraha was, his spirits deflated like a burst balloon. His old ambition to surpass Uraha now seemed impossible. His father had already told him that Uraha had not only become a jonin, but had also joined the Umbu. Kurenai sis? Kurenai Yui, how old are you now? How did you get so tall all of a sudden? Uraha couldn't help but ask. I'm 12 years old. Is there a problem with that? No problem at all. He gave Asuma a curious look, surprised to realize that Asuma was so attached to his sister. Still, Kurenai's growth really was remarkable. Asuma averted his gaze, clearly embarrassed, leaving Uraha to simply chuckle. Kurenai went on to mention that she was preparing for next year's Chunin exams, while Asuma, unwilling to be outdone, declared loudly that he would work hard and pass the exams as well. Oh, that's right. Uraha. I've heard that the Uchiha clan is famous for its genjutsu. Coincidentally, my clan specializes in illusion techniques too. Could you give me some guidance? Of course, but let me tell you up front. It's best not to use genjutsu against people skilled in eye techniques. They tend to have a very strong resistance to illusions. Oh, I'll keep that in mind. Honestly, why am I being instructed by someone even younger than me? Asuma sighed. It was said that Yoru had already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. His genjutsu must be formidable by now. Says Kurenai, good luck. I will, thank you. Kurenai nodded, focusing all her attention as she prepared herself. Let's begin. Show me your genjutsu. Kurenai began weaving hand signs. Yoru, though he didn't really need to, activated his Sharingan for the sake of offering guidance. Suddenly, countless vines appeared before him, rapidly twisting around Yoru's body and restraining his movements. Kurenai gripped a kunai and slowly approached. Seeing Yoru frozen in place, Asuma felt a surge of satisfaction. So Yoru wasn't that special after all. But just as Kurenai raised her hand, she suddenly froze, her body trembling uncontrollably. With a gentle motion, Yoru took the kunai and pressed it lightly against Kurenai's neck. Asuma was so stunned, he couldn't find the words. Back when he fell into Kurenai's genjutsu, he hadn't been able to resist at all. Not only did Yoru break free, he even turned the technique back against Kurenai herself. With a light chuckle, Yoru released the genjutsu. Kurenai stared at him in shock. So this was the power of the Sharingan? Not only could it see through techniques, it could also reflect them back to their caster. Well, to be honest, your genjutsu has a lot of flaws. During your hand signs, your chakra in the brain was too unfocused. This kind of jutsu requires intense concentration. You need to actively guide your chakra instead of relying solely on hand signs. Thank you. I understand now, Kurenai said, a little embarrassed. It was true. Since she'd learned the technique, she hadn't truly worked to refine it. After giving his advice, Yoru decided to visit Fat Tiger. With anticipation, he performed the reverse summoning technique. No sooner had he arrived at Ryukido than the White Snake Sage sensed his presence. A door appeared before him. Yoru stepped through. This time, the White Snake Sage appeared in her true form, lazily reclining atop a high platform. How have you been lately, Sage? I've been taking good care of your pet. Give it another 50 years, and it'll make tremendous progress. And actually, your pet helped me a great deal recently. That's wonderful. How is Fat Tiger doing? Yoru asked eagerly. Master, are you calling me? A deep, resonant voice answered, reminiscent of a middle-aged man. Yoru turned around and saw Tajikiheim approaching, leading a tiger by her side. Wait, what's going on? Why is Fat Tiger so much smaller now? And he can talk. Fat Tiger's fur had changed dramatically, as if he'd reverted to some ancient form. His long fangs hung over his jaw, too big to fit in his mouth. If not for the familiar aura, Yoru might have thought the sage had given him a saber-toothed tiger instead. He was even smaller than when they first met. That's right, Tajikiheim explained. Under the sage's guidance, Fat Tiger not only learned to control his strength, but also awakened his intelligence, so now he can speak as well. Is that so? Thank you both. Fat Tiger was so moved. His master hadn't forgotten him after all. He rubbed up against Night Feather, purring and nuzzling like a cat. Night Feather stroked Fat Tiger, noticing just how much weight he'd lost. He looked leaner and sharper than before, and it seemed his strength had grown as well. Fat Tiger, what have you and the Sennin been learning? Master, I've learned a sonic attack. I named it Tiger's Roar in the mountain forest. And what else? That's all. I seriously suspect you've been slacking off, Night Feather said, clearly displeased. Fat Tiger hurriedly shook his head. Master, I'll show you what I've learned in a moment. All right, but if I'm not satisfied, I'll use your hide as a bedspread. Fat Tiger shuddered and nodded frantically. He wasn't joking, he'd really put in the effort. When he first arrived, all he did was eat, nearly ballooning into a round ball. Thanks to the White Snake Sennin's strict orders, he'd been slimming down, compressing his energy, and transforming into the tiger he was today. He'd worked hard for this. Fat Tiger, go demonstrate outside. The rest of you go with him. Yes, ma'am. The three Kami sisters and Night Feather followed Fat Tiger into the forest. Night Feather also noticed the White Snake Sennin slowly descending from her throne in her true form without transforming into a human. He remembered that in the past, when she appeared in her original body, she would stay motionless atop her seat, just like Gamamaru. Has the White Snake Sennin been using her true form lately? That's right. She says she absorbs energy faster that way. I see. Sister Suji no Haim, have you missed me? Why don't we make a contract together? Sure. Huh? Night Feather hadn't expected her to agree so readily. Normally, the three Kami sisters could only be summoned under special circumstances. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to leave Ryukido. Is that really okay? Of course not. How could I ever leave Ryukido? TCH. Night Feather clicked his tongue in annoyance. The three Kami sisters were incredibly powerful. Their stealth technique could even evade the Sharingan, bending light and causing massive confusion. When Fat Tiger grew to full size, Night Feather was delighted to see he was now as large as Gamabunta, nearly the size of the five-tailed king of beasts. With a thunderous roar, visible shockwaves rippled through the air, destroying everything in their path. Afterward, Fat Tiger cleared his throat and felt utterly refreshed. Not bad. Looks like you haven't been slacking. I'll take you back with me this time. Really? That's wonderful. Oh. The three Kami sisters narrowed their eyes, all staring intently at Fat Tiger. He swallowed nervously. Master, I actually think it's pretty nice here. Good food, comfortable beds. His desperate attempt at survival sent everyone into fits of laughter. Ichikishimaheim looked at him with utter disdain. He ate too much, and to make it worse, he was so timid he didn't dare set foot outside the cave. After a round of discussion, Uraha decided to leave with Fat Tiger. After all, the White Snake Sage was no longer of any use. At the Uchiha clan compound, Fugaku led Uraha to the ancestral stone tablet, inviting him to take a look. With curiosity, Uraha activated his Sharingan, but what he saw was mostly irrelevant, just vague references to a new realm beyond the Three Tomo, a realm that promised godlike power to those who attained it. How is it? Fugaku stood with arms folded, his face composed and eternally stern. Nothing much. That new realm must be the Mangekyo, right? That's right. At present, I'm the only one in the clan who's awakened it. Yeah, but according to the records, during the Warring States period, many Uchihas awakened the Mangekyo. None of those abilities were preserved. I'm surprised you know about that. Fugaku was taken aback. Those records were locked in the archives, accessible only to the clan leader and elders. In that era, quite a few did awaken the Mangekyo, each with unique and powerful abilities. Unfortunately, there was no way to preserve them. Uraha sighed. As expected, technology was too primitive. Madara, after all, had an entire showcase full of Sharingan. How far did you get? I saw that beyond the Mangekyo lies the eternal Mangekyo, and I also saw that our clan shares deep ties with the Sage of Six Paths. But the method to attain the eternal Mangekyo is truly difficult to accept. Yes, it's hard to accept. You can see that. Fugaku stared at Uraha in shock. How could Uraha, who hadn't awakened the Mangekyo, see all this? My vision wasn't very clear, but I did see that the best way is to obtain a Mangekyo from a close blood relative, ideally a direct sibling. Too bad you don't have any brothers or sisters. A strange smile played on Uraha's lips. Even if he hadn't seen the contents, he could guess what was written. It was good to rattle Fugaku a bit. The more wary Fugaku was of him, the less likely he'd try anything. Fugaku was speechless. How could he say he hadn't seen much? What Uraha described was exactly what he himself had seen. How could someone without the Mangekyo see all that? What else did you see? Fugaku couldn't help but ask. Beyond the eternal Mangekyo, there's something even more wondrous, a power capable of overturning the entire shinobi world. Only sages can wield such strength. Uraha narrowed his eyes, feigning a look of deep concentration. In Fugaku's mind, Uraha's stature only grew. Sigh, Uraha, you're even more unfathomable than I imagined. Perhaps only you can truly lead the Uchiha clan to prosperity. I don't think so. To be honest, I can barely tolerate the temperament of our clansmen. Even if I become invincible, what happens after I'm gone? The clan would still be destroyed by others. If we don't change the mindset and understanding of our people, all power is ultimately meaningless. Fugaku admitted that this would be difficult. Since the decline of the Senju clan, the Uchiha had become the strongest family in Konoha, naturally proud, calling them aristocrats wouldn't be an exaggeration. To suddenly cast them down from their pedestal, the Uchiha themselves would probably break out in conflict before anyone else did. Throughout history, the Uchiha had claimed countless victories and, together with the Senju, were recognized as the strongest in the shinobi world. Letting go of their pride was almost impossible for them. Uraha shook his head. He could understand, but found it hard to accept. He felt no attachment to former glories or to the honor of the clan. In the end, he wasn't someone born and raised in this world. Leaving the underground chamber, Uraha rode Fat Tiger to Orochimaru's laboratory. Uraha, have you brought me another treasure? Orochimaru asked, his voice laced with a sinister amusement. Looks like a saber-toothed tiger this time. Weren't they supposed to be extinct? What a rare find. He twirled a scalpel between his fingers, his smile cold and unsettling. Fat Tiger shuddered, a chill running through him. This guy reminded him so much of those elders from Ryukido. The serpent's aura was strong here. Fat Tiger didn't dare make a sound. Uncle Snake, Fat Tiger is an experiment, Uraha explained. He's my pet. Fat Tiger, come say hello to Uncle Snake. He's my teacher, you know. Just call him Lord Orochimaru. Realization dawned on Fat Tiger. So this was his master's teacher. He couldn't afford to be disrespectful. Hello, Lord Orochimaru. My name is Fat Tiger. So you can talk now? Orochimaru remarked, intrigued. Impressive. Looks like you've become a ninja tiger. Oh, it's all thanks to the training from the sages, Lord Orochimaru. The White Snake Sage, I presume? I see. Orochimaru continued, leading Uraha to the room where Fujin and Raijin were kept. The pair of foolish brothers lay on operating tables, their bodies hooked up to all sorts of tubes. Uncle Snake, what's going on here? Uraha asked, frowning, suspecting Orochimaru of some mischief. Relax, it's nothing serious. I'm just running some simple measurements. By the way, I hope Fat Tiger can spare me a few cells later. No problem. But Uncle Snake, as much as you love your research, don't neglect your training. Orochimaru chuckled, unfazed by his disciple's admonition. Being lectured by a student was a novel experience for him. Don't worry, this is all for growing stronger in the future. If you say so. After touring Orochimaru's array of devices, Uraha could only marvel at his obsession with science. As the only person in this world who truly believed in scientific advancement, Orochimaru had earned Uraha's deepest respect. They arrived at the training grounds for duels, and Orochimaru could barely contain his excitement. He was eager to witness Uraha's progress firsthand. This time, Uraha was more serious than ever. Now that he had lost the tailed beast chakra, he wanted to see just how far he could push his own strength. Fat Tiger, meanwhile, dragged over a chunk of venison and munched away as he watched. He, too, was curious just how powerful had his master become. Yoru instantly activated his Sharingan, and a chilling wind swept through the area. Drawing the Tenbiryu, Yoru chose sheer speed. Chidori energy coursed across his entire body, supercharging his muscles. Only then did Orochimaru barely react, his pupils contracting sharply. With a flick of his wrist, he brought the Kusanagi sword up to block Yoru's Tenbiryu blade at the midpoint. Without the slightest hesitation, Yoru channeled all the Chidori energy from his body into the Tenbiryu. Orochimaru felt a numbing shock run up his arm, and, with a burst of strength, knocked her back. Admiration gleamed in his eyes. Was that just now an imitation of the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode? Though not quite the same, the speed was nearly on par. Kusanagi really is durable. An ordinary blade would have snapped by now, Yoru remarked. Curiosity piqued about what the legendary sword was made from. Rumor had it the Kusanagi was forged from the hardest substance in the world. Surely not diamond? And yet, it possessed such incredible flexibility. Yoru, your swordsmanship still has a long way to go. Strength and speed alone won't cut it. Orochimaru taunted. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Wind style, great breakthrough. A 15-meter wall of fire surged forward, only to be caught and driven back by an even more powerful gust of wind. Yoru realized, to his surprise, that the flames were about to blow right back at him. Uncle Snake, are you hacking the system or something? That's a monstrous combo. Yoru called out, just as the roaring fire engulfed him. Orochimaru frowned with a hint of concern as Yoru made no attempt to dodge or evade, but deep down, he knew Yoru wouldn't throw his life away so recklessly. Sure enough, when the flames died down, Yoru stood there completely unscathed. How had he managed that? Orochimaru was baffled. He was certain Yoru hadn't used any ninjutsu for defense. Suddenly, Orochimaru gagged and spat out a torrent of tiny snakes, each one opening its mouth to reveal a hidden short sword. Fire style, blazing annihilation. Yoru infused his fireballs with a deadly flame toxin. Any snake struck was instantly reduced to ash, and the fire technique spread at lightning speed. Lightning blade. At that moment, another Yoru burst out from underground, his hand crackling with blue lightning, utterly silent. He had tunneled through the earth to emerge right beneath Orochimaru's feet, leaping up to slash dangerously close, his blade grazing Orochimaru's clothing. Close call. You've improved the Chidori, haven't you? Impressive, Orochimaru remarked, patting the tear in his clothes. Uncle Snake, is your reaction speed even human? Yoru groaned in frustration. He had spent a long time preparing this attack, even leaving a clone behind to mislead Orochimaru. More importantly, I'm the one who's surprised. You don't seem to need hand seals for any ninjutsu. Orochimaru asked. Of course not. Well, except for summoning jutsu. Yoru replied with a mischievous grin that made Orochimaru want to smack him. He had noticed. Before that, Yoru could use plenty of jutsu without hand seals, But now even the most powerful techniques required none. How did he do it? Yura took a deep breath. If this kept up, their match would never end. Besides, keeping secrets from Orochimaru for so long was weighing on his conscience. After all, Uncle Snake truly cared for him. Uncle Snake, next I'm going all out. Let's go to the Ryuchi cave. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes in anticipation of the surprise Uraha had prepared for him. Together, they performed reverse summoning and arrived at the Ryuchi cave. Fat Tiger was startled to find himself back in this familiar environment. Uraha quickly moved to stand atop the surface of the water, seizing the initiative. Mist Concealment Jutsu, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu, Great Waterfall Technique, Water Severing Wave. He's not even weaving hand seals. Orochimaru cursed inwardly. With no chance to form seals himself, he could only dart around to dodge the barrage. How could Uraha see him through this thick mist? After all, the Sharingan isn't the Byakugan. Earth Style, Yellow Spring Swamp, Earth Dragon Bullet. Uraha pointed with effortless precision, attacking exactly where Orochimaru was about to land. Boil Release, Sticky Mist Jutsu. Everything came to a halt. Orochimaru was about to use Wind Release, when suddenly he felt himself suffocating, clutching his throat as if trapped in a vacuum, unable to breathe. Storm Release, Soft Lightning. The mist-laden air amplified the power of the Storm Release, making the attack nearly impossible to dodge here. Several bolts of lightning, as thick as water columns, pierced through Orochimaru's body. That's Storm Release? Orochimaru was stunned. How could Uraha possibly use Storm Release? He could feel massive necrosis spreading through his cells and hurriedly shed his skin, re-emerging anew. The Reborn Orochimaru wielded the Kusanagi blade, extending it 100 meters with a single sweep, threatening to cut down everything around him. Uraha hastily leapt away to evade. Damn, now this is a real weapon. As the deafening crash of giant trees collapsing echoed around him, Uraha's eyes sparkled. The Tatsuka blade was sharp, yes, but this Kusanagi was not only razor-edged and sturdy, it boasted incredible reach. Seizing the brief respite, Orochimaru quickly retreated from the area and used Wind Release to blow away the surrounding mist. But Storm Release struck again, closing the gap in a flash. The thick mist once more enveloped Orochimaru, and a heavy, clinging vapor immobilized him. Pierced yet again, Orochimaru had no choice but to shed his skin once more. Even with his vast chakra reserves, he couldn't keep this up forever. Summoning Jutsu Manda, a massive purple serpent burst forth, immediately escaping the choking mist. At last, Orochimaru could breathe fresh air again. Another moment without air, and he might have suffocated for real. Fat Tiger was so startled, he nearly jumped. This snake was bigger than any he'd ever seen. Was it even possible for a snake to grow this large? Uraha's smile returned. Summoning such a gigantic beast really did have its advantages. Little M.O. probably couldn't take on Manda head-to-head. In Ryuchi Cave, Manda's reputation for strength was well-earned. Standing at a vantage point, Orochimaru spotted the three divine sisters below, watching the fight unfold. They munched on sunflower seeds, chatting animatedly, the perfect picture of curious onlookers. Orochimaru, you dare summon me to the Ryuchi Cave? Afterwards, I want 100 living human sacrifices. Orochimaru's lips twitched. He had to admit, Manda was audacious to even make such a demand. Good luck finding sacrifices here. But if you can take down that guy, I'll get them for you. And if you want, you can just eat him. Huh. The myriad snakes paid no heed to Orochimaru's sinister smile, only quieting down when they caught sight of the three goddesses' bodies trembling. In the presence of the true ruler of Ryukido, it was best not to act out of line. I say, Uncle Snake, is it really okay for you to set up your disciple like this? And this guy asking for 100 sacrifices right off the bat. Such audacity. In a flash of lightning, Night Feather appeared before the giant serpent, his Sharingan eyes wide open. Don't look, Manda. Too late. Manda's green serpent eyes instantly transformed into the pattern of the Sharingan, and his enormous body crashed to the ground, stirring up a gust that swept away. The lingering mist. Orochimaru was rendered speechless. He hadn't expected Night Feather's Sharingan to be so powerful, incapacitating Manda with a single glance. He's such a rookie, yet still so arrogant. Next time I see him, I'll let Fat Tiger have him for a snack. Orochimaru gave Manda a slap on the head, jolting him back to his senses. Humiliated and enraged, Manda lunged ferociously. Fat Tiger! With a mighty roar, Fat Tiger instantly grew to his massive form. Every inch of his body radiated power, his eyes glinting with danger as he let out a low, menacing growl. His ivory fangs sent chills down the spine. Fat Tiger's gotten this big already? Manda eyed Fat Tiger warily. For a snake, Going up against a feline of equal rank was a distinct disadvantage. No matter how quick he was, Fat Tiger was even faster. Nightfeather stood proudly atop Fat Tiger's head, savoring the rare spectacle of a true battle between tiger and serpent. Be careful, his scales are tough, and he's incredibly fast. Watch out for his burrowing escape. Orochimaru and Manda were both dumbfounded. How did this kid know so much? All their secrets were laid bare. What was the point of fighting now? Don't worry, master. My fangs and claws are more than enough to tear off his skin. Fat Tiger raised a paw to his mouth, giving it a slow, deliberate lick. Drool dripped to the ground, and his eyes gleamed with greedy anticipation. Back when he was just a cub, he'd eaten plenty of snakes. Orochimaru already understood. Manda was no match for Fat Tiger. A big cat had all the advantage against a serpent. Fat Tiger charged forward, while Manda coiled tight, ready to strike. With jaws agape, Manda lunged, but Fat Tiger swiftly dodged to the side, twisting midair. His paw came down with pinpoint precision, striking right at Manda's vulnerable spot. Manda whipped his tail in counterattack, but Fat Tiger didn't flinch. Instead, he bit down hard, dragging Manda back dozens of meters. Nightfeather, clinging to Fat Tiger's head, almost lost his balance. But Fat Tiger refused to let go, his long fangs piercing clean through Manda's body. Blood spurted forth as Manda let out a spine-chilling wail. After shedding his skin, Manda was whisked away by Orochimaru. Victorious, Fat Tiger wagged his tail, waiting eagerly for Nightfeather's praise. Sorry, Uncle Snake, but it seems my Fat Tiger is stronger. Well done, Fat Tiger. 100 dried fish snacks for you when we get home. Thank you, Master. Compared to snake meat, Nightfeather's dried fish treats were far more tempting. Nightfeather, you found yourself an excellent summoning beast. Of course. Go on, Tiger, let out a roar. The moment Tiger took a deep breath, Orochimaru immediately realized what Tiger was about to do. Rashomon. A crimson gate suddenly appeared on the ground. With a mighty roar, Tiger shattered the Rashomon gate, but the attack was blocked by an earthen wall behind it. Was Tiger's roar only powerful enough to destroy a single gate? Still, that was impressive. After all, those gates were built to withstand a tailed beast bomb. That gave me quite a fright, Orochimaru remarked, his tone light. I didn't really see you looking scared, Uncle Snake, Uraha replied dryly. Uraha signaled for Tiger to withdraw. In a fight against Orochimaru, a large body would only be a hindrance. He definitely didn't want to see Tiger get sliced in two by Orochimaru's blade. Just as Uraha landed, a head suddenly burst from the ground, wrapping around his neck. A tiny snake shot from a mouth, followed by the Kusanagi sword. Uraha hastily shifted into his lava release chakra mode, his entire body cloaked in molten rock. Orochimaru recoiled in shock and released him at once. Even so, Uraha was impaled straight through, and Orochimaru, wincing in pain, had to shed his skin twice in quick succession to escape the burning poison. He almost didn't make it in time. How many Kekii Jinkai do you even have? Orochimaru panted, trying to catch his breath. Uraha was breathing hard too, and his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Even if he used less than others, this barrage of high-level jutsu was wearing him out. Take a guess, Uncle Snake. Still couldn't beat you, though, Uraha muttered, a little frustrated. Orochimaru wasn't even at his peak yet, and even with all of Orochimaru's intel, the Sharingan, and 3 different Kekii Jinkai, he still couldn't win. The Kage level really was something else. If Orochimaru had aimed for his head or heart just now, Uraha would be dead. So you got the Sharingan, Storm Release, Lava Release, and that strange mist just now. Was that Boil Release too? Yeah, that's right. Boil Release. Orochimaru nearly cursed aloud. What kind of monster was this kid? Only 9 years old, and already wielding 4 Kekii Jinkai. To fight him to a standstill, while not a battle to the death, was already remarkable. To be honest, Uraha was already very close to Kage level. I'm more and more fascinated by you, Orochimaru mused. Now I finally understand why you're after Wood Release. Maybe you really could awaken it, you know? He sighed, realizing that Uraha's first attempt at Wood Release was no coincidence. He must have already awakened other Kekii Jinkai by then. Truly a master of concealment. Uncle Snake, tell me, if this were a fight to the death, how long would you need? Uraha asked. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before replying. I'd say about 10 minutes. Of course, if you had more battle experience, it might not even be possible for me to kill you. In fact, perhaps I wouldn't be your match at all. Orochimaru spoke with utmost seriousness. Uraha might seem powerful, but his lack of real combat experience was obvious. Even though he'd joined the Umbu, most of his opponents so far hadn't been all that formidable. That's honestly rather frustrating. You should count your blessings, brat. You're only 9 years old. How did you end up with so many Kekii Jinkai? and it's obvious they didn't come from outside sources. Orochimaru was visibly excited. I developed them myself when I was bored. I don't even know how many times I experimented to get there. You really are gifted. If you ever managed to develop would release. Just imagining it made Orochimaru's scalp tingle. How powerful was would release? Just look at Hashirama. It was as easy for him to subdue tailed beasts as it was to play with toys. I've tried countless times to unlock would release, but it's simply impossible. Uraha sighed, though inwardly he kept hoping. The real reason he revealed so many Kekii Genkai in front of Orochimaru was to get his hands on Hashirama's cells. First, it would show enough trust to persuade Orochimaru to help him obtain would release. And second, it was a way to understand the true extent of his own abilities. Would release, huh? There's actually a shortcut. As expected, here it comes. He suppressed his excitement and waited for what would come next. Then why are you only telling me this now? Orochimaru asked, clearly displeased. Because aside from lava release, the other two Kekii Genkai are recent developments. The Hokage has been watching me closely. One wrong move, and it would be a disaster. Even Kushina and Minato don't know about this. Why not tell them? Don't you trust them? Orochimaru was puzzled. Uraha should be very close to those two. It's not that I don't trust them. I just don't trust Lord Jiraiya. Maybe I'll tell them after some time has passed. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. It seemed Uraha didn't trust the Hokage. If Jiraiya found out, he would certainly report to the Hokage. Someone possessing 4 Kekii Genkai was simply too dangerous. If they couldn't control him, they would surely try to eliminate him. You made the right call. If you could provide me with a little more funding, maybe I could help you unlock would release. Orochimaru gave a sly smile, looking very much like a fox who'd just stolen a chicken. TCH, 2 crates. Orochimaru shook his head and raised 4 fingers. Seriously? You're extorting me. Seeing Orochimaru's nonchalant attitude, Uraha ground his teeth in frustration. Fine, for crates. Don't worry. I'll do everything I can to help you awaken would release. Uraha responded with a raised middle finger, but Orochimaru only laughed, completely unfazed. He was more and more pleased with his apprentice. As long as Uraha survived, he was destined to become a powerhouse. No matter how much the elders objected, it wouldn't matter. At just 9 years old, he was already at a level just shy of Kage. Note, this rank doesn't exist in the original work. It's my own addition. At that moment, the 3 priestesses were already walking over, and Uraha stopped the conversation. That was a spectacular fight. You've grown so much, Uraha. First, Sister Takitsuhime, you might want to wipe the sunflower seed shells off your face. Yeah. Oh, right. Princess Tatsuji quickly wiped her face, and only when she realized there was nothing there did she understand that Uraha had tricked her. She shot him an exasperated glare. It's been ages since I last saw the White Snake Sage. Might as well take this chance to pay a visit. Reluctantly, Fat Tiger followed along. The thought of that snake was simply too terrifying. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Kushina was happily shopping with Mikoto. Mikoto's belly had grown noticeably larger, and now that it was May, she was expecting to give birth to Itachi in about a month. She couldn't stop herself from gently caressing her belly, unable to let go. Mikoto, what do you think of this dress on me? You look wonderful. Minato will be absolutely captivated by you. Oh, stop it. It's not that amazing. Kushina twirled the red dress in her hands, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Ever since Mikoto became pregnant, Kushina had seemed almost affected by it. She spent her days poring over childcare books, caring for Mikoto as if she herself were expecting. Minato had also started wondering if it might be time to get married, but every time he brought it up, Kushina would shy away. She clearly looked forward to it, but just couldn't bring herself to say yes. After enjoying the delicious food, it wasn't long before Mikoto, a bit out of breath, had to sit down to rest. Hey, have you and Minato, you know? Oh, that? Not yet, Kushina replied shyly. Huh, what about kissing and dating then? Oh, we do that all the time. How many times? Too many to count, Kushina said, blushing. Mikoto's boldness made Kushina a little envious. She just couldn't bring herself to take that next step. That's odd. How has Minato been able to hold back all this time? Is something wrong with him? Mikoto frowned, puzzled. Minato had been with someone as adorable as Kushina for so many years, yet he could still restrain himself? That just didn't seem normal. What could be wrong? Down there. Kushina covered her burning face, unable to utter another word. She used to tease Minato often, but now that he wanted her, she found herself too shy. I don't think there's anything wrong. I turn him down every time. Well, that's a relief then. Seeing that Kushina didn't seem to be lying, Mikoto finally breathed easy. Minato really did love Kushina, as long as he wasn't suffering in silence. Elsewhere, the third Hokage kept a constant watch on Kushina through his telescope technique. According to her reports, the Nine Tails was stable, but after the clan's destruction, only a few had managed to escape. Looking at the Konoha forehead protector, the third side, it was once a symbol of the Uzumaki clan's contributions. After a long day of fun, Makoto was finally escorted home. Feeling bored, Kushina wandered the streets aimlessly. If only she were an ordinary villager. Minato always seemed to have endless missions and had to look after those three little rascals every day. With that thought, she found herself standing before the cell that held the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails let out a cold snort, shifted into a more comfortable position, and went back to sleep. Was this what Uraha called tsundere to the point of death? The chains that had been loosened re-wrapped themselves, this time fastening securely to the cell door. The Nine Tails bristled instantly. "What are you doing, you wretched Uzumaki clan?" It reached out a paw and tugged hard, but the chains wouldn't budge, behaving like a dog's leash. "I'm not doing anything. It just feels safer this way, and you really look awful when you bare your teeth." Kushina looked on with open disdain, then swept her hand. The gate of the mine slammed down, pinning the Nine Tails' massive head and all 9 of its tails to the floor, forcing it into a humiliating, groveling posture. The Nine Tails roared in frustration, but it was powerless. In its heart, it cursed the creator of the 8-trigram seal 180 times over. Only when the beast finally quieted down did Kushina step inside the cage, clenching her fists and trying her best to look fierce, though the more she tried, the more ridiculous and comical she seemed. Ever seen fists as big as sandbags? "If you don't behave, I'll smash your eyes out, then shave off all your fur, and smack your cubs too." What kind of nonsense was this? How could such an idiot possibly be my Jinchuriki? The Nine Tails felt utterly defeated, convinced that at this rate, its own intelligence would be forcibly lowered just by association. "All right, you don't have any cubs. Sorry about that." Kushina pressed her palms together and apologized sheepishly. The Nine Tails realized that to argue with someone this foolish would truly be the height of folly. "In that case, I'll just pull out all your teeth." The Nine Tails simply stopped responding, no matter what Kushina said, remaining utterly indifferent. As expected, she soon lost interest and released the seal. Kushina sighed, feeling she had no intimidating presence at all. Perhaps she'd be better off spending more time at the Ministry of Justice. Meanwhile, Orochimaru led Uraha down to his dim underground laboratory. Uraha had never imagined he'd find himself lying on Orochimaru's operating table one day. Life certainly had its twists and turns. The fee for this, 4 whole crates, made Uraha's heart ache. He tried not to dwell on the money. 60 billion gone before anything even started. Was Mokutan really worth 60 billion? Absolutely. "Uncle Snake, you better not steal any of my flesh." Uraha cautioned him, not wanting to someday encounter a horde of children who looked exactly like him, all calling him dad. "Relax. I know what you're worried about. I would never let that happen, and besides, I don't have the means to do it anyway." Uraha glanced at the instruments on Orochimaru's table. He knew exactly what those were, Hashirama's cells. His heart pounded wildly. A flush crept up his cheeks. According to their agreement, if any mutation resulted in a human face appearing, the experiment would stop immediately and the affected tissue would be removed. The more Orochimaru measured, the more alarmed he became. Uraha's physical data was strikingly close to that of Hashirama's cells. The difference between the two was minimal. Hashirama's cells were only a bit more vigorous in terms of life force. Orochimaru speculated that Hashirama's cells would probably not trigger any major rejection reactions in Uraha's body. Even so, Uraha remained anxious and insisted on staying awake for the entire procedure, watching it unfold without anesthesia. Orochimaru slowly inserted the syringe into Uraha's arm. As expected, Uraha watched as the skin on his left arm began to transform, turning pale and waxy, much like white Zetsu's. That patch of skin felt intensely hot, but Uraha remained calm, silently observing the changes. "How does it feel?" Orochimaru asked. "It's hot. Nothing else, really," Uraha replied. Orochimaru looked unsurprised. When Danzo received his transplant, he had been in excruciating pain, nearly losing consciousness. Uraha, on the other hand, only felt some heat. What's more, where Danzo's transplanted area had rapidly sprouted branches and leaves, Uraha's had spread slowly with no such phenomena. Uraha understood the unique connection between the Uchiha and the Senju, so he was not surprised by the mild reaction. After 5 minutes, the affected area had only grown to the size of a ping-pong ball before it stopped expanding. "Uncle Snake, what's going on? You're not pulling a fast one on me with a fake sample, are you?" This is definitely Hashirama's cells," Orochimaru insisted. Growing impatient, Orochimaru tapped and adjusted various instruments, but nothing seemed to work. Stranger still, the patch of pale skin on Uraha's arm slowly began to shrink, eventually returning to its original appearance. The two stared at each other in bewilderment. It was the first time Orochimaru had ever seen Hashirama's cells unable to assimilate a host, and in fact being pushed back instead. Uraha, too, realized just how unique he was. He couldn't be treated like an ordinary Uchiha. Uraha, I think we should observe these cells further, Orochimaru suggested. I agree. Uraha nodded. They took a small sample and examined it under a microscope, but found no trace of Hashirama's cells. When they added another bit, the cells began to devour each other furiously. This time, it was an even match. Looks like the dose wasn't strong enough, Orochimaru mused. Then let's increase it, Uraha replied. After several attempts, the results were the same. If anything, the devouring became even more intense. Uraha sensed a strange power bubbling up, but before he could grasp it, it vanished. Frustrated, he braced himself against the pain and dug out a chunk of flesh from his own arm. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he handed it to Orochimaru, asking him to graft in a piece of Hashirama's flesh instead. Orochimaru was impressed by Uraha's resolve. He drew the Kusanagi sword, its icy gleam flashing, ready to sever Uraha's arm at a moment's notice if things went wrong. Uncle Snake, isn't that a bit much? Uraha joked through gritted teeth. You made this choice. This is the safest way. Orochimaru replied grimly. All right, if you say so, Uraha sighed, his face twitching but ultimately agreeing. With great care, Orochimaru used tweezers to place the graft into the gap in Uraha's arm. The moment the flesh merged, Uraha's entire left arm turned a ghostly gray-white. He let out a piercing scream, a raw, wrenching sound that made Orochimaru's hand tremble on the sword's hilt in alarm. Very soon, the chunk of flesh fused seamlessly with the original skin, leaving no gap at all. Yi felt a strange chakra repeatedly surging through his body. His spiritual roots instinctively unleashed their power in resistance. They would not allow assimilation, yet they could not stop it either. Seeing that most of Yiyu's left arm had turned a pale, grayish-white, Orochimaru prepared to sever it once. Wait, I'm fine. Ignoring the pain, Yiyu cried out urgently. After a while, seeing that the discoloration had not spread further and stopped just below his shoulder, Orochimaru finally put away his blade. It seems we're at a standoff again. Yiyu only felt as if two distinct entities within his body were locked in fierce battle. Fortunately, his fire's spiritual root, the fire poison, proved highly effective, successfully halting the spread of the Hashirama cells. The Hashirama cells, using his body, kept producing their own chakra in short bursts, while the water and earth spiritual roots kept adjusting their energies, sorting and recombining them without pause. Activating his Sharingan, Yiyu observed carefully, constantly adjusting the frequencies. At last, after several hours, the water-earth chakra and the chakra generated by the Hashirama cells stabilized, matching in both amount and frequency. With the threat of the Hashirama cells neutralized, the forces within Yiyu mounted a swift counterattack. The grayish-white skin gradually regained its healthy, jade-like glow. Curiously, the transplanted flesh, once closely bonded with the wound, began to separate, shriveling rapidly. Yiyu flexed his arm, and the withered flesh fell away, lifeless. His wound started to heal at a remarkable pace, much faster than before. Yiyu sensed a new kind of energy within him. He recognized it as would release, and what's more, it was uniquely his own. The power of the Hashirama cells had been absorbed by his body, replenishing lost strength before vanishing completely. Yiyu felt an incredible clarity in his Sharingan, his ocular power significantly enhanced. How are you feeling? It seems my body produced its own antibodies and destroyed the Hashirama cells. I see. Looks like your cells are every bit as remarkable as Hashirama's. Maybe so, but the Hashirama cells had quite an effect on me. They didn't grant me would release directly, but they did awaken my own latent ability. Your own would release. Orochimaru drew in a sharp breath. At this moment, Yiyu's cells were even more valuable than Hashirama's. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to awaken the Sharingan. But possessing 4 kinds of bloodline limits in one body was entirely possible. After all, ocular jutsu and bloodline traits couldn't be compared directly. Orochimaru could barely contain himself. He desperately wanted to dissect Yiyu and uncover his secrets. His gaze turned greedy. 20 crates. Orochimaru twitched, falling silent. Uncle Snake, if you want my cells that much, how about I transplant a little for you? But be warned, it might consume you just like the Hashirama cells. This was inevitable. After all, these are cells on the same level as Hashirama's. The sage must have left them behind. I never imagined they'd transform your body into something so terrifying. Yeah, I didn't expect to become this strong either. Uraha nodded, feeling the weight of power in his hands. 5 kinds of Kekii Genkai, and even would release among them. At last, I can unleash would release jutsu with my own hands. It's a pity you don't have wind nature right now. If you did, you might even awaken ice release. Maybe I'll acquire it in the future. Please, stop talking. You're making me want to bang my head against the wall. Orochimaru sighed, as if already envisioning Uraha's future, dominating the ninja world. Meanwhile, Uraha wondered if fusing with Hashirama's cells would leave him blind again. Although he had gained would release, this wasn't truly Hashirama's power. He spent 5 days in Orochimaru's laboratory, only leaving once he was certain there were no side effects. Seems like there's nothing I lack anymore. Uraha muttered to himself. Now possessing a multitude of Kekii Genkai, he felt nearly flawless. In this era before the Sage of Six Paths, if he ever wanted to flee from a Kage-level opponent, it was unlikely anyone could stop him. He strolled out to the Uchiha forest outside the village, practicing all kinds of wood-release techniques. Although the number of hand seals he needed had decreased, there was still a slight delay, but it didn't matter much. Just then, he suddenly sensed someone watching him. Who's there? In a flash, he used body flicker combined with Chidori Sharp Spear to strike at someone underground. With a thought, he churned up the earth, revealing a gray, bark-like arm. Escaped, huh? Wait, this is... A heavy feeling pressed on Uraha's chest. That thing was a white Zetsu arm. When had he started being watched? Perhaps all his secrets had been exposed. After pondering, he realized the surveillance must have started before he obtained would release. Against white Zetsu's pervasive infiltration, Uraha was powerless. Even Karen's Kagura minds, I couldn't detect this special white Zetsu. If not for his awakened would release, which had dramatically enhanced his sensory abilities, Uraha would never have noticed. Damn it. Still, Storm Release and Boil Release should be safe. Those were only used in front of Orochimaru. Uraha was certain white Zetsu could never reach Ryuchi Cave, and once there, the White Snake Sage would act immediately. No one could fool her in her own domain. With that thought, his expression eased. Earlier, the distance he used body flicker was 30 meters. His Chidori Sharp Spear could extend 10 meters, making his sensory range about 40 meters. The fleeing white Zetsu quickly contacted the main body. Black Zetsu and white Zetsu exchanged uneasy glances. Hey, Sagichi, could Uraha actually be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? He's even using would release now. My clone just told me that there are no Hashirama cells in Uraha's body. That's absolutely impossible. It's just a mutation, an exception to the rule. Black Zetsu replied, clearly taken aback by this turn of events. It was already unbelievable that he had awakened lava release and obtained tailed beast chakra, but the fact that he'd also awakened would release was even more astonishing. Deep down, Black Zetsu started to wonder if he might awaken the Rinnegan on his own. If he really did, maybe he was the Sage of Six Paths after all. So what should we do? We should eliminate him as soon as possible. There mustn't be a second pair of Rinnegan in this world. Black Zetsu's voice was chilling. Should we inform the 5 great nations? No, we're far from having enough information. We need to send out some special clones. Meanwhile, in the forest, Uraha was considering what to do with the severed arm. Burning it felt like such a waste, but keeping it seemed pointless. This arm would have the greatest effect if transplanted to a member of the Uchiha clan. But it didn't seem to be of the highest quality, so maybe it would be better to hold on to it for now. Perhaps he could trade it to Orochimaru for something valuable. Seal. He pulled out a scroll and sealed the arm away. Deep underground, Uchiha listened to Black Zetsu and White Zetsu's report, surprised that such a prodigy had appeared in the Uchiha clan. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan seemed only a matter of time. Unfortunately, such talents were hard to control. At just 9 years old, he'd already become a Jonin. If only he could inherit my will. Well, if he can't be controlled, then we'll just have to kill him at the right time and bring his body back. Yes, Lord Madara. With that, Madara lay back on his stone bed, moving as little as possible. The Rinnegan was coming along nicely. Nagato's mastery over it was still limited, and he'd even founded the Akatsuki organization. But that wasn't enough. It needed a little extra push. As Madara calculated his next move, he drifted into sleep. Because of White Zetsu's appearance, Uraha's previously relaxed mood became tense once again, pushing him to grow even stronger. He used a reverse summoning jutsu to train at the Ryuchi Cave. After training, he'd chat with the 3 snake princesses, enjoying a rather pleasant daily life. Unlike Uraha, Kakashi threw himself into relentless training, more dedicated than anyone else, because only through non-stop practice could he forget the pain in his heart. Jiangyi, where are you? Kakashi stared blankly at the ceiling, quietly murmuring Jiangyi's name. He could only sigh in silence. He'd asked Minato-sensei and Kushina countless times, but they stubbornly refused to reveal Jiang Yi's whereabouts. He'd even used missions outside the village as an excuse to inquire in the smaller nations. But it was all in vain. Jiang Yi had vanished without a trace, as if erased from the world. Achoo! Who the heck is bad-mouthing me again? Yi grumpily rubbed his nose and continued his training. When he returned to the village, he immediately used a water release technique to cool off. The June weather in Konoha was unbearably hot, so he bought 2 popsicles and set off for home. On this very day, a new life was born into the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha. As soon as Ieyu arrived home, he was ordered to guard Mikoto. He sent out a cluster of shadow clones to surround the house, which finally put Fugaku at ease. Overcome with excitement, he was about to become a father, pacing anxiously outside the door, his usual composure nowhere to be found. At last, the piercing cry of a newborn broke the silence. Itachi Uchiha had come into the world. Overjoyed, Fugaku burst into the room, ignoring all attempts to stop him. Ieyu thought to himself, when this kid grows up and kills you, I really don't see what you're so happy about. Suddenly, Ieyu slapped his forehead as he remembered what he'd forgotten. Damn, I forgot the experimental medicine I was supposed to get from Orochimaru. Now the baby's already born. It's probably useless. What a waste. It took Fugaku quite a while to calm down. Congratulations, clan leader. You have a lovely son. No need for formalities, Ieyu. If only my son could be as outstanding as you. I get the feeling you're insulting me. Not at all. Ha 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 ha. Fugaku realized he hadn't felt this happy in a long time. So, have you picked a name yet? We've decided on Itachi. Not considering sweet Itachi instead? Ieyu's hopeful look nearly made Fugaku falter. In fact, Ieyu had intended to use Orochimaru's potion to turn Itachi into a girl, and had already come up with a name for her. I appreciate the thought, but Itachi will do just fine. Clan leader, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? No need. Besides, you should be heading back to the ANBU. What the hell? Talk about using someone and then kicking them to the curb. Or should I say, burning bridges after crossing them. You're not getting rid of me today without coughing up 10 million. Ieyu was absolutely furious, fed up with Fugaku's attitude. But Fugaku just shook his head and said, if I remember correctly, the Hokage ordered you to protect Mikoto. Until my child was born, right? Even though you've been called back from the ANBU, you're still Mikoto's guard. Now that the child is here, you're officially off duty. Damn, that actually makes perfect sense. I have no comeback for that. Right, so you'd better head back now. Fine, just you wait and see. Ieyu gave a thumbs up, threw down his challenge, and left without looking back. Fugaku couldn't help but smile. Ieyu was a good-hearted kid. Cradling Itachi, Fugaku went to Mikoto's side to comfort her. The more Ieyu thought about it, the angrier he got. He blamed the third Hokage's ridiculous order and decided to sneak out that night to steal some forbidden jutsu. So, under cover of darkness, Ieyu slipped into the Hokage building, hand on his waist, and began searching through the secret scrolls. Because of Itachi's birth, Kushina chose to temporarily stay at the Uraha residence for a while to keep Mikoto company. This meant that Minato had to endure the loneliness of sleeping alone for the time being. How odd. Why did the old third suddenly assign me a solo mission? It's just too suspicious. Could he be plotting to get rid of me? Ever since discovering White Zetsu's existence, Uraha had become far more cautious. Inside the Hokage's office, Uraha stood before the third, noticing how, in such a short time, the old man's black beard had begun to turn gray. Uraha, I have a mission for you today, the third said. Yes, sir, Uraha replied respectfully. Recently, there's been a new force emerging in the hidden rain village of the Land of Rain. I want you to investigate. There's no need for combat, just gather intelligence. The third instructed, fully aware that Uraha's age was his greatest advantage. No one would ever suspect a child. A new force, you say? That's right. Word is they're quite talented. Understood, Lord Hokage. Removing his avian mask and changing into civilian clothes, Uraha already had a plan in mind. He would enter the Rain Village disguised as a refugee. The Land of Rain was a small country, but war had ravaged it for years. Only with Hanzo the Salamander's rule had things finally stabilized. If his guess was correct, this new force was none other than the Akatsuki. He hadn't expected to be assigned to this mission. If he could get his hands on the Rinnegan, Uchihamadara's scheme would collapse on the spot. Still, the world would remain unstable, so Uraha had no intention of interfering just yet. To think I'm actually about to make contact with the Akatsuki, demigod? If Hanzo is considered a demigod, then what does that make Pain? The mission was to start tomorrow, so today he decided to check in on those 3 youngsters. Sure enough, at the training ground, Minato was drilling Kakashi and the others. Hey, it's Uraha-sensei. Rin was the first to spot Uraha, prompting Obito and Kakashi to turn around. It really is big brother sensei. Uraha-sensei, Kakashi chimed in as well. I didn't expect Rin to become a sensory ninja. That's not all. Rin's even learned sage art healing. Obito exclaimed with excitement. It had been a while since they'd seen Uraha, and he'd missed him. Medical ninjutsu? Not bad. Looks like this team has everything it needs now, Uraha remarked. I didn't think you'd have time to come by today, Uraha, Minato said. Well, Minato, these three are my students too. If I didn't show up every now and then, I'd be neglecting my duties, Uraha replied. Yeah, but sensei, you disappear for months at a time. Obito blurted out. Obito, it's fine really. It's true that big brother's been slacking. Obito spoke around the lollipop in his mouth, completely unbothered. Their bond was so strong. Perhaps that's why things would become so intense in the future. Ahem. Today I'm here to test your abilities. Don't let me down. Don't worry. Teacher is definitely going to surprise you. The three of them were full of fighting spirit. The beginning was promising, but the ending was cruel. In less than 5 minutes, all three had lost their strength to fight. Minato, it seems you haven't taught them well. Just look at them. If they went up against the enemy like this, wouldn't they be chopped up like watermelons? Yoru clapped his hands and teased. Though his words were light-hearted, he was actually quite pleased inside. The trio already worked very well together, and none of what he taught them had gone to waste. Rin, in particular, had developed impressive control over her chakra. Well, maybe my methods really are too gentle, Minato replied thoughtfully. He had seen clearly the level of strength Yuri used just now. It was only about the standard of a regular jonin, and he hadn't even used any real finishing moves. Even so, the three had lost far too quickly. Besides, Minato continued, I feel like you've gotten a lot stronger. You started to make my heart race with nerves. I'll tell you all about it in a bit. But hey Minato, your reputation these days is really something. The yellow flash, impressive, very impressive. I'm not really as great as all that, Minato said with a humble chuckle. I actually wanted to spar with you later, but it looks like there won't be a chance this time. Do you have a mission tomorrow? That's right, Yuri replied, sounding a touch regretful. After all, the fastest way to improve was to train with top-level experts. In the whole of Konoha there were only a handful who could really push him to his limits. Jiraiya was just too risky to mess with, so that only left Orochimaru and Minato as possible opponents. Under Minato's gentle exterior, there was a hidden danger that, in Yoru's eyes, was even greater than Orochimaru at this stage. After Minato had perfected the Flying Thunder God technique, he was practically unstoppable. He was the only one who could wield that level of space-time ninjutsu. Don't worry, when you get back, we'll have a proper match, Minato promised. Deal. By then, the three students had already picked themselves up. Obito rubbed his backside and shot a resentful glance at Yuru. Why was he the only one who got kicked there out of the three? Kakashi, on the other hand, was extremely frustrated. Just like last time, Yura hadn't used his Sharingan at all, as if mocking all of Kakashi's training is pointless. Kakashi, taijutsu is incredibly important. In most situations, it's even more crucial than ninjutsu. Even Obito's taijutsu is better than yours. Really? Haha, I've finally surpassed Kakashi. You're still a loser. Kakashi replied dismissively. So what if Obito's taijutsu was better? He still ended up losing anyway. Obito's face turned red with frustration, while Rin stepped in to smooth things over. After making his arrangements for the three, Yuru walked off with Minato to a quiet spot before confiding in him about his current situation. Minato, I already possess 5 Kekkei Genkai. Wah, that's truly unbelievable. Minato wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Was this guy really a member of the Uchiha clan? Could he be a secret son of the Sage of Six Paths? No wonder. Even Minato could sense how dangerous Uraha felt at this moment. Uraha, be honest with me. Are you even human? I can tell you with absolute certainty, no, I'm not. I'm your sage. Huh, what do you mean? Why does that sound like an insult? Nothing of the sort. Didn't you already know I'm the sage's disciple, Minato? So it's all perfectly normal. Uraha explained with a straight face, and Minato decided not to dwell on his earlier words. Oh, that makes sense now. Uraha's teacher must be incredibly powerful. The methods of a sage truly defied belief. Even the great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku had lived for over 1,000 years. To think you've even awakened would release. Yes, though the wood release I can use is still quite weak. It's nowhere near the first Hokage's level. Uraha knew exactly what he was lacking. The yang chakra that symbolizes life. Although his body's vitality was already impressive, it was still far from enough. At most he could perform the wood dragon technique. Something like the wood human technique was simply out of reach. Without vast chakra reserves and a strong yang affinity, it really was too difficult. Minato was speechless. If Uraha were truly on par with the first Hokage, then the fate of the ninja world would be entirely in his hands. Minato had heard the legends of the god of shinobi. It was an unmatched power. Uraha, you must stay true to yourself. Don't get lost in your strength. Don't worry, Minato. I'm Uchiha Uraha after all. Good. Bidding Minato farewell, Uraha left behind some scrolls and departed. Did Master Uraha leave again? Yes. You all must work hard. I believe you'll become powerful shinobi, just like Uraha. Minato patted Rin on the head, then distributed the scrolls to the three of them as Uraha had instructed, keeping only Uraha's insights on adding nature transformations to the Rasengan for himself. Thank you so much, Uraha. You always give everything you have. After expressing their gratitude, the three students happily took their scrolls and went home to train. When he reached the border of the Land of Rain, Uraha changed into ragged clothes. After a bit of disguise, he set off with anticipation. To be honest, Uraha really loved rainy weather. If only he had a little boat, it would be perfect. What a wonderful place. If only I could stay here forever. Soaked by the rain, Uraha arrived at the checkpoint, where the guards immediately called out to the shivering newcomer. What's your name? Where are you from? Yes, sir. I'm from Makawa village. It was flooded. My name is Tsukamoto Rinpei. Uraha feigned fear as he looked at the two soldiers, his body trembling from the cold. Sana? Yes, it was indeed flooded some time ago. Many refugees who lost their homes have poured into this place. What happened to your hair? Oh, that. I caught a strange illness earlier and lost all my hair. As soon as the topic of hair came up, Yiyu was overcome with sorrow. All that beautiful hair was gone. Forcing out a couple of tears, Yiyu's misery tugged at the guard's heartstrings. Such a fate for a mere child. Once the guard was sure the illness wasn't contagious, he finally allowed Yiyu to enter the city. Go on in. Not long ago, other refugees from Sanha came through. You might just find your family. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Yiyu thanked him over and over, eager to enter the city. Wait, kid. Take this with you. The kind-hearted guard handed Yiyu a bamboo hat. Gratefully, Yiyu took it and headed inside. What a pitiful child, the guard thought, then turned to greet the next newcomer. Yiyu made his way through the rain to the hidden rain village. He stepped into a tavern and ordered a few small dishes, quietly listening to the conversations. Around him, though the weather was gloomy, the villagers seemed to get by well enough. People bustled along the streets, filling them with a lively energy. I heard Lady Angel did another good deed recently. She wiped out another bandit gang. I heard that too. Oh, Lady Angel is so beautiful, and her heart is just as pure. If I were a few years younger, I'd definitely try to win her over. Ha ha ha, you shameless fool. If Lady Angel so much as glanced at you, I'd eat mud right here. Well, let's just drink. The two drunken men bantered back and forth, drawing laughter and comments from the crowd. Yiyu quietly gathered plenty of useful information. It seemed the Akatsuki was still quite active in this area. If he waited long enough, he was bound to encounter them sooner or later. Rumor had it the organization had grown too. Many people dreamed of joining the Akatsuki, and to Yiyu's surprise, it seemed the group was thriving. Plenty of young people joined, always doing their best to help those in trouble. If that's the case, then tomorrow I'll just play the pitiful orphan, Yiyu decided. Weak, helpless, and sympathetic, yet with a spark of spirit. Satisfied after a hearty meal, Yiyu made up his mind to spend the next day on the street corner. He found a spot in the corner, watching the endless stream of passers-by. Many people glanced his way, but none stopped. By noon, a ninja finally approached. Yiyu looked up to see a boy around 15 or 16, dressed in black, handsome, though with a touch of youthful innocence. He didn't look like one of the higher-ups, probably just a regular member. Why are you here? My village was flooded. Sanha village? Yeah. Yiyu hung his head in disappointment. What about your parents? I don't know. I see. Come with me. I can't promise you a great life, but at least you won't go hungry. The young man spoke cheerfully. He really was as bright as sunlight, just like Minato. But his guard was far too low. Letting strangers in so easily was terribly naive. Clearly, he had a lot of growing up to do. Really? Of course. Our leader is a truly kind person. All right, I believe you. The boy was delighted to have saved someone again, and Uraha rose to follow behind him. By the way, what's your name? Rinpei Tsukamoto. Oh, I'm Masao Yamazaki. Nice to meet you. The boy offered his hand, but Uraha didn't take it, still keeping his guard up. Well, that was understandable, Masao Yamazaki thought. He was sure the organization would soon ease this child's wariness. Before long, Uraha arrived at a rather impressive building. So this was Akatsuki's base? Still, a village full of pipes everywhere was hardly comfortable. Uraha much preferred the misty bridges and painted scenes of Jiangnan. Masao, who's this kid? Picked him up on the street. He looked pitiful, so I brought him back. You really are impossible. What if he turns out to be an enemy? A slightly chubby boy scolded Masao, but Masao just shrugged it off. Got it. It won't happen again. Oh, and this kid's village was flooded. His parents are probably gone. Don't bring it up later. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Masao spoke in a low voice. Uraha kept his head down, thinking this floor seemed just a little bit lower than the last one. Rinpei, come on in. There's food waiting inside. Yes. At the mention of food, Uraha's eyes brightened significantly. To make his act more convincing, he hadn't eaten anything since morning. The two exchanged a nod. It seemed Uraha's hunger made his identity perfectly believable. Watching him devour food ravenously made Masao very happy. It wasn't until nightfall that Uraha finally met Akatsuki's so-called leaders. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato all appeared together. Uraha was genuinely excited. Thankfully, most people didn't recognize the Rinnegan. Otherwise, Nagato probably wouldn't have survived this long. He did the math. Right now, he was probably stronger than all three. Nagato and Yahiko seemed to be at Jonin level, while Konan was clearly weaker. If he launched a surprise attack now, he might be able to steal the Rinnegan and perhaps even draw out the real boss. But he quickly dismissed such a reckless idea. Even if Madara was old, provoking him was not wise. Suppressing his urge to act, Uraha deliberately avoided looking into Nagato's eyes. After Masao's introduction, the three leaders still seemed a bit uneasy. Why are you still wearing that hat? Because I'm sick. All my hair fell out. It's not contagious, is it? Konan took a step back, keeping a safe distance. Her reaction nearly made Uraha laugh out loud. No, there's no need to worry about that. Oh, that's good to hear. Xiaonan let out a sigh of relief. Ura lifted his head to take a closer look at her. She really was beautiful, just as he'd heard. She wore a handmade paper flower in her hair. After making sure of everything, Yoru greeted each member in turn. This was a group founded by young people, more like a charity than anything else, devoted to helping those in need, dreaming of leading the world toward peace. It was a noble dream. The only problem was that they'd chosen to develop in the Land of Rain. Hanzo, that old fox, was notorious for his suspicious nature, the slightest sense of unrest, and he'd strike with merciless force to wipe out any potential threat. Limping, from now on you'll be under Masao's guidance. Yes, Angel. Getting information so easily this time actually left Yoru feeling a bit at a loss. Right now, Akatsuki was the very picture of a righteous organization. Just a quick investigation would reveal everything. There was nothing secretive about them. Perhaps that's exactly why Hanzo hadn't made a move yet. There was no need to worry about his position being threatened, and now Yahiko was even trying to win Hanzo's approval, hoping for his support. If it weren't for Danzo fanning the flames from the shadows, Akatsuki probably wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. After spending a few days with them, Yoru still didn't know what to do. He just left the village and wasn't ready to go back so soon, but staying cooped up in his room left him frustrated and restless. The constant rain only made his mood gloomier. Limping, I'm sorry, but we still haven't found any news about your parents. Xiaonan spoke apologetically, blaming herself for her own helplessness. It's all right, Angel. I understand. With a flood like that, it's already a miracle I survived. Sigh. This little girl is far too trusting, Yura thought. No wonder she'll be caught by Hanzo in the future. She's just too young and naive. Sister Xiaonan, will you always help people like this? Of course. Bringing peace to the ninja world is our dream. One day, we'll make it a reality. Is that so? That sounds really difficult. I believe in Yahiko. What a hopelessly naive and sweet girl, Yoru couldn't help but think. Sister Xiaonan, is there really such a thing as peace among ninja? I've seen them do anything, absolutely anything, to kill their enemies. Aren't you afraid? Xiaonan hadn't expected this child to have witnessed such things and asked with genuine curiosity. Of course I was afraid. I hid in my closet and didn't dare come out. Then you really are lucky. Do you want to become a ninja? No way. Yoru answered without hesitation. Who wants to be a ninja? I want to be the pirate king, and once that's done, I'll become an immortal sage. For a moment, Xiaonan was at a loss for words. In this world, only the strong survive. If you don't become a ninja, you're doomed to live at the very bottom. If Yoru had said he wanted to become a ninja, Xiaonan would have taken him as a student, but since he refused, she thought, well, everyone has their own path. Then what do you want to be? The pirate king. As Yu spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement. What a troublesome child. How could someone without strength hope to become pirate king? Xiaonan was left even more at a loss for words. Pirates were, after all, villains, and the thought of it made kind-hearted Xiaonan deeply uneasy. She felt she had to steer Yu onto the right path. Her face turned stern as she said, even the most ordinary pirates are ruthless criminals. I can't let you become a pirate. But pirates are free. Living here doesn't feel free at all, Yiyu whispered. Suddenly, whack, a fist came crashing down on Yiyu's head, leaving a big lump. Ow! Sister Xiaonan, why did you hit me? Yiyu cried out, clutching his head. Was this woman crazy? She actually hit him. No more talk of pirates, ever. Xiaonan snapped, her voice fierce. For a good kid to have thoughts of becoming a pirate was just too bizarre. Watching Xiaonan storm angrily out of the room, Yiyu quickly used his ability to soothe the swelling. Maybe I should just leave after all. Every day, I get dragged off to do chores like a child labor. Ah, I'm so exhausted, he sighed, flopping onto the bed in a starfish sprawl. The Akatsuki had only just been founded, and there was still plenty of strength here. There really was no need to be so cautious. Besides, Yiyu had noticed that White Zetsu was lurking in the area too. As long as he dressed the part, there was little chance of being recognized. Only when Nagato returned did White Zetsu appear as well, never leaving Nagato's side for a moment. Forget it, better to just go back. It rained here 28 days out of every month, and he was constantly being watched. After leaving a letter behind, he decided to leave the village and resume his duties. Gazing deeply at Nagato from the window, he made his way to the village gate, ready to slip away, only to be stopped in his tracks. Hey kid, what do you think you're doing? Someone demanded. Ah, this brat hit himself well, didn't he? Pretty convincing act, sneered a man with several scars on his face, staring hard at Yiyu. Had he been discovered? Impossible. Yiyu kept up his act, pretending to be frightened. The man lunged with a blade, but Yiyu merely frowned, dodged to the side, and sent the ninja flying with a punch. Seeing this, the man's companions hurried to join the brawl. How did you find me? Yiyu demanded. Oh, that hurts. You little brat. I'm a sensory ninja, you know. Oh, that explains why you're so weak. Did you put all your points into sensing and nothing else? Lightning blade. With a crackling surge, the two ninja were instantly knocked out, their bodies convulsing. In this place, it wasn't just water-style users who had the advantage. Lightning style worked just as well against small fry like these. Without hesitating, Yiyu used the body flicker technique to vanish. By the time the pursuers arrived, he was long gone. He raced out of the land of rain without pause, leaving Hanzo fuming and helpless. The only report he received was that a child had escaped, but what intelligence the boy had obtained remained a mystery. Later that afternoon, when Zhengfu called Yiyu for dinner, he discovered that the boy was already gone, with only a note left behind. The letter read, "Thank you all for taking care of me during this time. Sister Conan is truly as kind as an angel, but I still prefer the freedom of being a pirate. Maybe someday I'll join your organization, and by the way, I shave my own head. Don't worry about me. Tsukamoto Renpei." The message left Conan furious. She immediately ordered people to search for him, but there was no trace to be found. Blaming herself, she felt certain that it was because she had hit Uraha that Renpei chose to leave. Conan, let it go. That child may not be ordinary. Just now, word came from the front. Someone escaped the village, and it was a child. He even injured a ninja from the Hidden Rain village. Yahiko said, his tone grave. It was Renpei. Most likely. What worries me more is that he might be a ninja from an enemy nation. Conan slumped to the ground, devastated. Hadn't all of Akatsuki's intelligence been compromised? Masao stepped forward and volunteered to accept punishment, since it was he who had brought Renpei back. But judging from the letter he left, Renpei doesn't seem to have a bad heart. Besides, the members of our organization are more or less public anyway, Nagato said with a smile. That's right. Nagato is right. We exist for the sake of justice. Yahiko's words brought a measure of comfort. Hearing this, Conan and Masao's faces brightened, and they were no longer so pessimistic. Back in the village, Uraha reported what had happened. This kind of mission felt almost like a vacation. Being in a child body really had its advantages. Lord Hokage, here's the latest intelligence on the new rising force. The Hokage nodded, took the scroll, and studied it for a long time. A justice-driven organization, is it? Yes, Lord Hokage. It's made up entirely of young people. If only Konoha had such a group. The Hokage mused, his interest piqued. He wondered what it would be like if the village established a similar force. But then again, perhaps the villagers didn't really need that. I don't think it's necessary. After all, the land of fire is far stronger than the land of rain. That's true. Uraha, how are you finding life in the Umbu? It's pretty good. Why is the old man asking about this all of a sudden? Would you be interested in becoming a squad captain? What? Of course I'd be happy to, but Lord Hokage, I'm not sure I've earned that honor just yet, Uraha said, barely able to contain his excitement. A squad captain was no small position. You're right, you're not quite there yet. So I'll have to trouble you to take on more missions in the near future. Damn it, you old fox. I'll do my best to complete every mission. So this was his plan all along. Was it because he thought I was slacking off? Unbelievable. That's good to hear. But what did that phrase you used earlier mean? Oh, that? It's an expression I picked up recently in the Land of Rain. I think it's some kind of code phrase. Make a note of it later. It could be valuable for our research. Yes, sir. I'll be sure to share everything I know. The third Hokage tapped the ash from a cigarette and stroked his mustache, seemingly pondering how to assign Nightfeather a new task. After a moment's thought, the third pulled out a file and tossed it to Nightfeather. One glance at the document nearly made Nightfeather faint. There were a full 20 missions waiting for him, all to be completed within 6 months. I'm afraid, Lord Hokage, that I might not be up to the task. Don't worry, you'll be teaming up with Minato again for these. Understood. Nightfeather shot the third Hokage a fierce glare, then stormed out of the Hokage's office in a huff. When it came to assigning work to his apprentice's apprentice, the old man showed no mercy. The third smile nearly blossomed into a full grin, and he nodded in satisfaction. During this time, Nightfeather threw himself into missions with Minato, working relentlessly. Kushina, too, could often be heard grumbling in frustration. After witnessing Nightfeather's 5 bloodline powers in action, Minato came to believe that there was no one who could defeat him. You're truly incredible, Nightfeather. Even I doubt I could best you in a fight. Minato, you're too modest. Your flying thunder god technique alone makes you unbeatable. In every respect, I feel you surpass me. Nightfeather exclaimed in awe. Minato's abilities had reached the Kage level, utterly unlike his own, a jack of many jutsu, but lacking in focus, much like how the grown-up Kakashi could fight anyone to a standstill. Of course, if we don't count the weaklings. Once one reached Jonin rank, winning was possible, but it would still take considerable time. Is that so? If I were 10 years older and still couldn't beat you, I'd have to find a wall to bang my head against. I think you've spent more than enough time with Kushina, if you ask me. Well, that's only natural for adults, isn't it? Loser. Nightfeather blurted out a few words in Chinese, knowing Minato wouldn't understand a thing. Whenever Nightfeather spoke in unfamiliar languages, Minato would simply ignore it, but judging from Nightfeather's expression, he could tell it wasn't anything nice. Let's go. Time to head to our next destination. Orochimaru, aren't you supposed to be protecting your student? He no longer needs my protection. At Orochimaru's home, Jiraiya paid a rare visit. The third had mentioned that Nightfeather felt different now, so Jiraiya had come to Orochimaru for confirmation. The fledgling hawk has grown strong wings. There are few left who could threaten him now. Orochimaru raised his cup, gently swirling the wine. I see. Sounds like he really has grown. He's even stronger than most Jonin now. Indeed, he surprises me every time. Whenever Nightfeather came up, Orochimaru would grow visibly excited, for Nightfeather had specially gifted him a piece of flesh that was as valuable as Hashirama's own. By the way, I've heard you've been spending a lot of time with Danzo lately. You'd best keep your distance. There's something unsettling about that man. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. After so many months investigating outside the village, all the missing civilian cases seemed to point to Danzo. Even reports of missing ninja from other small nations seemed to lead back to the Hidden Leaf. Danzo, that guy truly walks in the shadows, but don't worry, I'll be fine. I'd hardly need your reassurance for that. Jiraiya chuckled. After all, Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf. In Jiraiya's eyes, Danzo was nowhere near qualified to threaten Orochimaru's life. Aside from his penchant for bizarre experiments, Jiraiya saw no real faults in Orochimaru. This train of thought reminded Jiraiya of a former comrade, Ibiki, lacking talent in ninjutsu, had defected from the Leaf and also delved into strange research. Haven't you tried tracking down Tsunade? If you don't make an effort, you might never get another chance. Don't bring that up again. Seriously, you're impossible. Jiraiya raised his cup and drained it in one swallow, falling silent in his frustration. How could he not want to find her? He just never expected Tsunade to leave so suddenly. He thought she'd stay a while longer. Leaving Orochimaru's house in a drunken haze, Jiraiya made his way to the Hokage's office to report what had happened. The moment Jiraiya left, Orochimaru's drunkenness vanished completely. So, in the end, he'd been exposed, though it seemed the Hokage had suppressed the matter. He'd better warn Danzo to lay low for a while. After all, there was new material for his experiments already. With that, Orochimaru rose and headed for the Umbu headquarters, intending to check in on Yudo, the only person who'd successfully fused with Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru-sama, is Danzo still here? Yes, he is. Take me to him. Right away. When Yudo saw Orochimaru arriving, hope flickered in his eyes, but Orochimaru merely nodded, and Yudo's gaze dimmed once more. You're here, Orochimaru. Leaning on his cane, Danzo gestured for everyone else to leave before beginning his conversation with Orochimaru. It turned out the Hokage had already warned Danzo to cease such activities. As for Yudo, Danzo felt a twinge of disappointment. The fusion with Hashirama cells had only reached 20%, a far cry from the power of the first Hokage. I understand, but as you know, successfully merging with Hashirama cells is almost impossibly difficult. There's no other way. Orochimaru shook his head. All the other test subjects had failed. For the time being, Orochimaru had halted experiments with Hashirama cells and was now cultivating his own eight-headed serpent. Danzo let out a sigh. Was he truly never to possess would release? He already had the Sharingan after all. May I go say hello to Yudo? Of course. Outside the hidden leaf village, Kakashi and Might Guy were sparring. At this stage, Kakashi could truly sense Guy's strength. Each time he blocked one of Guy's powerful blows, his arms throbbed with pain. Leaf Whirlwind. Kakashi raised both arms to defend, but at the first clash, he was sent flying, struggling to his feet, bewildered by Guy's overwhelming strength. Kakashi, if it's just taijutsu, you'll never be a match for me. How could this be? Is this what Uraha meant by the importance of taijutsu? Kai's gleaming white teeth practically pierced Kakashi's eyes with pain. Again. Wow. Kakashi, I truly admire your courage, my friend. Here I come. So fast. Even faster than before. Kakashi was stunned. He hadn't expected Kai to move even quicker than last time. He barely managed to dodge a punch when Kai suddenly vanished, reappearing low, sweeping Kakashi's legs. Out from under him with a heavy roundhouse kick. Kakashi had no time to defend and was sent flying once more, smashing into the stone wall with enough force to leave a man-shaped crater. Oh no! Kakashi, are you alright? Kakashi. Kai hurriedly yanked Kakashi out from the wall, making him look utterly disheveled. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Kakashi felt as if every bone in his body was about to fall apart. Could this guy really not have graduated yet? His physical strength was far beyond ordinary. Was this what they called a hardworking genius? Kakashi suddenly remembered something White Fang had once told him. Kai would become his rival. He'd always dismissed the idea, but now he had to admit it was true. I've made up my mind. I'm going to train in taijutsu with you. Kakashi declared solemnly. Everything was for the sake of defeating Uraha. Uraha's bizarre speed was simply too fast to keep up with. Really? That's fantastic, haha. This is the spirit of youth. Then let's start today. 15 laps around the village. Kai's hearty laughter made Kakashi wince again. He realized just how insane Kai's training was. Now he finally understood how Kai's taijutsu had become so formidable. Since he'd agreed to learn from Kai, he was determined to see it through. Kakashi cheered himself on. He couldn't allow himself to have any weaknesses. Could it be that Uraha kept his distance from Kai because of this relentless training? He remembered that they used to get along quite well. When Uraha and Minato-sensei returned, he'd challenged them both. Meanwhile, Uraha and Minato were locked in a brutal battle, though it was the enemy's blood that stained them. The Sharingan was focused on observing Minato's combat techniques, memorizing every movement and step. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. As scheduled, Uraha and Minato returned to the village, and Uraha finally achieved his long-awaited goal of becoming a squad leader. This position wasn't easy to get. Congratulations, Uraha. TCH, those 3 S-rank missions were so dangerous. I barely made it back alive. Thinking back, Uraha still felt a chill. Who would have thought that such a small village could unleash such terrifying attacks? There had been a sacrificial, catastrophic technique that devastated everything within a 3-kilometer radius, almost enough to wipe the world clean. Yeah, it was terrifying. Moves like that, where the enemy is willing to die with you, are truly frightening. Good thing we had our escape route planned in advance. Even in the smallest countries, you can never let your guard down. Yoru was deeply shaken by the power of the space-time ninjutsu. When he used reverse summoning, the sheer force of the explosion was so overwhelming that it even disrupted the fabric of space and time. Minato suffered severe injuries while using the Flying Thunder God technique, and when they finally escaped, all they saw was a blinding white light. In Konoha's 44th year, Yoru devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training, sensing that the 5th spiritual root was about to emerge. At last, he was on the verge of unlocking the sage's treasure. He endured the harsh winter all the way into spring, pouring nearly all his chakra each day into the jade pendant, pushing himself to the very edge of survival. Am I rushing things too much? He wondered. Looking at his own reflection, he saw how much weight he'd lost, his complexion as pale as if he were gravely ill. It's better for you to take your training one step at a time, Yuru, Shinhiro said sternly. He knew his son was repeating the same reckless pattern as before, only this time it seemed even more extreme. This kind of state was a clear sign that his chakra was completely depleted. It was strange. He hadn't done anything, and yet his chakra kept vanishing for no apparent reason. Yes, you're right. It really isn't worth it, Yuru admitted. "All right, I understand, Dad," he replied, forcing a smile. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed, not wanting to move a single finger. At the Ichiraku ramen shop, business was as lively as ever, the shop always packed with customers. Yet little Ayam often found herself staring off into space, her mind drifting to thoughts of that mischievous boy. She'd been scolded by Tucci more times than she could count. Tucci himself was secretly frustrated. The next time that kid showed up, maybe he'd just poison him outright. The thought of his precious daughter being so absent-minded was infuriating. Obito, meanwhile, was throwing himself into mastering the ninjutsu Yoru had left behind. He was making steady progress in fire style techniques, and his strength had finally reached the level of a chunin. Rin would always tend to Obito's injuries with gentle care. Sure enough, he thought, it was best not to train with Kakashi. Enjoying Rin's devoted attention, he drifted off into a blissful sleep, dreaming of a wonderful life together with her. Honestly, he actually fell asleep, Rin murmured, watching Obito's sleeping face, which was still wearing a smile. Her mood lightened considerably. Kakashi, meanwhile, was running laps around the village with Guy under the bright sunlight. Every time, he ended up exhausted and sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Guy, on the other hand, though out of breath, always seemed full of vigor. It wasn't until summer was nearly upon them that Yoru finally awakened his fifth spiritual root, the In root. The moment it manifested, Yoru felt his Sharingan's In attribute undergo a profound transformation, as if it were reaching its ultimate limit and was about to break through to an entirely new realm. And at last, Yoru heard the long-lost voice of the sage once more. "My inheritor, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. I thought it would take another 20 years before this moment came." Yoru was startled. This time felt different from before. The first time had clearly been a pre-recorded message, but now it seemed as if the sage was speaking with his own consciousness. "Don't be alarmed, This is merely a trace of my spiritual consciousness. It won't harm you." Sensing Yi Yu's apprehension, the ancient voice spoke again. Unlike last time, the jade pendant within his sea of consciousness now radiated boundless light, revealing the figure of an old man, dressed in flowing white robes. The elderly figure was gaunt, with eyebrows 3 feet long, a true image of a sage, exuding an ethereal and dignified presence. Yi was suddenly reminded of the chakra left by Minato and Kushina inside Naruto, set to awaken under special conditions. It seemed the principle was much the same here. "It appears you've already figured it out. Quite clever of you," the old man remarked. "Of course. Master, earlier you mentioned that once I obtained all 5 spiritual roots, I could begin receiving your full legacy. So where is that legacy?" Now that he was sure there was no danger, Yi Yu dropped all pretense, rubbing his hands together in excitement, looking every bit the greedy treasure seeker. "It's right here, of course." With a sweep of his long sleeve, the jade pendant transformed into a towering structure. "This is the trial tower. It has 9 levels. The first 6 are safe. There's no real danger to your life. But the last 3, once you enter, there's no turning back. If you die within, even I won't be able to help you." The immortal's tone grew solemn, warning Yi Yu not to take things lightly. "Master, isn't this a bit too ruthless? Who does things like this?" Yi Yu protested. "If my entire legacy could be obtained so easily, wouldn't it be a mockery? As my disciple, you must endure trials and tribulations." The immortal replied matter-of-factly, and indeed, it did seem reasonable. Receiving everything without effort was not the way. "I understand, Master. But what's inside?" Yi Yu asked, his real concern being the rewards, not the trials themselves. Each level offers something different, and there are hidden treasures waiting to be found by those who seek them. As for cultivation techniques, I won't give you any. I hope my disciple will forge his own unique path. Besides, the power you wield is already quite extraordinary." As he spoke, the immortal's consciousness brushed past Yi Yu's body, sensing the laws of this world. Though different from his own, the spiritual energy here was abundant. "I see. Thank you, Master. So does that mean I gain a new spiritual root with each floor I clear?" Yi Yu pressed on, anxious because he had no idea how long the old man's consciousness might last. "You still lack 4 spiritual roots. Starting from the 3rd floor, you'll gain 1 with each level you conquer. And to think you've already advanced 4 roots to the 2nd phase, quite astonishing." The immortal sighed with genuine admiration. It was a regret of his own. Before his ascension, he had only awakened 3 roots to the 2nd phase. After becoming an immortal, roots and attributes no longer mattered. But he had spent countless efforts to create this treasure, hoping his disciple could achieve all attributes and fulfill what he himself could not. 4 roots, Yi Yu echoed, surprised. "Yes, of course. The complete cycle of the 5 elements should be metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yet here, there are only 7 attributes. Inwood release is merely an anomaly, a pure accident from the alien Otsutsuki clan. That surname, it seems, was not given in vain. Master, can cultivating immortality truly grant eternal life? Yi looked up, hope flickering in his eyes. This was the answer he longed for most. But the sage fell silent. Can it not? Yiyu's gaze dropped, his eyelids heavy with disappointment and despair. After all, Kagaya Otsutsuki had achieved immortality. Just then, the sage's voice returned, like a ray of sunlight breaking through a snowy landscape. To become an immortal is to enjoy a long life, indeed, but there is nothing in this world that does not die. What you are cultivating now, however, constantly drains your body. No matter how powerful you become, it cannot grant you eternal life. Please, Master, guide me. Yiyu immediately bowed with utmost respect. He'd pondered this question ever since he began training in chakra. Extracting energy from the body surely must take a heavy toll, right? All you need is to switch to spiritual energy. Absorb and nourish your body with the essence from the world around you, and naturally, your years will lengthen. As he spoke, a manual on energy cultivation appeared in Yiyu's hands. I shouldn't really give this to you, but I'll make an exception since you're unfamiliar with cultivation. Yiyu knelt and bowed in gratitude before finally opening the manual. It was a straightforward guide to cultivating spiritual energy, detailing only how to extract and absorb it. He'd expected instructions about forming golden cores or overcoming tribulations, but there was nothing of the sort. Once again, Yiyu felt the sage's stinginess. If he said he wouldn't give you something, you really wouldn't get it. Or perhaps there truly were no such cultivation realms as in the novels. Perhaps he'd just read too many stories. By the way, Master, why did you wait until I had 5 spiritual roots before you appeared? I've waited a full 1,000 years. My immortal energy is all but spent. This was the only way I could recover a little of it. Oh, so that's how it is. So, all these years, has this old fellow been absorbing my chakra? Still, the information was indeed crucial. It's always a grave mistake to use a product without reading the manual. Who would have thought it would take so much energy just to summon this bargain bin master? After a long discussion, Yiyu finally came to understand the jade pendant. Much like Obito's Kimui dimension, the pendant itself was actually a pocket universe. Master, what is your title? Yiyu inquired. For a moment, the sage seemed at a loss for words. My title, what was it again? Could immortals suffer from senility too? Yiyu couldn't help but grumble inwardly. No, senility isn't unheard of. The toads of Mount Mayaboku are certainly proof of that. Ah yes, I am the immortal Beichun Yun. The sage stroked his beard, pleased to have recalled it. The little spirit he had left was nearly at its limit, so fragments in memory were only natural. Still, he felt he'd explained most of what needed saying. There shouldn't be any problems. Immortal Beichun Yun. Your disciple will remember your name, Master. It's almost time for me to go. Perhaps we'll meet again someday, but most likely in the immortal realm. Respectfully seeing Master off, Yiyu bowed 3 times, his movement solemn, each bow echoing with the weight of farewell. The immortal's spiritual presence began to fade away, dissolving bit by bit. As he withdrew from his sea of consciousness, Yiyu summoned the Qi refining manual with a thought. He studied it carefully, noticing that the contents were incredibly detailed, filled with numerous notes and annotations. Clearly, the immortal had added his own insights. The immortal had truly been thoughtful. Despite insisting he wouldn't leave behind any techniques, he'd actually prepared a copy in advance. Yiyu's face, which had brightened with happiness, now gradually stiffened, because Yiyu realized that he couldn't recognize most of the characters. This was no joke. The immortal had been ascended for 1,000 years. Who knew how many centuries he'd spent cultivating before that? Damn, these characters looked like Oracle bone script. Even if they technically weren't, to an academic underachiever like Yiyu, it was all the same. I should have majored in archaeology. Choosing the wrong major really can ruin your life. Fuming, Yiyu flung the book to the ground. On Earth, at least he could look things up, but here, damn it, there wasn't even a dictionary. Damn, who could possibly deal with this? He stomped on the book twice before regaining his fierce composure. Breathe. Calm down. Yiyu picked up the book again, squinting and straining to make sense of the characters. Calm down my ass. Yiyu hurled the book away once more. Whatever, life goes on. Maybe I'll find a way someday. He picked up the book again. Frustration kept him awake the entire night. Without a proper method to cultivate, recklessness could easily lead to disaster. And only recognizing a handful of characters, how utterly embarrassing. In the end, Yiyu chose to leave his room. Regret wouldn't solve anything. The only way was to move forward. Have you finished your cultivation? Seeing Yiyu's gloomy expression, Minghui asked gently. Yes, it's over. Sigh. Did you fail? It's both a success and a failure. I can only blame myself for being so ignorant. I don't think so at all. You've always been my pride, always top of your class. Minghui didn't know what had happened, but she still offered words of encouragement. Thank you, Mom. After coming out of seclusion, Yiyu took to drinking alone, lost in his worries. His future seemed shrouded in darkness. Maybe he really would be stuck here forever. Ignorance was truly terrifying. A few days later, Yiyu finally snapped out of it. His hair had grown back, and he was no longer bald. That was a huge relief. Feeling much better, Yiyu went to visit the trio in Class 7. Yiyu, you're finally out of seclusion? Looks like you've gotten a lot stronger. That's right, Minato. First, let me test their skills. Go ahead. Minato stepped aside, letting Yiyu walk to the center. The three of you, come at me together. Use your full strength. Don't worry, teacher. Obito and Rin shouted loudly, while Kakashi remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he prepared to attack. In front of Uraha, he couldn't use lightning style, so he had to rely on other jutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, pressure damage. Earth style, four-pillar earth prison. Uraha was first trapped by 4 towering pillars of earth, and then a swirling firestorm followed immediately after. Obito and Kakashi actually worked together quite well. Wind fanned the flames, and then Rin used earth style to seal off any escape routes. Uraha looked at them with a hint of admiration and took the full force of their combined attack. We hit him. Obito cheered in delight, while Kakashi stayed alert, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Seconds later, a wooden log fell to the ground. Substitution. Jutsu. Kakashi had anticipated this and became even more cautious. Watching from above, Minato nodded quietly to himself. He knew Kakashi was special. Earth style, headhunter jutsu. Sensing danger in a split second, Kakashi jumped clear, but Obito wasn't as lucky. He was pulled straight underground, finally making a name for himself. Like a ghost, Uraha emerged from the earth right behind Rin. With a swift, almost magical pat on the head, he cast a Jin jutsu. In Rin's eyes, a giant serpent suddenly coiled around her, and overwhelmed by the illusion, she rolled her eyes back and fainted on the spot. With Rin knocked out by a single Jinjutsu, Uraha turned to Kakashi, flashing a wicked smile. Looks like you're the only one left. Noticing Uraha using a lightning stimulation technique, Kakashi immediately responded in kind. Their bodies collided, and to Uraha's mild surprise, Kakashi's taijutsu had improved significantly. You actually managed to block that. Seems you've been training hard lately. I'm not done yet. Kakashi launched into a furious assault, his pure taijutsu skills making even Minato take notice. Well now, not bad at all, but you're still just a bit short. No matter how hard Kakashi punched, he always missed by a hair's breadth, as if an uncrossable gap lay between them. Even when he drew his blade, the result was the same. Chidori stream. Fully provoked, Uraha grabbed the back of Kakashi's neck in one swift move. The electricity coursed through Kakashi, making his whole body convulse, and Uraha quickly let go. Sorry about that. Bad habit from sparring with my own fat tiger at home. Off to the side, Obito burst into laughter at Kakashi's predicament. Kakashi, your hair's even straighter now. Oh, you're enjoying this, huh? Come here, Big Brother will give you a new look too. No, Big Bro, don't. I was wrong. Please, not that. Seeing Uraha approaching with his lightning blade crackling, Obito begged for mercy. But Uraha, after dialing down the power, gave Obito's hair a good jolt. His already spiky hair puffed up into a wild, explosive mess. Miserable and on the verge of tears, Obito cursed himself for his loud mouth. Once Uraha dispelled the Jinjutsu, Rin finally woke up, took one look at Obito and Kakashi, and burst out laughing. Well, that's the end of the game. Minato hopped down from the tree and began his review. You three did work together fairly well, but there are still many shortcomings. Kakashi, you should have shared the possibilities with your teammates instead of just looking out for yourself. Rin's Jinjutsu is far too weak. After all this time, she still can't dispel an illusion. And Obito, your sense of alertness is lacking. Yes, sensei. All three looked downcast, faces drawn with embarrassment. Nightfeather hadn't even exerted himself much before subduing them. Rin, in particular, had nearly fainted at the sight of the snake. She seemed so terrified that even a little snake might send her screaming. Clearly, she had a natural fear of snakes. Big Brother, do you think you could defeat Minato-sensei now? Sorry, I can't. Minato's body flicker technique is unbelievably fast, and if he uses Flying Thunder God, I really don't stand a chance. Nightfeather sounded genuinely regretful. He didn't quite understand it himself. After all, using lightning to stimulate his body should make him almost as fast as I, yet Minato's body flicker was just as quick, if not quicker. Could it be that wind nature provides a greater speed boost than lightning? Night Feather, you're being too modest. It's not like I could handle you easily, either. A round of polite compliments passed between them, which left the three juniors a little disgruntled, though they knew they stood no chance in a real match. With a single thought, Night Feather vanished directly, reappearing inside the trial tower as if he'd never existed in the first place. Then, in another instant, he was back where he started. This tower was quite a remarkable thing. It was similar to Kimui, though it didn't allow for further movement. Still, it was perfect for dodging fatal attacks, and the flow of time inside matched the outside world. Let's see what the first trial holds in store. Night Feather pushed open the heavy doors of the trial tower. The light inside was dim, and as he stepped in to survey his surroundings, he realized the interior was far more spacious than it appeared from outside, at least the size of 2 football fields. Ancient patterns were carved into the stone walls, and massive stone pillars supported the vast chamber. From the outside, it looked just like an ordinary tower, but inside, the space was astonishingly large. In the distance, a stone staircase seemed to lead up to the second level, but the gateway was firmly locked. No sooner had he entered than a swarm of puppets appeared around him, over 1,000 in total. These puppets wielded all manner of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, you name it. Their forms were oddly humanoid, but their materials were a mystery, and their eyes glowed an eerie green. So the goal is to defeat these puppets? Multi-shadow, clone, jutsu. He split into 40 shadow clones, who charged straight at the puppets. With a metallic crash, one puppet hefted a massive blade and swept it in a wide arc, whipping up a fierce gale. Half the clones were destroyed in an instant. Are you kidding me? Isn't this a bit much? Night Feather felt a chill run down his spine. Defeat 1,000 of these things? Without hesitation, he activated the Sharingan, quickly analyzing the source of their power. It emanated from a stone, embedded in their chests, sending energy through a specific network of lines. Destroy that, and the puppets would be finished. Now that he'd found their weakness, things were suddenly much more manageable. Blazing fire annihilation. With a deep inhale, he unleashed a sea of flames. Yura waited for the result, but as the fire faded, the puppets in the front row were merely smoking. There wasn't a hint of real damage. Suetun and Doton still had no effect. Clearly, his attacks just weren't powerful enough. Let's try this. Yuru leapt into the midst of the puppet horde. Instantly, the automatons closed in around him. One swung its massive axe with great force, but its movements were slow and clumsy. At best, it had the strength of a mid-level elite ninja. Did they put all their skill points into defense and strength? Rasengan. With the Sharingan, everything seemed to play out in slow motion. The Rasengan struck the puppet's chest, collapsing the armor and revealing the core inside, a power source ringed by what looked like etched seals. Is this thing made of alloyed steel? Yura nearly rolled his eyes. This iron lump was unbelievably tough. The Rasengan had only carved out a shallow pit, and the puppet's movements weren't even hindered. It would take another blow to finish it off. Sensing a flash of steel behind him, Yoru dodged instantly, drawing Tin Boryu and thrusting it through the puppet in front of him. Apparently, only the outer shell was so resilient. He let out a slight sigh of relief. His clones had all vanished. After piercing a few more puppets, Yoru's expression grew grave. Not all of them were slow. Their defenses and strength were the same, but their speed and weapon choice varied. If only he had more subtle attack methods, something like insects or sand that could worm their way inside and jam the mechanisms. Channeling lightning chakra and combining it with the blade's natural sharpness, he sliced through the puppet's weapons with ease. But each thrust required enormous effort. Their bodies were forged harder than their weapons. Fortunately, he could still pierce them, which helped conserve his chakra. Gradually, Yoru adapted to the rhythm of battle. With the Sharingan guiding him, he dodged strike after strike, weaving through the puppets and assassinating them as he went. After taking down over 100, his pace began to slow. Soaked with sweat, Yoru narrowly evaded another attack. He still had chakra to spare, but his body was lagging behind. His sword hand trembled, fighting this many mid-level ninja equivalents, each with such high defenses, was nearly impossible for a single person. How was he supposed to fight with more than 800 left? He'd collapse from exhaustion before he finished. Leaping out of the puppet horde, Yoru watched as all their heads turned toward him in unison. Lightning chakra seemed to be effective. Yoru noticed that one of the previously disabled puppets showed signs of internal energy turbulence, a mechanical malfunction, like a short circuit. Suetun, great waterfall technique. Raikiri, electric currents surged through the water, spreading to the puppets. They jerked and twisted in bizarre, unnatural ways, some even turning on one another in confusion. Damn, they really are afraid of electricity. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yoru ordered Momo to start refining chakra. Inside the tower, everything was lifeless, making it impossible to draw in new chakra. With no natural water source, casting such a wide-range water jutsu had nearly drained him dry. The puppets slashed at their counterparts with the weapons in their hands, injuring the ones before them. Yi was astonished. One hit from those weapons would definitely cause serious harm. As soon as the lightning effect faded, he hurried to unleash another Chidori. Anxious, Yi realized his chakra was running low. At most, he had enough for one more Chidori before he was completely drained. Yet, only about 20 puppets had been taken down. Wait, the puppets have energy sources. Excitement surged through Yi as he leaped forward, digging into a fallen puppet to find its energy source, a stone about the size of his fist. Could this be the legendary spirit stone? Sure enough, once the formation was broken, it became useless. But how was he supposed to absorb this thing? Unable to figure out how to absorb the spiritual energy, Yi grew frustrated. Should he try biting it? What a foolish thought. If it's a stone, it must be earth element, right? My earth spiritual root should be able to absorb it. Yi remembered that standing on the ground allowed him to slowly draw chakra, so this shouldn't be a problem. Activating his earth spiritual root, he immediately felt a response. The stone's energy was steadily absorbed and transformed, and Yi clearly sensed the energy level dropping. Regardless, the energy in this one stone was already equal to half of his own reserves. Emboldened, Yi began to use water release and lightning release techniques without restraint. With the earth spiritual root paving the way, the other roots started competing to absorb the spiritual energy as well, and the speed of absorption increased significantly. After casting a jutsu, his stamina recovered quickly, and soon, half of the damaged puppets lay scattered. Yi had decided to wear them down with this method. Before the casualties reached 100, Yi's sharp eyes caught sight of a new puppet being created, which immediately charged straight at him. Yi quickly raised his sword to block the attack. The immense force shattered the stone tiles beneath him, driving his knees deep into the ground. Who are you? Yi stared seriously at the man before him. This was clearly a real person, not just another puppet. The man said nothing, relentlessly swinging the sword in his hands. Every strike was executed with astonishing precision. This must be some unknown, masterful sword style. Yi noticed the man's eyes were lifeless, and the armor he wore was clearly superior to that of the other puppets. He easily defended against the lightning release, watching as the sword withstood the electric current. What fine blade! After exchanging blows for some time without a clear winner, Yi thought to himself that, if not for his Sharingan, he would have already been struck by 7 of those deadly attacks. With the lightning interference gone, the other puppets began to close in once again. Damn it! Lava release. Chakra mode. In an instant, Yi was cloaked in searing lava. Any puppet that touched him was immediately transformed, their shapes warped by the intense heat. He had hoped to see if these could be salvaged for future use, but there was no time for that now. This humanoid puppet clearly had limitless stamina. He had to deal with the others first. Activating Flower Fruit Mountain, he watched as the remaining puppets, less than 100, had their legs melted off, collapsing into the lava, their spirit stones dissolving with them. Yi felt a pang of regret. Those could have been his. With a single slash of his sword, the man struck out a blade of energy. Nightfeather was caught off guard and took the hit head-on. He gasped sharply in pain. The attack pierced straight through the molten armor that not even a Rasengan could shatter, leaving a wound 3 centimeters deep. Yet, as soon as blood began to seep from the cut, the injury healed rapidly. After melting nearly 100 puppets, Nightfeather finally faced the man before him with due seriousness. The man possessed formidable strength, and Nightfeather speculated about his identity in life. There was an 80% chance he had been an old enemy of his master, only to be turned into a human puppet after death. Moreover, the man wielded a sword with great skill. Though his master was not a swordsman in the strictest sense, his swordsmanship must have been exceptional, which meant this foe was undoubtedly a sworn rival. With that thought, Nightfeather dared not underestimate him. Sharingan allowed him to observe the flow of power, but little else. If only he had to be a Kugan. Then, he could have seen through the mysteries at a glance, and struck at the vital spots. The man's elegant swordplay made Nightfeather sigh in admiration. There was a unique beauty to it. Had this man lived on Earth, he would surely have been a legendary swordsman, captivating countless fans with his ancient attire and handsome face. What a pity he was now just a corpse. Still, a fight was a fight. Good looks were no reason to hold back. Wood style. Deep forest emergence. The ground erupted as giant trees sprang to life, attacking the man. With a single sweep of his sword, he sliced through several of the encroaching vines. Fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. Again, the attack was cut apart by his blade. Was his swordsmanship truly this strong? It seemed as if nothing could withstand his strikes. Demonic Swamp. The earth beneath the man's feet turned to sludge, swallowing him instantly. Now's my chance. Tree Binding Burial. Chidori Current. Night Feather sent electricity coursing through his body, dashing forward at high speed. The man's eyes flashed with cold warning. Danger! Every nerve in Night Feather's body screamed in alarm. Pushing himself to the limit, he slid several meters on his knees, sweat pouring down his face. A transparent wave of energy surged past, exploding with a deafening roar in the distance. Damn, that was close. If he hadn't reacted in time, he'd have been cut clean in half. Cursing under his breath, Night Feather scrambled to his feet. He realized, with a shiver of dread, that he couldn't have taken that strike head-on. It was simply too terrifying. A thin, 20-meter-long scar now marred the stone wall. Fortunately, the man was wrapped in the grasp of the giant trees. It should be over now. Thunderclap slash. A lifeless voice rang out. In an instant, the great trees exploded apart, lightning crackling along the blade of the man's sword. What the hell is that? A thunderous boom split the air. Night Feather barely managed to raise his own blade in defense. The force of this desperate blow sent him flying into the distant rock wall, where he crashed down, coughing up blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Night Feather gave a grim, defiant grin. His internal organs had taken a beating, but they were already beginning to recover. Though his opponent was technically dead, it was clear his body was now severely weakened and likely couldn't unleash another attack of that magnitude. Thank goodness for the Sharingan. Once again, it had saved his life. This was already the second time he had nearly died. As the dust settled, the man once again raised his sword, clearly preparing to deliver the final blow to Yiyu. Yiyu tried to stand, but his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The sword came down, its blade wedged against Yiyu's neck. Yet in that instant, Yiyu turned into a wooden puppet. Suddenly, a flash of blue light pierced through the man's heart. The sharp strike of the Chidori spear landing true. That should finally do it. Cough, cough. I think I broke almost all my ribs, you bastard. Yiyu lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move another inch. The blue light faded, but the man silently turned around and began to approach, step by steady step. Seriously? He's still not dead. Panic surged through Yiyu as he tried to get up again, but even his last reserves of strength deserted him. This really was the end. He hadn't expected to die on the very first floor of the trial. Only now did he remember. This guy was already dead to begin with. He let his guard down. The man raised his hand, and Yiyu let out a sigh, resigned to his fate as he awaited the killing blow. But after a long moment, the sword never struck. Opening his eyes, he found the man kneeling respectfully on one knee before him. Master, you have won. You have successfully killed me. Yiyu was dumbfounded, unable to process what had just happened. Wasn't the task to destroy the opponent? Did inflicting a mortal wound count as victory? Ha ha, cough. That's a relief. Phew. He lay back, letting himself relax as his body slowly began to recover. To his surprise, the man produced a pill and handed it to him. Master, this is a great restoration pill. It will help your wounds heal quickly. There are treasures like this? Wait, is it expired? Expired? I do not understand, the man replied, his expression blank. Clearly only a trace of intelligence remained in him. I mean, how many years can this pill be kept? 200 years. What? That's way past the expiration date. Oh, forget it, Yiyu thought. No use arguing with a puppet. He had the puppet prop him up against the wall to rest. Thankfully, his vitality was strong. Otherwise, any ordinary person would have been dead by now. After peppering the man with questions, Yiyu finally learned that the higher the quality of the pill, the longer its shelf life. The Great Restoration Pill, being a 4th-tier pill, could last only 200 years. 5th tier, pills lasted 500 years, 6th tier for 1,000, and 7th tier for 3,000 years. Pills of such level could practically bring the dead back to life. As for 8th tier pills, none had been seen before. It took a full hour before Yiyu could move again. Jian-Yi, can these puppets be repaired? He asked. Jian-Yi was the name Yiyu had given him. Yes, master. I can repair them. Yiyu was overjoyed. What a stroke of luck. 800 elite puppets at his command. Through their conversation, he realized Jian-Yi could only exert 1/10 of the power he had in life, meaning he must have been at least at the shadow rank before. Wait, my master said there would be no mortal danger in the first 6 floors, but I was just about to die out there. Master, you may leave the trial tower at any time during the first 6 floors. Huh? What the? That old geezer didn't tell me. Yiyu erupted in anger. How could he leave out something so important? Completely unreliable. Wait, if Jian is actually sentient then? Yu hurriedly pulled out the spiritual energy manual that the ever-unreliable immortal had given him. Jian, take a look at these characters. Do you recognize any of them? Jian took the book and glanced through it. Master, I recognize them. Splendid. Ha ha ha. There really is always a way out. Old man, I've decided not to hold a grudge against you anymore. Yu jumped up in excitement. No wonder the old guy was from the same era as this sword spirit. With tears of joy, Yu had Jian read out the manual to him, sentence by sentence. He nearly forgot all about the treasure in his excitement. Oh, master, you haven't received the reward for this stage. Quick, bring it over. Yu was in great spirits. Those brushes with death had definitely been worth it. They led Yu to a treasure chest, and, inside, a tome of Taoist techniques. Yu found himself growing increasingly fond of opening treasure chests. As he opened the chest, Jian began to introduce the contents. All pills of the 4th tier and below. Yu's expression instantly darkened. Everything inside was expired. Nothing but poisons. Wait, a poison pill? An idea struck Yu immediately. Poison pills could be useful, couldn't they? He'd take them back for Uncle Snake to see if they had any medicinal value. But by far, the greatest prize was Jian himself, who could now read and comprehend the script. The great sages were right after all. Knowledge truly is power. Satisfied, Yu left the trial tower and found himself back in his own room. It was already deep into the night. Stepping out into the living room, he saw his father poring over some documents. Finished cultivating? Yeah, I gained a lot this time. Xian Hong looked up and was startled to see the large bloodstain across Yu's chest. He dashed over in alarm. Yu, what happened to you? Where's all this blood from? My chakra went haywire during cultivation, so I coughed up a bit of blood. But I'm feeling much better now. After checking him over from head to toe, his father finally relaxed. After a round of scolding from his parents, Yu apologized profusely and promised not to be so reckless again. After dinner, strength surged through his body once more. Tomorrow, he would finally embark on the true path of immortal cultivation. First step, completely empty the chakra, then sense for spiritual energy. Within the trial tower, Yu cultivated according to the immortal's instructions. 10 spirit stones were arrayed around him, with Jian overseeing the process. At last, his chakra emptied out, and gentle spiritual energy slowly flowed into his body. According to the manual, all the spiritual energy would be stored in the dantian, a process that would take a long time. It was much like when he first learned to refine chakra, except that now, instead of extracting power from his cells, he was nourishing them, feeding energy back into every cell. Only now did Yu truly sense how desperately his spiritual root craved spiritual energy. The need was overwhelming, like a starving tiger. The moment he grasped the method to absorb and store energy, he began to devour it voraciously, draining most of the spirit stones of their luster. Yet he himself showed no sign of growth. It seemed his spiritual root had suffered severe depletion over the years. After absorbing another spirit stone, Yu felt a sense of fullness, as if he had finally eaten his fill. A noticeable change came over his bearing, making him irresistibly approachable. Had it not been for these spirit stones, he could not fathom how long it would have taken to fill the emptiness within him. For now, Yu was still inexperienced in the art of absorption, but thankfully, the immortal had left behind a generous supply of spirit stones for him to use at will. An indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout his body, making the expenditure of those 10 top-grade spirit stones feel entirely worthwhile. With Jian Yi's guidance, he claimed all the hidden treasures on the first level, 10 supreme-grade stones, 300 top-grade ones along with a puppet core, 2,000 mid-grade, and 10,000 low-grade stones. With this wealth of spirit stones, he should be able to train for quite some time. Leaving the trial tower, he began to draw in natural spiritual energy, an approach similar to the sage mode of the immortals, but far gentler than the immortal's chakra. His face remained unchanged, and his attacks lacked the harsh, direct force of that potent energy. His top priority now was to study Taoist arts. These arts focused on support, spells, sealing techniques, formations, and the principles of feng shui. None were directly offensive. When he asked to learn Jian Yi's swordsmanship, he was told it could not be passed on. Whether this was by the immortal's command or due to some flaw in memory, he could not tell. Learning the new script proved an arduous task for Yu. His handwriting was awkward and unsightly. Yet nothing delighted him more than the rapid regrowth of his hair, especially when combined with the Great Serpent's hair tonic, which made the effect even better. Freed at last from the woes of wearing a hat, Yu made his way to Orochimaru's home. Uncle Snake, it's been a while. How have you been lately? Not bad. Orochimaru replied, his serpentine eyes fixed intently on Yu. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You've really changed day by day, Yu. Your body seems different from before. Though Yu's appearance was much the same, Orochimaru still felt a chill run through him. The same feeling he'd once sensed in the White Snake Sage. The aura of Sage Chakra was powerful beyond measure. Haha, I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Uncle Snake. You saw right through me. I've officially started down the path to immortality now. So, does that mean you're already a sage, Yu? No, not even close. What others called sage mode now seemed rather trivial to Yu. He couldn't store that energy for long. It would fade with time, like a consumable resource. At present, he was effectively in sage mode all day long, though he still felt as if something was holding him back. I have to admit, you're much stronger than before. You're probably already on my level now. Orochimaru marveled, realizing that Yu might very well be his equal. Uncle Snake, actually I brought you something good this time. As Yu spoke, he took out the pills, immediately catching Uncle Snake's attention. These are pills my master refined, but since so much time has passed, either their medicinal properties have faded or they've turned into poisonous pills, so I wanted you to study them. I see. So the original elixirs have become poisonous pills. Yu corrected him. Ahem, they were never quite elixirs to begin with. All right, I'll help you study them. What's my reward? You can keep a 10th. Deal. Doing business with his disciple was always so straightforward. Yu really was worth the fondness. Aren't you going to visit Wind God and Thunder God? Yeah, that's actually my second reason for coming. I want to test myself and see what I'm capable of now. Yu was practically brimming with excitement. The sage mode of Mount Myaboku could grant someone tremendous strength, heightened senses, and greatly enhanced ninjutsu. Ever since he'd started cultivating spiritual energy, he'd felt something similar. His physical abilities had skyrocketed, and, more importantly, he'd discovered it even calmed his mind. Boss, you're finally here, boo-hoo-hoo. It's been so long, boo-hoo. Wind God and Thunder God wailed, tears streaming down their faces, complaining about Yu's long absence, as if they'd been abandoned. Sorry, my training's been intense lately. Today, I need you both to spar with me. We can't possibly beat you, boss. Wind God muttered reluctantly. This time I'll only use taijutsu. Really? Hey, boss, don't regret it. Yeah, finally we get to give you a beating. Thunder God, you idiot. Sorry, brother. I let slip what I was really thinking. Thunder God clutched his head in embarrassment. Who would have thought these two had such thoughts? Yi made up his mind to give them a real thrashing in a moment. Orochimaru was genuinely surprised, competing with Wind God and Thunder God in strength. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? In the village, probably only Tsunade or Jiraiya in Sage Mode would dare try that. Without further ado, they arrived at the training grounds. Yu stood tall and straight, hands clasped behind his back. Come on, Wind God, Thunder God. Boss, we're coming. The brothers shouted in unison, gathering all their strength, determined to pummel Yu. Their massive fists swung at him from both sides. Just as the blows were about to land on Yu's head, he calmly raised his arms, catching both punches with a solid thud. What's wrong? Didn't have breakfast? He taunted them with a sneer, provoking the brothers even more. Damn it, they doubled their strength, but Yu still didn't budge an inch. Is that all you've got? With that, Yu leapt up and kicked both brothers, sending them flying in opposite directions. They scrambled to their feet, clutching their chests and staring at Yu in shock, nearly having their ribs shattered. Orochimaru was so astonished his jaw nearly hit the ground. Yu had improved far more than he could have imagined. Can we keep going? No, boss, we give up. Hith. The Wind God's eyes darted about before he immediately admitted defeat. That strength was just like the big sisters. No, you're not giving up. Weren't you just itching to beat me up? Well, here I am. It was Raijin who said that. Oni-I, you were the one who told me to give the boss a good thrashing. Raijin, fuming, pointed at Fujin and started shouting. The two brothers actually began blaming each other. Sorry, but I'm not letting either of you off. Uraha gave a merciless laugh, grabbed Raijin by the calf, and tossed him right onto Fujin. She leaped at them, not holding back in the slightest, pounding away until the two begged for mercy with swollen faces. Only then did she finally let up, shaking out her arms with a satisfying sense of release. Ah, that feels great. It's been ages since I've let loose like this. You two are just made to be punching bags. Boss, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us. The brothers dropped to their knees, pleading for mercy, with not a single thought of revenge left in their hearts. They simply couldn't win. After some time apart, their boss had become even scarier than before. I'll let you off this time. At least I got to enjoy myself. Uraha dusted off her hands and let out a long breath. Sure enough, her own strength had undergone a complete transformation. Those punches she'd taken from Fujin and Raijin barely hurt at all. Uraha, you really are astonishing. I'd say your strength is on par with Tsunade now. Orochimaru could hardly wait to study this further. I'm probably still a ways off from Lady Tsunade, but I'm definitely stronger than Fujin and Raijin now. Uraha had never actually experienced Tsunade's full strength, so she couldn't make a fair comparison. She'd have to ask Jiraiya for his opinion. After all, he'd actually been on the receiving end of Tsunade's punches. Special note on a mishap. First of all, I'm really sorry. When I created the group, I accidentally disabled group search, so anyone looking to join couldn't find it. That was my oversight, and I apologize. The QQ group number is 801300788. I hope everyone will join the group and chat. I really am sorry about this. Still, I hope you'll all continue to support Moonlit Knight. Sometimes I feel like I don't have any fans at all, and it's tough. When Orochimaru returned to the lab once again, Uraha frowned as she saw a large serpent soaking in one of the huge tanks. What's this? This is the white phosphorus serpent. My greatest success so far. In every respect, it's absolutely perfect. If memory served, Orochimaru's future true form would look just like this. She hadn't expected he'd managed to cultivate it so soon. It's just a little ugly. Enough about that. Come with me. They passed through a shadowy corridor, and Orochimaru led Uraha into another laboratory. Inside was the very chunk of flesh from Uraha that had started it all. Only now, it had grown to the size of a palm. Orochi uncle, why are you showing me this? Are you planning to transplant my cells into someone else? That's right. That's why I wanted to hear your opinion first. It doesn't really matter to me, as long as you don't end up giving me a bunch of sons, Uraha replied with complete indifference. His body was constantly changing, and, to him, it had already become something obsolete. Still, it was clear that he held a significant place in Orochimaru's mind, and that thought gave him a certain pleasure. That's good to hear. Hith. After another bout, Orochimaru assessed Uraha's strength to have reached Kaga level, though admittedly he was likely at the lower end of that scale. His chakra quality had improved considerably, but the amount was still woefully insufficient. To Orochimaru, this power, no matter how unusual, was still categorized as chakra. In this world, all sorts of strange energies were simply referred to as chakra. Uraha, however, didn't care much for these distinctions. As long as he continued to train according to the book's guidance, his meridians would keep expanding, making more room to contain spiritual energy. He summoned Fat Tiger, and together they rode to join Team 7. Every time Uraha appeared, the three knew it meant another training session was about to begin. This time, your opponent won't be me. It'll be Fat Tiger. Sensei, you don't actually think a big tiger could beat a ninja, do you? Yeah, Sensei, I agree. Even Rin, the weakest of the three, chimed in, convinced that a tiger couldn't possibly defeat a ninja. Kakashi, what do you think? This tiger is different. It looks like some kind of ancient species. Could it be a saber-toothed tiger? I'm not sure if it is a saber-toothed tiger or not, but your task is to defeat it, Uraha said with a sly grin. No more talk, let's begin. Underestimating Fat Tiger will cost you dearly. Master, should I use my full strength? Of course. Only when Fat Tiger spoke did the three realize he was a summoned beast. No wonder Uraha warned them not to take him lightly. Obito immediately perked up with excitement. Big Bro's summoning beast must be pretty strong. They moved to an open field, ready for a showdown reminiscent of the legendary three heroes facing Lu Bu, while Uraha and Minato watched from the branches above, chatting. Minato, who do you think will win? My money's on Kakashi's team. Kakashi is extremely strong. He's almost at the level of a special jonin. Minato clearly had faith in his student. With the three working together, even a regular jonin could be trapped, and defeating one wasn't out of the question. Is that so? Then I'll bet on Fat Tiger this time. Let's make things interesting. Now, how much are we talking? Not much. 20 million Rio. How much money does this guy actually have? Even a casual wager starts at 20 million. That's the reward for a high-level S-rank mission. How much money do you even have these days? Not much. Just 100 billion or so. Holy! Minato couldn't help but curse. You're only 10 years old. No wonder last time you just handed Kushina 20 million Rio to spend however she liked. He rolled his eyes. Minato, don't tell me you're out of money now. After all those missions, you should have at least 50 million, right? Fine, 20 million it is. Minato gritted his teeth and looked at the three, silently praying, please, don't lose. If you do, this 20 million of mine will be gone for good. Kakashi, have you noticed that Minato-sensei's eyes look different now? Yeah, he looks hopeful. Well, we can't let Minato-sensei down. Of course not. The three immediately took their stances, focusing their gazes on Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger scratched his paw, then lunged forward with a gust of wind trailing behind him. Here it comes. The three were taken aback. Fat Tiger was unbelievably fast. They could barely block him. Kunai clashed against razor-sharp claws with a metallic ring. He broke up our formation so easily. Minato, my Fat Tiger may look chubby, but he's agile as ever. Minato shot another eye roll. Fat Tiger wasn't fat at all. He was pure muscle from head to toe. Fat Tiger, go bite Abitos, but for me. Fat Tiger's posture changed, and he fixed Abito with a menacing glare. Abito felt a chill run down his spine. What with this, boss? Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Fat Tiger moved like the wind, his massive form darting unpredictably. This big cat was no ordinary opponent. A swipe of his paw left a crater in the ground, making the three tense up. Rin was just about to cast a Jinjutsu, but her target vanished right before her eyes. Rin, look out! Kakashi used body flicker to whisk Rin away, leaving Abito fuming. He was just a step away from yelling, "Let me save the girl." He grumbled inwardly, but now wasn't the time to fret. Fat Tiger was just too fast. In your left pocket. Kakashi unleashed his Chidori, and Fat Tiger suddenly remembered the terror of facing Uraha's lightning. He hesitated, stepping back. So the tiger fears lightning? Kakashi's confidence soared as he charged toward Fat Tiger. If that hits, it could get ugly. Ugly? Fat Tiger, go big. At Uraha's command, Fat Tiger roared and transformed into a massive beast, sending the trio flying with a powerful shockwave and their screams echoing through the air. He could do that too. Minato was a bit frustrated. Chidori worked well on smaller targets, but against something this huge, it was useless. Kakashi, Abito, Rin, don't give up. The bigger it is, the slower it moves. Go for it. Kakashi gathered Chidori in his hand again, while Fat Tiger looked down on the three of them like ants. This is too much. It really is. Fear crept into Rin's heart. Don't be scared. I'll protect you. No sooner had Abito finished speaking than he was sent flying by Fat Tiger, screaming as he soared through the air. What an idiot. Kakashi cursed, preparing to seize an opportunity to leap onto the tiger's back. My, look at him fly. Minato, I suppose Abito's out of the fight now. Yes, he's out. With a flicker of movement, Minato caught the falling Abito. Abito, his face burning with shame, didn't dare meet Minato's gaze. If he hadn't been distracted, he wouldn't have lost so easily. Not bad, Kakashi. You noticed Kakashi had already managed to leap onto Fat Tiger's back. No matter how wildly the tiger twisted and turned, Kakashi clung on stubbornly. In annoyance, the tiger decided to attack Rin directly, and sure enough, Rin was soon declared out of the match, leaving only Kakashi still hanging in there. Looks like the 20 million is mine, Minato. Kakashi can't hold on much longer. Kakashi gripped the tiger's fur with all his might, then drew his white fan blade and stabbed it in deep. The pain sent Fat Tiger into an even wilder frenzy. With a mighty leap, the tiger soared into the air, jaws wide open, waiting to catch Kakashi as he fell. Chidori sparked to life. Both sides seemed on the brink of mutual destruction, so the fight was called off. So, how do we decide the winner? Minato was quite pleased. In his view, this didn't count as a loss. Of course, it's Fat Tiger's victory. The roar of Fat Tiger shakes the whole forest. With an earth-shattering bellow, Fat Tiger snapped every tree in front of it. The sheer power of the shockwave left the three of them stunned. What a powerful sonic attack. Minato was impressed. He hadn't expected Fat Tiger to have such a secret technique, and had no choice but to admit defeat. Minato, a little gamble's fun, but big bets are dangerous. Come back next time. How could this be called a little gamble? Just like that, 20 million tails were gone. Within the trial tower, Yi was studying characters with Sword One, a process that took up much of his day. Sword One, why can't I take you and the puppets out of here? That's because of the rules set by the previous master. To take us out, you need to gain complete control of the trial tower. Complete control? Yes. Yi furrowed his brow. To fully control the tower, he'd have to clear the 9th level, which seemed impossible. He couldn't even pass the 2nd level with his current abilities. I see. The old man really knows how to make things difficult for me. He heaved a sigh and returned to his studies. After learning Taoist arts, he began blending them with ninjutsu, creating new techniques that traced intricate seals in the air. By delving deeper into his spiritual roots, he invented many fascinating techniques. For instance, creating ice, originally a blend of wind and water chakra, could now be done using only the water spiritual root, since ice is simply an extension of water. Unlike lava, wood, or storm style, which require multiple roots. Single spiritual roots alone aren't enough for those. So, Taoist arts aren't necessarily more ingenious than ninjutsu. Each has its strengths. Still, spiritual energy is far superior to the self-exhausting chakra, especially since it genuinely extends one's lifespan. As soon as Yu exited the trial tower, he was reverse summoned by the White Snake Sage. Sage, is there something you need from me? Yu asked, puzzled. Never mind that for now. What was going on just now? I tried to summon you several times and couldn't get through. The White Snake Sage sounded genuinely surprised. The situation had felt as if their connection had been cut off entirely. Well, I was in the middle of a special training session and set up a barrier so I wouldn't be disturbed. Oh, an interesting barrier indeed. The White Snake Sage flicked her tail before continuing. I called you here because I want you to check. Do you think I'm showing signs of turning into a dragon? Sage, are you sure you're not pulling my leg? Yu retorted. Somahat ikasperatit. What were the signs? She still looked like a big white snake to him. But I could have sworn I felt something, like horns starting to grow on my head. Oh, the White Snake Sage lowered her head, and Yi reached out to check. Sure enough, there were 2 bumps, but weren't they oddly lopsided? Are you messing with me? You just bumped your head, didn't you? They're not even symmetrical. How could that be? Yi used a simple healing technique, and the bumps quickly subsided. You flattened my dragon horns. Oh, come on. Enough already. Yi had to fight the urge to lash out. The dignified White Snake Sage was acting so mischievously. He could understand that every snake dreamed of becoming a dragon, but this was getting out of hand. Sigh, are you sure it's not true? Absolutely not. Yi was completely speechless. 1,000-year-old snake. Couldn't she show a little more composure? Who would have thought? You've already mastered Sage Mode, haven't you, Yu? The White Snake Sage suddenly changed the subject, leaving Yu struggling to keep up with her unpredictable train of thought. Sage, this isn't Sage Mode. Take a closer look and sense carefully. Yu activated his Sharingan, locking eyes with the White Snake Sage. Now, the powers within both of them felt remarkably similar. Incredible. It's the same as mine. Now you see? But Sage, you're still holding on to your old Sage chakra, mixing the 2 forces together. It's far too chaotic. So you've abandoned all your previous chakra? Your whole body is filled with this new Sage chakra. How are you storing it? Yu smiled. That's right. This isn't Sage chakra. It's something called spiritual energy. It can be stored within the body. I suggest you replace all your old Sage chakra with spiritual energy. So this was the Sage technique his master had spoken of? It was because of their different constitutions that the snakes could store Sage chakra, whereas for humans, it was difficult and risky to learn, and even if mastered, it didn't require permanent storage. But the Immortal had actually found such a method. If Night Feather hadn't told it, it would never have sensed this strange, gentle energy. You have a remarkable master. Even this kind of technique could be devised. I suppose so. Was that old trickster the original creator? What a joke. Who knows how many things he left unexplained before running off. Truly infuriating. Immortal, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. Then go on. Here I was, getting excited for nothing. The White Snake Immortal shook its head, probably having bumped into something while sleeping. Better heed Night Feather's advice and use up all the Sage chakra, converting it into spiritual energy. But if I do that, my strength will drop significantly. The White Snake Immortal decided to seal away its Sage chakra and gradually replace it with spiritual energy. That way, if the spiritual energy ever ran out, it would still have Sage chakra as a backup. Back in Konoha, Night Feather felt he'd just wasted his time. He couldn't resist tugging at the White Snake Immortal's hair, only to realize it was real. All this time, he'd thought it was fake. After all, what kind of snake grows hair? There was still far too little spiritual energy. He had to go all out just to summon a wooden dragon. Only the wooden man technique and the true several thousand hands were readily usable now. It was about time to have a little fun with the little fox. Night Feather headed straight to Minato's house, just in time to run into Kushina returning from Mikoto's place. Oh, Naysan, long time no see. Night Feather? Your hair's grown back. That's wonderful. Yeah, it finally grew back. Night Feather's expression soured a little. So many embarrassing memories. Those bald days were truly hard to look back on. Haha, Night Feather, it's been ages since you visited me. I heard you won 20 million Rio from Minato. As she spoke, Kushina's smile gradually froze. Danger. Ahem. I was just worried big brother Minato might use it to support a mistress. Kushina, you know what they say, a man changes when he gets rich. Leaving all that money with Minato is just too risky. Night Feather began spinning his tail in a perfectly serious tone. Sure enough, when emotions were involved, Kushina's logic always took a hit. Really? Then I guess I'll have to confiscate all his money from now on. Kushina pondered aloud. Just the other day, she and Makoto had been discussing the problem of men having affairs. She definitely needed to keep a close eye on things. Nightfeather's heart skipped a beat, and he silently prayed for Minato. Sorry, Minato bro, but if not you, who else will take the fall? Setting that aside, Nightfeather finally got to the real reason he'd come, to check on the current state of the Nine Tails. Back at home, Nightfeather once again entered the seal space and saw the Nine Tails. Nine Tails, it's been a while. You little brat. Brat? I smell fantastic these days. Yoru sniffed at his own body and spoke, then shot a glare in that direction. Only then did the Nine Tails pay real attention to him. This brat's eye power had grown even stronger. With keen perception, the Nine Tails sensed a sinister, ominous aura in those eyes. Do you see it now? These eyes are just a step away from transforming into the Mangekyo. So you'd better behave yourself. The Nine Tails gripped the bars of its cage, glaring at Yoru with fury. This little brat had threatened it not once, but twice. Oh, by the way, I'm sure you recognize this. Would release, Kokuin flotation. At the sight of the character's sit etched into Yoru's palm, the Nine Tails felt as if 1,000 wild horses were stampeding through its mind. The Sharingan was bad enough, but now would release too? Memories of being subdued by a single hand sent a fresh wave of dread through it. That's it then. Sayonara. Get lost. I just love that look on your face. The way you want to bite me, but can't do a thing about it. Ahaha. Kushina, watching from the side, also found it all quite amusing. It seemed Drew really had figured out how to keep the Nine Tails in check. Otherwise, the beast wouldn't be this angry. Exiting the spiritual plane, Yoru felt certain that the Nine Tails would be much more obedient from now on. The Nine Tails seems really afraid of Wood Release. Of course, Wood Release is the natural nemesis of tailed beasts. If that fox tries anything, she can come deal with me anytime. Don't worry, I can definitely keep the Nine Tails under control. If it misbehaves, I'll just slap on 20 more seals, hee. Kushina's usual innocence made Yoru twitch at the corner of his mouth. He'd forgotten that this was no longer the weakened Kushina. Maybe all this was a bit unnecessary now. How much further do we have to go? We're almost there. The message from Sai said it's just up ahead, Yamato replied. The three of them made their way through the forest and soon saw the distant ruins of Rorin. Where once a towering spire reached the clouds, now only rubble remained. Traces of its former grandeur lingered, silent testimony to its glorious past. The trio stepped into the ancient city. Sai was scouting from above, while the four of them searched the ruins for any sign of 100-foot. Where could that 100-foot guy have run off to? Naruto grumbled, slinging a specially crafted chakra blade across his back. As long as he infused it with chakra, the blade could channel it, an advanced weapon essential for fighting puppet masters. According to their intel, 100-foot was a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, an exceptional puppet master, and now he had his eyes on Rorin's dragon vein. Lady Tsunade had warned the team that there was a seal here set by the fourth Hokage. If it were to be broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. Their mission was simple: protect the seal at all costs. Suddenly, a chunk of stone exploded ahead, revealing a puppet. Excited, Naruto charged in to engage at hand-to-hand, losing himself in the moment. His guard down, he was caught off guard. Hearing the sounds of battle, Sakura rushed over and landed a heavy punch on the puppet, while Naruto followed up with a well-placed Rasengan. The puppet detonated, its insides plastered with explosive tags. The bald man in danger was snatched up and carried away by one of Sai's pseudo-beasts. You idiot, haven't I already taught you how to use the chakra blade? Sakura demonstrated the move again. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly, embarrassed that he had completely forgotten. After giving Naruto a quick scolding, they resumed their search for Centipede's trail. Soon, they discovered a large crater on the ground and followed it. When they caught up, they saw the seal ahead was still intact. The four of them finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to watch as Centipede, gaunt as a skeleton, stepped onto the seal. You lot are far too late. Very soon, my puppet technique will be empowered by the dragon vein's energy. When that happens, forget the 5 great nations. Even the entire world will be under my control. Centipede was putting on a show, but Yamato immediately interrupted him. That's impossible. There's no way you can break the 4th Hokage's sealing technique. Of course I know that. After making a set of hand signs, Centipede grabbed his 3-pronged kunai and, to their shock, absorbed the sealing technique into his own body. Even Minato probably never imagined his jutsu could be undone this way. Naruto rushed forward to stop him, but he was already too late. The dragon vein's power burst forth. Yamato used Wood Style to try and rescue everyone, but they all vanished together in the dragon vein's radiant light. Sakura, terrified, was about to leap in after them when Sai stopped her and whisked her up into the sky. At the same time, in the present timeline, Yoru was reading his Taoist technique manual when the urgent knocking at his door startled him. He put away his scroll and stepped outside. As expected, it was a member of the Umbu. Without a doubt, it meant another mission. They really could run him ragged. His vacation wasn't even over yet, and Yoru felt a twinge of annoyance. Lord Yoru, the Hokage has a new mission for you. Understood. Always so troublesome. He followed the Umbu to the Hokage Tower, where he found Minato, Dingza, and Shirwei already waiting, as if expecting him. This lineup looked familiar. Yoru recalled that he'd been on the Four Tails mission with Shirwei and Minato. Seeing the three of them together again, he couldn't help but wonder if this was about the Dragon Vein. Doing a quick mental calculation, he figured the timing was just about right. Excellent. Excited, he stepped up in front of Minato, all traces of his earlier annoyance gone. Minato, is this mission really that difficult? It needs 4 jonin. Yoru did his best to look clueless. Yes, it seems rather challenging. Let's hear what the Hokage has to say. The third Hokage rapped on the table, immediately putting the 4 of them on alert. Anything concerning the Dragon Vein was no small matter. The power it held was nearly limitless, and a single misstep could mean disaster. The reason I've called you here today is to send you to investigate the ancient kingdom of Rorin and to hunt down a man named Centipede, who arrived there 6 years ago. The request comes from one of the late queen's closest aides, and you'll also be tasked with protecting the current queen. Yes, sir. The 4 of them replied, confirming it was indeed Lulon. Night Feather could hardly contain his excitement. The Dragon Vein was simply too tempting. In the past, when he'd heard the queen's incantations, they didn't amount to much. But now that they'd pinpointed the source of the Dragon Vein, all the mystical arts he'd been practicing lately were finally going to come in handy. Lord Hokage, I'd like to bring one more person along, my student Kakashi. He's an exceptionally talented ninja. The third Hokage hesitated for a moment before agreeing to Minato's request. It seemed he wanted his disciple to gain some valuable experience. There shouldn't be any issues, though, with 4 jonin keeping watch. Night Feather joined Minato to fetch Kakashi, while the other 2 began preparing their gear. As they made their way, they unexpectedly ran into Jiraiya. Jiraiya, practically bubbling with excitement, pulled Minato and Night Feather into a narrow alley. Now, don't be too surprised, Minato, he declared, stretching out his hand. Super Giant Rasengan. Night Feather and Minato stared at Jiraiya with blank expressions as he conjured an enormous Rasengan, almost half a meter wide, in his palm. The air grew thick with awkwardness. Ahem, superb. Master Jiraiya, you're truly incredible. Night Feather was the first to break the silence, clapping enthusiastically and offering a polite, if slightly forced, smile. Oh, you're amazing, Jiraiya-sensei. To think you've developed it to this level. Minato finally caught on, quickly joining in with praise and applause. He hadn't expected that, thanks to his own influence, Jiraiya would already have mastered the super giant Rasengan at this point. Well then, sensei, we have something to take care of, so we'll be going now. Hey, wait up, Jiraiya called after them, his eye twitching as the Rasengan fizzled out in his hand. How could such a powerful technique seem so ordinary in the eyes of these 2? Meanwhile, Kakashi was waiting in line for ramen with Guy and the rest of their friends. The moment he heard Minato call his name, he dashed over without hesitation. Kakashi, you giving up on ramen? Someone called after him. Unlike you guys, I'm very busy, Kakashi replied coolly, his tone earning him a chorus of discontent from his friends. What's with him? Yeah, what's the big deal? Seriously, Uncle Tuchi's ramen is amazing. Guy watched Kakashi go, shaking his head in disappointment that anyone would pass up such delicious ramen. Minato-sensei, Kakashi greeted respectfully. All right, let's go. We have a mission, Minato responded. Yes, sir. Wait, where's Night Feather? Minato and Kakashi glanced around, searching for any sign of Night Feather. Little I'm heading off on a dangerous mission this time, so you have to wait for me to come back, all right? Hearing Night Feather's words, spoken like a lover's farewell, blushed, her cheeks turning pink with embarrassment. Okay, I'll make you the best ramen ever when you return. Ah, thank you so much. I'll be sure to come back safe and sound. You really are a handful, someone muttered with a sigh. Minato saw Tuchi looking as if he wanted to eat someone, and couldn't help but put a hand to his forehead. Kakashi, meanwhile, pretended not to know Uraha. This guy really never missed a chance, did he? With a quick body flicker jutsu, Minato grabbed Uraha by the back and whisked him away from the scene, leaving Tuchi's rolling pin swinging through thin air. The 4 of them donned owl masks, and Kakashi, walking in the rear, felt a secret jolt of anxiety. Was this mission really that dangerous? They'd sent 4 jonin, and both Uraha and Minato were elite among them. This time, he couldn't let their teacher down. Uraha and his team arrived in Rorin and were instantly awestruck by the towering buildings that seemed to scrape the sky. Yet, for all its vastness, the city felt unnaturally silent. Ah, how perilous and lofty! A journey to Reborn is like climbing to the heavens themselves. Reborn truly is extraordinary, a land of wonders. What was that first part supposed to mean? Dingswa asked, curiosity piqued. It just means, oh wow, it's so tall, Uraha explained. Everyone started off feeling impressed by the poetic flair, but soon enough, the atmosphere shifted to one of amused bewilderment. This isn't the time for sighs of wonder. The place is far too quiet. Let's split into two teams and start investigating. Uraha and Kakashi, you're together. I've already briefed Uraha on the details. Minato, ever the captain, gave his orders without hesitation. Yes, sir. Minato led Sure Wei and Dingswa deeper into the city, leaving Uraha and Kakashi behind. Let's get moving too, Uraha said. Sure, let's look around. Oh, and make sure to keep a low profile. We don't want to draw out any of those strange types, Kakashi cautioned. Strange types? Nothing to worry about. Just stick with me, Uraha replied lightly. With that, Uraha leapt onto a transport pipe, pressing his hand against it and activating his Sharingan. What are you doing? Kakashi asked. I'm just gathering intel. These pipes are filled with dragon vein chakra, an astonishing amount too. Though it was called chakra, Uraha could clearly sense that this was spiritual energy, pure and potent, on par with top-grade spirit stones. What a waste, he thought. That fool centipede used such an incredible force just for puppet techniques. Chakra, Kakashi echoed. Uraha lifted his hand, and sure enough, he could see the purple energy swirling. So this was the power of the Sharingan, truly formidable. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Naruto was slowly regaining consciousness beneath a plaza, a place Centipede couldn't reach. As he awoke, he heard a girl's song. They'd barely exchanged a few words before the girl suddenly dashed out of the safe zone. Naruto ran after her, only to be blocked by puppets at the entrance. But as he pressed forward, some mysterious force at the doorway caused the puppets to collapse into scattered parts. Darn it, I hope Captain Yamato's okay. He looked up, sunlight streaming through the glass overhead. Salvation! He raced up the wall, smashed through the glass, and climbed out, only to be utterly stunned by the scene before him. So high up. Damn it, I almost forgot about that girl from before. She must know where we are. Naruto had barely finished marveling when he spotted something approaching from a distance. 3 puppets immediately launched an attack, and elsewhere, Minato's group had also engaged with more puppets. Were these puppets? Their attacks are so powerful, Shibi exclaimed in surprise. They're certainly remarkable. The chakra threads seem to come from those massive pipes. The centipede is actually controlling 9 of these puppets at once. Chozo struck down a puppet in front of him, frowning as he spoke. No, it's probably only partial control. Minato shattered a puppet, revealing the technique inscribed inside. So that's how it works. Still, these puppets hit hard. Were they enhanced somehow? It certainly looks that way. Everyone quickly dispatched the puppets before them using their own techniques, then slipped away to investigate further under the cover of stealth. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself in dire straits, being relentlessly pursued by 6 puppets. They just won't let up. This is bad. Dodging attacks with awkward, exaggerated movements, he suddenly remembered his chakra blade. Quickly drawing it, he sliced through the chakra threads of 2 puppets, but was then punched onto the bridge by a third and blasted down into the underground ruins by another. That hurts! Barely having time to tend to the wound on his thigh, he saw 4 more puppets launching an attack from above. Just as he was at his wit's end, Minato used the body flicker technique to pull him out of danger. Partial multi-size technique. Ninja art. Bug sphere. Chozo arrived, smashing 2 puppets like swatting flies, while Shibi destroyed 2 more. Now, out of danger, Naruto looked down at the battle below. What's the deal with these puppets, anyway? It seems they've been strengthened by chakra from the Rimeku, Minato replied. By the way, who are you? Naruto asked guilelessly. Under his mask, Minato was quietly surprised. This younger ninja from the leaf reminded him so much of himself. You're a leaf ninja, aren't you? So are we. Minato lifted his mask just enough to reveal the leaf insignia, which made Naruto beam with relief. Fellow villagers meant things would be much easier. In a high tower, the centipede, also known as in Lushan, sat on his chakra control throne, monitoring the entirety of Rorin. They actually managed to evade my puppet ninja forces. Quite capable, I must admit. Elsewhere, Uraha wandered the city with Kakashi. It was a shame to see such a place ruined, but the endless desert made everything feel desolate. Resources here would surely run dry before long. Uraha, is it really okay for us to just wander around like this? Of course it is. Why tire ourselves out when others are doing the hard work for us? And from now on, you should call me Captain, or Sensei. TCH. Uraha munched on an apple, and, spotting puppets flying overhead, quickly pulled Kakashi into a corner to hide. It's time to head to the heart of Rorin. Let's go, Kakashi. They slipped underground, beginning their search for the core. As they walked, they soon spotted someone lying ahead of them. Let's go check it out. Kakashi pulled out a kunai, staying on high alert. Only when he saw the headband on the person ahead did he relax and put the kunai away. It was clear that Yamato's injuries weren't too serious. A ninja from the Leaf Village? That's right, he's an ally. They woke Yamato, who immediately sat up, looking at the two people before him. Children? Kakashi? Yamato recognized Kakashi at a glance. Who are you two? Sorry, we can't tell you that, but we're all Leaf Village ninja. MBU maybe? Yamato was puzzled. This kid looked about Kakashi's age, but he couldn't recall Leaf Village ever having a genius like this. Where are we? This is Rorin, of course. Rorin? That's right, Naruto. Do you know where Naruto is? Sorry, we don't. But since we've run into each other, why don't you join us on our mission? Captain, Kakashi urged urgently. Even if he was a Leaf Ninja, how could they undertake a mission together without knowing his true purpose? All right, what brings you here? Tell us everything you know about this place. Well, Yamato hesitated. After all, seeing such a young Kakashi was just too strange. Yamato suspected he'd traveled through time to the past. Would revealing information about the future cause serious consequences? Seeing Yamato's reluctance, Kakashi had already drawn his kunai. All right, fine. In truth, we were ordered to come here and specifically hunt down Manhwarecap. Oh, so our missions line up. Let's go together, then. Both Kakashi and Yamato couldn't help but wonder, how did this guy get into ANBU? He's way too trusting. What are you staring at me for? Let's move. From now on, Kakashi, don't ask this ninja anything about himself. Why should we just let this unknown guy go unchecked? Yamato was curious too. He wanted to know the reason. This guy isn't from this timeline. He's probably from the future, so there are questions we shouldn't ask. Yamato was so shocked he instinctively took 2 steps back. How do you know? Take a guess. Anyway, don't ask what you shouldn't. It's better for all of us. With a faint smile, Nightfeather's expression turned serious again. Kakashi stared at Yamato in disbelief. Ninja from the future? And even more bewildering, how did Nightfeather know? It was simply incredible. Yamato racked his brain, but just couldn't recall any such powerful figure in the Leaf Village. There was no way someone so formidable would go unnoticed. For a moment, the atmosphere was incredibly strange. The two quietly followed behind Nightfeather, neither saying a word. I remember that Rorin should be surrounded by desert, but for now, we should focus on finding everyone. Naruto paused for a moment, deep in thought, just as enthusiastic cheers and the sound of celebratory cannon fire rose up from below. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! In the royal hall, Sarah knelt before the throne, singing softly as she recalled memories of her mother. Lushan pushed open the door and entered, asking Sarah to go and respond to a few citizens, continuing to guide the nation forward. She composed herself, put on a gentle smile, and finally stepped out onto the balcony. Hearing the cheers rising from below, her spirits lifted. The people's unwavering support comforted her, even in her mother's absence. Behind the scenes, Lushan wore a sinister smile. 2 puppet guards flanked him as he gave Sarah a nudge from behind. Unaware, she stepped onto a tampered floor tile and plummeted downward. A piercing scream rang out, but Naruto caught her steadily. The 2 puppet guards, oblivious, continued to face the crowd, who were still cheering enthusiastically. Well, this should be the place. Uraha felt a surge of powerful chakra near the stone gate and stopped in his tracks. Wasn't the right time to enter yet. Kakashi, you, and he stay here. Here are some explosive tags. You know what to do, right? Yes, Captain. I'm all set. Yamato scratched his head, feeling slightly awkward. It was a little strange to be taking orders from a child. Good then. I'll go search for them. Understood. Uraha cast a deep look at the stone gate. Now was not the time to control the dragon vein. His current strength was still insufficient. He needed to learn more about the future first. With a body flicker technique, he left the underground and emerged onto the surface. After searching for a while, he soon found Minato and his companions, who were explaining the situation to Naruto. If I'm not mistaken, you should have arrived 20 years in the past. 6 years prior to that, another ninja from the future came to this era. He is Manhwarecap. When the world is going on. Naruto began to explain events from the future, but Dingza interrupted him. That's enough. Don't talk about the future anymore. Knowing too much could change history. That's right. Let's stop here. Naruto looked curiously at the newcomer. And who are you? I'm here for the same reason, to investigate Manhwarecap. Has that foolish princess over there still not accepted the truth? Sarah's ears twitched, her anger flaring as she fiercely defended McCade. You're the fool. Lord and Lushan came here 6 years ago. It's thanks to Lord and Lushan that we have all this. There's no way he's McCade. Honestly, what an airhead. She's on par with Naruto, someone muttered. Naruto retorted without hesitation, sneaking a glance at Minato, who instantly looked away, signaling he had nothing to do with it. Huh, you know me. Yeah, your friends have already found you. Really? That's great. Where are they? You'll see them when the time is right. Uraha put on an air of deep mystery, leaving Minato thoroughly perplexed. It was as if, despite Uraha's absence, he had witnessed everything with his own eyes. I think all of you are the most suspicious ones here. Sarah muttered under her breath, but everyone still heard her. This child is hopeless. She's got no capacity to accept reality, completely unfit to be queen. You? Sarah glared, ready to give Uraha a piece of her mind. Captain, come here for a moment. Cutting Sarah off, Uraha called Minato aside for a private conversation. Minato, you know his identity by now, don't you? Yes, I think so. You understand what it means that he doesn't recognize you, right? I do. It means I probably don't have long to live. As he spoke, Minato's eyes dimmed noticeably. With Naruto's striking features, no one would believe he wasn't Minato's child. And the resemblance to the fourth was undeniable. At least his dream had been realized, which brought a sliver of comfort. Still, not being able to watch his child grow up was a heartache that could never be mended. Let's not dwell on that. Don't you think you've been a bit too well-informed? It's nothing, just a little ninjutsu, that's all. If he weren't your and Kushina's child, what would you do? Uraha grinned mischievously, seizing the chance to tease Minato. That's impossible. After a long pause, Minato asked in a low voice. You're not serious about that, are you? Uraha burst out laughing. Of course not. I was only joking. Relief washed over Minato at those words. If it weren't for Kushina, he'd probably go mad. From the very start, Uraha had used the Sharingan to observe the Nine Tails inside Naruto. The beast, seeing Minato's face, was seething with hatred, ready to leap out and tear him apart. After the discussion ended, the two returned to the group and sternly warned Sarah not to be reckless. Tonight, all truths would be revealed. And Lushan, meanwhile, was growing anxious at his inability to locate Sarah. It seemed he would have to act tonight. As evening fell, the puppets came out again, and the streets erupted into a sea of people. Drums thundered, music blared, and fireworks burst through the sky. The crowd cheered for their queen with one voice. Sarah was overjoyed, as if to say, see? Lushan isn't the villain you think he is. How long has this been going on? For several months now. Are you an idiot? Who would keep up this nonsense for months on end? Do you really think everyone has nothing better to do? Now that you mention it. The whole group broke out laughing. This queen was truly one of a kind. Uraha finally understood why Lulan was doomed, even if Lushan was gone. With a ruler like this, it was a miracle anyone was left in the city at all. Naruto leapt up, severed the chakra thread, and immediately collapsed. He quickly reconnected, channeling chakra back through the conduit, and resumed waving to the crowd, his voice ringing above it all. It wasn't until Sarah was brought right before them that they truly accepted the truth, collapsing into deep, inconsolable sobs. In such situations, it was best to leave things to Naruto and his gift of talking things through. In short, one dared to speak, and the other was willing to believe. Even now, Uraha still doubted whether this was truly the future of this world. After all, his presence here was never part of the original timeline, and now that he was, things could go in any direction. With that in mind, Uraha removed his mask, eager to see how Naruto, or perhaps even the Nine Tails, would react. Sharingan! Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. He had the same eyes as Sasuke. Entering Naruto's inner world, he was only slightly surprised. After all, Sasuke had done something similar long ago. So, it's you. Before Naruto could ask further, Uraha withdrew, his face clouded with worry. So this really was the future of this world. Damn it. That meant Minato and Kushina still died? If they hadn't, there was no way Naruto wouldn't recognize them, and the Nine Tails wouldn't be sealed inside him. What's wrong? Nothing, Captain. Uraha's eyes grew cold. The very thing he'd hoped to prevent had still come pass. With his help, Minato shouldn't have died. Not by any means. You do look a little familiar. Naruto squinted at Uraha, trying in vain to recall where he'd seen him before. All right, let's not talk about the future anymore. Uraha's calm tone discouraged any further discussion. He was genuinely afraid Naruto might blurt out, I saw you on the Memorial Stone. Where had things gone wrong? Was it possible that, even with his current strength, he couldn't stop Obito? Impossible, he thought. If only he had a little more time. Once his Een spirit root awakened, his Sharingan would naturally evolve. No time to dwell on it. After the puppets retreated, the Puppet Ninja Corps began a full-scale hunt for Sarah. Forget it. Let's just finish them off first. He looked up at the 12 puppet ninjas hovering in the sky. Though they were a bit different from the originals, it was nothing he couldn't handle. I'll take care of these guys. The rest of you, go find the original people of Reborn. Are you sure? Maybe I should stay and help. Naruto had suffered quite a bit at the hands of these puppets. No need. Look over there. Women and children are waiting for you to rescue them. Sure enough, following Uraha's pointed finger, they noticed someone secretly watching them from the shadows. After quickly briefing Minato, the others rushed off to save the enslaved people. As the group disappeared into the distance, Uraha's Sharingan blazed with its true intensity. What crude puppets! Such a waste of energy. He drew a kunai, channeling chakra into it, and began his assault. Are you sure you'll be all right? Of course. If it's him, there's nothing to worry about. Minato replied with confidence. Our queen can sense the chakra of the dragon vein. If we follow the conduit, we can trace where it's coming from. I'm counting on you. The group of 5 quickly arrived at the foot of a tall tower. This vent must be the convergence point for all the power from the dragon vein. So this is the place. After removing the vent cover and entering inside, they saw men in shackles, struggling to operate enormous machines. Many others were toiling away on puppet parts, working tirelessly along an assembly line. There are so many of them. Ji Wei exclaimed in shock, uncertain if his insects would be enough. And Lu Shan is enslaving the people just to manufacture weapons. This isn't the time for that discussion. Let's cut off the dragon vein first. Right. With Minato and his companions' help, Sarah quickly reached the control point of the dragon vein. In the name of the queen, I command you, cease the torrent of the dragon vein. Repress your power. Obey at once. Instantly, the dragon vein responded. The eye-like device snapped shut, halting the flow of energy. Yoru, sensing this, glanced toward the tower. Now the dragon vein's power that was gathering here has been cut off. Let's get out of here. No sooner had the words left her lips than Minato and the others arrived, but so did Lu Shan, who immediately finished controlling and assembling the puppet parts. What is Her Majesty the Queen doing here? And Lu Shan stood composed on a high platform, his eyes filled with scorn. And Lu Shan, that's him. Minato and his team were already poised for battle. And Lu Shan, you... A sudden crash interrupted Sarah as Yoru burst into the room. She glared at him in frustration. He always seemed to barge in and cut her off. Enough with the small talk. Captain, what's taking so long? You still haven't dealt with this lowlife. Lowlife? You dare call me that? Furious, and Lu Shan commanded his puppets to attack Yoru. You really can't stand being called out, can you? And Lu Shan, shrouded in lightning, barely had time to react before a kunai lodged itself in his chest. He's still not dead? With a powerful kick, Yoru sent Lu Shan flying, but the wound on his chest healed rapidly. With a mighty pull, and Lu Shan recalled his puppets, who seized Yoru and began to merge into a colossal puppet, trying to drain his chakra. Ji Wei instantly prepared to unleash his insects to destroy the puppet, but Minato stopped him. Captain, he's smiling. Only then did everyone notice the mocking grin on Yoru's face. Feeling weak? That puppet is siphoning your chakra right now. Idiot. In a puff of smoke, the controlled Yoru vanished. Just a clone. The real Yoru dived from above, lightning crackling as he sliced off Lu Shan's arm, then sent him flying once more with a swift kick. If I say you're a lowlife, that's all you'll ever be. Is this all you can do with the power of the dragon vein? Yoru retreated to Minato's side. That guy is still standing? Naruto stared in shock as Lu Shan climbed back to his feet. TCH, he just turned his whole body into a puppet, that's all. In Lulan, my power is limitless. Supporting his shoulder, Lu Shan spoke with a sinister grin. What a troublesome fellow. Lu Shan once again pieced his body together with puppet parts, and suddenly, a gigantic ant appeared before everyone. Shino immediately unleashed his parasitic insects to envelop Lu Shan and drain his chakra, but Choji's giant fist sent him flying into the wall. Shino tumbled out, looking rather comical and ridiculous. You really are the worst puppet master I've ever seen, and you still insist you're not just an insect? Uraha teased, sending the crowd into laughter. The tension in the air lightened considerably thanks to him. Even Sarah felt the pressure lift. These ninja were so strong. Damn it! A bolt of purple lightning crashed down, scattering the insects. Shino winced at the loss, while Lu Shan, now replenished by the power of the dragon vein, let out a furious roar. I told you already. In Lulan, I'm invincible. He summoned even more puppets to reinforce his body, the weight of them thudding heavily. Now I'll show you the might of my ultimate puppet weapon. So, it's just a bigger ant? Uraha still couldn't help but mock him. Feeling the ground shake violently, Minato quickly ordered Naruto and Sarah to lead the people to safety. It was only then that the two realized the enslaved citizens were still distracted by the spectacle. Blushing with shame, Sarah hurried to free everyone and lead the escape. Damn, it's huge and ugly. Uraha, could you please take this seriously? Seeing that no one was listening to him, Minato finally lost his patience. TCH, you got a lot of nerve blaming me. You haven't taken care of this second-rate villain after all this time. Turns out he's just a supersized grunt. Nothing special, just a super soldier. And Lushan's transformation had truly let the three down. After all the build-up, this was all he had? He really was just a super soldier. Outside, the townsfolk were overjoyed to see their loved ones rescued. But as they heard the rumbling from below, they quickly rushed to flee. Even from a distance, they could hear in Lushan bellowing Sarah's name, determined to take her life. TCH, this endless resurrection is downright dirty. Even as Uraha was knocked flying, he kept muttering under his breath. Minato resisted the urge to pound him and hurried to regroup with Naruto. Naruto rushed over to help, and Lushan, his mouth brimming with energy cannons, fired off relentless blasts, toppling several tall buildings. Even a Rasengan was swatted aside. Sarah, I'll never let you reach the dragon vein. Shino unleashed even more parasitic insects this time, using nearly all his chakra reserves. This monster's finished now, right? He's all yours, Choji. Yeah, multi-sized jutsu. Dingzwa, now transformed into a giant, unleashed a furious beating on Lushan. Who would have thought that even now, Dingzwa would still need to rely on medicine? Your bugs are gone. No sooner had he finished speaking than another bolt of purple lightning, thicker than before, shot out from the tower and struck in Lushan. Sure enough, the bugs were finished. Damn it, I actually forgot about this. Goodbye. I'm heading over to the dragon vein now. Get back here. Jiwei grabbed hold of Yeyu. Thinking of leaving? Not so fast. This guy's chakra is limitless. Besides, I don't have many bugs left in my body either. There's not much I can do by staying. Yeyu was speechless. If the dragon vein wasn't shut down, this guy would be practically invincible unless someone could take him out in one blow. That's why we have to do everything we can to hold him off. I have more important things to do, so I'm counting on you. Good luck, Jiwei. With that, Yeyu darted away like a streak of light, leaving Dingzwa and Jiwei staring at each other in dismay. Damn. Seeing and Lushan attacking again, Dingzwa had no choice but to square up for another round. Though Yeyu always called him small fry, he knew full well that this opponent was tough. His techniques had no limits. Yeyu thought to himself, well, I can't die anyway, but this guy isn't just tough. He's practically indestructible. There's no way to outlast him. That bastard turned himself into a puppet. As long as he has chakra, his stamina's infinite. Right now, the top priority was to seize the dragon vein. Sure enough, just ahead, he saw Minato, Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato had already regrouped. Yamato never expected to meet the fourth Hokage again. Captain, hurry and lead the civilians to safety. What about Dingzwa and Jiwei? They're still out there holding him off, but they won't last much longer. Yi would never admit he'd left the two behind. All right, let's get moving. Just as they spoke, a thunderous crash rang out, and Lushan had broken through. Sarah shuddered from head to toe, looking up at Lushan. Sarah, get the people out of here quickly. We'll hold them off. Naruto shouted. Yes. She turned without hesitation and led her people away. Seeing this, she told Kakashi to go down and protect them, while Yamato stayed behind to fight. When Naruto unleashed his Rasengan, Minato became even more certain. This was his own child. But just as he leapt forward, he was swatted down with a single slap, making Yeiyu's eyelid twitch. The force behind Lushan's slap was no joke. Yet Naruto simply got up as if nothing had happened. Truly, that sage physique was built to take a beating. First, let's find his weakness. Shadow, Shuriken, Jutsu. Minato channeled wind chakra into a shuriken and hurled it. Wow, look, it's a meteor shower. Thousands of shurikens laced with green chakra rained down on the super soldier, revealing Lushan's true body. The three of them stared in shock, while the people below forgot to run, clapping and cheering, marveling at the spectacle. Whap! You, why did you hit me? You call it the shadow clone shuriken technique? That's more like a rain of pear blossom needles. Hearing Yeiyu's outburst, wait, rain of pear blossom needles actually sounded much better, instantly making the move seem a few notches more impressive. I've decided, from now on, I'll call this move rain of pear blossom needles. Hey, did I see that right? That guy just slapped the fourth Hokage. Yamato muttered under his breath. Captain Yamato, what's the fourth Hokage? It's nothing at all. Yamato racked his brain, but couldn't recall. A bolt of purple lightning struck down, and the battered puppet was instantly restored as if new. Let's defeat this guy first. He created 2 shadow clones, and the air filled with a sharp, whirring sound. The Raisin Shuriken was forming. Minato could clearly sense the immense destructive power building up. Being hit by that would be a grim fate. To think Naruto had mastered such a powerful technique. Wind style. Raisin Shuriken. Naruto charged again, but Lushan opened his massive jaws and swallowed a whole. What? Naruto, knocked aside, crashed down hard. Wood style. Grand Forest technique. Naruto, you rushed in too recklessly. Detonate. Preset explosive tags blew the wall apart, sending huge rocks crashing down and knocking Lushan off his feet, burying him with a thunderous roar. The sudden blast startled Sarah, who thought the enemy was about to catch up again. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, rumblings echoed from under the rubble. He's still not dead? What do you think? Kid, you've got a long way to go. After scolding Yamato, Yu leapt down, wrapped both arms around Lushan's tail. How convenient these puppets are, able to shift into any combat form. Strength surged through his arms. With a mighty shout, Yu hurled Lushan's entire body out from under the boulders and flung him high into the air, pinning him against the wall once more. Meanwhile, the others had managed to open the doors. As they said their goodbyes, Sarah prepared to go and seal the dragon vein. What a hassle! Wood style, binding bag technique. Several giant wooden hands shot forth, locking Lushan firmly in place. Yu followed Sarah as she moved ahead. With Yeuyu's control, the assault recommenced. Yamato was stunned. There was actually someone who could use wood style, and with control far beyond his own. Sarah, what are you doing here? I'm planning to seal the dragon vein. That'll finish Lushan for good. No need to seal it. Just cut off his control. Yu shook his head. As expected, the dragon vein wasn't so easy to master. Sarah was only a novice. Otherwise, how could Lushan keep siphoning its power without end? Clearly, he'd already figured out how to control it, which was why he was so eager to eliminate Sarah. The dragon vein doesn't work the way you think. What are you planning to do? Sarah looked nervously at Yu, who now stood atop the dragon vein's sealing array. The dragon vein's purple eyes glowed, watching Yu intently. The eye of a dragon vein, Night Feather began chanting incantations from Taoist magic, tracing strange runes in the air. As his fingertip touched a rune, the light of the dragon vein flared brilliantly. Hasten as the law commands. Suppress. His Mandarin rang out clear and commanding. The power of the dragon vein in the surroundings surged and boiled. In an instant, both Sarah and Lushan lost all sense of control over the dragon vein's energy. What have you done? Sarah stared at Night Feather, both shocked and furious. A fear she had never known before flooded through her. I'm not sure how you two made a pact with the Huasha dragon vein, but here, I am the rightful heir. Not even the Sage of Six Paths could challenge me. The Huasha dragon vein, no matter how you look at it, I'm the one who should be its guardian. At that moment, 3 small purple dragons emerged from the pool, circling around Night Feather. Now and then, they let out jubilant roars, clearly celebrating as if they had finally found their true master. Since Lulan had come to possess the dragon vein, nothing like this had ever happened before. Could he be telling the truth? Where are you taking the dragon vein? Sarah couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, I can't take it away right now. It will continue to serve Lulan for the time being. Only, the control now lies with me. Only then did Sarah breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the dragon vein remained here, she could accept it. Night Feather hadn't removed the original dragon vein technique. It was a wondrous spell, left behind by someone unknown, which soothed the dragon vein's spirit. If not for this, the dragon vein would have long since run wild, and everything would have been lost. It was precisely this spell that allowed the dragon vein to quietly accept him. Could it have been the Sage of Six Paths? Such an ancient and powerful technique. Meanwhile, Lushan completely lost his nerve. Believing that Sarah had truly sealed the dragon vein, he roared in fury and launched himself at the group. Another explosion shook the air, forcing the 4 of them back to the very heart of the dragon vein. How on earth had things come to this? Without the dragon vein chakra, they still ended up here, battered and beaten. Sarah, what did you do? Lushan bellowed, unable to comprehend why he could no longer sense the dragon vein, even though it hadn't been sealed. Sarah, terrified, took 2 steps back. You are the queen of Lulan. There's no need to fear this so-called super soldier. But it's time for you to grow up a little. Honestly, your captain is going way too easy on you. Now go in this. With a spirited cry, the 3 small dragons merged into a mighty purple dragon, roaring as it shattered Lushan's puppet to pieces. How can the dragon veins power be like this? And Lushan, now broken and scattered, was driven to madness. Sarah, against all odds, had mastered perfect control over the dragon vein. If I can't have it, neither can you. He hurled himself with all his might into the dragon vein's chakra. Yet not even a ripple appeared. Idiot. Night Feather's voice was cold and cutting as he rejoined the group. I'm seriously starting to think you're holding back on purpose. Well, Minato scratched his head and fell silent. He genuinely wanted to give his son some training. He hadn't expected that even a Rasengan bestowed by his father wouldn't be enough to take down Lushan. Just as they exchanged a few words, the dragon vein, now transformed into a giant dragon, crashed through the crowd and clamped its jaws around Uraha. Uraha, what? Everyone was struck with panic. Why was the dragon vein suddenly attacking Uraha? Oh, come on. Can't this wait till next time? Realizing the dragon vein's intention, terror filled Uraha's eyes. The dragon vein wanted to keep him here. After 1,000 years, it finally met a fellow countryman and wasn't about to let him go. Minato, help me. Uraha. Minato and the others were utterly thrown into chaos. They couldn't pierce the dragon's body and could only watch helplessly as Uraha vanished with the dragon into the eye of the dragon vein, which then sealed itself shut. So that's how it is. No wonder. Uraha cast a final glance at Minato and the others before disappearing completely from their sight. The remaining people looked at each other in confusion. What now? Captain, is Uraha still alive? I believe he is. We have to find a way to save him. Minato's voice was resolute. Uraha wouldn't perish so easily. Though there was fear in his eyes earlier, there was no panic. After questioning Sarah to understand the whole situation, Minato's brow furrowed deeply. He had gained full control of the dragon vein on his first visit, more than anyone ever had. But what exactly was this place called Huaxia? Suddenly, the dragon vein burst into chaos again. Its excitement at having kept Uraha was a disaster for everyone else. The chakra lake had turned blood red, and the entire tower was shaking violently. Damn it, why now of all times? Across the broken bridge, Dingzhua, Jiwei, and the civilians stared anxiously from afar. At this critical moment, Sarah had lost control of the dragon vein once again. Without a seal, the whole of Rorin might be destroyed. If that lake of chakra exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Cold sweat streamed down Minato's forehead as he wrestled with his thoughts. He had never faced such a dilemma. How could he explain this to Uraha's parents? What would he say to Kushina? And Lord Orochimaru would surely. Damn it, damn it. Boulders tumbled down relentlessly, and the situation grew more perilous by the second. Sensei, Kakashi waited anxiously for Minato's decision, as did Yamato and Naruto. Naruto, do you still have a kunai I gave you? Yes. Naruto immediately pulled out the kunai. Gritting his teeth, Minato decided they had to seal the dragon vein first. Seal. The raging chakra instantly calmed. The chakra lake receded, and Rorin's crisis was averted. Yet no one could truly feel relieved. No one knew where the dragon vein had taken Uraha. Meanwhile, a gentle white light began to envelop Naruto and Yamato. What's happening? Now that Lushan is dead, the jutsu has been undone. You should be returning to your original timeline. Sensei, Kakashi watched Minato with deep concern, a pain like bleeding in his heart. Night Feather, who had been both mentor and friend, had just vanished. How absurd was this? Hadn't they said the situation was under control just moments ago? I'm fine. For the sake of history, it's better if we forget everything that happened here, Minato said. The five of them fell silent, unable to speak. None of them had expected things to turn out this way. Just as they had become friends, they were forced apart. Let's each use the forgetting jutsu on one another. Destroy. With heavy and stifled hearts, they exchanged brief words with Naruto, then set the jutsu in motion. After a flash of white light, Naruto and Yamato returned to their original timeline, where they were revived by Sakura. The fourth Hokage's kunai still stood embedded in the altar. Minato, Kakashi, and the others awoke peacefully, along with the villagers, but their memories held no trace of Naruto or Yamato. What happened, Minato? Shibi asked. The mission involving the dragon vein was likely a success, but Night Feather has gone missing. Though none could recall exactly what had occurred, their memories were riddled with blank spots. All they remembered was Night Feather being struck by the dragon vein's power and then vanishing. Sarah, too, forgot that she had ever controlled the dragon vein, but she could just faintly sense its chakra. Saying their farewells to Sarah, the four began their journey back to Konoha. The loss of such a vital companion weighed heavily on their hearts. That's how it is with the Hokage, someone murmured. Night Feather vanished after being struck by the dragon vein. Are you sure he's dead? Another asked. No, I don't think so, came the reply. Nightfeather might be trapped in another dimension. Who knows? Maybe, like McCade, he's been sent to another timeline. That complicates things, someone sighed, taking a deep drag from a cigarette. Orochimaru sighed, would be mourning for some time. Surviving a direct attack from the dragon vein was next to impossible. Its aggressive energy wouldn't let anyone walk away alive. For now, let's consider Nightfeather missing. Minato, you need to keep moving forward. Don't let everyone's hopes down. Yes, Lord Hokage. After leaving the Hokage's office, Tucci and Shibi did their best to comfort Minato. Everyone knew how close Minato and Nightfeather had been. Kakashi, too, was sunk in gloom. He, the weakest of them all, had survived unscathed, while Nightfeather was the one who'd gone missing. He smashed his fist into the wall in frustration. Once again, he'd lost someone important. Even Minato-sensei couldn't say for certain if Nightfeather was alive or dead. News of the incident caused a huge uproar. Danzo, of course, was delighted. The Uchiha clan's greatest prodigy had fallen, and the third Hokage's plans were now at an end. Tensions between the Uchiha and the village grew, with some even believing that the third had deliberately caused Nightfeather's death. After all, if even Kakashi was unharmed, how could the even stronger Nightfeather simply vanish? Minghui became despondent, gloomy every day, while Shinhong did his best to comfort her despite his own pain. My son isn't that fragile, she insisted. Just as Minato said, he's only trapped for the time being. But even if he's trapped, how long can he survive without food? Minghui cried. Minghui, reduced to a sobbing wreck, fainted from grief, which frightened Shinhong so much that he rushed her to the hospital. By chance, they ran into Minato, who was lying in a hospital bed, wrapped up like a mummy. He was almost unrecognizable. Minato, what are you doing here too? Shinhong asked in surprise. It was just a little accident, Minato replied, lowering his head and avoiding Shinhong's gaze. After returning home and telling Kushina he'd barely escaped her wrath, she berated him for failing in his duty to protect. Meanwhile, the nine-tails inside his belly roared with laughter, gloating until Kushina slapped on 20 more seals, returning him to his original state, chained to a fireball and unable to move, left to bitterly regret his predicament. Minghui soon regained consciousness, and, together with Kushina who had just entered, began discussing Yi Yu's situation. It took several rounds of consolation before Minghui finally calmed down, convinced that Yi Yu's disappearance was only temporary. Orochimaru set out that very night for Lulan to investigate, but came back empty-handed. How could this be? Yi Yu had clearly reached Kage level. Is even a Kage so weak? He muttered. Having lost yet another disciple, the last ray of light in Orochimaru's heart was extinguished, and he stepped completely into the darkness. But at that moment, Yi Yu was deep within the vast cavern of the dragon vein, where he beheld its true form, a colossal, semi-transparent purple dragon, coiling and stretching for nearly 10,000 feet, composed entirely of spiritual energy. No wonder people claimed the dragon vein's chakra was limitless. With a body like that, who could possibly stand in its way? Even as Yi Yu stood before it, the dragon vein remained oblivious to his presence. The spiritual energy here was several times more potent than anything he'd encountered through the pipes outside. If even a pig stayed here for 10 years, it could reach Kage level. Fortunately, the trial tower was still functional, and the food stored inside would last him for now. Once his strength rose another notch, food would no longer be a pressing concern. Regrettably, the dragon vein could only survive deep underground. Removing it was nearly impossible, and it had taken root here. The dragon vein represented the lifeblood of a nation, and with Lulan now cut off from its power, the city would inevitably decline. Dragon vein, what do you plan to do with me? You can't expect me to stay here forever, can you? Yi Yu asked with a wry smile. A strand of consciousness reached out, conveying its intent, a childlike mind that made Yi Yu chuckle despite himself. The dragon vein had been stranded here for 1,000 years, and the strange world unsettled it. The people here fell off, and now, meeting someone from its homeland, it only wanted Yi Yu to keep it company for a while. As for when he'd be allowed to leave, well, that would be decided once it had had its fill of fun. After some negotiation, Yi Yu was free to absorb as much spiritual energy as he wished and train without limitation. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's demand for experimental subjects grew insatiable. The third Hokage began to sense something was amiss. Orochimaru and Danzo were becoming closer, and the third grew increasingly wary of Orochimaru's intentions. Obito and Rin remained downcast for a long time. Their esteemed big brother had vanished just like that, and everything seemed to return to an uneasy calm. 2 months passed, and Nightfeather's friends slowly began to heal from their grief. This kid really disappeared, but how is that possible? Fugaku paced back and forth, still familiar with Nightfeather's strength. For someone of Kaga-level potential, to simply vanish was almost unthinkable. The dragon vein, is it truly that terrifying? Fugaku sighed, realizing his own plans might have to be put on hold. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan was awash in celebration. Because of Nightfeather's existence, not a single member of their own, even among fellow clans famed for their ocular powers, could compare, neither his peers nor the entire younger generation. Now that Nightfeather had gone missing, the gap between the two clans wasn't so wide anymore. The Hyuga felt their pride return, honor seemed restored, and they began to stand tall and active once again in the eyes of the village. At the same time, the third Hokage was overwhelmed mediating endless disputes among the smaller nations. In the many years since the Second Great War, the 5 great nations had all but recovered their strength, and competition for resources was fiercer than ever. The small countries lived in constant fear. Many of the small nations surrounding Konoha were being infiltrated, and minor skirmishes were breaking out with increasing intensity. Konoha had already begun preparations for war, summoning large numbers of shinobi back to the village. Even the once pliant grass country, allied to Konoha, was growing restless. In the Namikaze household, Kushina gazed longingly at a photo of Nightfeather dressed as a girl, lost in memories of happier times. Minato gently wrapped his arms around her. Don't worry, Nightfeather will be all right. He'll come back to us one day. But it's been so long without any news. Maybe you should try releasing the seal? Maybe that way Nightfeather could return. Well, that might not be such a good idea. Sweat beaded on Minato's forehead. If he broke the seal, who knew what might happen? Unlushan was a warning. If the seal was lifted recklessly, Nightfeather might end up in another dimension. That would be the best-case scenario. If he lost control, Lulon might not have to wait 20 years to be destroyed. It could vanish right now. I'm sorry, Kushina. Sai, I don't blame you. I know you've tried your best. You don't blame me, but you had me bedridden for 2 months? Minato's face twitched. This was probably the worst injury he'd ever had. Thank you. I promise I'll find a way to bring Nightfeather home. I believe in you. Just as they were about to move on to the next step, the sound of AMBU knocking at the door interrupted them. Kushina's cheeks flushed. Well, aren't you going to answer it? Oh, right. Minato quickly got up, while Kushina hurriedly straightened her clothes and calmed herself. All right, I'm coming, Minato replied, his expression turning serious. Another mission? Yes. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. After a gentle embrace, Minato set off once more for the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, sorry to send you on a mission so soon after you've recovered. There's nothing like that. I'm glad to be entrusted with important missions. Minato shook his head, sensing that it was likely another important assignment. The third Hokage seemed quite satisfied. He had already learned in private that Minato had entered the league of Kaga-level shinobi, his talent surpassing even Orochimaru's. This time, it's not a particularly dangerous mission. You're to go to the land of grass and investigate whether they've sided with our enemies. I see your students have grown considerably, especially Kakashi. That's right, they've all become chunin. In particular, Kakashi already has the skills of a jonin. Then I can rest easy. Take them with you. Yes, sir. The third Hokage pulled out the 7 squad's personnel files. Obito immediately caught his attention. His overall abilities had reached the level of an elite chunin, which was already impressive, making him one of the Uchiha clan's young prodigies. However, compared to Uraha, he still fell far short. He hadn't even awakened his Sharingan yet. The third Hokage dismissed the idea of using Obito as a bridge. He simply wasn't significant enough. Minato used shadow clones to notify the 3 of them separately to gather at the training ground. Once assembled, the 3 looked at Minato with expectation. The mission this time is to go to the land of grass and investigate whether they have betrayed us to the enemy. We depart at once. Yes, sir. On the road, the 4 of them tacitly avoided mentioning Uraha. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin still remembered how, when Ayame learned the news, she had cried her heart out. The ramen she'd carefully prepared had fallen to the ground, untouched. Just as Tucci let out a laugh, both he and his companion were fiercely bitten by Ayame. Even now, the bite marks on his hand were still clearly visible as they went out together for ramen. Meanwhile, Uraha was oblivious to the world outside his window. Since he couldn't leave for now, he focused on training. He took out a scroll to hone his sealing techniques, using the enormous beast before him as practice. Of course, it was merely a sliver of spiritual consciousness he was dealing with, but his mastery of sealing arts was steadily improving. It's about time to awaken the Mangekyo. After 2 months of training here, Uraha finally awakened his In's spiritual root. As expected, with the dragon vein support, his cultivation speed was extraordinary. The spiritual Energy within him was thoroughly transformed, rising by 2 entire levels. His meridians had widened significantly, and he could now perform up to 400 shadow clones. This feeling is absolutely incredible. All the spiritual energy in his body surged toward his brain, stimulating his eyes. The Sharingan Tomo spun rapidly, gradually merging into a single shape. What was his true wish? Uraha asked himself. What cultivator doesn't long for immortality, to transcend life and death? Reading the books left by the sages, he understood even more. The soul is the essence of all things. As if responding to Yayu's wish, the laws of the world began selecting the ability most aligned with his heart's desire. In the depths of his mind, it was as though Yayu glimpsed something utterly incredible. Visions transmitted to him through the dragon vein's eye. The world burst into color. Countless threads stretched from the cosmos, weaving together like auroras to shroud the entire planet. Within mere seconds, Yayu's eyes began to burn with pain. He quickly shut them, but blood still seeped from his eyelids. If he kept looking, his eyes would surely be ruined. 5 minutes passed before Yayu dared open his eyes again. He glared at the dragon vein in frustrated reproach. These world laws were simply beyond his current ability to comprehend. Still, the Mangekyo had finally awakened. In that strange vision, Yayu had already learned the name of his ocular power. Now it was time to begin training with the Mangekyo. Activating it again, the 3 Tomo rapidly merged and formed a pattern. Yayu took out a mirror and studied his eyes closely. Their shape was strikingly unique, clearly reminiscent of cherry blossom petals. As expected, everyone's Mangekyo was different. After awakening, Yayu didn't feel his spiritual energy turn cold or eerie. A natural evolution was indeed very different from a forced awakening by trauma. The only change was that his spiritual energy had become more abundant and of higher quality. Using the Mangekyo for the first time, Yayu didn't find it uncomfortable at all. Instantly, a layer of silver-white bone enveloped his body, leaving him speechless. Was this the effect of his ocular power? All right, time for the first stage of Susanoo training. With his wood release, dragon vein spiritual energy, and the triple recovery of his Een spiritual root, Yayu could now use the Mangekyo without worrying about losing his eyesight. What he needed to focus on was how to control this vast amount of chakra. Upon reaching the border of the land of grass, the 4 of them snuck in quietly, disguising themselves as ordinary people and splitting up to gather information. Within the dragon vein, Yayu's progress was astonishing. In just a short time, his Susanoo had already evolved to the point where it could form armor. He remembered that each Susanoo gained a unique weapon of its own. For example, Sasuke's was the bow of the heavenly marsh, while Uchiha Itachi's Yata mirror was famed for its unparalleled defense. As for the Totsuka blade, it likely wasn't Itachi's innate weapon. He recalled Orochimaru saying he had searched for it for 10 years, only for Itachi to keep it hidden the entire time. Moreover, the Totsuka blade had no physical form. Perhaps only a formless Susanoo could wield it. It was probably sealed within the ocular power itself. The Yasakani Magatama, meanwhile, seemed to be a universal weapon for Susanoo. So, what sacred weapon would he awaken? Even though his Susanoo could already grow armor, why hadn't his own unique weapon appeared? Cherry blossom petals floated once more within Yayu's eyes. The silver-white skeletal Susanoo was cloaked in armor, one hand pressing down on the dragon vein, trembling with overwhelming power, until at last a long sword materialized in his grasp. The divine blade, Komudo, also known as De Liang. So it's this sword after all. With a night feather divine sword in hand, he felt as though he could cleave a mountain in 2 with a single stroke. Legend had it that this sword's very myth revolved around splitting mountains. Truly, every weapon wielded by Susanoo seemed to be entwined with tales from the old myths. Yet, he still wondered what weapons Fuyue and Madara carried. Without further ado, Night Feather swung the sword directly at the dragon vein. He was certain this blow could split open a small mountain. But as soon as the blade drew near, a protective barrier shimmered to life over the dragon's body, so smooth that not even a ripple appeared. Incredible! For a split second, Night Feather felt a third of his spiritual power drain away. Though this technique was powerful, it was not something he could use recklessly. It was a move devoted purely to offense. Arriving at the trial tower, Night Feather set his sights on conquering the 2nd floor. Master! Kenichi, come spar with me for a bit. Yes, sir. His reply was as lifeless as ever. Drawing his own sword, Kenichi faced him. Night Feather's eyes flared with the Mangekyo, locking onto Kenichi, illusion technique. He started off by casting a Mangekyo illusion, but Kenichi struck unerringly toward Night Feather's true position, completely unfazed. So, Illusions had no effect on Kenichi. Even with his intelligence, he was still a puppet at heart. This time, Nightfeather could clearly see every detail of Kenichi's swordplay, thanks to his enhanced vision. After only a few dozen exchanges, he began to mirror Kenichi's techniques, responding move for move. Spirit Slash. He set up the Tenbiryu defense in front of him. During his first attempt at this trial, Nightfeather hadn't been able to withstand this move, but now, he wanted to challenge it again. Once more, a translucent wave of sword energy came slicing toward him. He saw it, the arc of destruction, swift as lightning, yet still within his reach. Gripping his sword tightly, he met the attack head-on with every ounce of strength he had. With a furious shout and teeth clenched, he struck against the energy wave. Down! The explosion rang out, and at last he shattered the attack. Exhaling deeply, he felt a sharp pain at the base of his thumb, but within seconds it faded away as if nothing had happened. Thunderstroke. The cold voice echoed again. Eyes wide, Nightfeather's body crackled with lightning, ready to meet the challenge head-on. It was as if time slowed. Two blades collided, sending showers of sparks everywhere. White and violet streams of energy whirled around the combatants. I'm not who I was back then. Yes, master. Kenichi's tone remained unperturbed. With a powerful sweep, Nightfeather knocked Kenichi's blade aside, and in the next instant, his sword was at Kenichi's throat. Weakened, Kenichi made no further move. Nightfeather had claimed a flawless victory in this duel, even though Kenichi now fought at only a tenth of his former strength. Defeating Kenichi, Nightfeather stepped onto the stone stairs leading to the second floor. This time, he would not repeat the mistakes of the past. With newfound confidence, he pushed open the doors to the next trial. The last challenge happened before he awakened the Mangekyo, but now, with this newfound power, Yiyu's confidence soared. The second floor was even larger than the first, so much so that Yiyu began to wonder if each level was vastly bigger than the one below it. The reward for reaching this level was the medicinal field at the back. As far as the eye could see, all the spiritual herbs there were flourishing, and even the most ordinary among them were already 1,000 years old. The trial here was the formation laid down by Immortal Yun, a grand array composed of 36 smaller formations working together. Last time, even with the Sharingan, Yu had been fooled by the illusions inside. Without hesitation, he activated his Mangekyo and stepped into the formation once more. Each formation presented a different scene. Suddenly, a dense volley of arrows hurtled toward him. A ribcage-like barrier sprang up, shielding him from all harm, though his Susanoo was left battered and cracked. Elemental attacks barely fazed Yiyu. When he got trapped in the labyrinth formation, he quickly figured out the solution. He summoned a multitude of divine swords, ready to shatter the formation with a single strike, but abruptly stopped himself. What if he accidentally destroyed the medicinal fields behind it? Right, shadow clone technique. He created 3 clones to help dismantle the formation. As soon as a clone was destroyed, he sent another forward. At last, he returned to the formation that shrank space and distance, a place where, last time, he'd wandered in circles until nightfall, never finding a way out. A single misstep would send him back to the start. Even if his clones were just a step apart, they could end up separated by kilometers. This time, Yu used his Mangekyo to focus all his attention, advancing slowly. Even the visible flows of energy might be illusions. They were so well disguised, like how the Byakugan couldn't distinguish between the real body and a clone. He stepped cautiously to the right, and in an instant, leapt a great distance toward the finish line. It seemed he'd chosen the right path. Which way now? Frowning, he relied on instinct and stepped forward. Suddenly, his vision blurred and the scenery shifted. Yi was back at the starting point. Not even a Mangekyo could help him. Damn it, how long is this going to take? Yi hadn't expected to get stuck here, even with the Mangekyo open. There were no clues at all, and on top of that, he didn't even understand formations, especially those set by an immortal. Might as well close my eyes and go for it. With that thought, Yu shut his eyes and simply followed his instincts. He walked for a long time until he bumped his head against a pillar. Only then did he open his eyes, and rubbing his forehead, he realized he'd reached the front of the medicinal field. From this vantage point, the entire formation was crystal clear. Only now did he discover that within the space-shrinking formation, there was also an illusion. A ray, a trick capable of deceiving even the Mangekyo. Truly the work of an immortal. Only those with a mind free of distractions could make it through. After marveling at this cunning design, he turned to look at the medicinal field, only to find something even more exasperating. Every single herb was shrouded in a formation, and the more precious the plant, the more formidable its protective array. If you don't want to give it, just say so. What's the point of all these games? Are you crazy? The formation was small, but if something went wrong, the medicinal herbs inside might be lost forever. Cursing the immortal under his breath, he couldn't help but think what a trickster he was. After circling around and searching for other treasures, he did find something valuable, a scroll on alchemy and a specialized cauldron for refining pills. He also found some pills, but unfortunately, most of them had expired and turned into useless or even poisonous ones. Yi got busy again, breaking through one formation after another. Every time he unraveled a formation, he would gain new insights into the art of array setting. Only then did he understand the immortals' intention. Deeply moved, he realized that a master is always a master. His teacher had chosen this way to teach him the secrets of formations. He absolutely could not let down his master's painstaking efforts. After exiting the second level, Yi decided to take a good rest and recover his strength. But before he could even relax, the dragon vein sent out a wisp of consciousness, eager to play with him. It truly behaved like a child. He had no choice but to send out a bunch of shadow clones to amuse it, while his real body focused on resting and digesting the day's gains. Lord Hokage, the land of grass has indeed been in close contact with the land of earth recently. I fear they may have already reached some sort of agreement. Minato handed over a scroll, and as the third Hokage read it, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. The thing he feared most was finally happening. The land of grass was the buffer between the land of earth and the land of fire, and currently, it was aligned with the land of fire. They had even gone so far as to station extra troops at the border with the land of grass. Now, with relations between the two countries growing ambiguous, there was a real risk they might join forces to wipe out the grass country's military. It was already early winter, and war at this time would benefit neither side. What really mattered now was the attitude of Hanzo from the land of rain. As long as Hanzo didn't oppose the land of fire, that would already count as a small victory. If he could be persuaded to support them, even better. This was a task for Danzo. After Minato left, the third Hokage summoned Danzo. Lord Danzo, the Hokage requests your presence. Very well. Danzo walked calmly into the Hokage tower. The third gave a gentle smile. Every time he took the initiative to seek out Danzo, Danzo always wore that same expression. You must already know why I called you here. It's about Hanzo of the Rain Country, isn't it? That old fox is not to be underestimated. Danzo tapped his cane, and immediately someone brought over a chair. The third paid it no mind, knowing full well that Danzo still resented him for becoming Hokage. Still, he smiled and said, "You always see right through me, old friend. The Land of Rain may have only one Kage-level figure, but he's not to be taken lightly. That's why I hope you'll negotiate with him." "That's doable, but I'm afraid it won't come cheap. I'll leave the terms to your discretion. If their demands are too excessive, we'll just treat them as an enemy nation." The third spoke with boldness. Now in his 50s, he showed no sign of fear. In both the first and second Great Ninja Wars, Konoha had fought multiple enemies at once. This time, it was merely 2 against 3. "You're taking this too seriously. Hanzo is a clever man. He'll know what to do." "Let's hope so." With their discussion over, Danzo rose and took his leave. Only then did the third Hokage's expression darken. He was well aware of many of Danzo's experiments. The dwindling population in neighboring villages and the disappearance of ninja all pointed unmistakably in Danzo's direction. Fortunately, Danzo had shared most of his experimental results. If he hadn't, he would have long since been dismissed from his post. This was the very reason. The third Hokage had tolerated both Danzo and his own student over and over again. Unless absolutely necessary, neither of them would take any drastic action. Meanwhile, in the Land of Iron, the leaders of the 3 great nations were deep in talks, debating how to deal with Konoha and, afterwards, how to divide the spoils. Inoki, with his short stature, sat in his chair looking for all the world like a child, his head barely rising above the table. Beside him, Killer Bee struggled to suppress his laughter, earning a fierce glare from A. The third Mizukage kept his eyes closed and uttered not a word, leaving others to wonder whether he died right there at the table. "These are the territorial allocations following our victory. Please take a look, and if there are no objections, we'll implement them as planned." No sooner had the Raikage finished speaking than the Tsuchikage voiced his opposition. "Both the Land of Waterfalls and the Land of Frost should fall under our administration. If they're handed to you, the Land of Earth will be at great risk." Inoki spoke without a hint of courtesy. True, the Raikage's offer was sizable, but the Land of Earth was resource-poor. He had to fight for every possible gain. Aren't the Land of Grass, the Land of Birds, and the eastern territories of the Lands of Wind and Fire enough for you? The Land of Birds. Can you even call that a country? The climate in the Land of Wind is far worse than ours. It would be a complete waste of resources. As for the eastern reaches of the Land of Fire, that's just a pipe dream. isn't it?" The Tsuchikage retorted swiftly, his voice laced with cold amusement. The Land of Fire had the best geography and was the richest nation by far, but defeating them, even without help from the Land of Wind, was still an enormous challenge. The Reikage folded his arms and fell silent. He, too, coveted those two countries. The minor nations wedged between the Land of Fire and his own were little more than vassals. The territory to the north of the Land of Fire was nowhere near enough, even if he believed he'd prepared thoroughly. The Mizukage, on the other hand, was indifferent to the distribution. The Land of Water was an island nation by nature, absorbing the Land of Whirlpools, and the Land of Artisans as vassals suited him perfectly. Once they seized the southern part of Konoha, the small countries caught in between would have only one choice. The Reikage and Tsuchikage quarreled endlessly, their meeting ending in discord. The elderly Mizukage simply said, "Do as you wish, as long as the promised terms remain unchanged." On the road, all three parties departed swiftly, none willing to linger. The Reikage was filled with doubt, with only one-tailed beast left in Iwagakure. How could they demand so much? His own killer bee was a perfect 8 tails Jinchuriki, and Yujito Ni's training was progressing well enough. By comparison, the village hidden in a mist was actually the weakest in terms of strength. Up until now, they still hadn't found a suitable candidate for a Jinchuriki. The 6 tails was manageable, but rumor had it that the 3 tails still hadn't been located. Inoki insisted on targeting the village hidden in the waterfall, but only to get the 7 tails to fill the gap left by the missing 4 tails. So, even if he couldn't obtain it himself, he absolutely wouldn't let it fall into the hands of the hidden stone village. Back in their respective villages, the 3 Kage immediately began deploying their forces, and the atmosphere grew tense in an instant. "Hey, you must be especially careful of the yellow flash from the Leaf Village." "Don't worry, father. No one can outpace me, and with B by my side, the two of us will be the strongest team ever." The third Reikage knew that A was both proud and well-deserving of that pride. His physical prowess was nearly on par with his own, and, with the perfect 8 tails Jinchuriki as his partner, they truly were the most formidable AB duo the Hidden Cloud Village had ever seen. Because of this, the Reikage was certain victory would be theirs in this war. Even though there were reports that the Hidden Stone Village had trained a large number of ninja, he dismissed them as nothing more than a ragtag band, mere cannon fodder to be sacrificed. I himself had long been eager to challenge the yellow flash from the Leaf, to settle once and for all who was truly the fastest ninja in the world. He roped Killer Bee into sparring with him, over and over again. "Man, I wonder what's happening out in the world right now." Inside the Dragon Vein, Yiyu wore a troubled expression. The Dragon Vein's childish nature was even more pronounced than Yiyu had expected. If he couldn't find a way out, what would he do? On top of that, Minato had sealed the Dragon Vein's eye, cutting off their previous escape route. "Sai, I guess I'll just get back to refining some pills." Yiyu carefully snipped off just a portion of the spiritual herbs. For ordinary pills, a few decades, or at most a century or two of age would have been more than enough. But given the unique circumstances here, these herbs had grown for 1,000 years, making them vastly different from before. Their potency was worlds apart from what he'd ever known. What's more, the herb field was only so large. Every bit used was a bit less left. Who knew if this world had such rare spiritual herbs elsewhere? With utmost care, Yiyu began the process, following each step precisely. A strange blue-green flame flickered in his hand. The pill fire he had recently mastered, far more remarkable than ordinary flames. Any pill he refined now, even a basic first grade, might as well be a second or third grade pill. With every ingredient being a millennium-old treasure, who else could afford to be so extravagant? He carefully adjusted the flame's temperature. In a stroke of ingenuity, Yiyu had rummaged through his scrolls and rigged up a device, courtesy of Orochimaru, that let him monitor the furnace's temperature by sticking on a thin sensor strip. Now, that was truly scientific alchemy. Yiyu couldn't help but marvel at the power of science. It had dramatically increased his success rate. After a secret meeting with Danzo, having promised him some resources, received only a simple response. Hanzo would not participate in the war, but maintain his neutrality. After failing to persuade Konoha to help, he could only return with regret. Instead, his attention was drawn to a new rising force in the Land of Rain. Although still weak for now, Danzo already saw the potential in this emerging power. At noon, as the war broke out in the early months of Konoha's 45th year, Hanzo immediately declared neutrality and promised the Land of Rain would remain untouched. The people of the Land of Rain cheered Hanzo's name, knowing that to be spared from the ravages of war was the greatest fortune. Grateful for having such a powerful protector, the people of the Land of Rain felt as if they could glimpse a bright future for their country. Lord Hanzo is truly formidable. That's right, they call him a demigod for a reason. Yahiko and Nagato sat together, knees almost touching, filled with admiration for Hanzo. They still longed for his support. By now, the Akatsuki had taken shape, and dozens of villages throughout the Land of Rain had already benefited from their help. Fortunately, Konoha had obtained intelligence ahead of time and withdrew all troops from the Land of Grass to a safe zone. As expected, the Land of Grass sided with a Wagakure, and 1,000 Idonin passed through its territory to reach the border of the Land of Fire. Almost simultaneously, Kirigakure and Kumogakure launched joint attacks on Konoha. As allies, the Land of Wind and Sunagakure stood alongside Konoha in defense. Has Tsunade been found yet? Sorry, not yet. Jiraiya spoke with frustration. So much had happened, and yet Tsunade still hadn't returned. There was no way she could be unaware of such major events. Ah, that girl. We'll have to send others to look for her. For now, we'll have to rely on Orochimaru and you. Yes, sir. Though annoyed at Tsunade's absence, now is not the time for anger. After all, she had already lost too much. With the third Hokage's orders issued, Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado began working on their countermeasures. Shikaku Nara was appointed Supreme Commander of the Earth Country Front, and the third Hokage had every confidence in him. The Nara clan's intellect was well known, even if Shikaku was still young. The Kirigakure Front was entrusted to his prized pupil, Orochimaru, while Jiraiya was put in charge of the Kumogakure Front. Though Jiraiya was often unreliable in daily life, on the battlefield, he was absolutely dependable. Soon, the three chief commanders set out for the front lines, leaving only a small garrison behind in Konoha. Sensei, where are we headed? For the western border. If I remember right, that's the Earth Country Front. I'll make sure to teach them a lesson they won't forget. Obito, do your best. Hey, just watch me. Encouraged by Rin's words, Obito was bursting with pride, eager to rush to the battlefield, show off his prowess, and win Rin's heart. Idiot, just make sure you stay alive first. The battlefield isn't some kind of game. Kakashi reprimanded him without holding back. Having carried out many dangerous missions, Kakashi knew all too well the horrors of war, how quickly the tide could turn, and how a single careless moment could cost you your life. Kakashi was right, so you all have to do your best to stay alive. Even I might not be able to protect you, and the Land of Grass will soon become a battlefield. Minato's grave expression made Obito instinctively shrink his neck. Sensei, will a lot of people die on the battlefield? Yes, that's why you absolutely must not die. No matter what happens, do everything you can to survive. Hold out until I can get to you. Yes, Minato-sensei. With a mix of excitement and nervousness, they arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. No sooner had they reached the frontier than they received orders to intercept the forces from Wagakure. After a brief rest, Minato instructed Kakashi, Obito, and Rin to head out on their own. He would not be joining them. Surprised as they were, the three still followed orders and set off. Why isn't Sensei coming with us? It would be so much easier if he did. Are you planning to rely on others forever? Kakashi glared coldly and grabbed Obito by the collar, his voice sharp with anger. Obito was left speechless for a moment. Seeing that his teammate still hadn't realized how serious things were, Kakashi grew even more frustrated. Acting this way would only get them all killed for nothing. All right, don't be like this. Rin hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Kakashi let go of his grip and gave a firm shove. Obito landed on the ground, staring back at Kakashi, his face set in anger. Don't take it personally, Obito. Kakashi is just worried about you. TCH, I know, I'll be careful. But Kakashi, you better not let your guard down either. That's what I should be saying to you. The tension finally eased, and Rin grinned, cheerfully pulling the two boys along as they continued toward their destination. From behind a tree, Minato nodded quietly to himself. Rin truly was the glue of the team. He wondered just how far Team 7 could go on their own, without his guidance. After walking for a while, Rin came to a halt. Someone's coming up ahead. Execute Plan A. The three of them began setting traps around their position, then hid themselves, lying in wait for their prey to walk into the snare. Obito gripped his shuriken tightly, ready to throw at any moment. Soon, the faint rustle of footsteps reached their ears. 5 figures edged cautiously closer, scouts most likely. Obito's eyes widened, eagerly hoping one of the enemy would step into his trap. But unfortunately, they stopped just short, only a single step away from triggering it. He had barely let out a sigh when a shuriken suddenly thudded into the tree trunk above his head. Startled, Obito almost jumped up, but managed to stifle his reaction just in time. Only after several more shuriken were thrown, landing right in front of the three of them, did he feel sure the coast was clear. It seemed the enemy had noticed their small size and aimed accordingly. Kakashi remained calm and focused, his eyes locked on the 5 enemies. Looks like no one's here. The traps were set in advance. Stay sharp. A man began searching for traps to disarm. But just as an Iwagakure ninja was about to reach Kakashi and start to crouch down, Kakashi, no longer hiding like a snake in the grass, chose to attack first. In the darkness, his kunai swept silently across the man's neck. Obito and Rin, receiving the signal, instantly hurled their kunai as well. Shuriken Shadow, clone technique. 3 shuriken suddenly became a dozen more, filling the air. Earth style, earth flow wall. The Iwagakure ninjas immediately snapped into combat mode. Kakashi quickly engaged 2 of them, holding them back, while Obito and Rin each took on an opponent. Obito and Kakashi managed well enough, but Rin was having a much harder time. After all, sending the healer into battle was always a risky move. Obito grew anxious, and Kakashi noticed Rin's predicament. Wounding one of the Iwagakure ninjas, he broke away to create some distance, lightning flickering in his palm. What is that? He's actually holding chakra in his hand? Both enemy ninjas were stunned. Lightning-style jutsu had a clear advantage over Earth-style, and seeing Kakashi charge forward at blinding speed, they hurried to harden their defenses. Without pausing, Kakashi broke through and struck one of their hearts with unstoppable force. The lightning in his hand faded as he withdrew his arm, and in a flash, he appeared before the other ninja. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Kakashi spun and stabbed behind him, forcing the enemy back. The 6th one, sharp instincts. But that last move must have taken a lot out of you. So what? How much chakra can a kid like you even have? Enough to kill you. Kakashi replied coldly. The ninja coughed up blood and struggled to turn his head, only to see a white short blade lodged in his back. Shadow clone. With that, he breathed his last. Meanwhile, Obito used a combo of wind and fire-style jutsu to finally finish off his opponent, then rushed over to help Rin, who had already suffered 5 or 6 wounds. Furious, Obito attacked recklessly. Kakashi's enemy now looked terrified, for lightning once again danced in Kakashi's hand. The crackling sound unnerved the Iwagakure ninja, making him lose his composure. One final strike, on your left. Chidori smashed through the ninja's kunai and, once again, pierced his heart. Exhausted, Kakashi slumped against a tree. Chidori consumed too much chakra, but fortunately, their opponents were weak. Even with enhanced dynamic vision, it was still hard to see clearly. Kakashi clutched his injured arm. Despite his wounds, Obito managed to defeat his opponent in short order. After a quick patch-up, he hurried back. Other than Obito's impatience, the 3 of them coordinated well. After analyzing the situation, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to camp. Minato, you're here. Shikaku, it's been a while. Choza, Inoichi, I didn't expect to find you all here. Minato was genuinely happy to see his comrades. It sure is lively. Haichi, let me introduce you to our deputy commander, Haichi Yamanaka. All right, I'll leave the command to you. Don't worry. Together, there's nothing we can't handle. Dingswa spoke as he munched on chips, remarking that Minato had also heard of Konoha's Inoshikacho trio, not to mention that one of them was especially close to him. Everyone agreed, especially since Minato was on their side. Minato's solo combat skills were unmatched among those present. Let's talk about the situation in Iwagakure next. The 1,000 ninja have already reached the border, and their deployment is nearly complete, right? So that means a full-scale war is about to break out. That's right, which is why we have to strike first. Let me go. I'll eliminate as many of their top fighters as possible. Minato volunteered for the mission, and Shikaku gladly accepted. Then I'll leave it to you. Do everything you can over the next 2 weeks to wear down their main forces. Meanwhile, on the battlefield led by Orochimaru, a massive clash had already erupted. Enormous serpents loomed over the battlefield, their sheer size instilling terror in all who saw them. Orochimaru was reaping lives one after another, his chilling chakra making those nearby shiver. This time, Orochimaru had brought both the Wind God and Thunder God with him to the battlefield. The Byakugan of Konoha proved invaluable in the conflict. Their extraordinary scouting abilities thwarted many enemy strategies, and plenty of squads counted themselves lucky to have a member of the Hyuga clan among them. Only a few days had passed before troubling news spread among the Stone Ninja. The terrifying Yellow Flash had already become their nightmare. In just these few days, several high-ranking officers had fallen. The chief strategist was assassinated, and the commander soon shared the same fate. Even the Jonin were not spared. The only words to describe Minato's attacks were vanishing without a trace. The Stone Ninja grew ever more cautious, no longer dispatching troops lightly. The battle reached a stalemate. Deep underground in a mountain cave, an old man listened to White Zetsu's report. So the war has finally begun? Yes, Lord Madara, came Black Zetsu's hoarse reply as he bowed deeply. Still no news of Uraha? No, Lord Madara. White Zetsu has searched every corner of Rorin, but there's not a trace of him. Vanished truly. Well, perhaps it's for the best. Do your utmost to find a suitable successor for me. Cough, cough. Yes, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu left the cave quietly, careful not to disturb Madara's rest. Do you think Lord Madara is about to die? He looks like he doesn't have much time left. White Zetsu couldn't help but comment. Looking for a reason to get recycled? As long as Lord Madara is connected to the ghetto statue, he won't die. If you ask me, that's the real trouble. Poor Lord Madara. He can barely move anymore. Look at me. With that, White Zetsu clenched his fist and smashed the massive tree before him in two. Impressive, right? Once Lord Madara is gone, you might as well just follow me. I really think you could use a trip back to the factory. Baiju was cracking jokes, but Black Zetsu couldn't be bothered to respond. He really couldn't understand why Madara valued this White Zetsu so much. He was just a clown. And that curly-haired White Zetsu, too. They were easily the two most ridiculous among tens of thousands of White Zetsus. Not only that, but the pair had been granted even greater power, which was completely at odds with Madara's usual demeanor. Perhaps only Madara himself knew the real reason for creating them. This is so boring. All we ever do is watch them fight each other. When will I finally get to see Lord Madara's eyes up close? We'll have to wait until the inheritor of Lord Madara's will appears. But there aren't many Uchiha candidates, and they're not easy to approach. There will be an opportunity. It's only a matter of time. With that, Zetsu vanished once more into the earth. Madara's body had already decayed completely. The moment he left the shell of the 10 tails, he would die instantly. Time was running out. In the stillness of the forest, two bodies lay motionless on the ground. Obito, watch out beneath you. Rin shouted, and Obito leapt up at once. Fire style, majestic dragon flame. A gigantic dragon-shaped blaze erupted from the earth, followed by a scream of agony. A burning figure burst out from underground, rolling desperately on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. That should be all of them, right? Don't let your guard down. Rin, check again with your sensory jutsu. Kakashi spoke, slightly out of breath. After a moment, Rin shook her head, signaling that there was no one else nearby. These enemies were really weak. Yeah, Obito, your fire style has gotten even stronger. Your dragon just now almost scared me. Hey, of course. Big brother Uraha taught me this personally, and I've been practicing hard. I've mastered quite a few other techniques, too. And there's even more. Obito, basking in Rin's praise, got carried away until he noticed a sudden silence in the air and quickly shut his mouth, realizing he'd gotten a bit too excited. Let's head back. Right. The three of them found themselves thinking of Uraha again. If only Uraha were here, the war would surely end even sooner. Up in the trees, Minato's expression grew distant as well. Uraha had been missing for half a year now. It was as if everyone was starting to forget about him. Could he really have been trapped somewhere and never made it out? No, impossible. Uraha was a match for himself in strength. He would definitely make it back one day. That night, Obito sat in the camp, lost in thought and unable to sleep. To his surprise, Kakashi also stepped out, quietly sitting down beside him without saying a word. You think Big Brother will be all right, don't you? Of course. My rival wouldn't die that easily. TCH, with your skills? Please, Kakashi, don't flatter yourself. Obito shot back with unfiltered sarcasm. Says you haven't even awakened your Sharingan yet. You blockhead. Kakashi glanced over, his tone brimming with disdain. Just you wait. One day I'll awaken it. I hope so. You know, Uraha awakened his Sharingan when he was just 5. You're lying. Why would I lie to you? That's why I believe he'll definitely come back. Kakashi spoke with his usual coolness, but deep down he was still reeling from the shock. To awaken the Sharingan at just 5 years old. What kind of prodigy was that? It was truly a tragedy for such a genius to die so young. He made a silent vow to himself that he would awaken the Sharingan one day. Otherwise, he'd be letting brother Uraha down. Meanwhile, deep within the dragon vein, Uraha didn't let up for a moment and continued his relentless training. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he finished refining another batch of pills. He had to admit, he owed a lot to Orochimaru's technology. Without it, who knows how many precious ingredients would have been wasted. At last, I've successfully refined Tier 2 pills. Exhaling deeply, he stretched his limbs. The pills he just crafted were as crisp and delightful as candy, each one snapping perfectly between his teeth. These Huayuan pills were only meant to replenish spiritual energy. With his Mangekyo now awakened, he gripped his divine blade once again. The armor of the Black Tengu emerged, transforming his Susanoo into something grander and more imposing. The figure grew, slightly ethereal, and even Uraha's eyes began to feel the strain. He had pushed the Mangekyo to its very limits. Donning the Black Tengu armor, he felt his defenses multiply fivefold, if not more. There must be room for further improvement. He pushed his ocular power, causing Susanoo to swell even larger, yet the Black Tengu armor state persisted. Eventually, his spiritual energy was depleted, unable to break through this barrier. But the dragon vein's energy swiftly restored him. By now, the war must have erupted. Uraha mused inwardly. I have to find a way out of here. After half a year, all-out war finally broke out. In the 46th year of Konoha's founding, Minato, who had originally been in charge of the Earth Country Front, was reassigned to the Cloud Village battlefield, all because no one could stand against the infamous AB duo. The Hokage never expected the Cloud to send even their eight-tails Jinchuriki into battle. Thankfully, Tsunade was found and brought back, though she'd lost her fighting strength and was now devoted solely to medical ninjutsu. Minato called you back in such a hurry because the Cloud has deployed their Jinchuriki. He hopes you can stop them. Yes, sir. Minato was deeply worried about the safety of Kakashi and his teammates. Although Kakashi had become quite formidable, with Minato's departure, the trio would likely be sent to the front lines. If only Uraha were still here. With the two of you together, facing the AB duo would be so much easier. The third Hokage sighed. Uraha's name had never been inscribed on the memorial stone, because those closest to him never truly believed he was gone. Don't worry, Lord Hokage. I will stop the Cloud. Minato replied with grave determination, which pleased the third Hokage greatly. Of all the hidden villages, aside from Konoha, the Cloud had always concerned him the most. Their military might was unmatched, and they placed great importance on their strength. After taking his leave, Uraha set off for the Cloud battlefield. Inside the trial tower, Yu grew increasingly restless and uneasy. He had been here for so long, yet the dragon vein showed no intention of letting him leave. Though it wouldn't harm him, he couldn't force his way out either. To his dismay, Yu found that he simply could not break through the seal at the entrance, so he had no choice but to turn back and enter the third floor. The third floor held only a single path. Crossing it would mean completing the trial. Did the immortals deliberately make this stage easy? He wondered aloud. Using his Mangekyo Sharingan, Yu observed the empty third trial for a long while. Indeed, there was only this one way forward. Gazing at the floating steps suspended in midair, he couldn't help but marvel. How on earth did they defy gravity? The pit below was about 30 meters deep and bristling with spikes. Each step was 5 meters apart. Was he expected to leap from one to the next? Yi was determined to unravel the secret behind this trial. He summoned Susanoo, calling forth its skeletal arm to reach for a step. Effortlessly, he lifted the stone stair, but in that moment, it suddenly felt much lighter in his grasp. He examined the step closely. It appeared to be an ordinary piece of stone. What would happen if he smashed it? He raised his arm, but then hesitated and thought better of it. Tempting fate didn't seem wise. As he set the step back, it abruptly grew heavy again. Gravity? It seemed to change in weight, yet still floated in midair. What contradiction! Yu stepped onto the first stone stair and instantly felt his body double in weight. But he wasn't the least bit bothered, so this was a trial of gravity. He leapt lightly onto the second step. The force of gravity now increased to twice that of the previous step. Another jump, and in midair, he could feel the gravitational pull growing. Even stronger. He nearly fell, for the pressure now quadrupled. Looking ahead at the next 7 steps, even Yu, who could enter sage mode, felt a chill run down his spine. Bracing himself, he pressed on, the gravity intensifying with each move. After several days, he finally reached a point where the gravity was 64 times normal. Yu was forced to stop. He felt that if he took even one more step, it would be the end of him. Sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to withstand the crushing pressure. Damn it. Even if the Raikage were here, could he survive this? Probably not, he thought, feeling as if his blood vessels were ready to burst. The last 3 stone steps ahead seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Yu considered flying across, but realized that with this kind of overwhelming gravity, it would be suicide. Even Kagaya's gravity dimension couldn't be this intense, could it? You gotta be kidding me. Susanoo. Wah. Yu froze. In less than a second, the bones of his Susanoo began to collapse, and even the stone steps started to crack. The immense pressure made Yu cough up a mouthful of blood. A single thought whisked him out of the trial tower. The dragon vein's spiritual consciousness reached out, studying him with curiosity. How did he get injured? Releasing some of its power, The dragon vein instantly healed Yi Yu's internal wounds. The vitality contained in the dragon vein's energy was simply unimaginable. If only he could store the power of the dragon vein, he thought, it could save his life in a true crisis. How am I supposed to reach the other side? Yi Yu pondered deeply, then suddenly vanished into thin air, reappearing once again on the third level. Try using shadow clone technique. See if your clone can fly across from this end, he said. Yes, sir. Hurry up. But the clone stood there motionless for a long while. What's wrong? Sir, I can't fly. Have you forgotten that clones don't have the abilities of a dual spiritual root? Huh? Yi Yu stared at the clone before him, a string of question marks flashing through his mind. Only then did he remember. Ever since his powers had grown, he'd hardly used the shadow clone technique at all. Oh, right. He smacked his own forehead as the realization struck. Lately, he'd been so focused on cultivation that it felt like he'd trained his brain into mush. You can go now. He dismissed the clone and looked at the stone steps with a sigh. What now? Channeling the lightning spirit root, Yi Yu floated into the air, deliberately keeping his distance from the stone staircase as he flew forward. The farther he flew, the heavier he felt. The gravity indeed blanketed the entire area. Just as he was about to give up, Yi Yu noticed a narrow, stair-like path hugging the far-right cliffside. Or perhaps, to put it bluntly, it was just a staircase, nothing more. Yi Yu hurried over. The steps looked dilapidated and extremely narrow, pressed tightly against the wall. Only one person could squeeze through at a time, shuffling sideways. Meanwhile, the floating steps were right in the center, and the third floor was much larger than the second. With the dim lighting, it would have been almost impossible to spot the side passage without getting close. He cautiously stepped onto it, and, as expected, felt no gravity at all. Even when he reached the bottom of the cliff, gravity never returned. At that moment, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel his intelligence had been thoroughly insulted. When he finally reached the other side, he discovered a message left by an immortal. Only those with wit will find the passage I left behind. Fools are unworthy of my treasures. The purpose of the stone steps is merely for physical training. Even I could not endure the final one. Then why in the world did you even make that last step? Are you trying to kill people? You could hold back no longer. 64 times normal gravity. What a nightmare. If not for his sharp eyes, he might have been stuck on the third floor forever. This was sheer torment. What kind of person would do such a thing? After venting his frustration, he approached the final stone step and found another inscription on the bank. If you made it through this last step, it means your body has surpassed even mine. But, alas, there's actually another path. Thank goodness he hadn't tried to cross that way. If he had, he'd surely have died from sheer rage. The old man only grew more shameless with age. Excitedly, Yi Yu opened the immortal's treasure, only to find a single sword manual. As the round jade above it shone with a divine light, and then shattered into pieces, Yi Yu sensed a new spiritual root awakening. Within him, the wood spirit root. The wood-style spiritual energy he'd previously cultivated was quickly absorbed by this new root. Could this be the legendary cycle of mutual generation and restraint? Wood-style, wood dragon. As expected, it's even more vibrant with life than before, and my ocular power has grown stronger too. Susanoo emerged, its form growing even larger. After its recent reformation, it now stood with 2 legs, much like Madara's Susanoo. Yet, even the most basic armor that had once adorned its body was now gone. The only difference lay in its color. Fortunately, the divine sword could still be wielded in great numbers. Uraha began searching for hidden treasures. Based on the sage's quirks, there was sure to be a hidden treasure on every level, and treasure hunting was one of Uraha's favorite pursuits. The long and used multiple shadow clone jutsu finally came in handy. At last, one of the clones discovered a hidden treasure. It was once again a book tucked away in a secret compartment at the top of the cave. Another book of mystical arts, this one titled Avatar Beyond the Self. While blocking A's advance, he also supported the other squads. The scroll in his hand turned to ashes, meaning the stone ninja wouldn't be making any big moves for a while. Still, it was crucial to bring things to a swift conclusion. Let's move out. Yes. Trailing behind him were 3 others, a member of the Akimichi clan, someone from the Inazuka clan, and an unknown jonin. The 4-man squad decided to first support the northern troops. Woof! Woof! What is it? Minato stopped in his tracks. Haimaru says there are enemies ahead. 3 of them. Prepare for battle. Yes. With a swift motion, a specially crafted kunai flew out first. A cloud ninja drew his blade to block, only for a figure to suddenly appear before him. A stepped in, landing a punch that separated the two, with A and B now standing protectively in front. Moments later, The three companions caught up to Minato. That blonde hair and that body flicker technique. It has to be the yellow flash. If we don't run now, when will we? The Cloud Ninja's face was etched with fear. This was the man who alone held back the Stone Ninja forces. Just moments ago, he had almost lost his life on this very battlefield. A glance back at his subordinate, a surge of disgust welling up. How could he have saved such deadweight? B, on the other hand, was unfazed. As long as he was with his brother, no matter how strong the opponent, they would pull through. Is that so? So he's the one who single-handedly foiled the plan to seize the Nine Tails. The sarcasm in his voice was unmistakable, laid bare without restraint. He hadn't expected that old story to resurface. Even Minato, calm as he was, couldn't keep his composure when it came to Kushina. You must be a son of the third Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village. I've heard your speed is second to none. Battle spirit flared in Minato's eyes. To face a ninja famed for his speed was truly exhilarating. Under his composed exterior, a fiery excitement could not be contained. Everyone stay back. I'll take it myself. We're finally going to witness the yellow flash in action. Our captain will win for sure. The three whispered excitedly among themselves as flying thunder god Kanai flew out, scattering into various corners of the forest. A immediately entered his strongest state. An opponent like this demanded a swift, decisive fight. Lightning-style chakra cloaked his entire body, crackling with power. Uraha. Seeing AI in this state, Minato remembered how, during their spar, Uraha would also cloak himself in lightning, though it seemed a simplified version, nowhere near as tangible as this. In a blur too quick for the eye to follow, AI appeared before Minato. A kunai slipped from his hand, and just as his fist came within 2 centimeters, Minato vanished, reappearing atop a tree trunk. He actually dodged my fastest attack. AI's eyes locked on Minato, who stood on the tree, but in the next instant, Minato disappeared once more, now behind him. AI, still mid-strike, couldn't adjust his momentum in time. Faster speeds require a fixed posture, Minato calmly analyzed. If I infuse wind chakra, I should be able to pierce through. AI seemed to sense a sharp pain coming from behind him. At that critical moment, a thick tentacle appeared and managed to block the attack, just barely avoiding being sliced off. AI pressed his hand against the spot, planting the flying Thunder God seal, and took the chance to break away from the fight. Sorry, B, are you alright? That kunai is sharp, almost no resistance at all. Can my lightning cloak really defend against it? AI's mind raced, but thinking back, it's probably impossible to. Pierce it completely, at most it'll just hurt. He recalled how his father had subdued the Eight Tails many times with this technique, and his confidence soared. Hey, could this guy be the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? This is bad. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki has entered the battlefield. Rumor had it he was the perfect host. The three of them swallowed nervously. Suddenly, a whistle sounded, and to them, it was the sweetest sound in the world. Retreat. Minato, let's pull back for now. The ninja shouted, clearly unwilling to linger any longer. The terror of the tailed beast was deeply rooted in every shinobi's heart, far beyond what they could handle. With no other choice, Minato turned to withdraw. The moment he did, the three others vanished at once. Minato could only sigh. So this is how the AB combo terrifies Konoha ninja, just as he himself strikes fear into the hearts of others. This is all a huge misunderstanding. I'm Killer B, I am the Eight Tails. The young B tried to pump himself up, already keenly aware of the sharpness of Minato's kunai from their clash just now. Your bravery is truly admirable, not because of the Eight Tails, but because you're a shinobi. Clearly, you possess something remarkable. Minato's composure never wavered, his expression as calm as ever, which only frustrated AI further. He himself was a bundle of nerves. When it comes to talent, this guy beats me hands down. AI declared proudly, pointing at B. No, that's not what I meant. He possesses something even more precious. If only Kushina could do that as well, Minato thought. Unfortunately, the Nine Tails would never listen to anyone, not even Mito Uzumaki before her. It was always sheer strength that kept it in check. AI, you have a rare partner. I do too. Even if he hasn't returned yet, I know that one day he will. AI frowned. He had never heard that Minato had a powerful partner in the war. He was known for handling everything on his own. In any case, the next time we meet, you and I will compete as equals, bearing the title of Kage. I can't let this guy get away. AI thought to himself. They could move to any of the kunai scattered around. As long as AI remembered where each kunai was, he might be able to outpace Minato the moment he appeared. The lightning cloak flared to life once more, covering his entire body as he launched a surprise attack. Because I too have many things I must protect. Go on then. Let me see which kunai you'll appear at. Minato vanished and reappeared behind Killer Bee. AI was shocked, recalling the moment when Bee had shielded him from harm. Had it been then? Bee stood still, unmoving, his specially crafted weapon pressed against Minato's waist, both of them poised for a life-for-a-life standoff. In the end, both sides ceased fighting. They agreed to settle things one-on-one, and once again, AI lost to Minato. Only then did AI truly grasp the terrifying power of space-time ninjutsu. Minato, you're finally back. Are you alright? It was a bit troublesome, but nothing serious. On the retreat, AI seemed dazed. Even though his attack power surpassed Minato's, it was useless if he couldn't land a single blow. If it weren't for the protection of his lightning cloak, he would have been gravely injured already. Shaking his head, AI recalled a child who had snuck into the hidden cloud village years ago. He could still vaguely remember the boy's words. No one is faster than you? It won't be long before someone teaches you a lesson. It's best not to get too arrogant. Was that child talking about Minato? How could he have known? AI resolved to investigate the boy's identity thoroughly once he returned. Even back then, the boy had been incredibly fast. He must be even faster now. Surely, he was now the third fastest ninja. That had to be it. Brother, are you alright? Don't worry, B. One day, I'll reclaim my honor. I'll definitely defeat the Yellow Flash. You can do it, big bro. That yellow-haired guy. What a fool, what a clown. Seeing AI's spirits lift, B was delighted. Just because they couldn't win now didn't mean they never would. There was still plenty of room to grow. But when we get back, there's someone I want to investigate. Who? That kid who snuck into the village to steal a few years ago. Oh, right, the one who slipped away from you. B was curious about that boy, too. By now, he must be a teenager. That's right. It's hard to imagine. Within the dragon vein, Yu focused his mind and spirit, using his blood as a guide and the wood spirit root as an aid. Life force streamed steadily into it. By constantly swallowing medicinal pills and drawing on the dragon vein's power, he managed to withstand the massive blood loss. By his rough estimate, he lost about half his blood, but thankfully his body was exceptionally strong. His body had withered to the point where his ribs were clearly visible and his eye sockets were sunken. Even his once luminous skin had lost its brilliance, taking on a pallor of death. With a gentle hum, the dragon vein poured a vast life force into Yeuyu's body, driving away the deathly aura. Though he still appeared little more than skin and bones, it wouldn't be long before he recovered. But to truly restore his vitality, he would need to rely on the dragon vein, for even a cultivator was bound by the limits of cellular division. Above, the blood orb began to throb from within, pulsing like a heart. Gasping for breath, Yeyu gazed at his creation. Soon, this orb of blood would take human form. He felt, for a moment, like a father, his child born of both himself and the dragon vein. The dragon vein ceaselessly nourished the blood orb with its power, granting it the most extraordinary of conditions. Once complete, this new being would surely shake the heavens, perhaps even surpass the original. He shook his head, dispelling the strange sense of fatherhood. After all, this external avatar would ultimately serve as a vessel for his soul, his second life. Even if his true body were destroyed, the avatar would endure. What matters most is that the soul must be strong. Otherwise, you end up like Uncle Snake, split yourself too many times, and although you're hard to kill, even a middling illusion can overwhelm you. That's just pathetic. Devouring souls is even worse. If you can't digest them, your own soul becomes more chaotic and fragile. Yu shook his head again. The further he cultivated, the more he marveled at the mysteries of the soul. As the soul grew stronger, the body would follow, but not the other way around. All that effort he had just spent refining his essence, energy, and spirit. What he was truly burning was the power of his soul, blending it into his blood to better accept his own spiritual self. Once the crisis at the cloud-hidden battlefield was resolved, Minato hurried back overnight to the Earth Country front. The reinforcements dispatched by the Land of Earth were truly staggering. More troops continued to arrive. Only then did the Hokage recall Iwabikyu's military expansion years ago. Now it was clear they had been preparing for this very war. Meanwhile, the Mist Village front had also plunged in a crisis. Previously, without a Jinchuriki, Orochimaru alone had been able to suppress the entire battlefield. But today, the Mist had unleashed their elite, the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. This legendary group, comprised of 7 elite jonin, each wielded a unique and wondrous blade. It was no exaggeration to say that together, they could even wear down a Kage. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen were Juzo Biwa, Fuguki Suikazan, Kushimaru Kurare, Jinpachi Minashi, Emiri Ringo, Raiga Kurasuki, and Chojuro. So this is the strong enemy they warned us about? Just one jonin with 3 little brats in tow. Perched atop a rock, Kushimaru Kurare grumbled in clear displeasure. gripping his long sewing needle blade. The steel threads had already sliced through the Jonin's arms and legs, leaving him collapsed in a pool of blood. With a swift stab to the heart, he was sent beyond the reach of time itself. According to the intelligence, a powerful ninja here had ruined many of their plans, which was why they were sent. Yet, they had only anticipated the Jonin leading the team. Well, we can't just let the three brats go either. The seven made their move again, without the slightest urgency, and soon caught up with the three. Guy, Genma Shiranui, and Ebisu all felt their hearts sink. Was their teacher dead? They couldn't believe he had been defeated so easily. The three of them backed away, staring at the seven in fear. Let's get started. Jinpachi Munashi spoke with indifference, unwilling to waste any more time. He swung his explosive blade, droplets flying, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty red light. There'll be a crimson fireworks show soon. Haha. This is bad. You two run. I'll hold them off. Guy, it's impossible. Even a Jonin is dead. Genma Shiranui had already resigned himself to fate, giving up on resistance. Damn it. Just then, suddenly, a figure in green appeared, standing protectively in front of the three. I made it just in time. Guy, you all run. I'll hold them back. Dad, run. They're the seven ninja swordsmen. You're just a Jinin. You can't win against them. Guy's father? What good could a Jinin do at this moment? Wouldn't he just be throwing his life away? Are they looking down on us? That clueless fool. Let them chat for a little while. After a moment, Guy, tears in his eyes, followed Gunma and Ebisu as they retreated. How moving. Just a Jinin, yet such a good father. Juzo Biwa swung his massive blade. Let's begin. Sixth gate open. The sudden surge of energy startled all seven of them, their pupils wide with shock. A Jinin? Could a Jinin really have such chakra? He's coming. So fast. Mangetsu Hozuki hurried to block, but a fist smashed through his body, no blood spilled. Instead, Hozuki's torso turned to water, binding Guy's father in a watery prison. Well done, Mangetsu. Kurisuke Raiga raised his blade to strike, and Jinpachi Munashi followed close behind. Seventh gate open. A punch sent Mangetsu Hozuki flying, then a hand chop struck at Raiga, even faster than before. With two of them knocked away, the desperate fight continued, but fatigue soon began to set in. His chakra turned blue. He's just like a wild beast. Juzo Biwa panted, struggling to catch his breath. From a hidden spot, Zetsu watched in amazement. He hadn't expected a mere Jinin to unleash such overwhelming power, single-handedly holding back seven enemies, none of them ordinary Jonin. His strength is nearly spent. Haha. Jinpachi Munashi sneered, his tone sinister. If this were a one-on-one fight, perhaps none of them could defeat this man. What a terrifying guy. Is he really just a Jinin? Fuguki Suikazan, the leader, couldn't help but think that Konoha must be out of its mind. There's no other way. I have to open the eighth gate. A sense of foreboding crept over the seven of them. When they first arrived, they only sensed the strength of an average Chunin. The sixth gate was roughly at Jonin level. The seventh gate was already a notch stronger than any of them individually. If he opens one more, could he leap straight to Kage level? Captain, maybe we should retreat? Are you kidding me? We're the seven ninja swordsmen. We can take on even a Kage. Eighth gate of death, open. 8 inner gates formation. With a furious roar, the ground trembled violently. Scarlet steam surged forth, the very blood in his veins burning as fuel. Even his eyebrows and hair were dyed a vivid red. Bear witness. This is power beyond Kage level. What the hell? 1 foot. Boom. Ringo Amiri was the first to take the hit. The impact was so powerful that the other 6 were blasted away like ragdolls. What just happened? Did you see anything? No, I didn't see a thing. White Zetsu's face twisted with fear, while Black Zetsu was even more alarmed inside. This was news Madara had to hear. Amiri. As the smoke cleared, only the lower half of Amiri's body remained. His upper half had vanished without a trace. Kisame's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. 1 strike, 1 person? Retreat. Split up and run. Another scream echoed. It was Kurisuke Raiga. Even the Hozuki clan, supposedly immune to physical attacks, couldn't withstand a single blow. The survivors were so terrified they wished they'd been born with a few extra legs to run faster. Up to now, not even a shadow of the attacker had been seen. Just flashes of crimson light darting back and forth, and 2 massive craters scarring the earth. They've actually scattered and run. Before my life burns away, let's see how many I can take down. In the distance, the ground shook twice more. Kisame ran even faster, desperate to escape. Damn it, that bastard Raiga is running even faster than me. Please don't let me be caught first. Juzo Biwa didn't stop until he'd run all the way back to his clan's territory. Glancing back and seeing no one in pursuit, he finally let out a sigh of relief. That was utterly terrifying. No time to react, just instant death. By nightfall, Kisame and Raiga finally made it back, only to confirm that the 7 swordsmen had been reduced to 3. Even in sleep, the shadow of their attacker haunted their dreams like a relentless nightmare. Yu examined the naked youth before him closely. Damn, he really does look like me, 9 out of 10 at least. But why does he look even more handsome than I do? His aura was ethereal and unpredictable, a presence that seemed almost divine. Perhaps this was the true bearing of a cultivator. Look at that flawless jade-like skin. If only he were a girl. Yu exclaimed in admiration. Achoo, that's odd. Is Minato thinking about me? Resting at home, Kushina suddenly sneezed. Next comes the soul splitting. Yu's soul gathered in his spiritual sea, then, like the mitosis of a cell, divided into 2 identical entities. One soul drifted out, merging into the external incarnation. Thump, thump. The powerful thumping of his heart sent vibrations through his entire body. Even the dragon vein, with a deep and curious gaze, observed the changes unfolding in this external incarnation. Meanwhile, Nightfeather looked as pale as if he had just recovered from serious illness. It's alive. The external incarnation ran its hands over its own face, then suddenly opened its eyes, cold brilliance shooting out. In those eyes shimmered the dazzling light of the stars, the outer rim tinged with violet. Other than that, there weren't many differences, though it seemed some changes had come from the influence of the dragon vein's chakra. All right, enough showing off. Wait, let me enjoy it just a little longer. The external incarnation admired itself in the mirror, long robe flowing. Though his face still held a hint of youth, there was something about him that drew every gaze, making it impossible to look away. This is truly unbelievable. This is truly unbelievable. Huh, wait a second. Omoi Shure. Huh, wait a second. Omoi Shure. I'll go first. I'll go first. An odd silence descended between the 2. Sharing the same soul, their reactions mirrored each other perfectly. They could sense each other's thoughts with clarity. Their souls were intertwined. I'll go first. No, you go first. Ahem, let's disconnect for now. Nightfeather took the initiative to sever their soul connection, instantly losing all sense of the other. Then he reconnected, again knowing exactly what the incarnation was thinking, then disconnected again. Hey, stop messing around. TSK, getting scolded by myself is really annoying. I know you want to send me out of here, right? Of course. When you look closely, there's still a big difference between us. Exactly. Not only do we have different temperaments, but I think I might be more handsome. The external incarnation lapsed into self-admiration once again. His soul and body were perfectly in sync, allowing him to unleash 100% of this body's power. This body doesn't have a spiritual root, but it does possess all the attributes of the original. Still, it's strange that there's no Sharingan. He explored his own body and found it immensely strong, thanks to both the immortal body cells and the strength of the dragon vein. It was normal for there to be no spiritual root, but why was the Sharingan missing as well? Connect. Nightfeather's brow furrowed. The moment their souls linked, he could immediately sense every detail of the external incarnation's body. And indeed, the Sharingan was completely gone. If that's the case, maybe you should just practice swordsmanship. Nightfeather suggested slyly. If I'm cheeky, it's because you're cheeky. Either way, it's still you being cheeky. All right, enough already. How strange. Too strange. Maybe it was best not to connect unless absolutely necessary. This body needs a new name. Wuji. Wuji. After a few seconds' silence, their eyes lit up in unison as they spoke the name together. So you really do want to practice swordsmanship. You can't let your sword skills get rusty, right? Besides, there's no Sharingan anyway. From this day, a powerful sword saint will stand atop the ninja world. Then focus on mastering the sword. Leave the rest behind. Naturally, the external avatar straightened its waist, tied up its hair, and took on the appearance of an ancient swordsman. There's that familiar feeling, haha. When will you send me out? Now, I'll give you the temporary. No, that would be too obvious. Then do as you wish. Communicating with the Dragon Pulse, the Dragon Pulse easily agreed to send the external avatar out, but Nightfeather had to stay behind to keep it company. Just like that, the Dragon Pulse directly opened a passage through time and space. With a hurried glance, Nightfeather caught sight of other timelines. Upon seeing the passage leading to the outside world, Nightfeather was briefly tempted to leave the avatar behind and go out himself. Sensing the intention of his true self, the avatar darted into the passage without hesitation. What just happened? Damn, that guy really is like a worm in my stomach, knowing my every thought. The Dragon Pulse glanced at Nightfeather with a mocking expression before closing the passage. Nightfeather couldn't help but marvel. Growing up nourished by the Dragon Pulse, his physical abilities were truly extraordinary. Emerging somewhere in Lulan, Nightfeather's second self took in the familiar sights and burst out laughing. Finally, he was back, though half of him was still left below. As expected, Minato's technique had only sealed off a tiny portion of the Dragon Pulse. He wondered how the war was progressing. After finding someone to ask, he was stunned to learn it was already the second year of the war. Without delay, he hurried toward the land of grass. Obito. Kakashi heaved with all his strength against the rock, but it didn't budge an inch. Stop. That's enough, Kakashi. I can't go on anymore. Obito coughed up blood, speaking with unexpected calm. So this is how peaceful I feel before death, he thought. I only just received the Sharingan. With lifeless eyes, he gazed at the roof of the cave. Big brother. On his way to the land of grass, Nightfeather was suddenly overwhelmed by unease and came to a halt. Was he too late? Still, he had to see for himself. His eyes gradually turned icy as he picked up his pace. The right side of his body is almost completely crushed. Obito no. Rin collapsed in tears beside Obito. Today was the day you were promoted to Jonin, and I never prepared a gift for you. Take my Sharingan as your present, then. Obito, damn it. Kakashi's tears flowed again. He'd once told Obito that a ninja shouldn't cry, yet here he was. Fulfilling Obito's last wish, Kakashi transplanted Obito's left eye and rushed off to finish the last enemy. Stubborn brat. Still alive, are you? But you're just a kid in the end. What's with you ninjas? Crying like that. The Iwagakure ninja sneered, though he had to admit the kid was something else. Kakashi, I'll leave Rin to you. Got it. Drawing his father's chakra blade, Kakashi launched the attack. As the weapons clashed, it was as if he already knew his blade would shatter. He immediately formed a hand seal. With the sound of thunder echoing, he struck at his enemy. Obito, right now I can see everything clearly. With a spray of blood, Kakashi pulled his blood-stained arm free, dragging the enemy's corpse to the top of the cave, a silent vow that he had avenged Obito. From now on, I will take care of your beloved. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, enemy reinforcements arrived, several of them using Earth Release, tearing Earth-turning palm, completely collapsing the cave. Clutching Rin, he fought until the very last moment before finally losing consciousness. This kid's really tough to deal with. Hurry up and finish him off. As the blade was about to fall, suddenly two figures appeared, each scooping up a person and vanishing from the spot. Minato stood on guard, eyeing Uraha with caution. This person was incredibly fast. Was he another speed-type ninja after AI? Yet his strange attire was entirely unfamiliar. But when Minato saw Uraha's face, a surge of joy welled up in his heart. Uraha, you finally come back. So you're the Yellow Flash, huh? Sorry to disappoint, but you've got the wrong person. Uraha replied calmly, like a celestial being untouched by earthly concerns. There's no way I could be mistaken. Forget it, let's talk later. We need to deal with him first. All right. Although he didn't understand why Uraha refused to acknowledge him, now was not the time. Dealing with the enemy came first. No way. It really is the Yellow Flash. Should we run? Damn it. Why is he here? Wasn't he supposed to be on the battlefield? The Iwagakure shinobi stared at Minato in terror, their hearts sinking. If Minato was here, didn't that mean their assault had failed? Minato hurled his flying thunder god kunai and began to reap lives one after another, while Uraha seized a fallen ninja's sword and moved through the crowd like a dancer. His movements as smooth and fluid as flowing water, no hesitation at all. A master. Had Uraha's swordsmanship really grown so formidable? They're monsters. Run. Those two are monsters. There's no escape. Thousand-fold slash. Dozens of sword arcs cut through the air, striking at the fleeing enemies. Yet Uraha frowned slightly. He could only unleash 100 sword strikes? It was his first time using this body. It seemed he still needed much more practice. In only a few minutes, all the IWNen were dead. Sensing briefly below the rubble, Uraha found that Obito's body was already gone. So he really had been taken away? Minato approached, full of delight. Even though Uraha seemed a bit strange now, he was certain he couldn't be mistaken. Uraha, what's happened to you? No, as I said, you've got the wrong person. My name is Wuji. Minato clearly didn't believe it and was about to step forward when Uraha drew his blade. Don't get the wrong idea. I only saved them because I couldn't stand to watch. A hint of doubt crept into Minato's mind. Could he really have mistaken him for someone else? The temperament was definitely different, and he'd never seen Uraha dressed like this before. Most importantly, the gaze seemed changed. No matter how much a person transforms, their eyes don't. Uraha's eyes had always been pure black. Very well then. Who are you really? I am but a wandering swordsman, searching for worthy opponents to challenge. And you are worthy of my challenge. A gentle breeze swept by, rustling their clothes. Minato could tell the man before him truly wished to cross swords. All right, I promise you. Whether Yu is up to the challenge or not will soon be revealed. Kunai are scattered all around, and Wuji narrows his eyes, marking the position of each blade. 1,000-point style. Minato dodges easily with a standard body flicker technique. He didn't even need to use Flying Thunder God. How can he be this fast? Blade raised for an assault. He charges forward, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. Minato's pupils contract as he instantly appears before Kunai. Astonishingly, he leaves a lingering afterimage in his wake. As expected, he's fast. Is this space jumping? Blazing sun style. Raising his long sword high, the blade erupts with a radiance like the midday sun, its dazzling brilliance impossible to look at directly. A ruse to disrupt my vision. Thunderclap style. With a thunderous shout, arcs of lightning dance along the blade. Faster and more forceful than before. Sensing the danger, Minato is forced to jump again. Spirit Flash. Minato lands, barely reaching for a kunai, when a terrifying wave of sword energy comes slashing toward him. The Flying Thunder God. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes, reappearing far away. Several great trees in front of him are sliced down, destroying much of his Flying Thunder God setup. That was a breathtaking sword strike. There's no way someone with this skill could be unknown. Minato marvels. This swordsman is at least on the level of an elite jonin. His footwork is exquisite, his swordsmanship superb, and the force of his sword aura is overwhelming. Minato wouldn't dare to take that sword wave head-on. A glance at the toppled trees says it all. Close quarters against such an opponent would be far too risky. Even Lien Yunxian's double sword technique couldn't overcome Minato. Yu frowns, realizing he has no choice but to try that move. Suddenly, a warning bell rings in his mind. Minato is already behind Wuji. When did he get there? Only now does he notice the snapped branch underfoot. That was truly impossible to guard against. With a low, twisting spin, he narrowly avoids the attack, his expression as calm as still water, eyes fixed on Minato. With a flick of his right hand, he severs Minato's kunai. Rasengan! Again, Wuji counters steel cutter style. He actually blocked the Rasengan? Falling blossoms. Yu's left hand sweeps gently, drawing Minato's gaze. The scene before him suddenly transforms. Minato now stands beneath a blooming peach tree, countless petals drifting down all around. Damn! Release! He snaps out of it just in time. The long blade is already at his waist. Hastily using the Flying Thunder God, he avoids a fatal blow, but blood seeps from his abdomen. He couldn't completely dodge. Wuji's mental state seems affected as well. These illusory sword techniques clearly take a toll on one's mind. You're truly formidable. I can't knock you back for now, but one day I will defeat you. Farewell. Yu knows in his heart that for now, he can't best Minato. The Flying Thunder God is just too unreasonable, and someone who's fallen for it once won't be tricked a second time. In any case, thank you for today. He pats his stomach. Thankfully, the wound isn't deep. This young man truly seems to rely solely on his sword, but there's no mistaking the immense power within his body. If they had kept fighting, it would have been a Pyrrhic victory at best. Wuji, could there really be two people in this world who look so much alike? If it truly were Yu, he would never act this way. Shaking his head, he decided he must have mistaken someone else for him. Deep underground, Obito finally woke up after 3 days in a coma. His wounds were wrapped in bandages, and he now inhabited White Zetsu's body. He met the aged Madara, and with all his heart he longed to return to Rin's side, desperately working to recover his strength. Madara, however, didn't care. He let Obito train as much as he wanted, figuring if this body was ruined, he could simply get another. Meanwhile, Yu was making waves on the battlefield. No matter if friend or foe, whenever he spotted a formidable opponent, he would challenge them, searching for the perfect weapon and, in the process, quickly making a name for himself. Both sides were left fuming with frustration. Although he never killed, he would snatch weapons and then demand ransom for their return. Anytime someone was wounded, it gave the enemy a clear advantage. He took turns challenging all 5 great nations. He paid special attention to Awagakure, and before long, aside from Konoha, the other major nations jointly issued a bounty for his head, worth 50 million ryo. The third Hokage, after receiving first-hand reports about Wuji, was convinced it was Yu, but Minato suspected otherwise. Holding on to his doubts, he refused to put out a bounty. In fact, this young man called Wuji had been rather gentle with Konoha. When Yu found out, he flew into a rage. Only 50 million for his head? He became even more reckless, thrashing his challengers so badly it was hard to watch. He targeted the elite jonin of every nation, sending almost all of them to the hospital. One man alone had thrown the entire continent into utter chaos. Even the third Hokage couldn't tolerate him any longer. This boy was getting more and more out of hand, and he became convinced Wu Ji wasn't a ninja at all, but a swordsman or wandering samurai. Only when the bounty rose to 100 million did Yi Yu feel satisfied. The black market went even further, offering 120 million. He had challenged countless elite jonin and emerged victorious each time, earning the label of Kaga-level threat. He wandered aimlessly across the war-torn lands, when suddenly he noticed a large crowd charging straight toward him. What's happening? Has Kimogakure really sent an entire army after me? Better make myself scarce. Just as he was getting ready to slip away, he caught sight of panic on the faces of the Kimogakure shinobi. They looked as if something was chasing them. Lord Raikage, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape. One of his subordinates said bitterly. With barely 1,000 men, how could they possibly stand against 10,000 Iwagakure shinobi? I'll stay behind to cover your retreat. You mustn't waste this chance. No, Lord Raikage. Please, you must escape. Maybe we can still hold them off. With your speed, you're the only one who might make it out alive. That's right. Even if we die, Lord Raikage, we'll make sure to take a piece out of those bastards. Such flip-floppers. The group of retainers shouted, seething with anger that after losing to the Land of Fire, the enemy now turned their blades against them. There's no one else to blame. If I were in their position, I'd probably do the same. The third Raikage appeared calm. These 1,000 men were the backbone of the village. Many among them counted as top-tier fighters. If they were lost, Kimogakure's strength would suffer greatly. How interesting. Yi watched expectantly from the shadows, waiting to see what would happen next. Behind them, the rock ninjas' roaring grew louder, drawing closer by the second. To stand with the Raikage, someone shouted, sparking a surge of response. To stand with the Raikage. To stand with the Raikage. Silence. Do you all want to die here with me? I'm the Raikage. I order you to retreat immediately. The Raikage's commanding voice cut through the uproar, quelling the once soaring morale. The shinobi knelt before him, their faces filled with grief and anger. I'll say it again. Retreat at once. Get out of here. Raikage-sama. Go. The deputy gritted his teeth and gave the order to withdraw with the remaining troops. Full retreat. Like a tower of iron, the Raikage stood his ground, watching his people fall back. Are you not going to come out yet? So you noticed me, Raikage. Your presence is truly awe-inspiring, worthy of your reputation. So it's you? The little thief who once tried to steal from the Cloud Village. So your name is Wuji. I'm surprised you remember me, Raikage-sama. Not really. I just recognized you from a wanted poster. So why are you still here? The rock ninja won't show you any mercy. The Raikage studied you, uncertain why he was lingering. I want to see what the rock ninja are capable of. Maybe I can hone my swordsmanship against them. You're a wild one. I like that. It's a pity I can't revoke your bounty now. That's fine. Now I can kill without hesitation. Well, this is interesting. No matter what happens in this battle, you're bound to make a name for yourself. That's exactly what I hoped for. The Raikage was delighted. This way, they might be able to take down as many rock ninja as possible. Looks like we're surrounded. What, are you scared, kid? Scared? Don't be ridiculous. I'm Wuji. If anything, Raikage, today might be your last stand. If they want my head, let them come and try. Seeing Yi Yu and the Raikage chatting so casually, without a hint of panic, the jonin leading the enemy forces couldn't help but feel respect. Even as enemies, their spirit commanded admiration. Still, why was Wuji here? Did he have some connection with the Raikage? Captain, attack. Kill the Raikage. And Wuji, he's a top bounty target too. Don't let him escape. Yes, sir. The battlefield erupted in shouts and chaos as the Raikage unleashed his lightning-release chakra mode. Hell stab, four-fingered thrust. Earth release, earth flow wall. Multiple shinobi cast earth flow walls, but it was useless. The Raikage's attack pierced right through, impaling those behind. Such terrifying power. No ordinary attack could even scratch the Raikage's defenses. Who knew how he had trained his body to such monstrous strength? Staring at the encroaching Iwagin, Nightfeather's eyes reflected their forehead protectors, his gaze devoid of joy or sorrow. He swung, the sword in his hand, remarkably the only sword on this battlefield. Its fine craftsmanship rivaled that of the legendary ninja blades. With a deep breath, he called out, lightning flash, thunderclap style. A surge of formidable spirit energy burst forth. Nightfeather split his sword aura into 300 arcs, a result that left him thoroughly satisfied. Indeed, nothing fosters growth like battle. In the blink of an eye, dozens of enemy ninja fell before his onslaught, despite his serious wounds. Most of these opponents were merely chunin. Only a handful counted as jonin or lower. Nightfeather's ghostly figure wove through the crowd, white robes trailing like the touch of death itself. Wherever he passed, a life was snuffed out. What a kid. His speed is nearly a match for A's. A gravelly voice rang out. Nightfeather grinned. Old man, you're not too shabby yourself. That defense of yours is terrifying. No wonder you're called the ultimate shield. Though that scar of yours, TSK. Rakich's face darkened at the mention of the lightning bolt scar across his chest. The memory stung. He'd inflicted it upon himself through a moment of carelessness. In the end, the spear had bested the shield. Irritated, Rakich unleashed his trademark punch. The surrounding ninja couldn't withstand the shockwave, which sent bodies flying in all directions. His obsidian-skinned form barreled straight through over a dozen foes before coming to a halt. Night fell, but the relentless battle raged on. Fresh enemy ninja leapt into the fray, never allowing the two so much as a moment's rest. With every clash, the IWN grew increasingly unsettled. Were these two even human? Their stamina seemed unending. Rakich was a known master of taijutsu, famed for his physical prowess. But what of that boy? What was his secret? Come on, keep at it. Nightfeather's face remained calm, not a bead of sweat in sight. His stamina was astounding. In all this time, not once had he resorted to ninjutsu. The intelligence reports were right. This one was a true samurai. If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. He vanished, leaving only a fading afterimage behind. Stop him, all at once. The order rang out, tinged with desperation. Rakich sighed inwardly. The ground was littered with corpses, already numbering in the hundreds, but it was nowhere near enough. There was nothing left but to fight on with everything they had. The second day dawned, and still the battle showed no sign of ending. For these two, the enemy's rotating waves mattered little. With the power of the dragon vein and his sage-like constitution, Nightfeather felt he could carry on for days. Rested ninja replaced the exhausted ones, but neither Rakich nor Nightfeather could be stopped. Rakich was a rampaging beast, charging through the enemy ranks, shrugging off every blow that struck him. The white-robed youth moved with uncanny agility. No attack could touch him, as if he could see every strike before it landed. His swordsmanship, dazzling to behold, was nothing short of death's decree for his opponents. By the third day, the slaughter had claimed 4,000 ninja. Even Rakich was nearing his limits, and Nightfeather, once so nimble, now moved with a noticeable heaviness. Still, they fought on with all their might, but their reserves were running dangerously low. At last, as night fell, Rakich and Nightfeather found themselves side by side, leaning against one another for support. Kid, I know you've still got some strength left. Run while you can. There's no need for you to die here with an old man like me. Rakich's breath came in ragged gasps. Though his body bore not a single wound, he felt hollowed out, his legs heavy as lead. You're getting old. At least I can still fight for another day. Your body's ability to recover is remarkable. You've suffered more than 10 serious injuries, yet you've recovered so quickly. Yeah, they're just minor wounds. Still, before I leave, I should leave you a little gift. Here, take this supreme elixir. Should help you recover a bit. What is this? It's great for healing injuries. Without it, I wouldn't have lasted this long. But since you're not hurt, the effect may not be as impressive. Thanks. Looks like this old man can take down a few more enemies after all. Rakich didn't doubt him for a second. He swallowed the pill in one gulp and instantly felt his strength return. His fatigue seemed to vanish, and his stamina surged back. Nightsong gripped his longsword in a ready stance, gathering his spiritual energy. The aura of his sword grew ever sharper as he prepared to unleash the strongest move of the Cloud Immortal Sword Technique's second stage. White Rainbow pierces the sun. A dazzling arc of white light flashed across the battlefield, swift as a shooting star. In the next instant, Nightsong appeared 100 meters away, having felled another 100 foes. His face flushed, blood surging fiercely. He almost coughed up blood on the spot. Old Rakich, the rest are yours. Transform. His long sword grew larger, floating in the air, and with a surge of power he soared skyward, fleeing at lightning speed atop his sword. That bastard can fly, and at such speed. The rock ninja stared in disbelief. After slaughtering over 1,000 men, he simply vanished. This kid really is something else. Rakich cursed with a laugh. Though Nightsong hadn't taken him along, he wasn't angry. After all, having such a powerful ally help him cut down so many enemies was already more than enough. We can't let Rakich escape again. Yes, sir. In a flash, the crowd swarmed Rakich once more. In the end, even heroes can't escape their fate. Meanwhile, Nightsong had found a cave to rest in, laying down a concealed array before finally falling into a deep sleep. The battle had drained him completely. Every reserve of spiritual energy was spent, and he would need time to recover. Word of Night Song's deeds quickly spread throughout the shinobi world. His power matched that of Kage, and together with Reikage, he fought against tens of thousands. For 3 days and nights, nearly half of the rock ninja fell, each side losing over 2,000 warriors. Reikage died in battle, but Night Song escaped without a trace. The news sent shockwaves through the 5 great nations. When they heard the youth was only 12 years old, he was hailed across the shinobi world as the Sword Saint, also called the White-Clad Sword Saint. Damn that brat. Inoki slammed his desk in anger. If not for that boy, the land of Earth wouldn't have lost so quickly. Though Reikage's death meant his plan succeeded, it had cost him 2,000 lives. Send the order. Put a 300 million Ryo bounty on Night Song. Yes, sir. The other 4 nations simply withdrew their own bounties. There was no sense making an enemy of someone so powerful as a Kage-level fighter. After all, none of their own had died at the hands of the Sword Saint. Compared to the Rock Ninja, who suffered such devastating losses, having a few men laid up in the hospital for a month was nothing at all. 2,000 ninja lost. Inoki must be coughing up blood in frustration. Lord A, please assume the title of 4th Reikage. Wah! Can't you see I'm grieving here? Did you bring my father's body back? We did, Lord AI. Curse it. If I get the chance, I must thank that Sword Saint brat. Wah! Even through his sobs, AI's anger couldn't be hidden. The Sword Saint's failure to bring his father's body back was truly infuriating. Still, considering they weren't kin, the help in holding off the enemy was already more than enough. There was no reason to blame the Sword Saint. With the Stone Shadow's withdrawal, the Cloud Hidden were already retreating as well. With the death of the Reikage, the Cloud Ninja had lost their will to fight. Only the Mist Hidden continued to struggle, entangled in the conflict even though their fighting spirit was gone. The elderly 3rd Mizukage appeared beneath Uchiha Madara's underground lair. After falling under Madara's eye technique, he left the cave, while Isafu had long since been sold out to the mist by White Zetsu. Hurry! What in the world is going on with this cave? A villager swung his hoe against the surface, only to have it bounce right back, stopped by some invisible force. Could there be a monster inside? Nonsense. In all these centuries, no one's ever heard of monsters near our village. Again and again the young men tried, only to be repelled each time. For 3 days, the villagers studied this strange cave, even attracting ninja to the scene. Yet the ninja, too, found themselves stymied by the transparent barrier. Just as the ninja prepared to blast open the cave with explosive tags, Yu awoke, serene and unhurried. His spiritual energy was about halfway restored, though his body had mostly recovered. Just a lingering soreness remained. Let's begin. There could be enemies inside, right? They were about to ignite the tags when suddenly, a voice echoed from within the cave. Gradually, a silhouette stepped into view. Has no one ever told you that disturbing someone's sleep is terribly rude? Huh? Why is it just a kid? Wait, hold on. Isn't that? No, isn't this person actually the Sword Saint? What? Did he say he's the Wujin Sword Saint? The man stared at his companion in terror, then looked again, scrutinizing the newcomer. Though his hair was a bit messy, the clothes and face were unmistakable. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, at a loss for words. We're sorry, Sword Saint. We didn't know you were here. Please spare us. Sword Saint? You mean me? Yes, sir. Who would have thought? After just one nap, he'd already earned the title of Sword Saint. Remarkable. All right then. Since that's the case, you may leave. Thank you, sir. Quickly, let's go. The burly man dragged his companion away, terrified that Yu might change his mind and cut them down. The villagers, seeing the ninja flee, scattered in panic as well. Am I really that scary? He brushed the dust from his clothes, then took to the skies on his sword. Spotting a large lake below, he landed and leapt into the water, letting the waves carry him as he bathed, eyes closed, the pain gradually ebbing away. At that moment, a young girl who had just finished her training was about to step into the lake for a bath. Suddenly, she spotted a pile of clothes on the shore. Instantly alert, she stared at the figure drifting leisurely in the middle of the lake. It seemed to be a child as well, but he was strikingly handsome. There was something unusual about him, an aura that felt as warm and inviting as nature itself. One could tell at a glance that he was no ordinary person. The girl immediately forgot why she was there. Clutching Yu's clothes, she silently admired his form. What a well-proportioned, perfect body. I give you 99 points, 1 point less, just so you don't become too proud. Ah, this is so comfortable. Yu sighed contentedly. He drifted back to the shore, finally relieved to have washed away the scent of blood. He turned and stood up, carelessly opening his eyes. Huh? His gaze locked with the girl's, and for a moment, the air seemed to freeze. The girl's eyes slid downward, fixing intently on the lower half of his body. Holy! Realizing what was happening, Yu hastily snatched up his robe, and, with a quick turn, dressed himself in record time. Just my luck. Of all the rotten things that could happen, I had to run into a little female rascal like this. My reputation, gone in an instant. He glared at the girl and demanded in a low, grave voice. How long have you been here? What exactly did you see? Would you believe me if I said I just got here and didn't see anything at all? No. The girl grinned foolishly, and Yu felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Are all girls as bold these days? Unbelievable. What the? You gotta be kidding me. This is outrageous. Who are you? Tell me, or I'll kill you, Yu said with a dark, threatening look. I'm Mei Terumi, a chunin from the Hidden Mist Village. Mei Terumi declared with pride. Soon, she might even be promoted to Special Jonin. Wait, Mei Terumi? The familiar figure overlapped with the Mei Terumi in his memory. Brown hair, emerald green eyes, a striking figure, though she hadn't grown into it yet. But still, could Mei Terumi really have been such a little troublemaker at this age? You know me? No, I don't. Oh, right, what's your name? Since I saw your body, I should take responsibility for you. Am I being teased? Please, you're barely 12 or 13. He wanted to complain 1,000 times over, but still told her his name. Just as the name suggests, he really was good-looking. I'm Vuvi. This sword saint doesn't need you to take responsibility. Sword saint? Handsome as you are, do you really expect me to believe that? You're obviously just my age. Mei Terumi clearly didn't buy it. A kid who looked even younger than her, claiming to be the sword saint? If that's true, I might as well be the Mizukage already. Believe what you like. Farewell. Hey, you haven't even told me which village you're from. How am I supposed to find you and take responsibility? Pfft, you just want another look at my body. Terumi Mei's cheeks flushed as she recalled how well-proportioned Uraha's body was. She couldn't help but chuckle to herself. That's right, I admit it. I've been tempted. You fine, I won't argue with you. She had to swallow back her retort. This guy actually admitted it so easily. Unbelievable. No wonder he's always single. It's not without reason. Since her debut, she'd never been put in such an awkward spot. Where are you going? To kill someone. Am I not attractive enough for you? Hey, I'm here to kill, not to discuss whether you're attractive. Uraha just couldn't follow Terumi Mei's train of thought. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei was doing everything she could to keep him from leaving. Her mother always said that once you've seen someone's body, you shouldn't let them down. Terumi Mei's mother. What on earth? Where did you buy your clothes? I've never seen anything like them before. I made them myself. Could you make me one too? 20 million Rio. That's daylight robbery. Exactly, I'm robbing you. With that, Uraha quickened his pace, but Terumi Mei kept chattering away, clinging to his arm as if afraid to lose him. Are you really that short on money? Yeah. I could steal explosive tags to support you. Why not just steal car batteries while you're at it? What's a car battery? Nothing, never mind. This woman definitely seemed like trouble. It was best to get away while he still could. Hey, look at that huge plane. What plane? He turned around only to find he was clutching a piece of wood. Finally realizing he'd been tricked, he stomped his foot in frustration. Muji, I swear I'll find you. Uraha, hurrying away, nearly tripped, goosebumps rising on his skin. Damn it, what's going on? I thought I was pretty good looking. Maybe I should go home and read a book about how to attract men. An annoyed Terumi Mei made a mental note to remember the name Muji. Where have you been? You took so long to get back. A female jonin asked her. The water in the lake was a bit dirty today, and I couldn't find another one after searching for ages. Terumi Mei put on a pitiful face. The jonin didn't say anything more, choosing to trust her disciple. Even though the village had no real hope of victory, for some reason the Mizukage still hadn't ordered a retreat. That night, Uraha was flying high above, unable to see what was happening on the ground. He'd reached the battlefield, but couldn't find Kakashi and the others. Looks like I'll have to fly lower. Better not risk exposing myself just yet. Rin, who had just woken up, looked around the empty cave, curiosity in her eyes. Where did the guards go? Rin, thank goodness you're okay. Kakashi, don't worry, I took care of the guards. We're getting out of here right now. All right, Kakashi. They were finally saved. Kakashi seems a bit off. What's wrong, Rin? I feel like there's something inside me. Let's get back to the village first. Kakashi led Rin as they fled toward the village. Only then did Rin see the monster within her clearly, a creature she had never seen before, its body covered in a hard shell, three tails lashing furiously as it raged inside its cage. If this monster were brought back to Konoha, it would be an utter catastrophe. With that thought, Rin suddenly stopped in her tracks. Kakashi, I can't go back. Rin, the village will find a way to help. No, You don't understand what this is. It's a monster. With those words, Rin turned and ran in the opposite direction. The pursuing mist ninja, realizing their plan had been exposed, closed in, attacking as they retreated. Obito's and Kakashi's eyes resonated with each other as they witnessed the tragic scene, rushing to the rescue. Meanwhile, Yoru saw the lightning in Kakashi's hand and hurried to the scene as well. Kakashi, kill me. Hurry. Rin, I can't do that. I promised Obito. The mist ninja were drawing ever closer, and among them were quite a few jonin. If I step in now, Obito might never awaken the Mangekyo, and my entire plan could collapse. Yoru glanced at the single 5th-tier Long Yuan pill in his hand. Crafted from millennium-old herb and infused with a trace of the dragon vein's true essence, it was already on par with the finest 6th-tier pills. He had intended to save it for Kushina, trusting that even the extraction of a tailed beast wouldn't be fatal with this remedy. But now, he could only give it to Rin. This was his duty as a teacher. He couldn't stand by and watch a student die before his eyes. The moment Obito arrived, Yoru could sense them clearly, now wrapped in Tobi's jutsu. Rin lunged at Kakashi, intent on ending her own life. Yoru threw a kunai, its blade grazing Rin's right side as it flew past. Kakashi thought the weapon came from an enemy. The mist ninja assumed it was from one of their own. Rin felt a jolt ripple from her right lung to her heart. Blood spattered from her lips as she collided with Kakashi's Chidori. Her heart shifted to the left, avoiding Kakashi's direct strike, but the electric shock stopped it from beating. To everyone watching, including Kakashi himself, it looked as though Kakashi's blow had pierced her heart. Kakashi. Rin. Obito's world turned to endless gray. A world like this. I refuse to accept it. He screamed inside, devastated that Rin had died by Kakashi's hand. Kakashi, shattered in spirit, collapsed into unconsciousness. In the moment his eyes closed, Obito's gaze resonated with his own, evolving instantly from Two-Tomo Sharingan to the Kamui Mangekyo. A Mangekyo as broken as a cheat code has been born. Obito roared like a wild beast, charging toward Rin without hesitation. He unleashed would release, and, with Kamui, became a whirlwind of destruction, annihilating dozens of mist ANBU. His power had increased so much, there was no doubt he now matched the Shadow's strength. Yet Kamui was truly monstrous. As long as no one could break through his space, he was untouchable. Cradling Rin in his arms, his heart heavy with despair, he wondered why Minato-sensei hadn't arrived yet. He paid no heed to the emptiness in Kakashi's eyes. The only thing left there was the image of Rin's death. Rin, I'm going to create a world where you exist. Kakashi, you failed to protect Rin. Minato-sensei did too. Blood and tears streaming down his face, Obito stared at the corpses scattered around him. This world was fundamentally wrong. It needed to be corrected. Obito, more ninja are on their way. We have to go. Afe urged him urgently. Obito stood up, took one last look at Rin and Kakashi, and then vanished from the scene. Perfect timing. Yoru leapt out, quickly feeding Rin a Longyan pill, then pressed on her chest and abdomen to restart her heart. Pure life force flowed from Yoru into Rin. HM, the Three Tails is still here. His gaze sharpened as he noticed the beast within her. It's been a while, Isabu. You're that kid, Yoru? That's right. No time for chit-chat. Let's save her first. She's my student, and I need your power. No problem. Damn, this is way worse than I expected. Her heart's still a bit torn, but at least the sealing jutsu's been destroyed. That makes things a lot easier. Otherwise, I have to rack my brains for another solution. At last, Rin's heart was repaired, and a faint sign of life returned to her. Even with the tailed beast and the Longyan pill, she'd likely be unconscious for at least a month or two before waking. Hearing footsteps approach, Yoru used a would-release clone to disguise himself as Rin and slipped away quietly. No sooner had he left than he sensed a white Zetsu approaching to gather information. They're thorough, aren't they? He snickered, carrying Rin as he escaped to a hidden spot before finally setting her down. If anyone ever asked Kakashi how it felt to hold Rin, I'd probably get beaten to death. Yoru muttered to himself as he broke the three-tail seal. The chains binding the beast snapped, giving it more space to move, though it remained quietly inside Rin. What a mess, Isabu. Didn't you escape already? How'd you get caught again? Don't tell me you never left that lake. MHM. It was pretty comfortable in there. So you really did just sit there like a turtle. Are you insulting me? No. Isabu, my student is a good kid, clever, and obedient. You have to help her as much as you can. Since the Three Tails was still inside Rin, he decided to leave it there. After all, reviving the 10 Tails didn't require the whole beast. Just a part would be enough. Worst case, the resurrection would take longer, and maybe he'd have to chop off a leg or tail later. The thought amused Yoru. I can sense you harbor bad intentions toward me. How could that be? All right, I admit I did insult you just now. Sitting in one spot all day, no wonder you got caught. What a fool. Oof. I'll need more time to evaluate your student. Don't worry, she's honestly a good kid. Innocent, kind, and brave. She just called me a monster a moment ago. It's the first meeting. Of course a young girl would be scared. How petty. Yu curled his lips, barely suppressing the urge to explode in anger. This bastard was really over the line. Still, this guy had grown so much. Stronger now. Even Yu was tempted by whatever he'd just fed to the girl. A dense essence of life like that would surely enhance one's power. Hey Yu, do you have any more of those candies? Give me one, and I'll promise to protect your disciple properly. So this tortoise was interested in the dragon saliva pill? No doubt, he had his eyes on the dragon vein essence within. That's a medicinal pill. But the one just now was the only one I managed to refine after countless failed attempts. Do you have any others? I do, but they're far inferior. Let me have a taste. You think these are as common as cabbages? These are made from millennia-old spiritual herbs. Some of them have lived longer than you. Yi refused without hesitation. Giving one to the three-tailed beast would be a waste. Its strength was already set, and eating more would have little effect. The three-tailed beast clicked its tongue in secret. No wonder these things were so tempting. After all, before becoming a tailed beast, the 10 tails was a plant too. It was only natural to crave such rare treasures. Kakashi, newly awakened, attended Rin's funeral in a daze. They were all dead, and yet he had survived. He felt he ought not to live, but he should have died alongside Rin. Obito was gone. Rin was gone. He'd promised to protect her, but she had died by his hand. I'm sorry, Obito. A steady drizzle pattered down, as if the heavens themselves were mourning the fallen heroes. Minato's heart was unbearably heavy. His own brother was missing, and of his 3 disciples, only one remained, closed off and never smiling again. The third great ninja war was nearly over, leaving only a few scattered regions yet to be settled. Sandame, you should take responsibility for these losses. That's right. It's time to step down and let someone more capable take the reins. The third Hokage remained calm, seeing right through Danzo's instigation. It was obvious that Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu had been swayed by him. I will retire and join the Council of Elders. I have nothing to say about what's happened. However, regarding the fourth Hokage, I nominate Orochimaru. He's strong and more than qualified. Danzo immediately stepped forward. The third Hokage looked deeply at Danzo. Sure enough, his disciple and Danzo were closely connected. Orochimaru had made a name for himself on the water country front, but Minato's achievements still overshadowed him. I too have a candidate, Jiraiya student Minato Namikaze. You could say he single-handedly turned the tide of the Third War. Minato possesses a rare charisma and excels in every aspect. Minato, huh? He's certainly impressive. He even defeated the current fourth Raikage. But isn't he a bit too young? Mito Munin stroked his chin. Indeed, both of them were qualified to become the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya and Tsunade were also worthy candidates. Unfortunately, neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade was willing to take the position. Orochimaru gave off a dark, unsettling aura that made the villagers wary of him, whereas Minato, by contrast, was warm and approachable. Let the people decide by voting, then, Koharu Udatane suggested. I have no objections, the third Hokage said with a smile, taking a drag from his pipe. Danzo also nodded in agreement. This was, after all, the fairest method. Public opinion could not be ignored. After a brief 3-day vote, Minato emerged as the clear winner. His handsome and sunny demeanor earned him many admirers, and Kushina cheered enthusiastically for him from below the stage. In a quiet corner, Yi watched Minato's moment in the spotlight. Mimicking Lord Madara, he had dug himself a hiding spot and set up a triple-layer barrier before finally feeling at ease to watch Minato's inauguration. The ceremonial robes looked quite impressive on Minato. Yi mused, though not as impressive as he imagined himself to be. Should I go out and offer my congratulations, stir things up a bit? He wondered. And Uncle Orochimaru didn't show up. Must be sulking over not being chosen. Well, it wouldn't do to be too showy and steal Minato's thunder. Instead of flying overhead on his sword, Yu chose to dash swiftly through the crowd, so quickly that people only felt a fleeting shadow brush past them. From the platform above, both the third Hokage and Minato immediately spotted Yu weaving through the people. What was the sword saint doing here? As the applause and cheers echoed, Yu had already reached the front row, masking his presence as he looked up at Minato. With a glance from the third Hokage, the hidden ANBU immediately understood and prepared to clear the area. But Minato stopped them with a gesture. The ANBU hesitated, glanced at Minato, and ultimately obeyed his command, remaining where they were. When the ceremony ended and the crowd dispersed, Yi remained where he stood. Only then did the Anbu, along with the third and fourth Hokage, approach him. Kushina hurried over as well. She almost called out Yiyu's name, but managed to contain her excitement. Wuji, what brings you here? Oh, nothing. Just want to see my rival. Yi replied lightly. If that's the case, why not join me for a drink? Let's celebrate my becoming the fourth Hokage together. Minato, the third admonished, frowning. Minato was being far too impulsive. Although neither had emerged victorious in their previous encounter, letting such a powerful individual linger in the village was still dangerous. Don't worry, Lord Third, Kushina said gently. Wuji wouldn't pull anything reckless, otherwise, he would have made his move already. Well, it would be rude to refuse such hospitality. I'll have a drink with you. Yi agreed. He accepted? The third Hokage was puzzled. Was Minato's charm really that great? Still, there was a sense of mutual respect between heroes in their eyes. Thank you. Then let's gather in my courtyard, Minato said. All right. Not until the three of them had walked away did the Anbu voice their doubts. Lord Third, are you sure about this? Trust Minato, the third Hokage replied. If we can befriend someone of his caliber, it could only be a good thing. As soon as they reached the courtyard, Kushina couldn't wait to ask. Are you really not Uraha? Don't worry, there's no one else here. Kushina. Sorry, this is my fiancée. She dotes on her little brother so much, and since he disappeared, and the two of you look so much alike. Oh, I see. So, who is this Uraha you keep talking about? He's a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Sadly, he went missing during a mission with me. Minato couldn't help but sigh. Kushina, however, was unwilling to let it go and kept pressing for answers. Her cheeks flushed from the drinks. Indeed, the two looked astonishingly similar, but their mannerisms and behavior couldn't be more different. Wuji, for instance, was like a finely honed sword. Minato could tell at a glance he was a pure swordsman. Even his chakra felt entirely different. Do you have any photos of him? I'd like to see just how much he and I resemble each other. Well, actually, I do have one, but is it inconvenient to show me? No, it's not that. Despite her hesitation, Kushina produced an old photo of Uraha in women's clothing. What? So your little brother is a girl? She's quite pretty. Looks just like a princess. No, it's a bit embarrassing, actually. We played a little prank on Uraha after he got drunk, dressed him up as a girl. Kushina and I couldn't resist. I never thought the yellow flash had such a playful side. How interesting, came the response, followed by a chuckle. Damn it, taking advantage of me when I was drunk to pull something like this. I won't forget this, and Minato, you were in on it too. No wonder you always dodged my questions about the princess. Was Kakashi in love with me? Fury blazed in Uraha's heart. Remembering the melancholic look in Kakashi's eyes nearly made him sick. For a brief moment, Uraha envisioned 1,000 ways to make Minato pay. But seeing Uraha's calm and unruffled expression, Kushina finally gave up. This was her last test. If this really were Uraha, he would have torn the place apart by now, fighting tooth and nail. As the wedding was set for a month later, Uraha promised he would be there. That night, he slipped away, quietly. He still had Rin to take care of. Ninetails, was that person just now really Uraha? The Ninetails turned its head away with a haughty snort. If you tell me, I'll only leave 2 seals on you. Do you really think I'd give in to that? That wasn't a brat. I could never forget the aura of his Sharingan. That one didn't have it. I see. Hey. Oh, I almost forgot, sorry. The Ninetails stretched out its limbs, relieved to finally move again after being pinned down for so long. Meanwhile, far from Konoha, Uraha unleashed his fury, obliterating half a mountain before he finally left. Damn it. I'll never save you. If the Shinigami eats you, you'll deserve it. Screw this. Cursing under his breath, Uraha exited the group chat. A month later, Rin finally woke up. Am I in hell? That's right. Welcome to hell. Startled by the voice, Lin hurriedly sat up, only to see a familiar face. Yayu. Sensei, are you dead too? Yayu placed a hand on Lin's arm and gave it a sharp twist. Ouch. Ow. Sensei, what are you doing? If it hurts, then it means you're still alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. Lin leapt up in excitement. Oh right, where's Kakashi? Back in Konoha. Then let's hurry back. No. Yayu replied calmly. Yayu-sensei, why can't I go back to the village? You are now the host of the Three Tails. The moment you return, you'll be under strict surveillance, believe it or not. Not only would you lose your freedom, but if Kirigakure finds out the Three Tails are in Konoha, we might be facing another war. The Three Tails? Hey kid. The moment Lin saw the Three Tails in her mental world, she nearly fainted again. Am I really that scary? The Three Tails was speechless. Don't worry, Lin. The Three Tails will become your partner from now on. I've already talked it over with him. That's right, but whether you're worthy to be my Jinchuriki still remains to be seen. If you don't make the cut, I'll eat you. I'll do my best not to let you down. In her mind, Lin nervously hid behind Yayu. From now on, you two need to get along. I believe you'll soon accept each other. After instructing Lin not to leave, Yayu set off alone for Konoha once more. Meanwhile, Tobi, who had inherited Madara's will, was heading to the Land of Rain to meet Nagato and his group. Yayu, on the other hand, was in Konoha attending a wedding banquet. Strangely enough, no one dared sit at the same table as him. His cold, lofty demeanor kept everyone at arm's length, making others feel inferior by comparison. Even Minato felt a bit awkward. Choza Akimichi had been forced to share a table with Yayu and sat there in silence, cursing. Minato under his breath. Only Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the third Hokage, Konoha's old guard, engaged Yayu in conversation. After a while, they realized that for all his pride, he was actually rather easy to get along with. The other Konoha ninja looked on with excitement at the table filled with legendary figures. The Infinite Sword Saint really does look just like my old student. Sigh. Orochimaru, don't worry. That kid Yayu will be fine. But I do want to test the strength of this Sword Saint myself. Truly, heroes emerge from the younger generation. You flatter me, elders. The title of Sword Saint is more reputation than reality at this point. The Sword Saint is far too modest. The third Hokage chuckled warmly. Having stepped back from his duties, he felt a weight lifted from his shoulders and was gradually handing over authority, testing Minato's abilities. As the wine flowed and the dishes were served, Yayu began to immerse himself in his own training. You could just call me Wuji. Only when I reach the third stage will I truly be worthy of the title Sword Saint. Oh, so that means you're only at the second stage now? Orochimaru posed a gentle question, and everyone immediately pricked up their ears. That's right. Right now, though, I've only mastered the second level. I've already completed the final form. If I could reach the third level of the sword technique, I'd dare challenge even the first Hokage if he were still alive. Uraha's arrogant proclamation left the third Hokage a little displeased. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged glances. Someone as outstanding as you, Wuji. Surely you had a teacher? Of course. But my master has retired. Once he saw my swordsmanship reach a certain level, he sent me out into the world to temper myself. To call that a certain level. At Konoha, only White Fang ever achieved swordsmanship of Kage level. What a pity. One day, I'll fully inherit my master's legacy. Seeing the third Hokage frown in inquiry, Jiraiya immediately fell silent. When Minato and Kushina offered a toast, Uraha accepted it without hesitation, draining his cup in one go. News of Uraha attending Minato's wedding quickly reached the other great nations, and their faces turned grim as their envoys rushed to report back. The Sword Saint has actually gone to Konoha. This isn't good news at all. Is there any way to stop him? It's too late. He's already at the wedding. The Cloud Village leaders discussed. It's not that serious. According to reports from the AMBU, the Sword Saint just has some personal ties to the fourth Hokage. Either way, as long as we don't offend the Sword Saint right now, we'll be fine. The fourth Reikage was clearly annoyed. Of all people, his rival had to have a good relationship with Wuji, who, to make matters worse, had even done Cloud Village a favor in the past. Inoki, the Tsuchikage, slammed his desk so hard it turned to dust, then left the Tsuchikage's office without a word. Meanwhile, in the Mist Village, the Mizukage was unconcerned, focusing only on searching for the Three-Tails Jinchuriki and selecting the fourth Mizukage. When Madarumi heard the news, her jaw dropped. She couldn't believe that guy was really the Sword Saint, and that she'd seen him up close. The news was simply too shocking. In a land of rain, Obito was wrapped in Zetsu, having just finished an unpleasant conversation. Don't come looking for us again. Yahiko turned back, giving the current Madara a long, searching look. We'll meet again. With that, he vanished using Kamui. Yahiko, can we really trust what Madara said? Absolutely not. I can't believe he recognized Nagato's Rinnegan. Nagato stood there in a daze, Madara's words echoing in his mind. Obito was now deeply in character. He had nothing left of his old self. Not long after, under Danzo's instigation, Hanzo set a trap, murdering Yahiko and other Akatsuki members. Obito witnessed it all, a scene eerily familiar, a scene just like when Rin had thrown herself in front of Kakashi and died. He clenched his fists and only relaxed them after a long moment. Only by suffering the same pain could one truly understand it. Come, Nagato. Help me carry out my plan. Obito took a long, steadying breath. Obito, no, Murasama. Are you so sure Nagato will come to us? It will happen, because only I understand his pain. Nagato stared blankly at Yahiko in his arms, who died with a smile. Looking up at Konan, a storm of anger, frustration, loss, and agony flooded his mind. With a furious roar, The demonic statue of the outer path materialized behind him. In an instant, Nagato's body withered, becoming gaunt as black rods pierced his back. Meanwhile, Uraha was flying on his sword when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming, sinister force. Drawn downward, he saw a gigantic purple dragon devouring people's souls. Anyone it touched perished without exception. Its power was far more domineering than the deadliest fire poison. The phantom dragon 9 seals, truly unmatched in its brutality. His gaze swept across and spotted Runtu lurking in the shadows. Conan watched Nagato's wild actions in a daze, while Hanzo the demigod abandoned his subordinates and fled. Truly, there's a reason he's called a demigod before Nagato. Just awakened, Nagato looked up at Uraha, soaring above. Clearly, he lost his senses. When he saw the purple dragon hurtling toward him, cold sweat broke out all over his body. Damn, I was just here for the spectacle. He bolted for his life. Obito glanced over in surprise. Wasn't the Wuju Blade Master here too? But honestly, he really did look like an elder brother. Bastard. Uraha barely dodged by the skin of his teeth, terrified, abandoning his sword as he fled. He dove behind Conan, swiftly dispatching a Rain ninja paralyzed by fear and pushing Conan in front as a shield. Conan, unable to react in time, saw the dragon barreling toward her. She squeezed her eyes shut. This was the end. Only then did Nagato snap back to his senses at the sight of Conan in danger, halting his attack. Obito, meanwhile, couldn't help but marvel that even as an empty shell, the power of the Ten Tails was far beyond anything a typical Kage could handle. But it was also clear how much this move drained Nagato. He was now little more than skin and bones. Let Conan go. Nagato. Conan could only feel useless. Her capture had led directly to Yahiko's death. I never let people who attack me for no reason off the hook easily. What will it take for you to release Conan? Clutching his head in agony, Nagato spoke through gritted teeth, teetering once more on the edge of madness as waves of negative emotion battered his sanity. All he wanted was to destroy everything. Uraha shivered uncontrollably. Nagato was on the verge of losing control. If things went wrong, they might all be doomed. Only by facing the Phantom Dragon 9 seals firsthand could one understand its terrifying power. Ahem, just give me 100 million Ryo, and I'll let her go. Fine, I agree. Let Conan go. Put that monster away first. All right. No, Nagato. Shut up. Nagato obediently dispelled the 10 tails, and clarity returned to his eyes. Uraha finally breathed easy, and only then returned Conan to Nagato's side. Your leg is injured? If you don't get treated soon, it could be crippled. Mind your own business. I'm the real victim here, aren't I? Attacked out of nowhere. In any case, you'd better prepare that 100 million Ryo for my emotional damages. Damn it. Nagato stared blankly at Yahiko's lifeless body, the pain in his own body completely forgotten. Don't look anymore, he's gone. But I do have a way to treat your leg. Although, I'll need another 100 million for it. Yahiko is dead, Conan. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Conan fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. I know a way to bring him back, but you must promise me 3 things in return. Really? I'll do anything you ask. Nagato clung to Yiyu's leg, hope flooding his heart once more. Don't be so hasty. I can't do it right now, but I'll be able to in the future. So, just owe me those 3 favors for now. When the time comes, I'll come find you. My name is Wuji. With that, Yiyu soared into the sky on his sword, muttering to himself. He'd nearly lost his life here. Nagato, can we really trust him? The odds are slim, but if he truly can do it, I'd agree to 10 things, not just 3. Let's get out of here. Conan supported Nagato, ready to leave, when suddenly an uninvited guest appeared. Madara, what are you doing here? Conan eyed Madara warily. I think you're all being astonishingly foolish. The dead can be brought back, that much is true. But neither he nor I can do it. Nagato, you're the one who can. Obito's eyes widened. Me? I can do it. Of course, you possess the sage's eyes. But you'll have to pay with your life. No, I won't let Nagato sacrifice himself again. Fear washed over Conan as she hugged her arms, feeling a chill run through her entire body. Conan, I would never do something so reckless. If I did, Yahiko would never forgive me. Nagato's words calmed Conan's trembling. Whether Wuji was lying or not would become clear in time. Nagato, don't believe Wuji. He can't do what he claims. When you're ready to see the truth, come find me. With that, Obito vanished once more. Nagato gently touched his own eyes. Could these eyes truly bring peace to the world? Sensei, your clothes. It's all right. Just ran into a little trouble on the way back. Come, I'll take you somewhere safe, to a small country where no one will find us easily. Okay. Rin, experiencing sword flight for the first time, was far more excited than scared. She was really flying through the sky. The only regret was having to leave the land of fire behind. He settled Rin Noera in the land of honey, a place far from the land of fire, free from conflict or powerful ninja. Rin, from now on, this is where you'll live. Yes, sensei. Don't be sad. When the time is right, you'll see your friend again. Understand. Train hard here. Once you become the perfect Jinchuriki, I'll take you away from this place. I'll do my best. Rin cheered herself on. Once she became the perfect Jinchuriki, she'd finally be able to make a real difference. Kakashi stood before the memorial stone, mourning Obito and Rin, the only one in Team 7 who had survived. The Uchiha clan, however, was furious. The Sharingan was their power, and they demanded its return. Some even considered taking action against Kakashi, but the fourth Hokage forcefully suppressed them. Faced with his authority, the higher-ups had no choice but to abandon their plans to reclaim the Sharingan. Though Kakashi now possessed the power of the Sharingan, it became a shackle. Like Danzo, he couldn't deactivate it, and its constant drain on his chakra completely restrained his true potential. Late at night, Uraha slipped quietly into his home for a visit. Everything was just as he remembered. Nothing had been moved, and the place remained as tidy as if he had never left, a clear sign it was still regularly cleaned. He wondered when the dragon vein would finally allow his true body to return. If that happened, things would be much easier. But Minato had to die. Damn it, that bastard had stripped him bare. The very thought made his teeth clench with rage. Even if Minato wasn't the mastermind, sometimes the accomplice was even more detestable. After confirming his parents were fast asleep, he glanced at Fat Tiger. The cat woke up alertly, scanning the room. Only then did Uraha feel at ease. Having Fat Tiger to guard the house was reassuring. He then found a remote mountain peak and descended. From now on, this would be his training ground. Wood release, 3-room 1-hall technique. A small house appeared before him. Uraha was very pleased. This jutsu was incredibly useful. A cascade of household goods spilled out from the scroll. Kakashi, a head with a bowl cut of vibrant green appeared. Guy, today, I challenge you. Not interested. Kakashi walked forward with a gloomy air, ignoring Guy completely. No matter what Guy did, Kakashi remained unmoved. Every night, he was haunted by nightmares. Rin's lifeless face, Obito's reproachful words. Kakashi felt as if he was on the verge of losing his mind. Within the dragon vein, Uraha was fully focused on refining pills. Each lost herb was a stab to his heart. 5th-grade pills were incredibly hard to make. He wasn't sure how much luck had gone into his single successful Longyan pill. The remaining herbs could not support such waste any longer. If only he had the power of Yang. He was still missing 3 types of spiritual roots. So Uraha began his journey to the 4th level. Atop the mountain, Uraha sat quietly on a treetop, motionless, as if he had merged with nature itself. Come wind or rain, snow or cold, he remained serene and unmoved. What is this guy doing? He hasn't budged in 3 months. Is he dead? Hey, I bet he starved. This is the white-clad sword saint we're talking about. He'd never make such a rookie mistake. But unlike us, he still needs to eat and drink, right? 2 white Zetsu watched Uraha from below. They had tracked him to the mountaintop, only to see him sitting there like a living corpse, not moving an inch. Has it really been 3 months? Though quite far away, Uraha could still hear White Zetsu's conversation. With his spiritual sense spread out, he could even observe the tiniest movements of ants with crystal clarity. The sensation was truly marvelous. His perception had grown sharper and its range far broader. It's time to collect that debt. Lin probably doesn't have much money left anyway. A quick shake sent the thick snow flying from his cloak, and he shot up toward the clouds. Hey, that guy's disappeared. He was right here just a moment ago. No need to worry. He always comes back. He flew toward the land of rain in search of Nagato, and by projecting his spiritual sense, he quickly located him. Nagato, is there still no hope for your legs? Even the medical ninja are helpless. But I swear, I'll kill Hanzo myself. Over the past few months, after awakening the Rinnegan, Nagato had discovered new abilities that left him utterly intoxicated. If only he'd awakened sooner, Yahiko might never have died. You really made it hard for me to find you, hiding out here. Who's there? So it's you. Here to collect your debt, are you? That's right. After all, I still have a young apprentice to feed. The apprentice of the white-robed sword saint. He must be extraordinary. Nagato began to scheme anew, thinking of recruiting Wuji into the Akatsuki. Over the past months, he'd already gathered information. Wuji's strength rivaled that of Kage. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, and he was known as the Sword Saint. My foolish apprentice still has a long way to go. Let's settle the debt first. Are you sure about this, Nagato? This is the very last of our money. It's all right. Soon, all of the land of rain will be ours. Uraha narrowed his eyes. Could the Rinnegan really make someone grow so quickly? It hadn't been that long, and Nagato already spoke of defeating Hanzo. So, your eyes have fully awakened, it seems. That's right. I will kill Hanzo with my own hands and bring everlasting peace to the land of rain. This guy's ego is really inflating. It looked like the 6 paths of pain hadn't been created yet, but Nagato already had the skills to do so. Even now, Uraha felt a chill as he assessed Nagato's strength. Wuji, join us. Let's bring everlasting peace to this world. No more death. No more suffering. Sorry, I'm not interested in all that. I just want my sword to stand atop the world. But you need a worthy blade for that. The Sword Saint's sword cannot be so ordinary. Join us, and we'll forge the finest sword for you. We could talk about that another time. I'm in a hurry. Seeing that Uraha's expression hadn't changed in the slightest, Nagato had no choice but to let it go for now. He signaled for Konan to hand over the money, which Uraha took before heading straight for the land of honey. If I become stronger, he'll join us willingly one day. Yahiko, I'll never forget the pain of losing you. I will fulfill your dream. The leader of Akatsuki will always be you. A black rod appeared in Nagato's palm, the power of yin-yang release. Special incident. Due to the company's major overhaul, I might only be able to update 1 chapter a day this month. The overhaul began on the 20th of last month, and I really struggled to keep up with 2 chapters a day for those 10 days. It was just too much with all the overtime during the maintenance. But at least last month is finally behind us. This month, with only 1 chapter per update, there's a chance there might be breaks. In the updates, I should have posted a new chapter today, but last night I got dragged out for drinks, and we kept going until 2 in the morning, so I couldn't update on time. I hope all you dear readers can forgive me. My head's still spinning today, so I ask for your understanding once again. I'll make sure to make up for today's update, and I'll do my best to post on time tomorrow. Thank you all for your tremendous support. Moonlit Night, will work even harder. The recent chapters may not be my best. I've just been under a lot of pressure and exhausted every day. That's all for now. Once again, I appreciate your understanding. Big news. My new book, I Really Don't Want to Become the Demon King, is out. The newly released, I Really Don't Want to Become the Demon King, is available now. Please check it out and support it with your votes. After such a long time, seeing Yulin again filled me with joy. Living here alone has been simply dreadful. Not only do I have to change my appearance, but I can't even reveal my real name. If you hadn't come soon, I might have gone out searching for him myself. Sorry, Lin, I ran into some trouble with my cultivation. You must have almost spent all the money I left you, right? There's still some left, teacher, not all gone yet. No sooner had she said that than her stomach started rumbling. Embarrassed, Lin covered her face. You're not very convincing. Here, take this 50 million and use it. F 50 million tails. Lin's eyes widened. She'd never seen so much money before. How many missions would it take to earn this much? She'd always heard Teacher Yi Yu was rich, but she never imagined he was this wealthy. No need to make a fuss. It's just debt collecting, nothing more. Who owes you so much, teacher? A certain round-eyed fellow. If you ever see him, make sure to keep your distance. Teacher, you're amazing. Lin was over the moon. How long would it even take to spend all this money? As expected, Teacher Yi Yu really is the best. How's your cultivation coming along these days? I've mastered a secret technique. I'm sure it'll surprise you, teacher. No sooner had she finished speaking than she struck Yi Yu with her palm. Yi Yu felt his body stiffen, immobilized as coral crept over him. Hee, impressive, right, teacher? Lin grinned proudly, not quite sure when she developed this mischievous streak. This feeling was truly nostalgic. Yi Yu remembered how, whenever he learned a new technique, he'd run experiments on Orochimaru. Now the tables had turned, and he was the test subject. It's true. When you spend enough time with someone, your personalities and habits start to rub off on each other. Should I undo the technique for you, teacher? Lin asked a little sheepishly. No need. With a slight tremor, Yi Yu shattered the coral that bound him. The hardness is too low. It's useless against those skilled in martial arts. You still need more practice. Oh, right, teacher. I can control this now, too. Red bubbles shimmered around Lin as she mischievously played with her 3 tails. Not bad. Keep working hard. If you master the 2nd stage of the tailed beast transformation, I'll take you out for some fun. Really? That's wonderful. Lin was beside herself with excitement. The 3 tails lay quietly on the ground, unmoving. After spending so much time together, it had come to understand Lin quite well. Just as Yu had said, she was a kind-hearted girl, though a little slow-witted. Once, while Lin was out searching for food, she happened to stumble upon a turtle. Right in front of the 3 tails, she cooked it into a soup. Although the creatures were vastly different in size, the whole ordeal made the 3 tails extremely uncomfortable. he nearly lost his temper. Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Eating turtle right in front of turtle. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? The two of them were dining at a restaurant when suddenly, a group of uninvited guests barged in. Well, little sister, we meet again. A flamboyantly dressed young man, his face partly covered with gauze, stared at Lin with a leering smile, his greedy and lustful gaze utterly blatant. Who's he? I have no idea. I ran into him a while back, and he's been pestering me ever since. How dare you? Don't you know this is the second prince? So this pig is the daimyo's second son? I guess so, Lin replied uncertainly. You brat, how dare you not recognize me? You must be a spy from an enemy nation. Arrest him. And as for this young lady, she had the nerve to slap me the other day. Take her to my residence. I'll see to her punishment myself. The second prince deliberately emphasized the word punishment. Lin, both ashamed and furious, was no longer that naive little girl. You scumbag. You look nearly 30, and you're still preying on underage girls. You really deserve to die. Oof. If I want something, it's mine by right. What are you waiting for? Seize them. The guards drew their swords and charged. The other guests had already fled, and the restaurant owner cowered beneath the table, not daring to move. The second prince was infamous for his lechery. No girl he fancied had ever escaped his grasp. Now it seemed Lin would be his next victim. Lin, you should have just slapped him to death the first time. In a flash of sword light, the 20 guards were decapitated, their blood spurting like fountains as their bodies collapsed to the ground. The second prince, standing at the back, was frozen in terror by the scene before him. This man wasn't human. He was a devil. My dear second prince, it's your turn now. A voice from the abyss echoed in the prince's ears. Don't come any closer. I'm the second prince of this country. If you kill me, my father, the daimyo, will have your head for sure. The man collapsed to the floor, a pungent stench wafting from him, making Lin recoil in disgust. Oh, I'm so scared. Yu mocked with a cold laugh. Please, I beg you, let me go. I'll give you anything you want. Money, women, whatever you desire. If I have it, it's yours. Stop sniveling. Could you look any more pathetic? The second prince sat on the ground, sniffling, unable to get up no matter how hard he tried. Sigh, should I kill you or not? If I do, I'll have to find another place to stay, and money's been tight lately. The second prince's eyes lit up at these words. I have money. I have lots of money. Oh, how much do you have? 20 million taels. I can give you 20 million taels. That's far too little. You'd need at least 200 million to buy your life from me. The second prince was dumbfounded. How can anyone possibly come up with that much money? Even selling everything wouldn't be enough. I can only gather up to 100 million at most. That's all my fortune. Please, I beg you, let me go. Akaim fine. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a 50% discount. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Lin finally realized how Yu made his fortune. This was nothing short of daylight robbery. Come on, let's go collect the money. The second prince led the two of them to his mansion. As soon as they stepped inside, hundreds of people surrounded them. So, you weren't planning to play fair after all. Yi let out a cold chuckle. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't. You useless fools. Stand down, all of you. The soldiers acted as if they hadn't heard a thing, closing in ever tighter. You idiots. Back off. Do you not hear your prince's command? Save your breath, you fool. Can't you see? Someone wants you dead. It must be my brother. My eldest brother. Sir, you have to save me, or my 100 million will be gone for nothing. You couldn't help but laugh. This guy was so desperate to survive, he'd thrown all dignity aside. But since someone dared to make a move against him, they'd better be ready for the consequences. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. The soldiers didn't even have time to scream before they collapsed, one after another, falling faster than wheat before a scythe, saving time for everyone. Even Lin could barely catch a trace of his shadow. Her eyes simply couldn't keep up. After all, soldiers are not ninjas. Even if they're stronger than ordinary folk, in Yiyu's eyes, anyone below a high-ranked ninja is all the same. The second prince swallowed hard. How could anyone wield such terrifying power? This man was like a living god, stronger than any ninja he'd ever seen. That's settled. Let's keep moving. Yes, sir. When they found the secret chamber, Yiyu was delighted. The second prince had indeed amassed quite a collection of valuable treasures. Sir, look, I told you I wouldn't kill you. I always keep my word. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I promise I'll turn over a new leaf. No need to become a good man. The Eastern Bureau could use someone like you. A swift arc of sword energy swept by, and the second prince suddenly felt a chill below his waist. Only after Yiyu stepped out did the chamber erupt in a blood-curdling scream, so harrowing that even Lin, waiting in the courtyard, shivered in fear. Lin, let's go. It's all taken care of. Teacher, is he going to be all right? Lin asked timidly. He'll live. It's just a little lesson. I imagine he'll be reporting to the Eastern Bureau from now on. What kind of place is the Eastern Depot, anyway? Children shouldn't be asking questions that aren't meant for them. Humph. Lin pulled a face, making a silly expression. You're not a child either, she thought. We're the same age. Teacher, where are we going this time? It's fine, we'll just stay here for now. But our appearance needs to change. Let's not stand out so much this time. With the transformation jutsu, they instantly became the image of two adults. 3 days later, the daimyo finally gave the order to seal the city and search for the killer. It was clearly just for show, giving Uraha and Lin plenty of time to leave. A massacre of over 100 people in an instant was not something they could handle. The crown prince broke out in a cold sweat. His guards tripled in number, yet he still felt unsafe. Fortunately, his younger brother had now completely lost any chance to inherit the title. The daimyo, though furious, dared not seek revenge. He grieved for his son's fate, but wouldn't go to war over it. After all, he had more than one son. Lin, I need to go now. Make sure you train hard. Next time, I'll take you to meet Kakashi. Safe travels, teacher. As Uraha walked farther and farther away, Lin was left alone again. She sighed, returning to her new home. Memories of Obito flooded her mind, bringing tears to her eyes. It was all for her sake. Lin, are you thinking about something sad again? I remember a teammate. Lin began to tell the three tales about the story of Team 7. Meanwhile, in Hanzo's chamber in the Land of Rain, 6 figures appeared. Aren't you supposed to be dead? No, those eyes, they belong to that man. Hanzo, you never should have provoked me. Toying with your comrades' corpses. That's the greatest crime of all. Hanzo tried to enrage Nagato, hoping to make him slip up, but on Yahiko's face there was no hint of emotion, only calm indifference. Yahiko will live on. He will always be the leader of the Akatsuki. From now on, he will be known as Pain. Foolish youth, you're only lying to yourselves. With a wave of his hand, the ambushing ninja launched their attack. Shinra Tensei. What? In an instant, everyone was blasted away, crashing through the walls and out of the room. Secretly, Hanzo released his poisonous gas, but the 6 remained completely unaffected. How is this possible? This deadly toxin, lethal with a single breath, would be nearly impossible to cure without a top-level medical ninja. Not to mention, this was a specially refined poison. Nagato sneered inwardly. So this was Hanzo's trump card? Poison gas against the dead. How could that possibly work? Hanzo made a snap decision to flee, but was immediately surrounded by 5 of them. Those identical Rinnegan eyes unsettled him. He couldn't understand it. After several exchanges, he realized he couldn't land a single blow on Pain. Every move was predicted, every attack easily countered. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He tried again to use his old tricks to escape. You think we'd let you get away again? Universal Pool. A massive force seized Hanzo, dragging him uncontrollably toward the Deva path. What kind of monstrous power was this? The other 5 pressed the broken black rods into their palms and charged forward, instantly piercing through Hanzo's body. His chakra was sealed, his movements locked. What on earth was this power? Hanzo, your era is over. Tendo spoke calmly, his tone devoid of sorrow or joy. The once renowned demigod was now nothing more than a cunning old man, his former strength long since faded, his will as a warrior worn down by time. I have nothing more to say. My only regret is not killing you all sooner. You truly deserve to die. The shattered black rod completely destroyed Hanzo's brain, swiftly eliminating his old followers and sealing off the Land of Rain. As space shimmered and twisted, Toby appeared. Is it done? It's time to take control of this country. I'm well aware. You and that man are so much alike. Nagato mocked him. Now, Nagato brimmed with confidence. He would not flinch, even before Madara himself. He believed that any scheme or plot was meaningless before his eyes. Young people shouldn't be too sure of themselves. He commanded all 6 paths to attack Toby at once. Toby stood completely still, letting every blow land. Yet even Almighty Push and Universal Pull did nothing to him. An illusion? A low chuckle was his only answer. Toby phased straight through the assault and grabbed the Hell Path by the throat. I know more about the Rinnegan than you ever will. Don't think a little power makes you special. What's wrong, Nagato? This man is terrifying, utterly unfathomable. He saw through Pain's weakness at a glance. Working with someone like him requires utmost caution. Back with Pain, Toby had already released his grip. Nagato analyzed Toby's abilities. His body could shift between tangible and intangible states. Such a frightening power. Was this space-time ninjutsu to be untouchable even at point-blank range? He scoffed and paid him no further heed. What mattered now was taking charge of this country. The silent revolution had ended almost as quickly as it began. Once again, Uraha journeyed to Roran. The city's towers still rose high, but the population seemed much thinner now, no doubt thanks to the foolish queen. Having lost the power of the dragon vein, decline was inevitable. When Uraha entered the palace, he saw Sarah's face clouded with worry. Clearly, he had underestimated the impact of losing in Lushan. Without free labor, discontent was spreading. Roran, isolated in the desert, was always short on resources. Without the dragon vein, it would soon return to its former state. Sigh. Without that power, every step was a struggle, and the people had grown accustomed to an easy life. Are you the queen here? Who are you? Hey, you look so familiar. Wait, you're Uraha. Didn't the dragon vein swallow you? How are you here? Are you a ghost? Please don't hurt me. If you have any last wishes, I promise I'll help you fulfill them. Sarah nearly tumbled from her throne, trembling so hard she dared not meet Uraha's gaze. Uraha decided to play along with her. Speaking of last wishes, I actually have one, he said. What kind of last wish? She asked nervously. I was really lonely in that other world. Didn't even have a girlfriend. So I'd like to find a girlfriend to keep me company. I'll arrange it for you right away. Sarah blurted out. Huh, she's really terrified of dying, isn't she? No, I think you're quite suitable. Why don't you come and keep me company? Uraha said, moving closer. Sarah was so frightened she could barely string her words together. That's impossible. Absolutely not. I still have my people to look after. Uraha reached out his hand, and at that moment, Sarah fainted dead away. Seriously? Her nerves are that weak? And in such a grand hall, not a single guard in sight. How pitiful. He roused Sarah, and when she looked like she might faint again, he quickly caught her. Hey, are you really the queen? He asked. Of course I am, she stammered. No wonder this country's in decline, he muttered. Sarah bit her lower lip, but said nothing more. In these 4 years, she had grown a lot. Yet when faced with hardship, she still had no solution. The dragon vein had been sealed by the 4th Hokage, a seal she couldn't break. Even if it could be undone, there might be unpredictable consequences. First of all, I'm not this Uraha you keep talking about. I'm Wuji, he said. Wuji? Sarah looked at him puzzled. Is news really that slow here? Do you know about the third-rate ninja war? That much I know, she replied. I'm the sword saint, Wuji. Oh, never heard of you, she admitted. Why is she acting so surprised when she's never even heard of me? Ugh, forget it. I only came here after hearing the rumors about the dragon vein. What do you want to do? Sarah asked warily, instantly on guard, worried he was just another in Lushan trying to misuse the dragon vein for evil. Nothing much, just wanted to have a look around. But if you don't want to lose your kingdom, you'd better consider leaving for somewhere safer. As if it's that easy. Lulan is just a small nation, and now with so few people left, we don't even have the soldiers to defend ourselves. I actually have a way to help you out of this crisis, but I'm not going to marry you. Sarah cut him off. Where does your confidence come from? You're a 20-year-old spinster. Uraha shot back. Sarah flared with anger, but the cold look in his eyes made her swallow her retort. So, what do you want then? She asked. Nothing much. I just need an assistant, someone to help me manage things. You've been queen for a while, so you must have some experience. Even if you're not perfect, you should have at least learned the ropes, he replied. Ugh, do you have your own country then? Sarah snapped. Not yet, but very soon I will, and it'll be much better than this place. Don't worry, you'll never be a puppet. I won't meddle in domestic affairs. I'm not that bored. Fine. But if I'm not satisfied, you can't stop me from leaving, she said. Of course. I'm sure you'll like it, he replied confidently. Let's hope so. Sarah had no other choice. If she didn't make changes, all her people would leave, and her kingdom would truly be finished. Yiyu led Sarah to the Kingdom of Honey. The handful of citizens marched in a grand procession, but when Yiyu glanced at the line of people, he was momentarily speechless. There were fewer than 3,000 left. For a queen to end up like this, what a failure. For a moment, he wondered if letting Sarah take over the Kingdom of Honey was truly the right decision. Sarah's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at Yiyu and hurriedly lowered her head. It was simply too humiliating. The title of this country still holds some weight. You're not thinking of taking power by force, are you? Sarah asked, feeling as if she were no better than a bandit or marauder. What else? That guy has crossed me before, and he's not exactly a good ruler. Honestly, you could say I'm doing the people a favor by getting rid of him. But that would mean a lot of people would die. Sarah, a gentle-hearted king never meets a good end. Did you forget in Lushan? It was your leniency that led to all this. Aren't these remaining people the ones you managed to save before? At least you still have some conscience. Sarah was at a loss for words, overcome with disappointment. Was it really all my fault? She sank into confusion. After Lushan was defeated, Lulan began to decline, and more people chose to leave for distant lands. At this rate, even these few would be gone in a few years, wouldn't they? In the end, she'd be left alone, guarding an empty city. The thought sent a chill through her. Sarah, since you're a queen, you must have the dignity of one. A ruler who only compromises isn't fit to rule. Only the strong have a voice. The weak can only be bullied. All right, under the cover of night, over 2,000 people set up camp in the Kingdom of Honey, looking forward to building a new nation. Had the queen finally reached her breaking point? The guards on duty were startled by the sight of 2,000 people, but a quick glance at their clothes made it clear. They were mere commoners, some barely more than refugees. Clearly, some disaster had driven them here. They reported to the Lord, who flatly refused. The Kingdom of Honey couldn't possibly take in so many wanderers. In the stillness of the night, Yu ordered the soldiers hidden among the people to change into their armor. Now is the time for Lolan's revival. Whoever takes down the Lord or the Prince will be promoted to general. My lord, we will not let you down. 100 or so soldiers charged into the city with Yu, using the multi-shadow clone technique. Dozens of Yus quickly took control of the Honey Kingdom's army. Naturally, it didn't kill everyone. Most were simply tied up. The city alarm sounded. Lin, awakened by the commotion, leaned out her window and saw Lulan's soldiers chasing down the Kingdom of Honey's troops. She was just about to leap in to help. Stop! Yu shouted. Lin's face lit up with surprise. Her teacher had returned so quickly. Teacher? What's happening here? It's nothing. I just want to change who sits on the throne. These are all our own people. Go to bed. The palace gardens will be your backyard by tomorrow. Teacher, can you promise not to harm the commoners? Don't worry, of course not. If anyone dares, I'll deal with them myself. All right then. Kind-hearted Lin, unable to bear it, retreated to her room. She had no way to stop Yu, but the rulers of this country had long since become corrupt and decadent. The soldiers burst into the palace, eager to hunt down the daimyo and his heirs. Thanks to the Lord's actions, most of the guards had already been taken care of. The aging daimyo, fleeing with his wife into a secret passage, was discovered by a sharp-eyed soldier. He was caught, and in the chaos, hacked to death. A soldier shouted in triumph. I killed the daimyo. Ha ha ha. I finished off a prince. The princess? I caught her myself. When morning came, Sarah sat on the throne in a daze. To think a kingdom could be seized so easily. The soldiers and officials awaited Sarah's rewards, their burning gazes pricking at her. Yet she quickly gathered herself and issued commands, distributing honors and titles just as she had planned with Yu. The former generals and ministers of the Honey Kingdom wore blank expressions, waiting for orders. In a single night, they had become prisoners. Everything had happened so suddenly, without warning. Within a month, Sarah had taken control of the entire army. The people of the Honey Kingdom came to accept the fall of their nation. Now, they would live on with new identities. The new Lulan was born. Sarah, your methods are still too gentle. I just can't bring myself to be harsher. You need to study the arts of kingship more closely. Now, with everything in disarray, it's the best time for reform. You could set up the 3 departments and 6 ministries. The country may be small, but it could serve as a model for the future. What are the 3 departments and 6 ministries? I'll explain in a bit. For now, you should establish your own authority. Appoint your new ministers from among the people. That way, they'll be more willing to accept you. I'll do my best. Although this country is already much better than Lulan was, there's barely any money to set things right. Sarah sighed helplessly. The upper echelons were well aware of who truly ruled the nation, and knowing Sarah's gentle nature, they had begun to look down on her even though she had just claimed the throne. Short on funds? Then execute some of those parasitic nobles and let the people vote on it. Sarah, if you truly want Lulan to become strong, you must learn to be ruthless. As the saying goes, a commoner's rage spills blood within 5 paces, but an emperor's fury leaves corpses across 1,000 miles. With that, Yu left the palace. As soon as she stepped outside, the officials bowed deeply in greeting. Yu had already decided to build his own power. Relying on one person alone made many things nearly impossible, but having a nation behind him, even a weak one, would make everything much easier. Lin still stayed in the small house, saying she disliked palaces and didn't want others waiting on her. Only occasionally did she seek out Sarah for a heartfelt chat. The two quickly became close friends, often gossiping about Yu behind his back. Sarah was quite curious about how Lin became a disciple of Wuji, especially since the two of them were about the same age. Sarah, have you ever liked someone? Someone I like? How could I possibly have someone like that? Sarah blushed and hurriedly denied it. Never? Poor queen. Ever since my mother passed away, I've been busy governing the country. If your teacher, Yu, hadn't stepped in, Lulan would have become a dead city in a few more years. Maybe I really am not fit to be queen. Sarah fell into distant memories. Lulan had once flourished, but only for a few short years. The bitter irony was that even its years of glory had been exploited by others. Her mother had always been gentle, never stern in front of her. I think you've done wonderfully, Sarah. When you punished those old nobles, the people of the Honey Kingdom, no Lulan, were all so happy and grateful to you. Really? That's good to hear. But I still think Wuji's methods are too extreme. Teacher may be strict, but everything he says makes sense. He always sees further than the rest of us. Lin, you're lucky to have such an incredible teacher. And he's lucky to have a good disciple like you. I still have a long way to go. Lin had always held Yu in deep respect, believing there was nothing he couldn't do. If only her teacher had been there when Obito was in trouble. Yu, on the other hand, found helping govern a nation to be exhausting. Certainly not the path he wished to follow. Perhaps one day he would send Sarah to the Land of Rain for training. He trusted that pain would help her understand what it truly meant to be a good ruler and how a nation should be governed. It was just too difficult to get by on reason alone. He decided that in a while, he would send Sarah to the Land of Rain to continue her studies. Within the dragon vein, Yu bid a heartfelt farewell, his emotions running high. By his count, he had stayed inside the dragon vein for 4 years. He had now crossed into the 4th layer and obtained the wind spirit root. The 4th layer was a domain of thunder and fire. Luckily, Yu had already completed his 2nd awakening, so he passed through effortlessly and gained the wind spirit root, as well as a genuine dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was about the size of fist, though its size could be changed at will. He had already cleansed it of its violent energy. According to the records left by the immortals, the dragon pearl once belonged to a fire dragon with a ferocious temperament. It devoured livestock and countless people, so the immortals banded together to slay the dragon, leaving only the dragon pearl behind, which was then divided among them. It seems Master is far from ordinary. He's truly formidable. The dragon pearl is the most treasured possession of the divine dragon. Possessing it wards off evil and confers divine power, with an innate ability to suppress dark forces. Though Nightfeather had obtained the dragon pearl, he never really knew how to make full use of it. Its potential was vast. It could heal wounds, nourish the soul, or even grant access to the abilities of the dragon race. The dragon flame it unleashed was so fierce that even he could be burned by it, and his fire affinity, usually so strong, was utterly powerless, as if a mouse had encountered cat. Thank you, Dragon Vein. Although I was imprisoned by you for 4 years, my strength has transformed beyond recognition. A resonant dragon's roar rang out in response, expressing happiness. A small purple dragon circled Nightfeather, bidding its final farewell. As the time-space tunnel appeared, Nightfeather waved his hand. At last, it was time to leave this great creature behind. It was a pity that the dragon vein could only remain underground, never to see the world above. If he could take the dragon vein out, it would be an unstoppable force. He and Kagaya would make quite the team. Returning to Lulan, Nightfeather paused in astonishment. The tall building still stood, but where had all the people gone? Wasn't it supposed to take more than a decade before the place was abandoned? Had he really spent that many years inside the dragon vein? He searched every corner of Lulan, but not a single soul was to be found. Not even a stray dog. Well, I'd better head to Konoha first. Nightfeather couldn't help but wonder if the dragon vein had sent him to the wrong time. He tried to sense the soul of his external incarnation, but there was no connection, just a vague sense of direction, which meant the distance between them was immense. Still, if his external incarnation existed in this era, then he couldn't have been sent too far off. As soon as he arrived in Konoha, he noticed that the 4th Hokage's face on the Hokage rock was still new. Setting foot in Konoha again filled him with a deep sense of familiarity. It had been so long since he'd last come home. His external incarnation, deep in training, felt a subtle tremor run through its body. His true self had returned. He thought it would be years before this happened. Gazing in the direction of his main body, he guessed he'd head to Konoha first. Now that the true self was back, there shouldn't be any problems on the Konoha side. Master Swordsman, you've returned? Swordsman? Had his other half really made such a name for himself already? You're mistaken. I'm not the swordsman. I am Uchiha Nightfeather from Konoha Village. Nightfeather produced his forehead protector and the insignia of Konoha's Umbu. What? The Chunin on gate duty gaped at him in disbelief. After a careful inspection, he realized that while Nightfeather did look remarkably like the swordsman, there were clear differences. Moreover, Nightfeather revealed his Sharingan, a sight almost beyond belief. Even the former top prodigy had been missing for 4 years and was all but forgotten by now. Snapping out of his shock, the Chunin straightened and spoke gravely. Nightfeather Jonin, please proceed to the Hokage's office right away to complete your registration. Of course. I'll go at once. Nightfeather smiled. A ninja who had been missing this long, without special dispensation from the Hokage, would already be considered a rogue. Once again, everyone on the street watched Yu with curiosity. Even though he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he still managed to attract quite a bit of attention. The Sword Saint is back again. No doubt, he must be here to see Lord Hokage. Of course, the Sword Saint has always wanted to defeat the Hokage. Minato had clearly become both an idol and a goal for the younger generation. Everything here still felt so familiar. He had lived here for a full 10 years, already considering this place his home, with parents, brothers, and sisters. There was a heavy knock at the door. "Come in," Minato called out. He looked up, and his whole body froze. The pen he was using to review documents slipped from his hand onto the desk without him noticing. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his voice trembled with emotion. 1,000 things he wanted to say caught in his throat, and it took him a long moment before he finally managed a single sentence. "You finally come back." "Yes, Minato, I'm back. I never thought you'd already become the Hokage. I always believed you would return." "Minato, you're a ninja. Why are you crying?" "Sorry, I'm just so happy." Minato stood up and gave Yu a big, heartfelt hug. As it turned out, Yu hadn't died after all. Minato had always believed this day would come. "Minato, you're a bit too enthusiastic. I'm really not used to this." "Huh." Yu squirmed awkwardly. Being hugged so tightly by another grown man was hardly his style. "You rascal, aren't you even a little bit happy?" "Of course I'm happy. That seal you said was really something. I couldn't break it at all." Saw the... So how did you manage to get out?" Minato scratched his head sheepishly, curiosity written all over his face. "I used the power of the dragon vein to open a new passage and came out that way." "I see. You know, recently there's been someone who looks just like you. People are calling him the Infinite Sword Saint. Even I almost mistook him for you." Yu raised an eyebrow. After all, it wasn't just a resemblance. His swordsmanship is incredible. Even you might not be able to beat him. "Of course not. I'm not Zhou Batong. I can't fight with both hands at the same time," Yu thought, rolling his eyes. Minato just assumed Yu didn't believe him. "No worries. I'm sure I'll run into him sooner or later. By the way, Minato, how's Kushina doing?" "Kushina is pregnant. She's 2 months along now." Minato's face lit up with happiness at the mention of Kushina. He was about to become a father. "That's wonderful news, Minato. Is there any wish you still haven't fulfilled?" "Oh, I mean, has anything major happened in the village lately?" "Anything major?" "Not really, but the Land of Rain has been acting strangely. All information from there has been completely cut off. Every ninja sent to investigate had died in the Land of Rain without exception. It had effectively become a forbidden zone, and even news of Hanzo's death hadn't come out." "I see. And then there's Kakashi. Sigh. It's getting harder and harder for him to move on. Ever since Obito and Rin died, he's been struggling. Now, all I can do is assign him to the ANBU to protect Kushina. Still, with your return, Kakashi should feel a bit happier. I'll talk to him and help him through this." "So Rin still died, after all? What happened to my alternate self? I left a year earlier than in the original events. If I just paid a little more attention, I should have noticed something was wrong." Minato thought of his lost student, and a dull ache pressed at his heart. He forced himself to pull together. After all, the weight of the entire Hidden Leaf was on his shoulders now. Very soon, word of Yi Yu's return swept through the village. The prodigy who'd once dazzled everyone had come back. The higher-ups found themselves caught in an odd mood once again. The third Hokage couldn't stop marveling, as though hope had returned to the world. Danzo, meanwhile, was so distracted he didn't even notice when his foot got scalded by hot tea. The Uchiha clan was beside themselves with excitement. Their greatest genius hadn't died after all, but had returned safe and sound. Many villagers began to speculate that Yi Yu must be the Sword Saint himself. But once people put photos of the two side by side, those guesses faded away. They looked similar, but the differences were too obvious. Ming Wei and Xin Hong wept tears of joy. They'd never been so happy in their lives. Their child had truly come home. They threw a grand 3-day banquet to celebrate, and Fugaku came in person to offer his congratulations. He had already reached Kaga-level strength 4 years ago, and now he was even stronger. Fugaku secretly suspected that Yi Yu had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. During the banquet, Kushina sobbed until she was a mess, and only after giving Minato a good thrashing did she finally calm down. Kushina really was fiery. Even while pregnant, she was still so fierce. The Uzumaki clan's constitution truly was something extraordinary. Walking down the familiar streets, Yu headed for Tuchi's ramen shop, making a point to invite Kakashi along. Kakashi kept his left eye carefully covered. "Here's your ramen." "Thank you, Iam. You've grown so much these 4 years. Amazing." Iam was no longer the little girl she'd once been. Back then, She'd been heartbroken for a long time when Yiyu went missing. Now, she'd grown up, and Yiyu wouldn't tease her the way he once did. Yet, the words wanted to say stayed stuck in her throat. She looked at Yiyu with a complicated expression, knowing he had changed. She sat alone at the counter, quietly stewing. Now she understood all too well the gulf between civilians and shinobi. A genius like him would surely be destined for an arranged marriage within his clan. Kakashi looked at Yiyu as if he were seeing someone from another world. If only the other two could come back as well. Almost unconsciously, he touched his eye, staring at his right hand in a daze. Kakashi, it was you who killed Rin, wasn't it? There was no accusation or anger in the voice, but it made Kakashi tense up all over and fall silent. Don't clam up. I know now that Rin chose to die by your hand. I don't blame you. If anyone's at fault, it's me for not getting back in time. Rin was a kind soul, but she's gone. It was this hand that ended her life. Kakashi clutched his wrist, teetering on the edge of madness. His emotions surged, and he glared at Yiyu, his eyes filling with tears once again. Stay calm, Kakashi. Even if you've let Obito down, you can't let Rin down as well. The cold words dropped the temperature in the room by several degrees. The nearby patrons subconsciously shivered, while Kakashi, breathing heavily, fell silent once again. Rin wanted you all to live well, not to hide in the shadows every day, consumed by guilt over past mistakes. You were all my disciples, and now you're the only one left. Don't make me grieve any further. Yes, look forward. Don't drown in sorrow. Don't let anyone else you cherish disappear. Yuru spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Kakashi lowered his gaze again, and by the time he looked up, Yuru had already vanished. It seemed he hadn't paid for his meal. I should go check on the fox. There are still 7 months before Obito's attack, but with Minato and me guarding things personally, there shouldn't be any trouble. Passing by the cemetery and seeing Rin's gravestone, he thought, if only I had to be a Kugen. Hurrying to Minato's courtyard, he found Kushina and Mikoto just returning from shopping. Big sister. Yoru, is something the matter? Not really. I just came to check on the Ninetales and make sure it stays quiet. I see. Well, let's head home then. After a short rest at home, Yoru activated his Sharingan and appeared before the Ninetales. You again. We meet once more, Ninetales. I have only one request. When Kushina gives birth, don't cause any trouble. Just stay quiet. And what right do you have to give me orders? The Ninetales roared, its massive head glaring down at Yoru with hostility. Kushina had no idea why Yoru was provoking it. Because of this, Yoru pointed to his eyes, where the 3 Tomo spun rapidly, forming a new pattern. Yoru, what's that? Big sister, this is the Uchiha clan's strongest power, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara once used this to control the Ninetales. Yoru's smile turned wicked, though it was aimed at the fox, not at Kushina. The Ninetales' pupils contracted sharply as memories of that humiliating past flooded back, being controlled by just a glance and reduced to this sorry state. You bastard. You actually awakened the Mangekyo. Guess how far my wood release has progressed? The Ninetales was thoroughly exasperated. Everything this guy possessed seemed tailor-made to suppress it. There was no way he could match Hashirama's level, but it was still nothing to scoff at. If you don't want to end up as someone's summoned beast, you'd better behave yourself. The threat was as clear as day, nearly driving the Ninetales mad. Ignoring its furious roars, Yoru left the mental space. Maybe this would make the fox behave. Will the Ninetales really break free? It's hard to say. Even with my intimidation, the Ninetales is arrogant and proud, not the type to give in easily. Then I'll just have to strengthen the seal. That's probably for the best. The Ninetales was stunned upon hearing this. Was this really something a human would do? It absolutely refused to be completely imprisoned. Again, already unhappy and helpless under Yoraha's threats, it had decided to stop causing trouble, but Kushina still didn't trust it. So, Yoraha immediately pulled Kushina into the sealed space, guaranteeing he wouldn't act out, and only then did Kushina relax. This way, Obito would have no choice either, right? If the Ninetales itself refused to come out, what could they possibly do? Drag it out by force? In high spirits, Yoraha headed to Orochimaru's courtyard. Finding it empty, he didn't need to guess where Orochimaru was. He must have gone to Danzo. Sigh. Only Danzo would help Orochimaru carry out these forbidden experiments. But instead, he ran into a little girl. Who are you, and why have you broken into Master Orochimaru's house? She drew her kunai and readied herself for a fight, calm and alert, quite the vigilant one. Sorry, I'm just used to coming in through windows. And who are you? Is this guy a thief? But he's actually quite handsome. What a waste for someone this good-looking to be a thief. My name is Anko. I'm Master Orochimaru's student. With that, Anko puffed out her little chest and declared this with immense pride. So you're my junior disciple. Huh? Hiv. Uraha gave a mischievous grin. Orochimaru sure knew how to pick his students. Who are you calling your junior? You're shameless. Little Anko made a face at him, her eyes full of undisguised admiration for Orochimaru. This girl has a serious case of teacher worship. Ahem, I'm Uchiha Uraha, Orochimaru Sensei's second student. So technically, you really are my junior. What? You're Uraha? If there isn't another Uraha in the village, then that's me. But why are you climbing through the window? Didn't I just say? It's a habit. Anko curiously sized up Uraha, who was a couple of years older than her. Orochimaru had mentioned this senior student more than once, always using him as a standard for comparison. She never thought she'd actually meet him today. Come on, there are tons of interesting things in Orochimaru Sensei's house. Wait, is it really okay to rummage around like this? Why don't you call for master? Just a habit. Uraha went about his business, soon uncovering all the hidden compartments, each stashed with scrolls. Anko's jaw dropped in amazement. She had lived here for 2 years and never discovered so many secret spots. I've been here for 2 years and had no idea there were so many hidden compartments. You've been here for 2 years? All this time? Yeah, master is as gentle as a father. As she spoke, stars seemed to twinkle in Anko's eyes. Wait, what? Orochimaru's luring underage girls now? Sure, Anko's an orphan, but she's only 10. That's just wrong. Orochimaru hasn't done anything weird to you, has he? No, not really. He just taught me some ninjutsu, and we worked together on a few research projects, Anko replied, her cheeks flushing red at the mention of the research. Night Feather's eyes widened in disbelief. Research? Why are you blushing? This beast. Once he comes back, I'll rid the world of this menace. What kind of research? Night Feather asked, his tone dark and foreboding. Anko shrank back, a bit frightened. Her senior brother was a little scary, a feeling she'd only ever had around their teacher. It's nothing much, really. He just measured parts of my body, said he'd give me a special power as a gift in the future. A curse mark, perhaps? So Orochimaru has already found Yugo? Or is he just looking to experiment further? Come on, let's go to the basement. Okay. Without any hesitation, Night Feather started flipping through the experimental data. Anko opened her mouth as if to protest, but said nothing. Many of these notes were off-limits even to her, but Night Feather browsed through them so expertly, it was clear he was used to it. For a moment, she found herself a little envious. Orochimaru returned home to find scrolls scattered everywhere, the place a mess, like it had been ransacked. This scene was all too familiar. No need to ask. It was Night Feather's doing, as always. Some things never change. He made his way to the lab, where Night Feather was engrossed in the research reports, while Anko stood quietly by his side. Oh, you're back, Uncle Snake. You didn't conduct any weird experiments while I was gone, did you? You found out, then? Orochimaru replied, his tone flat and emotionless. He'd always known Night Feather would discover the truth one day, so it didn't matter anymore. I know a bit. Danzo's no good. He'll sell you out when the time comes. He controls the whole root division, but not even the Hokage would dare move against him lightly. I'm well aware, Orochimaru said, his voice raspy but certain. But it's all worth it. Anko listened, lost, unable to make sense of their conversation. Then, as she glanced at Night Feather, she caught sight of his Sharingan and collapsed in a faint. Your eye technique has gotten even stronger, hasn't it? That's right. But Uncle Snake, it doesn't seem like you made much progress lately. That could be dangerous for you. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. Just how much had Night Feather grown? His tone had grown so arrogant. So, have you grown strong enough to kill me now? Oh, Uncle Snake, you're being dramatic. I can't say I'm confident I could kill you. Honestly, I don't even know how strong I am anymore. Night Feather smiled, and in a blink, appeared behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru barely managed to turn his head, his pupils contracting in shock. Before, Night Feather had used the lightning stimulation technique to boost his speed, but now, even without that, he'd surpassed his former limits. With speed like that, you're not far off from the fourth Raikage. The Raikage? He's nothing special. Maybe his speed is debatable, but in terms of raw strength, I could easily overpower him. Aside from Sage Mode Jiraiya or Tsunade, I doubt anyone could match me in brute force. Night Feather's expression was calm, as if he were stating a simple fact. I'm truly glad to have a student like you. You've already surpassed me. Oh, come on, Orochimaru-sensei, don't say that. That's a bit embarrassing, haha. Yoru grinned mischievously, all his earlier intensity gone. Come on, let's go have a couple of drinks. I missed you so much. Do you have any idea what these past 4 years have been like for me? I was trapped in that hellhole, cold and dark. Now let's go. I'm curious, too, to hear what you've been through. Wait, I almost forgot about our little junior. With a wave, Yoru dispelled the illusion, and Anko finally woke up. What just happened? Why did I suddenly fall asleep? You were just tired and dozed off, that's all. Okay. Though something fell off, she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Back in the room, a shadow clone quickly tidied everything up, and only then did Yuru bring out the fine sake that Orochimaru had stashed away. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. No matter where he hid it, it always ended up being found. Anko watched Yoru, sipping in blissful contentment, her eyes wide with curiosity. Was the sake really that delicious? Kids shouldn't be drinking. But, big brother, you're not an adult yet either. How could you and I be the same? This drink is amazing. Orochimaru's feelings were a tangled mess, but things had gone too far to turn back now. He only wanted to master everything, but human lifespans were simply too short. Yuru, you said you're trapped somewhere all these years. How did you survive? I lived on nothing but air and wind. Speak plainly. Orochimaru snapped, but somehow, it felt like old times again, a sliver of sunlight breaking through his inner darkness. Well, let's just say, I don't really need food to survive anymore. I can use natural energy to sustain my body, much like the white snake sage. Now and then, I'll have a little treat, but I'm not really dependent on food. Your body's reached that point? Let me have a closer look, purely for research, of course. Orochimaru licked his lips, intrigued by the changes in Yuru's body. Sure, but it'll cost you 5 crates. Sensei, what's this about 5 crates? Nothing, your brother's just stingy. Such a miserly big brother. Orochimaru-sensei, my body's several times stronger than before, and even harder to control on a cellular level. All right then. Orochimaru shook his head in amazement. Yoru's growth had been astonishing. Just a few years, and he'd gained such power. Yoru began recounting the hardships of his past few years, a tale as miserable as could be, going years without so much as a single vegetable. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, Obito was stunned to learn that Yoru had returned to Konoha. It threw his plans into chaos. There was no way he'd believe. Yoru hadn't awakened his Sharingan. After all, Yoru had awakened his Sharingan at just 5 years old. Who could imagine how terrifying he'd become now? Madara-sama, it seems you're quite concerned about this Yoru, aren't you? Afei teased. He might just be Uchiha Uraha, awakened to Sharingan at 5. Wow, that's really something. An incredible genius, no doubt. But Lord Madara, you must be careful of Uraha. He also possesses both Wood Release and Lava Release Kekkei Genkai. No one knows if he's awakened anything else since then. Are you serious? It's true. This information is from 5 years ago. Ever since he went to Roran at age 10, there hasn't been any news about him. I see. Who would have thought, big brother, that you were hiding so much? Even Wood Release. Now I'm even more certain Uraha has awakened the Mangekyo. This could become the biggest obstacle to carrying out our plans in the future. No sooner had I bid farewell to Orochimaru than I received orders from Fugaku. Now, Uraha's status is truly unique. He's as close as a brother to the 4th Hokage, a genius of the Uchiha clan, and with the ongoing friction between the village and the Uchiha, every move Uraha makes is under scrutiny. Meeting Fugaku again, he got straight to the point. Have you awakened it? Are you talking about this? Uraha's eyes flashed, quickly forming the pattern of cherry blossoms. So it's true. You've awakened this cursed power too, and lost something precious in the process. Don't lump me in with the rest of you. I already told you. I find another way to open my eyes. I haven't lost anything. Unlike you, my vision won't fade. Uraha's Mangekyo stared directly at Fugaku. That's impossible. Without another relative's Sharingan. How can you not go blind? Fugaku was incredulous. The stone tablet's records were never wrong. Madara himself only achieved eternity by transplanting his brother's eyes. I've seen further than you, clan leader. I'm simply an exception. Fugaku took a deep breath. If Uraha wasn't lying, he could use the Mangekyo's power without limitation. The position of clan leader might soon be out of his hands. What are your intentions? Relax. I have no interest in being clan leader, or even Hokage for that matter. At this, Fugaku finally breathed easy. Still, his mind was already turning. Having Uraha around would be the greatest guarantee of the Uchiha strength. The reason I called you here was actually to ask you to protect Mikoto once more. Come on, Lord Fugaku. Surely there's no one left who'd dare go against you now? I'm supposed to be protecting Kushina this time. That's the Hokage's order. Minato? Is that so? But I've already secured the Hokage's approval for you to be Mikoto's bodyguard. Fugaku looked at Uraha with an odd expression. Uraha hadn't expected he'd already spoken to Minato. Oh well, Mikoto's pregnancy is a few months ahead of Kushina's, so there's still time. Oh, I must have remembered wrong then. Uraha spoke earnestly, while Fugaku could only shake his head in exasperation. This guy was brazen enough to pretend he had orders from the Hokage now. He sighed. When Itachi was born, he had served as a guard once, and now that Sasuke was born, he had to come back again. He was practically becoming this family's personal bodyguard. After finishing breakfast, Uraha stretched lazily. Time to get to work. Early in the morning, he lingered near Fugaku's gate, leaning against an old tree, when he spotted Uchiha Itachi heading out for some training. Itachi looked up curiously at the man in the tree. Was he also a member of the Uchiha clan? There was something peculiar about him, a way he seemed part of nature itself. Nothing like the usual ninjas. Adorably silent, Itachi glanced a few more times before quietly turning away. Uraha, intrigued, leapt down and gave Itachi's head a gentle pat. Itachi reached for the back of his head, but when he turned around, the man had vanished. Hey, you're Uchiha Itachi, aren't you? Such speed! Itachi had no time to react. The initial shock quickly faded. Anyone who could appear here surely meant him no harm. Who are you? Uchiha Uraha. I'm currently your mother's bodyguard. But you should call me uncle. Oh, good morning, uncle. Itachi bowed politely, displaying a maturity far beyond his years. The gesture delighted Uraha. Itachi was, after all, one of his favorite characters from his past life, though now, well, noticing something off in Uraha's gaze, Itachi instinctively took 2 steps back, keeping a safe distance. Hey now, don't be shy. You're such a good kid. Uncle just can't help but love you. In the next instant, Uraha reached out and pinched Itachi's cheek. As expected, a child's face was wonderfully soft and elastic. Itachi tried to fight back, but being so young, he hadn't the strength to break free. Let go. That hurts. What was that? Uncle can't quite hear you. Let go. Let go of what? Let go of me. Let go of you. Let go of me. All right. Sorry about that. Yet there was nothing apologetic in his teasing eyes. Itachi rubbed his now red cheek, hissing in pain. Who exactly was this guy? Hearing Itachi's loud complaints, Mikoto came outside. What's wrong, Itachi? Nothing. Clutching both cheeks, Itachi shot Uraha a fierce glare. Uraha just shrugged, as if to say, don't blame me. Uraha, don't bully Itachi, honestly. Mikoto, you misunderstand. This is just friendly interaction. Itachi is adorable and very well behaved. Is that so? Thank you. I hope you'll teach him well. Of course, I'll do my best. All Itachi could sense was pure mischief. With a shiver, he hurried away. I'm sorry to trouble you as my bodyguard again. Protecting beautiful women is everyone's duty. Rest assured, Mikoto. If only Itachi were as cheerful as you. Itachi is very smart. One day, he'll become a great ninja. Uraha showered praise without holding back, though in his heart he thought, how could Itachi possibly be cheerful and lively after being taken to the battlefield by his father at the age of 4? Mikoto nodded in agreement, and the two of them made their way to the main street, heading to the appointed spot to meet Kushina. The two women quickly fell into lively conversation and laughter. Uraha spotted Kakashi lurking in the shadows at a glance and yanked him out without hesitation. What are you doing? Kakashi replied irritably. As a member of the Umbu, how could he be exposed so openly? His mission was to guard from the shadows. What's the problem? We're all familiar faces here. And besides, have you forgotten to call me sensei? Kakashi could only shake his head hopelessly. Kakashi, you should know, once a teacher, always a father. Kakashi froze, staring at Uraha as if looking at a dead man, a murderous aura radiating from him. Mikoto glanced thoughtfully at Kakashi's covered left eye, but didn't dwell on it, since the higher-ups had already compromised anyway. What's this? Grown bolder, have you? Think you could take me on? Uraha's interest was piqued. He decided to let Kakashi experience a taste of this imposing aura now, lest in the future he be paralyzed by a mere glance from Orochimaru. Suddenly, Uraha's energy erupted. His long hair whipped about as if caught in a storm, and a violent purple aura engulfed the entire street. The ground cracked open in wide fissures. Nearby buildings groaned ominously and began to sway, sending people inside scrambling for safety, convinced an earthquake had struck. People on the street collapsed where they stood, some even fainting outright. Kakashi stumbled back several steps, body trembling as he stared at Uraha in terror, feeling nothing but utter despair. Though Uraha wasn't directly targeting him, the pressure was still overwhelming. Bang! Stop it! That hurts! That hurts! Uraha's bravado vanished in an instant as he crouched down, clutching his head, a huge bump already swelling there. Kushina, her fist still lightly smoking, retracted her hand. Sis, why'd you hit me? Look at Mikoto. Only then did Uraha remember there were 2 pregnant women present. He saw that Mikoto's face had gone deathly pale. Hurriedly, he took her hand and channeled his spiritual energy into her. Fugaku, I swear I'm not taking advantage of your wife. And only then did Mikoto begin to look better, letting out a long breath to show she was all right. Sorry, Mikoto-ne, I got carried away. I'll give Kakashi a proper lesson later. What does this have to do with me? This is entirely your fault. But this guy's gotten so strong. What is this power? Just the aura alone made me lose any will to fight. Uraha, you can't act so recklessly in public anymore. You're a jonin now. You're right, sis. I promise I'll never lose control like that again. Incredible. Kushina withstood my pressure completely. Was it the power of the Nine Tails? Or her unique constitution? Uraha pondered silently. After making amends, the four of them continued on their way. Meanwhile, members of the rude organization who witnessed the scene hurried to report everything to Danzo. Kakashi had become much more well-behaved, obediently addressing Uraha as sensei. Otherwise, he truly feared he might be beaten up by Uraha for failing the mission today. Even though he had already become a jonin, the gap between himself and Uraha only seemed to grow wider. Itachi ran into the woods, practicing his shuriken skills over and over again. He kept at it until late afternoon, when another figure appeared among the trees, Uchiha Shursui. It was only a day after Uraha's disappearance that Shursui began to attract widespread attention. People claimed he was a genius no less than Uraha himself. Now that Uraha had returned, the other great clans could hardly keep up, and the Hyuga clan, who had always been at odds with the Uchiha, found it even harder to hide their displeasure. The Uchiha clan was now at the height of its power. Many of its members had grown even more arrogant. Shursui, now only 8, had already started taking on missions outside the village. Gentle and kind by nature, Shursui was Itachi's closest friend. They often confided in each other. Itachi spoke about his encounter with Uraha earlier that day, rubbing his cheek where the swelling had finally gone down. All in all, Uraha really didn't seem like a good person. Shursui was a bit surprised. Uchiha Uraha had long been hailed as the strongest prodigy in all of Konoha, a legend in his own right, and the goal Shursui aspired to surpass. Itachi, could you introduce me to him? Shursui, you want to meet Uraha? He's been hanging around in front of my house all day lately. I see. That's great. Shursui could barely contain his excitement as he looked forward to tomorrow, eager to witness the so-called strongest with his own eyes. They wandered about until evening, when Kushina and Mikoto finally returned home, their spirits high. Poor Kakashi, under Uraha's tyrannical watch, had been forced to take on all the heavy lifting. Now he finally understood why Uraha had dragged him along. Big sister, you should go out with Mikoto more often. Of course, I only ever have this much fun when I'm with her. Kushina beamed with a sweet smile, while Kakashi looked utterly drained. He braced himself for more of these outings in the future. Mikoto covered her mouth, giggling quietly. She easily saw through Uraha's plan to tease Kakashi. Patting her stomach, she set off toward home. All right, things are different now, sis. Don't let Minato get carried away. That brat's asking for trouble. Kushina's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Uraha was as mischievous as ever. All Kakashi wanted now was a good rest. This kind of errand was far more exhausting than any mission outside the village. At home, Itachi listened intently as Fugaku recounted Uraha's past deeds. He never expected that, even before he was born, Uraha had served as his mother's protector. Gratitude welled up in his heart, and his feelings toward Uraha changed significantly. Several days later, Uraha was still perched in the tree outside the gate, keeping watch. Hearing footsteps approach from a distance, Uraha turned to see. Who was this child? Are you Uraha-senpai? And who might you be? Uraha tilted his head, asking. Hello, senpai. I'm Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, huh? The next generation's prodigy. Uraha leaped down, rubbing his chin as he circled Shursui a few times, then nodded thoughtfully. Shursui's gentle nature was quite similar to Minato's. Those eyes, there was something fox-like about them. Is that eyeshadow natural? Yes, senpai. Such a captivating look in your eyes. Oh my, irresistible. This senpai's personality truly was peculiar. So, what did you want to see me about? I was hoping to seek your guidance on ninjutsu. You're still a genin, aren't you? Yes, that's right. A bit weak, aren't you? Shursui could only respond with an awkward smile. Even though his talent was undeniable, he hadn't fully grown into his potential yet. What kind of ninjutsu do you want to learn? Actually, I just wanted to ask how you're able to shorten the time it takes to perform ninjutsu. Just practice your hand seals diligently. That's all there is to it. No, I've heard, senpai, that you never use hand seals when performing ninjutsu. A spark lit up in Shursui's eyes. He'd asked Itachi to look into Uraha's background. Itachi, being straightforward, had simply asked Fugaku, who had told him almost everything except for the crucial Mangekyo secrets. So, you even know that? Not bad. Most ninjutsu, indeed, don't require hand seals for me. Whether you could do it, though, depends on your talent. I'll demonstrate slowly, but if you can't learn it, you'll have to agree to one condition. Sure Sui sensed this wouldn't be anything good, but if he wanted to learn, and also learn more about Uraha's abilities, he had no choice but to go along. All right, senpai. Then let's begin. But what about Aunt Mikoto? Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone appeared instantly. They are problem solved. Sure Sui could only apologize, though he suspected that even Uraha's shadow clones were extremely powerful. Arriving at the training ground, Sure Sui watched Uraha's every move with rapt attention. Watch carefully. This is fire style, great fireball. Uraha placed his hand near his mouth, and a fireball 4 meters across burst forth. Sure Sui was thrilled. He really didn't need to form any hand seals. This is Earth style. He demonstrated dozens of ninjutsu in succession, but Sure Sui couldn't make heads or tails of it. There were no hand seals. How was he supposed to learn anything? No, wait. He wasn't here for a magic show. Senpai, how do you control your chakra? Focus on sensing the flow of your chakra, then keep holding onto that sensation. Before executing a jutsu, your body will naturally direct the chakra into the right combination, but it requires tremendous control over your chakra. This, Sure Sui, remember, a true ninja never uses hand seals, at most just a gesture. Had every ninja he'd met before been a fake? Sure Sui couldn't help but question his whole understanding of life, wearing a look that said, I haven't read enough books for you to trick me like this. Uraha, however, remained calm and unbothered. If there was anyone to blame, it was Sure Sui's lack of natural aptitude. Sure Sui, if you don't believe me, you can go ask the first Hokage or Madara, see if they ever used hand seals. Sure Sui's face darkened immediately. Asked 2 dead men, I really don't know what to do with you. Uraha began to demonstrate the water dragon bullet technique, gradually reducing the number of hand seals from 44 to just 3. He then simplified other complex jutsu, step by step, until some vanished entirely, while Sure Sui took careful notes as a diligent author might. I'll come find you in a week. If you haven't managed to simplify 5 jutsu by then, you'll have to fulfill a request of mine. Yes, sir, I'll do my best, Sure Sui replied earnestly. With a respectful bow, Sure Sui watched as Uraha vanished. He threw himself into his studies with even more determination, bringing Itachi along as well. With Uraha's approval, he was allowed to pass on this knowledge, but only to one other person. A week flew by, and Uraha returned as promised. To his surprise, Sure Sui had actually managed to simplify 3 jutsu, though each one had only been shortened by a single hand seal. So, it seems you didn't quite manage it after all, Uraha remarked. I'm ashamed. I couldn't meet your expectations, Sure Sui said, hanging his head in disappointment. Uraha, on the other hand, was pleased. If Sure Sui had actually completed the task, it would have been suspicious. After all, jutsu simplification wasn't that easy. Achieving 3 in a week was already a testament to his remarkable talent. Let's go. It's time for you to keep your promise. What do you need me to do, sir? No questions. You'll know when we get there. Having no choice, Sure Sui obediently followed. Uraha's presence didn't go unnoticed, especially among some of the young women nearby. We're here. Why are we at a clothing store, sir? To buy you some proper clothes, of course. Huh? Is Uraha-senpai being too generous with me? From his unreserved guidance to buy me clothes now, this is almost too much. Uraha browsed the racks casually, his discerning eye quickly picking out women's outfits that would fit Sure Sui. He chose 5 complete sets before finally leaving the store. The shop assistants were utterly disappointed. Could Uraha have a girlfriend? But all the clothes were clearly sized for children. Maybe he was into something odd, or perhaps it was just a hobby. Best not to overthink it. Sir, isn't this a bit much? Sure Sui swallowed hard, on the verge of fleeing, but Uraha's chilling glare rooted him to the spot. I think it's great. Just wait. You're about to get the full treatment. They bought wigs, lipstick, a complete set of cosmetics, a camera, children's shoes, and accessories like cat ears, bunny ears, and fox ears. When Uraha picked up an animal tail, he paused for a moment, noticing the string of beads attached. Oh my, if memory serves, these are used. Well, that way. Who'd have thought such things existed in this world, too? Do you have other styles of this, boss? Of course, of course. Young people these days really know how to have fun, huh? Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit of idle curiosity. The two of them laughed with a wicked glee. Truly birds of a feather. Kindred spirits who, after a single glance, were as close as brothers, immediately launching into an enthusiastic exchange of tips and tricks about various items. Sure Sui could only feel a chill creeping up his spine. Something was definitely off. These things were anything but ordinary. Fear rising from his gut, he bolted from the shop without a second thought. Uraha, however, remained utterly unfazed. Escaping from under his nose? Impossible. With everything sealed neatly away in a scroll, he strolled out of the shop at a leisurely pace, and in the very next instant, vanished without a trace. Phew, phew, phew. I should be in the clear now. Glancing back and seeing that Uraha wasn't in pursuit, Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief. That had been far too close for comfort. Cleared what? Care to fill me in? Why, wait. How did you get here so fast, senpai? Shui managed a smile more pitiful than tears. Shui, you're still too green. When it comes to short distances, my speed is every bit a match for the yellow flash. It seems you don't intend to play along nicely. Sharingan. In a flash, Shui lost control of his body, trailing after Uraha like a puppet on a string. Once they were outside the village, Uraha used wood release to conjure a cozy 2-story house with 3 bedrooms and a living room. Done in a matter of moments. He considered grabbing the tail but thought better of it. This was a child, after all. It would be far too cruel. Worried that Shui might even be driven to take his own life, he settled for dressing him up in outfit after outfit, the camera flashing relentlessly as Shui struck pose after pose. Shui, give me a cuter look? Yes, and put on those white stockings over there. Squeeze out a couple of tears, and try to look a bit more enchanting. Ah, perfect. Uraha was inwardly delighted. Just wait until years from now, when he could show these photos to Uchiha Itachi. Ah, splendid. After snapping more than enough pictures, he finally released the Genjutsu. Shui came to, finding himself in full girl's attire. He didn't panic. Instead, his first move was to check his body, only then letting out a sigh of relief. He remembered all too well the shopkeeper's bizarre descriptions of certain items. You should become an idol, Shui. I really think you have potential in that area. Damn it, senpai, you're going way too far. No. After all, I'm not exactly a demon, am I? Besides, being an idol would make you rich. Ha ha ha. He handed Shui a photo, nearly causing the boy to faint. In the picture, Shui sat with his legs wide apart, sporting a thoroughly ruined expression. I'll let you keep this one, along with the outfit. If you like them, they're yours. Farewell. Today was a lot of fun. Shui changed back into his own clothes, trembling as he left the house. The photos and outfits burned to ashes along with the house. He bore a weight too heavy to endure, having tasted firsthand the terror of being utterly at the mercy of Uraha's speed and Genjutsu. In his heart, he silently vowed to one day surpass Uraha's speed and to create the most powerful illusion technique the world had ever seen. It was this very obsession that forged the legend of Shunshin no Shui. During this time, Itachi noticed that Shui had changed, as if he were a different person, training harder than ever and becoming unusually quiet. Shui, what's wrong? It's nothing, I just realized how truly powerless I am. That's not like you at all. Have you met Uncle Yiyu already? Yes. Itachi, you must stay away from him. He's a terrifying man. Shui spoke to Itachi with utmost seriousness. Truly, the stronger one becomes, the stranger they are. Is he really that powerful? He is. But one day, I swear I'll surpass him and return all the pain he's given me. Shui gazed up at the sky, his head tilted at a 45-degree angle. He would never forget this humiliation. Someday, he would pay it back, no matter what. Even after burning the photographs. That image of himself, face streaked with tears, tongue out, utterly defeated, would still haunt his dreams at night, always followed by the mocking smile of Yiyu. Every night, he woke up in cold sweat. Was Shui really crushed by his uncle? He must be incredibly strong. Maybe Shui wants me to stay away because he's too strict. Worried I can't handle it? Itachi pondered the meaning behind Shui's words. Shui, your eyes. My eyes. Confused, Shui took off his forehead protector. Reflected in the metal plate were a pair of crimson eyes, the Sharingan. The very same eyes as that man. This was fantastic. So this is the Sharingan. It really does hold incredible power. Shui quickly deactivated his Sharingan. It was July in Konoha, the height of summer. Far away in the land of honey, Wuji finally managed to carve out some time for training. Governing a nation was proving far more challenging than he had ever imagined. Fortunately, Sarah had finally managed to gather her chakra and become a ninja, so he no longer had to worry so much about her safety. By now, though Sarah was still hesitant at times, she had already begun to show the poise of a queen. She was qualified, Wuji decided, and was definitely sending her to the Land of Rain for further study. Riding his sword, he swiftly arrived at the borders of the Land of Rain, and the moment he appeared, Nagato sensed his presence. He stood quietly atop a high tower, putting on a show. Keeping up appearances was so exhausting. To avoid being recognized, he had to keep acting nonstop. There wasn't even an Oscar to compete for here. Otherwise, he'd definitely throw an award ceremony. Sure enough, Wasn't long before Conan and Tendo Pain appeared before Yu. So, you still went through with his transformation. Yahiko will always be our leader. Why have you come here? I've established a small nation, but its queen isn't meeting my expectations. I'm hoping you'll let her stay with you to gain some experience. Nagato's face darkened immediately. What does this bastard take him for? Conan nearly lost her temper. This wasn't a school, nor a daycare. Don't worry, I'll pay tuition. If you're willing to join us, perhaps we can discuss helping you. Pain, Conan called out loudly, clearly displeased. So, you've even thought up a name for her. But for now, I have no intention of joining. The tuition is 20 million a year. Wuji watched Tendo Pain, but the corpse's face betrayed no emotion. 40 million, 80 million, 100 million. Just because you have money, you think you can do whatever you want. Conan couldn't hold it in any longer. Just thinking about how she'd been tricked out of 100 million by Wuji earlier made her liver ache. The Land of Rain was only just getting started, and funds were in extremely short supply. Sorry, but when you're rich, you really can do whatever you want. 150 million over 3 years. Nagato stated his bottom line. Wuji had just founded his own country, so he would definitely be strapped for cash. With this arrangement, his development would surely be slow, especially with the queen present. There was no doubt about it. Deal. But you have to guarantee the queen's safety, and don't try any tricks. How boring. Pain scoffed with disdain, and only then did Wuji feel at ease enough to leave. As soon as Wuji flew off, Conan anxiously asked, "Won't this leak our secrets?" "Don't worry, it's just about learning governance. I'm leaving the queen in your care." Wuji hurried all the way to Konoha. Uraha, who was in the middle of a mission, immediately sensed his approach and left behind a shadow clone to quietly slip into Konoha. Without saying a word, he immediately established a soul connection. It turned out his external avatar had already saved Rin, and even spirited away the Queen of Roran. No wonder there was nothing left but a dead city. What's more, he'd sent Sarah to the Land of Rain for further study. Then he learned about Minato stripping off his clothes and forcing him into women's attire. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he almost vomited from disgust. "Minato, you fiend," he swore to settle this score. It took quite a while before he calmed down. "So that's how it is. Take 2 boxes. If you want to become one of the 5 great nations, this amount of money is far too little. For now, just use it as a stopgap." "All right." Wuji took away 2 boxes, leaving 14 behind. Not bad, it should be enough for the time being, though money would surely be even tighter in the future. When he arrived at the borders of the Land of Rain, he didn't hesitate. He tossed over 500 million. "I hope you'll put real effort into teaching her for this 50 million. Rest assured we will." Pain gave Sarah a cool glance. So this was the queen of Wuji's country? This guy really was loaded. Maybe he should have asked for more? Sarah was furious. She'd been brought here without a word, though the sensation of flying had been quite exhilarating. When she learned that 500 million had been spent for her sake, she was so shocked she couldn't speak. She'd never imagined she was worth so much. She was determined to study hard. She said nothing, keeping her head down behind Wuji. Everyone here was just too intimidating. "From now on, you'll stay with Conan. She'll teach you well." "Yes, teacher." Sarah quickly bowed. "I'm not your teacher. This is just a transaction." Pain's cold expression left Sarah at a loss. "Understand." Sarah gazed quietly at the beautiful woman before her, who looked to be about her own age. Dressed in a black cloak embroidered with red clouds, with hair the shade of pale blue-violet and a delicate light purple paper. Flower pinned to her head. Though no one knew what material it was made of, even soaked by the rain, it remained perfectly intact. The person with purple eyes wore the same attire, exuding an intimidating presence that made others wary. "Sarah, make sure you study hard here. I'll be leaving now." "Yes." The gloomy, rainy weather here made it hard for Sarah to breathe. The atmosphere was simply too oppressive. Returning to the Land of Honey, Wuji wanted to indulge her fantasy of being queen like Ganglin, but she worried about revealing her true identity. If she sent Sarah there, Obito would surely investigate the country. So, she had no choice but to select an interim regent to rule the nation for the time being. After a round of selection, she chose a middle-aged man. His only task was to keep the country running smoothly. Wuji brought in a massive influx of funds, instantly improving the quality of life for the people. Many more enlisted in the military. In Konoha, Makoto Uchiha was nearing her due date. Fugaka grew increasingly anxious, setting aside all his affairs to patiently await the birth of their child. "Clan leader, have you decided on a name for the baby?" "I have. He'll be called Uchiha Sasuke. I remember the 3rd Hokage's father was also named Sarutobi Sasuke. It's just a coincidence." "Yeah." Uraha let out a cold, knowing chuckle. This name revealed Fugaka's high hopes for Sasuke. It seemed he hadn't abandoned his ambition for the Hokage's seat. And what would the third Hokage think of this? No wonder, later on, the third agreed to wipe out the clan. Meanwhile, Kakashi was once again at the memorial stone, confiding in Rin's memory. Unintentionally, he mentioned Kushina's approximate due date, and Obito, hidden in the shadows, overheard him. A plan began to take shape in his mind. He would use the Nine Tails to strike Konoha. If he succeeded, the village would suffer a devastating blow. Only by severing the ties of this world could he create a new one. Kakashi, thank you. Kakashi suddenly turned around. Just now, he felt as though someone had been watching him, a presence that felt eerily familiar. With Sasuke's birth, the entire Fugaka household was filled with joy. Itachi, for the first time in ages, let a genuine smile appear and, with permission, held Sasuke in his arms, brimming with happiness. Uraha observed Sasuke thoughtfully. Indra's chakra, or rather, his soul, was within this child. Uraha, is there something wrong? No, nothing at all. With such a strong foundation, Sasuke is bound to achieve great things in the future. Uraha replied offhandedly. Fugaku's face darkened. Why did Uraha sound just like one of those fortune-telling charlatans? But Mikoto's curiosity was piqued. Then what about Itachi? What do you see? Uraha pretended to size Itachi up seriously and declared, he's poisonous. What does that mean? He'll give his father a hard time one day. Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi were all left dumbfounded, glancing at each other in confusion. Uraha, that's not a very funny joke. Believe me or not, clan leader, that's up to you. One day, you'll understand the meaning of my words. Ieyu revealed a meaningful, enigmatic smile. Fugaku would never believe that Itachi would betray him. Out of everyone, Itachi was the one he trusted the most. Ever since Itachi was a child, he'd never once given him cause for worry. I should get going now. Goodbye, Mikoto. This child, honestly. Fugaku glanced at Itachi. While he thought it was impossible, Ieyu's words lingered in his mind. Ieyu was simply too mysterious, as though everything was within his grasp. He went straight to the Hokage's office and directly requested Minato to assign him to protect Kushina. Minato agreed gladly. With Ieyu involved, there was no way anything could go wrong. After all, Ieyu had awakened the Mangekyo and could strongly suppress the Nine Tails. But every time he saw Minato, he couldn't help but remember the incident with the cross-dressing. Not long ago, he'd even set up Shursui in a similar way. Both were 8 years old at the time, and now thinking about it, felt as uncomfortable as swallowing a fly. Gradually, he was beginning to understand how Shursui must have felt. Still, that was ages ago. There was no need to dwell on it. At least he hadn't suffered as much as Shursui. Minato, there's something I want to discuss with you. And Minato's gesture, the hidden Umbu, quietly withdrew. What is it? I want to get rid of Danzo. Ieyu, Danzo is the darkness beneath Konoha. This isn't possible. Minato objected at once. Taking out Danzo was no laughing matter. Could someone like that really be removed so easily? If Root went rogue, it would be the biggest upheaval in Konoha's history. Not even if I use overwhelming force. Or how about this? You strip Danzo of his position, and I'll take over Root. With the two of us working together, our combined brilliance could unite the world. Minato was both amused and exasperated by Ieyu's antics. Right now, all the major clans were wary of the Uchiha, and Danzo's position had been personally established by the second Hokage. The two advisors and the third Hokage would never agree to this. That won't work either. Even the Hokage has no authority over Root unless Danzo steps down willingly. Then I'll just use my Mangekyo to make him end himself. Are you here to mess with me today? How did you know? Ieyu blurted out without thinking. Minato could only look helplessly at the ceiling. He knew Danzo was hostile toward the Uchiha, and it was precisely because Ieyu knew too much that he wanted to get rid of Danzo so badly. If you don't object, I'll take that as your consent. I'll go deal with Danzo right now. Come back here. Jeez, why do you have to yell so loud? Ieyu obediently walked back. Danzo is nothing but a parasite eating away at Konoha. I really don't understand why you keep him around. All the intelligence we have so far only shows Danzo conducting shady experiments. He hasn't actually harmed Konoha's interests yet. What a headache. I could solo Root all by myself. Ieyu, you're being too hasty. Where's your usual calm composure? Ieyu's body trembled slightly as he forced himself to calm down. Ever since he'd come out, he'd been restless and impulsive. Was it because he'd been holding back for too long? Looks like I really need to reflect on myself. Possessing such overwhelming power left Ieyu somewhat lost in himself. His speed rivaled even the Reikage. His strength surpassed that of the Sage mode of Mount Myaboku. His ocular abilities went beyond an ordinary Mangekyo he had mastered. Numerous Sage arts and techniques, and he possessed not only the Sharingan, but also 5 other Kekkei Genkai. After acquiring the Wind spiritual root, he had successfully unlocked Ice Release, and even achieved an out-of-body avatar technique. Seeing Yiyu deep in thought, Minato felt genuinely gratified. This was the brother he remembered. Lately, Yiyu had been too restless. It was only after a long silence that Yiyu finally spoke. Minato, I'd really like to keep a low profile, but my strength just won't allow it. Minato nearly choked on his own breath, coughing up blood in exasperation. Yiyu waved his hand regretfully. With the Sage of Six Paths absent, and both Madara and Hashirama gone, he was probably the strongest now. He wondered how far Nagato had developed the Rinnegan by this point. If it weren't for the 5 Kage attacking together, Yiyu truly believed he would never find himself in any real danger. Some jutsu really were monstrous, though. Take the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, for example. Any technique that dragged both sides down together was nothing to take lightly. All right, jokes aside, I'll take time to reflect. After all, the world isn't just made up of the 5 great nations. I'm glad you understand. I'll make sure to protect Kushina, too. Good. That puts my mind at ease. But now, I'd like you to take up the position of Umbu Commander. I accept. Yiyu's status rose once again. The former Umbu Commander had challenged him to a match, and Minato had agreed. Many squad leaders from the Umbu came to watch, including Yiyu's former captain, who was among them. Everyone could tell that Yiyu is still very young. Behind the cat-faced mask, Yiyu's Sharingan fixed its gaze on the commander, codenamed Yamaoni. Begin, Minato commanded. In the blink of an eye, Yiyu vanished from everyone's sight. The Umbu gasped in shock as Night Owl appeared behind Yamaoni. Such speed, only the yellow flash could keep up. Yamaoni, sword strapped to his back, instinctively blocked Yiyu's punch with precise timing. Even if his eyes couldn't follow, his battle instincts compelled him to react. But, unfortunately, you still can't block my punch. Just as everyone thought Yiyu would pull back, his fist didn't pause for a moment. The blade shattered into fragments, crashing onto Yamaoni's back. Yamaoni felt as if his internal organs were about to be torn apart by the impact. A crater exploded in the ground. Yamaoni coughed up blood and was defeated in a single move. This was the first time since Yiyu's return that Minato had seen him in action, and how closely his style resembled the Raikage. The fist, after all, was the best weapon. Night Owl is victorious. From now on, Night Owl will serve as commander. Yes, sir. Here, only strength spoke. The squad leaders lifted Yamaoni up and began tending to his wounds. To defeat the previous commander with just a single blow, there could be no doubt Yiyu was a Kage-level powerhouse. Please look after me from now on. Yes, sir. News of Uraha's appointment as the head captain quickly reached Fugaku, signaling that the higher-ups were beginning to accept the Uchiha clan. This brought even more joy to the Uchiha, but Danzo was furious. Becoming the head captain meant gaining access to the very core of Konoha. To defeat the former head captain in just one move. Orochimaru, you've truly found yourself an exceptional student. When a student grows this powerful, any teacher would be proud. A master should always hope their student will surpass them. Despite these words, Orochimaru's cold, sinister smile betrayed no hint of joy. To Danzo, this was a threat, and to himself as well. Uraha's strength had reached such formidable heights. It was impressive, no doubt. Yet, what would happen if master and student were ever forced to cross blades? The thought lingered, mixed with anticipation over just how far Uraha might go. Orochimaru, who had once dismissed the Sharingan, now found himself coveting it because of Uraha. Their first encounter when Uraha activated the Sharingan against him left a deep impression. No wonder an Uchiha who awakened their eyes became an elite instantly. As Kushina's due date drew closer, Uraha's demeanor grew ever more serious. The playful air was gone, replaced by a forbidding aura that made Kushina uneasy. Isn't Uraha being a bit too serious? She wondered aloud. No, came the reply. Your delivery is a top secret. If enemy nations were to find out, they'd surely try to sabotage it. Not only that, we might face threats we haven't even imagined. Kushina murmured, worry clouding her face. Being a Jinchuriki was a lonely, thankless burden. That night, Uraha moved straight into Minato's home, never letting down his guard for a second. With his Sharingan open, Uraha entered Kushina's inner world once more. The Nine-Tails bare its fangs at him. Remember, don't cause any trouble. When I get angry, even I'm scared of what I might do. You damned Uchiha brat. The Nine-Tails muttered, slowly closing its eyes. With a cold snort, it faded into darkness. For the mightiest of tailed beasts to be treated this way was a humiliation it could hardly bear. One day, the fox vowed this kid would pay the price. October arrived at last. Kushina could give birth at any moment, so she was transferred to the very place where Uzumaki Mito had once become the Nine-Tails host, protected by a barrier set up by the first Hokage himself. The barrier was secured, with a squad of ANBU standing guard outside the mountain cave. Uraha took his post right at the entrance. Inside, only 4 people remained: the midwife, her assistant, Minato, and Kushina. Uraha handed Minato a scroll containing the formula for the gate of the great god. If the Nine-Tails emerges, and I'm not here, use this to suppress it immediately. The days passed in tense silence, until finally the date of Naruto's birth arrived. Uraha waited, knowing Obito's arrival was imminent. As the waning moon rose, Kushina's anguished cries echoed through the cave. Minato, hands pressed to the seal, broke into a cold sweat, trembling with every scream. I've never heard Kushina scream in pain this loud before. Is everything really going to be all right? Minato asked weakly, his liver aching. It's all right. Your top priority is to keep an eye on the Nine-Tails seal. The midwife's calm composure eased Minato's anxiety somewhat, but the agonized screams still sent a chill down his spine. All his usual composure was gone, though thankfully the Nine-Tails showed no signs of struggling. But, as the 4th Hokage, you can't afford to panic like this. Yeah, I understand. He took a deep breath, steadying himself, while the Nine-Tails narrowed its eyes, waiting patiently for the right moment, for Minato to let his guard down. Outside the door, Yoru detected the commotion. He rose and stood atop the roof. 6 people? What's going on? Did Obito bring reinforcements? He leapt down, landing on the water surface, and fixed his gaze on the 6 figures. The most difficult of the pains has arrived. In the presence of a god, all resistance is futile. This time, the 5 pains who had come weren't wearing their signature cloud-embroidered cloaks, but simple black coats. Now was not the time for the Akatsuki to reveal themselves. Their eyes were hidden in shadow, but Obito's mask was unmistakable. Yoru decided to strike first. Activating his lava release chakra mode, molten rocks surged across his body as he charged straight at the enemy. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous force repelled Yoru, sending him flying. He hadn't expected Obito to bring all 6 paths of pain, yet there was still one missing. Nagato was secretly alarmed. If Madara hadn't warned him about Yoru's speed, he might not have activated the Shinra Tensei in time. Interesting, but still too weak. Yoru dusted himself off. The eruption of ocular power had shattered the lava armor completely. As expected, Big Brother would be the biggest obstacle to their plan. Even with all that ocular power, Nagato couldn't harm Yoru. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. A thick fog enveloped the river, and the 5 immediately took up defensive stances. 2 seconds. In a flash, a single sword strike split the human path cleanly in 2. Yoru flicked the cold blood from Tenbiryu. The first one. A cold, emotionless voice rang out. Deva Path dispersed the mist with a Shinra Tensei. Space contracts to an inch. Yoru tapped his fingers, and strange stones appeared underfoot, cloaking everyone in a Genjutsu array. The remaining 5 saw the scenery around them suddenly warp, and instantly realized they'd fallen into an illusion, spinning in circles within the twin arrays. Madara. I know. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Just as they broke free from the illusion, Yoru was already upon them. Chidori. A 5-meter bolt of lightning shot from his right arm, solid and crackling, more like a spear illuminating the entire canyon. The Preta Path didn't even have time to absorb the attack before it was skewered, dying instantly and irreversibly. Obito nearly cursed aloud. What did you call this, Chidori? Then what would Kakashi's be called? The difference was like a toothpick versus a wooden club. At this moment, Nagato finally realized the gravity of the situation. They had just begun, and already 2 of the pains had been lost. At this pace, there was simply no way to defend against it. For a moment, he felt at a loss. If he unleashed his full power, he risked exposing himself. Yet Shirato's attack speed was no match for Uraha's. He had to wait for the right opportunity. Since awakening the Rinnegan, this was the most troublesome opponent he had ever faced. There were absolutely no weaknesses to be found. The King of Hell, summoned by the Naraka Path, was gnawing on the 2 corpses, and before long, the human path and Preta Path were revived, restored to perfect condition. What a nuisance. It seemed the Naraka Path had to be eliminated first. Obito reappeared, phasing up from underground. Damn, he could do that too? Without hesitation, Uraha launched an attack. Seeing Uraha repeat his earlier move, the 4 quickly shielded the Naraka Path. Uraha swung a punch at the Deva Path, whose black rod extended from the palm to meet Uraha's fist, only to shatter on impact. Eyes wide in disbelief, the Deva Path was sent flying by a close-range body slam, crashing through a swath of trees. Obito seized the moment and attempted to use Kamui. If he could just touch Uraha, he could drag him into the other dimension. Sensing the danger behind him, Uraha's Temburyu technique sliced past Obito's head, and his entire form passed through Obito's body. What a disgusting ability, Uraha thought as he was beset on all sides. He grew curious. What would happen if the Predapath tried to absorb his power? Deciding to feign a weakness, he allowed the Predapath to seize him. The Predapath immediately began absorbing, only for vines and leaves to sprout from its body, which then turned to stone, becoming one with nature. How dull, Uraha remarked. The Deva Path rushed back, and the four wielded their black rods, launching an assault on Uraha. He watched them calmly. Haven't you realized? Attacks like yours don't even faze me. He easily snapped the Predapath's arms, stretching his limbs as if just warming up. Then he noticed the Shurado's head beginning to glow, and even Uraha felt a chill. Perhaps he had underestimated pain. A laser cannon shot skyward, unleashing a dazzling white light. Even villagers far off in Konoha could see the spectacle, and Minato, hidden within his cave, sensed the danger. Uraha was fighting. Hey, what's that? Looks like some kind of powerful ninjutsu. You gotta be kidding. That beam could probably cut right through Konoha, couldn't it? Is Nagato okay? Cough, don't worry, I strengthened it 100-fold just in case. I bet that guy's taken some damage, he replied. Even as he spoke, Nagato, still concealed among the trees, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his chakra in disarray. Shurado's attack was meant for single-target destruction, with terrifying penetrating force. As the light faded, a giant appeared overhead. A silver-white Susanoo descended, its Tengu armor heavy and imposing. Its defense was obvious, even without looking closely. He actually blocked it. It wasn't just Obito. Even Nagato's true body wore a look of utter disbelief. What was this thing? That was close. Without this, I might really have been finished. Yu tried to sound casual, but inside, he was trembling. He had only just managed to block the attack by using the Uchiha Tengu's Susanoo. Even so, part of Susanoo had been shattered before it could repair itself. If only he had the Yata mirror, things would be different. So it was true. Big Brother had awakened the Mangekyo. Was this the power of the dual Mangekyo? Amaterasu. Shinra Tensei. The divine sword and the force of Shinra Tensei collided with a furious intensity, both sides pouring more and more power into their eyes. Blood began to stream from Yiyu's eyes, and the same happened to Nagato. The explosion's force shook the entire valley, a testament to the terrifying strength of their opponent. Minato grew even more anxious. Naruto, hang in there. Kushina, be strong. No one expected a real enemy to show up. Now all they could hope for was that Naruto would be born soon. Heavy, ragged breaths escaped through Yiyu's nose. He hadn't expected Nagato to have developed his abilities to such an extent. Under Susanoo's protection, Yiyu looked drained. He had just spent every ounce of strength he had, only for Nagato to withstand it. Nagato, encased in a tree of paper, looked like he'd been hollowed out, reduced to skin and bones, his eyes sunken deep into his skull. Konan gazed at him in worry. Both sides needed to gather their powers anew. Susanoo shrank back down to an ordinary skeletal form, the divine sword now several sizes smaller. Obito activated his Mangekyo and charged toward the cave. Yiyu dispelled Susanoo and returned to his normal state, relying on his speed to block Obito's path. Obito, unfazed, simply phased through Yiyu's body and continued forward. That bastard. Obito had no intention of fighting. Pain followed closely behind, breaking into the cave as well. Baby cries echoed against the walls. The newborn was being wiped with warm water and wrapped in clothes. Yiyu stepped between Minato and the intruders. Minato, take everyone and go now. Yiyu, don't worry. They won't be able to do anything to me. Minato nodded. There was no more time to waste. Obito attacked without warning. Trying to snatch someone from me? Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force slammed Yiyu into the wall. How could this guy recover so quickly? The other three pains lay collapsed on the ground. Their chakra had all been transferred to the Deva Path. The sheer amount was astonishing. Though unhurt, Yiyu was pinned in the wall, giving Obito the opening he needed. He struck the midwife aside and reached for Naruto, while Pain moved to attack Kushina. Yiyu was caught in a desperate dilemma. A thunderous explosion roared. Yiyu was now barely 20 centimeters from Obito, the sword of Tenpuryu pressed against Obito's neck, while Obito's finger hovered at baby Naruto's forehead. Uchiha Yiyu, you truly are a formidable opponent. But I think someone else has already arrived at your family's courtyard, haven't they? If you don't stop now, I can't guarantee your family's safety. Yiyu's pupils contracted sharply. No wonder he hadn't seen the animal path. It was all part of their plan. His parents would never be able to stop Pain. The air grew still, the only sound in the cave, now the piercing cries of newborn Naruto. Uraha, stand down. No. As your Hokage, that's an order. Minato regained his usual composure. He couldn't allow Uraha's parents to get hurt for Naruto's sake. Wait. Obito. Just as he leaned in to whisper something to Obito was already in shock. Did Big Brother recognize him? How could that be possible? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from Kushina as the Nine Tails broke free from its cage. The beast had shattered the seal. This bastard actually dared to stir up such chaos. Damn it. Fiery red chakra took form, bursting through the cave. Uraha instantly called forth Susanoo to shield everyone. With his goal achieved, Obito hurled Naruto aside and bolted out of the cave to seize control of the Nine Tails. Uraha caught Naruto and handed him over to Minato. Summoning Jutsu, the four pains dissolved into smoke. Get back, quickly. Cradling Naruto, Kushina and Uraha rested a hand on Minato's shoulder, and with the flying Thunder God Jutsu, they all returned to Konoha. Uraha raced home at full speed, while Minato settled Kushina and donned the Hokage's ceremonial cloak. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Kushina's face was deathly pale. Weakly, she gave a reply, clutching Naruto as tears streamed down her cheeks. With clenched fists and burning rage, Uraha appeared in Konoha. Obito had summoned the Nine Tails, and below, the ninja stared in disbelief at its eyes. Those unmistakable Sharingan, the signature of the Uchiha clan. Transform, Enma. As you wish. The third Hokage reacted instantly, summoning Enma, who transformed into the legendary adamantine staff. With a mighty blow, he drove the rampaging Nine Tails out of the village. As expected of the third Hokage. Enraged, the Nine Tails began forming an enormous tailed beast bomb, ready to fire. Shinra Bansho Barrier. Unfurling a scroll, the colossal tailed beast bomb rapidly unraveled, and the Nine Tails' heads and tails were pinned to the ground by the massive red gate. Thank you, Uraha. He can even use that barrier. Big Brother's would release really is formidable. Minato pursued Obito. The fourth Hokage is here. But isn't that the first Hokage's barrier technique? Outside the village, Obito and Minato were locked in a fierce standoff. Meanwhile, Uraha confronted Pain. By the time he arrived, his parents had been wounded by Pain, though not fatally. After taking a powerful healing pill, their faces regained some color. This Uraha fellow has strange abilities. Be on your guard, Nobuhiro warned, realizing that even the Sharingan's illusions were useless against these foes. I understand, father. Take mother and go now. Son, this is too dangerous. Trust me, I'll be fine. In the end, Nobuhiro chose to believe in his son and escaped with Meiwi. You really know how to make trouble for me, don't you? Did you really think I couldn't find your true body? You actually know? 6 pairs of sage eyes, do you think I'm a fool? Besides, these puppets don't even have body heat. As he spoke, Uraha picked up the shattered black rod and plunged it into himself. His eyes snapped open, gazing north and south, and following the chakra, he pinpointed Nagato's location. What a terrifying opponent. What's wrong with Nagato? He's found our position. Let's leave. Our mission is complete. Yes. Without hesitation, Konan took Nagato and made their escape. Next time, you won't be so lucky, Uchiha Uraha. With that threat, Pain withdrew. Uraha let out a couple of cold chuckles. If this weren't Minato's beloved village, and he didn't want to add to its suffering, he would have made sure to keep Tendo Pain here today. He doubted Nagato could have stayed calm then. Meanwhile, Minato had already used the second stage of Flying Thunder God to wound Obito, breaking his control over the Nine Tails. As the Nine Tails awoke, it found itself pinned beneath the gate of the Great God. Enraged, it actually began to struggle free. Obito retreated, only to run into Uraha, who had just arrived. I'll beat you up again next time. How ridiculous. Your space-time jutsu really is a pain, but I can attack at high speed for 3 hours straight. How long can you stay intangible? A wave of helplessness washed over Obito. Uraha's body was so formidable. It was like facing the third Raikage himself. Almost without weakness, an existence that shouldn't even be possible. The old fear of being overpowered crept back into his mind. When he arrived, to Uraha's exasperation, Minato had already used the dead demon consuming seal. The Nine-Tail's strength was far beyond Uraha's expectations. It could break free from. The Gate of the Great God. Was his own technique too weak? Uraha wondered. The first Hokage could suppress even the wild 10 Tails, yet he couldn't hold down even a wild 9 Tails. Holding Kushina and Naruto, his heart was filled with pain. Kushina's body was simply too frail to bear the Nine Tails' power any longer. Nine Tails, it seems you didn't take my words to heart. A chilling aura filled the air, causing the atmosphere to crystallize with frost. The Nine Tails turned and looked at Uraha with utter disdain. Foolish brat, how could I ever submit to mere humans? The Mangekyo spun, and once again, the Nine Tails was forced under control. Minato, why are you in such a hurry to die? Couldn't you just wait for me? Kushina, she can't hold on much longer. Even if we reseal the Nine Tails now, it's already too late. As he spoke, Minato's eyes brimmed with tears. It's all right, Minato. I'm happy. You really are a troublemaker. You know that? He took out the dragon pearl and had Kushina swallow it, then created an ice coffin. What's this? This is a dragon pearl. It can preserve a glimmer of hope for Kushina. Once I refine it to the 5th tier, no, in this case, it'll probably need to be 6th tier, she'll recover. Really? Of course. So why are you in such a rush to sacrifice yourself? The scene became unbearably awkward because in Minato's understanding, as well as that of the entire ninja world, when a Jinchuriki loses their tailed beast, death is inevitable. Kushina's condition was even more dire, if not for the formidable vitality of the Uzumaki clan and her lingering attachment to this world. She would have long since passed away. The thought of losing Kushina was simply intolerable. Minato even felt the urge to follow her into death. What a disgrace. What should I do? I need help, urgently. Right now, Minato's embarrassment was almost palpable. Uraha, is there a way to undo the dead demon-consuming seal? Kushina grabbed Uraha's arm, her voice trembling with anxiety. Minato's soul is already bound to the cross, destined to be devoured by the Reaper. For now, I have no means to deal with the god of death. Is that so? Despair filled Kushina's eyes. However, it is still possible to extract Minato's soul from the Reaper's stomach. The problem is his body carries not only the stench of death, but more crucially, the mark of the Reaper itself. Without erasing that, there's no way to bring him fully back to life. Uraha's right eye, with its special ability, could see what ordinary people could not, the Reaper looming ominously behind Minato. It was a grotesque and chilling sight. Minato himself could feel the impatient hunger of the Reaper, eager to claim his soul. So there truly is no way. Kushina, don't lose heart. Minato gently embraced Kushina, feeling her life force ebbing away faster with each passing moment. Don't worry, I'll bring Minato back. I'll go to the Pure Land myself. You will, Uraha. Trust me. The two looked at Uraha with deep gratitude. This little brother truly deserved their faith. For now, let's seal the other half of the Nine Tails inside Naruto. Yes, Uraha, please protect Naruto. Don't worry, there will come a day when you're reunited. But first, I need something from the Nine Tails. Sparks of lightning danced in Uraha's hand as he sliced off 2 of the Nine Tails' tails, sealing them inside Kushina's body. This will buy them all a little more time. Let's begin. With their final words of farewell spoken, Kushina's soul began to leave her body. Tomb of the Void. Uraha's eyes glowed with immense power. Suddenly, he appeared to grasp something invisible. Minato guessed it must be Kushina's soul. With a force of will, Uraha anchored the soul within Kushina's body. Soul lock. Black sealing marks appeared around Kushina's neck. This was the art of the sage. Uraha, what is this? I've stopped my sister's soul from passing to the Pure Land and sealed it within her body. I never imagined such a thing was possible. Thanks to the power of my right eye, I can see souls, touch them, and even seal them within my eye. This technique is called the Tomb of the Void. Uraha spoke calmly. Kushina and Naruto are in your hands now. Go on without worry. I will raise your wife as my own. The once stifling mood was eased by Uraha's words. Trusting that Uraha would succeed, he decided to treat this as a long, deep sleep, and a happy smile bloomed on his face. Actually, before I used the Reaper Death Seal, I kept hearing a voice urging me to use it, and before he could finish, Uraha watched as Minato's soul was devoured by the Shinigami. As expected, something was off. Was this the world's will correcting itself? And this Shinigami was odd too, behaving like a program set to run in advance. It seems I'm still not strong enough. I don't yet have the power to return safely from the Pure Land. Uraha murmured to himself as he picked up the wailing baby Naruto. Once again, he summoned an ice coffin, gently placing Minato's body inside. The two of them lay there, as if merely resting in a peaceful slumber. Inside Naruto, the Nine Tails, now missing 2 tails, rampaged furiously against the seal. No matter how desperately it tried, it couldn't make the slightest dent. Curse you, Uchiha! Having lost 2 tails and with the Een half gone, the Nine Tails felt utterly incomplete. The 2 bare stubs at its rear looked ridiculously ugly. After sealing the coffin, Uraha prepared to store it in the trial tower. After all, the 2 were now little more than lifeless remains. It was only then that the third Hokage arrived, belated and out of breath. He fixed his gaze on Uraha, and the Umbu around him watched their captain nervously. Xiao had been an undeniable witness to this whole battle. Some even suspected that it was Uraha who had unleashed the Nine Tails. Uraha, what are you doing? I'm protecting the bodies of Sister Kushina and Brother Minato. Are they both gone? The third asked sadly. He had always seen Minato as a beacon of hope. Now, husband and wife had both perished. No, they're only sleeping for now. One day, they'll wake again. Ah, the third sighed deeply, believing that Uraha simply couldn't accept their deaths. Do you know who the intruder was? I know, but unfortunately, it's not someone you could handle. Uraha's tone was calm, betraying no emotion. I will take care of Minato and Kushina's bodies. As far as the world is concerned, let me known that they died. Could it be that they weren't really dead? But looking at them, there was no sign of life at all. Will Minato's child become the next Jinchuriki? Yes. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'll take care of him. No, that's unacceptable. Everyone turned toward the voice. There, Danzo hobbled in, leaning heavily on his cane, arriving late, as always. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki cannot be handed over to the Uchiha clan. The chaos just now was undoubtedly caused by the Uchiha. Danzo's words were hard to refute, for everyone had seen the Sharingan reflected in the Nine-Tails' eyes, and most agreed with him. If such an incident happened again, there might not be another fourth Hokage to save them. That's why I believe the Nine-Tails should be under our supervision. The fourth Hokage personally ordered me to take care of Uzumaki Naruto. As the captain of the Umbu, it's only natural for me to carry out the Hokage's command. I suspect you're the one who controlled the Nine-Tails. Danzo, the third Hokage barked out sternly. Although the Nine-Tails had indeed been manipulated, it could not possibly have been Uraha. The evidence left on the battlefield outside the village made that clear. I don't believe it was Uraha. However, the culprit must be a member of the Uchiha clan. Uraha, do you know who it is? I don't, but I'm certain they possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. Both Danzo and the third Hokage couldn't help but think of Madara, though that seemed unlikely. If the culprit had the Mangekyo, didn't that mean Uraha possessed it too? Even if it was the fourth Hokage's order, I doubt the entire Konoha leadership will ever agree to this. Uchiha Uraha, you should hand over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Uraha's brow furrowed. Indeed, no one would feel at ease in such a situation. If that was the case, then he would simply protect Naruto from the shadows. I can hand over Naruto, but only on the condition that he grows up like any normal child. While his identity remains hidden, I don't want any rumors about the nine-tailed demon fox or monster following him. I will issue the order. I still think he should be placed under my strict supervision. Danzo narrowed his eyes. If he could control the Nine-Tails, it would bring him even closer to the Hokage's seat. The third Hokage was equally displeased, but it was already a significant concession for Uraha to compromise at all. It showed his deep concern for the village. It was thanks to Uraha and Minato that Konoha's losses have been kept to a minimum. I'll say it one more time. Don't push your luck, or I'll kill you. A terrifying pressure filled the room. The Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, and the Umbu members were shaken to the core. Sweat soaked even the youngest among them. Danzo nearly toppled over, forced to retreat step by step. I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. If I ever hear words like Demon Fox again, I'll kill you where you stand. You dare to threaten me? Danzo was both shocked and furious, amazed at Uraha's power, enraged that Uraha held him in such contempt. Trash. Anyone who disagrees, step forward. The Umbu stood silent as statues. Danzo gave a subtle signal, and 4 rude operatives immediately launched an attack. Danzo, what are you doing? The third Hokage couldn't hold back any longer. Couldn't Danzo see that Uraha was grieving Minato and Kushina's passing? The Sharingan flashed with a crimson glow. In a blur of lightning, Uraha darted past the 4 attackers and returned to his original position. Their heads fell to the ground, one after another. Uraha gently cradled little Naruto in one arm, while the lightning on his sword faded away. Uraha, as Umbu captain, has murdered 2 Root Squad leaders and elite members. Arrest him for trial, Danzo pronounced coldly, eager to pin any crime he could on Uraha. Uraha responded with a chilling smile. Did any of you see anything? The entire group from the Umbu shook their heads, feeling a chill run down their spines. All Night Feather did was channel some chakra for a bit of neck therapy. No one saw him actually strike at the man's throat. You all, Hiruzen, at least you should. What just happened? Did a big black rat just scurry past? Perhaps it was his own fault for bringing too few people. In a fit of frustration, he tossed aside his cane and left. Only then did Night Feather collect the body into the trial tower, entrusting Naruto to the third Hokage. I hope they grow up healthy, but if I hear any gossip, I'll have the foundation replaced. Night Feather, Danzo only acts for the sake of Konoha's safety. I've seen his ambition. I don't want my sister's child to suffer for it. Otherwise, I could never forgive myself. Once things settle down, I'll take care of him. Sigh. I guess that's all we can do. Night gave way to dawn. Konoha was busy tending to the civilians and shinobi who had perished because of the Nine-Tails rampage. The village was steeped in grief. At the memorial stone, ninjas mourned the loss of the fourth Hokage and Kushina. Everyone kept a deliberate, safe distance from Nightfeather. After all, the chaos of the Nine-Tails was rumored to be connected to the Uchiha. Glancing once at the empty grave, Nightfeather turned and left, the crowd parting silently to let him pass. The third Hokage sifted through the intelligence Nightfeather had provided. He hadn't expected it to connect back to the Land of Rain. But after hearing Nightfeather's description of an extraordinarily powerful figure involved, Hiruzen abandoned any thought of further action. Konoha couldn't withstand more turmoil. Classified as an S-rank secret, Nightfeather remained the Umbu commander, answering directly to the Hokage. The two advisors had no more to say, and with Hiruzen's assurance that Nightfeather was uninvolved, they had little choice but to trust him. Nightfeather ran into Shibi and Choza. Nightfeather, please don't let this trouble you. We've always believed in you. Thank you. Still, there's nothing to be done. Things may only get more complicated from here. That's why you need to be prepared. Nightfeather nodded and left alone. Once again, Danzo tried to push for relocating the Uchiha's power away from the village. This time, no one opposed him, further deepening the Uchiha's resentment. He visited the hospital, saw that the doctors were taking good care of Naruto, and left. In a few months, Naruto would likely be sent to the orphanage. Kakashi came to question Nightfeather, but Nightfeather offered little explanation, simply urging Kakashi to keep training hard. The news of the fourth's death spread quickly. Shinobi lamented Minato's fall. How could the yellow flash die in the chaos of the Nine-Tails? He was now a figure of history. His avatar, upon hearing this, rushed overnight to question his true self. That brat Obito actually teamed up with Nagato. Yeah, the kids learned to call in backup. In any case, let's focus on retrieving Minato's soul first. I remember, it should be in the Uzumaki clan's Namian Hall outside Konoha. Hold on. The Book of Seals says that whoever performs the jutsu becomes the sacrifice. Hearing Wuji's words, Nightfeather paused, suddenly realizing, to bring back the soul, he would have to give up a body. Don't look at me. I'm already quite used to using an external avatar. What if I just use the Sharingan to control someone else and make them the sacrifice? Danzo. Yeah, but I'm afraid it's not that simple. The Foundation isn't easy to infiltrate, and unless something unusual happens, that old dog never leaves his den. No rush. We'll have to visit the Pure Land sooner or later. For now, the top priority is to get either a 5th-tier dragon saliva or a 6th-tier 7-star pill. Sigh, what a life of toil I have. Uraha let out a sigh, but at least Kushina wouldn't have to worry for several more years. All your hard work pains me just as much. Feel my suffering. Ugh. Uraha reconnected his soul, dumping all the frustrating thoughts into his other soul. Stop. The external avatar quickly severed the connection. This main body is toxic. Who want to go through all that? Double the pain? That's much better. TCH, I'll be off. I'm still a step away from mastering the sword summoning technique. With that, Wuji floated away on his sword, while Uraha returned to Konoha. Uraha's finally back? Yes. Uraha replied curtly and went straight to his room to ponder over his alchemy. I never expected the 4th Hokage to die. He was a worthy rival. Now I'll never get to fight him again. Big brother, didn't you lose every time? B. Keep quiet, you brat. Ooh, someone can't handle losing. Killer Bee pointed both hands at A, and, boom, a senpai flying with a single punch, tracing a beautiful arc through the air. Lord B is airborne again. Sugoi. In truth, Uraha strongly agreed with Nagato's philosophy. Only through pain can people understand the value of peace. It takes the emergence of a powerful enemy to force the 5 great nations into lasting stability. Otherwise, a war every decade or so. Who can endure that? That's also why Uraha hadn't tried to bring Obito back. If Kagaya is to appear, someone will have to serve as a sacrifice. Madara is perfect for the role. Besides, every time the great nations go to war, it's always the small countries that suffer most, struggling to survive in the cracks between giants. In the end, Nagato stood for the small nations, though the Eye of the Moon plan was nothing but a lie. Obito and Nagato are still too weak right now, not nearly qualified to be the ultimate villains. Grow stronger, Nagato. Obito too. Soon after, Fugaku summoned Uraha. It was hard to believe that with Uraha personally standing guard, the enemy had still succeeded. You're saying he also possesses the Mangekyo? That's right. and his abilities are downright monstrous. If he really wants to hide, no one could find him. To think there's a third pair in the clan. If we could bring him back and combine him with the Nine Tails. Clan leader, even you have such thoughts? I'm not willing, but this time the village leadership is almost ready to cast us out. The other members are on the verge of exploding. Fugaku could only sigh helplessly. It was truly difficult. Uraha clearly stood with the village, all because of Minato's entrustment. Even if we rebel, it will end in failure. We possess great power, but if the other clans join forces against just the two of us, how long could our people last? The third Hokage may be old, but he could still take someone down with him. And two of the legendary Sannin are still in the village. I know. Fugaku's headache grew worse. To think a clan leader of his stature would be coerced by his own subordinates. How trying. After their battle with Uraha, Nagato of the Land of Rain, and Obito deeply felt their own inadequacy. How laughable it was to call oneself a god. He couldn't even defeat a single teenager. They would need even greater power. My taijutsu is far too weak. I never imagined Big Brother had grown so strong. As for his Mangekyo abilities, I still know little, but it seems the weakness of his right eye has already been discovered. That's downright unfair. Zetsu stuck his head out. White Zetsu still acted carelessly, but he had observed everything during the clash. Uraha's techniques were on a whole different level. Apart from the Gate of the Great God, he hadn't used any other would-release jutsu. I'll have to intensify my taijutsu training too. I can't let myself be this powerless again. That's right. But should Lord Madara reveal Uraha Uchiha's other Kekkei Genkai to the Konoha leadership? Yes, leak the information. Would release alone is enough to make Konoha nervous. Once again, Zetsu melted underground. He still didn't know why Uraha hadn't come for him, nor exposed his true identity. Standing atop the tower in the rain, Obito wondered, Big Brother, just what are you planning? Since you know who I am, and even caused Lord Minato's death, why haven't you come for me? He clenched his fist, realizing he might never have truly understood the brother he so admired. From the days Uraha first taught him to train, to passing on his ninja techniques, only now did Obito sense something different in his gaze, something unfathomable, always calm and composed. Even when confronted with his Mangekyo, or Nagato's Rinnegan, Uraha showed no surprise at witnessing the power of the sage's eyes for the first time. When Nagato unleashed the almighty push, Uraha timed his counter perfectly, slaying a pain body in that very instant. Every move calculated in advance. He understands the Rinnegan even better than I do. Obito startled himself with that thought. No one else, save perhaps Uraha, should know the Rinnegan's secrets and weaknesses. But why? As he replayed Uraha's expression and actions in his mind, he understood. A clap of thunder jolted Obito from his thoughts. He realized the cold sweat in his palm was not rainwater. What a terrifying man, Uchiha Uraha. During the night, a white Zetsu infiltrated the hidden leaf and quietly delivered Uraha's information to the village's top officials. By the next morning, the dossier on Uraha lay on every leader's desk. The report detailed the tailed beast chakra Uraha had once displayed, as well as his mastery of lava release and wood release. It further speculated that he might possess other Kekkei Genkai as well. Two veteran Hokage advisors, Koryudatane and Hamura Mitokado, sat at the table, along with Danzo, the leader of Root, the third Hokage himself, and in addition, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. In the cramped meeting room, a heavy silence hung in the air. How had Uraha, with 3 Kekkei Genkai, gone unnoticed for so long? The very thought was chilling. Aside from Orochimaru, everyone present was visibly uneasy. Jiraiya, too, remained silent. Uraha and Minato had been as close as brothers, and Jiraiya had always regarded Uraha as a promising junior. He deeply regretted not making it back to the village the night of the Nine Tails rampage. He felt he had let Minato down. Orochimaru, as Uraha's teacher, just how much do you actually know about him? The third Hokage was the first to break the silence. With Minato gone, aside from Uraha's parents, only Orochimaru remained truly close to him. As his teacher, I trust my student would never harm a leaf. He swore to keep his abilities secret, and I have no doubt he's honored that promise. Orochimaru replied, calm as ever, exuding an air of unflappable confidence that left the third Hokage with a headache. Orochimaru, is what's written on this scroll true? Jiraiya pressed, his voice grave. If it was, the impact would be enormous. Just how powerful would a Mangekyo Sharingan user be? That's correct. Uraha is the disciple I'm most satisfied with, Orochimaru said with a wicked grin. No matter what, a teacher should take responsibility for his student. Orochimaru, I hope you can consider the village's interests more, the third Hokage said, his face somber. I understand how you feel. After all, you're my student too. Teachers protecting students is only natural, but this concerns all of Konoha. Faced with the third Hokage's words, Orochimaru frowned. This was indeed a difficult dilemma. Danzo shot Orochimaru a long, searching look. He suspected that Uraha's release had come directly from Orochimaru, since only he and Orochimaru had ever researched the first Hokage's cells in the village. Damn it, this guy never succeeded in mastering Hashirama's cells, and now, out of nowhere, his student is already using them? What a conniving bastard, pretending obedience while hiding the truth. Sensing Danzo's suspicion, Orochimaru glanced back at the old man, certain he was under scrutiny. All I can say is that Uraha is stronger than I am now. In fact, even if Jiraiya and I joined forces, we might not win against him, Orochimaru said, licking his lips with a sinister charm. One can tell what kind of battle took place just by examining the remains of the scene. What? You and Jiraiya together might not be able to win? The Hokage's advisors could no longer contain themselves. If it was that difficult for two legendary Sannin to take down a single opponent, what chance did anyone else have? It's the truth. If you're thinking of taking action against Uraha, you'd better consider the consequences very carefully, Orochimaru said with a chuckle. Orochimaru. Danzo's face darkened to the color of ink, but Orochimaru remained unfazed, as nonchalant as ever. With Hanzo no longer a threat, there was little anyone here could do to him. Sigh, there's no point in talking about this now. He's already grown up completely. I believe Uraha would never endanger the village. I think we should remove Uraha from his position as the head of the Umbu. I second that. I agree. With both advisors in favor of Uraha's dismissal, the third Hokage also felt in his heart that this was necessary. The brief meeting concluded, but the rift between the village and the Uchiha grew ever deeper. Not long after, the daimyo of the Land of Fire came in person to address the Hokage issue. After discussions, the third returned to office, resuming his role until the fifth Hokage could be appointed. Uraha's overwhelming strength became a source of fear for the village, as if they dreaded the rise of a second Madara. Many of the planned measures against the Uchiha were left in limbo. Uraha left the Umbu without a flicker of emotion. Only strength is fundamental. Everything else is just an empty title. It's almost unbelievable, Uncle Snake, that even Danzo would work with you. It was nothing but mutual interest. I told him you awakened would release on your own, but he doesn't believe it. Haha, well, who in their right mind would? I have 6 Kekii Jinkai now. It's about time I started researching Kekii Toda. You mean the dust release of its Tsuchikage? Not just that. I believe it's possible to create other types of Kekii Toda. Leisurely swirling his glass, the wine seemed a bit bland tonight. Even now, I find it hard to believe. If they found out, I wonder how terrified they'd be, he chuckled. Orochimaru downed his drink in one go. So, what are your plans? What Orochimaru cared about most wasn't Uraha's strength, but his ambitions. With such overwhelming power, he had no desire for authority. Neither the clan head's seat nor the Hokage's title interested him. I plan to take care of Naruto and help him grow up well. Uncle Snake, I'm warning you, don't even think about targeting him. I know, relax. For now, I have no interest in tailed beasts. So, the living corpse reincarnation has already succeeded. Not quite, but I'm close. Thanks to your advice, I'm almost there. Uraha shook his head. Even without his suggestions, Orochimaru would have succeeded eventually. It would have just taken a bit longer. If one day I end up in the Pure Land and can't come back, I'll have to ask you to use Edo Tensei to bring me back. What are you planning? Orochimaru was startled. No one had ever gone to the Pure Land. That was a place only the dead could reach. I want to die, obviously. It's just that being invincible is so lonely. I can't even find a worthy opponent. Speak human, would you? Orochimaru snapped irritably. Sometimes, Uraha was even crazier than he was. He actually wanted to go to the Pure Land himself. Huh. First, I want to see what becomes of everyone in the Pure Land after death, what they do in that world. Second, I want to try defeating the Shinigami. Who knows? Maybe I could become the ruler of the Pure Land. Have you lost your mind? I'm perfectly sane. If we can't get rid of the Shinigami's seal, Minato can't be resurrected, unless we use the Rinnegan's power. Does the legendary sage's eye truly exist? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, pondering. Could a sage's eyes really overturn life and death? Of course. In fact, I've already faced it in battle. The Nine Tails incident. That's right. You might even encounter it yourself someday. How intriguing. The world is becoming more and more interesting. If you're planning to defect, it's best to establish your own base outside the village sooner rather than later. Yu remarked casually. After all, Orochimaru's desertion was only a matter of time. Better to be prepared early. Nothing escapes you, does it? Haven't you already made all the preparations for your defection? Uncle Snake? Best of luck. Just don't get caught. Or if the Hokage sends me after you, you'll need to be careful. Don't worry. I won't make it that easy for you. After a few rounds of drinks, young Anko returned from the market and started cooking. What a thoughtful child. Still, did she really need to buy such a huge bag of dumplings? Are you sure you can finish all that? Don't worry, senior. I'll do my best. Sensei says I'm still growing and should eat plenty. Yu shot Orochimaru a strange look. Are you really not up to something? Ahem. Anko, hurry along and start cooking. Yes, sensei. With a burst of energy, Anko got to work, just a 12-year-old girl after all. Yu marveled at Orochimaru's skill in brainwashing. The man could practically charm children into anything. Meanwhile, in the land of honey, Rin had finally earned the Three Tails' approval and could now perform her second transformation. Sensei, I did it. Oh, let's have a look. Taking a deep breath, Rin's body became encased in bubbling red chakra, which quickly compressed itself into a tight, red-black shell clinging to her skin. How do I look, sensei? TSK, pretty ugly, if you ask me. Wuji handed her a mirror. The Three Tails' tail looked so comical. Attached to Rin, she resembled a skinny turtle. That's so mean, sensei. Aha. Well, since you've succeeded, I'll take you to visit the hidden leaf next time. Really? That's awesome. Rin, who hadn't been back to the village in ages, jumped and twirled with excitement. A child who simply refused to grow up. In the spring of Konoha's 49th year, Itachi Uchiha enrolled at the academy. Every time, he claimed first place, attracting the admiration of teachers and students alike. Nearly half a year after the Nine-Tails rampage, the pain was gradually fading from people's memories. Yu meticulously refined his medicine, but with no success, he could only set the project aside for now. The precocious Itachi quickly mastered the entire curriculum of the Ninja Academy. Instead of attending classes, he preferred staying home with Sasuke. Thanks to Yu's deterrence, there were no rumors about the Nine-Tails fox in the village, and Naruto simply grew up as an ordinary child in the orphanage. As promised, Wuji disguised himself before heading to the hidden leaf. Tired from flying, he decided to cross the land of grass on foot. Passing through a village, he heard a baby's piercing cry, followed by a man's furious shouting. Damn it! Hurry up and let me have a bite. I'm injured, you know. I am too. Come on, it's my turn next, and I still have to keep fighting, You're not even hurt. The woman spoke wearily, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Smack! The ninja slapped the woman hard across the face, baring his teeth and looking vicious. When I say I'm hurt, it means I'm hurt. Who gave you the right to question me? The group of ninjas jeered and laughed. Despite the woman carrying a child, her beauty had caught the attention of many men. Under the pretense of treating her wounds, they would take advantage of her in various ways. For the sake of her child, all the woman could do was grit her teeth and endure. In these troubled times, with her country lost and her special status, the very fact that she hadn't been killed outright was already a stroke of luck. Teacher, can we do something? Don't get involved in other people's affairs. Wuji refused flatly. Teacher, I promise I'll train hard from now on. Just this once, please. So many people bullying a mother with her child. They must be bad people. Lin looked up at Wuji with pleading eyes, her face full of sorrow. Wuji couldn't help but soften. After all, it was indeed excessive for so many to torment a mother and her child. With a determined look, Lin kicked open the door, excitement written all over her face as she waited for her teacher to show his power. She turned with shining eyes, full of anticipation. Watching Wuji. Wait, was something off here? Since when did Lin get so bold? And what was with that eager, trouble-seeking look in her eyes? Could she have been holding it in for too long? Ahem, just what do you think you're doing? Where did this brat come from? Get lost. Can't you see I'm busy here? The grass ninja, who had been pulling at the woman's clothes, roared angrily, while 4 other ninjas closed in, their intentions clearly malicious. Wuji's hand pressed lightly on the sword at his side. In an instant, it was as if a hurricane burst forth from around him, scattering the 4 ninjas in all directions. So weak. Are you sure you're really ninjas? You bastard. The Chunin stared in shock. What just happened? And this man in white? Why did he look so familiar? The injured ninja, blood dripping from his mouth, staggered over to join the Chunin. I don't care who you are, but the woman and her child, hand them over. On what grounds? She'd be dead if we hadn't taken her in. Woman, do you want to leave with him? The woman shook her head in terror, long since used to swallowing her suffering in silence. Has the Uzumaki clan really fallen this far? Hearing Wuji's words, the woman grew even more fearful, clutching her baby tightly and trembling all over. The moment he entered and saw her red hair, along with the earlier shouting, Wuji knew this woman was none other than Karen's mother. the infant in her arms. Karen herself could do nothing but cry helplessly. "Young man, you'd best leave now. If you don't, the land of grass will never let you go." I said, "I'm taking the woman and the child. That's not a request. It's an order." His gaze lowered, making it clear that none of the five were even worth his attention. Damn it. Get him, kill him. The five of them were itching to make a move. After all, this was the land of grass. They were certain that if he killed them here, their village would never let him go. They concluded that this young man wouldn't dare to take their lives. Why? Why? Isn't it good to be alive? He allowed a sigh. Spiritual energy gathered, forming a blade along his hand. Visible, yet impossible to block. Like butterflies dancing gracefully, his hand swept past, leaving a crimson line on each of their necks. Every time I watched Teacher wield his sword, it was a feast for the eyes, so dazzlingly handsome. Compared to that, the tailed beast cloak was nothing special. Rin's eyes sparkled with admiration, filled with tiny stars. A round of applause echoed energetically. Rin clapped enthusiastically, excitement shining on her face. Once again, Wuji felt that Rin must have been stifled for too long. He'd have to take her out for walks more often. "Calm down." Wuji walked up to the woman. "What's your name? And what's the child's name?" "My name is Uzumaki Chuanyao, and this child is Karen." "Why didn't you resist? Surely you could have handled at least a few chunin. Just being given shelter is the greatest blessing we could hope for." Chuanyao replied with a bitter smile. Indeed, their situation was pitiful, but a chance meeting was still fate. Poor woman. From now on, stay with me. You'll never be treated as tools again. Really? Hope flooded Chuanyao's eyes. What kind of young man was this? Of course, I have more than enough strength to protect you. If you trust me, then come with us. Yes. Rin could understand it. According to Teacher's usual way, he should have rescued them, given some money, and then left. Why take them in? Could it be that Teacher actually liked mature women? The same blood as my sister. It shouldn't be allowed to die out. The Uzumaki clan was already teetering on the brink of extinction. Naruto's bloodline wasn't pure enough, but his soul was. He was a true ancestor of the Uzumaki. Chuanyao followed behind, her steps unsteady, looking as if she might collapse at any moment. "Take this." Uraha took out a small restorative pill. "Is this poison to control me?" "It's just a medicine to restore your strength." Chuanyao glanced at the infant in her arms, steeled herself, and swallowed the pill. Warmth spread through her body, and she felt much better. Realizing her mistake, her face flushed with embarrassment in front of Wuji. This was so strange. Teacher had actually given away a pill. Was she really going to become my teacher's wife? But wasn't that a little too much? Rin said nothing, keeping a close eye on Wuji's actions. Everything was so out of the ordinary. UNG, don't just stand there spacing out. "Oh yes, teacher." Carrying a child slowed their pace, and riding a sword created too much wind pressure for an infant. Rin offered to carry Karen herself. The baby slept peacefully in her arms, and their speed picked up considerably. In the end, they simply bought a carriage and headed for Konoha. What's going on with this kid? She's been dazed all day. Wuji frowned, starting to think that Rin was the one acting strangely today. Seeing that Chuanyao needed to nurse the baby, Wuji stepped outside and had his clone take the reins of the carriage. As for how to arrange things for Chuanyao and Xianlin afterward, Wuji decided to let things develop on their own. Other than acting as a wet nurse, it seemed there wasn't much else for her to do. His own regenerative abilities were already remarkable enough. And as for restraining tailed beasts, the Mangekyo Sharingan and would release would more than suffice. At last, they arrived at Konoha. Rin's eyes grew moist when she saw the familiar city walls and the well-known gate. Finally, she was home again. Wiping away her tears, she stepped down from the carriage. The Chunin on guard watched the carriage with suspicion, and the second person to step down was none other than the Sword Saint, Wuji. Although he bore a striking resemblance to Uraha, he was still easily recognizable. After all, the Sword Saint never parted from his blade, and his white garments set him apart with an air of otherworldly elegance. "It's the Sword Saint, sir." "Yes, I heard that after the fourth Hokage's death, he'd been too busy to pay his respects. He must be here for that now." The Sword Saint is never considered late. They really didn't recognize the teacher. Rin was bewildered by this. And who might this be? "This is my disciple, Nakamura Motoko." "Oh, Miss Motoko must be an extraordinarily gifted individual." "I'm just average, really." Such high praise was a bit embarrassing, and Rin lowered her head shyly. "Chuanyao, you and the others can come down as well." "Yes." The Chunin watched as another woman stepped down, this one holding a baby in her arms. "This must be the Sword Saint's wife. A pleasure to meet you." "No, just a woman I happened to rescue along the way." The Sword Saint truly has the heart of a hero, chivalrous, and enough. May we enter now? Wuji felt a headache coming on. What kind of odd conversation was this? Of course, my apologies. Rin couldn't help but giggle quietly at the side as they entered Konoha together. Wuji's mind, meanwhile, wandered far, exchanging information with Uraha. Rin, now returned, happily browsed through all kinds of goods ahead, while Wuji walked calmly behind her. Chuan Yao seemed a little uneasy, holding the baby silently, finding a sense of security only when close to Wuji. Such a combination soon drew the attention of the ANBU. What surprised them even more were Chuan Yao's distinctive features, and they immediately reported this to the third Hokage. You're saying there's someone of possible Uzumaki descent traveling with Wuji? Yes, Hokage-sama. We've already questioned the guards. Sword Saint says he's here to show his disciple the world. I see. If she really is from the Uzumaki clan, see if we can persuade her to stay. I'll handle this personally. Putting aside his paperwork, the third Hokage clapped his hands together. If they could retain a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, it would mean a better candidate for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a valuable insurance for the village. Kakashi, now living among the ANBU, wasn't easy to track down, but Wuji always had his ways. Once Rin had her fill of shopping, the third Hokage finally made his appearance. At the sight of him, Rin instinctively prepared to greet him, but then suddenly remembered her assumed identity and hurriedly straightened her posture. So this is Wuji's student. Very polite indeed. The third Hokage wore the gentle, affable expression of a kindly old man, making it hard for anyone to keep up their guard. Hokage-sama, you flatter us. How could UNZ forget even the basic greetings? Wuji pretended to scold. Yes, Hokage-sama, good day. Rin jolted with surprise, then quickly bowed again to offer her greeting. Ha, you're all so courteous. Wuji, is that person behind you from the Uzumaki clan? She has the same red hair as Kushina. Kawayo couldn't help shivering as she heard this, and the third Hokage's conviction only grew stronger when he noticed her reaction. The fate of the Uzumaki clan truly was tragic. They had been vital allies of Konoha, and yet Konoha hadn't been able to protect them. In truth, Konoha owed the Uzumaki clan a great debt. That's right. Her name is Uzumaki Kawayo, but she's with me now. I see. The Uzumaki clan has always shared close ties with Konoha. Would you be willing to stay and live here? I can guarantee you'll never face any unfair treatment, and I'll even ensure you're properly compensated. The third Hokage got straight to the point, knowing Wuji wasn't fond of beating around the bush. This old fox was quite the schemer, Wuji thought to himself with a silent curse. That won't be necessary. I'm not lacking anything. Since I've promised to look after her, I won't let her become anyone's pawn. Living a happy, ordinary life is the best outcome, isn't it? Lord Wuji is absolutely right. I only hope that my daughter and I can live like ordinary people. I've grown weary of the world of shinobi. Seeing Yiyu's firm stance and realizing the other party had no interest, the third couldn't insist any further. He shifted the conversation to paying respects to the fourth Hokage. Rin nearly burst into tears, but remembered what her teacher had said, that Minato-sensei was only gravely wounded and recovering, unable to wake for now, so her sorrow was lessened. Once the memorial was over, Wuji suggested that Rin and Kakashi have a sparring match, saying it would serve to humble his students, who had grown a bit too proud. Kakashi, is it? To become your student, he must be quite talented. The third Hokage agreed at once, confident that Kakashi wouldn't lose easily. After all, he had once been hailed as a prodigy. If not for Yiyu's extraordinary rise, Kakashi would have been the standout of his generation. The match between Wuji's disciple and the genius ninja, Kakashi quickly caught everyone's attention. Excitement buzzed in the air as people eagerly awaited a glimpse of the Sword Saint's student in action. Some even began placing bets, with the odds set at 1:1. Yiyu himself went to watch, curious to see just how much difference now separated his two students. The stands filled up quickly. The heads of every clan paid close attention, snacks like sunflower seeds and popcorn at the ready, waiting for the duel to begin. As Yiyu and Wuji entered, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Yiyu and his astral projection faced each other from opposite ends of the arena, one standing in the east, the other in the west. At this moment, Uraha had already become the strongest in Konoha in the eyes of many, while his opponent was the renowned Sword Saint, who, though only slightly less famous than the fourth Hokage, was still a legend in his own right. Now that the two appeared together, the contrast was striking. They looked almost identical. One exuded a commanding presence that seemed to dominate everything, while the other, dressed in pure white, seemed untouched by the dust of the world, drawing countless admiring gazes from the young women around. Two teachers, but was Wuji really a teacher? Down below, Rin's mind spun in confusion. Both of them were undeniably real, And after spending so much time with Wuji, she knew even a shadow clone couldn't possibly last this long. What was going on? Kakashi is Uraha's student, right? Wouldn't it be incredible if the student finished a match, and then the teacher took the stage next? One person exclaimed excitedly. Are you an idiot? If two powerhouses like that fight here, the whole place would be leveled. Staying this close, you're asking to get killed, someone else retorted. I was just saying, no need to take it so seriously, the first replied, a bit sheepishly. But this wasn't just one person's wishful thinking. Half the crowd seemed to be entertaining the same thought, their eyes unconsciously drawn to the two figures at the center of attention. Suddenly, Uraha, in a mischievous mood, shouted down from above. Kakashi, if you lose, you'll have to run 50 laps around Konoha. Hearing his teacher's declaration nearly made Kakashi throw in the towel right then and there. What kind of teacher was this? Wuji wasn't about to be outdone. Jinko, if you lose, you'll focus on your sword training. No going out for half a year. Down below, Rin's delicate frame shuddered. She stared at Kakashi with such intensity that it made him uneasy, bringing back some rather unpleasant memories. Was this really happening? Suddenly, 50 laps around the village didn't seem so bad to Kakashi. He glanced at the girl sympathetically, though he couldn't shake the feeling that she looked awfully familiar. Well, if that's how it is, Kakashi, if you lose, your training load triples, and you're grounded for half a year. What the? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but swear aloud. How was this any of his business? He must have been blind to choose this teacher. Wuji paused in thought for a moment, then added, if Jinko loses, I'll confiscate all her allowance. Are you even human? Rin blurted out from below, unable to hold back. She was far too used to spending freely. She had no interest in going back to the days before Wuji started giving her generous pocket money. Rin, who knew some of the backstory, couldn't help but suspect these two had planned this together. The audience erupted into wild cheers and howls, swept up in the excitement. Two powerhouses facing off was thrilling enough. Even if they were a bit harsh on their students, that was hardly their problem. It's got to be because they look so much alike. It's driving them crazy. Yeah, maybe after the students fight, the teachers will go at it themselves. Today's ticket was worth every Rio. Two Chunin discussed animatedly. Lord Hokage, should we? Don't worry. They're not going to start fighting so easily. The third Hokage puffed out smoke rings, utterly unconcerned. To him, this was nothing more than a battle of pride between the two. It was hard to believe they were both just 15 years old. He felt truly old in comparison. Yu Wuji kept up his composed appearance, but inside he was nearly bursting with laughter. With things as they were, it seemed neither of them would be holding back. Yu was also curious. Just how far could Rin go without relying on the power of the three tails? Kakashi, you can do it. Don't lose out there. But even if you do, I'll train with you. Immediately, Guy's enthusiastic voice echoed from the stands. This guy really? Kakashi's usually indifferent heart felt a rare warmth. This time, I'll give it everything I've got. I can't afford to lose. As he spoke, Kakashi lifted his headband, revealing the Sharingan. Rin's expression grew complicated at the sight, but she quickly regained her composure. This was not the time for old wounds. Me too. Rin drew the sword Wuji had specially forged for her in the Land of Smiths. Wuji watched intently, eager to see how much Rin had mastered. I declare the match begins. Kakashi and Rin sprang into action simultaneously. Thousand Blade style. Rin struck first, and under the scrutiny of Kakashi's Sharingan, the blade in her hand quivered, unleashing nearly 30 arcs of sword energy in a single second. Earth release, Earth-style wall. A thick stone wall rose up, blocking the attack. Rin was surprised. Her sword energy could slice through even massive trees, so this was no ordinary Earth-style wall. Oh, Kakashi's finally upon the dog head, huh? But that dog head. Yu glanced at the Hokage rock behind them. Damn, it really did look alike. The third Hokage noticed Yu's gaze, turned to look at the rock, then at Kakashi's dog-headed wall, and his face darkened immediately. Earth release, decapitation technique. Kakashi slipped underground. Rin smiled. She knew this move all too well. Finding nothing, she countered with a quick thrust. A clone, huh? Kakashi burst out from the left, kunai in hand, clashing head-on with Rin. With my Sharingan, I can see through your every move. A flurry of metallic clashes rang out. The three Tomo and Kakashi's eyes spinning rapidly. I could see everything. I can win this. Kakashi's confident soared. No matter the angle, he could defend against every strike. After several exchanges, he had already begun to push back. As expected, the Sharingan is incredible. Even a disciple of the Sword Saint is being suppressed. Rin let out a slow breath. He's tough. Knowing the Sharingan's abilities didn't make it any easier. She thought back to the threat of being grounded for 6 months and losing her allowance. Drawing a deep breath, she gripped her sword tighter. Blade and kunai crashed together once more, but this time, Kakashi was sent flying backwards. Where did that sudden burst of strength come from? Sorry, but for the sake of my allowance, I'll have to go all out. Rin seemed transformed, a surge of energy sweeping away the dust around her. Going all in, are we? Consecutive strikes. Sensing the sharp sword aura closing in from all directions, Kakashi knew the girl was serious now. He twisted his body to dodge, just as the earth-style wall behind him was sliced clean in two. What a powerful slash. Rin's entire body seemed to be wrapped in a raging gale, her speed more than doubled. The immense force of her attacks drove Kakashi back again and again, the pain in his palm making it hard to grip his kunai. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. Oomph. With a single stroke, she split the fireball in two. Kakashi's Sharingan eyes widened. Rin faltered for a brief moment, but instantly regained her clarity, sending two sharp arcs of sword energy flying straight at Kakashi. This girl actually broke free from the Sharingan's Jinjutsu in an instant. The third Hokage gazed at Rin in astonishment. No matter how skilled Kakashi was, he had already mastered the three-tomo Sharingan. Yet this girl didn't even need to weave a hand sign to dispel his illusion. Thank you. It's nothing. Now hurry and defeat that boy. Rin thanked the Three Tails, and her attacks grew even more fierce. With the rise of the Sword Saint, people could no longer overlook the power of a swordsman. Even without ninjutsu, one could still become a formidable force, just like Mai Due, who perfected taijutsu to its peak. But Kakashi found it hard to believe. Her strength should have been close to his own, especially under the influence of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Could Obito have given him a fake eye? Kakashi tried several ninjutsu attacks in quick succession, but none had any effect. In pure swordsmanship, he found himself hard-pressed. To keep up, he could see her moves, but defending against them was another matter. He had no choice but to use that technique. Chidori. Lightning crackled and danced in his palm. Wuji narrowed his eyes. How would Rin respond? That's Chidori, Kakashi's signature move. Idiot, that was clearly passed down from Master Uraha. As Kakashi prepared to unleash his ultimate move, excitement swept through the stands once again. Rin looked at the Chidori with mixed emotions. She had nearly lost her life to that very technique once. With a sigh, she drove her sword into the ground. If that's the case, let's have a contest of lightning, though I'm not exactly an expert at it. No way. The third Hokage's eyes widened, and the clan leaders in the audience reacted with equal astonishment. Had this girl really mastered the Sword Saint's ultimate technique? The ground beneath Rin's feet began to crack. Lightning flickered and whirled around her, surging with such intensity that Kakashi was left in awe. Not enough. He needed even more chakra. The Chidori in his hand shone brighter than ever. Thunderclap form. Almost simultaneously, the two figures became a blur, moving too fast for ordinary eyes to follow. Blue lightning collided and crackled, enveloping both of them in a web of searing energy. As the lightning faded, two figures reappeared. Kakashi now stood in Rin's place, and Rin in Kakashi's. The match is decided. The people around them heard Wuji's voice. Did that mean Kakashi had lost? Rin's long sleeve was partly scorched, and a long mark ran across the front of Kakashi's shirt. Neither had intended to truly harm the other, but the outcome was clear. I lost. Kakashi felt a twinge of loneliness. Once again, he had lost to a peer. His refusal to hold back had resulted in Rin losing her arm and his own death. Sorry, but I really don't want to lose my allowance, Rin said playfully, sticking out her tongue. In that moment, the weight in her heart seemed to lift completely, and for a fleeting instant, Kakashi saw a familiar shadow in her expression. Rin, he murmured. As she heard Kakashi's whispered words, Rin's heart jolted with alarm. Did he recognize her? Then the aftereffects of the thunderclap. Technique struck like a storm. Her blood surged, and she spat out a mouthful before finally feeling some relief, though her spirit was visibly drained. Are you all right? Kakashi asked. I'm fine. She brushed aside Kakashi's attempt to help her up, leaving him feeling awkward. It's time to announce the result, the referee called. Oh, and the winner is Motoko Nakamura, came the official proclamation. A roar of cheers erupted on stage. Some celebrated, while others nursed their disappointment. One of the losers was about to start cursing, but noticing Uraha's gaze, he swallowed his words. Sensei, I won. Rin exclaimed. Well done. Your allowance for the next 3 months will be doubled. Here, take this, Uraha replied, handing her a pill. Rin swallowed the medicine and almost instantly felt much better. Kakashi stood there, embarrassed, silently hoping Uraha wouldn't be too harsh with him. Raising his hand, Uraha drew the attention of everyone present, then gently placed it on Kakashi's shoulder. You did very well, but you can't rely too much on your Sharingan. Later, I'll teach you the sealing technique to turn it off. Thank you, Sensei. For the first time, Kakashi addressed Uraha from the heart. The Sharingan was powerful, but it was also a heavy burden. He hadn't expected his teacher to have such a gentle side. However, you still lost. Even a young girl's sword was enough to push you back. You've been neglecting your training for too long. Is she really just an ordinary girl? If only you knew how strong she actually is. Of course, Uraha knew exactly why. Rin's chakra was mixed with that of the Three Tails, which had often lent her its strength. It would be strange if she wasn't powerful. From now on, train your taijutsu diligently with Guy. I won't punish you this time. Did I hear that right? Kakashi asked in disbelief. Oh, sounds like you actually want to be punished. Uraha teased. Kakashi shook his head so vigorously he looked like a bobblehead doll. The match was over, but no one seemed eager to leave. A hush fell over the crowd as everyone gazed at the two titans on either side. The third Hokage could only sigh. He felt as if his own liver was trembling with anxiety. These people really aren't afraid of trouble, are they? Even the heads of the Yamanaka, Akimichi, Kurama, and Hyuga clans were present, along with the other prominent families of Konoha. Orochimaru himself was so excited he'd rush to the front row to watch. Aren't these elders worried Konoha might be torn apart? To fight or not to fight? I'm not crazy. Maybe I should just put on a show? But there's so many top fighters here. What if they see through my act? Uraha knew there was no way he could fool Orochimaru, the third Hokage, or Fugaku. Their eyes were far too sharp. So, he decided not to fight at all. The two of them stood up, and the crowd grew even more restless. The third Hokage felt his heart tighten with suspense. Soon after, the two each took their disciples and left, leaving behind a wave of disappointed murmurs. Boo! Boo! They're not going to fight after all? Does that mean neither side was sure of victory? That must be it. What a shame. At least let them exchange a single move. What a pity. All right, disperse, everyone. Once the third Hokage spoke, the crowd could only leave reluctantly. Rin was very satisfied after finally meeting Kakashi. What intrigued Wuji, though, was whom Rin truly liked nowadays, but he was too embarrassed to ask, finding such gossip among the three of them rather pointless. So how do you feel? Happy now? Yes, I actually beat Kakashi. Rin beamed with excitement inside the carriage. She had always admired Kakashi so much, and now, having defeated him, she was left marveling that she too could become this strong one day. Kakashi was only held back by the Sharingan. In the short term, it gave him great power, but in the long run, it became a hindrance. Oh, Sensei, today I saw someone who looked exactly like you. No, actually, you looked exactly like that teacher. I got completely confused. Rin clutched her head, feeling her thoughts grow more and more tangled. We're the same person, just inhabiting two different bodies at the moment. That's incredible. Still, the difference between you two is just too great, no matter how I look at it. Perhaps. Koeo felt a jolt in her heart. Was the Uchiha Yayu she saw today really the same person as Lord Wuji? Had he really deceived everyone? For a moment, a sense of fear crept over her. Koeo, are you scared? Don't worry, I believe in you. Thank you. Koeo replied gratefully, and in her heart, she already regarded Wuji as her master. If you ever wish to come to the ninja world, you're welcome to join me at any time. And if you don't, you can live a carefree noble's life. The land of honey could use someone like you. My lord, I'll do my utmost. Tears welled up in Koeo's eyes. At last, she could look forward to a good life. After that, she used a shadow clone to check on Sarah's situation. Sarah was quietly following Conan, learning from her. When the visit ended, the clone was dispelled. 3 months later, Nagato, having taken time to reflect, had further strengthened Pain's abilities. His ocular power had also advanced. It's time to recruit new members. Do you have anyone in mind, Pain? From the black market, the bounty hunter Kakazu, and from the sand, the rogue ninja Sasori of the Red Sand. Here's their intel. Conan took the information and reviewed it carefully. Kakazu, he once attempted to assassinate the first Hokage and is said to be immortal, able to steal others' hearts, and obsessed with money. Sasori of the Red Sand, a master puppeteer and the Sand's greatest genius, once assassinated the third Kazekage. I'll take Zetsu to recruit Kakazu. Sasori is yours. No problem. Xiaonan answered without hesitation. Puppet masters mainly use physical attacks, so I should be able to counter him. 3 days later, following White Zetsu's information, Devapath Pain found Kakuzu. The ground was littered with corpses, bodies sprawled in every direction. A few survivors lay crippled, barely clinging to life. There stood a bare-chested man with 4 masks on his back, gripping another man's throat. His body was marked by several stitch scars. Despite being 76, his physique remained that of someone in their prime. With this level of strength, they're hardly worth any money, he scoffed. Clearly, his strength made him worthy of recruitment. Kakuzu tossed the man aside, uninterested in small change, and turned to leave. Just as his foot touched, a giant pitcher plant suddenly appeared, and a head, half black, half white, emerged with no warning. The sight startled Kakuzu out of his wits. What a mess, White Zetsu drawled lazily. Kakuzu leapt back and landed on the ground. Out of the lingering dust stepped Pain, with Zetsu following behind. Who are you people? Kakuzu demanded. People like these weren't nobodies. Capturing them could fetch quite a bounty. The immortal ninja, Kakuzu. We're here to welcome you to Akatsuki, Pain replied in a cold, emotionless voice. Akatsuki. Kakuzu searched his memory, but found nothing about such an organization. It's a group that exists to realize true peace. White Zetsu chimed in, though his hollow tone was hardly convincing. Not interested. The only thing that interests me is money, Kakuzu replied flatly. Who was he kidding? Money was all that mattered. Whether you want to or not, you're joining Akatsuki, Pain said, his gaze full of disdain. Kakuzu's irritation flared. This young man was either clueless or arrogant. He was ready to teach Pain a lesson. Another fool who doesn't know the difference in power. You don't even look like you'd fetch much, but you're really getting on my nerves, Kakuzu growled. Black tendrils began to spread from Kakuzu's body. If Nightfeather saw this, he'd have only two options: turn and run without looking back, then go 3 days without eating, or go all out and strike in one blow. Those long, hairy tendrils were truly disgusting. So, you want to challenge me? Fine by me. Pain gave a faint smile, treating the whole thing like a clown's performance. At this point, the only person he found truly troublesome was Uchiha Nightfeather. He took 3 steps forward. The movement was subtle, but it put Kakuzu on edge, a warrior's instinct honed over years of battle. If I win, you come back with me and join Akatsuki. This guy, Kakuzu's brow furrowed tightly. Bring it on. Kakuzu was just about to strike, his tendrils reaching out, when suddenly he felt a pair of eyes boring into him, as if peering straight into his soul. An immense force sent his tendrils flying, and a crushing pressure left him gasping, forcing him to one knee as he struggled for breath. Nagato was quite satisfied with this. The enhancement of his ocular powers made using Shinra Tensei feel increasingly effortless, his control growing ever more precise. The sheer force of his unleashed aura alone was overwhelming for Kakuzu. Though it hadn't actually dealt much damage, it was enough to make Kakuzu realize just how vast the gulf between them was. You've lost, Nagato declared. What is this power? Kakuzu demanded, still reeling. He had been defeated before he even had time to react. Fixing his gaze on Pain's eyes, he wondered, was it these eyes? Just now, those very eyes had flashed through his mind, and yet the young man before him hadn't even seemed to move. I'm the god who will lead this world. Come, you who have lived as long as heaven and earth. I can offer you a place here, Nagato proclaimed. A god? How ridiculous. If you're a god, then what does that make Hashirama? Kakuzu scoffed inwardly, but he couldn't deny the truth. The man before him was truly formidable, on a completely different level. After a few moments of thought, he found his own reason to join. If your organization has missions for people like you, there ought to be plenty of chances to cross paths with high-profile bounties. Akatsuki, huh? Looks like this might actually be a surprisingly lucrative organization, he muttered. Still acting cocky after getting completely beaten down, Zetsu whispered, every word reaching Kakuzu's ears. You little, are you looking to die? Kakuzu growled. You heard me? Sorry, but I'm not exactly a fighter, Zetsu replied with feigned innocence. Behind his mask, Kakuzu was clearly displeased. He was only joining for the money, definitely not because he was afraid to die. Well then, that settles it. You're in, Zetsu said with a cheerful grin. Mission accomplished. With a brush of his cloak, Nagato strode off, completely ignoring Kakuzu behind him. Kakuzu had no choice but to follow, helpless in the face of such overwhelming power. Losing in a single move was simply unfathomable. When it came to presence, Pain's aura was always impeccable. His calm composure alone was enough to deter Kakuzu from even thinking of making a move. Meanwhile, Conan was already closing in on Sasori of the Red Sand. The records listed him as a 15-year-old boy, but his actual age was 20. It was odd. He should have been frequenting this area, as this was the best route out of the Land of Wind. Soaring high on wings of paper, Conan finally spotted a red-haired, delicate-faced young man walking toward her. Upon seeing her target, Conan wasted no time in intercepting Sasori, her paper jutsu morphing into wings that kept her aloft. Genius puppeteer, Sasori of the Red Sand. What is your purpose? Sasori asked. I want to invite you to join Akatsuki, she replied, looking down upon him as if from above. Akatsuki? Never heard of it, Sasori said coolly. The future will need your strength. Join us. Her tone was calm and matter-of-fact, without a hint of emotion. Heh, you sure sound condescending, Sasori sneered. You can think of Akatsuki as a haven for rogue ninja, Conan replied with utter confidence. After all, she had the strength to back it up. As she landed, paper sheets swirled around the two of them. Interesting ability, Sasori mused. Sound good, but... He pulled out the scroll from his back, crouched down, and unfurled it. 3 large characters appeared boldly across its surface. What are you planning to do? My principle has always been to protect myself without relying on others. So it all comes down to skill, then? Looks like it. As the white mist faded, the 3rd-generation puppets appeared. He had truly killed the 3rd Kazekage and turned him into a puppet. Conan looked at Sasori with admiration. Without another word, Sasori manipulated the Kazekage puppet to launch an attack. Excitement flashed in his eyes. This was exquisite material. With a swift movement, the blade hidden in his sleeve sliced Conan into 3 pieces. So much for that. The 3 sections of her body quickly turned into sheets of paper, which reassembled behind him to form Conan once again. You can turn any part of your body into paper? That's troublesome. What kind of ability is this? I have an absolute advantage over you. Heh, interesting. By all means, come and try. Seeing Sasori activate the Kazekage's Kekii Genkai, paper sheets surged through the air and wrapped around the 3rd Kazekage puppet. The mechanisms inside creaked and screeched like rusty machinery grinding together, trapped, unable to move. Damn it. Ironically, the 3rd Kazekage's magnet release was supposed to be the best way to counter puppets. Yet now, made into a puppet himself, he was subjected to the same restraint. Conan eventually released the puppet. After all, she was here to recruit, not destroy. I'll say it again, join us. Perish. Sasori retrieved the Kazekage puppet, clearly in a foul mood. If I can't defeat you, then I might as well join you. I'll follow your lead. Smart people tend to live a long time. With that, Conan turned and led the way forward. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Uraha was enjoying a leisurely drink with Orochimaru. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya was there as well. Because of Uraha's presence, Konoha dared not completely fall out with the Uchiha, so they had temporarily ceased their actions against them. Uraha was pondering. If 1,000 years ago, the great Toad Sage could give the Sage of 6 Paths a Toad treasure to save the Hidden Rain Village, then perhaps Ryuchi Cave might possess a similar artifact. If such a treasure existed, he could revive Kushina directly. Uraha had a bargaining chip the White Snake Sage could never refuse, the Dragon Pearl. He doubted the White Snake Sage could resist its allure. Jiraiya, aren't you out gathering material for your new book today? Those ladies yesterday were completely uncooperative. They even threw a wash basin at me. What rotten luck. Jiraiya rubbed his dark circles. Last night, he'd been caught peeping at the bathhouse, and a formidable woman had punched him so hard he was still aching. As for the so-called new book, that was just an excuse. He was simply indulging his lecherous curiosity. Peeping isn't just about skill, Jiraiya. You don't necessarily have to do it yourself. Oh, you have a method? Jiraiya perked up, and Orochimaru's interest was piqued as well. It seemed Uraha had a clever trick up his sleeve. In my master's world, the technology is far more advanced than it is here. The cameras here are so bulky, but over there, they have famous pinhole cameras, devices so tiny you can even hide them in a button. What? That's impossible. Jiraiya's mind instantly filled with delightful images. The thought was simply wonderful. Do you have something like that? No, I don't. TCH. Got my hopes up for nothing. Well, you could ask Orochimaru to invent one. He's a genius when it comes to technology. Orochimaru. With renewed hope, Jiraiya looked eagerly at Orochimaru. If it really worked out, that would be amazing. I don't have time for such trivialities. Orochimaru's lips twitched in disdain. To him, wasting time on such nonsense was no different from throwing one's life away for nothing. There's actually something I've always wanted to ask you both. Oh, what is it? At your age, why haven't either of you gotten married? Jiraiya glanced at Uraha in surprise. Then his expression dimmed. Ah, it was all because of Tsunade Heim. Orochimaru noticed Jiraiya's disappointment, but offered no comfort, knowing it would do no good. I only wish to master every jutsu and search for the truth. Marriage would only hold me back. Sometimes, knowing the truth isn't as desirable as you think. How do you mean? Uraha always managed to surprise him, provoking new thoughts. Perhaps this was what it meant to be kindred spirits. Their ideals were so much alike. Just as he desired eternal life, so did Uraha. Long ago, there was a man who was remarkably similar to you, Orochimaru. He possessed extraordinary power. His mastery of magic and sorcery was unfathomable, and he was nearly godlike, unmatched in the world. But he believed in science. He conducted countless experiments, until one day, quite by accident, he discovered that the earth was round. Someone who had escaped from him rode a phoenix southward, never seeing the sun set, and after circling the world, ended up right back where he started. So this man proposed the theory that the earth was round. Guess what happened to him after that? What happened? Orochimaru asked eagerly. He was brutally persecuted by society. People even tried to kill him for it. In the end, he was put to death. How could that be? But it's true. You're right, but people of that era refused to believe it. Even the one who rode the phoenix around the world didn't accept it. Utterly foolish. Orochimaru, as if possessed, whipped out a map of the ninja world, frantically pointing and muttering to himself in a torrent of words. Jiraiya saw that Orochimaru was getting carried away and shouted at him. Orochimaru, calm down. Orochimaru finally snapped out of his trance, only then realizing that sweat was streaming down his face. Uraha stared at Orochimaru, stunned. He hadn't expected a simple story to have such a powerful effect on him. Is there more, Uraha? That's all. So that person just died like that. Just like that. It's a shame, really, to think someone devoted to science would be killed by ignorant commoners. Orochimaru sighed earnestly for that great man who had steadfast faith in science, while Uraha was already trying not to burst out laughing. Uncle Snake, let me ask you a question. What is it? Do you think the sun moves from east to west every day because the sun revolves around the earth? Or because the earth revolves around the sun? The two of them were completely baffled. They genuinely didn't know the answer. After all, every day they watched the sun rise and set, followed by the moon, and it always seemed as if everything revolved around the earth. Well, I guess the sun revolved around the earth, right? Jiraiya replied, uncertain. I think. No, I can't be sure, but I'll get to the bottom of this mystery. Uraha, do you know the answer? Of course I do. If you really can't figure it out, you can always come find me. Farewell. Uraha vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the two powerful shinobi staring at each other, still pondering. Does the sun circle the earth, or is it the earth that circles the sun? Right now, Obito is probably stirring up a storm in the Hidden Mist Village. Muttering to himself as he exited the trial tower, Uraha transferred the remaining treasures into the tower. The fifth floor still proved insurmountable. Even Susanoo couldn't withstand the cutting power of the golden force inside. The manifested golden force sliced through the Karasa Tengu armor as if it were paper, even with spiritual energy reinforcing it. Uraha was now certain that the prize for this trial would be the metal spirit root. What gave him pause was whether the Northern Star Sage had imbued this place with the power of law. Gold stands for sharpness, able to cut through anything, but before the power of law, all things are rendered meaningless. Overcoming this challenge now seemed almost impossible. Facing it without understanding the law was like a shinobi without the power of the six paths, unable to even scratch someone on that level. The golden blades were so densely packed that even the Mangekyo Sharingan combined with blinding speed couldn't break through. Uraha thought about the Hozuki clan's ability to ignore physical attacks, but he didn't have that power. And if this really was the law in action, wouldn't it be like being struck by the six paths force? Game over in an instant? Forget it, he thought. I'd better check out the Hidden Mist Village first. After explaining things to the third Hokage, he took a leave of absence and set off, traveling high above the earth, surveying the land from the sky. Upon arriving in the Hidden Mist Village, Uraha discovered through investigation that the third Mizukage had already been assassinated. The current Mizukage was now Yagura Karatachi, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. One had to marvel at the world's power to heal itself, always nudging events back onto their destined path. Yagura, born short and with a perpetually youthful face, was always mistaken for a child, though he was already an adult. The Hidden Mist secrecy was so formidable that even Uraha struggled to uncover the details. The ninjas inside the Hidden Mist Village looked at each other with eyes filled with mortal hatred, as if everyone was an archenemy. The classrooms and training grounds in the village reeked of blood, and traces of fresh blood could be seen everywhere. It truly lived up to its name as the Village of the Bloody Mist. Without a doubt, this must have been the handiwork of Madara, manipulating the third Mizukage before his death. To become a ninja, you had to kill everyone else in your class. Such a cruel and insane policy, and yet it was actually supported. What puzzled Uraha was that a perfect Jinchuriki should be immune to the Mangekyo's illusions. So how did Obito manage it? Tapping his fingers on the table, he pondered the question endlessly. As the morning mist rose, a crimson hue seeped through the dense white fog, creating an eerie and unsettling scene. In the arena, Yagura was leading the selection of a new 7 ninja swordsmen, watching the battling ninjas below with a cold, detached gaze. Things couldn't go on like this. The third Mizuki's policies were fundamentally wrong. This method might produce powerful ninjas, but they would all turn into cold-blooded killing machines. Ninjas needed emotions too. Secretly, Yagura resolved to change this environment. Uraha stood atop a beam, body blending so seamlessly with the wood that only his head poked out, eerily reminiscent of white Zetsu. He watched the matches below with keen interest. As one round ended and the next began, Uraha was taken aback by a familiar figure stepping into the arena. It was none other than Mei Terumi, that formidable woman. He recalled the time Mei Terumi had seen through his shadow clone technique, and the corners of his mouth curved up in amusement. So, this fierce woman was interested in the ninja swords as well. With a frosty expression, Mei stared down her opponent. The battle began, and her nimble skills, paired with her mastery of water, fire, and earth chakra, were nothing short of dazzling. In just a few moments, she dispatched her opponent and stood atop the winner's platform, ready for the next challenge. Who is she? Yagura's tone suggested he had just discovered a rare treasure. That's Mei Terumi. She's 15, exceptionally intelligent, and already wields water, fire, and earth ninjutsu with ease. Is that so? And she's already a jonin. Truly impressive talent. Yagura nodded in satisfaction, feeling he'd finally found a worthy candidate today. After watching a few more matches, Uraha soon grew bored. He slipped away from the arena unnoticed, though Yagura glanced at the beam above, sensing that perhaps someone had just been there. It seemed he'd arrived a bit early. Obito hadn't shown up yet. He might as well treat today as a sightseeing trip. Just as he left the hidden mist village, he sensed white Zetsu's presence and immediately concealed himself. Sure enough, a massive Venus flytrap emerged atop a tree trunk, and Black Zetsu was there as well. Narrowing his eyes, Uraha pondered whether there was any way to take Black Zetsu out. As a creation of the Sage of Six Paths, Black Zetsu wouldn't die even if sliced in two, and once possessed, even the Six Paths mode could be controlled. Charging in recklessly would be far too dangerous. Then, with a distortion in space, Obito appeared wearing his white mask. So he was still using the old mask, was he? Master Madara, do we need to act now? Let's take our time and seep in slowly. I want them to feel the full weight of fear and pain. Beneath the mask, the Sharingan eyes widened, the body trembling faintly. Obito's mind flashed back to that night. The scene of Kakashi's Chidori piercing through Rin's heart. It was this village that had made him lose the most precious thing in his life. White Zetsu, seeing Obito drowning in hatred and grief, wisely refrained from making any more jokes. Let's go scout ahead for Master Madara. All right. Once again, Zetsu melted away into the trunk of a tree. Only when he could no longer sense Zetsu's presence did Obito regain his composure. Come out, Uchiha Uraha. Well, you've gotten stronger, Obito. Uraha praised him with a light tone, thinking to himself that while Black Zetsu was an expert at concealing himself, his sensory skills seemed rather lacking. I am Madara. Runtu. What exactly are you after, my brother? Obito's voice was heavy. Running into Uraha here was a complete surprise. I'm not after anything. Just mind your own business. Why are you here? If I told you I was waiting for you, would you believe me? Uraha's mouth curled into a grin, but all Obito felt was a piercing chill, far worse than any demon. Obito even started to suspect that Uraha wasn't human at all. Nothing about him was normal. Under these circumstances, a normal person would try to kill him, but this monster before him didn't care in the slightest. It was as if nothing mattered to him. Could he have been acting all along? Were all those years of brotherhood just an elaborate lie? That was truly terrifying. Obito was already preparing himself to flee at any moment. Huh, am I that frightening? Uraha touched his own face, feigning confusion. You're more terrifying than a demon. To think you'd compare your esteemed big brother to a demon. How heartbreaking. Just as his face had fallen in disappointment, it suddenly lit up with joy again. Ah, seeing you again really lifts my spirits. Even though you've done things that made me angry, you're still my student and little brother. That's not funny. Watching Uraha swing so wildly between moods, Obito took 2 steps back. Surviving all these years at this monster's side was nothing short of a miracle. Obito imagined grimly. I'm serious, you know. Why won't you trust me? Who the hell could believe that? Obito simply couldn't take it anymore. You know exactly who I am, but you haven't exposed me. Were you plotting, my esteemed big brother? His voice was icy, Mangekyo Sharingan flaring open. Were you planning? And calling yourself Madara, no less. Obito fell silent. The Moon's Eye plan was not ready to be revealed yet. It was the ultimate solution to all conflict. If you won't tell me, why should I tell you? Uraha replied playfully, as if Obito was nothing more than a trivial amusement to him. Go ahead and give it your all. The world truly does need a savior. Hearing the word savior, Obito could no longer remain calm. What exactly did this guy know? That's enough for today. Just go and do what you need to do. Uraha offered a faint smile, about to turn and leave, but as he turned, Obito's voice sounded out once more. Looks like I'll have to force you to stay, with violence if necessary. Are you joking? Uraha turned his head coldly, and in an instant, 3 tomo spun together, forming a drifting pattern like cherry blossoms in his eyes. Well then, let's see what you've got. Lightning surged and crackled over his entire body. The lightning release chakra mode, now perfected to the level of lightning. Release sage technique. Looked nearly identical to the Raikage, except the lightning cloaking Uraha was a vivid shade of purple. This lightning didn't just boost his speed, it carried a paralyzing charge, deadly enough to kill outright. He had only just drawn his ninja blade when, with a flash, the purple figure appeared right before him. Uraha's hand chopped cleanly through the blade, slicing it in two without resistance. The strike was about to hit Obito's chest and abdomen, but instead, it passed straight through him. Staring at the broken blade in his hand, Obito marveled at how smooth the cut was. His brother's speed was even greater now. He had barely managed to react in time. Phew! Even with the Mangekyo, it was hard to keep up. At such speeds, his brother probably couldn't even see his own attacks clearly. If Uraha knew what Obito was thinking, he'd probably sneer and tease him again. Why not ask the 4th Raikage if he could follow his own movements? So you dodged? Not bad, but you won't get my plan out of me that easily. Oh, I will get it out of you. With Kamui activated, a fan appeared in Obito's hand, a gourd-shaped war fan, marked with 3 tomo on both ends. Oh, the flame fan once wielded by Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Uraha, you really do know quite a bit. You don't actually think that fan alone can take me on, do you? Not even calling me big brother anymore? How would I know until I try? Click, click. Uraha exited lightning release sage mode, flexing his fingers. The flame fan could reflect ninjutsu, best to stick with taijutsu. Using lightning release sage mode again would just be plain bullying. So fast. Obito was shocked. Even after dropping the lightning mode, Uraha's speed hadn't diminished at all. Surprised? Honestly, that mode only gave me a slight boost in defense and a tiny bit of speed, maybe about 1/20th of my base. But to you all, it's all the same anyway. Uraha grinned wickedly. For shinobi of equal speed, that small boost might matter, but otherwise it made no difference. Wham! 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 Uraha pounded the fan relentlessly. He had to admit, this thing was ridiculously sturdy. He could clearly sense that it was dispersing much of his force with each blow. You can tell just by looking at Obito that although he's retreating, it's not because he can't handle the attacks. Swinging his war fan, Obito actually blocked Uraha's strike with his arm. Though he was sent flying and crashed through a huge tree, he stood up again without so much as a scratch. Big brother, it seems your attacks aren't that impressive after all. It looks like you're getting a bit cocky. Blocking one of my regular punches, and you're already so proud. A thunderous sound echoed as he clenched his fist, a sharp explosion bursting from his hand. White smoke spread out, as if he had crushed the very air itself. Obito considered using Kamui, but gathering intel on his brother was more important right now. Speed and power. As Uraha lunged at him, Obito forced himself to resist the urge to use Kamui. Gripping his war fan tightly with both hands, he braced himself, knowing blocking with his arms would be risky. The force of the blow sent gusts whipping their clothes, and the ground beneath Obito's feet cracked open into deep fissures, his ankles sinking into the earth. Fly! Rah! Obito slid nearly 20 meters before coming to a stop. Smoke curled up from the gouged earth, his hands trembling so badly he could barely hold onto his fan. Not bad. You didn't get sent flying this time. You've been practicing. With those words, Uraha plunged both hands into the ground. Up you go. A deep rumble shook the earth. Sensing the tremor, Obito leapt back just in time to see Uraha tear up a chunk of ground the size of half a soccer field and hurl it straight at him. Kamui. Slipping through effortlessly, Obito used the smoke as cover to get behind Uraha. Without even looking, Uraha swung a fist. Obito was knocked back a few steps, but managed to grab Uraha's wrist, refusing to let go. I win. Your hand is fine? Are you trying to get yourself killed? HM? No sooner had he spoken than a sudden, searing pain shot up his arm, forcing a scream from Obito. In desperation, he tore off his own arm, and only then did the pain ease. TCH, these white Zetsu arms really are handy. There was no bleeding, just sticky matter, and the discarded arm ignited and crumbled to ash. What was that pain just now? It was as if his very bones and soul were burning, pain everywhere. He thought he'd become numb to pain, but today, Uraha gave him a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. A huff. What was that? Fire release, deadly touch. It's best if you don't touch my body at will. If you accidentally touch my head, you'll need a new one. A terrifying man, truly. He was only half joking. The Whitesnake Sage's fire poison was so powerful that even the sage himself barely withstood it. Did Obito really think he could? So how did it feel? Did you sense your whole body about to catch fire? Didn't it make your blood boil? It really did make his blood boil. Almost literally, and almost cost him his life. Back then, even Brother Minato was laid up in the hospital for quite a while. Never touch Uraha. That pain is unbearable. From now on, pain tolerance training is a must. Does it really hurt that much? I've never experienced it, so I've always wondered. It really does hurt. Obito nodded seriously, still baffled by how this mysterious man managed to create such a fearsome fire release technique. It might as well be classified as an S-rank forbidden jutsu. If you react a fraction too slow, it could cost you your life. Do you still want to test it out? Uraha asked with a playful grin. Obito shook his head. Dodging Uraha's attacks was easy enough. As long as Uraha couldn't break through the space, he could just stay hidden and wait it out. He wondered if wearing gloves would help block the attack, but honestly, he had no desire to endure that kind of agony a second time. In that case, farewell. With those words, Uraha sped off in the direction of Konoha. Can he fly too? Just how many secrets is Big Brother hiding? Obito felt another headache coming on. After all, there were only a handful of ninja in the world who could actually fly. Did this man truly have no weaknesses at all? The only way to confront him might be through overwhelming force. Are you all right, Lord Madara? Black Zetsu's cold voice echoed. It looked as though a fierce battle had just ended here. I'm fine. I didn't expect to run into Uchiha Uraha here. Looks like you couldn't keep him here. And you lost an arm too. White Zetsu chimed in, completely ignoring the anger in Obito's eyes. That guy's gotten even stronger. Let's head back for now. Black Zetsu seemed deep in thought. Wasn't it a little too coincidental for Uchiha Uraha to show up here? Could Obito have deliberately revealed his location? Impossible. Obito had been under his surveillance the whole time, and there was no way he'd team up with Uraha. Uraha must have left simply because he couldn't deal with Obito. After all, Obito's space-time ability was downright monstrous, maybe even the ultimate defense. So, this encounter was probably just a coincidence. Could it be that Uraha was also interested in the Blood Mist village? Meanwhile, Obito's mind kept replaying Uraha's words. Do your best, don't disappoint me. Just go for it. He was just too mysterious, definitely not a normal human. More like a monster. What exactly was he plotting? After this meeting, Obito was still far from meeting Uraha's expectations. He still lacked maturity in some respects, though Madara had likely left behind plenty of useful things. Too slow. Sure, Sway. Starting tomorrow, you'll be running with weights. Yes, senpai. Sweat dripped from Shursui as he relentlessly attacked Uraha. In order to defeat him, Shursui had specifically asked Uraha to train him. Itachi watched their sparring session intently. Strangely enough, even with Uraha's eyes covered, Shursui couldn't gain any advantage. Whether it was shuriken or ninjutsu, everything was effortlessly dodged. Was he somehow related to the Hyuga clan? Uraha's strength was unfathomable. Even blindfolded, his movements were fluid and unhesitating. What Shursui didn't know was that closing his eyes actually heightened Uraha's sensory abilities to nearly twice their normal level, not unlike Sage Mode. Use your Sharingan. Show me just how far you can go. The calm voice carried a clear note of disdain. The single Tomo Sharingan spun and attacked with even greater speed, knocking Shursui's arm aside. Your strength is too light, your speed only a bit faster, and your stance is still unstable. With a swift sweep of the leg, Shursui was sent tumbling to the ground, eating a mouthful of dust. He spat out the dirt. You're really strong, sir. May I become your disciple? No way. The traditions of Konoha are nothing to be proud of. Yura shook his finger and refused without mercy. What is Konoha most famous for? Isn't it killing one's own master? Disciples always end up killing their teachers. What kind of tradition is that? Don't ask too many questions. Watch your legs. Even though he raised his arms to guard, he was still sent flying by Yoru's side kick, ending up hanging from a tree. Is this the strongest of the Uchiha right now? Incredible. Itachi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Even his father said Yoru was the strongest these days. Uncle, can I try too? Come on, Yuzu. My name's Itachi, not Yuzu. Itachi protested, disgruntled. Calling him uncle felt so weird. There wasn't even a 10-year age gap. Big brother would have been more fitting. But alas, he called his own mom sis. Yuzu, use a kunai. All right. Gripping his kunai, Itachi knew there was no way he could hurt Yoru. He rushed forward, only to be surprised when Yoru caught the kunai with one hand, letting Itachi stab right into his palm. Not a drop of blood came out, the kunai just stuck there. Unwilling to give up, Itachi tried several more times, but couldn't pierce the skin. Kids' bodies are just too weak. As for technique, it's too damaging for you right now. Yuzu, you'll have to grow up a bit first. Oh, Itachi slunk away in disappointment. Even if Yoru stood still, he couldn't do a thing. In that moment, Itachi longed to grow up faster, just so he could learn stronger moves. Don't feel bad. He's the strongest in Konoha. Yeah. Sure, Sway gave Itachi's shoulder a gentle pat. They're so alike. It's just like looking at you, Minato. With a sigh, all they could do was grow stronger, little by little. At the very least, they have to reach the point where they're. Susanoo could fully manifest before even considering a trip to the Pure Land. The aura of death was a troublesome thing indeed. After a simple training session with the two, Yura once again headed to the orphanage to check in. Time flew by, and it was already the 50th year since Konoha's founding. Nearly 2 years had passed since the Nine-Tails incident. That summer, Yuru submitted an application to adopt Naruto. Yuru, you know this is an extremely difficult matter for the higher-ups. Hokage-sama, Naruto is almost 2 now. It's really not good for him to stay in the orphanage any longer. Well, even if I agree, the other 3 elders and the heads of the major clans won't approve. In that case, how about I rent a place outside and don't bring Naruto back to the Uchiha compound? Yuru had a good impression of the 3rd Hokage, and the 3rd trusted Yuru in return. There were reasons why the 4th Hokage had placed so much faith in him. The 3rd Hokage was also somewhat tempted. Handing Naruto over to Uraha would mean Uraha owed him a favor. Not only would the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki be safely protected, but even if the Uchiha ever tried anything reckless, Uraha probably wouldn't agree to it. At the very least, he would never help the Uchiha. This really puts me in a tough spot. You should know the impact of the Nine-Tails rampage, and it's directly linked to your clan. One old fox. Now that the storm has mostly passed, and even though the Uchiha were involved, Uraha had played a significant role. If not for that gigantic-tailed beast bomb launched by the Gate of the Great God, the entire Leaf Village would have been blown to pieces. How about I just owe you a favor? I can't go back on my word, can I? All right then. But you absolutely can't take him to the Uchiha clan. Keep him as far away as possible. Thank you, Lord Hokage. This old man is really cunning. Uraha couldn't help but curl his lips in resignation. At nearly 60, he was far more formidable than he would be 10. Years later, he'd nearly cost Orochimaru his life under similar circumstances. Uraha didn't want to push his luck. The outcome was far from certain. With the 3rd Hokage's written order in hand, Uraha went to the orphanage and requested to take Naruto Uzumaki under his care. The director, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly ordered someone to bring Naruto in. Naruto, this will be your uncle from now on. Be sure to behave yourself. Oh, Grandma. Sensing that he was about to be sent away, Naruto clung to the director and cried bitterly. It seemed the rumors about the Nine-Tails fox hadn't spread yet. Looks like I owe the 3rd Hokage another favor. Uraha could see the director's affection for Naruto. The little boy, who could barely string a few words together, clung tightly to her clothes. Am I taking him away too soon? No, Naruto will be safer with me. Uraha's thoughts drifted back to the ancient city of Rorin. If I'm adopting Naruto now, why doesn't he recognize me in the future? Well, I'll just go through with the adoption for now. Carrying Naruto away, he spent his days trying every trick to make the boy smile. Taking care of a child is no easy feat. It took at least 3 shadow clones just to keep up with the chaos. Flipping through books on childcare, he became a full-time, stay-at-home dad. To become a competent caretaker, he even sent clones to learn the arts of soothing babies and making formula, and took up cooking as well. Phew, exhausting. When Naruto finally fell asleep, Uraha activated his Sharingan and gazed at the Nine-Tails sealed within the boy. Nine-Tails, it's been a long time. Oof. Curse you. I'll tear you apart. The Nine-Tails snarled with murderous intent, as if wishing to drink Uraha's blood and devour his flesh. Oh, haven't grown your tails back yet? Weren't you supposed to be the strongest tailed beast? A thunderous roar shook the mindscape, overflowing with rage. Red chakra filled the entire space, yet could not break through the seal. The whimper of a beaten dog. One day I will kill you. Other than the 4th Hokage, the one he hated most was Uraha. His severed tail had only grown back a single segment. Just behave yourself. Oh, and by the way, I know the 8 trigram sealing technique too. Every time it loosens a bit, I'll tighten it again. You bastard. It was infuriating. Didn't this mean he would never see the light of day? Hokage-sama. The ENBU knelt before the 3rd Hokage. Any unusual movements from Uraha? None. In fact, he's been quite dedicated. With that, the ANBU reported all of Uraha's recent activities to the third. Unexpectedly, Uraha had set everything aside just to take care of Naruto's training. However, Lord Danzo and the two advisors seem rather dissatisfied. Ignore them. If they have the guts, let them try to take Uraha's charge themselves. To the third, the two advisors were nothing but idle loafers, clinging to their positions with no trace of the vigor they had in their youth. In the latter half of the year, Uchiha Itachi graduated with flying colors. Yet another genius for the Uchiha clan. He made a few decent friends, while Uraha, preoccupied with caring for Naruto, had little energy for anything else. This, at least, put the village leadership at ease. Son, try this dish. I'll give it a try. Seeing Uraha devour the food with such enthusiasm, Ming-Hui was delighted. She knew her son had been working hard looking after the fourth child, so she had specially prepared a spread of nourishing dishes. Uraha, after leaving a few shadow clones behind, had hurried home for the meal. Son, you're 16 already. Is there a girl you fancy? Oh, I don't think so. Uraha tilted his head in thought. Ayam was nice, but they hadn't seen each other in so long. Any feelings seemed to have faded. Besides, with his newfound longevity, Uraha sensed living 3 or 4 centuries would be no problem at all. No one? What about Yuko? She's your cousin, and quite pretty. I have a cousin. Have I met her? You can get to know her. You're not a child anymore. Is this a matchmaking attempt? I'm still just a kid. No, I'm still really young. Mom, why don't you have another child instead? Ming-Hui's cheeks flushed. Uraha had been dead set against the idea before. Sigh, your mother's getting old. Ming-Hui touched her face, trying to smooth out the wrinkles she'd forced herself to find. Truthfully, she was nearing 40, but years of care made her look more like 27 or 28. Still, a second child did seem a bit late. It's fine, I have just the thing. This is a pill I created called the Ageless Elixir. Take it, and I guarantee you'll look 26 or 27 until you're 70. You might even look younger. As he spoke, Uraha produced a small box, its enticing fragrance making it almost irresistible. The Ageless Elixir was a 4th-tier pill, but since every ingredient was a 1,000-year-old herb, it could easily be considered a top-grade 5th-tier concoction. It didn't just prolong life, it let youth remain forever. Ming-Hui stared blankly at the pills inside the wooden box, frozen for a full 5 minutes before her shock burst into a furious rage. With a resounding smack, her palm shattered the table into pieces, scattering the dishes all over the floor. As the wooden box tumbled downward, the 3-tomo Sharingan spun swiftly and caught it with perfect precision. Night Feather, who had just been picking up his food, was so startled that his chopsticks froze mid-air, utterly confused as to why his mother had erupted in such anger. Mother, is there something wrong? Night Feather asked cautiously, wondering if perhaps his mother was dissatisfied with the youth-retaining pill. But that couldn't be. What woman wouldn't be delighted by the promise of eternal youth? Why didn't you bring this out sooner if you had it? Ming-Hui's roar, fierce as a lioness enraged, nearly deafened Night Feather. I thought you preferred a more natural life, growing old gracefully and romantically with father. Romantic? My foot. Ow, ow, ow. I'll never do it again. Night Feather begged for mercy as his ear was twisted mercilessly, and only then did Ming-Hui release him. Son, does this thing really grant eternal youth? Of course. Anything I make is top quality. Not only does it keep you young, it extends your life as well. Normally, it would add 20 to 30 years, but with my improved ingredients, it should be closer to 50 years now. Night Feather answered uncertainly. The ancient texts mentioned a certain range, but since he had used even better herbs, he couldn't be sure of the exact effect. 50 years. Ming-Hui nearly dropped the pill in shock. Did that mean, so long as nothing unnatural happened, she could easily live to over 100? How many do you have? Mom, please calm down, you're scaring me. Night Feather swallowed nervously. For some reason, his mother's red Sharingan eyes now glowed with a hungry green, like a wolf eyeing its prey. As a cultivator, Night Feather didn't care much for these pills himself. He would age very slowly without them, and suspected he might even remain unchanged for quite some time. Ahem, son, just how many of these pills do you have? Ming-Hui, now composed and gentle, asked again. Had it not been for her earlier outburst, Night Feather might have mistaken her for the ideal virtuous wife and loving mother. Not many. I only managed to refine 15 in total, and the effects can't be stacked. Ming-Hui felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. No stacking? That was a real disappointment, but for ordinary people, it was already miraculous. Though the medicine fields were vast and filled with many rare herbs, even so, they would eventually be exhausted. Only a portion of each spirit herb could be used for alchemy, and making another batch often required waiting decades, even centuries. It was clear just how precious these pills were. Nightfeather had already wasted a fortune in fifth-rank herbs and dared not continue such extravagance. Still, refining fourth-rank pills was now second nature to him, and he could do so skillfully without worry. Just thinking back to those expired pills gives you an idea of how many spiritual herbs there are in this medicine field. Nightfeather had refined plenty of other fourth-tier pills, but for some reason, the beauty-retaining pill was pitifully rare, maybe because Master never thought much of it. Minghui swallowed the pill in one gulp, and it was as if she'd been granted a second youth. Her skin became even softer and smoother, and her whole bearing transformed dramatically. Had she become a big sister all of a sudden? No matter how you looked at her, she couldn't possibly be older than 25. This feeling is amazing. It was like a child basking in the warmth of a mother's embrace. But soon after, black, greasy grime began to ooze from her pores, clinging to her skin in the most uncomfortable way. What's this? It's probably the toxins and impurities being expelled from your body. You should hurry and take a bath. Honestly, I don't know why you were in such a rush. You never let anyone finish explaining how to take it before swallowing it down. Nightfeather sounded exasperated. He really had underestimated just how tempting this stuff was for women. I'll go right now. There were 14 beauty-retaining pills left. One for Dad, one for Sister Kushina, and one for Brother Minato. The rest, well, he'd decide as needed. Sure enough, after her bath, Minghui came running back, all excited again. While washing up, she remembered that mysterious incident when Nightfeather had given both her and Shinhong pills after they'd been wounded. Her son definitely had even more on hand. Not only had she become younger, but her mindset seemed to have reverted to that age as well, which gave Nightfeather a bit of a headache. Sweetheart, do you have any others? All right, here's a third-tier detoxification pill. It can cure most poisons. This one's a fourth-tier detoxification pill, even stronger than the last. This great rejuvenation pill is the same as the one I gave you and Father last time. This one, the Berserker pill, will double your strength for a while, but it comes with some after effects. He handed over 30 pills before stopping. He did have more, but most wouldn't benefit ninjas, as they were meant for cultivators. That's it. The rest aren't any use to you. He handed Minghui another beauty-retaining pill, and she almost couldn't resist swallowing it then and there. But remembering her son's warning, she reluctantly held back. There was no point in overindulging. Suddenly, inspiration struck Nightfeather. He'd completely forgotten there were no pills in this world. If he sold them, wouldn't he make a fortune? Especially the beauty-retaining pills. Wouldn't the princesses and noble women of the kingdoms fight tooth and nail for them? They might even start a war over it. In a world of cultivation, these were mere trifles. Anyone truly powerful had no use for such pills. Take the great rejuvenation pill. It couldn't even help him recover as quickly as he could on his own. What he really needed were pills that could rapidly restore spiritual energy. But here, using a hunger marketing strategy, he could rake in unimaginable profits. There wasn't a second alchemist in this world, and as for medicinal herbs, even if they existed, no one here would recognize their value. Damn, only now did he realize this was a real world. There might be materials here he actually needed. This way, we can make a fortune. Mom, I found a business opportunity. You're not thinking of selling pills, are you? That's right. It's an absolute surefire profit. Yiyu was brimming with excitement. This way, the land of honey could develop rapidly. If anyone in Konoha could claim to be the wealthiest, it would certainly be the Kurama clan. Once a prestigious family in Konoha, the Kuramas inherited illusion techniques that rivaled even those of the Uchiha. However, since no one in their clan could awaken the five senses anymore, they shifted their entire focus to business, and now control at least half of Konoha's economy. Even so, the Kurama are still just a minor clan in a world where power talks. With that in mind, Yiyu believed that partnering with the Kurama clan would mean no more worries about the future. So, he decided to approach them, convinced they would make excellent distributors. After tidying up his appearance, he headed to the largest Kurama-owned shop in the village. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Sorry, I apologize for dropping by unannounced. I hope I'm not intruding. Oh, the man looked up, surprise flashing in his eyes. Lord Uchiha Yiyu, what brings you to this humble Kurama clan of ours? Are you the current head of the Kurama clan? That's right. Well, there's something I'd like to collaborate with you on. Don't worry, it's strictly business. How intriguing. Please, have a seat. He ordered someone to bring over a chair. The Uchiha are so powerful, they shouldn't need to dabble in business at all. There's just no reason for it. Ahem. The reason I'm here today is to see if you'd be interested in distributing some products for me. This is entirely my personal initiative and doesn't represent the Uchiha clan. I hope you can understand that distinction. Just call me CG. I really can't accept such a formal title. After a round of polite humility, Kurama-Seiji remained unsure what Yu was up to, but Yu seemed very confident in his products. All right then, Seiji, I'll get straight to the point. With your years of business experience, I'm sure you can estimate the value of these items better than I can. With that, Yu took out a Tier 3 body tempering pill. The pill's effect was to strengthen the body, and the weaker one's constitution, the more pronounced the benefit. The Kurama clan's genjutsu was powerful, but they were born physically frail. If they couldn't use their illusions or had them dispelled, they'd be as good as dead. What's this? A body tempering pill, specifically designed to enhance physical strength. It's almost useless for those already strong and healthy. It's meant for ordinary people or those who are weak and sickly. There's actually a medicine like this? Are there any side effects? Rest assured, there are absolutely no side effects, and its effects are permanent. The only drawback is what I just mentioned. Temple Chi's heart skipped a beat. This medicine seemed tailor-made for the Kurama clan. For generations, their children had been frail and sickly. If the little ones could take this and reach the standards of ordinary kids, the clan's former glory could soon be restored. Can the effects of this medicine be stacked? Yes, they can, but the more you take, the weaker the effect becomes. Usually, after 3 doses, there's little improvement. But if you're only aiming for normal human standards, I think 2 doses should suffice. You can give it a try yourself. Without a shred of doubt, Temple Chi swallowed the pill at once. The mightiest force in the hidden leaf wouldn't bother poisoning a minor figure like him. Sure enough, a warm sensation swept through Temple Chi's body, and he could feel his strength increase by about 20%. It really worked. Lord Uraha, however many of these pills you have, my entire Kurama clan will take them all. Temple Chi was so excited that he couldn't stop his body from trembling. It was simply miraculous, like medicine of the immortals. At the moment, there are only about 40 pills. Tell me, how much do you think they're worth? Uraha deliberately understated the number, for, in his eyes, a third-tier pill was hardly valuable. 1 pill for 100,000. No, 1 million Ryo. What? The value of a single pill was nearly equal to the reward for an S-rank mission. Uraha hadn't expected them to be so precious. My lord, I think that's about reasonable, since there are only 40 in total, Temple Chi whispered, suddenly worried that Uraha thought the price too low. No, let's go with your suggestion. I have a few other kinds as well, though not many. There are others too? All composure forgotten, Temple Chi sprang up from his chair, his face flushed as he stared at Uraha. Their negotiations lasted well into the evening before finally concluding. Uraha left the shop quite satisfied. Just like that, the Kurama clan became Uraha's exclusive distributor, entitled to a share of the profits, though for certain pills that required auctioning, their cut would only be 5%. Temple Chi returned home with the pills, elated. He purchased the whole batch himself, convinced that selling them would be a terrible waste, especially the body-refining pills. A week later, a selection of the pills finally appeared on display in the shop, each accompanied by a description of its effects, quickly drawing a crowd of curious onlookers. Boss, is this stuff for real? It's not just some kind of fake strength booster, is it? Sir, that's not fair. Our clan leader personally tested these pills himself. They're the real deal. But 5 or 10,000 Ryo a pill. Isn't that a bit steep? A Chunin clicked his tongue in disbelief. How many missions would it take to afford just 1 pill? Clearly, these were meant for the great clans or the nobles of the Land of Fire. Sir, rarity drives up the price, you know. That may be true, but the price is still outrageous. If you're not buying, please step aside. Don't block the other customers. After hearing about it, the great clans of Konoha sent many people to snap up the new product, making the village bustling with excitement. What's going on outside? Hokage-sama. It's because the Kurama clan suddenly released a new medicinal product. Its effects are so remarkable that the major clans are all fighting over it. Sometimes they argue for ages over just 1 pill. Is that so? Let's go out and have a look. The moment the third Hokage appeared, the children of the great clans instantly stopped quarreling and stepped aside to clear a path. He carefully examined the medicines on display. Each pill, originally priced at 10,000, had been bid up to 30,000. The more he looked at the effects written on the label, the more astonished he became. Who is supplying these medicines? Reporting to Hokage-sama, the clan leader didn't specify, but these effects are the real deal. Medicines with unknown origins? What if there's a problem? Please rest assured, sir. Many people in our clan have used them, and the results are exactly as described. Still, it's better to be cautious. Take all of these back. We'll study them to see if there are any hidden toxins. With a wave of his hand, the third gave the order, and the Umbu swiftly collected all the pills and instruction booklets from the display case. Sir, this might not be quite right, don't you think? The branch store owner stammered, knowing that stopping the Hokage was akin to courting death. The third Hokage smiled gently. Don't worry. If there's no problem, the village will pay for everything. Only then did the shopkeeper breathe a sigh of relief. Ah, that's good to hear. Though the profit would be less, as long as he didn't lose money, it was fine. The clan representatives exchanged helpless glances. How could they compete for the pills now that they were in the Hokage's hands? If he'd just taken one of each for testing, that would have been understandable. But clearing out the entire stock? The third's face remained composed, showing not the slightest hint of shame for his actions. He strolled leisurely back toward the Hokage's office. What if these medicines had a hidden toxicity? I'm saving all of you. As for the mysterious supplier, the third decided he'd find time to ask the Kurama clan's leader in person. Upon hearing the news, Teruchi immediately stopped selling the pills to outsiders. As a shrewd businessman, he couldn't bear to lose out on even more profit. The selling price of these pills was already many times higher than the marked price. A whole month passed before the Hokage finally announced that the medicines were safe. Only then did Kurama Teruchi resume sales. Late at night, in the Kurama residence, Yayu was discussing the recent issues with the pills alongside Teruchi. Lord Yayu, the demand for these pills is simply too high for us to keep up. The real problem is the shortage of medicinal herbs. Here's a diagram of the herbs used for pill refining. I'll have to trouble you with this. Don't worry, my lord. I promise not to let word of the ingredients leak out. That's not really a concern. In fact, the more people who know what to look for, the faster we'll find them. As for the actual refining process, no one knows how to do it. That takes a special method. Yoru spoke nonchalantly. Without the right alchemical fire, no matter how many medicinal ingredients you have, it won't make a difference. Besides, you'll need a pill furnace as well. The furnace can be entrusted to the craftsmen of the nation of artisans to forge, but as for the fire, I'm afraid that's out of my hands. That puts my mind at ease, Temple Sage said, excitement bubbling in his voice. I can gather plenty of people to collect the ingredients. The Kurama clan still holds some sway in the commerce of various nations. After all, as long as the core secret wasn't leaked, there would be no problem. Everyone knew just how profitable it was to monopolize an entire industry. I'll leave these matters to you then. And please also handle the production of such pill furnaces. We'll need at least 10 for now. Make sure they're well protected. I trust the nation of artisans will craft them perfectly. As he spoke, Yoru conjured a furnace half a meter tall from thin air. Its shape was unusual, resembling a gourd with 3 distinct tiers, each adorned with exquisitely detailed engravings. At the very center was a palm-sized Taoist bagua symbol. These are materials you'll need. Yes, sir. I will complete the task. Temple Sage replied without hesitation. Yura nodded. These materials were only for a mid to lower grade pill furnace. There shouldn't be any issues acquiring them. Just then, the door creaked open and a child of about 3 or 4 wandered in, rubbing sleepy eyes, clearly still in a daze from just waking up. Daddy, carry me, the little one called out, voice soft and childish. Yakumo, what are you doing here? Go back and find your mother. Honestly. Temple Sage chided gently. No, I don't want... Yakumo protested, refusing to budge no matter how many times she was coaxed. Temple Sage simply couldn't bring himself to be stern. Yakumo's constitution was even weaker than the friliest in their clan, and because of that, she was always treated with extra tenderness. I'm terribly sorry, sir. My daughter is just a bit too willful. Temple Sage apologized, awkwardly scooping Yakumo up into his arms. It's nothing at all, Yura replied. Children wanting attention is perfectly normal. Yakumo, how old are you this year? 4 years old, she replied, voice barely above a whisper. Is that so? Temple Sage, if you don't mind, once she's a bit older, I'd like to take Yakumo as my disciple, Yoru said, turning to the elder. What? That's... Temple Sage was stunned. Is that not acceptable? Yoru asked, a hint of disappointment in his tone. No, it's wonderful. Our clan may specialize in illusions, but we could never compare to the Uchiha. For you to acknowledge her, it's truly beyond belief. Temple Sage's excitement was palpable. He hadn't imagined Yoru would ever consider taking Yakumo as a student. Could it be that she possessed some extraordinary talent? Yoru's desire to take Yakumo as a disciple was twofold. First, she had immense potential. Second, he felt that someday he would have to leave and wanted to leave behind a legacy. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were far too busy to learn these arts now. He was also deeply curious about the illusory techniques that could manipulate all 5 senses, a jinjutsu that could turn illusion into reality. Just how formidable could such power be? As a token for my future apprentice, here's a little gift, Yoru said, producing a 4th-tier elixir, leagues above the 3rd tier in quality. Thank you so much, Lord Yoru, Temple Sage exclaimed. Little Yakumo looked at her father with bright, puzzled eyes, wondering why he was so happy. Well then, I'll take my leave. Safe travels, sir. He escorted the guest to the door, watching as Uraha vanished into the night. Returning to his room, he found little Naruto already fast asleep. The messages relayed by his clone left Uraha utterly exhausted. At dawn the next day, a piercing wail shattered Uraha's sweet dreams. Damn that little brat. He'd just been dreaming of getting closer to his beloved Ki, and now that cry had ruined everything. What are you making all that noise for? He raised his hand, tempted to give the kid a swat, but then let it fall with a sigh and began to soothe the child instead. Just you wait. Once your invulnerable phase is over, I'll give you a piece of my mind every single day. During this time, his mastery of alchemy had leapt ahead by bounds, and he was already experimenting with 5th-tier elixirs. Orochimaru, naturally, had purchased some of these pills for research, and it was clear where they came from. He held the first batch of illustrated herb guides in his hands, each annotated with the purchase price. This kid, has he already mastered the sage's alchemy? But so many of these herbs I've never even seen before. Sigh, there's so little time left. What delighted Orochimaru was the discovery of a child born with a natural affinity for sage arts. Though the boy was kind-hearted, his power often went out of control. Orochimaru had managed to extract sage chakra from him and turn it into a cursed seal. It was still imperfect, but he was confident that with a little more time, it would be ready. The third Hokage's mood grew heavier as he pored over the documents. They contained damning evidence of Danzo's and Orochimaru's crimes. Once made public, there would be no saving them. Sigh, Orochimaru, I never thought you'd walk this path. And Danzo, faced with his old friend and his once proud student, the third felt powerless. In the end, he chose to turn a blind eye. As long as the peace of Konoha remained unbroken, he could tolerate it. Even when he personally questioned Kurama Temple's wise man, he couldn't uncover the mysterious figure behind the supply of elixirs. Still, it was undeniable that this had strengthened Konoha's power. Aside from alchemy, Uraha devoted himself to caring for Naruto. He'd reached a bottleneck in his strength. After reaching the level beyond Kage, further progress was nearly impossible. His external incarnation had also reached the peak of Kage, unable to break through like his true self. When a list of medicinal ingredients was made public, the entire land of fire erupted into a frenzy. Ninja clans, nobles, commoners, all were swept up in the search, scouring the land for herbs. This commotion drew the attention of the other 4 great nations. After a thorough investigation, they could no longer remain calm. Konoha, already the foremost of the 5 great nations, now had access to these miraculous elixirs. It was as if a tiger had grown wings. The hard-won balance of power was about to be shattered once again. But no matter how many ninja the other nations sent, they could never outnumber the ordinary people. Unless they launched an all-out war, there was simply no way to stop it. Damn it, who invented this stuff? Get to Konoha and investigate at once. The 4th Raikage roared furiously, and at the same time, the other 3 great nations immediately sent people to Konoha to investigate. We absolutely cannot allow this kind of thing to spread unchecked in Konoha. Dispatch elite jonin to investigate at once. The document in the Tsuchikige's hand crumbled into dust. The Land of Wind was in a slightly better position. After all, it was an ally of the Land of Fire. They could even go directly to Konoha to purchase the pills. The other 3 countries were not so fortunate. They couldn't even get through the gates. The third Hokage was more harried than ever, overwhelmed by the constant news of medicinal ingredients being stolen from both the Land of Fire and even Konoha's own ninja. Pain, this thing they call a pill, is nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, this will become an obstacle for us. Capturing the Nine-Tails may prove far more difficult in the future. Find out who the alchemist behind this is. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the hidden mist village, Obito was lost in thought. Big brother, was this your doing? To think you could create something so extraordinary. Obito immediately suspected Uraha. The appearance of something so miraculous was simply too sudden. There were few in the world with such mysterious abilities. But right now, his main objective was to make the hidden mist village pay the price. Since it was known as the Bloody Mist, he would make the blood run even deeper. A look of madness flashed in his eyes. Today, he would ensure the 4th Mizukage became his puppet, once and for all.